Lin Yichen found himself traversing to the imperial palace of the Feng Empire, where he became an impostor eunuch. Right from the start, he was compelled to rescue the emperor, only to discover that the sovereign was, in fact, a woman. Chapter 1. Transmigrating as a eunuch. Assassins. Protect His Majesty. Xiao Qinzi, why are you still standing there in a daze? This is your moment to achieve greatness. Grab a weapon and follow me to the Qianqing Palace to save the emperor. Within the resplendent inner court of the Qianqing Palace, as the head eunuch's sharp cries echoed, Lin Yichen, bewildered, instinctively took hold of a wooden stick and charged towards the palace amidst a throng of eunuchs. What in the world is happening? How'd I end up as a eunuch? Hearing the head eunuch's androgynous voice, Lin Yichen quickly reached down to check himself. Phew, thankfully it's all still there. Relieved to find everything intact, Lin Yichen exhaled deeply. What a ridiculous scenario if that were missing. What would his transmigration even mean? Outside the Qianqing Palace, Lin Yichen arrived to witness a fierce battle between dozens of masked assassins clad in black and the palace guards. The weapons wielded by the assailants radiated with a kaleidoscope of colors, effortlessly cleaving through sturdy tree trunks and marble columns with a mere flick. Charge! With a thunderous roar, the head eunuch leaped 5 meters high and struck down a black-clad assassin. You scoundrel, perish! In a swift counter, a robust assassin cleaved the head eunuch in half with a single stroke. Yet, in an instant, this powerful black-clad assassin was met with a swift demise at the hands of a stunning woman in yellow, who elegantly pierced his throat with a single strike. My goodness, this is no ordinary world. It is a realm of extraordinary martial prowess. As he witnessed several of his fellow eunuchs fall to the assassins, Lin Yichen's lips twitched in disbelief. His luck was abysmally bad. Why did he have to transmigrate as a mere eunuch in this world of martial arts? With neither skill nor connections, he was as good as dead at the emperor's whim, or even at the hands of an arbitrary master. To the rescue! Kill! Protect His Majesty! After shouting alongside the other eunuchs, desperate to avoid the fate of the head eunuch, Lin Yichen's mind raced. He quietly executed the strategy of retreating and slipped into an unoccupied palace nearby. Phew, at least I preserved my life. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yichen cautiously peered through the crack in the door, observing the fierce battle outside and contemplating how to escape. He understood that lingering in the perilous Forbidden City was unwise. Should his identity as a false eunuch be revealed, it would mean either death or a fate far worse. Achio, have the rebels been dealt with? A melodious voice suddenly pierced Lin Yichen's ears. Turning instinctively, Lin Yichen was taken aback, for before him stood a regal figure draped in a dragon robe, with long hair cascading down. The emperor, pale of complexion, was partially disrobed, revealing her delicate white arms and glistening collarbone, for which a trickle of blood oozed from a wound on her shoulder. Why do you resemble a woman so closely? The emperor of the great Feng Empire is, in fact, a woman. Lin Yichen was utterly astonished by the scene before him. From the memories of his past life, this youthful sovereign had always proclaimed himself to be a man. Damn it, who are you? The empress, sensing something amiss, let out a cold snort and immediately draped her dragon robe around herself. Who permitted you to enter? As Lin Yichen caught a glimpse of the empress' delicate, translucent feet and her alluring, lily-white calves peeking from beneath the robe, he quickly turned away. My lady, no, your majesty. I am a eunuch from the imperial horse stable, here to assist the head eunuch in rescuing you. Lin Yichen instinctively sought to escape. Do not worry, I shall take my leave at once. Leave? In response to Lin Yichen's evasive answer, the empress' pupils constricted, and she suddenly commanded, Achio, kill him. Have you lost your mind? To kill at the slightest disagreement? Lin Yichen was taken aback by the empress' words, only to see the formidable assassin, who had earlier struck with lethal precision, advancing towards him with an icy demeanor. His body trembled, and his lips quivered violently. With no choice but to safeguard his life, he charged towards the empress in a desperate counterattack. Do not move. If you dare approach, I shall kill her first. In a moment of peril, Lin Yichen managed to seize the injured empress, encircling her slender waist with one arm while gripping her neck with the other. Have her withdraw. Release the empress. Achio, sword in hand, glared furiously at Lin Yichen, taken aback by the audacity of this young eunuch to hold the empress hostage. She was now caught in a predicament. I am not foolish if I release her. You will surely pierce me with your sword. Sensing the subtle fragrance of the empress, Lin Yichen's mind raced. You let me go first, and then I shall release her. Out of the question. The empress suddenly spoke. Now tell me, whose man are you? Are you sent by the king of Qin or the empress dowager? Which king of Qin and empress dowager? Lin Yichen tightened his grip on the empress. I truly did not intend for this. I merely sought refuge to avoid being killed. And who would have thought I would encounter you? Yet I never expected, your majesty, that you were a woman, and furthermore, being slightly taller than the empress. Lin Yichen found himself momentarily entranced by her beauty as he lowered his gaze. Your majesty, you are truly stunning. Embracing the empress' delicate waist, Lin Yichen felt his breath quicken, unable to suppress his wandering thoughts. Rebellious thief, how dare you take liberties with me? Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, the furious empress bellowed, her anger mingling with embarrassment, and despite her injuries, she exerted her strength to shake him off. Lin Yichen was thrown to the ground by the force of the empress' internal energy, and before he could rise, the bloodied sword of the female guard, Qiao, was already poised at his throat. You're also a skilled fighter? Lin Yichen stared blankly at the empress, realizing the gravity of his predicament. Having revealed his identity, without the empress as a hostage, his fate was sealed. Foul scoundrel! The empress, clutching her bleeding wound, glared coldly at Lin Yichen. You are but a false eunuch. Reveal your hidden master and accomplices, and I shall grant you a swift end. I truly have no hidden mastermind. Lin Yichen remarked with curiosity, gazing at the empress. You are indeed the sovereign of the Feng Empire, are you not? Was it not said that you are of the male gender? Though your majesty is of a feminine form, she is still the reigning emperor. Qiao retorted with a cold snort. This information shall not escape your lips today, marks your demise. You are rather handsome, but alas. With a contemptuous huff, the empress, biting her crimson lips, cast a scrutinizing glance at the dashing Lin Yichen. Her cheeks flushed with an alluring warmth. Kill him, as you command. Just as Qiao was about to pierce Lin Yichen with her sword, the empress suddenly let out a mournful cry, and then, her legs buckling, she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 2. The Mightiest Eunuch System, Your Majesty. Upon witnessing the empress fall, Qiao hastily rushed to her side, urgently producing a healing ointment to dress the wound on her shoulder that was seeping blood. Is it not the case that every traveler from another realm possesses a system? This situation is dire. Faced with the imminent threat of Qiao, who could strike her down with a single sword, Lin Yichen silently recited in his heart, Devious system. If you do not manifest soon, I shall surely meet my demise. Ding. Detection of host summoning, binding the mightiest eunuch system. What on earth a eunuch system? Upon hearing the name of the system, Lin Yichen was rendered speechless. The name of this system seemed rather ominous, especially since Lin Yichen was no true eunuch. What if this system required him to undergo castration, akin to the legendary techniques of the Sunflower Scripture and the Evil Repelling Sword Manual? He would be utterly dumbfounded. Ding. System binding successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a novice gift package. Open. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 essence-enhancing pills, which, when consumed, can elevate your cultivation by 10 years. This is indeed a marvelous boon. Hearing the rewards bestowed by the system, Lin Yichen's eyes brightened. At last, he could become a martial artist and possess a modicum of self-defense in this high martial world. However, the prerequisite was to find a secluded place to safely consume the essence-enhancing pills. But now, Lin Yichen instinctively glanced at the ruthless empress and Qiao. Good heavens! It was but a moment of distraction, yet the astonishing scene before him left Lin Yichen utterly shocked. Gulp. Your Majesty, hold on. Qiao anxiously circled the empress, her face paling as she sensed the worsening condition of the empress. I shall summon the imperial physician at once. No, do not call for the physician. With her face flushed crimson, the empress bit her lip, enduring the bone-searing heat and itch coursing through her body. This batch of assassins is sent by the Qin Wang. They have deliberately coated their daggers with Yihuan sand, intending to expose my true identity. If you summon the physician now, my identity will be irrevocably revealed. Your Majesty. Yihuan sand is a top-secret poison of the Yihuan sect, and warriors below the Grand Master level cannot withstand it through internal force alone. Qiao was immensely anxious. If you cannot find relief, not only will your power be utterly destroyed, but you may also face life-threatening danger. I can endure. I must not allow the Qin Wang to succeed. The empress bit her lip, resisting the gnawing emptiness and need within her. She was acutely aware that the best antidote for Yihuan San was to engage in that particular act. Were she a man? She could easily summon the maidens from the Shushio Palace to attend to her needs, or even call upon any palace made to easily neutralize the poison. Yet, alas, though there were many women in the palace, she was not of the male form. The Qin Wang is truly ruthless. At this moment, Lin Yichen, who observed coldly from the sidelines, began to piece together the situation of the Feng Empire from the memories of his former self. Due to the insufficient prestige of this youthful empress, the power of the Feng Empire was currently held by the regent Empress Dowager and the half-brother of the late emperor, the Qin Wang. The Qin Wang had long coveted the throne but lacked a compelling justification to seize it. Fortuitously, rumors circulated that the empress was of female disposition, prompting a dual-layered strategy for her assassination. After all, if the empress were not to be slain, she could still be poisoned. The inner court was rife with spies from the Prince of Qin and the Empress Dowager. A poisoned empress would either succumb to her affliction or be compelled to summon a man into the palace. Should she invite a man, the Prince of Qin would undoubtedly seize upon this opportunity to unveil her true identity and strip her of her imperial title. However, this did not concern me. I yearned to depart from this tumultuous place and seek refuge among reclusive masters, honing my skills until I could return to a carefree existence. Desiring to evade the treacherous court intrigues, Lin Yichen attempted to slip away unnoticed, but was halted abruptly. Halt! With a swift motion. A Qiu's sword was once again poised at Lin Yichen's throat. Dare to take a single step beyond the Yangxin Palace, and I shall slay you. Ah, sister. One should not be so tempestuous. It may lead to hormonal imbalances and menstrual irregularities. Lin Yichen cautiously grasped the blade, gently shifting it away from his neck. I harbor no intention of escaping. Like you, I am utterly devoted to Her Majesty. I merely seek a remedy to save her. A remedy to save Her Majesty? A Qiu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she scanned Lin Yichen's concealed weapons. Lin Yichen suddenly felt a chill beneath him and thought, alas. Though I am but a false eunuch, my loyalty to Her Majesty is as evident as the sun and moon. I never suggested castration. A Qiu scoffed, whispering to the Empress. Unacceptable. The Empress glared fiercely at Lin Yichen, biting her crimson lips. I can endure. Your Majesty, your life is paramount. Survival is essential for vengeance. A Qiu grasped the Empress's hand, her gaze steely. Rest assured, once you are cured, I shall deal with him. Do not. The Empress remained resolute, though soon her flushed face betrayed her discomfort. The effects of the Huhuan powder were indeed potent, unless one were a grand master. Anyone afflicted would be rendered ineffective and face certain demise. I must apologize, Your Majesty. With a swift motion, a Qiu discerned the imminent danger and directed her blade at Lin Yichen's throat. You wretched thief, consider yourself fortunate. Sister, can we not discuss this amicably? I too am a loyal subject of Her Majesty. There is no need for such violence. Lin Yichen gazed helplessly at the sword poised against him. I assure you, I shall remain still. Do be cautious and avoid applying too much force. Do not waste my time with your frivolities. A Qiu's cold gaze fixed upon Lin Yichen. You must go and save Her Majesty at once. Me? Safe. Lin Yichen felt a twinge of embarrassment, reluctant to become embroiled in such a monumental debacle. I am no physician. What could I possibly do to help? What can you do? Stop pretending, you false eunuch. A Qiu's lips tightened in irritation. Do I really need to instruct you on this? What are you standing there for? Hurry and rescue His Majesty. Chapter 3. Detoxifying the Empress Ding Dong. The system's voice resonated perfectly in Lin Yichen's mind. Host has encountered a difficult choice. Side quest initiated. Please assist the Empress in detoxification and gain her trust. Upon completion, the host shall be rewarded with an exceptional celestial level technique. Ah, an extraordinary technique. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with excitement. With the previously acquired Yuan cultivation pill from the novice gift pack, coupled with this remarkable technique, he would soon be able to ascend to the heights of martial prowess with just a little time. One must venture into the tiger's den to capture the tiger cub. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yichen gazed at the Empress, who had so conveniently presented herself. Although he was acutely aware that if he proceeded, both the Empress and a Qiu would likely seek to eliminate him afterward, he was equally cognizant that if he hesitated, a Qiu might very well end his life to ensure the Empress's safety. Given these circumstances, what choice did Lin Yichen truly have? In reality, there was little to lose, and he stood to gain immensely. Observing the Empress, whose beauty and form were unparalleled, he couldn't help but feel fortunate. She could have easily become a celebrated star in his past life. This was an opportunity akin to a pie falling from the sky. How could he let it slip by? With a swift mental shift, Lin Yichen mused, not only could he indulge in the pleasures of royalty, but he would also receive a reward from the system. Truly a win-win situation. Once he obtained the system's reward, would he need to fear her vengeance? Did she possess the ability to threaten him? At that moment, the Empress was already deeply under the influence of the potion. Her reason eroded as she instinctively lunged at Lin Yichen, incessantly exclaiming her discomfort. Then I shall indeed proceed. Lin Yichen wrapped his arms around the Empress's slender waist and turned to a Qiu beside him. I am merely serving the Empress. It is a sacrifice I must make. Hurry, assist her in detoxification. Hearing Lin Yichen's audacious words, Achio shot him a fierce glare. If the Empress is in any danger, I will ensure your demise. Of course not. With my abilities, detoxification is but a small kiss. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen, feeling somewhat awkward facing the enchanting Empress, glanced at the motionless Achio. Perhaps you could step aside for a moment? It would be difficult for me to perform under your watchful gaze. Shameless. Achio glared at Lin Yichen again before swiftly disappearing in an instant. Goodness, this expert truly moves like a ghost, appearing and vanishing without a trace. Lin Yichen muttered, turning his attention back to the stunning Empress. To die beneath the peony flower is to be a spirited ghost. Not only was she beautiful, but she also possessed an admirable figure and was, after all, an empress. Lin Yichen rubbed his hands together in excitement. With this identity, I can now truly claim to be beneath one yet above all others. Scoundrel, release me, do not touch me. I shall have your head. In that instant, the Empress, having regained a modicum of her reason by biting her tongue, attempted to push away the advancing Lin Yichen. Yet, in a moment of bewilderment, she suddenly beheld a resplendent totem of a qilin shimmering in hues of purple and azure upon Lin Yichen's shoulder. Before the Empress could scrutinize and ponder further, her consciousness was once again engulfed by fervor. An hour later, drenched in perspiration, Lin Yichen inhaled the ethereal fragrance emanating from the Empress, envisioning a future brimming with promise. As he recalled a pivotal moment, a grin involuntarily graced his lips. What if the Empress were to conceive his child, despite him being a eunuch? How amusing that would be. Her skin was truly flawless, smooth and snow-white. With a sharp clap, Lin Yichen was suddenly struck by a slap. You are awake? Covering his face, he glanced at the Empress, her countenance a blend of embarrassment and fury. Lecher. The Empress bit her crimson lip, her beautiful eyes glaring at Lin Yichen with unbridled ire. Do you dare to be so audacious with me? Lin Yichen remained silent, his gaze fixated on the seated Empress, momentarily lost in her beauty. Shameless. The Empress then realized her attire had been disheveled. With a haughty gesture, a dragon robe flew through the air, draping over her form. Your Majesty, please dispense justice. The previously vanished female guard, Achio, suddenly materialized, kneeling on one knee and bowing her head to the Empress. The assassins outside have been eliminated. Prince Qin and the Left Chancellor await your Majesty's audience in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. I suspect they are eager to behold my misfortune. The Empress coldly snorted. What punishment do you deserve? You acted for my honor. Rise. Execute him. And let us proceed to meet the officials. The Empress, feeling slightly unsteady, leaned against the wall and cast a disdainful glance at the troublesome Lin Yichen. All captured assassins must be slain, not a single one spared. Understood. Achio immediately drew her sword, aiming it directly at Lin Yichen's neck. Spare him. Lin Yichen was taken aback by the Empress's capriciousness. She had sung so sweetly moments ago, and now she sought his life. Your Majesty, is this how you treat your benefactor? He hastily implored. I acted to save your life. It was not my intention. Moreover, we have shared the bond of marriage. However fleeting, can you truly bear to end my life? You deserve death. The Empress knew she could not allow Lin Yichen, this menace, to remain, lest her identity be compromised. Your Majesty, I assure you that today's events shall remain a secret. Nothing transpired between us. Lin Yichen realized that appealing to her emotions was futile. Furthermore, I can assist you in dealing with Prince Qin and the Empress Dowager, helping you seize power. Just you? The Empress huffed, clearly skeptical of Lin Yichen's claims. Yet, upon glancing at a red plum blossom on the couch, her brows furrowed slightly. As she recalled the repeated pressures from the Empress Dowager and ministers regarding her marriage, her expression grew increasingly complex, burdened by the conflicting sentiments surrounding her predicament. Your Majesty, the harem indeed requires a true man, someone to serve you. Achio perceived the Empress's hesitation and softly suggested. Perhaps we should spare his life for the moment and see if he can be of use to you. Let us confine him to the side hall and decide his fate upon my return. With a complex expression, the Empress cast a cold glance at Lin Yichen before striding toward the Hall of Supreme Harmony. She intended to meet with those scheming ministers and dispel their doubts. At last, he had managed to preserve his life, albeit temporarily. Truly, serving alongside the sovereign is akin to walking with a tiger in this wretched feudal society. Taking a life is as effortless as slaying a chicken. Confined in the side hall, Lin Yichen's eyes darted as he pondered how to gain the Empress's trust. After all, his survival hinged on her capricious will. Regardless, I have taken a part of her essence. Lin Yichen murmured to himself. A woman never forgets her first man. She may be an empress, but she is also a woman, is she not? As long as I display my loyalty, I should be able to deceive her for the time being. An hour and a half later, the Empress reclined languidly on her dragon throne, perusing Lin Yichen's file within the palace and contemplating why this young eunuch had not undergone the customary castration. After all, according to the rules, every eunuch entering the palace must endure the procedures in the purification chamber. Your servant pays homage to your majesty. You have truly grown more exquisite, your skin delicate and radiant. Forced to kneel by a Chiu from the side hall, Lin Yichen looked at the empress's dainty, swaying feet and hurriedly lavished her with flattery. Silence. The empress snapped, laying aside the document, her supreme gaze fixed upon Lin Yichen. Give me a reason not to execute you. Chapter 4. The eunuch appointed as the head of the imperial horse management, your majesty, I am aware that within the palace, you are restrained by the empress dowager. And outside, the prince of Qin watches with covetous eyes. Furthermore, the chancellor and various civil and military officials in the court hold you in contempt. Additionally, the vassal kings and local lords of our great Feng Empire harbor their own ambitions, while the northern Xiongnu and western Tubo eye us with predatory intent. Yet, your majesty, you possess exceptional talent and a desire to expand your dominion, as well as a determination to restore order within the realm. I, lacking in merit, wish to be your vanguard, assisting you in vanquishing the vile and seizing authority, ultimately sweeping through the 6 directions, bringing clarity to the world. May it be that henceforth, wherever the sun and moon shine, and wherever the rivers flow, shall belong to our great Feng. What a splendid phrase, wherever the sun and moon shine, and wherever the rivers flow. Listening to Lin Yichen's grand and resounding words, the empress, who had been raised by the late emperor with aspirations to revitalize the great Feng Empire, felt a surge of excitement. Her cheeks flushed with fervor. I never expected that a mere eunuch would possess such insight and ambition, far surpassing the majority of the courtiers. My loyalty to you, your majesty, inspires me to offer my humble service. Lin Yichen, kneeling on the ground, intended to rise but was met with a fierce glare from the empress, compelling him to remain on his knees. Gazing at her cherry lips, Lin Yichen mused to himself about the day when he would have her experience the sensation of kneeling. Are you murmuring against me? The empress coldly scoffed, seemingly having discerned Lin Yichen's thoughts. Your majesty, I believe that at this moment, neither the prince of Qin nor the empress dowager is aware of my true identity. Thus, I can conceal myself in the shadows, safeguarding you from within while also gathering intelligence and rallying loyal subjects outside, all the while collecting evidence of the treasonous plots of the dowager and the prince. When the opportune moment arises, your majesty may directly eliminate the prince and depose the dowager, seizing control. Indeed, the empress, touched by his words, let out a soft hum. Her gaze sweeping over Lin Yichen. Akio, what is your opinion? Your majesty, we have investigated his background. He is neither affiliated with the dowager nor the general. He is merely a young eunuch who was sold into the palace by his parents and raised by the steward Gong Dong as his foster son. Akio, having perceived the empress's thoughts, spoke softly. I believe we may spare his life for now. He may prove useful in the future. Very well. The empress elongated her tone, slightly nodding, and cast a cold glance at Lin Yichen. Lin Yichen, I initially intended to execute you, but in light of Akio's intercession, I shall graciously spare your life and grant you an opportunity to prove yourself. Henceforth, I appoint you as the head eunuch of the imperial horse management. Return and manage the affairs diligently, and should you truly assist me in achieving that ambition. The empress paused, her eyes filled with encouragement as she regarded Lin Yichen. I shall not hesitate to reward you. Reward me with what? To make me the empress? Though Lin Yichen silently contemplated this, he outwardly prostrated himself, his expression a blend of trepidation and elation. I thank your majesty for your great favor. I shall serve you with utmost dedication until my last breath. I have not condemned you to death. Go now. After Lin Yichen departed, Akio lowered his voice. I have sent someone to investigate. The assassins are likely backed by the Prince of Qin. Cursed be it. The empress let out a cold snort, suddenly emanating an intense imperial aura. Startled by this overwhelming presence, Achio gazed at the empress in astonishment. Your majesty, have you reached the innate realm? The empress replied with a slight huff, her expression somewhat complex. Recalling the Qilin totem she had seen on Lin Yichen's shoulder, she understood that her breakthrough was, in truth, due to Lin Yichen's fortuitous influence. Yet, what did that totem truly signify, and why had it vanished so abruptly? Could it be that he genuinely is? As she pondered some extraordinary secrets, the empress finally turned to Achio with a grave expression. Keep a close watch on him for me. If he can indeed take charge of the Royal Horse Supervisory Office and prove his capabilities, then I shall temporarily retain him. Otherwise, well, you understand. Achoo. After sneezing, Lin Yichen entered the small courtyard that had once belonged to the head eunuch of the Royal Horse Supervisory Office. He saw the female official who had escorted him. Thank you so much, elder sister. It's nothing. The female official gazed at the handsome Lin Yichen, her eyes sparkling like stars. Achio asked me to remind you that the deputy supervisor of the Royal Horse Supervisory Office is a man of Prince Qing. I see. Lin Yichen's pupils narrowed. He realized that the Empress was not so benevolent. He immediately grasped the female official's delicate hand. I truly appreciate your kindness. I currently have nothing to offer you, but rest assured, I will thank you properly later. There's no need for formality. We are all servants of the Empress. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. The female official, her cheeks flushed, gave a light huff and swayed gracefully as she departed. Such a figure, simply exquisite. Watching her alluring silhouette, Lin Yichen felt a surge of warmth, reminiscent of a perfectly ripe peach. At this moment, he truly believed he had not erred in coming to the Forbidden City, for he must be the only man in this harem. From the Empress and the Queen down to the 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, 72 concubines, and various female officials. Were they not all within his grasp? It is imperative that I elevate my cultivation swiftly. As long as my safety is assured, Empress, I shall see who will kneel before whom. Determined to compel the proud Empress to serve him, Lin Yichen did not rush to the Royal Horse Supervisory Office, but instead made his way directly into the courtyard, preparing to diligently cultivate into a martial master. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Just as Lin Yichen stepped into the courtyard, a gleaming blade flashed, and he found himself with a sword at his throat. Chapter 5. Secrets of Ancestry. Just as Lin Yichen had relaxed his vigilance slightly, he was suddenly gripped by an instinctual dread, his hair standing on end. In a moment of dire urgency, confronted by a sword aimed at his throat, he could only roll away frantically, executing a series of evasive maneuvers. With a piercing sound, the sharp blade plunged directly into the door of the courtyard. Die! The assailant growled. Ignoring his own injuries, the assassin lunged again, thrusting the sword fiercely at the fallen Lin Yichen. Curse it, my life is forfeit, Lin Yichen lamented, feeling the weight of his misfortune. First, the Empress and Achio, and now this relentless assassin. Watch out. Suddenly, an elderly eunuch with hair as white as snow rushed into the courtyard. Without hesitation, upon seeing Lin Yichen in peril, he threw himself forward to shield the young man from the lethal strike. With a sickening crunch, the sword pierced the eunuch's heart, but in the same breath, he retaliated, striking down at the assassin's shoulder with all his might. Die! Witnessing the elderly eunuch, Dong Gong Gong, sacrificing himself, Lin Yichen had no time for sorrow. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly hefted a nearby stone pedestal and brought it crashing down. With a series of sharp cracks, the assassin's limbs were shattered under the force of Lin Yichen's desperate attack. Why did you come to kill me? Grasping the fallen sword, Lin Yichen aimed its blade at the assassin. Damn it, I haven't wronged you. Blood trickled from the corner of Dong Gong Gong's mouth as he leaned against the tree trunk, his expression a mixture of sorrow and urgency. Young master, your identity has been revealed. They're here to kill you. My identity? Lin Yichen was momentarily stunned, recalling that he was merely a lowly eunuch in his previous life. In his memories, he had been sold into the palace as a child and raised by Dong Gong Gong as a son. It was not uncommon for eunuchs of some standing to adopt newly arrived ones as their own. Indeed, we have already transmitted news of him back to the Holy Land. The assassin sneered, his voice laced with malice. The Holy Master will soon send experts to kill you. Await your demise. With a sudden grim resolution, the assassin bit down on a hidden poison capsule, choosing to end his own life rather than face defeat. What Holy Land? Lin Yichen, bewildered, turned to the wounded Dong Gong Gong. Hold on, I'll take you to the Imperial Hospital. Young master, it is futile. I am beyond saving. Blood pooled from Dong Gong Gong's lips, his face pale as he grasped Lin Yichen's hand tightly. You must listen to me. You are the young master of the Qilin Holy Land. Your father is. You must protect yourself and avenge the old master. You must. So, it turns out I have such a hidden lineage in my past life. A few minutes later, gazing at the eternally closed eyes of the late Grand Eunuch Dong, Lin Yichen's expression was profoundly complex. It transpired that his previous incarnation was the young master of the Qilin Sacred Land, one of the 4 great sanctuaries of this realm. Shortly after his birth, his father was treacherously assassinated by a trusted confidant. Due to the Qilin's sacred blood coursing through his veins, the traitor could locate him through the sacred land altar, tracking his bloodline's essence. Meanwhile, the royal aura of the emperor in the Great Feng Palace conveniently masked his Qilin presence. Thus, Grand Eunuch Dong took him away from the Qilin Sacred Land, leading him on a perilous journey to Great Feng, ultimately infiltrating the imperial palace. His preservation from castration was attributed to Dong's covert protection. Regrettably, following the demise of the previous emperor, the female emperor's royal aura was not sufficiently robust, allowing the traitorous faction to detect his leaked essence, leading them to infiltrate the palace alongside the Qin king's men for an assassination attempt. It appeared that today's assassination of the female emperor was partially due to his existence. Thinking of this, Lin Yichen couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, his hair standing on end. Undoubtedly, news of his presence in Great Feng should be rapidly reaching the Qilin sacred land. It was evident that to eradicate the threat completely, once the traitorous lord of the Qilin sacred land received this intelligence, he would undoubtedly dispatch formidable assassins to eliminate him. How powerful must the lord of the sacred land be? I must swiftly enhance my strength. Otherwise, when the second wave of assassination strikes, I shall truly meet my demise. Observing the corpse of Grand Eunuch Dong, Lin Yichen furrowed his brows. I must also hasten to assist the female emperor in consolidating power, temporarily utilizing her royal aura to obscure my bloodline essence, thereby misleading their pursuit and making them believe I have fled Great Feng. Once I attain sufficient prowess, I will naturally leverage the power of Great Feng to eradicate this despicable traitorous lord. Although Lin Yichen currently existed as a transmigrator, since he occupied this body, he could not escape the complications it entailed. For now, cultivating swiftly and prioritizing survival was paramount. Summoning a young eunuch to dispose of the assassin's body in a mass grave and arranging for a proper burial for Grand Eunuch Dong, Lin Yichen promptly opened his system backpack, eyeing the 3 essence cultivation pills awarded by the system. He must expedite his transformation into a martial artist, subsequently mastering the Equine Supervisory Bureau to bolster his strength and influence, thereby aiding the female emperor in seizing power. After all, the second sword of Damocles from the Qilin sacred land could fall at any moment, and without sufficient strength, his demise would be dire. Noticing only the essence cultivation pills, Lin Yichen's eyes flickered. Ah, right. System, I have garnered the initial trust of the female emperor. What about the promised reward? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the supreme heavenly grade martial art, the 9 Suns Divine Skill. This technique sounds exceedingly formidable. With a shift of focus, Lin Yichen reviewed the system's description. It revealed that the martial arts and techniques of this world were categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, each possessing 4 levels: ordinary, intermediate, advanced, and supreme. Moreover, the ranks of martial artists ascend from novice, intermediate, advanced, martial master, innate, grandmaster, great grandmaster, to the sacred realm. Although there are legends of terrestrial immortals who can command the clouds and rain, ascending to the heavens, these are merely tales. If I consume these 3 essence cultivating pills, to what level of martial artist might I ascend? The traitorous holy master of the Qilin sacred land is at least at the pinnacle of the grandmaster level, or perhaps even in the sacred realm. Remembering the former supervisor of the imperial horse office, who could leap 3 meters high, in the elusive HCO, Lin Yichen, under immense pressure, hastily ingested the 3 essence cultivating pills. Chapter 6. The master of martial arts as Lin Yichen consumed the elixir for his cultivation. In the western city of Chang'an, within the grand confines of the Qin king's residence, spanning over 100 acres and adorned with exquisite carvings rivaling those of the imperial palace, a robust man of around 50 years sat regally upon a tiger-skin chair, draped in a dark yellow 5-clawed dragon robe intricately embroidered with a fierce coiling dragon. Your Highness, the situation is dire. Our assassins dispatched to the palace to eliminate His Majesty have all perished without a single survivor, reported a burly general clad in armor, bowing before the Qin king. What a bunch of useless fools. Sending them again would only lead to further demise. Leave. The Qin king coldly dismissed, his brow furrowed. Master, what is your take on this? Could the rumors be false? Could he truly be a man? Ba, it is difficult to ascertain, replied a bald monk in black robes, stepping forward and bowing respectfully. When you encountered His Majesty in the Taya Hall, did you notice anything unusual? From a distance, I could not discern clearly. The Qin king shook his head. Perhaps our assassins failed to injure him, which is why the Hehuan powder did not take effect. That is a possibility. Then, Master, what should we do next? The Qin king clenched his fists, glancing at the imperial crown locked away in a nearby cabinet. He was eager to don the crown and ascend to the throne. I can hardly wait. Your Highness must not act in haste, the black-robed monk cautioned, shaking his head. Without a valid reason to depose the emperor, the Empress Dowager will not consent, nor will the chancellors and officials acknowledge you as their sovereign. Even if you were to eliminate the current emperor, should the Empress Dowager issue a decree summoning the border troops for assistance, the throne would inevitably fall into the hands of the Yin king, the Chu king, or the Jin king. Damn it. With a furious gesture, the Qin king shattered a fine blue and white porcelain vase, his expression contorted with rage. Despite commanding an elite force of 100,000 troops in the capital, he knew that if the border princes united against him, he would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Your Highness, I do have a strategy that could reveal the true identity of the emperor while simultaneously sowing discord among the officials, the monk whispered conspiratorially to the Qin king. What an excellent plan. The Qin King's eyes gleamed with excitement. Then tomorrow, I shall summon the court officials and compel him to acquiesce. Very well, very well. The old monk said, joining his hands in prayer and nodding with a smile. Meanwhile, in the Xining Palace, the current Empress Dowager, Yiren, received news from the Grand Steward of the Inner Court, being in the harem. She had gleaned from the blood-stained water spilled by several palace maids in the Qianqing Palace that the Empress indeed bore injuries. Your Majesty, I have learned that the assassins coated their daggers with Huan powder. If the one injured is indeed His Majesty, the only way to counteract the poison would be through intimate relations, said Li Zhong, the Grand Steward, gazing at the Empress Dowager. Thus, since His Majesty appears unharmed, it stands to reason that he must have engaged in such relations. Should we then consider the rumors of His Majesty's femininity to be false? It is difficult to say. The Empress Dowager Yiren cast a glance at Li Zhong, her expression devoid of any discernible emotion. As the Empress Dowager, she was acutely aware that the Empress was indeed of the feminine form, yet she would refrain from publicly acknowledging this truth. After all, her relationship with the Prince of Qin had always been strained. If the prince were to ascend to the throne, it would be preferable to maintain the Empress in power. Until the opportune moment arrived, she would merely incite discord between the prince and the Empress, steering clear of the center of controversy herself. As the widow of the late emperor, her influence in the court was minimal, and her maternal clan was not adequately prepared for such upheaval. Li Zhong chuckled to himself. Could it be that His Majesty has already attained the status of a grandmaster? The thought seemed increasingly implausible. The only conceivable scenario was that the injured party was not His Majesty after all. Perhaps. The Empress Dowager nodded slightly. However, the Prince of Qin will not simply acquiesce. Keep a close watch on him. When necessary, you may assist His Majesty. Understood, Li Zhong replied respectfully before withdrawing. Your Majesty, I am keen to observe how you will confront the prince's onslaught. The Empress Dowager extended her slender fingers, gently stroking the soft fur of the white kitten in her arms. If you cannot withstand the pressure, do not blame me for the consequences. Meanwhile, Lin Yichen, oblivious to the tumultuous winds stirring within the great Feng Empire due to his sudden appearance, exhaled deeply, having finally digested 3 essence-cultivating pills. Each pill was said to enhance one's cultivation by 4 years. After consuming 3 in succession, he had developed a resistance, culminating in an overall increase of 10 years in his cultivation. With a powerful surge of internal energy, Lin Yichen unleashed a punch that sliced through the air with a roaring wind, exhilarated by his newfound strength. At this moment, he realized he could leap 3 meters and strike down a bull with a single blow. I must be quite formidable now, he mused, excitement bubbling within him as he accessed the system to review his attributes. Host, Lin Yichen. Strength, high-level warrior, 7th grade. Position, chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Administration. Skill, 9 Yang True Scripture, entry level. Martial techniques, none. Items, none. This is quite disheartening. I must acquire some martial techniques. After all, I cannot rely solely on my bare fists in combat. Reflecting on his attributes and recalling the previous chief eunuch who had met his demise by a sword, Lin Yichen shuddered involuntarily. However, what did the notation of 7th grade warrior signify? He inquired of the system, what does this mean? Warriors are categorized into 10 grades. The first 3 grades are entry-level warriors, the middle 3 are intermediate warriors, and the final 4 are high-level warriors, categorized as martial masters. Now I understand. I must strive harder to quickly attain the status of a martial master. No, I should aspire to be a grandmaster. Ding. The system detected the host's desire for strength and issued a side quest. Please master the Imperial Horse Administration promptly to establish a solid foundation within the inner court. Upon completion, a random martial technique will be awarded, as if the universe had conspired in his favor. Lin Yichen's eyes lit up at the prospect of the quest presented by the system. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang from his bed and dashed towards the Imperial Horse Administration. Although the eunuch Supervisory Office may sound like a mere horse-rearing institution with little authority, it is, in fact, regarded as the internal court's pivotal bureau, second only to the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs. The chief eunuch of the eunuch Supervisory Office holds a position of considerable power within the palace, ranking among the most influential eunuchs of the inner court. However, Lin Yichen's former identity was merely that of the most ordinary little eunuch in the eunuch Supervisory Office. Lord Lin has arrived. With the loud proclamation of a young eunuch with a duck-like voice, the formidable Lin Yichen, clad in a striking crimson bullfighting outfit, strode confidently into the eunuch Supervisory Office's official premises. Congratulations, Lord Lin, on your promotion to Chief Supervisor. From now on, it shall be Lord Lin leading us in loyalty to His Majesty. We hope for your benevolence. A group of young eunuchs, familiar with Lin Yichen from his time in the eunuch Supervisory Office, gathered around to extol his virtues, presenting him with silver notes of 10 and 8 taels in adulation, now that they were aware of his esteemed standing with the emperor. However, a faction led by Wang Zhan, the deputy chief eunuch of the Yuma supervisory office, scoffed disdainfully, refusing to acknowledge or pay any heed to Lin Yichen, their superior. Cough, are you also idle? Do not presume that currying favor will grant you impunity. If you cannot complete your tasks, do you wish to feel the sting of the whip? At that moment, one of Wang Zhan's trusted aides bellowed, casting a cold glare at the group surrounding Lin Yichen. The atmosphere within the Yuma supervisory office grew tense as the eunuchs, understanding the veiled insult in the aide's words, turned their astonished and fearful gazes toward Lin Yichen, awaiting his response. Chapter 7. Martial Arts, Thunder Sword Technique. Guobin, are you insulting me, the chief steward? Lin Yichen's expression turned icy as he faced Guobin, who was deliberately trying to undermine him. A slight smirk appeared on his lips. He had been contemplating how to assert his authority within the Imperial Horse Agency, and now Guobin had unwittingly presented him with the perfect opportunity. You said it yourself. I did not name you specifically. Relying on the backing of Wang Zhan, Guobin paid no heed to Lin Yichen's threats. Some people think that by currying favor with His Majesty, they can act arrogantly and without restraint. How utterly laughable. Who knows? One day, the emperor may be replaced. Upon hearing Guobin's words, the eunuchs in the Imperial Horse Agency stiffened, their bodies trembling. Their gazes towards Wang Zhan and Lin Yichen were filled with a complex mixture of emotions. The eunuchs in the palace, especially those who could enter the Imperial Horse Agency, were far from foolish. They were well aware that Wang Zhan was backed by the Prince of Qin, while Lin Yichen had the support of the Empress. The animosity between the Empress and the Prince of Qin was well known, and the precariousness of her throne was no secret within the inner court. Guobin, you are slandering His Majesty. Lin Yichen coldly laughed, secretly accumulating his inner strength in his arm. I am merely stating the facts, Guobin retorted unapologetically. Some people would do well to behave themselves, lest they face consequences when the new emperor ascends. Cough, cough. Wang Zhan pretended to cough a few times, clearly in tacit agreement with Guobin's sentiments. You have a point, so come here. I have something to say to you, Lin Yichen said, glancing at Wang Zhan, who appeared to be enjoying the show, and gestured for Guobin to approach. What do you mean? Are you pledging loyalty to His Highness the Prince of Qin? Guobin asked, striding confidently toward Lin Yichen, arms crossed, exuding arrogance. Kneel, and I might grant you a chance. I intend to crack. With Lin Yichen's sudden assault, Guobin's previously disdainful expression transformed into one of shock and panic. He never imagined that Lin Yichen was a high-level martial artist, and even more so, that he would resort to such shameless tactics. Lin Yichen, you attacked me from behind. Guobin gasped, blood spilling from his mouth. As a fellow high-level martial artist, he had believed he could hold his ground against Lin Yichen, but now he was caught completely off guard. You lack chivalry. All's fair in war. It's a matter of life and death. Bang. Lin Yichen ruthlessly snapped Guobin's neck, unceremoniously tossing his lifeless body onto the square of the Imperial Horse Agency. Ding dong. Host has slain high-level martial artist Guobin. Reward: 1 year of cultivation. Is there a reward for killing? While puzzled, Lin Yichen had no time to delve deeper into the matter. He coldly surveyed the eunuchs of the Imperial Horse Agency. Guobin slandered His Majesty. His crime warrants death. And thus, I have executed him. You all should take this as a lesson and pledge your loyalty to His Majesty. With that, Lin Yichen turned to the grim-faced Wang Zhan. Wang Gonggong, do you think he deserved to die? Lin Yichen, how dare you kill my man? Caught off guard by Lin Yichen's audacious behavior, Wang Zhan suddenly unleashed the formidable aura of a congenital martial master. Who gave you the audacity? Hiss. A congenital martial master. Under the overwhelming pressure of Wang Zhan's might, Lin Yichen's expression momentarily stiffened, taken aback by Wang Zhan's formidable strength. However, upon reflection, it was only to be expected. After all, the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau was the second largest bureau within the palace, and it would indeed be perplexing if Wang Zhan, the deputy chief, possessed weak abilities. Advancing or retreating was not an option. Despite Wang Zhan's formidable prowess, Lin Yichen gritted his teeth and boldly stepped forward. He understood all too well that if he showed any signs of cowardice now, he would undoubtedly fail in his mission to command the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. In moments of risk, one must take a gamble. Lin Yichen refused to believe that Wang Zhan would truly dare to take his life. Regardless, as the newly appointed chief eunuch by the Empress, it was entirely justifiable for him to eliminate Guobin, the mid-level eunuch who slandered Her Majesty. Thus, if Wang Zhan were to act against him now, it would be tantamount to outright rebellion. Although the Qin king was powerful, he would not dare to openly defy the Empress. Master Wang, as the actual overseer of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, it is perfectly reasonable for me to execute Guobin for his slander against Her Majesty. Is there any reason why I should not? Lin Yichen met Wang Zhen's gaze unwaveringly, standing firm against the pressure of Wang Zhen's congenital martial mastery. What, Master Wang? Do you intend to kill me and thereby instigate a rebellion? Shall we go before Her Majesty and the Qin King right now to discuss this matter? You. Wang Zhen's expression instantly froze, rendered speechless by Lin Yichen's bold retort. While the Qin King had yet to formally rebel, he could covertly show disrespect towards the Empress and feign compliance with her orders, much like his previous refusal to rescue her. However, as long as the Qin King had not usurped the throne, he could not overtly disrespect the Empress. Lin Yichen had nothing to lose. But Wang Zhen could not afford such recklessness. You brat, do not be so arrogant. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhen retracted his imposing aura, forcefully suppressing the urge to strike Lin Yichen dead on the spot. Just wait, huh? With a cold smile, Wang Zhen flicked his sleeve and departed. You sycophant. Master Wang will eventually dispose of you. After disdainfully spitting at Lin Yichen, a group of over a dozen eunuchs followed Wang Zhen's lead, showing no respect for Lin Yichen. The chief eunuch. Fortunately, a remaining group of over 20 loyal eunuchs, who were often overlooked by Wang Zhen or were loyal retainers of the former chief, remained. Each resumed their duties as usual. Lin Yichen smiled and waved his hand, casually pointing to a eunuch who appeared agreeable. Xiao Jinzi, from now on, you shall be my personal attendant. The servant thanks the chief eunuch. Xiao Jinzi was instantly overjoyed, gazing at Lin Yichen with great flattery. I shall serve the chief eunuch with utmost loyalty, obeying your every command. You are quite astute. Lin Yichen nodded slightly, casting a glance at Guobin's lifeless body on the ground. Drag him away to feed the dogs and clean up. Now, everyone disperse. After waving away a group of young eunuchs, Lin Yichen strode directly into the main hall of the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office. Taking a seat upon the pearwood chair of the chief eunuch, he grasped the tiger head seal, a symbol of authority for the head eunuch of the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office. Ding! The system detected the host's initial victory, granting partial authority over the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office and earning the loyalty of several eunuchs. As a reward, the host received a celestial tier martial technique, the Thunder Sword technique. Ding! The system detected that the host was in peril. The host must subdue or eliminate Deputy Chief, Eunuch Wang Zhen, within 3 days to gain complete control over the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office. Upon completion of the task, a celestial tier weapon will be awarded. The system is indeed generous. Upon hearing this, Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, in order to deal with Wang Zhen, I must swiftly elevate my strength to that of a martial master, otherwise, I shall be unable to confront him. Navigating to the system's inventory interface, Lin Yichen immediately clicked to learn the Thunder Sword technique. At this moment, the Emperor, accompanied by a Chiyo, stepped into the Taya Hall, where the Grand Court Assembly was to be held. She first bowed to the Empress Dowager, who sat behind a curtain to the right, before gracefully ascending the dragon throne. Present your matters, or depart. I have a memorial to present. Standing at the forefront of the noble ranks on the left side of the hall, the King of Qin, donned in a 5-clawed dragon robe, was the first to step forward. Chapter 8. Forcing the Empress to marry what is it, Royal Uncle? The Empress furrowed her delicate brows, her expression gravely fixed upon the Qin Wang, who had stepped forward first. Your Majesty, I beseech you to select a noble maiden and expedite the grand wedding, thereby bestowing the title of Empress and ensuring the birth of a prince for our great Feng Empire, thus perpetuating our lineage. The Qin Wang, having conferred with the cloaked monk the previous day, gazed earnestly at the Empress, invoking the weight of duty. Your Majesty has reached adulthood. Should a marriage not be convened soon, the royal line may face extinction, leaving me unable to face the late emperor or our ancestors of Feng in the afterlife. At this, the Empress's countenance stiffened. What means did she possess to ensure the Empress's pregnancy? Royal Uncle, your urgency is excessive. I have just taken on governance, and the matter of marriage is not pressing, she replied once more, attempting to defer the issue. This can be discussed later. Your Majesty, as the sovereign of Feng, your marital affairs are not solely your own concern. They are a matter of great public anticipation. The Minister of Rites immediately stepped forth to kneel. I implore you to select a date for the wedding without delay, lest we, the multitude of subjects, be left disappointed and in discontent. I request your Majesty's marriage. If your Majesty does not consent to the wedding today, we shall remain kneeling indefinitely. A throng of the Qin Wang supporters promptly echoed his sentiments, clearly intent on compelling the Empress to acquiesce to the marriage. The Empress surveyed the multitude of nobles kneeling before her, their numbers overwhelming. With a grave expression, she turned her gaze to the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty has reached an age suitable for marriage, the Dowager remarked, acknowledging the appropriateness of the matter both emotionally and rationally, thus subtly nodding in agreement with the Qin Wang's coercion. The two prime ministers, faced with simultaneous pressure from the Qin Wang's faction, The Empress's expression grew even more solemn as she looked towards the two prime ministers at the forefront of the civil officials. However, these two merely bowed slightly, refraining from voicing any objections. The situation was evidently clear. They tacitly accepted the Qin Huang's pressure on the Empress to marry. After all, rumors abounded outside the palace that the Empress was, in fact, a woman. Their acquiescence to the Qin Huang's machinations and his usurpation of power stemmed from the belief that if the Empress were indeed female, it would be more advantageous for the Qin Huang to ascend the throne. Very well. With the entire court conspiring against her, what more could the Empress say? Gritting her teeth, she clenched her fists and took a deep breath, suppressing the boiling anger within her chest. I consent to the marriage. The Ministry of Rites shall prepare accordingly. Dismissed. With a swift gesture, the Empress stormed out in a fit of rage. We humbly bid farewell to your Majesty. Long live the Empress. As the ministers knelt in reverence, the Qin Huang cast a sinister glance at the Minister of Rites, Su Jin, signaling him to hasten the arrangements for the wedding, his heart brimming with excitement. The assassins could not ascertain the Empress's true identity, but this was of no consequence. Once the Empress weds the future Empress, her true nature would become evident. At that time, once her true identity was uncovered and sufficient evidence obtained, he could publicly expose her in the court, openly deposing her from the throne. Thus, he could easily orchestrate his own ascension through a series of calculated abdications. You cannot escape the grasp of this king. Gazing upon the resplendent dragon throne crafted from pure gold, the fervent eyes of the Qin king clenched his fist tightly. Bang! Crack! At this moment, the Empress, returning to the Qianqing palace, was utterly enraged. In her fury, she smashed several porcelain bowls and vases, glaring at Qiu. These scoundrels. They doubt me, conspiring together to coerce me. Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. Qiu, with a complex expression, poured a glass of water for the Empress. A moment's impatience may disrupt great plans. Once you have fully seized control of the court, you can settle accounts with them one by one. What about the wedding? The Empress furrowed her brow. On the night of the wedding, if I do not share a chamber with the Queen, once this matter leaks, what will become of me? Your Majesty, we can employ a clever ruse. Qiu whispered discreetly to the Empress. If we proceed thus, no one shall uncover your true identity. That is my Queen. It feels far too lenient for him. The Empress's charming visage stiffened in an instant. That detestable lecher. Your Majesty, for the sake of your grand ambitions, some sacrifices are inevitable. Observing the Empress's discontent, Qiu gently urged. After all, this could silence the Qin king and even sway some honest ministers to cease their doubts regarding your identity, thereby altering their stance to support you. If you truly cannot bear it, once you hold absolute power, you may very well have Lin Yichen castrated, and then live on. Qiu made a gesture as if to sever a head. As long as you feel no pity, I shall handle it for you. How could I possibly feel pity? The Empress shot at Qiu an exasperated glare. Were it not for his slight usefulness, I would have long since dispatched him. Go summon him for me. I shall obey. Qiu immediately bowed and retreated. Your Majesty has summoned me? Lin Yichen, who had just mastered the thunder sword technique, looked at the little eunuch before him. Slightly perplexed. What could you want from me? Oh, this little one does not know. The little eunuch gazed at Lin Yichen in confusion. Pondering that it was only natural for the emperor to summon a eunuch, they had no right to question why. Could it be that she misses me? Recalling the Empress's exquisite figure, Lin Yichen's eyes suddenly brightened, his heartbeat quickening, and his steps becoming lighter. Upon reflection, it is only logical, for I am undeniably handsome. Hence it is reasonable for her to fall for me. If that is the case, I shall not hold back. Excited, Lin Yichen exchanged a glance with Qiu and boldly stepped into the Qianqing palace. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Lin Yichen, after respectfully bowing to the Empress, smiled as he approached her, intending to massage her legs and shoulders to foster intimacy. After all, he relied on the Empress's imperial aura to conceal his own Qilin presence. Thus, he must temporarily cultivate a favorable relationship with her to preserve his life. Do not touch me. The Empress recoiled from Lin Yichen's unwelcome advances. Glaring at him with indignation, kneel. Lin Yichen found himself utterly bewildered by the sudden wrath of the Empress, utterly at a loss as to where he might have offended her. However, circumstances dictated his actions, and he had no choice but to kneel submissively. Do you understand your mistake? The Empress scoffed, recalling that the queen she was soon to wed would be unfairly bestowed upon Lin Yichen, her irritation flaring as she shot him a fierce glare. You insolent eunuch. My lord, I am unaware of any wrongdoing, Lin Yichen replied, now thoroughly perplexed, casting a dubious glance at the Empress. Surely, I have committed no error? Humph. The Empress retorted sharply, fixing Lin Yichen with a piercing gaze. Are you implying that it is I who am at fault? Chapter 9. The Empress's plaything. Heaven and earth bear witness. I truly meant no such thing. Lin Yichen gazed at the Empress with a look of helplessness, pondering how he was merely elucidating his innocence. Yet it seemed to her that he was accusing her of error. I perceive that to be your intent. You are slandering me. The Empress shot Lin Yichen another fierce glare, declaring, I should have executed you yesterday. Your Majesty, the fault lies with me. Observing the Empress's indignation, Lin Yichen swiftly deduced that she must have faced humiliation in the court and had returned to vent her frustrations upon him. He understood that reasoning with a woman in such a state was futile. She would only perceive it as disdain, never acknowledging her own missteps. That is more like it. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's admission of error, the Empress let out a satisfied huff. What news from the Imperial Horse Depot? I do not tolerate incompetence under my command. You wish to cultivate, but there is no one under your command. The Empress furrowed her brows, casting an irritable glance at Lin Yichen. What did you say? I declare, Your Majesty, that you are unparalleled in wisdom and majesty. Under your auspices, the mere mention of your name has granted me dominion over half of the Imperial Horse Depot's influence. Lin Yichen quickly asserted. As for the remaining faction led by Wang Zhen, I am confident that within 3 days, I can resolve their opposition, ensuring the complete loyalty of the Imperial Horse Depot to you, Your Majesty. That is more like it. The Empress, pleased by his words, let out another contented huff, idly toying with a wine vessel. Go now. In a few days, I shall assign you another task. I am willing to brave fire and water for Your Majesty. Without hesitation, kneeling, Lin Yichen feigned an air of utmost respect, his gaze lingering on the Empress's delicate feet. However, Your Majesty, Wang Zhen is a master martial artist, and my own strength is somewhat lacking. Might you bestow upon me some cultivation techniques or elixirs? With such gifts, I could swiftly enhance my prowess and serve you better. You still desire to cultivate? The Empress snorted derisively, casting a dismissive glance at Lin Yichen. Having tested him the previous day, she had concluded he was merely an ordinary man. At his age, where would he find the time to train? Your Majesty, I have always been a martial artist. Lin Yichen hastily released a hint of internal energy, though he suppressed his power to the level of an average mid-tier martial artist. You are a martial artist? The Empress was taken aback, scrutinizing Lin Yichen with skepticism, then glancing at Qiu, who equally shook her head in disbelief. Neither had discerned Lin Yichen's martial prowess the day before. It was preposterous to think he could transform from an ordinary man to a martial artist overnight. The Empress found it utterly implausible. Perhaps, in their haste yesterday, they had misjudged him? Your Majesty, I have always been a martial artist, but without proper techniques and elixirs. My strength has remained stagnant, Lin Yichen quickly explained. After all, I was merely a lowly eunuch at the Imperial Horse Depot. That is true. The Empress conceded with a slight nod. You may leave now. Shortly, I shall dispatch someone to deliver some elixirs and techniques to you. I thank Your Majesty for your generous grace. Excited, Lin Yichen gazed at the Empress's exquisite jade-like feet. After swallowing hard, he cautiously retreated to the palace entrance before turning to leave. How fortunate he was. The thought of the queen he was about to wed ignited a fury within the Empress. Once I seize power, I shall ensure his total castration, ridding the realm of this menace. Your Majesty, as you command. Qiu hastily nodded at the visibly irate Empress. When the time comes, I shall assist Your Majesty in this endeavor. The current priority, however, was to acquire the imperial dragon seal of the great Feng Empire. The Empress furrowed her brow, her expression grave as she addressed Qiu. The reason the King of Qin dares to confront me is not solely due to his formidable strength and extensive influence within the court, but also because the imperial dragon seal is not in my possession. Otherwise, as the emperor of the great Feng Empire, I could wield the seal to command the nation's fortune, and even a grand master within the Forbidden City would meet their demise at my hand. How dare he treat me with such disdain? The Empress clenched her small fist, her eyes ablaze with intense rage. Upon the death of the late emperor, she was left with 4 regents and the King of Qin as the regent. Due to her youth, the Empress Dowager temporarily governed the harem, retaining the imperial dragon seal. Since taking the throne, the Empress had repeatedly requested the seal from the Dowager, only to be met with various excuses for its denial. Clearly, the Dowager feared that should the Empress obtain the seal, she might eliminate her with a single decree. The Dowager cannot manipulate the nation's fortune. Perhaps we could use Your Majesty's wedding as an opportunity to reclaim the imperial dragon seal, Qiu suggested softly. Alternatively, we might consider having Lin Yichen devise a plan. That is indeed a valid point. The Empress's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. I have heard that the Dowager favors handsome eunuchs. If Lin Yichen could captivate her, secretly obtaining the imperial dragon seal from Xinang Palace for me, it would be a splendid outcome. A strategy of seduction? Qiu blurted out. One might say so. The Empress's expression grew complex as she waved Qiu away. Go, deliver some elixirs and martial arts manuals to him, urging him to quickly enhance his strength, so he may serve my interests at Xinang Palace. At your command, Qiu replied, casting a dubious glance at the Empress before vanishing from sight. The Empress felt an unsettling sensation within her heart. After Achio's departure, she found herself distracted while reviewing documents, her brow furrowed. Whenever the notion of sending Lin Yichen to attend to the queen and the dowager arose, it stirred a sense of displeasure within her, akin to relinquishing her cherished toy to another. He is a nuisance. Last time was merely an accident. I shall never engage in such distasteful acts again. I will have him castrated sooner or later. Taking a deep breath, the Empress reminded herself, I am merely utilizing him to conceal my true identity. I am the sovereign. I require no man. With determination, she bit her crimson lip, inscribing the name Lin Yichen onto the parchment before emphatically marking a bold red cross over it. Unbeknownst to her, she had never contemplated such matters before, yet ever since she had inadvertently slighted Lin Yichen, she found herself irresistibly drawn to steal glances at his mischief. A sensation stirring within her that was both thrilling and disconcerting. This predicament rendered her utterly embarrassed. Indeed, to serve alongside him felt akin to walking with a tiger. Were it not for the necessity of his imperial aura to conceal my own Qilin presence and evade the relentless pursuit of that treacherous sovereign, I would have fled long ago. As Lin Yichen returned to the courtyard, he muttered, Once my strength reaches a formidable level, I shall expect you to serve me. Rather than the other way around, I will have you calling me husband daily. Suddenly, a thought struck him regarding the reward he might have received after vanquishing that eunuch. His eyes gleaming with newfound determination as he envisioned a swift path to enhancing his abilities. Chapter 10, Cultivation, the pinnacle of warriors indeed. Gazing at the year's worth of cultivation rewards within the system, Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was utterly thrilled. This was nothing short of a glitch bestowed upon him by the system, a splendid opportunity to enhance his strength. The system implied that the more adversaries he vanquished, the greater the rewards he would reap, thus accelerating his power augmentation. Ding. Upon slaying a warrior, the host may obtain rewards. It turns out only warriors could be targeted. Lin Yichen mused. Thus, the higher the strength of the warriors I defeat, the more substantial the rewards I shall receive. How fortunate. Alas, had I known about this boon, I would have had Achio leave the captured assassins for an extra day yesterday, allowing me to eliminate them one by one. Lin Yichen felt quite dejected. This way, I could have transformed from an ordinary individual into a formidable innate warrior, or even a master. What a pity. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, accompanied by a series of knocks, Achio, donned in a light yellow gown and bearing a long sword, stepped into Lin Yichen's courtyard. Ah, Sister Achio. Please sit and enjoy some tea. Lin Yichen exclaimed with a warm smile as he emerged from the house, kindly pouring her a cup of tea. Stealing glances at Achio's slender figure, he couldn't help but swallow hard. This is a set of internal cultivation techniques and martial skills that His Majesty has instructed me to impart to you, Achio remarked, casting a glance at Lin Yichen before producing a porcelain vial. Within this vial are 3 nourishing essence pills, the most suitable elixirs for your cultivation at present. Train diligently. In due time, His Majesty will surely recognize and value your contributions. Rest assured, Sister Achio. I will strive to cultivate earnestly and will not disappoint you or His Majesty's expectations. Lin Yichen replied with a gentle smile, moving closer to Achio, intending to massage her shoulders. However, before his fingers could graze her delicate shoulders, a sharp sword was suddenly poised at his throat. Sister Achio? Lin Yichen quickly raised his hands, cautiously nudging the sword away with his fingertips. What on earth is this? Please, do not tremble. From now on, be more careful. And do not lay a hand on me? Achio retorted with a cold snort, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yichen before she sheathed her sword and departed. Feeling a sudden chill in his legs, Lin Yichen watched Achio's graceful silhouette recede, suppressing the burgeoning thoughts that had just arisen in his mind. Once I become a master, just wait and see how I will deal with you, he muttered under his breath, hastily retrieving the 2 sets of techniques Achio had given him. One was the Sunflower Divine Art, an entry-level Earth-grade technique, but regrettably, it was exclusively for eunuchs. The accompanying martial skill was the Advanced Mysterious Grade Gentle Swordplay, also tailored for eunuchs, compatible only with the Sunflower Divine Art. Utterly useless. Lin Yichen lamented as he examined the techniques and swordplay before him, pondering whether Achio was merely teasing him. He was no eunuch. What purpose did these serve him? Did she expect him to castrate himself for the sake of practice? Ding dong. The host can choose to recycle martial arts techniques, and upon successful recycling, a cultivation reward will be granted. Can I really recycle? This is splendid. Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled at the prospect. Recycle. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully recycling the Earth-level beginner technique, Sunflower Divine Art, and receiving a cultivation reward of 3 years. Congratulations to the host for successfully recycling the Xian-level advanced martial art, Soft Sword technique, and receiving a cultivation reward of 2 years. Goodness. Now I have a total of 6 years of cultivation. Lin Yichen gazed at the rewards bestowed by the system and then excitedly turned his attention to the 3 nourishing essence pills. According to the system's introduction, these 3 pills could enhance his cultivation by 3 years, meaning he could potentially elevate his cultivation by a remarkable 9 years in total. Let's do this. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Lin Yichen immediately proceeded to channel the 6 years of cultivation into the 9 Yang True Scripture, followed by swallowing the 3 nourishing essence pills. Beginning the process of refinement and cultivation, an hour later, brimming with newfound strength, Lin Yichen opened his eyes, which gleamed with vitality. How powerful am I now? System. Check my attributes. With excitement, Lin Yichen opened the system and chose to view his attributes. Host. Lin Yichen Realm. Peak high-level martial artist. 10th rank martial artist. Position. Chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau Technique. 9 Yang True Scripture. Beginner. Martial art. Thunder Sword Technique. Beginner. Items. None. Just a breath away from becoming an innate martial master. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen looked at the numbers in his attributes. A hint of confusion crossed his mind. System, what does the plus sign mean? The cultivation gained from refining pills can only enhance your realm. However, rewards obtained through other means can be used to elevate levels of techniques and martial arts beyond the realm. Techniques and martial arts levels are categorized as beginner, minor success, medium success, major success, and perfection. Oh, I see. The higher the comprehension of techniques and martial arts, the stronger the combat power. Lin Yichen mused. Next time, I could utilize the cultivation rewards to enhance my techniques and martial arts. However, the immediate priority remained to eliminate Wang Zhun and acquire the heavenly level weapon. The best way to gain cultivation rewards is through killing. Lin Yichen furrowed his brows. But where can I casually slay experts? At that moment, while Lin Yichen pondered in agitation, within the office of the Deputy Chief of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, a group of eunuchs surrounded Wang Zhun. Their expressions fierce and filled with rage. Master Wang, Guobin cannot die in vain. Indeed, we can't allow that treacherous little eunuch to trample over us, exerting his power. The position of Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau is only rightfully yours, Master Wang. Several mid-level eunuchs affiliated with Guobin surrounded Wang Zhun. Their faces contorted with anger. After all, only if Wang Zhun ascended to the position of Chief Eunuch could they hope to rise further. The posts in the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau were limited, and with Lin Yichen taking the lion's share, what would remain for them? He truly deserves to die. Wang Zhun nodded with a chilling expression. To dare to slay one of our kin, we would gladly strike him dead on the spot. However, he is appointed by His Majesty, and without the command of the King of Qin, I cannot execute him directly. The chief eunuch, with a cunning glint in his eyes, sinisterly proposed. Previously, the bloodthirsty maniac known as the Wild Wolf of the Western regions was imprisoned in the Western Depot. We could assign this case to Lin Yichen and have him interrogate the Wild Wolf. If the Wild Wolf were to suddenly go berserk and kill Lin Yichen in the confines of the Western Depot, what could His Majesty do even if he were displeased? This chief eunuch scoffed. It can only be said that Lin Yichen is utterly incompetent. Chapter 11. Confronting the Ruthless Killer Master Lin. This is a notification from Lord Wang's emissary, stating that you are to interrogate the notorious killer, the Wild Wolf of the Western regions, who trespassed into the palace at the Western Bureau's prison. The young eunuch, Ziyajinzi, from the Imperial Horse Department, cautiously entered the official chamber, presenting a document to Lin Yichen, who was leisurely reclining in a grand chair, basking in the sunlight. The Wild Wolf of the Western regions? Lin Yichen mused, swallowing a peanut as he furrowed his brow, casting a curious glance at Ziyajinzi. Who is this person? Since when has Wang Zhun been so generous as to send me to the Western Bureau? Having absorbed the memories of his former self, Lin Yichen was acutely aware of the 3 major intelligence organizations within the Forbidden City: the Eastern Bureau, the Jinyui, and the Western Bureau. The Eastern Bureau fell under the purview of the Department of Ceremonial, directly managed by the chief eunuch of the Inner Court. The Jinyui, on the other hand, was directly subordinate to the Emperor, straddling the Inner Court and the Outer Court. The Western Bureau was affiliated with the Imperial Horse Department, and Lin Yichen, as the chief eunuch, held the formal title of Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department and Supervisor of the Western Bureau. However, owing to the support of Prince Qin, Wang Zhun, the deputy chief, had maintained a firm grasp on the power of the Western Bureau in recent years, leaving the previous chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department unable to encroach upon its authority. Well, I am unaware of that. Ziyajinzi scratched his head, looking perplexed as he gazed at Lin Yichen. Perhaps they are trying to curry favor with you out of respect for your authority, Master Lin? Huh. Lin Yichen laughed heartily, thinking to himself that Wang Zhun would rather see him dead than seek his goodwill. Let us proceed to the Western Bureau. Tossing a peanut into his mouth, Lin Yichen casually waved his hand at several attending young eunuchs. These are for you. Thank you, Master Lin. The young eunuchs immediately knelt before him, their faces alight with joy as they prostrated in gratitude. The sensation of wielding power was indeed exhilarating. As Lin Yichen strode into the dark and eerie confines of the Western Bureau's prison, he noted the foreboding entrance to the underground cells, resembling a grim and gaping maw. At the prison entrance, a dozen eunuchs awaited, their expressions cold and foreboding. Gulps, Master Lin. Zia Jinzi swallowed hard, his expression grave as he observed Lin Yichen. It appears they come with ill intentions. What is there to fear? Lin Yichen chuckled. We are the ones who have arrived. With that, he boldly advanced toward the prison, exuding an air of confidence and fearlessness. Even if there are conspiracies afoot, we shall meet force with force and challenges with resolve. Master Lin, the overseer of the Western Bureau's prison, Eunuch Li Qing, produced a key and presented it to Lin Yichen with a slight bow. Please, go ahead. Are you not coming in with me? Lin Yichen queried, a playful glint in his eye as he scrutinized Li Cheng. In response to Master Lin, without Lord Wang's permission, I dare not enter without due cause. Li Cheng lowered his gaze, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Haha, what if I were to command you to enter? Lin Yichen regarded Li Qing with a playful glint in his eye. I shall grant you an opportunity. Will you heed my counsel or that of Wang Zhen? The words of Lin Yichen left Li Cheng momentarily bewildered. Logically, as his superior, Lin Yichen possessed the authority to command him to enter and lead the way. However, Li Qing had no desire to walk into a death trap. Haha. I see how it is. Casting a quick glance at the momentarily dazed Li Qing, Lin Yichen smiled subtly and paid him no further heed. Under the varied expressions of the other supervising eunuchs, he boldly strode into the depths of the Western factory prison. Close the door. Upon witnessing Lin Yichen's entrance into the prison, Li Qing immediately gestured to the other supervising eunuchs. Hurry. Clang. In an instant, the heavy iron door descended with a resounding thud. Thud. Lin, Lord Lin. What shall we do? As the iron door slammed shut, the frightened Xiao Jinji clung to Lin Yichen's arm, a look of panic in his eyes. We're doomed. We shouldn't have come in here. What is there to fear? Lin Yichen remained unperturbed. As a martial arts master at the pinnacle of his craft, such trivial dangers did not intimidate him. Traversing the dimly lit corridor, under the watchful eyes of countless prisoners, Lin Yichen made his way to the last cell in the Western factory, the very cell that contained the infamous Western region Wild Wolf. Click! With a swift motion, Lin Yichen unlocked the iron shackles and stepped into the cell, hands clasped behind him. Haha. The disheveled and sinister-looking Western region Wild Wolf erupted into laughter, having freed himself from his chains. With a menacing glare fixed on Lin Yichen, he exclaimed, I never expected to encounter a eunuch unafraid of death. The scene before Xiao Jinji was utterly terrifying. Stumbling back, he desperately grasped Lin Yichen's sleeve. Lord Lin, you must leave. I will hold him off. The Western region Wild Wolf was a congenital expert at the martial master level. They were no match for him. Leave, boy? Now that you've entered, you shall not leave today. With a sweep of his hand, the Western region Wild Wolf slammed the cell doors shut with his internal energy. He then regarded Lin Yichen and Xiao Jinji with a sinister and amused expression, licking his crimson lips like a cat savoring its prey. I've been cooped up here for 3 months. Now I can finally have some fun. Rest assured, I shan't kill you immediately. The Western region Wild Wolf flashed a chilling smile. You delicate, tender-skinned ones are even fairer than women. Come, let me indulge in your pain, ha. Thud. Lord Lin, what do we do? Xiao Jinji was thoroughly terrified by the devil-like visage of the Western region Wild Wolf. He looked at Lin Yichen in utter panic. How dare Wang Zhen do this? He is deliberately putting you in harm's way. What shall we do? Lin Yichen cast a sidelong glance at the frantic Xiao Jinji. Naturally, we shall kill him. Ah, what? Xiao Jinji was completely taken aback by Lin Yichen's words. After all, this was the notorious Western region Wild Wolf. How could he and Lin Yichen possibly stand a chance against him? Ha, my young friend, have you been struck by a door or kicked by a donkey? Do you wish to take my life? The Wild Wolf of the Western regions laughed heartily at this, thumping his chest, covered in dark fur. Come on, kill me. I stand here motionless. If you possess any courage, then end my life. These are your own words. Lin Yichen smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with icy determination. Although this Wild Wolf from the Western regions was a formidable, innate master of the martial arts, having been injured and captured, then subjected to torment in the Western factory's prison, his current capabilities barely amounted to that of a high-level martial artist. As Lin Yichen stood at the pinnacle of martial arts, how could he possibly fear him? In pursuit of swiftly enhancing his strength through the system's rewards, he had deliberately gone along with the flow, fully aware of Wang Zhen's schemes, yet he still ventured into the depths of the Western factory's prison. Thunderous sword technique. Faced with the arrogant Wild Wolf, Lin Yichen launched a direct strike with his sword. Purple lightning flashed, and death ensued. Chapter 12, Breakthrough. The innate master of martial arts with a thunderous clap, a flash of purple lightning erupted, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Yichen's sword pierced the chest of the Western region wild wolf. The thunder sword technique emphasizes swiftness and ferocity, akin to a bolt of lightning. It is not only remarkably swift but also possesses formidable striking power. However, the technique's shortcomings lie in its lack of endurance and defense. Much like a trio of strikes, if one encounters an opponent who has tucked themselves into a defensive shell, failing to breach their guard after 3 strikes could result in dire consequences. Yet, at this moment, Lin Yichen harbored no such concerns. The Western region wild wolf had severely underestimated him, believing himself to be an innate master of martial arts. He dismissed Lin Yichen and his companion, Little Golden, entirely. According to the intelligence provided by Wang Zhun, he presumed Lin Yichen was merely a novice or intermediate martial artist. Little did he expect that Lin Yichen's prowess had reached the pinnacle of martial artists. With a sputter of blood, the Western region wild wolf fell to one knee. His expression one of utter astonishment as he regarded Lin Yichen. You are a pinnacle martial artist. Indeed, Lin Yichen replied with a slight nod. His sword aimed directly at the wolf's throat. Thus, you may now perish. Please, do not kill me. I am willing to serve you from this day forth. With a derisive smile, Lin Yichen swiftly severed the wolf's throat with a single stroke. Ding! The system detected the host's first transcendent kill of an innate master of the first tier of martial arts, the Western region wild wolf, rewarding the host with 10 years of cultivation. 10 years. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with delight, his heart brimming with joy. This system had truly surprised him. He initially anticipated that slaying the Western region wild wolf would yield a reward of merely 3 to 5 years of cultivation. After all, while the wolf was an innate master of martial arts, the true extent of his power at that moment was only that of a pinnacle martial artist. Immediately, he sought to enhance his strength. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yichen chose to allocate his newfound power. First, he added 5 years of cultivation to elevate his realm to that of an innate master of the first tier of martial arts. Subsequently, he allocated the remaining 5 years entirely to his martial arts techniques. In an instant, as if undergoing a profound transformation, every pore of Lin Yichen's body opened, and his power surged, propelling him into the realm of innate masters of martial arts. In the realm of martial arts, as an innate master, overjoyed, Lin Yichen clenched his fists, reveling in the rich inner energy coursing through him, and promptly chose to inspect his attributes. Host, Lin Yichen. Realm, innate master of the first tier, innate realm. Position, chief eunuch of the imperial horse supervisory. Cultivation technique, 9 yang true scripture, entry level. Martial technique, thunder sword technique, minor accomplishment. Items, none. Finally, having mastered the basics of martial arts, if I strike unexpectedly, with the thunder sword technique's overwhelming offensive power, it should be no great challenge to ambush and eliminate opponents of the same level, or even those at the 2nd or 3rd tiers. Wang Zhun, since you wish to scheme against me, I shall engage you in a delightful game. A flicker of icy brilliance flashed in Lin Yichen's eyes as he swiftly severed the head of the Western region's mad wolf. With a dull thud, the severed head fell. Beside him, the little golden boy swallowed hard, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Lin Yichen. Master Lin, your prowess? The depth of my power is, of course, unfathomable. Lin Yichen replied, casting a penetrating glance at the little golden boy before striding out of the prison cell. With a gulp, the lad thought to himself how fortunate he was to follow Master Lin. It must surely be a blessing earned from a past life. The clever little golden boy quickly scampered after Lin Yichen, showering him with flattery. Bang bang, that fellow must have been slain by the Western region's mad wolf, right? Outside the prison, the overseer, eunuch Li Cheng, snorted coldly upon hearing the knocking from within. He waved dismissively to the young eunuchs responsible for the confinement. Open the door. Yes, Master Li. With a scraping sound and a heavy thud, as the young eunuch struggled to lift the massive iron door, a head tumbled out like a ball. Is this Lin Yichen's head? Li Cheng chuckled as he picked it up. Aha, I wonder how Master Wang will reward me later. But upon parting the hair, a wave of confusion washed over Li Cheng as he beheld the face of the Western region's mad wolf. It dawned on him that this deceased individual was not Lin Yichen. Does Master Li truly wish for my demise? Brandishing a still-bloodied sword, Lin Yichen stepped out of the Western factory's prison, positioning the blade against Li Cheng's throat. With a shiver, Li Cheng's eyes widened with panic as he looked at Lin Yichen. Master Lin, I meant no offense. Your ability to slay the Western region's mad wolf and survive is most commendable. Is that so? I thought you might be disappointed, Lin Yichen scoffed, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. He mused to himself why Chio had relished such actions in the past. The sensation of wielding life and death over others was indeed exhilarating. What are you all still doing there? The little golden boy immediately assumed a fierce demeanor, glaring at the young eunuchs. If you wish to keep your lives, kneel before Master Lin at once. Master Lin, we are merely following orders. We did not intend any harm. A chorus of pleas erupted from the young eunuchs as they gazed at the wide-eyed head of the Western region's mad wolf, hastily kneeling before Lin Yichen in sheer panic. What final words do you have? Lin Yichen regarded Li Cheng with a playful glint in his eye. Once you speak, I shall send you to reunite with the mad wolf. With great difficulty, Li Cheng swallowed, his expression fraught with anxiety as he implored Lin Yichen. Master Lin, all of this was orchestrated by Master Wang. I was merely following orders. Please spare me. Huh? Lin Yichen responded with a derisive snort. Did he command you to do everything he said? If he bid you die, would you do so as well? Li Cheng's expression instantly froze. Yet he was a clever man. Upon noticing that Lin Yichen did not directly take his life, he quickly devised a plan. With a resounding thud, he knelt before Lin Yichen. Master Lin, I was blinded by foolishness and naively believed the words of a traitor. I am willing to serve you faithfully from now on. Excellent. Indeed, a wise individual. Lin Yichen replied with a smile. I prefer to engage with those of intelligence. He then helped Li Cheng to his feet. However, not just anyone can join my ranks. I do not nurture the inept. If you wish to pledge your allegiance to me, you must first demonstrate your worth. Li Cheng looked at Lin Yichen with skepticism. What must I do? Come here. Lin Yichen beckoned, whispering a secret plan into Li Cheng's ear. Li Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment, and he gazed at Lin Yichen in sheer panic. Master Lin, do you truly intend to proceed with this? Chapter 13. The Assassination of Wang Zhen Nonsense. Am I the chief steward, possessed of such leisure to jest with you? A piercing glint gleamed in Lin Yichen's eyes as he coldly scoffed at Li Cheng. Reprimanding him without reservation, he wishes to take my life. Why should I not reciprocate? Should he continue to breathe, it is I who shall perish. Yet, before my demise. With a sharp clap, Lin Yichen struck Li Cheng's face, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Undoubtedly, I shall ensure your end first. Gulp. Faced with Lin Yichen's unrelenting threats, Li Cheng swallowed hard, his expression fraught with complexity as he regarded Lin Yichen. I shall obey your orders, Chief Steward Lin. That is more like it. Those who recognize the times are indeed the wise. Go forth. With a wave of his hand to Li Cheng, Lin Yichen then whispered to Xiao Jins, who promptly led a cadre of loyal eunuchs into the Western factory prison, secretly laying down a meticulous trap. Chief Steward Lin, after all. Li Cheng is a man of Prince Qin. After sending someone to summon Wang Zhen, Li Cheng cautiously observed Lin Yichen. If you intend to kill Chief Steward Wang, what might Prince Qin say? What is there to fear? At this, Lin Yichen chuckled. Indeed, he is a man of Prince Qin. But I remain a servant of His Majesty. With the Emperor backing us, the sky will not fall, even should it cave in. There are taller men to bear the weight, and it shall not crush us. As you command. Though still somewhat apprehensive, Li Cheng, glancing at the severed heads of the Western region wolves, dared not voice further protest. Half an hour later, Wang Zhen, the deputy chief of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, swaggered into the Western factory prison, accompanied by a cadre of trusted eunuchs. Chief Wang. Li Cheng hastily approached Wang Zhen, respectfully bowing. Where are the heads? Wang Zhen surveyed the area, his cold gaze fixed on Li Cheng. Is it so simple to behead Lin Yichen's dog? Congratulations, Chief Wang, on your promotion to Chief Steward. Indeed, whether His Majesty wishes it or not, you shall now be fully responsible for the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. A mere Lin Yichen dared to oppose you, Chief Wang. His death is assured. Surrounding Wang Zhen, the eunuchs showered him with flattery. Chief Wang, Lin Yichen possesses formidable strength. He is yet to perish and is currently detained in the Western factory prison. Li Cheng, adhering to Lin Yichen's plan, cautiously informed Wang Zhen. As for the specific course of action, I implore you to inspect it yourself. Oh? Wang Zhen, somewhat skeptical, did not linger on it, his arrogance propelling him to stride directly into the Western factory prison. After all, it had always been under his command, and he did not believe Li Cheng would dare betray him. Chief Wang, Lin Yichen is indeed powerful. He and the Western region wolves fought to a standstill. Pointing to the two individuals sprawled on the ground in their cell, Li Cheng respectfully stated, he is after all the chief of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. I am uncertain how to deal with him, and I request your order, Chief Wang. In that case, I shall personally execute him. With a cold snort, Wang Zhen strode into the prison cell, accompanied by several trusted eunuchs. However, upon entering and turning over the corpse, he was instantly taken aback. It was the body and head of the notorious Western region wolf. Chief Steward Wang, this deceased little eunuch was one of us, Li Cheng exclaimed, realizing something was amiss. Wang Zhen shot an angry glare at Li Cheng, ready to storm out of the cell. Bang! Before Wang Zhen could reach the cell door, with a mere wave of Lin Yichen's hand, the heavy iron-barred door came crashing down. Wang Zhen and his loyal eunuchs were immediately imprisoned within the cell. Rescue Chief Wang. Kill them. The eunuchs outside, loyal to Wang Zhen, panicked and rushed towards the iron-barred door, desperate to save him. Seeking death. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Yichen's eyes. After exchanging a glance with Li Cheng and his entourage of eunuchs, he directly attacked Wang Zhen's loyal followers. Bang, crack, splatter. Congratulations, host, for slaying a beginner internal force practitioner, earning a month's worth of cultivation reward. Congratulations, host, for slaying a high-level internal force practitioner, earning a 6-month cultivation reward. With several strikes of the Thunder Sword technique, the loyal eunuchs of Wang Zhen lay lifeless on the ground. Regrettably, since Lin Yichen had already advanced to the innate martial artist level, he could no longer reap substantial cultivation rewards from defeating lower-tier internal force practitioners. Lin Yichen. Let me out. I am the deputy chief of the Imperial Horse Depot, a man of Prince Qin. Wang Zhen, confined within the iron bars, glared furiously at Lin Yichen. You treacherous scoundrel. If you have the guts, come in and face me one-on-one. What kind of hero is it to scheme against me in such a cowardly manner? Deception is the essence of warfare. In response to Wang Zhen's furious outburst, Lin Yichen merely smiled. This is a battle for survival. I only care about the outcome, not the means. Despicable and shameless. Lin Yichen, if you dare, let us out for a fair fight. I tell you, we are all under Prince Qin's command. If you dare to kill us, Prince Qin will not let you off lightly. The eunuchs who had followed Wang Zhen into the cell were equally incensed. Glaring at Lin Yichen, their voices raised in furious cries, wishing to tear him apart. As if it were a given that I would spare you, and you would spare me, and that Prince Qin would forgive me. Lin Yichen found their indignation amusing. He looked coldly at Wang Zhen, Deputy Chief Wang. There is nothing more to say. Farewell. Knowing well that villains often perish from excessive chatter, Lin Yichen had no intention of engaging further with Wang Zhen. With a disdainful scoff, he signaled to the surrounding eunuchs armed with crossbows, shoot. In an instant, hundreds of crossbow bolts were unleashed upon Wang Zhen and his companions. Although Wang Zhen was a high-level innate martial artist, and his loyal eunuchs were primarily internal force practitioners, they were caught off guard. However, confined within the prison cell, they found themselves unable to escape, facing relentless volleys of crossbow bolts, ultimately succumbing to their despair as each one met a tragic end. I am filled with rage. At this moment, Wang Zhen, struck in the shoulder blade by Lin Yichen's sword, had eyes ablaze with fury, nearly bursting with rage. Were it not for the confines of the cell, he could easily crush Lin Yichen and eliminate these insipid eunuchs with a mere slap. Yet now, he could only endure the onslaught of arrows. Ironically, this prison, forged from dark iron, was designed by his own hand, intended to contain high-ranking martial artists. Thus, not only could he, a mere innate realm warrior, not escape, but even an ordinary master would find themselves ensnared within these walls. Chapter 14. The generous reward for slaying Wang Zhen. Cursed be this cowardly rat. The absurdity of the scene left Wang Zhen utterly shattered. He never imagined that his fate would culminate in being ensnared within the very prison he had devised. Driven to madness, he disregarded his injuries and unleashed the full extent of his martial prowess, repeatedly hurling himself against the iron bars with reckless abandon. Loose the arrows. Lin Yichen expressed no sympathy for Wang Zhen, snorting disdainfully as he gestured to the young eunuchs to follow his command. Thud, thud, thud. With the second volley of crossbow bolts released, 7 or 8 arrows pierced Wang Zhen's body, transforming him into a living pincushion. Stop. Realizing that Wang Zhen had likely lost all capacity for resistance, Lin Yichen, his eyes gleaming with intensity, quickly waved his hand. He understood that only by personally delivering the fatal blow could he secure the reward, and thus he could not allow Wang Zhen to perish so easily. Open the prison door. Lin, the steward. Observing the gruesome scene within the cell, Li Cheng hurried to Lin Yichen's side. After all, Wang Zhen is a high-ranking martial artist. Should he still possess any strength to resist, it would be disastrous. It would be wiser to eliminate him from a distance to ensure your safety. Not at all. Even if he has some inner strength left, he is no match for me. Lin Yichen waved dismissively, signaling Li Cheng to open the prison door before striding toward Wang Zhen. Fortunately, the wretch still clung to life. With a spurt of blood, Wang Zhen, half reclining against the wall, clutched his chest where blood flowed profusely from his wounds, glaring at Lin Yichen with eyes full of hatred. Cowardly rat. Prince Qin will never spare you. The emperor supporting you will soon be deposed by Prince Qin, and you shall be condemned to death. I care only for the outcome. Lin Yichen replied with a cold smile. Whether I live or die is beyond your sight, but your demise is something I can witness. With that, Lin Yichen swiftly severed Wang Zhen's head with a single stroke of his sword. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for slaying Wang Zhen, the deputy chief of the Imperial Horse Agency. You have fully mastered the Imperial Horse Agency and received the heavenly grade advanced weapon, the Wind and Thunder Spirit Sword, along with 5 Puan pills and 3 Foundation Establishment pills. Congratulations on slaying a high-ranking innate martial artist. You have received a cultivation reward of 10 years. And what of these? Casting his gaze over the other still-breathing eunuchs, Lin Yichen noted that while they were merely inner strength practitioners, their deaths would yield only a few months to half a year of cultivation rewards. Yet, even the smallest of ants are meat. Thus, the frugal Lin Yichen would not let them escape. Thereafter, Lin Yichen proceeded to deliver the final blows to each of them. Gulp. Lin, the steward, is truly ruthless. From now on, one must remain utterly loyal to Lin, the steward. Observing Lin Yichen as he mercilessly struck down each of the eunuchs, it became evident that although his initial intention was merely to acquire cultivation rewards to Li Qing and the other eunuchs from the Horse Monitoring Bureau, Lin Yichen appeared exceedingly ruthless. Anyone who offended him would surely meet their demise. Eunuchs are typically known to be subservient to power, fearing authority but lacking virtue. Thus, witnessing Lin Yichen's fierce demeanor, these young eunuchs naturally yielded to him, expressing profound respect. After concluding his grim task, Lin Yichen gestured to Li Qing and turned to his trusted aide, the eunuch known as Little Golden. You have reached the initial stage of internal strength? Master Lin, my abilities are woefully inadequate, Little Golden replied hastily, kneeling with utmost reverence. I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently, striving to bring no shame upon you. In that case, here are 2 elixirs. Upon consumption, you may elevate yourself to a high-tier martial artist of the 7th or 8th rank in internal strength. After a moment of contemplation, recognizing the importance of clear rewards and punishments, Lin Yichen bestowed the 2 currently inconsequential Peiyuan pills upon Little Golden. Cultivate well. I foresee significant future contributions from you. I shall exert every effort to serve you, Master Lin. Little Golden exclaimed, his hands eagerly accepting the Peiyuan pills, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. One of these is for you. Lin Yichen then tossed another Peiyuan pill to Li Qing. After consuming this, you should attain the 10th rank of internal strength. Once you become a martial master of the innate realm, I will recommend you to His Majesty for the position of Deputy Chief. Your subordinate expresses profound gratitude to Master Lin. Li Qing, equally exhilarated, promptly knelt before Lin Yichen with a single knee. You all shall be rewarded, Lin Yichen remarked. Casting a glance at Li Qing, lead the others to raid Wang Zhen's residence and distribute the spoils among everyone. Understood. We shall proceed. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yichen made his way to his private quarters, intent on immersing himself in rigorous cultivation. After all, the Qilin sacred land could dispatch assassins at any moment. Time was of the essence. And Lin Yichen had no desire to become a lifeless corpse due to a moment's carelessness. This venture had proven remarkably fruitful. He had acquired a high-tier heavenly wind and thunder spirit sword, along with 2 Peiyuan pills and 3 Foundation Establishment pills. System. What is the utility of the Foundation Establishment pills? Upon consumption, the host can enhance their cultivation by 5 years. 5 years. Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with delight, realizing how generous the system had been. Previously, his slaying of Wang Zhen granted him a reward equivalent to 10 years of cultivation, while the elimination of other martial eunuchs contributed approximately 3 additional years. In total, this meant he had directly gained a remarkable 28 years of cultivation rewards. With a calculated thought, Lin Yichen consumed all 3 Foundation Establishment pills, instantly augmenting his cultivation by 15 years. After some contemplation, he allocated the remaining 13 years of cultivation solely to the Jiuyang True Scripture. After an hour, Lin Yichen exhaled deeply, feeling the abundant internal strength coursing through his body. He promptly accessed the system to review his attributes. Host, Lin Yichen. Realm, Martial Master, 5th Layer, Innate Realm. Position, Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. Cultivation Technique, 9 Sun Scripture, Intermediate Completion. Martial Skill, Thunder Sword Technique, Minor Achievement. Items, Wind Thunder Spirit Sword, 2 Vitality Pills. After 30 years of cultivation, how could his realm have only progressed by 4 levels? Observing his own realm, Lin Yichen felt a deep sense of skepticism. System, what is the matter? With the increase in the host's power, the elevation of realms, cultivation techniques, and martial skills naturally becomes increasingly arduous. This, indeed, seems reasonable. Lin Yichen found himself at a loss for words, for much like the vitality pills that Qiu had given him to enhance his cultivation by a year, practitioners such as Qiu and the Empress did not genuinely endure years of arduous training. They too utilized pills to augment their prowess. He resolved to continue striving, aspiring to become a Grand Master at the earliest opportunity and attain the strength for self-preservation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen contemplated that now he had fully mastered the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, he could harness its resources to investigate the matters concerning the Qilin sacred land. After all, understanding both oneself and one's adversary is the key to triumph in every battle. He could not remain passive, waiting for the Qilin sacred land to come for him once more. Lin Yichen was acutely aware that the enmity between him and the treacherous sovereign of the Qilin sacred land could never be reconciled. Thus, only one of them could survive. Chapter 15. The left protector of the Qilin sacred land. Although a single Peiyuan pill can augment one's cultivation by 3 years, I have previously ingested one and have since taken the latest foundation establishment pill, resulting in my body developing a tolerance. Consequently, the Peiyuan pill may only yield an increase of slightly more than a year of cultivation for me, rendering it of little significance. Lin Yichen murmured softly, rather than consume it myself, it would be more prudent to reserve it as a reward for my subordinates in the Horse Monitoring Bureau, thereby consolidating my control over it entirely. Although the Horse Monitoring Bureau ranks as the second bureau among the 12 within the palace, the previous chief eunuch was favored by the Empress, who has consistently shown weakness, leaving the bureau devoid of formidable talents. Lin Yichen wore a bitter expression, while Wang Jin possesses some ability. The martial experts from the West Factory have long since flocked to the Qin King after Wang Jin's demise, leaving me with no opportunity to win them over. After all, their allegiance to Wang Jin was rooted in their loyalty to the Qin King, not to the Horse Monitoring Bureau. It appears imperative that I swiftly elevate both my own strength and that of the Bureau. Lin Yichen clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with intense determination. Otherwise, how can I assist the Empress, the Qin King, and the Empress Dowager in their struggles, let alone confront the formidable Qilin sacred land that seeks my demise? In the latter years of the previous emperor, the East Factory was a renowned force, yet it has now fallen behind the West Factory and the Jinyue. It must be revitalized. With resolute determination, Lin Yichen set forth to establish his own influence within the Forbidden City, boldly marching towards the West Factory. He intended to subdue the remaining skilled eunuchs there and subsequently attract martial experts from the Jianghu, transforming them into the court's enforcers, serving the West Factory and himself. After all, Lin Yichen had already attained the 5th level of martial mastery, a transcendent expert. Which eunuch would dare to disrespect him? Those who did would face his wrath. At this moment, as Lin Yichen advanced towards the West Factory's official residence, within the Qin King's palace, the selection of the master and the queen had been finalized. Su Jin, the minister of rites from the great Feng Empire, regarded the Qin King and the black-clad monk with reverence, announcing, with the Empress Dowager's consent, among the 3 eligible young ladies, the daughter of the assistant minister of rites has been chosen as the queen, while the daughter of the left camp's captain of the imperial guards will be the noble consort. Additionally, the niece of the left chancellor will also be honored as a noble consort. The niece of the left chancellor. The Qin King was momentarily taken aback. But the black-clad monk's gaze sharpened. Did I not explicitly state that women of noble birth should be avoided as consorts? You are creating unnecessary enemies for His Highness. The black-clad monk understood that the Qin prince would eventually usurp the empress, and currently, the empress's chosen consort belonged to a powerful family, thus naturally aligning them with her interests. To avoid creating unwarranted adversaries, the black-clad monk had deliberately urged Su Jin to select women from lesser backgrounds. I had initially eliminated her from consideration, but the left chancellor issued a direct command, leaving me with no choice, Su Jin lamented. The left chancellor had intended to elevate her to the position of queen, but after my vehement arguments, she ultimately became the noble consort. What does the left chancellor mean? The Qin King suddenly scoffed. Do you intend to oppose me? It is not so much opposition as it is a suspicion regarding your majesty's identity, hence the probing. After a moment's hesitation, the cloaked monk slowly spoke. After all, he is one of the trusted ministers appointed by the late emperor. If your majesty were a woman, he would certainly acquiesce to your highness's ascension. However, if your highness is a man, he would undoubtedly support your majesty. Damn it. The Qin King's expression hardened. Regardless of whether she is male or female, this throne is mine to claim. Should anyone dare to oppose me, I will annihilate their entire family upon my ascension. Hearing the chilling words of the Qin King, Su Jin could not help but shudder, while the cloaked monk appeared utterly unconcerned. Go, arrange the grand wedding promptly, as you command. Upon hearing the monk's words, Su Jin felt as if a great weight had been lifted and hurriedly departed. Your Highness, someone from the Qilin sacred land has arrived, requesting our assistance in locating an individual within the capital of Defeng. The cloaked monk, well acquainted with the martial world, spoke slowly. This person has been marked for assassination by the lord of the Qilin sacred land. Oh? The Qin King immediately became intrigued. What sort of individual could provoke a death warrant from the lord of Qilin? I'm not entirely certain. It pertains to the secrets of the Qilin sacred land. The cloaked monk shook his head. The person from the Qilin sacred land is waiting outside. Would your highness care to meet them? Please do. I am Shen Zhao, the left protector of the Qilin sacred land. It is an honor to meet your majesty and the master. A young swordsman with striking features, carrying a long sword and exuding an extraordinary aura, strode confidently into the hall, offering a slight bow to the Qin king and the cloaked monk. Protector Shen. The Qin king was not offended by his arrogance. What sort of individual are you searching for, and how may I assist you? This person is in their 20s. I cannot specify their height or appearance, but I can assert that they are certainly within the capital of Defeng. Shen Zhao gazed intently at the Qin king. They bear a faintly visible Qilin totem on their shoulders and chest. I suspect they have recently been seen within the imperial palace. Protector Shen is jesting. There are no men in the inner court of the palace. The Qin king replied with a chuckle. Unless the person you seek is a eunuch. He is certainly not a eunuch. Shen Zhao shook his head. I implore your highness to assist me in my search. If any suspicious individuals are discovered, I possess special means to ascertain whether they are the one I seek. Our lord has stated that should your highness assist the Qilin sacred land in locating this individual, we shall wholeheartedly support your ascension to the throne. In critical times, our lord may even personally intervene to endorse your highness. Excellent. Upon hearing this, the Qin king's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Qilin sacred land not only held a prestigious position in the martial world, but also boasted numerous formidable practitioners. With their support, his chances of successfully usurping the throne would undoubtedly increase significantly. This is the royal insignia of the king. With it, you may proceed to the 5 cities' military command and seek out General Zhao Guang, who will undoubtedly arrange for the city guards to assist you in uncovering the truth within the capital. Thank you very much. Clutching the insignia of the Qin king, Shen Zhao swiftly ascended into the air, vanishing from the prince's residence in an instant. Master, the Qilin sacred land has taken the initiative to seek cooperation with me, aiding my quest for power and usurpation. It seems I am indeed the chosen one, destined to ascend to the throne of the great Feng Empire. Congratulations, your highness. The monk in black smiled and bowed. You have already inherited the great legacy, instilling awe throughout the realm. Aha. In the midst of his laughter, the Qin king excitedly waved his hand. Once I ascend the throne, you shall be the left prime minister of the great Feng. Chapter 16. Assist the emperor and empress in the bridal chamber after acquiring the Qin Wang's token. Shen Zhao, the left guardian of the Qilin sacred land, swiftly located General Zhao Guang at the Wucheng military command. Subsequently, an agreement was reached between them. He quickly dispersed the dozen skilled individuals he had brought from the Qilin sacred land throughout various districts of Chang'an, determined to turn the capital upside down under the guidance of the patrolling soldiers. These damned remnants, Shen Zhao scoffed, gazing at a writhing little serpent in his palm, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. This time, I shall surely unearth you and strike you down. Guardian Shun, with a population of over 1 million in Chang'an, there must be many who meet your criteria, Zhao Guang remarked, a hint of bitterness in his expression after assigning his subordinates to scout the area for Shen Zhao. Surely, we cannot simply eliminate them all. Certainly not necessary. Shen Zhao replied with a cold smirk, toying with the serpent in his hand. Within 10 steps, should he appear beside me, this soul-searching serpent will undoubtedly reveal his identity. Thus, you only need to seize those who fulfill my requirements, and I shall personally investigate each one. Release those who do not match. Understood. Zhao Guang suddenly grasped the plan. As the Wucheng military command oversees the entire patrol of Chang'an, aside from the Forbidden City and a few noble residences where my men cannot enter, there is no corner of Chang'an where my search cannot reach. Indeed, Shen Zhao nodded slightly, a chilling smile gracing his lips. This time, he is undoubtedly doomed. I shall make the arrangements immediately. With utmost respect for the Qin Wang's token, Zhao Guang, despite Shen Zhao's haughty demeanor, remained deferential. Meanwhile, as the capital of Chang'an and the Forbidden City were rife with intrigue, propelled by various factions, the Empress's grand wedding was hastily advanced and was set to take place in less than 3 days. The Empress and 2 esteemed concubines were to enter the palace simultaneously. How comfortable it must be to be the emperor. Accompanied by the attendant Xiao Jinzi and Li Cheng from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, Lin Yichen, as the Empress's trusted aide, oversaw dozens of eunuchs responsible for maintaining order and managing tasks. He watched as the Empress, adorned in a golden dragon robe, personally welcomed 1 Empress and 2 concubines. The Empress and the concubines appeared to possess admirable figures. Yet Lin Yichen lamented the inability to discern their faces due to their veils. Such legendary figures naturally piqued his curiosity. Chief Lin, Li Cheng, noticing Lin Yichen's intrigue, lowered his voice intentionally. I have acquaintances among the eunuchs in the Directorate of Ceremonies, and they had the fortune of seeing the Empress and the 2 concubines when the betrothal was announced. Oh, Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled at the revelation. How do they look? Stunningly beautiful, akin to blooming flowers. Li Cheng hastily replied. They were meticulously chosen by the Ministry of Rites, possessing both noble backgrounds and exceptional beauty and virtue. Isn't it said that one should marry for virtue rather than mere beauty? Lin Yichen mused, reminiscent of Zhuge Liang's wife, Huang Weiying, known for her plain appearance. Ah, that may hold true for ordinary folk, Li Cheng retorted. Li Cheng hastily remarked, Master Lin, consider this. The Empress, regardless of her circumstances, must embody the dignity of a nation, attending various celebrations and receiving the wives of nobles and foreign dignitaries as the mother of the realm. If she were to be of unpleasing appearance, it would not only be a disgrace to your majesty, but also to the grand of Feng Empire. Indeed, Lin Yichen suddenly grasped the implications. He observed the Empress being assisted into the Phoenix throne, while the female sovereign herself mounted a magnificent steed, and he inwardly lamented. What a pity! Even if the Empress possesses beauty, she is destined to endure the profound loneliness of an empty chamber. How could she know that the Emperor is a woman? Gazing at the two enchanting concubines, whose fragrance wafted around them, Lin Yichen was even more distressed. What a waste of such beauty, confined to a life of solitude. The Empress truly does them a grave injustice. To be fair, the Empress herself was not lacking in beauty. If only he could. Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled momentarily, but he suppressed the wicked thought, recognizing his own limitations at this moment. Never mind, preserving my life is paramount. He inhaled deeply and turned to Li Cheng. Have you gleaned any information regarding the matter you were investigating? Master Lin. Li Cheng replied awkwardly, our western depot is already short-staffed. After you eliminated Wang Jin, a significant portion defected to Prince Qin or joined the Jinhui and Dongchang. Now, we are left with merely 30 or so. I instructed them to gather intelligence, and it appears that the previous batch of assassins were indeed affiliated with Prince Qin. Recently, the soldiers from the Wu City Military Command have been inspecting for illicit salt in Chang'an, but it doesn't particularly concern us. Illicit salt? Lin Yichen furrowed his brow. Sensing something amiss, yet with scant clues, he could not ascertain whether these individuals were targeting him or the Empress. Continue the investigation. We may appropriately expand our Western Depot's ranks. Anyone capable, regardless of their background, can be brought forth to see me, and I shall reward them with significant responsibilities. Master Lin, expanding the ranks requires funding, Li Cheng said, his face flushed with embarrassment. The head of the Internal Affairs Bureau is aligned with the Empress Dowager and has consistently withheld allocations from our Western Depot. Funding, you say? I shall devise a solution. Lin Yichen's mind whirled as he contemplated approaching the Empress for financial support. Utilizing her resources to cultivate his own subordinates seemed a splendid arrangement. Lin Yichen, just as he pondered how to procure funds from the Empress, the figure of a Chio, clad in yellow, suddenly appeared. Her Majesty wishes to see you. Ah, Lin Yichen exclaimed, taken aback, pondering why the Empress would seek him out on the night of her grand wedding, instead of indulging in romantic moments with the Empress and concubines. Yet, even if she desired to do so, she lacked the capability. Muttering to himself in skepticism, Lin Yichen had no choice but to follow a Chio into the Qianqing Palace, where he encountered the Empress, who had just escorted the Empress into the Kuan-Ning Palace. Lin Yichen, the Empress said, delicately handling a blue and white porcelain teacup, her expression cold as she gazed at him. How loyal are you to me, Your Majesty? What do you mean by this? Lin Yichen hastily knelt before the Empress, declaring, Your Majesty, my loyalty is as steadfast as the sun and moon. I am willing to serve you with unwavering dedication until my last breath. If you doubt my sincerity, I can lay open my heart for you to see. With a clatter, the Empress threw a dagger before Lin Yichen, commanding, proceed. A moment of awkwardness enveloped Lin Yichen as he stammered, Your Majesty, I believe it is wiser to preserve my life for your service. After all, I have already taken command of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office and uncovered that the assassins from the previous incident were indeed agents of the King of Qin. Spare me your flowery words. The Empress retorted with an icy huff. Today, you must accomplish a task for me. Should you fail, I shall truly end your life. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to your service and ensure that the task is executed flawlessly. Faced with the capricious Empress, Lin Yichen hurriedly pledged his loyalty. What does Your Majesty require of me? I need you, the Empress replied, her expression a mixture of complexity as she softly uttered. To consummate the marriage between me and the Empress. Chapter 17. The lottery opportunity reward. Lin Yichen was utterly astonished by the request from the Empress, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at her. Ding dong, the host has triggered a side quest. Please assist the Empress in overcoming her difficulties and subduing the Queen. Upon completion, the host shall receive a lottery opportunity reward. What? Do you have any objections? The Empress, noticing Lin Yichen's astonishment, coldly huffed. You are reluctant to consummate the marriage on my behalf with the Queen? Of course not. Lin Yichen, processing the system's words, hurriedly clarified. I am willing to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for Your Majesty. even if faced with the depths of the underworld, as long as your majesty commands. I shall not flinch. However, as he looked at the empress before him, Lin Yichen still felt a twinge of shock. He had never imagined that on the night of the empress's grand wedding, the one to bed the queen would be him. Yet, upon observing the empress's graceful silhouette, Lin Yichen realized that she was indeed in a predicament. Lacking the capability herself, she needed to create a ruse to prevent King Qin, the empress dowager, and the officials from growing suspicious, thus requiring him to play the part of a consort to the queen. This matter is imperative, and you must execute it flawlessly. Otherwise, I shall first castrate you, and then put you to death. The empress fixed her cold gaze on Lin Yichen. Moreover, you must not let the queen discover that you are the one bedding her on my behalf. Do you understand? Remember, not a word must be spoken during the process. Leave immediately after it's over. The empress bit her crimson lip, casting an exasperated glance at Lin Yichen. I will provide cover for you. Once you depart, I shall enter the chamber to converse with her, ensuring she remains oblivious. I understand. Lin Yichen quickly grasped the situation, realizing the empress intended for him to serve as a mere tool. Nevertheless, this did not deter him. Recalling the queen's exquisite figure he had witnessed earlier, he felt quite invigorated. What man could remain indifferent to such a stunning beauty? Though merely a pawn, most men would likely relish the opportunity, dreaming joyfully even in slumber. This truly was a serendipitous windfall. Rest for now. When night falls, we shall proceed to Kuan-Ning Palace together. I obey your command. Lin Yichen gazed at the empress, excitement bubbling within him as he eagerly awaited the night. You seem quite keen. Do you find her appealing? The empress scrutinized Lin Yichen's eager countenance, her brow suddenly furrowing. Do you think she surpasses me? Upon uttering those words, both the empress and Lin Yichen froze. Lin Yichen was alarmed, while the empress felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she sensed something amiss. Beside them, Achio could not help but steal glances at the jealous empress, yet refrained from offering any words of comfort. Despite her outward arrogance and denial, Lin Yichen undoubtedly belonged to her. To relinquish her man to another woman, even the proud empress could not remain unaffected. Deep down, it must have been quite unsettling for her. I mean no such thing. I merely yearn to serve your majesty and alleviate your concerns. Lin Yichen hurriedly cast a respectful gaze towards the empress. Your majesty, my heart is solely devoted to you. Every smile and frown of yours deeply captivates me. Truly, your glance alone ignites 100 charms, rendering the beauty of the 6 palaces pale in comparison. I lament that I cannot alleviate your burdens by swiftly removing the Empress Dowager and Prince Qin, assisting you in wielding power so that you may reclaim your rightful identity as a woman. Lin Yichen looked at the empress. I swear, my heart holds only you. Such sweet talk. You men, do you not think with anything above your waist, falling in love at the sight of every woman? Do you think I am unaware? The empress glared at Lin Yichen, pondering that had he not still held some utility, she would have long since had him castrated. As she recalled the troublesome incident involving Lin Yichen, a warmth crept over her body. Her delicate face flushed slightly as she huffed. Just wait. I shall eventually have you castrated, ensuring you can no longer cause harm. It is no easy task to be an emperor. Lin Yichen observed the empress's face, now tinged with a furious hue, silently mourning for her. While it was common in ancient times for men to have multiple wives and concubines, with many legitimate wives even facilitating their husbands and taking concubines or gifting their maidservants to them, the empress was a ruler. The thought of giving her first man to another woman would surely ignite her fury. To prevent the empress from becoming excessively enraged, Lin Yichen cautiously offered smiles. Aware that when a woman is angered, reason is cast aside, and the consequences are of little concern. Currently lacking the strength to offend the empress further, he dared not provoke her, for should she truly wield her blade against him, he would find himself utterly helpless. The empress. Despite his efforts to remain composed, thoughts of the stunningly beautiful empress, who embodies grace and authority, preparing to sing for him, soon filled Lin Yichen with excitement. Let us proceed. As night descended, the empress cast Lin Yichen a displeased glance before entering Kuan-Ning Palace. Inside Kuan-Ning Palace, numerous eunuchs and palace maids awaited respectfully, clearly having anticipated the empress's arrival. A few eunuchs from the Palace of Ceremonies exchanged complex glances, evidently eager to eavesdrop. Though the empress felt displeased, she had no choice but to endure. For according to the inner court's customs, the first night between the empress and the empress consort must be recorded by the eunuchs of the Palace of Ceremonies, and an inspection would follow to confirm whether the consort had left her mark. Thus, they were brazenly eavesdropping today. You may remain outside. Aki, Shaoqinzi, accompany me into the chamber. With a sweep of her gaze over the eunuchs and palace maids, the empress waved her hand and brought Aki and Lin Yichen into the bedroom of Kuan-Ning Palace. Many young eunuchs and palace maids gazed enviously at Lin Yichen's handsome features, thinking how fortunate he was to have won the empress's favor, becoming a cherished confidant within the Forbidden City. Although several older eunuchs felt the empress's decision to bring Lin Yichen into the room was inappropriate, they refrained from voicing their opinions, for after all, Lin Yichen was a eunuch. Your Majesty, the empress consort, adorned in a resplendent red phoenix robe and veiled in crimson, sat gracefully upon the bed, letting out a soft hum upon hearing the empress enter the room. The empress directly unveiled the queen's bridal veil and shared a cup of wine with her. Oh, how breathtakingly beautiful! Concealed in the shadows, Lin Yichen stole a glance, and upon witnessing the queen's stunning beauty that could captivate a nation, he was utterly mesmerized in an instant. This was not to imply that the empress and Achio were lacking in beauty. Both were indeed extraordinary in their own right. The empress exuded a cold, commanding elegance that ignited a desire for conquest, while Achio radiated a spirited valiance, reminiscent of a heroic maiden. Particularly, the yellow sash accentuating her slender waist captivated Lin Yichen, leaving him enchanted and yearning. In stark contrast, the queen embodied a gentle and virtuous demeanor. Her every glance and movement radiated the grace and poise of a refined lady. There was not a hint of impropriety in her actions, yet her delicate motions and expressions, with just a slight turn of her eyes, made her voluptuous figure shift in a way that rendered Lin Yichen's breath increasingly labored. Chapter 18. Speak of it, and we shall both perish. What extraordinary fortune I possess. Observing the breathtakingly beautiful queen, Lin Yichen eagerly rubbed his hands together, eagerly awaiting his moment to shine. Your Majesty, I shall attend to your change of attire. As anticipated, Lin Yichen did not have to wait long. After partaking in the ceremonial cup of wine, within the confines of the chamber, the queen, her cheeks flushed, cautiously regarded the empress, having already received her mother's exhaustive teachings. Although immensely bashful, she was nonetheless well prepared, having made all necessary arrangements for the impending storm. Ahem! The empress, suddenly overcome with embarrassment, cleared her throat several times, her expression growing increasingly grave. She could not allow the queen to assist her in changing, for once the dragon robe was unfastened, the queen would surely be terrified beyond measure. She could not afford to bestow upon the queen such a startling surprise that would leave her feeling ashamed. Patience, I have never favored being attended during my change. You may proceed with your own preparations while I take a bath. I shall join you shortly. The empress admonished the queen with a stern countenance, intentionally leading her to believe she was displeased, thereby setting the stage for Lin Yichen's forthcoming silence. With that, she promptly extinguished the candles and stepped outside. In the dimness beyond the bedroom, the empress cast a cold glance at Lin Yichen. You understand your duties now, do you not? I shall grant you a quarter of an hour. I will remain here to await your return, and shortly, I will come to assist you. A quarter of an hour? Upon hearing this, Lin Yichen immediately shook his head. That is insufficient. Must we rush through this affair? Do you dare to haggle with me? The empress's brows furrowed in anger. Had they not been in the queen's chamber, she would have relished the opportunity to strike Lin Yichen across the face. I meant no offense. Lin Yichen replied earnestly, shrugging slightly. You know my requirements. At least an hour is necessary. I am unaware of such things. The empress's cheeks flushed with indignation, and she glared at Lin Yichen, who had unwittingly touched upon a sensitive subject. I can grant you no more than half an hour. Hurry. Should you deliberately delay, I shall have you castrated. Very well. Lin Yichen shrugged once more, contemplating how to hasten his preparations, lest the tempestuous empress become truly impatient. If this irritable sovereign chose to obstruct him, it would spell trouble indeed. After all, a woman consumed by jealousy and anger could elevate her combat prowess and intellect to astonishing heights. Rascal! Before long, upon hearing the queen's melodic voice emanating from the chamber, the empress's face turned crimson, and she struggled to maintain her composure against the table. Biting her lip, she crossed her legs, casting a conflicted glance at Achio, who remained steadfast and seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. He is such a scoundrel. Your Majesty speaks true. Achio, noticing the empress's slight disarray, lowered her gaze, hesitant to elaborate further. I truly wish to castrate him. The empress's grip on her lip tightened, her expression growing even more complex. Though she felt a twinge of discomfort and unease, she would never admit to it. Logically, as the queen was her own, Lin Yichen's actions appeared tantamount to placing a green hat upon her. However, she is, after all, a woman, so the notion of infidelity is hardly applicable. At this moment, the empress does not harbor the displeasure of being betrayed. Rather, she is somewhat angered by the jealousy that has been stirred within her. For it is not the empress who should be singing at this moment, but that scoundrel. After waiting for nearly an hour, the empress, filled with a mix of shame and anger, bit her crimson lips, eager to return to the Qianqing palace for a bath. Yet, Lin Yichen still had not completed his task, which only heightened her agitation. Ahem! With no other recourse, The increasingly impatient empress cleared her throat a few times and deliberately shattered a porcelain vase from June kiln. Her frustration was palpable. Inside, Lin Yichen, feeling somewhat helpless and with his back scratched to the point of bleeding by the empress, had no choice but to hasten to fulfill her wishes. Just then, as Lin Yichen suddenly rose, a gust of wind fluttered the curtains, allowing a beam of moonlight to pierce through the gap in the fabric. This beam of moonlight fortuitously illuminated both Lin Yichen and the empress, though the light was soon obscured by the falling curtain. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yichen caught sight of the empress's flushed face and entranced expression, and she, in turn, noticed him seated upon her lap. "Ah, do not speak." In an instant, Lin Yichen realized the precariousness of the situation. He quickly leaned down and tightly covered the empress's delicate mouth. "You must be aware of the rumors circulating outside. I can assure you, they are indeed true. I do not care what your purpose for entering is, nor whether you are backed by Prince Qin or the Empress Dowager. I can only implore you, this matter must remain a secret, or else we shall both meet our demise. Just consider, once those behind you learn of this, will they spare your life as Empress after deposing Her Majesty?" In the darkness, Lin Yichen gazed intently into the Empress's eyes. "If you wish to survive, forget what has just occurred, and pretend, like me, that you know nothing. Continue to fulfill your duties as Empress and live. That is far better than anything else." Lin Yichen lowered his voice. "If you agree, simply nod." The Empress, with her mouth covered, hurriedly nodded in response. Lin Yichen gradually released his grip, relieved to see that she did not cry out. He was acutely aware that had she made even the slightest noise, both of their lives would likely be in grave danger. "You are a wise woman." Noticing that the Empress did not struggle or scream, Lin Yichen finally breathed a sigh of relief. After casting a glance at the increasingly agitated figure of the Empress outside, he reluctantly hurried to dress. Meanwhile, the Empress, lazily reclined on the bed, regarded Lin Yichen with a profoundly complex expression. She had never anticipated that the rumors were true. The sovereign was indeed of the female gender. As the reigning Empress, she found it utterly incomprehensible that, in such an unexpected twist of fate, she had entrusted the most precious part of herself to this unfamiliar man. Lin Yichen. This realization weighed heavily on her heart. However, as she savored the lingering echoes of her recent flight, the Empress's feelings towards Lin Yichen, the man who had taken from her the most cherished possession, grew increasingly intricate. Although her parents had vaguely alluded to certain matters before her entrance into the palace, the Empress understood that Lin Yichen's words held a kernel of truth. If this information were to leak, both he and she would undoubtedly face death. Even if she were to escape the clutches of the female emperor's wrath, the ascension of the new emperor would surely spell her doom. For she could not remain as a former empress who had brought scandal upon the great Feng dynasty. Thus, she found herself compelled to heed Lin Yichen's counsel and conceal the truth from the female emperor. "I am leaving." As Lin Yichen, now dressed, cast a glance back at the alluring silhouette of the Empress in the darkness, he intended to take his leave. Yet, just as he rose to depart, a delicate hand unexpectedly grasped his own with surprising urgency. Chapter 19. The Empress Murong Yener. Upon encountering the Empress, who unexpectedly grasped his hand, Lin Yichen was momentarily entranced by the delicate softness of her palm. His heart fluttered, leading him to mistakenly believe that the Empress wished to prolong their intimate moment. It is not uncommon for men to turn away and slumber after their trysts, while women often delight in whispering sweet nothings in their partner's embrace. Faced with such a stunning beauty, Lin Yichen yearned to share tender moments with her, to exchange intimate words and deepen their connection, perhaps to indulge in further pleasures later on. Yet, he knew he could not indulge in such desires. Despite his longing, the Empress would not grant him the luxury of time. Should he provoke her ire, she might very well wield her sword and punish him severely. Lin Yichen could not afford such a risk. Perhaps next time, he thought, as she awaited him outside, lingering too long could lead to complications. Thus, he lowered his voice and leaned closer to her ear, murmuring seductively, "Next time, do prepare to give me a proper farewell. Rest well, for we have all the time in the world ahead of us." The reclining Empress let out a soft hum, her countenance blushing in the darkness as she parted her crimson lips to introduce herself. "I am Murong Yener." Ding dong. The system chimed in Lin Yichen's mind, indicating his successful assistance to the Empress and his conquest of her heart, awarding him a special lottery opportunity. Lin Yichen was taken aback, never imagining he could so swiftly win over the Empress. One would assume that upon learning of his true identity as an impostor, she would be enraged. After all, she was the revered Empress of the realm. Perhaps it was due to his overwhelming charm. After all, she was a woman first and an Empress second. As this thought crossed his mind, he found it unsurprising. Women often prioritize emotional connections over status, easily swayed when their minds become enraptured. "Yener, I shall remember that," he declared, Indeed, she replied, her luminous eyes blinking in the darkness, reflecting her reluctance to part. Although by sheer chance, Lin Yichen, this stranger, had assumed the emperor's identity, he was nonetheless her first true man. A universal trait among women is their inability to forget their first love. I am Lin Yichen. We shall meet again if fate allows. He gently pressed a kiss to the empress's pristine cheek before hastily dressing and feigning a need to bathe, swiftly exiting the chamber. Outside, the empress, who had been waiting impatiently, let out a huff and shot Lin Yichen a fierce glare. After an entire hour, her legs felt weak, and she could barely stand. However, now was not the time for grievances. Despite her desire to reprimand him, she swiftly took Lin Yichen's place and entered the chamber. It was time for the empress to take her bath as well. Upon entering the chamber, the empress inhaled the lingering scent that permeated the air. Her gaze swept over the disheveled bed, and her complexion flushed crimson in an instant, disdaining the uncleanliness. She chose not to sit upon the bed, but rather settled into a chair. Intentionally lighting a candle, she aimed to reveal her visage to the queen, thereby convincing her that the one who had just attended to her was none other than herself. Your Majesty, I find myself rather fatigued. Let us postpone the washing until tomorrow. The queen let out a soft huff, her voice slightly hoarse. Very well. The empress cast a languid glance at the queen, her displeasure towards Lin Yichen intensifying. I shall have someone replace the bedding. It is too filthy. No need for that. The queen retorted with a dismissive huff. Despite the empress's disdain, she held no such aversion. The bedding retained Lin Yichen's lingering scent, offering her a sense of security that lulled her into a peaceful slumber. Very well, I have state affairs to attend to. You may rest. The empress was unwilling to linger in a place marked by Lin Yichen's presence, and with a disdainful huff, she departed. I bid you farewell, Your Majesty. Farewell, Your Majesty. After the emperor's departure, an elderly matron from the palace would naturally enter the chamber to inspect the plum blossoms and subsequently document her findings in the imperial records. Lin Yichen. Upon returning to the warm quarters of the Yangxin Hall in the Qianqing Palace, the empress sat upon her dragon throne, her expression ominous as she scrutinized Lin Yichen, who knelt before her. In her hand, she toyed with a small knife, methodically slicing through bananas transported from the southern regions. Each cut sent a chill through Lin Yichen, causing him to shudder involuntarily. What thoughts do you harbor regarding today's events? The empress inquired with a frosty demeanor, her gaze piercing as she regarded Lin Yichen. Are you certain you exhibited no signs of vulnerability with the queen? I am certain. Though the phrase quite pleasurable flashed through his mind, Lin Yichen dared not voice it. Instead, he cautiously glanced at the empress's delicate feet, suppressing the urge to reach out. He hastily assured her, rest assured, Your Majesty, I remain silent. The queen could not perceive any hint of weakness. I have secured control over the Imperial Horse Bureau. Given time, I shall undoubtedly assist you in managing the inner court. Removing the Empress Dowager and Prince Qin. You are quite bold in your declarations. The Empress responded with a cold snort. Go now. You shall accompany me to the morning court tomorrow. Since you have control over the Imperial Horse Bureau, I shall entrust you with a task. I obey your command. Lin Yichen pondered briefly before speaking. Your Majesty, I have fully comprehended the techniques and elixirs you previously bestowed upon me. Might I be so bold as to request further rewards? Additionally, the Imperial Horse Bureau requires an expansion of personnel, yet I find myself lacking funds. I, too, am devoid of funds. The Empress retorted sharply, eyeing Lin Yichen with skepticism. You have mastered both the Yangyuan pill and the 2 volumes of techniques? Indeed. Humph. The Empress, somewhat incredulous, signaled to Achio, and with a swift motion, the tension in the air intensified. Standing aside with a sword in hand, Achio remained silent, merely serving as a backdrop. Upon the Empress's words concluding, she unsheathed her sword and fiercely lunged at Lin Yichen. Startled, Lin Yichen hastily unleashed his internal energy, desperately attempting to block the attack. However, his prowess paled in comparison to Achio's, a martial artist of innate talent. Observing Lin Yichen's ability to manifest his internal energy outward, Achio was taken aback. After all, she distinctly remembered that just a few days prior, Lin Yichen was merely a little eunuch, not even a practitioner of internal energy. The speed of his progress was utterly astonishing. Gulp, Your Majesty. Achio gazed at the Empress with an expression of sheer astonishment. An innate martial artist. The Empress regarded Lin Yichen with a profoundly intricate gaze. She had dedicated 18 years to her cultivation to attain the innate realm, and her breakthrough was facilitated by Lin Yichen's assistance. Chapter 20. The lottery. In just a few short days, Lin Yichen astonishingly ascended to the realm of innate martial artists. The disparity in talent is truly staggering. It is indeed disheartening to witness such comparisons among people. My breakthrough is undoubtedly a result of His Majesty's grace. To avoid being treated as a mere subject for dissection by the Empress, Lin Yichen hastened to explain, I have been training under Lord Dong from the very beginning, which provided me with a solid foundation. However, I had yet to break through my limitations. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, the Empress's delicate face flushed as she pondered whether Lin Yichen had similarly attained his breakthrough with her assistance. With the aid of the Empress's bestowed elixirs and martial arts techniques, I was able to advance swiftly. Lin Yichen quickly added, every time I reflect upon this, I am filled with utmost respect for your majesty. Humph. The Empress, with a flick of her eyes, let out a soft huff. Go and diligently cultivate. I shall dispatch someone to provide you with more elixirs and techniques. As long as you serve me loyally, I will not hesitate to bestow rewards upon you. I shall certainly devote myself to your majesty, sacrificing everything. Lin Yichen immediately bowed deeply, cautiously lifting his gaze to the Empress's charming countenance. However, your majesty, regarding the matter you mentioned earlier about the need for funds to expand the Western Depot, I have no money. The Empress's brows furrowed, and she coldly retorted, find a way on your own. A feeling somewhat embarrassed as if he were living off the generosity of others, Lin Yichen thought to himself, how could a sovereign such as the Empress possibly be out of funds? Is it not said that emperors have their coffers, numerous royal estates, and countless merchants at their disposal? The internal treasury is managed by the Empress Dowager, while the external treasury is overseen by the Crown Prince and the Prime Ministers. Thus I cannot access it without cost. The Empress cast a knowing glance at Lin Yichen, having already surmised his thoughts. In that case, I shall devise a way for you to acquire some funds. I shall obey your command. Observing the Empress's evident frustration, Lin Yichen could only retreat with a sense of helplessness. The Empress is truly impoverished. At that moment, after Lin Yichen exited the Palace of Heavenly Purity, the events that transpired in the Palace of Earthly Tranquility reached the ears of the Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince. How could this be possible? Upon receiving a confidential report from her trusted maid, the Empress Dowager, taken aback while sipping tea, exclaimed, causing tea to spill from her cup, are you certain? Your Highness, how could I dare deceive you? The maid, wiping up the spilled tea, recounted, I was stationed outside the Palace of Earthly Tranquility and heard the Empress singing for a full hour. To be honest, I nearly lost my footing. This is inconceivable. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow, her expression filled with deep suspicion. She understood that there were no men within the inner court of the Forbidden City, and she knew the true identity of the Emperor. He lacked such capabilities. So why was the Empress singing in such an exuberant manner? Had the Emperor conspired with her to stage a performance, or was there another explanation? The Empress Dowager furrowed her brows, her demeanor grave, continued to monitor the situation. If the Empress shows any signs of pregnancy, be sure to report it to me at once. I shall obey. You may leave. With a wave of her hand. The Empress Dowager, restless upon her couch, found herself unable to sleep, her mind plagued by visions of the Empress singing. Although she held the esteemed title of Empress Dowager, being the consort of the late Emperor, she was barely in her 30s. At this age, a woman is often at the height of her vitality. Thus, the Empress Dowager was beset by a myriad of conflicting emotions. Sighing softly as she gazed into the bronze mirror at her still enchanting visage, she lamented, it cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, in the Qin Wang residence, the boisterous Qin Wang, his hair disheveled, proclaimed loudly, I am the fiercest man in the world. An hour? What jest is this? I am not so audacious. His gaze fixated on the chief eunuch of Kuan-Ning Palace. His face contorted with fury as he seized the man's collar, demanding, are you deceiving me? Speak. What favors has the little emperor bestowed upon you to dare mislead me? I shall annihilate your entire clan. Your Highness, how could a humble servant dare deceive you? I speak nothing but the truth. The chief eunuch, trembling with fear, stammered. There were not just me outside Kuan-Ning Palace. There were several other eunuchs and maidens present. They all heard the empress sing for an entire hour, I assure you. I utter not a single falsehood. Should I dare to mislead you, may I be struck down by divine retribution. With a forceful motion, Qin Wang cast the chief eunuch to the ground, his lips curling in a menacing smile. You would not dare deceive me. I grant you this reward. Continue to keep watch for me. Should there be any signs of the empress's pregnancy, report to me at once. Your humble servant is deeply grateful for your kindness. Clutching the jade token granted by Qin Wang, the chief eunuch knelt in fervent gratitude. At this moment, Qin Wang had little interest in the chief eunuch's flattery. His expression turned grave as he regarded the cloaked monk. Could it be that the emperor truly possesses the strength of a man? Indeterminate, the monk replied, shaking his head. Unless witnessed firsthand, rumors remain conjectural. No one knows what transpired within that chamber. What if the emperor threatened the empress with a blade, compelling her to partake in a ruse? That is indeed plausible, Qin Wang murmured. Even if the little emperor is a woman, there are certainly ways to manipulate the situation. However, if she is a man, that would spell disaster. Forcing her into marriage, should the empress become pregnant, would be akin to striking ourselves with our own stones. Fear not. The cloaked monk smiled mysteriously. Your Highness must understand that whether the Emperor is male or female, her demise is inevitable. The throne rightfully belongs to you. Our ultimate objective is usurpation. Irrespective of the Emperor's gender, you must supplant her. The monk's eyes sparkled with intensity. If she is a woman, the task may prove simpler. Yet if not, it does not hinder our fundamental aim. Our desire to seize the throne does not hinge upon her femininity. Indeed, the Qin king nodded emphatically, declaring that regardless of whether she is male or female, the imperial throne is a prize he is determined to claim. Your Highness, tomorrow at the court meeting, you can allow several ministers to feel at ease. After returning to his modest courtyard, Lin Yichen indulged in a soothing bath, reflecting on the gentle visage of the Empress with a smile. He then opened the system to view the lottery opportunities in his inventory. System, what rewards can I obtain? The host may randomly receive techniques, martial arts, items, elixirs, and other rewards. Excellent, let us proceed with the lottery. Congratulations, the host has obtained. Chapter 21. Choose 10 years of cultivation reward, 5 foundation establishment pills, and the attribute exploration skill. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. System, how generous you are to bestow upon me such bountiful rewards. This endeavor to win over the queen has truly paid off handsomely. Please choose one from the 3 rewards. Before the exuberant Lin Yichen could continue to praise the system, it doused his enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water, rendering him momentarily speechless. System, aren't all 3 supposed to be given? Of course not. Please select one item from the 3 rewards you have drawn. Very well. Lin Yichen's lips twitched in resignation, fully aware of the system's cunning nature. Yet, this was somewhat understandable, as even the stunningly beautiful and shapely queen had succumbed to him. Thus, he could not be greedy like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Although this endeavor seemed risky, it was indeed a surefire profit. Recalling the queen's exceedingly gentle demeanor, Lin Yichen felt a wave of joy wash over him. Not to mention, the queen truly embodied the essence of a refined lady. She left a far more favorable impression than his previous encounter with the Empress, though the Empress was not lacking. Her somewhat masculine attire did little justice to her beauty. When she donned feminine attire, she appeared strikingly handsome, with a figure that was equally impressive. However, the issue lay in the Empress's haughty demeanor. Rather than conquering her, it felt more as though she sought to subjugate him. After all, the queen had tenderly cherished him afterward, while the Empress had wished to either kill or castrate him. The disparity was indeed vast. Every man prefers a gentle woman nestled in his embrace, rather than a violent one wielding a knife at his throat, threatening his life. The 5 foundation establishment pills could enhance his cultivation by 15 years, making the 10-year cultivation option easily dismissible. Lin Yichen contemplated the rewards presented by the system, musing, but what does the attribute exploration entail? System, could you elucidate? The host can utilize attribute exploration to detect the realms and strengths of martial artists weaker than him or those of a certain superiority. Ah, I see. This tool could prove invaluable. Lin Yichen's eyes gleamed with realization. Isn't this the key to knowing oneself and one's enemy, ensuring victory in every battle? Although the 15 years of cultivation was significant, the attribute exploration appeared even more beneficial. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yichen resolved, System, I choose attribute exploration. Congratulations. The host has obtained attribute exploration. Excellent. With a slight pause, Lin Yichen summoned the young eunuch waiting at the door to conduct an experiment. Name, Xiaodongzi. Age, 19. Occupation, eunuch of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Department. Strength, initial stage martial artist. Cultivation method, sunflower technique. Loyalty, 50. Affiliation, Imperial Horse Monitoring Department. Only 50 loyalty. Lin Yichen harbored some doubts. System, is this loyalty directed towards me or towards the Empress? Naturally, it is loyalty to the host. The system promptly responded. Among the loyalty metrics, 030 signifies a complete lack of loyalty, prone to betrayal. 3050 indicates slight loyalty, possible betrayal. 5070 represents loyal service, intermittent betrayal. 7090 denotes steadfast loyalty, rarely betrays, and 90,100 signifies a devoted follower. Only those affiliated with the host's faction will exhibit loyalty levels. Understood. Lin Yichen instantly comprehended. After all, those not under his command would naturally possess no loyalty towards him. The loyalty value is not fixed. It fluctuates with the host's strength and their ability to garner the hearts of others. Realizing this, Lin Yichen turned his gaze and beckoned Xiaodongzi with a gesture. Come here. Master Lin? Slap. Without hesitation, Lin Yichen delivered a resounding slap to Xiaodongzi's face. Do you understand where you went wrong? Huh? Xiaodongzi was momentarily stunned by the slap. His eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Lin Yichen, frightened to the point of kneeling. I was unaware. I implore Master Lin to forgive me. Humph. Lin Yichen snorted lightly and then activated the attribute investigation once more. As anticipated, Xiao Dongzi's loyalty value plummeted to 40 points. Not knowing is precisely the point. This is a test from your master. You have performed well, and I intend to promote you. Lin Yichen smiled. From now on, you shall stay by my side as my personal steward. This essence replenishing pill shall be your reward, for a steward at my side must not be weak. I thank Master Lin for your grace. I shall serve you diligently and with utmost loyalty. Hearing Lin Yichen's words, Xiao Dongzi immediately bowed deeply. Go now. Lin Yichen waved his hand with a smile, and upon reopening the attribute investigation, he discovered that Xiao Dongzi's loyalty value had risen to 65. Indeed, the combination of a stick and a sweet date proves effective. With this attribute investigation, I will easily discern who among my subordinates is worthy of trust, who is not, and who may be an infiltrator. Lin Yichen chuckled. That will be immediately apparent. This truly is a valuable tool. With that, Lin Yichen opened his own attribute interface for a glance. Host, Lin Yichen. Realm, Martial Master Level 6 Innate Realm. Position, Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department. Cultivation Technique, 9 Yang True Scripture, Intermediate Completion. Martial Skill, Thunder Sword Technique, Minor Completion, Attribute Investigation. Items, Wind and Thunder Spirit Sword, Essence Replenishing Pill, 1. Hey, how has my strength increased? Upon noticing his sudden ascendance to Martial Master Level 6, Lin Yichen was taken aback. System, what is the meaning of this? I have not recently received any cultivation rewards or consumed any elixirs. Could it be that I have benefited from the Empress? Lin Yichen's eyes suddenly brightened as he recalled the moment he shared with the Empress, when he distinctly felt every pore of his body opening up. And the internal energy within him surged with unprecedented vigor. Initially, he attributed this sensation to his own excitement. However, upon reflection, could it be that? Upon acquiring the primordial yin of a practitioner, the host's strength could indeed be augmented. The system promptly provided Lin Yichen with an answer. The higher the opponent's cultivation level, the greater the enhancement of the host's power. Dual cultivation? A furnace? One might phrase it thus. Yet this merely represents a unique effect produced by the 9 Yang Scripture in conjunction with the Qilin sacred body, which only manifests upon obtaining the primordial yin and does not inflict harm upon the female counterpart. Furthermore, there exists a certain probability that it may also facilitate the female's advancement in strength. This technique is formidable. But why did my power not increase during my encounter with the Empress? Lin Yichen chuckled wryly, scratching his head. I was foolish, after all. I had yet to acquire the 9 Yang Scripture at that time. Suddenly, before Lin Yichen could delve deeper into his thoughts, a series of knocks echoed through the door. Chapter 22. How to Win Over a Chiao. It is Sister A Chiao. As Lin Yichen opened the door to the courtyard, his gaze fell upon a Chiao. Adorned in a delicate yellow gown, the hem subtly revealing her fair, rounded calves. His eyes sparkled with surprise. Typically, a Chiao, with her long ponytail and sword in hand, maintained a stoic demeanor. Though she eschewed cosmetics, her physique and appearance were undeniably remarkable, attesting to her martial arts background. Her slender waist was not only exquisite but also possessed an alluring elasticity. The sole imperfection might be the calluses on her palms, a testament to her years of sword training. Sister A Chiao, please take a seat, Lin Yichen said with a warm smile, gesturing for her to sit as he hastily poured her a cup of tea. This is a gift from His Majesty. A Chiao handed him a porcelain vial, pausing for a moment before adding, your rapid ascension to the realm of innate martial artist signifies your exceptional talent and potential. Thus, dedicate yourself to your training and time. You shall be able to better serve His Majesty. Rest assured, Sister A Chiao, I am unwaveringly loyal to His Majesty and shall serve him for life. Lin Yichen replied without hesitation, I will strive diligently in my training to repay His Majesty's kindness. Indeed, A Chiao took a sip of her tea, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yichen. Your relationship with His Majesty is unique, so when he occasionally speaks of castrating you, do not fret excessively. She was, after all, a person of fierce yet kind-hearted nature. I understand. Lin Yichen nodded with a smile, though internally he dismissed A Chiao's words. The Empress, a fierce tigress, had nearly taken his life despite him being her savior. What a jest to consider her a benevolent soul. Curiosity piqued, Lin Yichen discreetly activated his attribute probe, stealing a glance at A Chiao. Name, A Chiao. Age, 28. Occupation, personal guard of the Empress. Strength, 5th layer of mastery. Cultivation technique, Jade Maiden True Scripture. Jade Maiden Sword Technique. Affiliation, direct lineage of the Empress. Goodness, 5th layer of mastery. Lin Yichen gasped in astonishment, realizing that despite being at the 6th layer of martial mastery, he would find no assurance against A Chiao's prowess. He comprehended that while he could intimidate the Empress, with A Chiao present, she could easily vanquish him with a single strike. The Jade Maiden True Scripture and Jade Maiden Sword technique were indeed fascinating martial arts. Lin Yichen could not help but gaze at the alluring curves accentuated by Qiu's gown as she settled into her seat. At 28 years, the age of a mature woman, her demeanor, though somewhat frigid, was complemented by a well-developed physique that exuded an undeniable allure. Perhaps she is still untouched? Observing the tantalizing silhouette of Qiu's gown, Lin Yichen's eyes brightened at the thought. If his speculation were accurate, winning Qiu's affection could elevate his strength by 2, even 3 tiers. What are you staring at? Qiu's voice sliced through his thoughts. At this moment, Qiu, seated, sensed something amiss. With her keen intuition, she swiftly positioned her sword against Lin Yichen's neck, declaring, "Look again, and I shall gouge out your eyes." "Dear Qiu, please temper your anger," Lin Yichen replied hastily, forcing a smile as he gently nudged the sword aside with his finger. "Everyone possesses a natural admiration for beauty. You were so stunning and shapely that I simply could not restrain myself from stealing a few glances. My apologies. I shall be more mindful and refrain from gazing so often." "Humph," Qiu huffed disdainfully. "Should you entertain any improper thoughts, I will not hesitate to render you incapable." Lin Yichen was left momentarily speechless, pondering why the women in the palace seemed fond of making threats of castration. "Qiu, may I inquire if you have ever had a boyfriend?" he asked playfully while escorting her out of the small courtyard. "A boyfriend?" Qiu furrowed her brows in confusion at first, but after a moment of contemplation, she grasped the term's meaning. "I have no need for a man. How could one not need companionship?" Lin Yichen chuckled. "Surely, during your solitary nights, you too must find yourself tossing and turning, unable to sleep? At times, I experience that as well. So, if you ever struggle with insomnia, I could provide distraction and engage you in conversation. After all, you reside in the Qianqing Palace." With a mischievous glint in his eye, Lin Yichen boldly reached for Qiu's delicate hand. "It would be inconvenient for me to visit you." "Unnecessary." Qiu immediately sidestepped, turning to glare fiercely at Lin Yichen. "If you dare to move recklessly again, I shall sever your hand. I devote my nights to cultivation and have nothing to discuss with you." With that, she vanished in a swift motion, leaving Lin Yichen in awe. "I refuse to believe there exists a girl untouched by youthful longing," he mused, inhaling the lingering fragrance in the air. "In the future, I shall ensure you listen to more songs. I cannot fathom that you would remain uncurious. And as the only man in the palace, who else could you seek but me?" To his surprise, Lin Yichen found immense excitement in discovering that his Qilin's sacred body, combined with the Jiuyang True Scripture, offered such unexpected benefits. A clear path toward cultivating the sacred realm, or even the divine realm, lay before him. This was indeed a delightful and exhilarating journey into the realm of light. 3 spirit essence pills could each enhance his cultivation by 1.5 years. How miserly this empress was. Lin Yichen muttered discontentedly as he picked up the porcelain vial Qiu had handed him. He had initially hoped to exchange recovered techniques for cultivation, but it seemed the stingy empress had not provided any methods. It was quite vexing. Nevertheless, 3 were better than none. He would cultivate. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yichen promptly consumed all 3 spirit essence pills and commenced his training. Meanwhile, within the office of the Chang'an 5 Cities Military Command, Shun Zhao was seething with rage, his hair disheveled. "Where on earth is he?" he bellowed, his brows furrowed in a fierce scowl. "Where could he possibly be hiding?" "Shen Hufa, my men have scoured every market and alley in Chang'an, leaving no stone unturned in our search, yet we have failed to locate the remnants you seek." Zhao Guang, the commander of the 5 city armies, remarked with a wry smile. "Perhaps he is not in Chang'an?" "Impossible," Shen Zhao replied gravely. "Our men were slain in Chang'an. He cannot have left the city. There is only one possibility." Zhao Guang paused, contemplating. "He must be hiding within the residence of some noble or has infiltrated the Forbidden City. Those are the only 2 places my men cannot investigate." Indeed, Shen Zhao's expression hardened. He is a man, and the Forbidden City is filled with eunuchs. He would certainly not conceal himself there. He must be hiding in the estate of some noble. With a chilling smile, Shen Zhao declared, "I shall personally lead a covert search to root him out. He shall be killed." Chapter 23. The First Audience. Lin Zongwan, come in. Lin Yichen, seated in meditation, opened his eyes to the faint light of dawn. "Why are you not resting at such an early hour? Is there yet another assassination attempt on His Majesty?" As he spoke, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Yichen's eyes. For if he could seize the opportunity to eliminate a few formidable opponents, ascending to the pinnacle of martial mastery might not prove to be an insurmountable challenge. "Not quite," replied the cautious little Jinzi, casting a wary glance at Lin Yichen. "His Majesty has sent someone to invite you to Qianqing Palace, where you are to accompany him for the morning audience." "Oh, is that so? Very well then." Lin Yichen mused, realizing that being an emperor was no easy task, requiring one to rise before the dawn. He sprang to his feet, brimming with rebellious spirit. Do not blame me. Both your families are off limits to me, and I am truly at my wit's end. However, it won't be long before I ascend to the rank of a grandmaster, and at that time, the emperor shall be mine to command. You will then be free to come and go as you please, no longer shackled by this predicament. His thoughts drifted to the empress's fair and radiant skin as she sang, and to the gentle and considerate service of the empress dowager from the night before, filling Lin Yichen with exhilaration and renewed motivation for his training. Why have you only just arrived? Inside Qianqing Palace, the empress shot Lin Yichen a fierce glare. How dare you keep me waiting, you scoundrel? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Lin Yichen quickly stepped forward, grasping the delicate foot of the empress, lifting a nearby boot. What are you doing? The empress's body trembled, her sensitive feet instinctively clamping together as her cheeks flushed with indignation. I am merely assisting your Majesty in putting on your shoes, Lin Yichen replied, gently enveloping her slightly warm foot in the boot. Humph, the empress huffed, deliberately raising her other foot to tease Lin Yichen, her toes playfully swaying near his nose. Your Majesty. Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled mischievously as he lightly tickled the sole of her foot. Ah, the empress could not suppress a surprised cry, instinctively kicking out. Bang! Lin Yichen fell backward, landing flat on his back. Serves you right. The empress smirked, her lips curling in amusement as she cast a disdainful glance at him before striding towards the Taya Hall. That girl is quite the imp. Lin Yichen inhaled deeply, suppressing his impulses as he followed her, invigorated by the sight of her graceful figure. Greetings, mother, he said upon entering the Taiha Hall. As the Empress Dowager was still holding court behind the curtain, the Empress did not dare ascend the dragon throne immediately, instead bowing respectfully to the Dowager. Though the Dowager was not the Empress's biological mother, the principle of filial piety governed the realm, and as the late Emperor's appointed queen, the Empress could not afford to show any disrespect. Your Majesty has worked hard, the Dowager replied, slightly inclining her body, acknowledging the Empress's courtesy. From her voice, it seemed the Dowager was not of advanced age. Following closely behind the Empress, Lin Yichen murmured softly, casting a furtive glance at the figure shrouded in sheer fabric that was the Empress Dowager. Regrettably, all he could perceive was a hazy silhouette. This must be Li Zhong, the chief steward of the inner court. His prowess, what a sight! Lin Yichen's breath caught as he observed the pronounced temples of Li Zhong beside the Empress Dowager. A glance at Li Zhong and it was evident he was an extraordinary master, undoubtedly stronger than a Qiu, just as Lin Yichen was engulfed in doubt. A piercing gaze swept over him, sending a shiver down his spine. Gulping audibly, he instinctively trembled and lifted his gaze to meet Li Zhong's. Strangely, upon realizing that the one observing him was Lin Yichen, Li Zhong not only refrained from displaying anger but also smiled at him. How peculiar. I have no prior acquaintance with him, do I? Searching the recesses of his memories from his former life, Lin Yichen found no recognition of Li Zhong, compelling him to cautiously activate his attribute probe on Li Zhong. Name, Li Zhong. Age, 55. Occupation, Chief Steward of the Inner Court, Chief Eunuch of the Rites Supervisory, and Superintendent of the Eastern Depot. Strength, insufficient. Realm of Host, unable to view. Skills, Sunflower Divine Art, Evil Sword Technique. Influence, directly related to the Empress Dowager. Alas, his strength remains concealed. Gazing at Li Zhong's fundamental information, Lin Yichen could not suppress a gasp. This indicated that Li Zhong was at least a Grand Master, and a formidable one at that. After all, as a martial artist of innate realm, he could scrutinize the attributes of all masters. No wonder the Empress struggled to contend with the Empress Dowager. Li Zhong was simply too powerful. With a furrowed brow, Lin Yichen then directed his attribute probe toward the Empress. Name, Ji Qing. Age, 19. Occupation, Empress of the Feng Empire. Strength, innate martial artist, 3rd layer. Skills, Dragon and Phoenix Divine Art, Dragon and Phoenix Sword Technique, Dragon's Fortune Divine Art. Influence, Sovereign of Defeng. At merely 19 years of age, it was no wonder she was overshadowed. As Lin Yichen observed the Empress's fair, rosy complexion, he mused, her strength is comparable to mine. In a one-on-one confrontation, I could easily subdue her and compel her to submit. However, with a Qiu present, I cannot currently exert my strength over her. I must bide my time. Your Majesty. Just as Lin Yichen was lost in contemplation, a robust voice resonated through the air. The Qin Wang, a man with a square face and a thick beard, stepped forward. A rebellion has erupted in Shu. According to the report from the governor of Hanzhong, the insurgents have seized control of Guangyuan and Bazhou, slaughtering the governors and officials of the 2 provinces, blocking the Jianmen Pass, and proclaiming themselves the king of sweepers with a following of over 100,000. Shu lacks the strength to quell the bandits, and the governor of Hanzhong has urgently requested assistance from Chang'an. The Qin Wang turned to the Empress, I request that General Li Qing of the left wing of the Imperial Guards be appointed as general to pacify Shu, leading 30,000 Imperial Guards to Hanzhong to quell the rebellion. I implore your majesty to prioritize the state and issue a decree to appoint General Li as the general to pacify Shu. As the Qin Wang's words echoed, his followers stepped forward in unison, vociferously urging the empress to comply. The empress's expression was rigid, her complex emotions causing the corners of her mouth to twitch. Just how formidable is this king of Qin? Standing behind the empress, Lin Yichen's eyes flickered as he directly employed an attribute probe to scan the king of Qin. Name, Jiyan. Age, 53. Occupation, regent of the great Feng Empire, king of Qin. Strength, insufficient host realm, unable to view. Techniques, Python Dragon True Scripture. Mountain Splitting Blade Technique, Hehuan's Secret Art, Golden Iron True Body. Influence, faction of the king of Qin. He is indeed so powerful. Upon examining the attributes of the king of Qin, Lin Yichen couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Moreover, what is this Hehuan's secret art? It seems so utterly unorthodox. Chapter 24. I can relieve your majesty, humph. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated, and a gaze as cold and fierce as that of a hawk swept over Lin Yichen. In an instant, an immense pressure, palpable as if it were a physical entity, enveloped Lin Yichen. It was akin to the weight of Mount Tai pressing down upon him, although no blow was struck. The fierce aura emanating from the eyes of King Qin rendered Lin Yichen nearly unable to withstand it. Damn it! Blood seeped from the corner of Lin Yichen's mouth, and his complexion turned ghastly pale. Just as he was about to be forced to kneel by this overwhelming pressure, the Qilin totem upon him suddenly re-emerged, enveloping his body in a radiant purple-blue light. Roar! Before the Qilin could manifest fully, a menacing five-clawed dragon phantom appeared behind the empress, instantly clashing with King Qin's python dragon illusion. Cough, cough. The empress dowager suddenly cleared her throat. I implore your majesty, King Qin, to temper your anger. Li Zhong, who had remained silent, smiled and waved his hand, using his inner strength to separate the opposing figures of King Qin and the empress. Humph. King Qin cast a cold glance at the empress and Lin Yichen, retracting the python dragon phantom from behind him. In the eastern part of Chang'an, within a count's mansion, Shun Zhao suddenly trembled, his eyes shining with intensity as he gazed at the small serpent coiling in his palm. At that moment, the serpent's scales glimmered, its scarlet eyes fixated unwaveringly on the east. Go. Realizing that the serpent sensed the Qilin's presence, Shun Zhao immediately led his men toward the east. Meanwhile, within the Taiha Hall, although the tense standoff had temporarily subsided, the empress's beautiful eyes remained fiercely fixed on the arrogant King Qin, her fists clenched in anger. In this hall, before her very eyes, King Qin had demonstrated his might, attempting to slay those she held dear, an affront that struck deeply at her dignity. Were it not for the auspicious fortune of the Defeng kingdom within Taiha Hall, she would have been unable to protect Lin Yichen. The matter of quelling the rebellion in Shu will be discussed tomorrow. Dismissed. After a cold huff, the empress, her expression as dark as water, turned and strode away. Come. Achio gently tugged at Lin Yichen's arm, leading the injured Lin Yichen to depart alongside the empress. What are your thoughts on today's events? Upon returning to the Qianqing Palace, the empress regarded Lin Yichen with a complex expression. I have brought you into this unwarranted calamity, targeted by him. I owe my gratitude to your majesty for saving my life. Lin Yichen understood that the empress had misunderstood the situation. Yet he felt it inappropriate to disclose that it was due to his clandestine observations of King Qin that he had drawn such ire. Your majesty's grace. I will forever be grateful. This was indeed instigated by me. He intentionally sought to undermine me. The empress coldly huffed. You are one whom I have recently promoted. He dares not strike directly at me, hence he resorts to you as a pawn. Your majesty, a moment's restraint may ensure a grander scheme. Both King Qin and the empress dowager possess formidable strength, and the personal might of King Qin and Li Zhong is unfathomable. Lin Yichen lowered his voice. For now, we must remain discreet and conserve our strength, awaiting a propitious moment. It is best to incite discord among the Qin king and the empress dowager, or between the Qin king and his chancellors, as well as the various regional princes and ministers, allowing you to observe the ensuing turmoil from a safe distance. The empress spoke coldly. There is a rebellion in Shu. What is your perspective? This is the Qin king's overt strategy. Lin Yichen chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Agreeing with his proposal would merely afford him the opportunity to accrue military merit, thereby enhancing his prestige within the court, making it increasingly difficult to eliminate him later. However, dispatching loyal imperial guards outside the city poses a grave risk. If the capital is filled with the Qin king's supporters, your majesty's safety could be compromised. What shall we do then? Although formidable in strength, Achio was not adept at political maneuvering. One cannot simply stand by while the region of Shu is overrun by rebels. as this would further diminish your majesty's reputation. A decisive suppression is imperative. The empress furrowed her brow, her expression grave as she regarded Lin Yichen. If all else fails, I shall personally lead the expedition. That is unnecessary, Lin Yichen replied with a smile. I have a splendid strategy that will allow your majesty to resolve this dilemma while simultaneously thwarting the Qin king. What ingenious strategy do you propose? The empress inquired eagerly. Issue a decree for the king of Longnan to lead troops into Shu to quell the rebellion. Lin Yichen pointed to the map, indicating Longnan, which bordered Bazhou and Guangyuan. The king of Longnan commands 20,000 border troops. He can take 15,000 to quell the rebellion in Bazhou and Guangyuan. Once he succeeds, your majesty may summon him to the capital and bestow upon him significant responsibilities. While deploying him to quell the rebellion is indeed a sound plan, the king of Longnan, although at odds with the Qin king, harbors no loyalty to your majesty. Achio frowned. Having one Qin king is already a considerable headache. Introducing another in the form of the king of Longnan would only invite further trouble. The empress regarded Lin Yichen sternly. Though the king of Longnan lacks ambitions for rebellion, he is by no means a loyal subject. That is of no consequence. Lin Yichen responded cheerfully. Once the king of Longnan arrives in the capital, your majesty may lavish him with rewards, promoting him and bolstering his position to contest the Qin king. Regardless of his willingness, the Qin king will undoubtedly feel threatened by his presence and will act against him. Even if the king of Longnan cannot match the Qin king in strength, he can certainly buy your majesty time. Lin Yichen looked at the empress. What do you think? Your majesty? Very well, we shall proceed with this plan. The empress inhaled deeply, casting a glance at Achio. Convey my decree. Appoint the king of Longnan as the grand general for the suppression of Shu, to quell the rebellion. At your command. Achio immediately bowed in acknowledgement. Lin Yichen, I have another matter for you to attend to. The empress's expression was complex as she regarded him. It seems I am about to bestow another favor upon you, you rogue. Your majesty, please speak. Lin Yichen bowed deeply. I am willing to serve your majesty with utmost dedication, until my last breath. No need for such extremes. The empress bit her crimson lip, as I welcomed the empress. I also took in 2 esteemed concubines. Since I have shared the royal chamber with the empress, it would be unjust for the 2 concubines to remain in solitude. Therefore, you understand what I require your assistance with, do you not? Upon hearing these words from the empress, Lin Yichen could not suppress a gasp, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This fortunate occurrence has come rather swiftly, and the empress is indeed quite generous. Lin Yichen could only express his desire for such fortuitous events to come in abundance. Humph. Men are truly all the same. Observing Lin Yichen's shameless expression, his eyes gleaming with excitement, the empress felt her cheeks flush with indignation as she shot him a fierce glare, exclaiming, Shameless. Your majesty has mistakenly judged me, Lin Yichen replied. In truth, my heart belongs solely to you. If your majesty is displeased, I shall refrain from any further actions. With a clever glint in his eye, he approached the empress, gently wrapping his arms around her slender waist. I perceive that your majesty has been quite weary of late. Should you desire a moment of genuine comfort and relaxation? I am ever at your service. Chapter 25. The embarrassed and angry empress. Release me, you scoundrel. Do you not comprehend the impropriety of your actions? Such behavior could lead to the annihilation of your entire lineage. The empress, feeling a wave of heat surge through her skin as Lin Yichen's large hand brushed against her waist, furrowed her brows in indignation, glaring fiercely at him. Your majesty, are you truly prepared to go that far? Lin Yichen was unfazed by the empress's threats. Instead, he found himself intrigued by her flushed countenance, eager to slip his hand into her garments. Begone! With an exasperated huff, the empress shot Lin Yichen a fierce glare and forcefully pushed him away. For now, she could not bring herself to harm him, as she required his assistance to conceal her identity while serving the queen and consorts, preventing any suspicion from arising. Despite her verbal reprimands, the empress's heart was not filled with genuine anger. Rather, she found herself reflecting on her own allure. Well, as long as your majesty requires my service, I am ever willing to oblige. Observing the flustered empress, Lin Yichen wore a smile, unperturbed by her fury. Teasing this tempestuous empress was indeed quite amusing. After witnessing her elevated demeanor during the court session, witnessing her flustered and enraged state in his presence was a uniquely exhilarating experience. As for the possibility of the empress seeking vengeance against him later on, Lin Yichen harbored no fears. He had already discerned her vulnerability and understood that her threats of castration were mere words. In truth, she lacked the courage to act upon them. And in the future, when his own strength reached unprecedented heights, would she dare to threaten him? She would be compelled to bear his offspring instead. Yet, she had not exhibited any signs of morning sickness. Could it be that she was not with child? Lin Yichen regarded the flustered empress with a discerning gaze, his eyes sweeping across her slender waist. Considering that only half a month had passed, it was only natural that there would be no signs of pregnancy at this moment. What are you pondering? Are you slandering me? The Empress turned her head, casting a sharp glare at Lin Yichen. Go and attend to your duties. Understood. Lin Yichen nodded enthusiastically. Who would refuse the task of serving the two consorts? The Empress truly was a benevolent deity. Stop. Halt. As he watched Shen Zhao prepare to storm into the noon gate, Zhao Guang hurriedly grasped the sleeve of Shen Zhao, his expression one of urgent concern. You cannot enter. To do so would be tantamount to treason. This is the imperial palace of Defeng. The front leads to the external court where the 6 ministries and 9 temples convene, while the rear houses His Majesty's residence, a symbol of Defeng's power. My position as a commander of the 5 cities does not grant me authority over the Forbidden City, nor the right to conduct searches within. Grasping Shen Zhao's arm, Zhao Guang's urgency was palpable. Shen Protector, should you enter without permission, you will face an onslaught from the palace guards. But the remnants I seek are within the Forbidden City. Shen Zhao's eyes remained fixated on the Forbidden City, fully aware that the fleeting aura of the Qilin had indeed manifested within its confines. He had been deceived, wandering through various markets for several days, only to discover that this remnant had infiltrated the Forbidden City. But how could that be? Aside from the Emperor, the palace was inhabited solely by eunuchs and palace maids. How did he manage to enter the imperial harem? Did he castrate himself? Shen Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. If this remnant truly had mutilated himself to gain access to the harem, it would indeed be a curious tale. Perhaps he was among the imperial guards. Observing Shen Zhao's demeanor, Zhao Guang lowered his voice, stating, there is a contingent of imperial guards in the harem, who were stationed there to ensure the emperor's safety. Imperial guards? Shen Zhao's mind raced with a sudden plan. Yes, I know what to do. Zhao Guang, noticing the sinister expression on Shen Zhao's face, faltered, Guardian Shen. What do you mean? You need not concern yourself with the ensuing matters, Shen Zhao replied with a chilling smile, patting Zhao Guang's shoulder. Knowing too much will be of no benefit to you. This remnant must die. With that, Shen Zhao vanished, seeking out his trusted subordinates to assign tasks. What is he planning? Zhao Guang felt a shiver run down his spine as he watched Shen Zhao disappear, an ominous sense of danger lingering in the air. Though he could not pinpoint its source. Let it not involve me. He swallowed hard, deep in thought, before hastily making his way to the prince's residence. Since this task had been entrusted to him by the Qin Wang, he would surely receive protection in the event of any fallout. Meanwhile, within the palace, Lin Yichen, who had served 2 noble consorts for the female emperor, reclined in a grand chair in Qianqing Palace, leisurely sipping tea. Unlike his previous encounters with the empress, these 2 consorts had been brought in by the eunuchs. Indeed, according to palace regulations, the empress and the female emperor held equal rank. Thus, if the female emperor wished to favor the empress, she would need to personally visit Kunning Palace. However, the treatment of the consorts differed. Even the most esteemed imperial consort was still merely a concubine. Typically, when the female emperor desired to summon them, she merely had to call upon the eunuchs of the Naiwafu to present their tokens. The eunuchs would then convey the imperial edict to the consorts' residences, instructing them to prepare for the emperor's favor. Subsequently, the eunuchs would carry the consorts, wrapped in blankets, to the female emperor's Qianqing Palace for her indulgence. Of course, this indulgence was time-limited. Once the time elapsed, the eunuchs would remove the consorts from the female emperor's chambers and inquire whether she wished to keep them. If the female emperor chose to retain them, the consorts would have the opportunity for conception. If she opted against it, the palace matrons would employ special techniques to ensure the consorts could not conceive. Just moments ago, after Lin Yichen had fulfilled his duties for the female emperor, the eunuchs had asked whether the 2 consorts should be kept, and without hesitation, the female emperor had chosen to send them away. Lecherous fool. The female emperor shot a glare at the indolent Lin Yichen, her heart brimming with dissatisfaction. During the previous encounter with the queen, she had contemplated the notion of departing without a trace. However, her unique status as queen rendered such an intention unutterable. She pondered anxiously what would transpire if the queen were to conceive with Lin Yichen. How would she manage that predicament? Would she truly be responsible for raising Lin Yichen's child? The very thought filled her with indignation, prompting her to muse, I shall eventually have you castrated. The empress, increasingly agitated, cast a fierce glare at Lin Yichen before delivering a sharp kick in his direction, demanding, why do you not hasten away? Your Majesty, you are being rather unreasonable, Lin Yichen replied, stretching lazily. I have toiled for you for 2 hours. While I may not have gained any merit, surely my efforts count for something. Is it so urgent for you to send me away? You do not even express concern for my well-being. Nor do you inquire if I am fatigued or in need of replenishment. Chapter 26. How unfortunate for him do you wish to die? With a sharp sound, the empress, her brows furrowed in displeasure at Lin Yichen's increasingly inappropriate remarks, coldly exclaimed, Lin Yichen, Do you dare to mock me? Your Majesty, I speak only the truth. I am sincerely laboring on your behalf. Observing the Empress's escalating ire, Lin Yichen, realizing she was consumed by jealousy, felt a sense of trepidation. His voice dwindled as he cautiously moved the sword from her neck. Your Majesty, you need not worry. I am wholeheartedly loyal to you, willing to toil for your sake. Humph. The Empress, having endured the incessant songs, was on the verge of seeking solace in a bath. She shot Lin Yichen a fierce glare, commanding, "Be gone. I take my leave, Your Majesty. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me." Witnessing the Empress's face darken, a smirk adorning his lips, Lin Yichen swiftly departed. He mused that if such encounters occurred more frequently, the Empress, accustomed to such commotion, could hardly restrain herself. After all, they were both adults, who could remain entirely indifferent. Sooner or later, he would make her succumb to her burning desires and seek him out first. Muttering to himself, Lin Yichen exited the Qianqing Palace. Scoundrel! Back in her chamber at Yangxin Palace, the Empress gazed at the disarray of the bed, a storm of fury brewing within her. You lot! Have you all lost your minds? Dispose of these filthy items immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. The palace maids exchanged bewildered glances, pondering why the Empress, who had created the mess herself, held such disdain. Moreover, they dared not enter her quarters without her express permission. However, they had no choice. The Empress was, after all, the sovereign. Though they felt immense frustration, they complied, diligently tidying up the battlefield left by Lin Yichen. Ruffian! As she wiped the stains from the bed, the Empress's cheeks flushed crimson. She hastily retreated to the already prepared bath. Truthfully, her emotions were quite tumultuous. A certain impulsive yearning had arisen within her. After all, she had been poisoned last time, leaving her hazy and devoid of memory. As a mature woman, her curiosity was piqued. Yet, her reason prevailed, restraining her from acting on whims. I shall eventually castrate you, you calamity. I never harbored such thoughts before. She spat, her face aflame as she glanced at her reflection in the bronze mirror, which showcased her alluring figure. Her emotions were a complex tapestry. She eagerly anticipated the day she could don feminine attire and publicly reveal herself. Lin Yichen, the Empress bit her lip, contemplating whether her future truly entailed continuing to afford such liberties to that scoundrel. Before Lin Yichen's arrival, she had never entertained such notions. Yet now, she frequently found herself sleepless and discontent. Scoundrel! Taking a deep breath, the Empress stepped into the bath. Achoo! Who was thinking of me? As Lin Yichen stepped into his quaint courtyard, he sneezed, pondering with a hint of suspicion. Is it the Empress, or perhaps the Queen, or even the two favored concubines? Yet, he found himself longing for the gentle and charming Morong Yenner. Compared to the irritable Queen, Lin Yichen truly missed the tender warmth of Yenner. For being with her filled him with a profound sense of relaxation. After all, Morong Yenner was a woman who constantly thought of him, devoted to him with unwavering affection. What man could possibly resist such a gracious soul? However, having offended the two favored concubines, what was his current strength? With a flicker of realization, Lin Yichen promptly activated the system to review his attributes. Host, Lin Yichen. Realm, 7th layer of Martial Master, Innate Stage. Position, Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Monitor. Martial Art, 9 Yang True Scripture, Intermediate Completion. Combat Technique, Thunder Sword Technique, Minor Completion, Attribute Inspection. Items, Wind and Thunder Spirit Sword, 1 Yuan Cultivation Pill. Indeed, the nourishment they provided was effective, elevating him directly to the 7th layer of Martial Master. Upon witnessing his enhanced power, Lin Yichen felt a surge of excitement. As a martial master within the imperial city, he could barely ensure his own safety. Yet, as a Grand Master, he would surely move with ease and security. Once he became a Grand Master, even if the Holy Master of the Qilin Sacred Land descended upon the imperial city, he would possess the strength to confront him. Lin Yichen's expression turned grave. Otherwise, if the Holy Master of the Qilin Sacred Land were to arrive now, I would likely be struck down in an instant. I must expedite my cultivation. Recalling the scene of being ruthlessly toyed with by the Qilin Sacred Land, Lin Yichen felt a shiver run down his spine. Why has no one yet attempted to assassinate the Empress, allowing me to eliminate a few skilled opponents and gain cultivation rewards? It's truly vexing when the timing is so askew. Chief Lin, at that moment, Li Qing knocked cautiously on the door. Come in, Lin Yichen replied, observing Li Qing as he entered his courtyard. What brings you here? Reporting to Chief Lin. The matter you previously instructed me to investigate has yielded some leads, Li Qing said respectfully. The markets of Chang'an have recently been unusually tumultuous. The 5 cities' military command has been scouring the various markets under the pretext of capturing wanted criminals. However, they have only been searching and have not truly apprehended anyone. Li Qing looked at Lin Yichen with caution. It seems they are searching for someone. Indeed, Lin Yichen's pupils narrowed. The anticipated presence had finally arrived. The second wave of personnel from the Qilin sacred land had come. Their objective was evidently to find him. Search as you may. Even if you scour the markets of Chang'an to the depths of the earth, you will not find me. Lin Yichen scoffed inwardly. You could never fathom that I am concealing myself in the imperial harem under the guise of a eunuch. Yet, remaining passive was not an option. He must take the initiative to strike, allowing him to operate from the shadows while eliminating them. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yichen turned to Li Qing with a serious demeanor. The searchers cannot possibly be limited to the 5 cities' military command. There must be others involved who are not affiliated with them. Keep a close watch on these individuals, particularly the various officials of the Wuqing Bingmashi, and observe whom they have been associating with recently, especially unfamiliar faces. Lin Yichen gazed sternly at Li Chang, reminding him, remember, do not take action, merely observe. As you command, Li Qing replied respectfully. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, he looked at Lin Yichen with concern, saying, Master Lin, our personnel in the Western Depot are rather limited, while the Wuqing Bingmashi boasts a considerable number of members. It is inevitable that some oversight may occur. Furthermore, the chief official of the Wuqing Bingmashi, Zhao Guang, is affiliated with His Highness the Prince of Qin. Might this provoke His Highness? Chapter 27 The Empress Dowager Summons Foolishness. Truly more absurd than a swine. Lin Yichen, who had just savored a spoonful of sweetened lotus seed soup, cast a weary glance at Li Chang. At such a critical juncture, do you still harbor the delusion that the Prince of Qin will coexist peacefully with us and refrain from seeking vengeance? What folly is this? Lin Yichen's expression was gravely serious. Let me enlighten you. Ever since we eliminated Wang Jin, a loyal subject of the Prince of Qin, a heavy mark has been inscribed upon us by His Majesty. In the eyes of the Prince of Qin, we are merely the loyal hounds of His Majesty. Once he ascends to power, we will undoubtedly face retribution. Li Cheng gulped nervously, his visage paling at Lin Yichen's words. Given the Prince of Qin's formidable strength and the Empress's perpetual vulnerability, it was a common belief both within and outside the palace that the prince would eventually usurp the Empress. Their current provocation of the prince was akin to courting death. Listen well, there is no turning back once the arrow is loosed. We are irrevocably bound to His Majesty. Our only hope for survival lies in assisting him in dealing with the Prince of Qin, Lin Yichen stated with a grave countenance. Otherwise, once the prince seizes power, our fates are sealed. Director Lin. However, the Prince of Qin's influence far surpasses that of His Majesty, Li Cheng replied, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Everyone whispers that the prince will soon depose the Empress and ascend the throne in her stead. Why should we be alarmed? The prince is strong. Yet His Majesty is not without merit. At the very least, he possesses the moral high ground. Lin Yichen scoffed. Moreover, His Majesty enjoys the support of the Empress Dowager, the Chancellor, and various regional princes. The prince's attempts to dethrone His Majesty will not be tolerated by them. Go. Keep a vigilant watch over the 5 cities' military command as I instructed. Notify me immediately if anything seems amiss, Lin Yichen commanded, his gaze stern upon Li Cheng. Once His Majesty has dealt with the Prince of Qin and secured his power, I shall become the Grand Director of the Inner Court. And you, being a discerning individual, understand the significance of the position of Supervisor of the Imperial Stables. With a reassuring pat on Li Cheng's shoulder, Lin Yichen imparted an encouraging look. Who else but you could possibly fulfill this role? Li Cheng swallowed hard, his eyes suddenly alight with fervor. Director Lin, I shall serve you with unwavering loyalty, dedicating myself entirely to you. We are all in service of His Majesty, loyal to him. After clasping his fists in a gesture of respect towards the direction of the Qianqing Palace, Lin Yichen waved farewell to Li Cheng and retreated to rest. Meanwhile, within the Xinang Palace, the Empress Dowager, indulging in a foot massage from a young eunuch, was alerted by her trusted maid with urgent news. Are you certain? The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow, her delicate features etched with disbelief as she regarded her maid. Has His Majesty truly committed such an act? Your Majesty, I can assure you with absolute certainty. How could I dare deceive you? The maid replied hastily, noting the Empress Dowager's anxiety. The eunuchs from the Ministry of Rites were present at the scene, and the records of His Majesty's daily activities are clear as day. For a full 2 hours, the 2 esteemed concubines were successively favored by His Majesty, both of whom evidenced the marks of his affections. How could this be possible? Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager furrowed her brow even tighter, increasingly perplexed. She was acutely aware that the Empress was indeed a woman. After all, the matters of the Empress's childhood could be concealed from others, but not from her, the Dowager Empress. Yet, how could the Empress, a woman, manage to favor the Empress and 2 noble consorts? It was plausible that the Empress had coerced the Empress into cooperating with her ruse. But what of the 2 noble consorts? Surely, they could not have both played along in the charade. There was undoubtedly something amiss. The Dowager Empress's gaze shifted, her expression grave as she addressed the maid. During the times His Majesty has favored the Empress and the noble consorts. Who else was present? Aside from the Emperor's confidant, the guard HO, there was also Lin Yichen, the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department. Lin Yichen? The Dowager Empress pondered briefly. I have seen him during the day, accompanying His Majesty to court. He is quite handsome. Thus, convey my imperial decree, stating that my Sinaying palace is in need of a deputy chief eunuch. Inform His Majesty to transfer Lin Yichen to serve me. What? Upon hearing the Dowager Empress's words, the maid was instantly bewildered. Your Majesty, Lin Yichen is His Majesty's confidant. How could he possibly part with him? Whether he is willing or not is of no consequence. The Dowager Empress retorted coldly. I am his mother. Summoning a eunuch from his side to serve me is well within my rights. Dare he disobey? Would he not be deemed unfilial? Understanding her intent, the maid quickly grasped that the Dowager Empress would employ the weight of filial piety to compel the Empress to acquiesce. After all, in the great Feng dynasty, filial duty governed the realm. Should the Empress defy the Dowager Empress for the sake of a mere eunuch? The scandal of unfilial behavior would surely lead to her downfall at the hands of the Prince of Qin. I shall convey the decree at once. The maid respectfully retreated. This is quite intriguing. Observing the young eunuch massaging her feet, the Dowager Empress's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Since the late Emperor's passing, no man had graced the inner palace for many years. Though she held the esteemed title of Dowager Empress, her nights were often sleepless, devoid of solace. While her Sinaying palace housed several handsome young eunuchs, they were, after all, eunuchs without any genuine prowess to alleviate her profound loneliness. Could it be that he is truly an impostor? Recalling the Empress's 1 hour and the noble consort's 2 hours with him, the Dowager Empress could not help but clench her legs, her body trembling with intensity. She was naturally alluring, far more sensitive than ordinary women. Otherwise, she would not have captured the late Emperor's attention for a subsequent marriage. Years of abstaining from the company of men had left her yearning, and no one could fathom the depths of her anticipation at this moment. What? The following afternoon, upon returning to Qianqing Palace after attending to state affairs, the Empress regarded the maid sent by the Dowager Empress. The Dowager wishes for Lin Yichen to serve as the deputy chief eunuch in Sinaying Palace? Reporting to your Majesty. Indeed, the maid hurriedly replied. After seeing him at the court meeting, the Dowager became quite taken with the handsome Lin Yichen and thus hopes your Majesty will part with him. But he is the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department, appointed by me. The Empress's countenance darkened. She had no desire for the Dowager Empress to appropriate her loyal servant. It is hoped that your Majesty would show generosity. The maid spoke again. This is the Empress Dowager's intention. I am merely a messenger. I hope your Majesty will not make it difficult for me. You. The Empress's lips twitched in fury. Facing this maid who dared to pressure her, she felt an overwhelming desire to have her thrown into the serpent's lair. How dare she take advantage of the Dowager's influence and court her own doom? You may leave for now. I shall consider this matter. Though filled with rage, the Empress, lacking the strength to act, could only endure for the moment. Once the maid had departed, she turned immediately to Achio. Why would the Dowager do this? Has Lin Yichen's false eunuch identity been revealed? Chapter 28. The Empress's mission it should not be. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the Empress, Achio immediately shook her head. We have always hidden ourselves well. Even the Queen and the 2 noble consorts, who have personally experienced it, believe it to be you, your Majesty. Noticing the Empress's slightly awkward demeanor, Achio gently continued. Just like last time when you were poisoned, even now. The Prince of Qin still thinks that it was not you who was injured. Let us not speak of that incident. It was merely an accident. The Empress's face flushed with sudden embarrassment, growing increasingly uncomfortable as the memory stirred her emotions. This matter was an eternal wound in her heart, igniting her anger whenever she thought of Lin Yichen. Not only could she not demand Lin Yichen to remain chaste for her, but she also had to hand over her nominal woman to Lin Yichen, allowing him to exploit her, a most disgraceful humiliation. After all, in most cases, a matriarch would guard against her husband taking a concubine, who would willingly offer him to Lin Yichen. Understood. Observing the Empress's mixture of shame and anger, Achio hastily amended her words. Thus, I believe this situation arises simply from the Empress Dowager admiring Lin Yichen's handsome appearance and wishing to possess him. You are aware, your Majesty, that the Dowager has had a penchant for dashing young eunuchs for quite some time. Indeed, the Empress nodded slightly, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. Lin Yichen is indeed quite handsome, far surpassing those young eunuchs in my palace. My taste is commendable. However, why should I relinquish Lin Yichen to her? The Empress snorted coldly. I still have use for Lin Yichen, and should she discover his true nature, it would lead to complications. Your Majesty, perhaps we could turn the tables. Achio's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. The state dragon seal remains firmly in her grasp, causing you distress both within the inner court and the outer court. If Lin Yichen could manage to steal the state dragon seal for you, Possessing it would ensure that even the Prince of Qin would not dare to defy you. After all, activating the State Dragon Seal as an emperor. Invoking the national fortune of Defeng would empower you to strike down even the Grand Master within the capital. Isn't it true that the Prince of Qin has been brazenly acting as he pleases, disregarding you entirely because he believes himself to be a Grand Master? That is indeed the case. The Empress's eyes brightened at the suggestion. She had long coveted the State Dragon Seal. Yet the Empress Dowager had continually evaded her request with various excuses, refusing to grant it to her. However, if the Dowager were to uncover Lin Yichen's true identity, and then he failed to acquire the State Dragon Seal, would that not be disastrous? The Empress's expression stiffened as she regarded Qiu, contemplating whether this would result in losing both the lady and the soldiers. For safety's sake, should I not first have him castrated and then present him to the Dowager? The Empress snorted lightly. Thus, even if he fails to obtain the State Dragon Seal, he would not be able to reveal my identity. Your Majesty, this is absolutely unthinkable. There is something I must say, though I am uncertain if I should. Speak. The Empress gazed at Qiu without hesitation. Although we appear to be a master and servant on the surface, in truth, we share a bond akin to sisters. What is there that I cannot discuss with you? It is simply that during my apprenticeship, I once overheard my senior sisters whispering that women, in critical moments, may lose their rationality and succumb to a blank mind. Even in response to inquiries, we instinctively provide answers. Qiu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she glanced at the Empress. I lack such experience, so I am not well versed in the specifics. But your Majesty, you have. The Empress, her face aflame, bit her crimson lip and let out a soft huff. There was indeed a fleeting moment, akin to a soul soaring to the heavens, where my mind became somewhat befuddled. Thus, if the Empress Dowager were to truly uncover Lin Yicheng's true identity, why not allow him to turn pretense into reality? A glimmer of insight sparkled in Qiu's eyes. In doing so, he might extract the Dowager's words and secure the Imperial Dragon Seal for you. Upon hearing this, the Empress's expression stiffened momentarily, yet after contemplation, she found Qiu's reasoning rather compelling. Taking a deep breath, she regarded Qiu with gravity. After all, the Dowager is the queen appointed by my late father. By doing this, am I not dishonoring him? The late emperor has already departed, and if he were aware of your current predicament, he would surely endorse your actions. Qiu replied without hesitation. As long as your Majesty harbors no internal conflict, there is nothing to fear. Of course, I harbor no such conflict. The Empress retorted with a cold snort, unhesitatingly asserting, he is my servant, not my consort. I reign over the 9 realms. No one is worthy of being my consort. Since your Majesty finds no reluctance, we may proceed with this plan. Qiu spoke softly. After all, securing the Imperial Dragon Seal ensures your Majesty's safety. Indeed. After a moment's hesitation, the Empress inhaled deeply. Though I feel somewhat remorseful towards the late emperor. Exigencies demand that I resort to the wiles of beauty. Go, summon Lin Yichen to me. As you command. The maidservant outside promptly conveyed the Empress's edict to Lin Yichen at the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Lin Yichen gazed at the Empress's dainty feet swaying gently, a pang of envy in his heart. What are you staring at? The Empress huffed, retracting her delicate feet. Dare to gaze again, and I shall have your eyes. Your Majesty is simply too captivating, Lin Yichen replied, a smile gracing his lips. I cannot help but wish to behold your beauty for a few moments longer. Humph. The corners of the Empress's mouth lifted slightly, although she feigned disdain. Her heart brimmed with joy. After all, no woman dislikes being complimented on her beauty, and because she often presented herself in a masculine manner. Only Lin Yichen dared to flatter her thus. I have summoned you for an important matter, the Empress said, her gaze serious as she looked at Lin Yichen. This matter concerns both my fate and yours, so it must be executed flawlessly. I am willing to serve your Majesty with utmost loyalty until my last breath. Failure is not an option. Busy pledging his loyalty, Lin Yichen gazed reverently at the Empress. Though internally he was reluctant to comply, he dared not voice his dissent. This task is simple. The Empress Dowager has requested your service, and I have consented, the Empress informed Lin Yichen. You are now the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, as well as the deputy chief eunuch of Xinang Palace. What? Lin Yichen was momentarily taken aback, pondering why the Empress Dowager would seek him out, as they were hardly acquainted. The Empress regarded him with a grave expression and declared, the reason I have acquiesced to the Dowager's request is that I entrust you with a matter of utmost importance. She continued, I need you to devise a means to procure the National Dragon Seal from the Dowager. Do you dare to accept this challenge? Ding dong. The system detected the host's encounter with the Empress's request, and a side quest was initiated. Before Lin Yichen could respond, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Please assist the Empress in swiftly obtaining the National Dragon Seal. Upon completion of the task, the host shall be rewarded. Chapter 29. No venture, No gain 30 years of cultivation as a reward. 30 years. Initially, Lin Yichen intended to feign reluctance to meet the Empress Dowager. Yet at this moment, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Although visiting the Dowager undoubtedly posed risks, should she uncover his true identity, he might face not only the peril of castration but also the grave threat to his life. He pondered the adage, no venture, no gain. For the sake of this substantial reward of 30 years of cultivation, Lin Yichen resolved to take the gamble. After all, should he succeed, the enhancement of 30 years of cultivation would likely elevate him to the pinnacle of a martial master, or perhaps even enable him to aspire toward the realm of a grandmaster. Despite the inherent risks, the potential rewards outweighed them significantly, rendering the gamble worthwhile in Lin Yichen's eyes. What, are you reluctant? Noticing Lin Yichen's hesitation, the Empress furrowed her brows, her countenance darkening as she fixed her gaze upon him. Do you not wish to serve me and procure the national seal of the dragon? Of course not. Understanding the futility of reasoning with a woman, Lin Yichen quickly clarified. He was well aware that even when one possesses a valid argument, women often counter with accusations of lack of affection. Thus, he regarded the Empress with utmost respect, stating, I was merely contemplating how to gain the Dowager's trust to expedite acquiring the national seal for your majesty. I am utterly devoted to your majesty. For the sake of your empire and the enduring legacy of Defeng, I would willingly sacrifice my life without hesitation. Why should I fear for my life? Excellent. The Empress nodded slightly, satisfaction illuminating her features. It was only when Lin Yichen expressed his willingness to risk his life for her that she felt content. Your Majesty, may I inquire what the national seal of the dragon looks like? With a smile gracing her lips, Lin Yichen finally felt a sense of relief. They say accompanying a ruler is akin to being with a tiger, yet being with this Empress felt more like being with a fierce tigress. A tigress truly knows no reason. Even with their shared bond, the Empress displayed no tenderness towards Lin Yichen, often resorting to threats of violence. Wait, I shall eventually subdue you and make you kneel in supplication. After musing to himself, Lin Yichen maintained his demeanor of utmost reverence, declaring, I shall exert every effort to procure the national seal of the dragon for your majesty. As the name suggests, the national seal of the dragon is an emblem, intricately carved with a fearsome five-clawed golden dragon. The Empress let out a soft huff before handing Lin Yichen an image of the seal. The national seal is crafted entirely of gold, inscribed with the characters representing the destiny of Defeng, a phrase that encompasses the grandeur of mountains and rivers. It exuded an enigmatic allure. One glance at it would reveal its extraordinary nature. Oh, I see. Lin Yichen studied the image of the national seal, his expression grave as he inhaled deeply. Then I shall proceed to meet the Dowager and endeavor to ensure that I do not disappoint your majesty. Go. The Empress gestured dismissively, her lips parting slightly. However, there is no need for haste. The Dowager will not readily divulge the whereabouts of the national seal. Thus, do not rush. Focus on earning her trust first, and then gradually extract information from her. Above all, prioritize your own safety. Your majesty is indeed concerned for me? Upon hearing these words, Lin Yichen couldn't help but smile. He reached out to grasp the Empress's delicate foot and exclaimed, I am truly moved. Your majesty has been exceedingly kind to me. Get away. The Empress huffed, annoyed, as she kicked Lin Yichen away. Do not touch me. You are incorrigible. Lin Yichen was momentarily taken aback. The Empress was quite fierce, even scolding herself in her anger. I meant no offense. The Empress, realizing her misstep, shot a dark glare at Lin Yichen and declared, regardless, you are but a lecherous scoundrel. Any man who encounters such beauty as I cannot resist. Lin Yichen, unabashed, teased her further. Sensing her impending wrath, he hastily made his exit from the Qianqing palace. May I trouble you, sister, to inform her majesty? I, Lin Yichen, the head eunuch of the imperial horse department, seek an audience with her highness. Upon arriving at the Kuanning palace, Qin Zheng placed 2 taels of silver into the delicate hand of a striking palace maid and discreetly squeezed her soft palm. You are quite inept yet still troublesome. The maid, accepting the silver, shot a disapproving glance at the charming Lin Yichen. She thought to herself that if Lin Yichen were not a eunuch, she would not mind engaging in some mischief with such a handsome man. However, at that moment, it was unfortunate that he could only indulge in verbal and light-hearted mischief. Ah, dear sister, do not underestimate me. I possess genuine talents. Lin Yichen winked at the beautiful maid. When the time is ripe, I shall reveal my true capabilities to you. Huh. The maid rolled her eyes at him. Even with your so-called talents, can you compare to the valiant guards of the inner palace? You are still just a eunuch. Just wait. I shall inform her majesty, she said, turning away with a sway as she entered the Kuanning palace. Lin Yichen's eyes brightened as he admired the maid's alluring figure. Being an emperor is indeed delightful. One can indulge in whichever maid or concubine one desires. Just wait. Once I have tamed the Empress, you all shall be mine, and I will ensure you recognize my prowess. A man should indeed be an emperor. Are you Lin Yichen? Just as Lin Yichen fantasized about conquering the Forbidden City, a chilling voice pierced his thoughts, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Master Li, he said, recognizing the stern expression of Li Zhong, the chief eunuch. Lin Yichen quickly bowed, aware that despite being favored by the Empress as a eunuch, he was still subject to the authority of chief eunuch Li. I heard you were merely a low-ranking eunuch in the imperial horse department, raised as a foster son by Master Dong? Indeed, but alas. Master Dong was assassinated and has since passed away, Lin Yichen replied hastily. By a twist of fate. I earned the Empress's trust and became the chief eunuch of the imperial horse department. By a twist of fate. He garnered the favor of the Empress Dowager and took on the role of deputy chief eunuch of the Kuan Palace. In those days, it was indeed eunuch Dong who purified him. This, Lin Yichen was momentarily taken aback. The situation was far too alarming. If this escalated, it would become a vendetta of brotherly enmity, irreconcilable. In the imperial harem, where one wielded absolute power and could indulge freely in the company of the palace maidens, he had his opportunities severed by eunuch Dong's blade. Could he not harbor resentment? Thus, with a sudden motion, as the words fell, Li Zhong unexpectedly lunged, his claw ruthlessly grasping at Lin Yichen's neck. Chapter 30. The Empress Dowager's test. Lin Yichen was indeed startled by Li Zhong's sudden attack. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, and instantly, his internal energy surged forth, revealing his prowess as a 6th-level martial master. However, compared to the enigmatic and formidable Li Zhong, who was at least a grandmaster, his strength fell woefully short. Fortunately, Li Zhong's intent was merely to test him, not to truly slay Lin Yichen. Thus, his palm halted just a centimeter from Lin Yichen's neck, firmly restrained. The internal energy Lin Yichen unleashed could not inflict even the slightest harm upon Li Zhong. The latter's protective internal energy was as impenetrable as a fortified wall. The impact of Lin Yichen's energy against it was akin to an egg striking a rock, utterly ineffective. Such a young talent, a 6th-level martial master indeed. Master Gong has nurtured you well. Li Zhong observed Lin Yichen with a contemplative gaze. You possess exceptional aptitude. With diligent cultivation, you are destined for greatness. Your future achievements may very well rival my own. Yet, you must understand that in this imperial harem, raw talent alone cannot grant you carte blanche. There are many gifted eunuchs, but few survive until the end. Li Zhong's expression turned playful as he regarded Lin Yichen. In the harem, one must be astute. Know whom to follow and whom to avoid. Keep your wits about you. Your subordinate will certainly follow Master Li's lead. Lin Yichen thought to himself, amused by the notion that he would one day enjoy far greater privileges than Li Zhong. The latter might witness the fruits of the harem's indulgences. But Lin Yichen would both see and partake. Nonetheless, on the surface, he maintained an air of deference, bowing deeply. Master Li is the Grand Controller. Your subordinate shall dutifully adhere to your commands. Ha, you are a clever lad. Li Zhong chuckled. Now, go. The Empress Dowager awaits you. And I have matters to attend to. Recently, many traitors from the martial world have emerged, compelling us to take action. Master Li, take care. Lin Yichen bowed, respectfully watching Li Zhong depart. He understood that Li Zhong was issuing a veiled threat, warning him of dire consequences should he show any disrespect towards the Empress Dowager or choose the wrong allies. Indeed, the moment Li Zhong struck, Lin Yichen had felt the chilling breath of death upon him. Wait, one day I shall surpass you and have you beneath my feet. Lin Yichen mused as he entered Kuan Palace. This position of Grand Controller is meant for me alone. The palace maid brought Lin Yichen to the exterior of Xianing Palace, where she abruptly halted. Your servant, Lin Yichen, pays homage to the Empress Dowager. Long live the Empress Dowager. Upon his first entry into Xianing Palace, Lin Yichen dared not raise his gaze. He knelt on the ground, displaying utmost reverence as he bowed to the Empress Dowager. Little Chenzi. A languid voice floated from the Empress Dowager, who reclined against her pillow, engrossed in her reading. Lift your head. Let me have a look. Your servant obeys. Though he was quite displeased by the diminutive name the Empress Dowager bestowed upon him, he inwardly resolved to one day show her the true greatness of his capabilities. At this moment, the hesitant Lin Yichen felt an awkwardness akin to being scrutinized during a matchmaking session. He raised his head to behold a strikingly handsome young eunuch, and the Empress Dowager expressed her satisfaction. After thoroughly examining Lin Yichen, she delicately lifted a teacup with her long, elegant fingers, took a sip, and beckoned him closer with a wave of her hand. Come here, and give this old lady a leg massage. What? Lin Yichen's gaze fell upon the Empress Dowager, clad only in a white undergarment resembling a modern woman's fitted tank top and shorts, revealing her fair, long legs, pristine shoulders, and glistening collarbone. A surge of warmth flooded his heart. This was undeniably enticing. Did she not fear that he would succumb to temptation and leap upon her? After all, in his past life, Lin Yichen had a penchant for women in comfortable yet alluring homeware. Why are you still standing there? A palace maid, fanning the Empress Dowager from behind, cast a glance at Lin Yichen. Hurry and serve the Empress Dowager. At your command. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen cautiously approached the Empress Dowager, intending to sit beside her on the bed to offer his services. That is not a place for you to sit. How uncouth. The maid glared at him and kicked a cushion towards Lin Yichen. Kneel and massage the Empress Dowager. Understood. Though he secretly contemplated rewarding the maid to the burly imperial guard once he gained power, Lin Yichen, for now, had no choice but to acquiesce. He knelt before the Empress Dowager on the cushion and gently began to knead her legs, providing her with a massage. Her skin was exceptionally well cared for. Smooth and soft. As he massaged the Empress Dowager's fair, straight legs, Lin Yichen couldn't help but internally exclaim. In his previous life, he had often envied the massage therapists who attended to beautiful women, and now he had finally realized his long-held desire. Xiaoqinzi, you are the Emperor's favorite eunuch. Why did the Emperor so readily allow you to serve me? The Empress Dowager suddenly inquired, her tone laced with an underlying chill. Lin Yichen hesitated for a moment, contemplating the implications. If he claimed that the Empress was dutifully sending him to attend to her, she would surely not believe it. For there was no maternal kindness among the harem. The Emperor has sent me to distract you, so that I might seize the national dragon seal. Lin Yichen quickly formulated a response and spoke candidly. The Emperor requires the dragon seal to confront King Qin. How refreshingly honest. The Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback, casting a scrutinizing glance at Lin Yichen. And how do you plan to steal it? Upon seeing the Empress Dowager, I was completely captivated by your regal presence and am willing to serve you. The Empress Dowager let out a soft hum, stretching elegantly and revealing her alluring curves. She caught Lin Yichen's gaze, which had momentarily lingered, and playfully asked, Xiaoqinzi, do you think I am beautiful? Lin Yichen, momentarily taken aback by the Empress Dowager's brazen flirtation, was astonished by her audacity. However, with a spark of wit, he quickly regained his composure and remarked, Your Majesty, you are truly stunning, resembling a maiden in the bloom of youth. I find it difficult to avert my gaze. With a playful chuckle, the Empress Dowager responded, Oh, you little charmer, how eloquent you are. She covered her alluring red lips and beckoned Lin Yichen closer, saying, Why stand so far away? Do you fear that I might devour you? Come closer, allow me to scrutinize you more closely. Lin Yichen instinctively shifted his position, overwhelmed by the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped the Empress Dowager, leaving him in a daze. Just then, seizing the moment while Lin Yichen was lost in thought, the Empress Dowager unexpectedly reached out with her delicate hand and seized him with surprising force. Chapter 31. The Empress and her sister Lin Yichen was taken aback by the Empress's sudden and unexpected action. He hurriedly sidestepped, frantically evading her delicate hand that reached out towards him. He was aware that many women who had cohabited with their boyfriends often harbored such whims, relishing in playful ambushes akin to how men might casually engage in a lighthearted slap. It was a common indulgence for most. However, who could have foreseen that the Empress would attempt to seize him, a eunuch? This was rather beyond Lin Yichen's expectations. Truth be told, had Lin Yichen not reacted swiftly, she could have easily grasped him inappropriately, leading to an exceedingly awkward situation for both. How dare you evade me? The Empress, having missed her target, raised her finely arched brows, her expression tinged with playful mischief as she scrutinized Lin Yichen. Is it that you have something to hide, that you fear my touch? Your Majesty, you misunderstand. My actions were purely instinctive. I did not intend to dodge, Lin Yichen hastily clarified. As you know, individuals of my kind often struggle with bodily functions, leading to an unpleasant odor. I merely feared soiling your exquisite hands. I am not afraid. Why should you be? The Empress huffed, flicking her hand dismissively. Come closer and continue to massage my legs. Your technique is commendable, and I find it quite agreeable. As you command. Lin Yichen replied, his lips twitching in a restrained grimace. He cautiously approached the Empress, his mind racing with thoughts on how to navigate this precarious situation. The Empress clearly remained suspicious, and it was likely she would probe further. He could evade her once, but evading a second time would surely raise suspicions. However, should he fail to evade and she discovered his true identity as a false eunuch, he would find himself in dire straits, facing castration or, worse yet, execution. Perhaps, he could resort to a more audacious strategy, considering her alluring form. Her long, fair legs and the graceful curve from her legs to her body sparked a glint of determination in his eyes. Though fraught with peril, in a desperate situation, he might have to employ his charms, hoping to ensnare the Empress's favor. After all, he was the sole male in this harem. Surely, if Zhao Ji required Lao Ai, the Empress could not do without Lin Yichen. Resolute, he cautiously approached her, deliberately softening his touch to facilitate the forthcoming interactions. He feigned an innocent breath against her earlobe. As anticipated, the Empress, unaccustomed to such sensations for many years, flushed a deep crimson, letting out a soft hum of pleasure as she half-closed her eyes, relishing the massage. Women, it seemed, were all alike. Inhaling the unique scent that filled the air, Lin Yichen recognized that his ploy had succeeded. Whether he would emerge unscathed depended entirely on the Empress's self-restraint. If the Empress Dowager could truly embody such a state of serene detachment, upholding the virtues of a chaste widow, then Lin Yichen would have nothing to say and would resort to fleeing, thus meeting a just end. The Empress Dowager, having indulged in her moment, opened her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, and with a smile, reached out once more to grasp Lin Yichen. This time, though his body trembled, he gritted his teeth and did not evade her touch. "Your Majesty," he uttered, but just as her delicate hand extended, a voice called from outside. "The Lady of Jinkong requests an audience." "Is that my sister-in-law?" The Empress Dowager suddenly sat up, her cheeks flushed, and with a playful bite of her crimson lip. She cast a glance at Lin Yichen. "You are fortunate, AZ. Please escort Lin Yichen back to his quarters." "As you command." At the conclusion of her words, a striking woman, standing at 1.75 meters, clad in a fitted purple outfit and sporting a high ponytail, stepped into the Sinang Palace. "I take my leave." Lin Yichen exhaled in relief, quickly bowing as he exited. However, before departing, he deliberately activated his attribute probe to scan the Empress Dowager. Name, Zhao Husi. Age, 33. Occupation, Empress Dowager of the Great Feng Empire. Strength, none. Martial arts, none. Influence, supporter of the Empress Dowager. To his astonishment, the Empress Dowager was merely an ordinary person, lacking even the prowess of an internal energy practitioner. Having grown accustomed to martial artists within the imperial harem, Lin Yichen instinctively assumed she would be formidable. At just 33 years of age, she was not particularly old, and considering the adage that women are as fierce as wolves at 30 and tigers at 40. It seemed that, in dire circumstances, I could indeed play the role of a Laojun. With a thought, Lin Yichen trailed behind AZ, his mind somewhat distracted as he observed her form, draped in a flowing skirt, as they made their way towards his small courtyard. "Sister." After Lin Yichen departed, a woman in her mid-20s, dressed in a teal dress, briskly entered the Kuan Ning Palace. Her lively demeanor indicated a playful nature. "What brings you here so unexpectedly?" The Empress Dowager, reclining languidly, regarded her younger sister with suspicion. "Is there something amiss?" "Oh." Zhao Huiwan sniffed the air upon entering Sinang Palace, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise as she gazed at the Empress Dowager. "Sister, what has happened to you? There are no men in the palace. How could you?" Cough, cough. The Empress Dowager's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot Zhao Huiwan a glare. "Let us not discuss that. Let us focus on serious matters." "Oh. It's just that father and my father-in-law asked me to inform you that His Majesty has appointed the Duke of Longnan as the Grand General to pacify the rebels in Guangyuan and Bazhou." Although Zhao Huiwan cast a dubious glance at her sister's legs, she continued, "Moreover, there are rumors circulating that upon the Duke's success in quelling the rebellion, His Majesty intends to have him lead 20,000 border troops to serve in the capital. Father and my father-in-law wish for you to investigate the veracity of this matter." Zhao Huiwan admired her sister's fair complexion, remarking, "Sister, your skin is remarkably well maintained. Ah, you are pampered daily. Your figure is far superior to mine." The Empress Dowager let out a displeased huff, saying, "Unlike me, I am but a withered tree." "Oh dear sister, how can you say such a thing?" "You make me feel quite embarrassed," Zhao Huiwan retorted with a light scoff, immediately leaping onto the couch to engage in playful chaos with the Empress Dowager. Soon, the two sisters in the boudoir were caught up in their exuberant antics, breathless and flushed. If Lin Yichen were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be left wide-eyed. Revealing their secret. "Sister, if you truly desire it, I could find a way to assist you." Chapter 32, AZ's Examination. The Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback. She instinctively glanced at Zhao Huijuan's hands and, with a hint of annoyance, furrowed her brows at her, saying, "You little girl, you've grown quite bold. Haven't you? Daring to jest with your elder sister. Do you believe I could keep you in the palace and deny you the sight of your brother-in-law for 10 days or half a month? Just wait and see how you would mock me afterward." "Oh dear sister, you mustn't bully me." Zhao Huiwan quickly clung to the Empress Dowager's arm, playfully pouting. "What I mean is, next time, you could find a handsome young lad and have him disguised as a maid to bring him in. All you need to do is tell eunuch to turn a blind eye when the gatekeeper checks, and it would work perfectly, wouldn't it?" Zhao Huiwan looked at the Empress Dowager. "You could keep him in the palace, or I could take him back with me the next day. When you wish to see him again, just send a message, and I shall bring him back in. Wouldn't that be splendid?" This notion made the Empress Dowager's heart flutter momentarily, yet recalling Lin Yichen from earlier, she ultimately shook her head. Her ambitions extended far beyond, and she was unwilling to provide anyone with leverage against her, even if that person was her dearest younger sister. Although she trusted her sister would never betray her. What of her brother-in-law, the old Duke of Jiankong? The Empress Dowager could not afford to jeopardize her reputation. After all, if such matters were to be exposed, she might find herself facing the end of her reign under the scrutiny of the court. Conversely, Lin Yichen's situation was different. Should he dare to reveal his false identity as a eunuch, he would be putting his own life at risk. Thus, if Lin Yichen truly was a pretender, she could leverage this to compel obedience from him. Otherwise, she would have to wait until she had secured the allegiance of the Empress and Prince Qin, achieving unparalleled power before contemplating the indulgence of a favored consort. At such a time, she could act with grandiosity, free from the fear of reproach. However, for now, the palace resembled a sieve. Not only were there spies from the emperor, but the eyes of Prince Qin were omnipresent. The Empress Dowager gazed sternly at Zhao Huiwan. Should Prince Qin catch wind of our plans, all our schemes will be jeopardized. Your father and the old Duke of Jiankong sent you here to solicit my assistance in courting the Wang of Longnan, didn't they? The Empress Dowager's expression grew grave as she scrutinized Zhao Huiwan. Are they hoping to enlist the 2,000 border troops under the Wang of Longnan to support us? Indeed. Zhao Huiwan nodded earnestly. That is precisely their intention. After all, the capital's 100,000 elite troops and the 10,000 guards of the 5 cities are under Prince Qin's command. My father and my father-in-law command little more than a mere 1,000 tax inspectors, rendering our forces exceedingly weak. They warned that if Prince Qin were to strike, we would hardly have the time to react. Zhao Huiwan looked at the Empress Dowager. If the Wang of Longnan could support us, with 2,000 fierce border troops at our disposal, we would have a better chance against Prince Qin. While this was a reasonable argument, the Empress Dowager mused that Prince Qin was a fierce tiger, and the Wang of Longnan was no less formidable, being akin to a ravenous wolf. The Empress Dowager's eyes sparkled with cunning. I can assist in courting him, but your father and your father-in-law must remain cautious. We do not want to invite a wolf into our fold. Indeed, I shall convey that to them. Zhao Huiwan let out a soft snort, remarking that matters concerning such men should be resolved by themselves, as she had no inclination to involve herself. You, dear sister, appear so carefree, indulging in various amusements daily. The Empress Dowager is at a loss for words. Fortunately, I am here as your sister. Otherwise, should you fall prey to others, you would be the one counting their riches. Hee, it is precisely because of your affection, dear sister, that I can live so joyfully. However, I believe you are being overly cautious. If we proceed with prudence, there should be no cause for concern, Zhao Huiwan replied with a smile. How could there be so many spies? After all, this is your Xinang palace. One can never be too sure. The Empress Dowager firmly shook her head. Having endured all these years, what difference do a couple more years make? The pressing matter at hand is our grand plan. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Very well, Zhao Huiwan shrugged slightly in response to the Empress Dowager's resolute stance. Whenever you wish, just send word to me, and I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. You little girl, you know just how to endear yourself to your sister. The Empress Dowager let out a slight hum, her thoughts drifting to Lin Yichen's gentle touch, causing her to feel increasingly restless. At the moment the Empress Dowager received Zhao Huiwan, the Empress in the Qianqing Palace was also informed of this news. Although she was alone in the Xinang Palace, she could not be kept in the dark about Zhao Huijuan's visit to the Empress Dowager. Indeed, the undercurrents were stirring. The Empress furrowed her brow, knowing that Zhao Huijuan's sudden appearance was not merely a casual sisterly visit. While the specifics of their conversation eluded her, she was acutely aware that the shadows of the Duke of Feng Empire and the Duke of Jiankong loomed behind it. Achio, seek out Lin Yichen. The Empress commanded after a moment of contemplation, directing her gaze to Achio, who was clad in a yellow waist garment, her figure both graceful and robust. Have him come to see me. The state-guarding dragon seal must be procured swiftly, otherwise I shall find no peace in slumber. The Empress's expression grew serious as she clenched her small fist. I have a foreboding feeling. Should the King of Longnan establish himself in the capital, Prince Qin may very well attempt a forceful usurpation, and the King of Longnan is not one to be trusted. Your servant obeys. Achio promptly nodded and left the Qianqing Palace under the Empress's watchful gaze. Lin Yichen, I have high hopes for you. You must procure the state-guarding dragon seal for me post-haste. Watching Achio's departing figure, the Empress's expression turned even graver. For this, I am willing to have you serve the Empress Dowager, employing your charms to beguile her. This would be akin to placing a green hat upon the former emperor. The corners of the Empress's mouth twitched violently. After a century, I shall not know how to face my father. After all, the Empress Dowager is the queen he officially bestowed. Yet, there is no alternative. In urgent matters, one must act according to the circumstances. Surely, My father in the heavens would not hold it against me. The empress gazed out at the sky, her expression a tapestry of complexity as she sighed deeply. I am left with no choice. After all, my father left me with such a mess to manage. Neither Prince Qin nor the Empress Dowager is an easy adversary. Caught in between, I can only proceed with utmost caution. Shaking her head, the Empress felt a deeper bitterness. Once I seize power, I shall restore tranquility to the great Feng. Meanwhile, as both the Empress Dowager and the Empress harbored divergent thoughts and plotted against one another, Lin Yichen, under the escort of Aji, returned to his humble abode. Sister Aji, I have arrived, Lin Yichen said, smiling as he poured a cup of tea for Aji. Would you care for a drink? No need for tea, replied Aji, clutching her sword, her icy gaze sweeping over Lin Yichen's legs. Remove your garments. Chapter 33. A Chiu and a Z what? Lin Yichen, who intended to send a Z away from his small courtyard, was momentarily taken aback by her words. As he scrutinized a Z's curvaceous figure, which promised no discomfort, he found his expression to be quite complex. This is rather inappropriate, isn't it? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Take it off. A Z glared at Lin Yichen with a dark expression. Hurry up, don't dawdle. This situation felt somewhat awkward, considering they had only just met and lacked any emotional foundation. Lin Yichen forced a smile as he looked at Z. Is it true that women in the palace are this direct? As he observed Z's graceful form, particularly realizing she was likely a master-level practitioner, Lin Yichen felt an undeniable stir of excitement. Although he had been intimate with the Empress and two noble consorts, their ordinary nature provided him with limited assistance. Z, on the other hand, was different. If she were indeed untouched, her mastery could significantly aid him. The thought of potentially ascending from the 7th layer of the martial artist realm to the pinnacle of it upon acquiring a Z was tantalizing. What are you thinking about? Upon hearing Lin Yichen's peculiar words, particularly his lascivious gaze sweeping over her form, Z felt an overwhelming discomfort, making her uneasy. She fixed him with a displeased stare. I need to check if you are truly a eunuch. Hurry, I want to see for myself. Lin Yichen's face instantly stiffened, and his heart raced at her words. It dawned on him that he had misunderstood. Z was not interested in any pleasurable activities, but rather in performing an inspection for the Empress. If it were discovered that he was a false eunuch, it could very well mean his head would roll. Gulping hard, Lin Yichen felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back. The situation was dire. His charm seemed ineffective against the cold-hearted AZ. She, much like a Chiu, who stood beside the Empress, appeared to be a woman devoid of desire, showing no interest in such matters. Was it possible that high-ranking female warriors were all like this? What should he do? Should he resist or flee? Knowing he could not reveal his true identity, Lin Yichen realized that Z was not there to engage with him but to eliminate him. His mind raced as he hesitantly loosened his clothing, contemplating his next move. How formidable was she? After a moment of deliberation on whether to make a bold move and fight back, Lin Yichen cautiously activated his attribute analysis to examine a Z. Name, a Z. Age, 26. Occupation, personal guard of the Empress. Strength, 4th layer master. Techniques, Qingxin true scripture, a Mei sword technique. Faction, direct line of the Empress. Goodness. She is indeed a 4th layer master, surpassing him by 1 major realm and 7 minor realms. Observing a Chiu's attributes, Lin Yichen, who initially contemplated resistance, was rendered utterly dumbfounded. I might as well submit to my fate. Resisting would only bring greater harm. Alas, what a stroke of misfortune. Lin Yichen's expression turned grave as he pondered whether a Z, captivated by a striking appearance and abundant resources, might succumb to temptation and engage in untoward acts. What if a Z, akin to a cold and ruthless master, managed to overpower him? After all, some women are indeed pure-hearted and utterly disinterested in such matters. Hurry up. With a swift motion, a Z, growing impatient with Lin Yichen's procrastination, having taken an eternity merely to unfasten his outer garment, drew her sword, pointing its tip directly at Lin Yichen's neck. If you dawdle any longer, I shall slay you. Please, temper your anger. Do not act impulsively. Lin Yichen, observing the ire etched upon Aziz's lovely visage, cautiously nudged the sword tip away from his throat. I merely worry about your reputation. If it were to be known that we were alone together engaging in such activities, it might tarnish your name. I care not for the opinions of others. Why should you? Aziz retorted with a scornful smile, her gaze sharpening with suspicion towards Lin Yichen. Unless, of course, you harbor some unspeakable secrets. Absurd. My life has been nothing but transparent. I possess no hidden truths. Lin Yichen exclaimed, his frustration mounting. If that is the case, then I shall proceed as I wish. With a determined resolve, he placed his hands upon the waistband of his trousers. Faced with this situation, he felt compelled to take a gamble. He would leap towards Aziz, allowing her to experience the essence of manhood. Surely, a 26-year-old woman like Aziz must harbor some curiosity about such matters. Could there truly exist a woman unwilling to ever engage with men? As he contemplated this precarious gamble, a sharp command sliced through the air. Halt. Just as Lin Yichen had loosened his trousers, a Chiyo, clad in a delicate yellow gown, effortlessly vaulted over the wall, confronting a Z with her sword drawn. What brings you here? A Z glowered at a Chiyo, her anger palpable as she huffed. Leave. I wish not to see you. It is you who should depart. A Chiyo retorted bluntly. To force a gentleman to reveal his vulnerabilities, are you even a woman? Truly shameless. You have no authority to dictate my actions. A Z, unable to claim she acted on the Empress's orders, could only respond with a flustered retort. He is from the Sinang Palace. My business with him is none of your concern. Excuse me, but he is also a servant of the Emperor. A Chiyo interjected with a smile. He serves as both the chief eunuch of the Horse Management Office and the chief eunuch of Sinang Palace, hence I do have a say. You. A Z's expression stiffened as she pointed her sharp blade at a Chiyo. Are you attempting to force my hand? Then let us engage. A Chi let out a cold snort, and the prowess of her mastery at the 5th level was unmistakably revealed. Her formidable inner strength and aura surging directly towards a Z. Do you think you can intimidate me? A Z, naturally unwilling to be outdone, responded with a similar disdainful snort, her own powerful inner strength and aura clashing against a Chi's. In an instant, the two were locked in a standoff. The atmosphere charged with the imminent possibility of conflict. My goodness, when this fierce tigress unleashes her fury, it is indeed a daunting sight. Observing the nearly equal strength of a Z and a Chi, Lin Yichen found himself momentarily dazed, caught in the middle of this confrontation. Indeed, he was unfortunate. In such a predicament, what was he to do? Chapter 34. The Empress is assassinated again. Sisters, please, temper your anger. Let us sit down and converse calmly. There is no need for violence. Observing the fierce standoff between Chiyo and AZ, Lin Yichen felt utterly helpless. We are all civilized individuals. Any matters can be discussed rationally. He cautiously maneuvered between Chiyo and AZ, whose swords were poised to strike. Both of you possess such delicate and smooth skin. If either were to be injured, it would truly pain my heart. Be silent. Enough. Chiyo and AZ glared at Lin Yichen in unison, then unleashed their internal energy, plunging into a fiery battle. However, with Chiyo at the 5th level of mastery and AZ at the 4th, their strengths were closely matched, leading to a fierce yet indecisive confrontation. This woman possesses a truly tempestuous temperament. Caught between them, Lin Yichen felt a sense of exasperation. He shrugged slightly, his gaze fixated on the fierce yet revealing duel. Secretly yearning for both Chiyo and AZ. If he could simultaneously win their affections, would he not ascend to the realm of mastery in an instant? Alas, such a feat seemed nearly impossible. When would they be willing to serve me together? As he watched the combat, the skirts of the two women billowed, revealing glimpses of their flawless, snow-white legs, causing Lin Yichen's heart to race with anticipation. You've achieved another breakthrough. And you as well. After 10 minutes of intense struggle, both AZ and Chiyo finally ceased their combat, panting heavily, their gazes icy as they regarded one another, each momentarily at an impasse. Do not obstruct me. What secrets are you concealing from me? AZ's cool demeanor swept over Lin Yichen before she fixed her gaze on Chiyo. There must be something unspeakable at play. That is none of your concern. Chiyo retorted with a scornful smile. He is under the Empress's protection. You have no right to investigate. Just wait. AZ huffed, realizing she could not gain the upper hand today, and with a cold expression, she departed. Thank you, Sister Chiyo. Had you not appeared unexpectedly, I would have been in dire danger today. As soon as AZ left, Lin Yichen rushed to Chiyo's side, grinning as he began to massage her shoulders. Sister Chiyo, you are indeed my savior. I have no means to repay your kindness, so I can only offer myself in gratitude. Lin Yichen smiled warmly at Chiyo. In the future, whatever you require, I shall be at your service. Do not touch me. Chiyo, exasperated, turned to glare at Lin Yichen. The Empress has instructed me to inquire about what transpired at the Dowager Empress's residence today. Was the National Dragon Seal obtained? Not yet. Lin Yichen felt quite awkward. I tentatively broached the subject, but the Dowager Empress did not engage, refusing to disclose the whereabouts of the National Dragon Seal. Having just arrived at Sinang Palace, I dared not press further and had to shift the conversation to other topics. Lin Yichen looked at Chiyo. This matter requires time. We must proceed gradually. Very well. Upon hearing this, Chiyo found herself at a loss for words. After all, she and the Empress had schemed for a long time to obtain the Imperial Dragon Seal, yet it remained elusive. The Empress understood that once she secured the seal, it would wield immense power, which is why the Empress Dowager had consistently deferred its handover. Consequently, it was indeed perplexing that Lin Yichen could acquire the seal so effortlessly. How did the Empress Dowager allow you to leave so swiftly? Chiyo inquired, her gaze scrutinizing Lin Yichen. Has she sensed something amiss? It was said that the wife of the Duke of Jinkong came to visit, which prompted her to let me go, Lin Yichen replied respectfully. She did not detect any anomalies. Otherwise, she would not have allowed AZ to pursue me for investigation. That makes sense, Hyo conceded, slightly nodding her head. Her expression remained frosty as she regarded Lin Yichen. Remember, only you, I, and His Majesty must be privy to your masquerade as a eunuch. It is imperative that no one else learns of this. Otherwise, even His Majesty would be unable to protect you. Understood. Lin Yichen replied hastily, nodding vigorously. I am solely devoted to His Majesty and to you, Sister Hyo, ready to serve at any time. Very well, Hyo said, casting Lin Yichen a sidelong glance. She felt an inexplicable disquiet about his words, but could not pinpoint the source of her unease. Let us leave it at that. You may rest now. Sister Hyo. Take care. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. Lin Yichen beamed as he watched Hyo depart. Phew, that was far too perilous. He had narrowly escaped becoming a true eunuch or facing another unexpected journey through time. After Hyo left, Lin Yichen plopped down in a chair, inhaling deeply as a cold sweat broke out on his back. He knew all too well that the prospect of charming AZ with his looks was exceedingly slim. If AZ were to uncover his true identity as a false eunuch, it would spell disaster. After all, AZ was not like the Empress Dowager. She was a woman of experience, accustomed to maintaining a singular persona for extended periods. However, AZ, being a paragon of virtue, would not easily entertain such notions and might even harbor a subconscious resistance. That would be exceedingly difficult to navigate. He needed to devise a contingency plan. Lin Yichen slapped his forehead, pondering what strategy might save him in a critical moment. Yes, the Empress had mentioned the Hwansen from the Hwan sect, claiming that it is incurable for anyone below the Grandmaster level. This substance is indeed a treasure. If only I had it just now. A mere sprinkle for Hyo and AZ would have them begging me for an antidote within moments. He chuckled to himself, envisioning a future where, upon attaining the status of Grandmaster, even if they turned against him, they would lack the means to harm him. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated Lin Yichen became. He promptly summoned Li Cheng. Spare no effort in procuring some Hwansen from the Hwan sect. I do not care the cost. Even if you must seize it by force with the might of the Shichong, do so. Lin Yichen's eyes gleamed with determination. Hasten. Understood, Li Cheng replied, though he was unsure of Lin Yichen's intentions regarding the substance. Nevertheless, he respectfully accepted the command. I will search the black market in the capital for a broker. However, this substance is a secret elixir of the Hwan sect, and it is said that even they possess it in limited quantities, making it quite difficult to obtain. Li Cheng gazed awkwardly at Lin Yichen, expressing, I will do my utmost to search. All right, thank you for your efforts, Lin Yichen replied with a slight nod, finding it difficult to comment further. After all, the Hwansen, which had been employed by the Qin Wang to poison the Empress, was undoubtedly not a common item. Go ahead, he gestured to Li Cheng, fully aware of his own limitations. Since he could not rely on the system for the time being, he decided to meditate and cultivate his skills. Esteemed eunuch, trouble has arisen. The following morning, a flustered young eunuch rushed into Lin Yichen's courtyard in a state of panic. Your Majesty has been attacked again. Chapter 35. A fortuitous opportunity for cultivation. What fortune is this? Under the frantic gaze of the young eunuch, Lin Yichen was instantly filled with exhilaration and leaped to his feet. The assassins are there. Leave me at once. Yes, gather the personnel from the Imperial Horse Administration, and let us rescue His Majesty. Remember, capture them alive if possible. What? As he witnessed the assassination attempt on the Emperor, Lin Yichen was not filled with dread but rather excitement, leaving the young eunuch utterly perplexed by the situation, his mind momentarily blank. What are you dawdling for? Lin Yichen exclaimed, brandishing his wind and thunder spirit sword, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lead the way. If those assassins are slain by a Chiu before we arrive, it would be a disaster. Why yes. Although the young eunuch was baffled by Lin Yichen's enthusiasm, he quickly nodded in instinctive compliance after being chastised. The assassins are in the main hall outside the Palace of Heavenly Purity, engaged in a standoff with the Emperor's guards. Excellent. Lin Yichen waved his hand with fervor, addressing the group of eunuchs from the Imperial Horse Administration who had come rushing upon hearing the news. Lads, the time to achieve glory has arrived. Follow me to rescue His Majesty. Remember, capture them alive. Kill. With that, Lin Yichen boldly charged from the Imperial Horse Administration towards the Palace of Heavenly Purity, encountering the assassins entangled with the guards. However, it was perplexing that the number of assassins was not particularly high, while their strength was commendable. They did not surpass that of the inner palace guards by much. It could be said that if more guards were present, dealing with them would be a trivial matter. After all, the Forbidden City is the most securely guarded location in the Great Feng Dynasty, and every inner palace guard is an extraordinary individual. Strangely, the number of inner palace guards coming to protect the Empress was insufficient, barely constituting less than a third of the total. Consequently, these assassins could directly infiltrate the Palace of Heavenly Purity, posing a threat to the Empress. How curious. Where had the other inner palace guards gone? If they had attacked together, surely these assassins would have been vanquished long ago? Lin Yichen muttered to himself, casting a glance at the Empress, who stood on the steps of the main hall. Her countenance darkened. He finally waved his hand at the eunuchs behind him. Charge forth and serve his majesty. Kill. With a fierce roar, Lin Yichen plunged his sword into one of the black-clad assassins lying on the ground, evidently gravely injured. Ding dong. Notification. Host has slain a first-layer innate martial artist. Reward. 3 months of cultivation. Indeed. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yichen, wielding the Wind and Thunder Spirit Sword, felt an even greater thrill. This was an opportunity for cultivation handed to him on a silver platter. Only a fool would refuse it. Gazing at the 30-odd desperate assassins before him, Lin Yichen pounced forward without hesitation, eager to reap his rewards. Ding dong. Notification. Host has slain a second-layer innate martial artist. Reward. 5 months of cultivation. Ding dong. Notification. Host has slain a fourth-layer innate martial artist. Reward. 7 months of cultivation. Ding dong. The host has successfully slain a martial artist of the innate realm at the 7th level, earning a year's worth of cultivation rewards. As Lin Yichen continued to deliver finishing blows, although several young eunuchs from the horse monitoring office perished, he managed to eliminate numerous injured and captured assassins, thus reaping considerable rewards. How audacious. Witnessing Lin Yichen's shamelessness in targeting only the wounded assassins, the slender leader among the entangled assassins appeared incensed. Without a moment's hesitation, the assassin lunged forward, thrusting his sword viciously at Lin Yichen. Good heavens! In an instant, Lin Yichen felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. Sensing the ominous threat of death, the assassin's prowess was astonishingly at the master level. How outrageous. This is blatant bullying. I am merely an innate martial artist, and you, a master, dare to attack me? Lin Yichen, filled with helplessness, let out a frustrated sigh, feeling quite flustered in the face of such a formidable opponent. Just then, as Lin Yichen pondered his escape, contemplating whether to dash towards the Empress and divert the danger, Achio, clad in yellow, suddenly appeared, deftly intercepting the assassin's strike aimed at Lin Yichen. Your opponent is me. With a swift motion, Achio's strength clearly surpassed that of the assassin. After a cold snort, her formidable sword sliced through the assassin's dark garb, drawing a crimson line across his flesh. Phew, I've managed to preserve my life. With the assassin now occupied, Lin Yichen exhaled in relief. Sister Achio, I am truly grateful to you. I shall repay you handsomely another day. No need. Achio was well aware that Lin Yichen's promises were as hollow as the wind. His notion of repayment was likely a veiled proposition. With a sharp glare, she re-engaged the female assassin in combat. Humph, one day you shall kneel and serve me. Gazing at Achio's elegant form, Lin Yichen took a deep breath, suppressing his impure thoughts while seizing the opportunity to continue his ruthless exploits. Damn. Observing the leader being held at bay by Achio, a burly assassin swung his blade towards Lin Yichen, intent on eliminating the scoundrel who preyed on the injured. An innate martial artist at the 7th level? Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled as he regarded the approaching assassin. His strength is on par with mine. If so, allow me to send you to meet Mengpa. Thunderous slash. Whoosh. Given their similar strengths, Lin Yichen felt no hesitation in engaging. Although he relished preying on the weak and injured, when the moment demanded it, he was prepared to fight for his life. After all, in a one-on-one scenario where realms and strengths are nearly equal, one's fighting spirit becomes paramount. Clinging to the belief in his inevitable victory significantly increased his chances of triumph. Conversely, evading battle and attempting to flee could expose him to a fatal strike. Seeking death, the assassin was certainly not intimidated by Lin Yichen's resistance. With a furious roar, he swung his sword with great ferocity, aiming to cleave Lin Yichen in two. Unlike Lin Yichen's thunder sword technique, which emphasized speed and the element of a decisive strike, the assassin employed a more forceful and grandiose style, characterized by overwhelming strength and momentum. In this regard, Lin Yichen was perhaps more suited to the role of an assassin. After all, while the thunder sword technique was undeniably swift and powerful, it bore a distinct flaw: its reliance on a mere 3 decisive moves, lacking in endurance. Though the thunderous strikes were formidable, they were fleeting. With a sudden opportunity, Lin Yichen thrust his sword towards the assassin's throat. Chapter 36. Kill him for me, damn it. You erratic monkey. Slash. At the critical moment, though he narrowly evaded the lethal strike from Lin Yichen, the assassin still suffered a deep gash on his arm, blood streaming from the wound. Enraged, he glared at Lin Yichen, exclaiming, You deserve to die. If you have the guts, don't run around like a coward. A true man should face me head-on in a fair fight. Foolish. Lin Yichen couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the assassin's words, questioning whether he or the assassin was truly the killer. What kind of assassin speaks of honorable combat? Assassins strike swiftly and lethally, retreating if necessary to await another opportunity. After all, in most instances, they possess only a single chance to act. Perish. Flash. Without engaging in idle banter with the burly assassin, Lin Yichen swiftly circled around him, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Although the assassin's defense was formidable, Lin Yichen was unable to deliver a fatal blow. Nevertheless, he inflicted numerous wounds, leaving the assassin drenched in blood, resembling a crushed tomato. Damn it, you scoundrel. Seeing Lin Yichen's audacity, the assassin, though confident he could slay Lin Yichen with a single blow, found himself unable to land a hit. His fury escalated, and he could only glare helplessly at Lin Yichen while trying to flee. Boom. At that moment, during the standoff with dual swords, Achio unexpectedly abandoned her weapon and approached the master assassin, delivering a powerful strike to his shoulder. Whoosh. Caught off guard, the master assassin had no time to resist and was sent flying by Achio's blow, spitting blood as he fell. Impressive. Lin Yichen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, secretly hoping Achio would refrain from killing the master assassin. He mused that if he were to deliver the finishing blow afterward, the experience gained would be invaluable. After all, this was a master. Retreat. Realizing the futility of his assassination attempt on the Empress, the wounded master assassin understood he could not prevail today. With only a few assassins remaining, he tossed a pill that released a white mist upon impact and commanded a retreat. Damn. Witnessing the leading master assassin's hasty flight, the burly assassin, entangled with Lin Yichen, felt a sudden freeze at the prospect of escape. Thinking of fleeing? Seeing this, Lin Yichen smirked and let out a cold snort, swiftly thrusting his sword once more. Die. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, as the assassin turned in panic, exposing his vulnerable back to Lin Yichen, Lin seized the opportunity and thrust his sword deep into the exposed heart. Whoosh. Gurgle. You. Thud. Gazing at the blade that pierced through his back and emerged from his chest, the assassin widened his eyes in utter disbelief, letting out a final, anguished cry before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. In truth, their realms and combat abilities were closely matched, and had they engaged in a fair duel, it would have likely resulted in mutual destruction, one perishing while the other remained grievously wounded, or perhaps neither could best the other, leading to an eventual stalemate. Despite Lin Yichen's remarkable speed, his combat prowess proved to be fleeting. Conversely, although his opponent was slower, he possessed enduring combat strength and formidable defensive capabilities. In this scenario, Lin Yichen could not catch up with him, and likewise, his adversary could not slay him. Unfortunately, as he attempted to retreat, he exposed a fatal flaw, ultimately succumbing to Lin Yichen's sword. Ding dong. The system detected the host's slaying of a 7th-level innate martial artist, rewarding him with 5 years of cultivation. What? 5 years of cultivation? Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yichen was taken aback. System, is this a mistake? That's an extraordinary amount. Just moments ago, I dealt the final blow to several innate martial artists, and you only rewarded me with a few months to a year of cultivation. The system unceremoniously explained. The host's rewards are calculated differently based on personal combat kills versus opportunistic slayings. Well, fair enough. Lin Yichen shrugged, finding no argument against the rationale of the reward system. Boom. As the battle concluded, several assassins who failed to escape were promptly eliminated. The remaining Imperial Guards pursued the fleeing assassins when Xiao Su, the commander of the Imperial Guards, arrived swiftly with a contingent of skilled attendants. I humbly beg your pardon for my tardiness, Your Majesty. With a resolute expression, Xiao Su knelt, bowing respectfully before the Empress. I am clad in armor and cannot fully prostrate myself. I hope for your understanding. General Xiao, the Empress, flanked by Achio, regarded him with an unusually grim demeanor. As the general of the Imperial Forest Army and commander of my inner guards, is this how you safeguard the Forbidden City? 2 assassination attempts within a month, and you just happened to be patrolling at a distance both times. A chilling smile crept across the Empress's face, her eyes glinting with icy fury as she stared at Xiao Su. Is it only upon my demise that you would arrive in time? Your Majesty has misunderstood. It was indeed a coincidence, Xiao Su quickly responded. Perhaps a traitor informed the assassins of this news, thus drawing me away. Is that so? The Empress scoffed, her expression a mixture of amusement and scrutiny. Then pray tell, who is this traitor? Xiao Su's eyes darted, and he pointed directly at Lin Yichen. I believe the traitor is none other than Lin Yichen. What? Me a traitor? Lin Yichen, who had been observing the spectacle, was momentarily stunned, realizing he had unwittingly become part of the performance. To be accused of colluding with the assassins was quite a twist. Not only was Lin Yichen astonished, but the Empress was also taken aback, her laughter tinged with disbelief. Xiao Su, do you take me for a fool? You, the guard commander who managed to evade danger twice, are deemed a loyal subject, while he, who arrives just in time to save the day, is branded a traitor? Your slander knows no bounds. Every word I speak is the truth, Xiao Su retorted, unfazed by the Empress's anger, boldly countering. Believe it or not, Your Majesty, the facts remain as they are. I was but a pawn in this scheme, deceived and led astray. If Your Majesty harbors doubts, you may seek the truth from King Qin. You. The Empress's countenance instantly froze, her small hands clenched tightly as she glared furiously at Xiao Su. Indeed, it seems no one within the palace is unaware of King Qin's influence. Observing Xiao Su, who brazenly flaunted his connection to the king, Lin Yichen felt a profound sense of helplessness. He reflected on how the Empress's situation was exceedingly dire, to the extent that even her captain of guards was in league with King Qin. Qiu. After a moment of struggle, the Empress turned her darkened gaze upon Qiu. The captain of the guards, Xiao Su, has colluded with assassins and deserves the gravest of punishments. Execute him. Chapter 37. Make me pregnant. As the Empress's command echoed in the air, Qiu, unwaveringly loyal to her, unsheathed her sword and lunged at the audacious Xiao Su without a moment's hesitation. Though she recognized the formidable nature of her opponent, her resolve to uphold the Empress's authority compelled her to exert her utmost effort. How dare you? Xiao Su bellowed, incensed at the audacity of both the Empress and Qiu to strike at him. I am a man of Prince Qin. Your actions defy his command. Without the prince's orders, none may take my life. With a sharp clang, he parried Qiu's thrust. As a fellow intermediate master, he remained unyieldingly arrogant. Qiu, I shall spare you from my wrath, considering you are a woman. Yet do not test my patience. Otherwise, do not blame me for wishing your demise. Or worse. His gaze lingered on her graceful figure, her slender legs, and her delicate waist and abdomen. I might just make you pregnant. Seeking death. Qiu seethed, her fury ignited by Xiao Su's taunts. She renewed her assault with even greater intensity. This is your own doing. I shall capture you for treason and take you to the Ministry of Punishment for interrogation. With a disdainful scoff, Xiao Su retorted. You know well what tortures I have in store for you. Fear not. I will ensure you are well fed. Ha ha. Silence, you shameless wretch. Qiu's face flushed with anger as she glared at the arrogant Xiao Su, her strikes becoming increasingly fierce. She understood all too well the implications of his words. Just wait. I shall deliver you a most delightful surprise. Xiao Su, emboldened by his strength, disregarded Qiu entirely. He not only launched a series of aggressive attacks but also continued to provoke and tease her with his words. Damn you. The Empress, her face pale with rage, clenched her crimson lips as she surveyed the unmoving palace guards. What are you waiting for? Kill the treasonous Xiao Su at once. Who dares? Xiao Su thundered, his voice laced with fury. I am a loyal servant of Prince Qin. Are you all willing to throw away your lives? The guards exchanged apprehensive glances, their resolve wavering in the face of Xiao Su's threat. They understood the formidable power of Prince Qin and feared the consequences of aiding the Empress against his trusted aide. Assisting in the assault on Xiao Su could lead to dire repercussions once the prince ascended to power. Though they were reluctant to help Xiao Su in his attack on Qiu, they were equally unwilling to heed the Empress's command to confront him. Useless wretches. The Empress glared at the immobile guards, her fists clenched in frustration, her knuckles pale. She was thoroughly exasperated. If this battle continued, Qiu's life would be in grave danger. Although Qiu displayed a fierce offensive, she was unable to vanquish Xiao Su, causing Lin Yichen to furrow his brow in deep concern. Qiu, being a woman, naturally lacked the stamina of Xiao Su. Thus, in a prolonged struggle, it was inevitable that she would succumb first. Despite her usual aloofness towards him, they were, for the moment, allies in service to the Empress. Moreover, Lin Yichen anticipated an opportunity to claim Qiu's pristine virtue in hopes of transcending his own limits. In this era, finding a woman of both unblemished virtue and advanced martial prowess was no simple task. Only within the palace, where men were scarce and the Empress herself was a woman, could such individuals be found in greater numbers. In the martial world, however, these capable women likely had an extensive history with numerous men. Gather the crossbows from the warehouse of the West Factory, quickly. With a swift gesture, Lin Yichen instructed Li Qing and Xiao Jinzi to assemble a multitude of crossbows in the open space. He understood that mere military crossbows would not suffice. For while they could slay ordinary inner-strength practitioners and martial masters, they would be powerless against grandmasters. Thus, he needed to employ other strategies. What to do? A flash of inspiration struck him, and he decided to use the ropes from the West Factory's prison, designed to restrain powerful foes, to fashion a net that would be affixed to the crossbow bolts. He then coated the tips of these bolts with a deadly poison that would seal the throat upon contact. Achio, step aside. At the moment Lin Yichen's command was issued, Achio, breathless, forced Xiao Su back with a swift strike of her sword before retreating rapidly. Fire! Lin Yichen commanded emphatically, pressing the trigger of the crossbow. You think you can kill me with those? Xiao Su scoffed disdainfully, unfazed by the encirclement of crossbows as he glared at Lin Yichen. With your military crossbows, I have nothing to fear. You are laughably mistaken. Lin Yichen, seizing the moment of Xiao Su's overconfidence, pressed the trigger once more. A flurry of bolts soared towards Xiao Su. Although he managed to withstand most of the projectiles, some found their mark, and he became ensnared in the net. Curse you! With a fierce glow in his eyes, Xiao Su severed part of the net with a single stroke and glared menacingly at Lin Yichen. You will pay for this. Perish. Net. Lin Yichen had no intention of engaging Xiao Su in direct combat, for as a mere 7th-level martial artist, to confront him head-on would be tantamount to seeking death. Therefore, with a grim expression, he commanded the eunuchs to tighten the net from a distance and continued to unleash a barrage of crossbow bolts at Xiao Su. While it was true that the vast majority of poisons would be inconsequential to a grandmaster of Xiao Su's caliber, easily neutralized upon entering his system, the sheer volume of toxins would inevitably have some effect. Though it would not slay him, it would dull his reflexes and incite greater rage within him. In a state of fury, one is prone to making mistakes. You shameless little thief. Feeling the discomfort coursing through his entire body as if poisoned, Xiao Su glared fiercely at Lin Yichen, exclaiming, Dare to poison me? You are truly despicable and shameless. I will kill you. With a swift and forceful strike, Xiao Su cleaved through the net with a single blow. Subsequently, with a fierce expression, he advanced step by step towards Lin Yichen, intent on taking his life. With his full power unleashed at the master level, he resembled a tiger toying with a wild boar, glaring menacingly at Lin Yichen. Listen well. I had no intention of harming you, but you brought this upon yourself. I assure you, your time of demise has come. Chapter 38. The Slaying of Chief Guard Xiao Su. Your opponent is me. With a swift motion, Achio stepped forward without hesitation to shield Lin Yichen from the oncoming attack of Xiao Su. With a crack, Xiao Su effortlessly deflected Achio's sword with a dismissive cold snort. Little girl, are you seeking death? If so, allow me to grant your wish. Everyone hold on. Lin Yichen, wielding the Wind Thunder Spirit Sword, raised his hand to stop the eager eunuchs from shooting arrows, preventing them from inadvertently harming Achio. His gaze was fixed on Xiao Su, whose strength was visibly waning under the corrosive effects of poison, particularly in terms of speed and reaction. This was a decisive moment. Slaying a master would yield immense cultivation rewards. Even if most of the credit belonged to Achio, he would still reap significant benefits. Opportunity had presented itself. It was time to strike. Seeing Xiao Su's back exposed amidst his fierce duel with Achio, Lin Yichen seized the moment, launching a fierce strike at the vulnerable spot. With a thunderous force, he executed the Thunder Sword technique, piercing with precision. With a resounding crack, the Wind Thunder Spirit Sword carved a graceful arc, plunging directly into Xiao Su's back. As the sword penetrated his heart, Lin Yichen swiftly sliced sideways to amplify the damage. Although the sword was soon restrained by Xiao Su's internal energy, it still inflicted a grievous wound. Damn it! With a thunderous roar, Xiao Su retaliated. His palm striking Lin Yichen, who was caught off guard and sent crashing 10 meters away, spitting blood profusely. Lin's supervisor, Lin Gonggong. Upon witnessing Lin Yichen's fall, Xiao Jin and Li Qing rushed to his side, anxiously supporting him and assessing his condition. Cough, cough, I am fine. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Yichen gazed at Xiao Su, who was pierced through the heart by the Wind Thunder Spirit Sword. Although Xiao Su's formidable strength prevented immediate death, he was nonetheless nearing his end. This is a top-tier heavenly spirit sword. How do you possess such a treasure? You ambushed me. How shameless. Xiao Su glared at Lin Yichen with a twisted expression, aware that his demise was well-deserved. He had underestimated Lin Yichen's audacity and never anticipated he wielded such a precious weapon. While his defenses appeared lax, ordinary weapons, even those wielded by internal energy practitioners with lesser strength, could not breach his protective energy. Yet, who could have foreseen that Lin Yichen possessed a top-tier heavenly spirit sword? You lack martial virtue. With blood dripping from his weapon, Xiao Su advanced menacingly towards Lin Yichen, intent on taking him down with him in this life-and-death struggle. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Yichen cast a cold glance at Xiao Su, pondering the nature of victory and defeat, unconcerned with the means employed. Suddenly, with a swift thrust from Achio's sword, Xiao Su met his demise on the spot. Ding dong. The system announced the host's successful collaboration with Achio in slaying the 5th-tier martial artist Xiao Su, rewarding him with 15 years of cultivation. 15 years? Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Yichen murmured, 15 years is indeed substantial. It is worth the peril I have embraced. Cough, cough. Severely injured from his encounter with Xiao Su, Lin Yichen coughed again. If only I possessed the imperial dragon seal. At that moment, the Empress surveyed Xiao Su's lifeless body, her expression turning even colder. Otherwise, killing him would have been as easy as slaying a dog. Are you all right? After confirming Xiao Su's true death, Achio glanced at Lin Yichen with a complex expression. This time, I thank you. It is nothing, Lin Yichen replied with a bitter smile, waving his hand dismissively. It was the least I could do. I shall fetch some healing elixirs for you shortly. Observing the weakened Lin Yichen, Achio's expression was tinged with complexity. Had it not been for Lin Yichen risking his life to save her, she might very well have been killed or captured by Xiao Su. Xiao Su deserves his fate. He has been dealt with. You were all ensnared by him, so I shall hold no grudge against you. The Empress addressed the palace guards, who were now visibly terrified, fearing retribution for their previous inaction. Rest assured, my word is my bond. As long as you remain loyal to me henceforth, I shall generously reward you with promotions and titles. We shall obey your commands, your majesty. We pledge our loyalty. Following the Empress's pronouncement, the guards, aware of the power of the imperial decree, recognized that siding with Prince Qin after Xiao Su's death would yield no favorable outcome. Thus, they knelt on one knee, pledging their allegiance to the Empress. The newly appointed head of the palace guards, the Empress regarded Achio and Lin Yichen, contemplating but refraining from speaking. Achio was her personal attendant, and although Lin Yichen had performed admirably today, he was still a eunuch, also holding the dual roles of the director of the imperial stable and deputy director of Sinang Palace. While the Empress desired control over the palace guards, she did not wish to allow Lin Yichen to monopolize power. Therefore, she turned her attention to Tong Yangzheng, the head of the Qianqing palace guards, who had been injured while attempting to rescue her and thus could not engage in the assault on Xiao Su. Although Tong Yangzhen's strength was slightly lacking, being at the pinnacle of the innate martial artist realm, his loyalty was commendable. Tong Yangzheng, I appoint you as the new head of the palace guards, to oversee all guards within the Forbidden City. The Empress looked sternly at Tong Yangzheng. I do not wish to witness another incursion into the harem with intent to assassinate. I obey. Upon receiving such a prestigious appointment, Tong Yangzheng, disregarding his injuries, immediately knelt and prostrated himself. Should there be a next time, I shall present my head. The Empress huffed lightly and then turned to Lin Yichen. For your meritorious service in today's rescue, I bestow upon you a suit of flying fish attire and 100 taels of gold. I humbly thank your majesty for your generous favor. Although the Empress's rewards were somewhat modest in his eyes, Lin Yichen remained utterly indifferent, for what truly mattered to him was his cultivation rather than the titles of office. After all, with sufficient prowess, even the Empress would be within his grasp. What significance do these extraneous titles hold? Others receive their own rewards. You may leave now. With that, the Empress waved her hand and took Achio into the Qianqing palace. The chief steward was instructed to return to the residence. Lin Yichen, supported by Li Qing and Xiao Jinzai, made his way back to his humble abode. However, the moment he stepped into his courtyard, Lin Yichen was astounded to find a figure clad in black lying in his bedroom. Chapter 39. Capturing a beautiful assassin. What is the situation? Observing the assassin lying in his courtyard, evidently unconscious from blood loss, Lin Yichen furrowed his brow in sudden contemplation. This assassin has chosen his location wisely. As the chief steward of the Imperial Horse Department, no one would dare to intrude or conduct a search here. Come here, Master Lin. As Lin Yichen's command echoed, several young eunuchs attending outside immediately bowed and awaited his instructions. That will be all. You may leave. With a flicker of thought, Lin Yichen, eyeing the assassin's delicate form with a hint of skepticism, refrained from directly delivering her to the West Factory prison. Instead, he carefully lifted her and carried her into the room. As anticipated, my guess was indeed accurate. Upon unveiling the assassin's black veil, Lin Yichen was taken aback by her breathtaking beauty, gasping in astonishment. Her visage rivaled that of the Empress and the Empress Dowager. With a hint of baby fat, she appeared to be merely in her early 20s, possibly even younger than Lin Yichen himself. Yet, her prowess was at the level of a master. Such extraordinary talent is truly remarkable. Murmuring to himself, Lin Yichen observed the wound on the assassin's shoulder. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously removed her dark attire and pulled down the white straps, revealing her delicate collarbone and an alluring expanse of pale skin. This injury was inflicted by Achio's sword. Fortunately, her formidable strength allowed her to withstand the internal energy dispersed by the blade. Otherwise, that strike would have severely incapacitated her shoulder. However, how exquisite her complexion is. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen deemed that the assassin might still hold some value. He retrieved a healing ointment and proceeded to treat her wound with care. But who is her true master, the king of Qin? After tending to the beautiful assassin's injury, Lin Yichen gazed at her curvaceous figure with suspicion, muttering to himself, "But this doesn't seem right. Is the king of Qin truly so foolish as to send someone to assassinate the empress?" After his previous failure, he should have realized that the empress is not so easily slain, and normally, the empress dowager and Li Zhong would never permit him to actually kill her. Lin Yichen was acutely aware that although the empress had previously faced an assassination attempt while the head of the palace guards, Xiao Su, stood idly by, and the East Factory and the Jinui turned a blind eye, this was predicated on the assumption that the empress's entourage could withstand such an attack. If her life were genuinely in peril, Li Zhong and the West Factory would undoubtedly intervene to protect her. After all, if the empress were to be assassinated within the palace, the empress dowager and Li Zhong would bear eternal infamy and be held responsible. Moreover, should the king of Qin ascend the throne, he would surely seek retribution against them. Hence, the most prudent method for the king of Qin to usurp the throne would be to compel the empress to abdicate, rather than resorting to assassination. So, who exactly sent her? Observing the pale complexion of the beautiful assassin, clearly succumbing to excessive blood loss, Lin Yichen sniffed the air. How intoxicating. Moreover, her fairness is remarkable. She is a true gem of beauty. It seems her unseen puppeteer possesses a rather misguided intellect, dispatching such an exceptional beauty to face death instead of cherishing her for their own enjoyment. Such a waste of talent. After murmuring this under his breath, Lin Yichen gently covered the beautiful assassin with a blanket and settled beside her, opening the system. Having previously seized the opportunity to eliminate numerous assassins, particularly when he vanquished Xiao Su, he had accrued an impressive 15 years of cultivation. He pondered how many years of cultivation he had amassed now, and whether it would suffice for him to ascend to the status of a master. With a spark of excitement, Lin Yichen accessed his attribute interface to review his foundational attributes. Host, Lin Yichen. Realm, 7th Layer Martial Master, Innate Realm. Position, Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department. Cultivation Technique, 9 Sun Scripture, Medium Completion. Martial Skill, Thunder Sword Technique, Minor Completion, Attribute Investigation. Items, Wind and Thunder Spirit Sword. 1 Yuan Cultivation Pill, 30 years of cultivation. Only 30 years of cultivation amassed. Lin Yichen, glancing at his accumulated cultivation, could not help but express his dissatisfaction with a low grunt. He had expected to have at least 40 or 50 years. It appeared these opportunistic assassins were rather ineffectual. Nevertheless, 30 years was better than nothing. After another murmur, Lin Yichen decided to directly enhance his attributes with the cultivation he had gathered. He first allocated 5 years to the Thunder Sword technique, elevating it to medium completion. Next, he invested 10 years into the 9 Sun Scripture, bringing it to the pinnacle of medium completion, and then directed the remaining 15 years entirely towards his realm. In an instant, Lin Yichen's entire body surged with warmth, filled with a rich inner energy. Enveloped in the comfort of his elevated realm and inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from the beautiful assassin beside him, he could not resist wrapping his arms around her slender waist, draping his right leg over her, and drifting into slumber. In truth, Lin Yichen greatly enjoyed falling asleep while embracing a girl. However, during his previous life as a security guard, he had never had the opportunity. Although he encountered numerous stunning beauties daily, he could only admire them from afar. After his reincarnation, he finally indulged, but whether it was the empress, the queen, or the 2 noble consorts, he could only partake in fleeting moments, never able to fully savor the experience. This was unavoidable. The queen and the consorts feared exposure, while the empress would never allow Lin Yichen a second encounter. At this moment, with the exquisite assassin nestled in his embrace, injured and utterly harmless, Lin Yichen naturally decided to relish the moment. Smack! The following morning, accompanied by the crisp sound of a slap, Lin Yichen was abruptly awakened from his slumber. "What the hell, are you hitting me?" Cradling his face, which had been struck by the stunning assassin, Lin Yichen was quite displeased. "Have you lost your mind? Why are you hitting me first thing in the morning?" The beautiful assassin, wrapped in a disheveled blanket, bit her crimson lip, her eyes brimming with embarrassment and fury as she glared at Lin Yichen. "You despicable, filthy creature. I saved you. I am your savior. Is this how you treat your benefactor?" Lin Yichen scoffed, unceremoniously returning her gaze. "If you dare utter another word, believe me, I will throw you into the East Factory's prison and let some burly male prisoners keep you company. At that moment, you shall find yourself in a predicament where survival is unattainable and death is equally elusive. You." The exquisite female assassin's expression abruptly stiffened, her lips tightly clenched in a complex display of emotions as she gazed at Lin Yichen. "Even if you saved me, that does not imply that I owe you anything," she retorted. Lin Yichen shrugged lightly. "There is but one bed in this room. I was merely exhausted and embraced it for a brief slumber, without engaging in any other activities. What loss have you incurred? You are shameless." The female assassin could not restrain her fury, exclaiming, "You know precisely what you have done to me." Bah. Chapter 40. The assassination of Lin Yichen. What have I done? Lin Yichen, just awakened from slumber, found himself in a state of bewilderment. However, upon gazing at the exquisite yet furious assassin before him, and noticing her disheveled attire, a realization struck him. Did I inadvertently drive while dreaming? He took a moment to smell his palm, and with a newfound understanding of why this stunning assassin was so enraged, he innocently shrugged. It is only natural. You have had boyfriends before, so you must understand. When a man holds you while sleeping, his hands may wander unconsciously, such is the nature of humanity. Lin Yichen chuckled. It was merely an unintentional act in my dream. You need not concern yourself. Moreover, you suffered no tangible loss. You haven't even lost a piece of flesh, so what is there to be angry about? Shut up. I've never had a boyfriend. Although the term boyfriend was foreign to her ears, the meaning was not lost on the beautiful assassin, who shot Lin Yichen a fierce glare. You are despicable and shameless. You truly have never had one? At this, Lin Yichen's eyes lit up, gazing at the stunning assassin, whose prowess reached the level of a master. Does that imply you remain untainted? Get lost. The assassin glared at him, exuding annoyance. What does that have to do with you? Lin Yichen gasped as he observed the bashful assassin, his body trembling with excitement. For him, this was undeniably fortuitous, given that she was a master. Gaining her favor could potentially elevate him to that level. Even if he could not attain mastery, advancing a tier or two should be within reach. Considering she was a woman of such formidable caliber, this was a boon for him. Gulp. As he appraised the assassin's alluring figure, his eyes gleamed with ambition. I must be favored by fate to stumble upon a masterful beauty like you. Though I received a slap, it was worth it. What do you intend to do? The beautiful assassin immediately sensed something amiss, crossing her arms with a wary expression directed at Lin Yichen. If you dare to touch me, my sect will never let you off. Which sect do you belong to? This question struck a chord with Lin Yichen, who regarded her with a complex expression. Why did you come to assassinate the emperor? Who sent you? Not a word more. The assassin, marked with a plum blossom insignia on her hand, retorted without hesitation. You need not ask. I will divulge nothing. Very well. In the face of the injured yet formidable assassin, whose true strength was diminished to that of an internal martial artist, Lin Yichen merely shrugged. Let us strike a deal. If you agree to my terms, I shall set you free. You are talking nonsense. The exquisite female assassin let out a cold scoff, rolling her eyes at Lin Yichen with irritation. This is the Forbidden City, and I am a wanted criminal for attempting to assassinate the emperor. What can you, a mere eunuch, do to detain me? Lin Yichen, taken aback, retorted, Who told you I am a eunuch? Do you dare to look down on me? I am the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department, one of the influential figures in this Forbidden City. If you cooperate with me, I assure you that I can facilitate your release. What do you intend to do? Upon seeing the official seal Lin Yichen produced, the beautiful assassin, now aware of his sincerity, regarded him with skepticism. What is it that you wish me to do? Let me make it clear. I will never disclose the identity of my accomplices. That is of no consequence, Lin Yichen shrugged, dismissing her concern. There are many who wish to kill His Majesty. You are merely one among many. My request is rather simple. Observing the alluring figure of the assassin, Lin Yichen grinned. Accompany me just once, and should I find pleasure in our encounter, I will allow you to leave. What? The beautiful assassin was utterly taken aback by Lin Yichen's words, her eyes widening in disbelief. Are you jesting? You want me to accompany you in that manner? Indeed, he replied with a chuckle. You are quite amusing. The assassin, disdainfully glancing at Lin Yichen's legs, retorted, Even if I were to agree, do you, a eunuch, possess the capability to satisfy me? Do you doubt my abilities? Lin Yichen, feeling insulted, could not allow such a comment to stand. With a huff, he dove into the assassin's cocoon bedding, audaciously proving his prowess. You are a false eunuch. The beautiful assassin gasped, her body trembling with astonishment as she scrutinized Lin Yichen. How did you infiltrate the palace? And why were you not castrated? That is none of your concern, Lin Yichen replied with a playful shrug. Just tell me whether you will accept my proposal. If you refuse, I shall have no choice but to transfer you to the Western Depot. I must inform you, the Western Depot houses many brutish death row inmates, and they are not known for their chivalry. Lin Yichen lifted the assassin's chin, his tone ominous. You understand what fate awaits you if that happens. You are shameless. The assassin's expression hardened to a shade of deep purple at Lin Yichen's blatant threat. I merely state the facts, he replied, leaning closer to her. If you yield to me, I will ensure your freedom. I keep my promises. Do not touch me. After a moment of internal conflict, her face a canvas of complexity, the beautiful assassin pushed Lin Yichen away. I can assist you in other ways, but that is absolutely out of the question. Is that so? Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with mischief as he observed the bashful assassin, recognizing her nature. Without hesitation, he pounced like a hungry tiger. You rogue. Minutes later, amidst a flurry of indignation and embarrassment, the female assassin struck at Lin Yichen while furiously shouting in protest. Yet in the moment of her furious scream, she suddenly sensed something amiss. This is the bloodline of the Qilin. Narrowing her eyes, the once furious and stunningly beautiful assassin was taken aback as she beheld a hazy Qilin apparition emerging from Lin Yichen's form. Indeed, it is you, the assassin. Now certain of the authenticity of the Qilin apparition, faced Lin Yichen, who had bullied her, with a fierce resolve, her eyes brimming with intense fury. You shall perish. With a swift motion, just as Lin Yichen was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, the assassin, seizing the moment as he was on the verge of a breakthrough, unexpectedly drew a silver hairpin from her coiffure. Lying there, her hand wielded the silver pin with precision, aiming directly at Lin Yichen's most vulnerable carotid artery. Chapter 41. Why do you want to kill me? Lin Yichen had just ascended the peak of Mount Tai, savoring the breathtaking sunrise over the sea of clouds, when he was suddenly caught off guard by a stunningly beautiful assassin's unexpected attack. He could hardly believe that the enchanting assassin, whom he had previously engaged with in a half-hearted manner, would resort to such treachery at this critical moment, aiming to strike him down when he was least prepared. It is well known that a man's guard is often at its lowest when he is captivated by beauty, particularly while climbing to witness the splendor of dawn or dusk. At any other time, even during sleep, Lin Yichen would remain vigilant, keeping one eye open and exercising utmost caution. In that pivotal moment, although Lin Yichen sensed something amiss and managed to leap away with a powerful push of his knee, narrowly evading the assassin's lethal strike, the skin of his neck was nonetheless grazed by her hairpin, causing several tiny blood vessels to rupture and bleed. Are you insane? Lin Yichen exclaimed, hastily dabbing at the blood on his neck. He seized the assassin's hands, wresting the hairpin from her grip. Why attempt to kill me? Is it not more prudent to engage in a fair exchange? If you grant me pleasure, I shall surely allow you to leave in safety. With a sense of exasperation, he gazed at the beautiful assassin. What benefit do you derive from killing me? Should I perish, there would be no one left to shield you, given your current injuries. Escape from the Forbidden City is impossible. Your demise is assured. Lin Yichen regarded her with incredulity. After all, we have shared a day of marriage and a bond of intimacy. By all accounts, you are guilty of murdering your own husband. Silence. How disgusting. Ugh, I did not consent to this. The assassin's face flushed crimson as she cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yichen's unappealing physique, her eyes drifting to the plum blossoms blooming on the sheets. Flustered, she hastily donned her attire and turned her back to him, clearly irritated. Regardless of your consent, the deed is done. I am indisputably your first man, Lin Yichen shrugged, his eyes tracing the elegant curves of her legs and body, prompting him to reach out once more. Thus, while we may lack the title of husband and wife, we have undeniably shared the essence of such a union. Why must you attempt to murder your spouse? Get away. The beautiful assassin shuddered at Lin Yichen's warm, unwelcome hand. Why do you insist on touching me? What is your reason for wanting me dead? Lin Yichen remained skeptical, convinced that the assassin had no valid grounds for wanting to kill him. After all, he was merely a eunuch and had promised to spare her. Were he an emperor, it would be reasonable for her to retaliate after yielding to his desires during a moment of vulnerability. Yet, he was just a eunuch. What motive could there possibly be for assassination? I won't tell you. The assassin struggled against his grasp, her voice filled with defiance. You scoundrel. Do not lay a finger on me? Not willing to speak? Huh. Lin Yichen scoffed, pondering for a moment before activating his attribute scan on the beautiful assassin. Name, Luo Lan. Age, 21. Occupation, junior sister of the Plum Blossom Sword Sect. Strength, first layer of Grandmaster. Skills, Plum Blossom Internal Skill, Plum Blossom Sword Technique. Influence, Plum Blossom Sword Sect, Qilin Sacred Land. What a charming little junior sister. Upon observing the attributes of the exquisite assassin Luo Lan, especially the 4 characters Qilin Sacred Land in the influence section, Lin Yichen suddenly felt a jolt in his body, instantly realizing something was amiss. Hiss. She is actually affiliated with the Qilin Sacred Land. This implies that she has the shadow of the traitorous leader Xin Zhao and the Qilin Sacred Land behind her. Thus, this assassination attempt was not directed at the Empress, but rather aimed at me? Lin Yichen's expression immediately turned grave as he sensed a thick atmosphere of danger. Since I am within the Forbidden City, it is only natural that regardless of the assassin's intentions, once they step into the Forbidden City and encounter the Imperial Guards, they would instinctively be perceived as attempting to assassinate the Empress. This is quite reasonable. Throughout history, the targets of assassins wreaking havoc in the Forbidden City have always been an emperor, and no one would consider otherwise. Lin Yichen chuckled wryly, remarking, after all, the most esteemed figure in the Forbidden City is the Empress, but who would have thought there is also me? a former young master of the Qilin sacred land. The Empress has been quite benevolent, having thwarted several assassination attempts on my behalf. With an awkward smile, Lin Yichen looked at Luo Lan and, with a glint in his eye, prepared to test her. Luo Lan. Slap. As the words left his mouth, he playfully slapped the familiar spot, exclaiming, "A little lift?" Huh. Luo Lan instinctively arched her body, immediately realizing something was wrong. She quickly retracted, rising in anger to glare at Lin Yichen. Despicable, shameless. I refuse to cooperate with you. Your body is quite honest. Lin Yichen shrugged slightly, responding to Luo Lan with a smile. Your movements are remarkably agile. I quite admire that. Get lost. That was merely an instinctive reaction. Why did you say that? Luo Lan's face flushed crimson as she bit her lip. Every woman reacts this way. I wouldn't know. I have only experienced you. Only a fool would believe your nonsense. With an irritated eye roll directed at Lin Yichen, Luo Lan's expression turned suspicious. Moreover, how do you know my name? Because I can calculate. Lin Yichen gestured with his fingers. I can not only discern your name, but also uncover everything else about you. Hee. Luo Lan rolled her eyes directly at Lin Yichen, then attempted to lie down again, giving him her back, uninterested in further engagement. I know you are the junior sister of the Plum Blossom Sword sect, and I am also aware of the shadow of the Qilin sacred land behind you. Lin Yichen smiled faintly. Shun Zhao sent you to assassinate me, didn't he? How do you know? Luo Lan exclaimed in surprise, sitting up abruptly. Her eyes filled with astonishment as she looked at Lin Yichen. Since you know everything, why do you ask me? It is indeed reasonable for Shun Zhao to attempt to assassinate me, but why would you, a junior sister of the Plum Blossom Sword sect, want to kill me? Lin Yichen expressed skepticism. Have you been subdued by Shun Zhao? But that shouldn't be the case. Lin Yichen cast a fleeting glance at the plum blossom on the bedsheet. Yet, this plum blossom is genuine, if he were to truly subdue you. Given your figure and beauty, he would have every reason to indulge in your presence. Not everyone is as shameless as you. Clenching her crimson lips, Luo Lan shot a fierce glare at Lin Yichen. You are nothing but a despicable lecher. There is not a single decent man among you. That accusation is unjust. You presented yourself willingly. How could I possibly resist? It is merely a transaction of mutual desire. Lin Yichen regarded Luo Lan with a skeptical expression. You have yet to answer me. As a member of the Plum Blossom Sword sect, we have no grievances from the past nor enmity in the present. Why would you take such a perilous risk to assassinate me? Chapter 42. The Hidden Beauty, Nothing to Say? In response to Lin Yichen's probing questions, Luo Lan retorted without hesitation, displaying an attitude of defiance, as if she were prepared to face any consequences yet resolutely refusing to cooperate. You little girl, still putting up a front at this point? It seems you are in dire need of a lesson. With a strained cry, Luo Lan found herself subjected to Lin Yichen's wrath once more. Now, are you going to behave? Shameless. Defenseless, Luo Lan chose to remain uncooperative, turning her back to Lin Yichen, her silence akin to that of a corpse. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, don't ask me anything. I shall remain tight-lipped. Rest assured, I do intend to kill you. Lin Yichen replied. Even without your words, I can surmise that Shun Zhao must have threatened or deceived you, making you believe I harbor a grudge against you. Gazing at Luo Lan's fair and smooth skin, Lin Yichen shrugged lightly. However, this is truly a misunderstanding. I had never even heard of your so-called Plum Blossom Sword sect. Thus we bear no animosity. When will you let me go? Luo Lan did not respond, but instead pried Lin Yichen's hands away. Her beautiful eyes filled with a mix of indignation and fury as she glared at him. You have succeeded. Now let me go. Do not worry. I shall release you. But not at this moment. You're deceiving me, Luo Lan exclaimed, her anger flaring as she glared at him. You are nothing but a liar. Who has deceived you? Lin Yichen chuckled. I did mention I would let you go, but I never specified when. For now, you shall obediently serve me, and when I grow tired of you, I shall naturally send you away. Of course, by then, you might find yourself enamored with me and reluctant to leave. How shameless. I would sooner fall for a dog than for you. Luo Lan scoffed in fury, and with that, she bit down hard on Lin Yichen's shoulder. Ouch. Quite the feisty one. Lin Yichen quickly reached out, and Luo Lan finally relinquished her grip. Time to rest. I am exhausted. Lin Yichen stretched lazily, cradling Luo Lan in his arms before closing his eyes to sleep. Of course, he did not actually fall asleep. Instead, he accessed the system to review his attributes. Host, Lin Yichen. Realm, 8th Layer Martial Master, Innate Realm. Position, Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. Cultivation Technique, 9 Yang True Classic, Middle Stage. Martial Arts, Thunder Sword Technique, Middle Stage, Attribute Detection. Items, Wind and Thunder Spirit Sword, 1 Yuan Cultivating Pill. Indeed, his strength had ascended another level. Observing his newfound status as an 8th Layer Martial Master, Lin Yichen felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. Although the endeavor to obtain Luo Lan had entailed certain risks, the rewards far outweighed them. After all, he not only achieved a gratifying elevation in his realm, but also experienced a soothing relief from his physical fatigue. Embracing the soft and gentle figure of Luo Lan, Lin Yichen found immense comfort in her presence as they slept together. He relished the warmth of her supple body, which filled his heart with joy. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Would she attempt to assassinate him while he slumbered? Feigning sleep while holding her delicate waist, Lin Yichen observed her closely. Despite Luo Lan's appealing physique and beauty, and their previous intimate encounter, he knew that if she dared to strike at him again, he would have no choice but to take decisive action. After all, his life was at stake, and he could not afford to indulge in sentimentality. If Luo Lan complied with his wishes, he would not mind savoring this comfort for a while, awaiting a more opportune moment to release her once the danger had passed. Otherwise, she would meet a tragic end. Meanwhile, Luo Lan, nestled in Lin Yichen's embrace, listened to his steady breathing, convinced of his slumber. She bit her lip, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she gazed at him. The urge to end his life surged within her, yet she hesitated. Torn between the fear of failure and the memory of their previous encounter. A woman never forgets her first man. Perhaps I shall allow you to live for a few days, she contemplated, until my strength is restored, then I will kill you and escape. She settled her head on Lin Yichen's shoulder, realizing that if she acted now, escape would be impossible, and she had no desire to be his downfall. In that moment, as she recognized her own strength had improved to the second level of the master realm, Luo Lan's eyes widened in astonishment. With her thoughts swirling in doubt, she succumbed to a deep sleep. Lin Yichen, sensing her reluctance to act against him, smiled slightly, amused by her complexity. Indeed, the most effective way to conquer a woman is to first win her body. A woman who is unwilling to share her body cannot sincerely claim to love you. Such declarations are utterly absurd. Knowing that Luo Lan had been sent by Shen Zhao, it was evident that Shen Zhao was aware of his true identity. Bound by the Empress's authority, he would likely refrain from entering the palace uninvited. However, the danger was ever present. He could not remain in the Forbidden City indefinitely, continually facing assassination attempts. Lin Yichen's expression turned serious as he contemplated the consequences of Shen Zhao summoning a master-level expert or even a grand master. He would be left with no place to hide. Thus, he resolved to devise a plan to draw out the serpent from its lair. Luo Lan was an ideal bait. With a clever glint in his eye, Lin Yichen formulated a strategy. He would seek an audience with the Empress under the pretense of eliminating assassins targeting the Qin King, all while plotting against Shen Zhao. After all, relying solely on his strength to confront Shen Zhao would likely prove futile. If the tables turned, he could find himself in grave danger. With a wry smile and a shrug, Lin Yichen embraced Luo Lan once more, gradually succumbing to slumber, the world around him fading into the realm of dreams. The following morning, as dawn broke, Lin Yichen awoke from a deep slumber, a sensation he had not experienced in a long time, sleeping beside a woman. It was a most delightful and fulfilling rest. How shameless. Roused from her dreams by Lin Yichen, Luo Lan cast a flushed glance at him, her cheeks blooming with color. You scoundrel. You ought to feel pleased. This is a testament to your allure, Lin Yichen remarked, observing the bashful Luo Lan, his spirits soaring as he laughed heartily. If I were utterly unresponsive, that would be a source of embarrassment for you. I have no need for that, Luo Lan retorted, her voice laced with annoyance as she huffed in response. I would only be delighted if you transformed into a genuine eunuch. Oh, you dare to challenge me? Lin Yichen teased, playfully lifting her chin, before reaching for a rope nearby. Do you see what this is? What are you planning to do? Luo Lan's expression shifted to one of sheer terror at the sight of the rope in Lin Yichen's hand. Chapter 43, the layout of the house raid in the midst of Lin Yichen's gaze, filled with mischief and intrigue. He found himself captivated by the alluring figure of Luo Lan, whose exquisite beauty left him utterly spellbound. Undoubtedly, this enchanting young woman ignited a fervent desire for conquest within him. You shameless scoundrel. Luo Lan, initially taken aback, quickly discerned Lin Yichen's intentions through his playful expression. Her delicate features stiffened as she shot an indignant glare at him. Get away from me. Ah, this is but a natural reaction. There is no need for embarrassment. After all, encountering a beauty such as yourself would stir feelings in anyone. Lin Yichen replied with unabashed confidence, undeterred by her flustered demeanor. However, it is not the right moment for our dealings, so I must unfortunately impose upon you for the time being. Rest assured, I shall ensure your utmost comfort later, and you will find yourself reveling in delight under my care. With a playful gesture, he lifted her chin, binding her hands and feet securely to the bed, and declared with a grin, such indulgent treatment is a privilege that only I can offer you. I have no need for it, Luo Lan retorted, fully aware of the implications behind Lin Yichen's words. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she insisted, "I am uninterested in such matters. I am devoid of desires." "Really? Your earlier performance while singing suggested otherwise." Lin Yichen smirked, gently patting her. "I shall take my leave now, but I advise you to refrain from screaming. If you attract the attention of the imperial guards, I will be unable to protect you. You shameless scoundrel." As Lin Yichen's figure receded, Luo Lan's cheeks flushed with anger. Her teeth clenched in frustration. If she possessed the strength to retaliate at that moment, she would have certainly exacted her vengeance upon him. "I was foolish yesterday to seek refuge in his courtyard. It is akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den." The recollection of her hurried escape after sustaining serious injuries brought a blush to her cheeks, and she bit her lip in quiet determination. "Given the circumstances, I must endure for now. But mark my words, my strength will soon be restored, and I shall have my revenge." Clenching her fists, Luo Lan, now at the second level of the Master Realm, commenced her slow and steady practice for recovery. Meanwhile, Lin Yichen had arrived at the Qinqing Palace, where the Empress resided. "Your servant greets your majesty. Long live the Empress." Bowing respectfully on the ground, Lin Yichen's gaze was drawn to the Empress's delicate feet and her porcelain-like calves, stirring a sense of longing within him. Typically, she adorned herself in a manner that concealed her true form, but before Lin Yichen, she let down her guard and spoke without pretense. Regrettably, as he discreetly attempted to steal a glance upwards, he found himself thwarted by her long gown. Unable to fully appreciate the beauty before him. "What are you staring at?" The Empress became acutely aware of Lin Yichen's gaze, which was laden with a sense of violation. Although she felt a sense of delight at her own allure, she outwardly glared fiercely at him, adopting an expression of indignation. "If you continue to stare, I shall pluck out your eyes." "I dare not," Lin Yichen thought to himself, secretly acknowledging that he had not only gazed, but had also indulged in far more. However, he refrained from voicing such sentiments directly to the Empress. "Humph." Noticing Lin Yichen's submissive demeanor, the Empress's lips curled into a slight smile. "A few of the assassins from yesterday managed to escape. Be vigilant in the coming days. I fear they may not relent and could return at any moment. You did eliminate quite a number, which brings me great comfort. I shall devote myself entirely to your majesty, serving until my last breath." Lin Yichen thought, knowing that one of the assassins was hidden within his own quarters. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of utmost respect as he addressed the Empress. "These vile scoundrels dare to conspire against your majesty. They are truly overestimating their own worth. No matter how many come, they shall meet their demise. With the true dragon's aura safeguarding your majesty and the auspices of our great nation, they are mere jesters who cannot inflict harm." "You have a way with words," the Empress remarked with a light snort, crossing her legs. "These assassins have lingered in the capital for so long, infiltrating the Forbidden City to attack me, yet the five-city garrison has detected not a whisper of their presence, nor tracked down their stronghold or the escaped assassins. What, pray tell, is the purpose of the five-city garrison?" At this, Lin Yichen abruptly lifted his head, astonished as he turned to the Empress and then to a Chiu beside her. "Does your majesty suspect a connection between the five-city garrison and these assassins?" "The commander of the five-city garrison is named Zhao Guang," a Chiu began, at the Empress's behest. "He was recommended by the Prince of Qin and previously served as an official in the prince's household." Understanding dawned upon Lin Yichen, as he recognized the link to the Prince of Qin. However, he was left pondering the nature of the relationship between the prince and the Qilin sacred land. Had the Prince of Qin colluded with the Qilin sacred land? Was the sacred land seeking to leverage the prince's influence to locate and eliminate him? Conversely, was the prince intent on harnessing the sacred land's elite power and standing to usurp the throne? If such were the case, both he and the Empress would be in grave danger. Thus, I assign you an honorable task. You are to go to the five-city garrison, apprehend Zhao Guang, and convey my edict to imprison him in the West Factory's dungeons, thereby crippling the Prince of Qin. The Empress's gaze turned steely as she scrutinized Lin Yichen. "Do you dare to undertake this mission? With your majesty's command, how could I possibly falter?" Lin Yichen felt a pang of awkwardness, knowing that should he express any reluctance, a Chiu could easily dispatch him with a single strike. "I am willing to alleviate your majesty's burdens." "Excellent." The Empress nodded in satisfaction. "Did you not mention a lack of funds?" Zhao Guang and Xiao Su, as the commanders of the five-city garrison and the imperial guards, are both under the prince's command, and I trust neither is impoverished. I permit you to seize all wealth discovered in their residences, to be appropriated for talent recruitment within the West Factory. I am grateful for your majesty's graciousness." Although the Empress harbored resentment towards others for risking her life to sever ties with the Qin royal faction, she found herself in a position where she had to rely on Lin Yichen to conceal her Qilin aura. Thus, she reluctantly accepted this task. Unable to express her disdain openly or flee from the situation, she acquiesced. "Go," the Empress commanded with a cold huff, waving her hand as she watched Lin Yichen depart. Turning her gaze to Achio, she inquired, "What news from your master?" Without acquiring the national dragon seal and lacking superior combat strength, even with my prior preparations, I am unable to confront the Qin king. It is simply impossible to subdue him. Chapter 44. Grant me one request, your majesty. My master claims to be a wanderer of the martial world, unwilling to engage in courtly disputes. Under the solemn gaze of the empress, Achio hesitantly began, "However, several of my senior brothers and sisters have accompanied me to the capital and are eager to serve your majesty." Very well. Though somewhat displeased by my master's lack of public support, the empress refrained from voicing her discontent, this time sending Lin Yichen to capture Zhao Guang. I suspect the king of Qin will not rest easily. Even Zhao Guang may fight fiercely to resist. Have your senior brothers and sisters protect Lin Yichen in secret. The empress coldly huffed, with their presence, unless the king of Qin personally intervenes, he shall not succeed in rescuing Zhao Guang. At once, Achio bowed deeply in acknowledgement. I shall make the necessary arrangements. No rush. Take me to meet your senior brothers and sisters. The empress slowly rose. I wish to bestow upon them titles of nobility, honoring their loyalty and righteousness. If they could assist me in commanding a portion of the imperial guard, that would be splendid. Your wisdom is unparalleled, your majesty. Naturally, Achio had no objections, as this was a golden opportunity for her senior brothers and sisters. Meanwhile, as Lin Yichen contemplated how to exploit Zhao Guang's situation to ensnare the individuals from the Qilin sacred land, Shen Zhao learned of the assassination's outcome and glared furiously at his returning confidant. Useless fools, an absolute disgrace. Those from the Plum Blossom sacred land are utterly incompetent, achieving nothing while causing failure. With a scornful huff, Shen Zhao clenched his fists. If they cannot even locate a hidden remnant, what purpose do they serve? The guardian replied, Master, Luo Lan, leading the Plum Blossom sacred land, has yet to emerge, likely trapped within the palace. His confidant, with a grave expression, continued, this time, it is not entirely the fault of the Plum Blossom sacred land. Under the guise of aiding the king of Qin in assassinating the empress, we entered the Forbidden City. Although the chief of the imperial guards, Xiao Su, allowed us free passage, a faction of guards remained loyal to the emperor and fiercely obstructed us. Additionally, several skilled guards were present beside the emperor. Before we could disperse to scout the area, we found ourselves surrounded. With undeniable resignation, the confidant lamented, in the ensuing chaos, the empress's guards besieged us, and seeing the situation deteriorate, Luo Lan chose to flee. Such incompetence. Could they not have scattered sooner? Shen Zhao, still displeased, huffed. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. If the guardian intervenes, he will undoubtedly extract this remnant with ease, dismembering him on the spot. The confidant hurriedly flattered. After all, with your capabilities, master, this remnant stands no chance against you. However, this task is not so simple, hiding within the Forbidden City. Even if I were to act personally, I cannot guarantee a complete upheaval or thorough search of the palace. Shen Zhao's expression darkened. Let us not speak of the king of Qin. The grand chief of the imperial household, Li Zhong, is a master of formidable caliber as well. If the Holy Lord were to descend, he would indeed be of no consequence. However, at present, Shen Zhao drew a deep breath. His expression grave. It appears we must rely on the power of the Qin king. Otherwise, this matter will prove challenging. Guardian, perhaps we can lure the serpent from its lair, compelling this remnant to reveal itself. His confidant, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, remarked, if he merely steps out of the Forbidden City, you could eliminate him with the ease of slaughtering a chicken. Quite so. Shen Zhao's eyes suddenly sparkled, but how to entice him? This turtle will not easily emerge. Allow me to ponder. The confidant rubbed his temples, his expression laden with skepticism. Meanwhile, Lin Yichen concluded a day's duties at the Imperial Horse Management Office. After arranging for tomorrow's raid on Zhao Guang's estate, he leisurely returned to his courtyard, albeit with a hint of impatience. After all, within his abode resided the enchanting Luo Lan, akin to newlyweds reveling in each other's company. Lin Yichen was eager to see her once more. Fortunately, you did not flee after all. Huh, what is this? Observing a shattered porcelain cup on the floor and noticing Luo Lan deliberately nudging it beneath the bed with her tiny foot, Lin Yichen was at a loss for words. I was foolish to trust you. You truly intended to escape. Humph. Luo Lan merely huffed. Allowing Lin Yichen to flip her over and gaze at the rope she had been tirelessly grinding with the porcelain shard. There is no need for your futile efforts. This rope is specially crafted by the Western Depot and cannot be severed by mere porcelain. Lin Yichen chuckled as he untied the rope, watching Luo Lan, who was visibly frustrated as she flexed her wrists. Your only path to survival is to serve me well. Perhaps if my spirits are lifted, I may consider releasing you. Shameless. Luo Lan shot him a fierce glare, her eyes ablaze. I would never believe your deceitful words. You have no choice. Lin Yichen shrugged lightly, appraising Luo Lan's alluring figure. Tell me, where are the outposts of the Plum Blossom Sword Sect and the Qilin Sacred Ground? And what is the strength of your most formidable expert? Reveal it, and perhaps I shall grant you your freedom. Impossible. Luo Lan glared fiercely at Lin Yichen. I would rather die than speak. You brought this upon yourself, compelling me to teach you a lesson. Noting her audacity to confront him, Lin Yichen swiftly grasped Luo Lan's petite foot and began to tease her mercilessly. Do not touch me. Luo Lan's face flushed crimson. Her glare at Lin Yichen filled with indignation. Unlike in later times, women of this era do not permit such liberties with their feet. Hiki, release me. Under Lin Yichen's relentless teasing, Luo Lan found herself rolling and struggling in helpless laughter. Speak, and I shall set you free. I will not. Luo Lan gritted her teeth. Resisting. You are a scoundrel. I will never trust the words of a faithless man. You have brought this upon yourself. Observing Luo Lan in disarray from their playful tussle. Revealing too much of her charm, Lin Yichen felt a surge of passion and lunged forward decisively. Gurgle. Before Lin Yichen could take action, a peculiar sound reached his ears. What is this? Are you hungry? Observing the blushing face of Luo Lan, curled up beneath the covers, Lin Yichen was momentarily taken aback. This shouldn't be the case. After all, you are a master practitioner. Isn't fasting for 10 days or half a month a trivial matter? I'm injured. Luo Lan shot Lin Yichen an exasperated glare. Oh. Right, I had forgotten about that. Lin Yichen slapped his forehead and promptly instructed Xiao Jinji to fetch a meal from the imperial kitchen, setting it before Luo Lan with a smile. Would you like to eat? Gulp. As she gazed at the delectable dishes, Luo Lan struggled to swallow her saliva. Her sparkling eyes brimming with anticipation. Clearly famished, she reached out eagerly. Don't rush, Lin Yichen said, shifting the food container aside. You may indulge, but first, you must agree to one of my requests. Chapter 45. The Assassination on the Road. What demands? Starving, Luo Lan was momentarily taken aback. Her vigilance towards Lin Yichen palpable as she bit her crimson lips. Let me tell you, if you wish to inquire about the Plum Blossom Sword Sect, I shall categorically refuse. I would rather perish from hunger than divulge anything. Observing her resolute demeanor, Lin Yichen could only shrug in resignation. I am not such a vile person. If you choose not to speak, I shall seek information through others. It will eventually come to light. Humph. Luo Lan merely scoffed and shot Lin Yichen a fierce glare. How about this? If you call me sister, I will grant you something to eat. Understanding that winning a woman's heart requires a gradual approach, Lin Yichen was determined to win her over completely. Especially since they had already established a level of intimacy akin to that of a married couple. He intended to utilize her as a means to infiltrate the Qilin sacred land, thereby uncovering its movements and ultimately resolving the threat it posed. You shall not succeed. You are nothing but a lecherous scoundrel, and I will not yield. Despite her youthful appearance, Luo Lan possessed an unwavering spirit and would never sweetly call Lin Yichen brother. She merely bit her lip tightly, glaring fiercely at him. This is of your own making. With her watchful eyes upon him, Lin Yichen suddenly tipped half of the food from his container into the trash bin. I offer you one last chance. If you do not call out, I shall continue to dispose of it. You have gone too far. Watching the wasted food. Luo Lan's stomach growled in protest as she glared at Lin Yichen with furrowed brows. You scoundrel. Do you have any idea how many people outside are starving? That is beyond my control. Lin Yichen shrugged slightly, feigning innocence. The reins of power in the Great Feng were held by the Qin Wang and the Empress Dowager. At worst, it was the Prime Minister and the various nobles. What concern was it of his, a mere eunuch serving in the imperial stable? You are indeed a scoundrel. Luo Lan, filled with indignation, bit her lip fiercely. Let me inform you, I have witnessed countless individuals suffering from famine due to disasters. The government not only fails to provide relief but instead colludes with local gentry to seize their lands, forcing these victims to sell their children or even resort to cannibalism. Your waste of food is unconscionable. This is precisely why we aim to assassinate the wretched emperor. It is because of him that the realm of Great Feng has descended into such chaos. Are you daft? Lin Yichen chuckled. Such statements might deceive a 3-year-old. His Majesty has yet to assume power. How could she wreak havoc upon the world? If that is your reasoning, then it is the Qin Wang and the Empress Dowager, the Prime Minister, and the nobles who deserve your ire. Why not target them instead? I cannot be bothered to argue with you. Truly, you are a fool. Upon glancing at Luo Lan, who appeared somewhat hunched due to her ample figure, Lin Yichen feigned an intention to discard the meal. If you choose not to eat, I shall have it thrown to the beggars outside the palace. At least it would serve as a form of charity. Stop. With her stomach aching from hunger, Luo Lan bit her crimson lip and uttered a soft protest. Do not pour it out. Then you shall call me brother. Lin Yichen turned his head, a playful gleam in his eyes as he regarded Luo Lan. You, brother. Though she thought it merely a trivial utterance in her current predicament, She could only begrudgingly acquiesce. Yet, she would never genuinely regard Lin Yichen as her brother. The very thought of the one who had wronged her made her wish for his demise. Once she regained her strength, she would surely seek to eliminate him without hesitation. Patience is a virtue. I shall bide my time. You may do as you wish. After all, I am already at your mercy. Under Lin Yichen's teasing gaze, Luo Lan contemplated. Whether once or 10 times, it mattered little. Once I am restored to my former self, I shall take my revenge. Despite her internal musings, there lingered a flicker of anticipation within her, for each encounter brought her a modicum of progress in her abilities. What did you say? I did not quite catch that. Lin Yichen, observing Luo Lan's reluctant compliance, smiled broadly. Please repeat. Brother. Though vexed, Luo Lan blinked her large eyes at Lin Yichen. Please, I wish to eat. Ah. How obedient. Lin Yichen, his eyes twinkling with excitement, handed the meal to Luo Lan. Afterward, let us style your hair in twin ponytails. I find it most appealing. Shameless. Luo Lan shot him a fierce glare before hastily devouring her meal. The following morning, after skipping the early court session with the Empress, Lin Yichen engaged in some exercise before indulging in a leisurely slumber alongside Luo Lan. It was not until the sun had risen high that he finally roused himself from bed. You scoundrel! Luo Lan, having endured a restless night, glared at Lin Yichen, who was once again brandishing ropes. Do not bind me. I shall not flee. That simply will not do. What if you were to escape? Lin Yichen resolutely secured her bindings. Without a woman by my side, I cannot sleep soundly at night. You are truly shameless. With her hands and feet bound, Luo Lan could only glare furiously at Lin Yichen, who promptly silenced her further protests. Rest well. I shall bring you food this evening. With a slight shrug, Lin Yichen strode into the Imperial Horse Supervisor's office. Chief Lin, you have arrived. The astute Jinzi hurriedly offered a bowl of hot soup to Lin Yichen. Have your breakfast? Chief Lin, any news from the morning court? After sipping the soup, Lin Yichen casually inquired. The king of Qin has not stirred up any trouble, has he? None at all. Little Jinzi promptly responded. The king of Longnan has already received the imperial decree to quell the rebellion. Although His Highness the King of Qin harbors some reservations regarding His Majesty's execution of Xiao Su, the undeniable evidence of Xiao Su's failure to rescue the emperor renders him unable to voice his concerns. Indeed, after all, His Majesty holds the moral high ground. Lin Yichen nodded slightly, casting a glance at the ready Li Cheng and the masters from the Xichong. Let us proceed to see Xiao Su's estate first, and then we shall meet this Zhao Guang. As you command, Li Cheng immediately replied with a respectful nod. Seal the area, seize the property. Upon arriving at Xiao Su's residence, Lin Yichen gestured to Li Cheng and the numerous experts from Xichong. Should there be any resistance, show no mercy. Evil scoundrels, meet your end. With a swift motion, as Li Cheng led the Xichong experts to raid the estate, a fierce shout erupted from the shadows, followed by a surge of menacing sword energy aimed directly at Lin Yichen's neck. Chapter 46. The Elegant Female Assassin. To my astonishment, Lin Yichen's expression shifted dramatically as he realized he had inadvertently stumbled into an assassination attempt, initially intending to merely observe. Caught off guard, he could only roll away in a hasty attempt to evade danger. With a swift motion, the blade struck down upon a young eunuch standing behind Lin Yichen, who barely had time to scream before his head was cleaved in two. Lin Yichen, you shall perish. After the first failed strike, the assassin, exuding the peak prowess of a congenital martial artist, continued her relentless assault on Lin Yichen, determined to eliminate him. Another female assassin? As Lin Yichen regained his composure, he unsheathed the Wind Thunder Spirit Sword, counterattacking while pondering the situation with skepticism regarding the identity of this female assassin. Was Shun Zhao so devoid of capable subordinates that she resorted to sending mere female assassins to do her bidding? Surround her. Protect Chief Lin. Eliminate her. At this moment, the officials from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau and the Western Factory also reacted, swiftly encircling the female assassin and aiding Lin Yichen in his counteroffensive. In no time, the female assassin, who had been aggressively pursuing Lin Yichen, found herself besieged and beaten, seizing the opportunity as she defended against several attacks from the Western Factory officials. Lin Yichen swiftly cut away her veil. To my surprise, she was indeed a captivating beauty. Gazing upon the striking features of the female assassin, who appeared slightly older and exuded an aura of elegance, Lin Yichen could not help but feel a spark of intrigue. Lin Yichen, you have slain my junior sister. You deserve to die. With her veil torn away, the female assassin, filled with a mix of shame and fury, let out a furious cry and lunged at Lin Yichen with renewed ferocity. You two are from the Plum Blossom Sword sect. Noticing the Plum Blossom insignia on her arm, Lin Yichen quickly understood. She sought vengeance for Luo Lan. However, it was rather ludicrous that while she entered the sect earlier, her strength fell short of her junior sister. A true master, Mind your own business. With a furious roar, the female assassin continued her reckless assault on Lin Yichen, intent on taking his life. Yet, regrettably, surrounded by the officials of the Western factory, she was unable to land a single blow on him. Capture her alive. Intrigued by the striking beauty before him, Lin Yichen decided to treat her as a cherished possession. Do not mar her visage, otherwise, it would lose all charm. You shameless cur. The female assassin instantly grasped the implications of Lin Yichen's words, her face flushed with a mixture of shame and rage as she intensified her onslaught against him. However, despite her formidable strength, she gradually began to tire under the relentless assault orchestrated by Lin Yichen and his allies. And it became apparent that she was on the brink of capture. Little girl, cease your resistance and surrender your weapons willingly. Observing the breathless female assassin, Lin Yichen smiled. I assure you, I shall not take your life. Rather, I will ensure your utmost enjoyment and perhaps even present you with a delightful surprise. I will never allow you to touch me. With a firm resolve, the female assassin, realizing she could not kill Lin Yichen, positioned her sword across her shoulder, preparing to take her own life. Junior sister, do not act impulsively. Senior sister, we have come to rescue you. Breakthrough. Before the female assassin could end her life, several figures clad in black, wielding swords, charged towards her with furious shouts. Slash. Observing the dire situation, Lin Yichen had no choice but to strike without hesitation. After all, if he could not possess her, he would not allow a would-be assassin to escape unscathed. Thud. Go. Senior sister, I will cover your retreat. With two angry shouts. After a male assassin was brutally slain by Li Qing and his men, the aloof female assassin successfully made her escape. Such a pity. Picking up a silver bracelet from the ground and inhaling the lingering fragrance in the air, Lin Yichen shook his head in regret. Had I been able to possess her, I would have surely ascended to the pinnacle of innate martial mastery. Manager Lin, it is our ineptitude. Li Qing quickly bowed deeply. We allowed them to escape. I implore you to punish us, Lord Lin. There is no need for that. After all, she was quite formidable. Lin Yichen chuckled, helping Li Cheng to his feet. This is merely a minor interlude. Let us proceed with our duties and raid the residences. As you command. Everyone, commence the raid and take stock. At Lin Yichen's signal, he gestured to the numerous guards and clerks, then entered the estate of Xiao Su alongside Li Cheng. Xiao Su, the chief guard of the inner palace, held a fourth-rank position. Although not high in rank, his critical role ensured that his household was quite affluent. A plethora of paintings, treasures, and gold and silver jewelry were seized abundantly. Manager Lin, a young aide named Xiao Jinzai, cautiously tugged at Lin Yichen's arm. Please, come this way. What is it? Lin Yichen furrowed his brow. Speak plainly. You will understand once you see. Xiao Jinzai intentionally built suspense as he led Lin Yichen to a small courtyard in the back. There, in the courtyard, stood a dozen or so women, young and old, in a state of panic. Among them, several young women cast anxious and pleading glances at Lin Yichen. Are these the family members of Xiao Su? Indeed, Xiao Jinzai quickly replied. The younger ones are his daughters. The older one is his lawful wife, and these young ones are his newly married concubines. One of them has been married for barely a month. She is said to be a concubine from a wealthy family. As he spoke, Xiao Jinzai winked at Lin Yichen. According to the imperial decree, they are to be sent to the Bureau of Music, so if Manager Lin desires. Desire? I am but a eunuch. What could I possibly desire? Lin Yichen shot a glance at Xiao Jinzai. Are you mocking me? No, I would not dare. Hearing Lin Yichen's words, Xiao Jinzai hurriedly knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in apology. Send them all to the Bureau of Music, with a wave of his hand to the little golden one. Leaving some clerks and guards to continue the house search, Lin Yichen proceeded directly to the residence of Zhao Guang, the commander of the Wuqing military division. Zhao Guang's estate was more than twice the size of Xiao Su's, adorned with exquisite rockeries and flowing waters. Anyone who dares to intrude upon Lord Zhao's residence shall face death. With the sound of unsheathing swords, a dozen guests of the Zhao family stood resolutely at the entrance, blocking Lin Yichen's attempt to conduct the search. Summon Zhao Guang to meet me and receive the edict. Lin Yichen remained calm, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing the head steward. This decree comes from His Majesty. As Lin Yichen confronted the guests of the Zhao family, within half an hour, Zhao Guang, having received the news, arrived with hundreds of soldiers from the Wuqing military division, encircling Lin Yichen and the guards from the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. Chief Lin, what is the meaning of this? The atmosphere shifted dramatically as Li Cheng and the little golden one exchanged anxious glances. After all, with a mere command from Zhao Guang, these soldiers could reduce them to mere pulp on the spot. Chapter 47. Are you attempting a rebellion? Why the haste? We possess the Emperor's decree. Although Lin Yichen felt a pang of anxiety in his heart, As the leader, he maintained an expression of haughty indifference as he gazed at the imposing Zhao Guang, outwardly exhibiting no signs of retreat or fear. Lin Yichen, you have surrounded my residence. What is your intention? Zhao Guang, clad in purple official robes and flanked by several officials and officers from the Wuqing military command, strode assertively to Lin Yichen's residence. His voice ringing with authority as he demanded, "You have unlawfully intruded into an official dwelling, disrupting the peace of the capital. I shall have you arrested and handed over to the Jingzhaoing for punishment." Punishment? To be frank, I am here to administer justice upon you. Lin Yichen, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, responded unceremoniously to the sullen-faced Zhao Guang. "I regret to inform you that it is not I who shall be imprisoned today, but rather you. Who gave you the audacity?" Zhao Guang's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing this. The officials and officers of the Wuqing military command, too, displayed expressions of confusion and unease. If Lin Yichen were to invade Zhao Guang's residence to seek personal vengeance, they, as Zhao Guang's subordinates, would naturally rally to his defense. Yet, should Lin Yichen possess an imperial decree, they would not dare assist Zhao Guang. Zhao Guang, receive the decree. Without hesitation, Lin Yichen produced the imperial edict stamped with the empress's seal, proclaiming, "By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, Zhao Guang, commander of the Wuqing military command, is guilty of corruption and misconduct, having colluded with criminals, and has allowed assassins to enter the palace and attempt to take my life. Furthermore, he has maintained close ties with the traitor Xiao Su, former chief of the imperial guards. Henceforth, the chief eunuch of the Horse Management Bureau, Lin Yichen, is to apprehend Zhao Guang and confiscate his assets. Thus is the decree." Holding the bright yellow edict, Lin Yichen regarded Zhao Guang with a mocking glint in his eyes. "What do you have to say now? Do you still wish to defy the emperor alongside a criminal?" The faces of the Wuqing military command officials paled as, under Lin Yichen's cold gaze, they instinctively stepped back, distancing themselves from Zhao Guang. "This is a forged edict." Zhao Guang's expression stiffened, his lips twitching violently. After a moment of hesitation, he glared at Lin Yichen with a menacing stare. "This decree has not been reviewed by the Central Secretariat, nor has it been ratified by the Court of Rights, and it bears no recognition from His Highness, the Prince of Qin. Without the princess seal, this edict is worthless." With a sinister grin, Zhao Guang fixed his gaze upon Lin Yichen. "You cannot apprehend me unless His Highness issues a decree. No one can pass judgment upon me. Boy, I advise you not to seek your own demise. I am a man of the Prince of Qin," Zhao Guang warned menacingly. "Should you dare to treat me with such disrespect, you will face a grim fate once the prince ascends the throne." Laughable. This empire of Defeng belongs to the empress, not to the Prince of Qin. The empress has assumed control. How can her commands be disregarded? Lin Yichen retorted boldly. "Go and inquire of the prince whether he acknowledges the empress's decree." Zhao Guang's countenance darkened. He suspected that the empress's influence was lurking behind the scenes. "Bring him here, strip him of his garments, and raid his residence." Lin Yichen would not engage in idle chatter with Zhao Guang. He swiftly gestured to the officers of the Western Depot behind him, ordering, "Imprison him in the Western Depot dungeon and await the emperor's interrogation." "Who dares?" Zhao Guang would not stand idly by. He bellowed angrily, commanding the soldiers of the 5 cities military commission, "Capture them alive and bring them to see the king of Qin." "Do you wish to rebel?" Lin Yichen's fury ignited at his words. He brandished the imperial decree and glared menacingly at the officials of the 5 cities military commission, proclaiming, "I possess the emperor's decree. Should you attack me now, it would be tantamount to rebellion. Even if the king of Qin intervenes, can he protect you rebels? The prime minister and the ministers of the 6 ministries would tolerate your insurrection and seize the divine envoy." Lin Yichen coldly scoffed. "Are you suggesting that the king of Qin desires to rebel directly? If that were the case, you could seize me and present me to the king, using my demise as a pledge of allegiance to him, becoming his vanguard. Otherwise, even before the king, he would not dare to lay a hand on me." Fully aware that he represented the imperial authority, Lin Yichen knew that as long as the king of Qin hesitated to rebel, he would not openly dare to kill him. He fixed a steely gaze upon the officials, demanding, "Will you not withdraw? Lord Zhao, he indeed possesses the imperial decree. Perhaps you should meet with the king of Qin and request his orders." "Yes, Lord Zhao. We cannot permit him to capture you so easily. If you wish, we can escort you to see the king of Qin right now." Though the officials of the 5 cities military commission were too intimidated to act against Lin Yichen, Zhao Guang was their superior and an ally of the king of Qin. Thus, they devised a compromise, prevent Lin Yichen from taking Zhao Guang away and instead send Zhao Guang to meet the king. "Lin Yichen, should you dare to harm my family, I will ensure your demise." Knowing that imprisonment in the Western Depot meant certain death, while a meeting with the king of Qin offered a glimmer of survival, Zhao Guang glared fiercely at Lin Yichen, declaring, "You wait. By the Emperor's command, your female family members are to be dispatched to the Bureau of Courtesans. Lin Yichen retorted without hesitation. As for the males, they shall be exiled to Ninguda, serving as slaves to the armored men. Seize their assets. With that, Lin Yichen waved his hand, signaling the officers of the Western Depot to storm into Zhao Guang's estate. Bastard. Hearing the cries of his wife and concubines from within the residence, Zhao Guang, his eyes ablaze with fury, lunged at Lin Yichen, intent on a deadly confrontation. Lord Zhao, calm your wrath. A moment of impatience could unravel great plans. As long as the king of Qin acts swiftly, your family will remain safe. A wife and daughter are but garments. As long as you live, you can remarry and have more children. Do not act impulsively. Observing the furious Zhao Guang, the officials of the 5 cities military commission quickly took hold of him. Some clutching at their waists, others at their legs. Despite Zhao Guang's immense anger, they forcibly dragged him away. Phew. At last, we have departed. I am drenched in cold sweat. Watching Zhao Guang being taken away, both Xiao Jinzi and Li Cheng beside Lin Yichen let out a sigh of relief. After all, if Zhao Guang and the men from the Wuqing Bingmasi had recklessly surrounded them, their lives would have truly been in jeopardy. Let them ransack the place. Lin Yichen also felt a sense of ease within, standing with his hands clasped behind his back as he strode into Zhao Guang's lavish residence. Master Lin, after an hour. Li Cheng approached Lin Yichen respectfully. The financial records of Zhao Guang's estate have been preliminarily compiled. Please review them. There is no need for such formality. Lin Yichen waved his hand casually. Just inform me of the approximate sum, and that will suffice. Chapter 48. 3 days to kill Lin Yichen, a sum of 100,000 taels of silver, 200,000 taels in silver notes, along with a variety of emeralds, gold, and other exquisite jewelry, as well as renowned calligraphy and paintings, roughly equating to 300,000 taels of silver, including the value of this residence. The total approximates to 700,000 taels of silver. Gazing at Lin Yichen before him, Li Qing spoke with utmost reverence. Moreover, we have yet to account for these women and servants. However, should they be dispatched to the Imperial Academy, we shall not be able to reap any financial gain from them. 70,000 taels. Such wealth. Lin Yichen could not help but inhale sharply. Astonished as he regarded Li Qing, it appears our Western factory shall not want for funds, especially considering the previous estate belonging to Xiao Su. This haul alone will surely yield 80 to 90,000 taels of silver. Inform everyone that all treasures are to be unified and stored in our Western factory's treasury, awaiting distribution from His Majesty and myself. Director Lin, according to regulations, those of us conducting the confiscation are entitled to a 10% profit, Li Cheng cautiously remarked. Of course, whether I take a share is of little consequence to me, but if the others receive nothing, there will certainly be dissent. Indeed, that is a valid point. This ingrained habit is indeed difficult to address. Lin Yichen mused briefly, casting a glance at Li Qing. Let us proceed according to custom. 90% of the treasures shall be secured in the treasury, catalogued, and presented to His Majesty. Once His Majesty affixes a seal, you may utilize these treasures to recruit skilled individuals and outlaws, thereby expanding our Western factory's influence. Understood. Upon hearing of the opportunity for wealth, Li Cheng's spirits soared, and he grinned in excitement. Rest assured, Director Lin, you shall reap the majority from this 10%. Very well, go forth. Lin Yichen waved his hand dismissively, personally overseeing the jubilant members of the Western factory as they took possession of the funds, subsequently securing the remaining treasures for transport to the Western factory's treasury. Meanwhile, Zhao Guang found himself in the Qin Wang's residence, facing the darkly brooding figure of the prince. Your Highness, you must advocate for me. I have always been your most loyal subordinate. Kneeling upon the ground, Zhao Guang looked pitifully at the prince. Now the emperor has stripped me of my position and confiscated my estate. This is not merely an affront to me. It is a slap in your face, Your Highness. If word of this spreads, who would dare remain loyal to you? The consequence of serving you is to be subjected to confiscation and destruction. And yet you cannot protect us. How could we ever be brave enough to serve you faithfully again? Zhao Guang beseeched the prince earnestly. Certainly, I comprehend this principle. Do not fret, you are still alive, the Qin Wang replied darkly, surveying Zhao Guang. Rest assured, no one dares to invade my residence and capture you. But, Your Highness, my family and treasures, my official position. Zhao Guang pressed urgently. That Lin Yichen has confiscated everything. What of it? The Qin Wang sneered coldly. Not only shall I restore your former rank, but I shall also elevate you further. When the time is ripe, you shall lead a force to confiscate Lin Yichen's estate, claiming his possessions as your own. Is that not more than you currently possess? As for the ladies, I shall command my servants to bestow upon you a few maidens. Children can always be born anew. I express my gratitude to His Highness, the Qin King, for his grand grace. Although Zhao Guang still harbored resentment in his heart, He could only bow in compliance to the Qin King's sharp rebuke. For now, he had no one else to rely upon but the Qin King. Go and rest. This matter shall be handled by me, the Qin King said, waving his hand, his countenance dark as he turned to the cloaked monk. Master. The young emperor grows increasingly audacious. I can no longer endure it. If he dares to seize the properties of Shaosu and Zhaoguang, will he soon attempt to raid my Qin residence as well? I must take the initiative and seize power. Your Highness must not be hasty. A moment's impatience may lead to great turmoil, the cloaked monk interjected urgently. Amitabha. Your Highness should understand that the troubles befalling Zhaoguang and Shaosu stem from their lack of discretion, allowing the emperor to grasp their weaknesses. After enduring multiple assassination attempts, the emperor seeks vengeance through Zhaoguang and Shaosu, a course of action that the Empress Dowager and the prime ministers cannot contest. After all, he cannot directly confront the Empress Dowager, or Li Zhong, or even you, or the prime ministers, can he? The monk's expression grew grave. Currently, the king of Longnan is suppressing rebellion, and the various feudal lords are restless. It is not an opportune moment for action. Then how much longer must I endure? The Qin King seethed with fury. Should I allow this young emperor to defecate upon my shoulders? That need not be the case. Your Highness may first deliver a lesson to the emperor, compelling him to be more compliant, the cloaked monk suggested with a smile. This Lin Yichen is merely the emperor's pawn, a recent favorite. Should he meet his demise, the emperor would surely become much more docile. Furthermore, this would prevent the nobles of Yinjing from criticizing your Highness due to Zhaoguang and Shaosu's plight. Then I shall go and eliminate him at once. The impetuous Qin King rose, prepared to storm off and slay Lin Yichen. Is it necessary to employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? The cloaked monk chuckled. This Shun Zhao has been in the capital for some time, always aided by your Highness, yet he has not yet reciprocated. It would be unwise for your Highness to intervene directly, but Lin Yichen must indeed perish. With a cold smile, the monk continued. It would be most fitting for this eunuch, Lin Yichen, to be slain by righteous heroes of the Jianghu. This way, the emperor cannot accuse your Highness. And Lin Yichen's demise would be inevitable. Moreover, this incident would serve to instill a profound awareness of your Highness's power throughout the capital, making it abundantly clear that crossing you leads to certain death. Once the king of Longnan's rebellion falters and his forces are decimated, the emperor will have no choice but to rely on you to quell the unrest. By then, you shall return to the capital in triumphant glory, winning over several feudal lords and regional governors. With their support, your Highness could naturally compel the emperor to abdicate. Indeed, the Qin King pondered deeply and found merit in the monk's words, nodding thoughtfully. Let it be as you suggest. Go and find Xin Zhao. Instruct him to eliminate that wretched Lin Yichen within 3 days. A mere eunuch dares to defile the dignity of this prince. It is truly a death wish. I shall have his head displayed at the Vermilion Birdgate, a grim reminder of the fate that befalls those who dare to oppose me. Your Highness, your wisdom is unmatched. The cloaked monk bowed deeply before promptly setting off in search of Xin Zhao. Achoo. Upon returning to the Imperial Horse Supervisor's office, Lin Yichen sneezed violently, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. Who was pondering my existence? Could it be? As he gazed at the bracelet left behind by the enigmatic assassin, a brilliant idea suddenly sparked in Lin Yichen's mind. Chapter 49. The breaking of Luo Lan's bottom line. How intriguing. An exhilarated Lin Yichen rubbed his hands together and merrily returned to his courtyard. Luo Lan, with her lips pursed and her round, luminous eyes wide open, glared at Lin Yichen with palpable indignation as he entered the courtyard. The pout on her lips prevented her from expressing herself clearly, leaving her to whimper softly. You've been quite obedient today, not attempting to escape. Quite commendable, Lin Yichen remarked, gently turning Luo Lan's body to observe the tightly bound ropes. He smiled and nodded slightly. If you continue to be so compliant, I shall refrain from tying you up or gagging you. Being restrained for an entire day must be quite uncomfortable. With a sigh of relief, Luo Lan expelled the rag that Lin Yichen had pulled from her mouth, her beautiful eyes glaring at him with fury. I never said I would run away. It is you who does not trust me, insisting on binding me. That is hardly my fault. Your performance yesterday left much to be desired, Lin Yichen retorted, casting a sidelong glance at her as he placed the meal he had brought back from the kitchen onto the table. Eat up, and once you finish, you may assist me in resting. What did I do wrong? Haven't I complied with your wishes? Luo Lan's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him a fierce glare, her eyes brimming with frustration. You are shameless, despicable, filthy, ugh. You are nothing but a dog. As she ate, she muttered curses at Lin Yichen. Truly a case of lifting the bowl to eat while putting it down to curse. Lin Yichen shrugged helplessly. If it weren't for the usefulness you provide and the debt of gratitude I owe you for your previous assistance, I would have long since sent you to the dungeons of the Western Depot to experience the life of a prisoner. Your current existence is envied by countless prisoners. Bah! Luolan scoffed. No one wishes to be bullied like a dog. I would rather be imprisoned. By your logic, if I am a dog, and you are my woman, does that not make you a mother dog? Lin Yichen teased, observing Luo Lan's peculiar inclination to insult herself. You. Luo Lan's expression shifted instantaneously. Rendered speechless by Lin Yichen's provocations. Focus on your meal. Since you have acquiesced to me, you should dutifully accept your role as my woman without further thoughts of rebellion. Lin Yichen gazed at Luo Lan as she settled down, admiring her exquisite curves and the way her cherry lips moved as she ate, his eyes glinting with intensity. As long as you serve me faithfully, I shall grant you a rightful title in due course. Bah! I would be a fool to believe your words, Luo Lan retorted, rolling her eyes at him. You are merely a eunuch. What title could you possibly bestow upon me? Shall I become a palace maid? Huh. While it is true that I am a eunuch at present, it will not be long before I achieve great renown and rise to a position of power. Lin Yichen replied, casting a sly glance at Luo Lan. Once I reclaim the Qilan sacred land, should you behave well, I shall take you as my concubine. Dream on. Luo Lan was directly amused by the unabashed Lin Yichen, casting him an exasperated glance. You will meet a dreadful end. We'll see about that. Lin Yichen replied with a slight shrug. Whether you choose to be a concubine or a maid is entirely up to you. The power of choice lies in your hands. And it depends on your performance. I will watch you perish. Luo Lan glared fiercely at Lin Yichen, her defiance unyielding. Come here and serve me. An hour later. After her bath, Lin Yichen gazed at Luo Lan, who had just emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, her damp hair and fair shoulders undeniably enticing. He smiled and waved at her. It's time to rest. Absolutely not. Luo Lan shot Lin Yichen a fierce look, distancing herself from him. I'll sleep on the floor. Haha. Don't be so distant. After all, we have shared intimate moments. Lin Yichen chuckled. How about I gift you something? No need. Luo Lan rolled her eyes at him. Who has shared anything with you? That was not by my choice. It doesn't count. Regardless of whether you acknowledge it, the deed has been done. You are mine now. Lin Yichen laughed, producing a bracelet. What do you think of this bracelet? It's for you. I don't want it. Luo Lan turned back to glare at him. I am not your woman, and I will never marry a eunuch. Really don't want it? With a flourish. Lin Yichen tossed the bracelet onto the bed. I went to great lengths to obtain this. It must be quite valuable. What is that? It belongs to my senior sister. Luo Lan, previously indifferent, suddenly became frantic, her eyes narrowing at Lin Yichen. How did my senior sister's bracelet end up with you? What have you done to her? Ah, so this is your senior sister's bracelet? Although he understood everything, Lin Yichen feigned ignorance. In that case, I apologize. I should not have gifted it to you. Perhaps you could return it to me, and I will get you a new gift another day. Shut up. What have you done to my senior sister? Where is she? Luo Lan demanded, her urgency palpable as she glared at Lin Yichen. This was a keepsake from her mother. She cherishes it dearly and never parts with it. Today, while I was out raiding, I encountered several assassins, and one of them was wearing this bracelet. Lin Yichen shrugged slightly, smiling at Luo Lan, and thus, this bracelet found its way into my possession? You captured my senior sister? Where is she? Luo Lan panicked, grasping Lin Yichen's arm. You must take me to her. You cannot harm her. Why should I agree to that? Lin Yichen wrapped his arms around Luo Lan's slender waist, gently caressing her silky hair. What do I gain from it? What do you want? Luo Lan, in a state of urgency, bit her lip, her expression grave. I have already given you so much. What more do you desire? If you wish to negotiate, I. With a fierce bite of her lip, Luo Lan declared. I can fulfill your wishes once more. Lin Yichen scoffed softly, as if it's solely my comfort at stake. You act as though my satisfaction comes at your expense. How shameless. Instantly, Luo Lan's cheeks flushed crimson, a blend of embarrassment and anger as she glared at Lin Yichen. I never intended for it to be this way. It was you who forced my hand. Chuckling, she continued, but let us not dwell on that, as the deed is already done. There is no need for further bickering. Instead, let us alter our approach. If you remain compliant, I shall spare your senior sister and even arrange for you to meet her in the future. What do you propose? Luo Lan eyed Lin Yichen with utmost vigilance, observing the delicate curve of Luo Lan's lips. Lin Yichen smiled gently and promptly enveloped her in the covers. Chapter 50. The Empress summons again early the next morning. Before Lin Yichen could further tease the curled-up Luo Lan, who resembled a kitten in his embrace, a sudden, urgent knock echoed through the air. What is it? Disturbing me so early in the morning. Can't you be a bit more perceptive? Lin Yichen, holding Luo Lan's petite waist, was quite displeased. He turned over, clutching Luo Lan, and mumbled, I'm trying to sleep. Whatever it is, let us discuss it once I awaken. Master Lin, His Majesty summons you. The voice of Xiao Jinzai drifted in from outside. Sister A Chio is waiting for you at the official residence. What? His Majesty is looking for me? Why didn't you say so sooner? Lin Yichen was momentarily startled. Though he yearned to continue his slumber with Luo Lan, he leaped out of bed, hastily donning his attire. What a jest! If Ichio grew impatient and barged into his small courtyard with sword in hand, he would be in dire straits. And Luo Lan would be exposed. With Ichio's temperament, such a scenario was highly plausible. My senior sister, observing Lin Yichen dressed, Luo Lan, wrapped in blankets with her snow-white shoulders and delicate collarbone enticingly visible, gazed at him with wide, worried eyes. Rest assured, your senior sister is quite safe. I will ensure she is well looked after. Lin Yichen casually reassured Luo Lan. She won't come to any harm. I want to see her. Luo Lan bit her ruby lips, her eyes filled with pleading as she looked at Lin Yichen. She was captured because she tried to save me, wasn't she? Haha. Of course you can see her, but not at this moment. What do you mean? Luo Lan's small fists clenched, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. I already. Haha, that is still insufficient. Lin Yichen shrugged lightly. You must maintain the same exemplary behavior as yesterday, and I shall naturally take you to meet her. I'm leaving now. I want to bind you today, you're free to handle it yourself. However, once you step out of my courtyard, you will be swiftly apprehended. And at that point, I want to be able to rescue you. Lin Yichen cast a glance at Luo Lan. Moreover, your senior sister could be implicated and dragged off to execution. So, think wisely. With that, Lin Yichen strode out of his small courtyard, intending to intimidate Luo Lan and utterly subjugate her, both in body and spirit. You are a scoundrel. Staring at Lin Yichen's departing figure, Luo Lan donned her clothes, contemplating escape, yet hesitated for quite a while, ultimately lacking the courage to flee. Firstly, her current strength was insufficient, and she feared that, as Lin Yichen had claimed, she would be captured by the patrolling guards the moment she exited the courtyard. Secondly, it was one thing for her to be apprehended. But if her actions led to her senior sister's downfall, it would be a grave disservice to her. Lastly, deep within her heart, there lingered a reluctance to leave, for the comfort she felt was not solely due to Lin Yichen. Furthermore, following their battle, her realm had seen a slight enhancement. Once I fully recover my master's realm, I shall kill you. Her teeth clenched. Luo Lan resolved to sit down obediently. I will first castrate you, then slay you, rendering you a mere dead eunuch. You deserve to be bullied. Clenching her small fist, Luo Lan inscribed the name Lin Yichen onto the paper, only to tear it into shreds with a fierce determination. For now, I shall allow you a temporary advantage. After all, I am injured. Her fair complexion flushed crimson as she bit her rosy lip. Moreover, this will elevate my realm and restore my strength, whether it is once or 10 times. It matters little, for I am still the same person. Achoo. Sister Ichio, you are truly becoming more beautiful by the day. Upon entering the Yuma supervisor's office, Lin Yichen immediately donned a flattering smile, his eyes glistening as he beheld the alluring curves of Ichio. If he could win her over, he believed he could leap directly into the realm of mastery. The Emperor wishes to see you. Ichio cast a cold glance at Lin Yichen, letting out a huff before striding out of the Yuma supervisor's office. Why do you carry such a feminine scent? It might be from when that female assassin attacked me yesterday. Lin Yichen shuddered, vowing to change his attire before stepping out next time. Otherwise, if his secret of harboring a female assassin were to be uncovered, it would spell trouble. Be cautious. Ichio did not dwell on it further, leading Lin Yichen into the Qianqing Palace. I pay my respects to your majesty, long live the emperor. Lin Yichen's gaze lingered on the exquisite jade feet and the alluring snow-white calves of the empress beneath her dragon robe. He yearned to hold those delicate feet in his hands, filled with anticipation. He thought to himself that one day, he would completely win over the empress. Another careless glance, and I shall take your eyes. The empress shot a glare at Lin Yichen, though inwardly she felt a thrill of delight. After all, amidst the harem filled with women, Lin Yichen's infatuation with her brought her joy, as any woman would relish such admiration. It is merely because your majesty is so stunning that I could not help but gaze a bit longer. I beg for your pardon. As the empress let out a light huff, Lin Yichen offered yet another flattery. He understood that women generally enjoy being praised. Even if this woman did not desire a suitor, she would be displeased should he pursue another. In essence, she could reject his advances. Yet he was expected to adore her unconditionally and not seek love elsewhere. This was true of ordinary women, even more so for the empress, with whom Lin Yichen had shared intimate moments. Thus, he was acutely aware that while the empress appeared to rebuke him, deep down, she harbored no anger and was, in fact, quite pleased. Lin Yichen, what transpired with Zhao Guang yesterday? Why did you not apprehend him? The empress glared at Lin Yichen with fury. You allowed him to escape right before your eyes. Your majesty, I intended to capture him. But he was accompanied by the soldiers of the 5 cities' military command and had the support of the Qin Wang behind him. Lin Yichen expressed his helplessness. He dared not obstruct my investigation, yet I could not easily detain him, especially since he wisely retreated to the prince's estate when the situation turned dire. I found it even more challenging to pursue him. Useless. The empress shot Lin Yichen a fierce glare, yet there was little more to be said. After all, let alone Lin Yichen. Even she herself would not dare to casually visit the prince's residence. The king of Qin has been opposing me at every turn. The empress bit her crimson lip, her anger intensifying with each passing moment. I must reclaim my power. Your Majesty, at that moment, a Qiu suddenly entered the Yangxin hall from outside the palace. Whispering to the empress, what could she possibly want with Lin Yichen? Did she not previously state that she no longer required Lin Yichen's service? The empress regarded a Qiu with suspicion, then glanced at Lin Yichen. The empress dowager has sent someone to summon you. Do you wish to meet her? Chapter 51. The empress's beautiful scheme. I shall comply with your Majesty's every command. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the empress, Lin Yichen quickly adopted a demeanor of unwavering loyalty. If your Majesty sends me, I shall go. If your Majesty forbids it, I shall remain. Although I hold the nominal title of Deputy General Supervisor of the Xinang Palace that was imposed upon me by the Empress Dowager, in truth, I remain ever devoted to your Majesty. Aware that the Empress's inquiry was a deliberate trap, he, as a loyal subject, dared not refuse her arrangements. Moreover, the Empress, in her dual role as sovereign and woman, was not to be trifled with. One could liken it to a girlfriend claiming she is not upset and does not require consolation. One would indeed be courting disaster by ignoring such a declaration. Your loyalty is commendable. Observing Lin Yichen's swift reactions, the Empress scoffed lightly. Regardless, she is still my mother. Since my mother has summoned you, it would be inappropriate for you to decline. Furthermore, as long as the national dragon seal remains in the hands of the Empress Dowager, my peace of mind shall remain elusive. The Empress gazed intently at Lin Yichen. Go meet the Empress Dowager, in whatever means you employ. Be sure to retrieve the national dragon seal for me without delay. I shall obey. Under the encouraging gaze of the Empress, although uncertainty gnawed at him, Lin Yichen could only nod obediently. By the way, how much did you acquire from confiscating the assets of Xiaosu and Zhao Guan? Just as Lin Yichen was about to take his leave, the Empress's voice floated back to him. Reporting to your Majesty. The total assets amount to approximately 800,000 taels, with current silver being less than a third of that. Lin Yichen promptly provided a suitable figure. All have been deposited in the Xichang treasury, in preparation for the expansion of Xichang and the recruitment of skilled individuals, thus enabling me to serve your Majesty more effectively. What is there to be anxious about? I have made no demand for money from you. The Empress remarked with a huff, waving her hand dismissively at Lin Yichen. Shortly, I will arrange for several skilled individuals to assume the positions of cavalry leaders at Xichang. Ensure you cultivate good relations with them. They are all senior brothers of a Qiu, renowned for their combat prowess and loyalty. Understood. I shall certainly arrange suitable positions for them. Lin Yichen was acutely aware that the Empress was intentionally introducing competition into Xichang to prevent him from monopolizing power. However, this posed no concern for him, as he had no intention of insurrection. Thus, the Empress's actions were entirely in line with the nature of a ruler. You belong to me, not to mention the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office in Xichang. Gazing at the Empress's delicate waist, Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with fervor. Once I attain the realm of Grandmaster or Saint, I shall have you dutifully attending to me every day, just as Luo Lan did before. At this thought, Lin Yichen could hardly contain a shiver of excitement. After all, the Empress, who usually maintained an aloof demeanor as the sovereign, would no longer be able to play such a role in his presence. What are you thinking? Noticing the lewd grin on Lin Yichen's face, the Empress shot him a fierce glare. I have arranged for you only men, no women. You scoundrel. Understanding Lin Yichen's notorious reputation, the Empress would never send a Qiu's female peers to him, for that would be akin to leading sheep to a wolf. She was aware that Lin Yichen was indiscriminate in his pursuits, having gained the favor of both her and the Empress, as well as the two imperial consorts. And he even harbored intentions towards a Qiu. This only served to aggravate the Empress further, for by all rights, the women within the palace were her own. Lin Yichen's actions raised the question of whether he was the emperor or she was. The minister pondered how to procure the state seal from the Empress Dowager. The astute Lin Yichen promptly clarified, no matter the cost, I shall fulfill the task and ensure your Majesty has a reliable support. That was more like it. The Empress nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips as she gestured to Lin Yichen. Go, do not keep the Empress Dowager waiting. As you command. Lin Yichen immediately bowed and withdrew, making his way directly to Xianing Palace. Sister Az, the Emperor has sent me to attend to the Empress Dowager. Upon encountering Az, who stood guard at the palace entrance with a sword, Lin Yichen appraised her slender and graceful figure, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Patience is a virtue. Az cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yichen before stepping into Xianing Palace. This figure is truly remarkable, indeed. A woman trained in martial arts possesses an admirable physique, akin to those models or dancers from a past life, with their supple bodies and alluring curves. As he watched her retreating silhouette, particularly her well-rounded form, Lin Yichen felt his heart race involuntarily, contemplating how a Z was not to be underestimated compared to a Qiu. The Empress Dowager requests your presence. A few minutes later, a Z emerged from Xianing Palace and waved at Lin Yichen. Yes, Sister AZ. Thank you for your care. Lin Yichen smiled, attempting to grasp Az's delicate hand to convey his masculine strength. Do not touch me. Az sidestepped Lin Yichen's reaching hand, glaring at him with no pretense. If you dare to lay a hand on me again, I shall strike you down. Haha. Sister Az, you jest. I merely wish to express my heartfelt gratitude. Now, I shall see the Empress Dowager. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen, undeterred by Az's cold demeanor, confidently proceeded into Xianing Palace. He paid no heed to Az's frosty attitude, as long as he maintained his audacity. She would eventually be his. After all, he was the only man in the Forbidden City, and despite Az's aloofness and formidable prowess, she remained a woman, inevitably possessing normal physiological needs in the stillness of the night. When the time came, who else could assist her but him? Wasn't Luo Lan initially resistant and struggling against Lin Yichen? Yet now, had she not obediently accepted her role as his woman? Just wait. It won't be long before you, like a Qiu, must serve me faithfully. Lin Yichen murmured as he stepped into Xianing Palace. I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. Come in, and bring the hot water with you. The Empress Dowager's voice echoed from the bathing chamber. As you command. Gasp. As he entered the bathing chamber with a wooden tub filled with hot water, he beheld the Empress Dowager, her silhouette tantalizingly obscured by a mere veil. As he inhaled the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, Lin Yichen found himself momentarily parched. After all, he was not a eunuch. And this tantalizing scene was indeed a formidable test of his resolve. Moreover, one would assume that even a eunuch would not be tasked with attending to the Empress during her bathing. Such duties ought to be performed by the palace maids. This was undoubtedly a trap. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, Lin Yichen lowered his gaze, clutching the wooden bucket as he stood on the ground, desperately suppressing the fervor igniting within him. What a ridiculous notion that the Empress would have nothing better to do than to grant him such favors. A sudden epiphany struck him. It was evident that the Empress was employing him as bait, ensnaring him with her allure. Chapter 52. The Empress Dowager's Conditions. Xiaoqinzi. What are you still dawdling for? At that moment, the Empress Dowager, lounging in the bathing tub, suddenly let out a soft hum. The water is a bit cold. Your Majesty, I have already brought in the hot water, Lin Yichen replied, his expression awkward as he lowered his head. He cautiously suggested, Your Majesty, you may summon one of your personal maids to pour the hot water into the tub. Come here. The Empress Dowager unexpectedly spoke again, her tone demanding, Hurry up. I do not wish to catch a chill. This. In an instant, Lin Yichen's lips twitched uncontrollably. Replying to Your Majesty, I am but a eunuch. And you are bathing. It would be inappropriate for me to. What does it matter? You are merely a eunuch, lacking any real prowess. Am I to fear that you would suddenly pounce on me? The Empress Dowager scoffed without reservation. I am not bothered. So why should you be? What? Are you so audacious as to defy my command? I dare not. Taking a deep breath, inhaling the rich fragrance in the air, Lin Yichen clenched his teeth and cautiously stepped into the bathing room with the water bucket. While the Empress Dowager trusted him, he could not trust himself. What if he inadvertently became the father figure to the Empress? How awkward would that be? Could it be that in the future, he would address the Empress as Your Majesty, while she would call him father? It was not entirely impossible, after all. It was quite normal for women to sweetly call out daddy or brother. After pondering this amusing thought, Lin Yichen obediently poured the hot water into the tub where the Empress Dowager resided. Observing the Empress Dowager's smooth and delicate back, Lin Yichen inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the impulses within him. He understood that this was not the time for such actions. A slight misstep could lead to his ruin. Thus, after pouring the water, he intended to lower his head and leave, adhering to the notion of out of sight, out of mind. Come and scrub my back. Just as Lin Yichen was about to pull aside the curtain to exit, the Empress Dowager unexpectedly spoke again, startling him completely, gulping down a lump in his throat. He stared at the alluringly fair shoulders of the Empress Dowager in the tub, momentarily at a loss for words. Was she truly asking him to scrub her back? Hurry up. The Empress Dowager seemed oblivious to Lin Yichen's embarrassment, impatiently urging him to act. Your Majesty, Lin Yichen stammered, though I am a eunuch, I am still a man, and it is improper for men and women to engage in such intimacy. Fearing that he might lose control, he hastily explained. I shall fetch Sister Az at once. She can assist Your Majesty with scrubbing your back. What does being a eunuch have to do with being a man? The Empress Dowager coldly huffed. Why are you flustered? Are you a fake eunuch? fearing that I might uncover your secret? Of course not. Lin Yichen could never admit to being a false eunuch. He hurriedly clarified, it is merely that I lack experience in such matters and fear I might hurt your majesty. What is there to fear? Aren't all men self-taught? The Empress Dowager let out a light snort. You are not being asked to commit any grievous acts. So why the panic? Hurry up. If you dawdle any longer, I shall truly suspect you are a false eunuch, and I will have someone conduct a thorough examination. Understood. Your Highness. Left with no choice in the face of the unreasonable Empress Dowager, Lin Yichen cautiously took up a towel and began to gently rub her back. Have you not dined? The Empress Dowager coldly huffed. Put in some effort. I find it quite taxing. At your command. Gritting his teeth. Lin Yichen resolved to expedite the task, applying himself to vigorously massage the Empress Dowager's back. As he peered through the water surface at the vague yet alluring scenery within the bath, a heat surged within him, and his expression grew solemn. Comforting. You possess quite a bit of strength, the Empress Dowager remarked with a light snort. After Lin Yichen added more water, she slowly smiled. His Majesty summoned you here to obtain the imperial dragon seal from me, did he not? Your Highness is astute. The desire of the Empress to acquire the imperial dragon seal was an open secret, thus Lin Yichen had no reason to conceal it. Indeed, His Majesty has such intentions. The fact that our Emperor is of the female gender. The Empress Dowager suddenly feigned indifference. You are aware, are you not? Ah, I am not informed. Lin Yichen, nearly caught off guard, trembled slightly, quickly adopting a bewildered expression. Your Majesty, you jest. How could His Majesty possibly be of the female gender? Our great Feng Empire would never allow a woman to ascend the throne. So, you and the Crown Prince share the same sentiment. The Empress Dowager lightly snorted. He often expresses similar thoughts, lamenting how a hen should not crow in the morning, insisting that our great Feng Empire must not fall into the hands of outsiders. I merely believe it is improbable. Lin Yichen lowered his head awkwardly, realizing this must be a case of heroes sharing the same view. After all, when he first discovered that the Empress was indeed a woman, he too had harbored doubts. As for the Crown Prince's remarks about the Empress crowing like a hen, Lin Yichen dared not respond, for those words not only insulted the Empress but also the Empress Dowager, who had always exercised power behind the throne. Do you see that box? At that moment, the Empress Dowager suddenly pointed to a finely crafted wooden box in the bath area. Go and open it. At your command. Carefully adjusting his stance to ensure the Empress could not discern anything amiss, Lin Yichen hurriedly approached the wooden box. Thankfully, the eunuch's garb was quite loose, otherwise, he would have surely revealed his discomfort to the Empress Dowager. Open it. At your command. As Lin Yichen complied with the Empress Dowager's orders and opened the box, he beheld a 5-clawed golden dragon seal crafted from exquisite jade and gold. His body jolted at the sight. The intense aura and pressure emanating from the seal stirred the blood of the Qilin within him, causing it to stir restlessly. Roar. In an instant, a dragon shadow emerged from the seal, fiercely lunging toward the Qilin phantom that manifested simultaneously beside Lin Yichen. In that moment, Lin Yichen trembled, nearly losing his footing. Something was amiss. At that moment, Li Zhong from the Imperial Censorate suddenly lifted his head. However, as the aura dissipated almost instantaneously, the profound essence of the true dragon overshadowed the presence of the Qilin, leading him to believe it was merely a fleeting awakening of the National Dragon Seal. And he ultimately dismissed the thought. This is the National Dragon Seal that your loyal majesty has longed for. The Empress Dowager, not being a martial artist, could not perceive the ethereal forms of the true dragon at Qilin. She extended her slender fingers, gently tapping the water's surface. Lin Yichen, I am aware that you are an impostor eunuch, and I understand precisely what His Majesty intends by sending you here. Fear not, for I can grant you an opportunity. With a playful gesture, the Empress Dowager beckoned Lin Yichen closer. Come, serve me well, and I shall entrust you with the National Dragon Seal. Chapter 53, Complete submission. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's words and gazing at her alluring silhouette in the bath, Lin Yichen could not help but shudder. A sense of restlessness stirring within him. He understood that if he managed to win over the Empress Dowager, he might not receive any tangible reward. Yet, if he were to acquire the Imperial Dragon Seal, it would grant him the equivalent of 30 years of cultivation, a leap into the realm of mastery. Uncertain of how to properly serve the Empress Dowager and ensure her comfort, Lin Yichen lowered his head, his mind racing with complex thoughts. He pondered the implications of her words, questioning her intentions. Did she truly suspect that he was a false eunuch? But how could he have revealed that? The Empress Dowager's amusement was palpable, her gaze a blend of playful intrigue and enticing allure as she glanced at Lin Yichen, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Isn't it common knowledge among men? How you typically attend to His Majesty and the Empress is precisely how you should attend to me. Do you understand? I have been a eunuch since childhood and truly do not comprehend your Majesty's words, Lin Yichen replied, gritting his teeth, despite the Empress Dowager's undeniable allure. He recognized the peril of the situation and suppressed his inner tumult. After all, it was quite possible that Aziz and Li Zhong were stationed just outside, ready to apprehend him if he revealed his true identity. Should he expose himself, he would not only fail to gain the Empress Dowager's favor, but would also face dire consequences from the Empress, leading to his utter disgrace. Thus, Lin Yichen resolved not to fall into this trap. For now, he needed the dragon energy from the Empress to conceal his own Qilin aura, safeguarding him against the assassination attempts lurking in the holy land of Qilin. Still pretending? The Empress Dowager huffed disdainfully. Do you think I am unaware of your true identity? I genuinely do not grasp the meaning behind your Majesty's words, Lin Yichen reiterated, his head bowed. Though he longed for the imperial dragon seal, he recognized the necessity of restraint. Unlike the Empress, with whom he shared an intimate bond, the Empress Dowager was unpredictable, should her mood sour. She could easily dispose of him. Go wait outside, she commanded, dismissing him with a wave of her hand. I offered you a chance, yet you proved to be ineffectual. Thus, the imperial dragon seal shall remain beyond your reach. Your will be done, Lin Yichen replied, cautiously stealing a glance at the Empress Dowager's flawless back. A cold scoff echoing in his heart. He resolved that once he ascended to the pinnacle of power within the Great Feng, he would ensure the Empress Dowager understood his true worth. At that time, it would be she who begged for mercy. Aziz, what do you think he is truly contemplating? After Lin Yichen departed from the palace, the Empress Dowager, upon seeing Aziz enter to assist her with bathing, rose from the tub without any pretense and gazed at Aziz. Am I truly so devoid of allure? Your Majesty, such words are unfounded. Your figure would stir the heart of any observer, Aziz gently replied, her eyes glancing at the Empress Dowager's slightly voluptuous form. He merely did not witness this scene earlier, hence he restrained himself from being captivated. Or perhaps he is indeed a genuine eunuch, and we have misjudged him. Aziz's expression turned grave. Although he often exhibits a flirtatious demeanor, this is not without reason. Some eunuchs, once they attain success, may leave the palace to establish households and take wives, even adopting sons, all while masquerading as men. What purpose does marrying a wife serve? The Empress Dowager scoffed disdainfully. If one lacks the capability, it is merely a waste of a young woman's life. Perhaps it is a psychological issue, Aziz awkwardly suggested. Much like some of the young eunuchs in the palace who enjoy forming meal-sharing pairs with the maidens. Meal-sharing? The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow, regarding Aziz with suspicion. What does that entail? Simply put, it means sitting together and dining face-to-face, akin to ordinary couples, Aziz said with a wry smile. Though they lack the substance of a marriage, they present themselves as such. These eunuchs certainly possess a knack for entertainment, the Empress Dowager remarked, shaking her head in bemusement. She understood that unlike maidens, eunuchs were bound to remain in the palace for life, either serving various princes or, in their old age, guarding tombs. Regardless of whether they became prominent or lesser eunuchs, they would be sustained within the palace indefinitely. In contrast, maidens, upon reaching a certain age, were typically reassigned outside the palace, save for a few who remained in the service of favored consorts, while those who had not been graced by the emperor's favor would be distributed among the palace guards or soldiers as wives. Thus, the palace maids were generally young and beautiful, selected every few years. Your Majesty, it is unnecessary for you to test him in such a manner, Aziz said, her expression resolute. Last time, my actions were disrupted by a Chio, but now I shall follow him to his residence and compel him to disrobe for inspection. The truth will be revealed. That is insufficient, the Empress Dowager shot Aziz a glance. I possess an 80% certainty that he is a false eunuch. However, directly exposing this matter would yield no benefit for me, thus I shall refrain from doing so. My objective is to completely subdue him. Completely subdue him? Aziz was momentarily taken aback. Was a mere pretender worthy of such intricate scheming from the Empress Dowager? He is not merely a false eunuch. He is a favored individual by the emperor. Should I successfully subdue him, it would be akin to securing a foothold beside His Majesty. The Empress Dowager's eyes sparkled with determination. To unmask his identity now would only serve to aid the Prince of Qin, which would be most unwise. However, when the prince and the emperor are embroiled in a life-and-death struggle, we can assist the emperor in overcoming the prince. And when the emperor believes the tide has turned in his favor, we shall compel Lin Yichen to reveal his true identity as a woman. The Empress Dowager smiled coldly, stating that by that time, no official would permit a woman to ascend to power again, thus allowing them to overthrow the significantly weakened emperor and subsequently support a puppet emperor to take the throne. With a disdainful snort, her eyes sparkled with intensity as she declared the importance of Lin Yichen, emphasizing the necessity of not only uncovering his true identity but also ensuring his unwavering loyalty to her. Understanding this, Aziz nodded in admiration at the Empress Dowager, who was willing to sacrifice her own body for this cause. Of course, I harbor a touch of selfishness as well. You are a woman, you understand." The Empress Dowager scoffed softly, gazing at her resplendent form in the bronze mirror. The Emperor and Empress required Lin Yichen, and was she, the Empress Dowager, any different? Chapter 54. The mistaken AZ in this palace. Everything is splendid, yet it is also devoid of men. The Empress Dowager sighed softly, wrapping her alluring figure in a delicate silk nightgown. It is truly regrettable that this palace lacks male companionship. Even the most beautiful peony, though resplendent, is but a solitary bloom, admired only by itself. AZ kept her head bowed in silence. As a high-ranking practitioner, she occasionally entertained such thoughts, though they were mere flickers of her feminine instincts. Nevertheless, her formidable strength endowed her with sufficient self-control, allowing her to generally suppress her impulses. In truth, the Empress Dowager found herself somewhat reluctant to eliminate him. With a disdainful huff, she mused, "It is not entirely the fault of our sovereign for sparing his life, leaving such a glaring flaw unaddressed. After all, she too is a woman. Once she has tasted the sweetness, how could she be so resolute in her decisions? Perhaps it is indeed so." AZ was at a loss for words, awkwardly echoing the Empress Dowager's sentiments. The sovereign's decision to spare him may have some inexplicable utility. Thus, take this. Once you arrive at his residence and ascertain that the surroundings are clear, simply scatter this upon his visage. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in the Empress Dowager's eyes as she regarded AZ with a grave expression. Then, find a trusted maidservant to deliver it to his quarters. Afterward, you shall catch him in the act. With a cold huff, the Empress Dowager's gaze sparkled with intensity. Subsequently, bind him to a pillar and convey my demands to him. Should he acquiesce, all will be well. Inform him that he must attend to the sovereign as well as to me. Indeed, I could even entrust him with the national dragon seal, allowing him to seek merit from the sovereign, thus providing him with the audacity to confront both the sovereign and the Prince of Qin. Your Majesty. AZ's expression instantly turned serious. Do you truly intend to bestow the national dragon seal to the sovereign? She could wield it against the Prince of Qin, and likewise against you. AZ's demeanor grew grave. Should the sovereign activate the national dragon seal, even with the utmost effort from Lord Li, he may be in peril. It is not as terrifying as you think. If the national dragon seal could easily vanquish anyone, the late emperor would have long since obliterated the surrounding enemy states and unified the realm. The Empress Dowager scoffed, nor would the four great sacred lands dare to act with impunity within the Great Feng, subtly consolidating their power against the authorities. This national dragon seal has two major limitations. First, it must be employed within the capital, and its potency increases the closer one is to the Qianqing Palace. Once outside the city, it becomes ineffective, unable to harness the dragon energy of the Great Feng. Secondly, the dragon energy has a finite quantity. The more it is used, the weaker it becomes. In severe cases, it could even jeopardize the dynasty's longevity. Therefore, if the sovereign wishes for the Great Feng to enjoy enduring peace, she cannot afford to use it frivolously. The Empress Dowager snorted. It serves as a trump card, useful for intimidation, yet unsuitable for actual combat. I see now. AZ immediately understood upon hearing this. She gazed at the small porcelain vial in her hand. Then I shall return it to his residence. Go ahead. With a wave of her hand, the Empress Dowager watched AZ depart, her eyes shimmering with intensity. This time, she was determined to completely subjugate Lin Yichen, to make him her own and ensure his unwavering loyalty. Little one, as long as you perform adequately, the Empress said, extending her long, manicured fingers to lift a cup of tea, I shall spare your life, allowing you to serve me well within this palace. Lin Yichen. How could AZ fathom the Empress's profound loneliness? She could have simply exposed Yichen, yet she sought various excuses to thoroughly dominate him. Loyal to the Empress as she was, AZ turned to Lin Yichen, who stood respectfully outside the Xinang Palace, and declared, The Empress has retired. I shall escort you away. No need, Lin Yichen replied, recalling the last time AZ had threatened him with a sword. A shiver ran down his spine as he forced a smile. I am quite familiar with the way. I can return on my own. There is no need to trouble you further. Enough with the nonsense. AZ shot him a fierce glare. You will leave at once. This is the Empress's decree. Do you dare to defy her? I would not dream of it. Though Lin Yichen felt 1,000 grievances well up inside him at AZ's stern expression, he had no choice but to comply and walk towards his small courtyard. As he walked, he pondered how to inform Hyo and summon help. What if AZ, in a fit of displeasure, decided to castrate him? That would be utterly disastrous. With so many beautiful women in the palace, Lin Yichen certainly did not wish to become a true eunuch. Such a fate would be worse than death. This was truly problematic, as he had no means to convey a message. Each step toward his courtyard caused him further distress, for in this era devoid of mobile phones, he faced considerable difficulties. Sister AZ, I have arrived. Upon reaching the entrance of his courtyard, he awkwardly glanced at AZ. Thank you for bringing me back. I shall not see you off. Perhaps I can treat you to a meal another day. No need for that. Go inside. I have something to discuss with you. With a frosty demeanor reminiscent of a stern judge, AZ huffed and pushed Lin Yichen into the courtyard. Sister AZ, may you leave now? Fearing that AZ might discover Luo Lan's presence, Lin Yichen made a commotion to signal Luo Lan to hide. What is this? You seem to possess a certain femininity. AZ remarked, sniffing the air as she cast a cold glance around Lin Yichen's courtyard. Sister AZ, you are overthinking it. This palace is replete with women. As the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department, I hold a respectable position here. It is not unusual for me to summon a few maidservants to attend to me. Is it? Quite normal. AZ, preoccupied with her own thoughts, did not dwell on Lin Yichen's words. She was aware that many eunuchs of some standing in the palace preferred to be attended by young maidens rather than young eunuchs for warmth. Lin Yichen suddenly. AZ called out to him. In the instant Lin Yichen turned, a cloud of pink powder was thrown onto his face by AZ. At that moment, by sheer coincidence, a gust of northwesterly wind swept through, and after Lin Yichen inhaled a small amount of the pink powder, the majority of it was blown onto Az's face, who was situated in the upwind position. Cough, cough. Az was immediately seized by a fit of dry coughing. This is bad. However, after the fit, Az swiftly realized something was amiss. She had not had the time to prepare and had inhaled a significantly greater quantity of the pink powder than Lin Yichen. What is this substance? Lin Yichen, still somewhat bewildered, instinctively and suspiciously inquired of Az, whose complexion had already drastically changed. Chapter 55. Az's downfall. Az's expression shifted dramatically as she glared fiercely at Lin Yichen, her heart filled with a murderous intent towards him. This powder, a most potent poison of unparalleled repute, was beyond her ability to withstand, despite her formidable mastery at the first level of the Grandmaster realm. A mere trace would have been manageable. She could have utilized her inner strength to purge the toxins from her body. However, the reality was that she had inhaled far too much. Such a colossal dosage would be insurmountable even for those at the 7th or 8th levels of Grandmaster, let alone someone of her current standing. Only those at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, or even the Great Grandmaster, would possess the resilience to forcibly expel the poison and remain unscathed. Why is it so hot? Lin Yichen, slightly weaker than Az, soon felt an overwhelming heat enveloping him as he too succumbed to the poison. In an instant, he realized the nature of the toxin. Have you lost your mind? Why would you administer this poison to me, only to poison yourself as well? Are you out of your wits? Recalling the last encounter with the venomous empress, Lin Yichen felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. You could have simply told me. Your figure and looks are quite appealing, and I would not have denied you. Why resort to poison? Silence. Az shot him a glare, her irritation palpable. Though she was unsure of the meaning behind his reference to a tank, she was certainly familiar with the connotation of an elephant. Burdened by unspoken woes, she could only endure the blazing heat coursing through her body, too fearful to move lest she collapse in weakness. You are indeed a peculiar one. Lin Yichen lamented, astonished by the unexpected allure he possessed, compelling Az, a stunning beauty, to resort to poisoning him for his affection. Wasn't it typically the case that men poisoned women? This was indeed an unprecedented experience for him. Being poisoned by such a captivating figure. Gazing at Az's flushed countenance, Lin Yichen's mind raced. For precautionary measures, he hurried into the room to bind Luo Lan. Should the effects of the poison manifest, he feared that a jealous Luo Lan might take drastic measures against him. He certainly did not wish to become a true eunuch without cause. What are you planning to do? Luo Lan, startled by Lin Yichen's reddened eyes, looked at him in alarm. Do not touch me. Of course not, Lin Yichen replied evasively. However, today's objective is not you, so you must be restrained for the time being. Shameless. Luo Lan quickly discerned the implications of his words, shooting him an exasperated glare. Do not bind me. I am unable to escape in my current state. To be on the safe side, it is best you remain tied. Hurry, extend your hands, Lin Yichen insisted, giving her a firm pat. If you behave well, I shall treat you to meatballs later. Ugh, disgusting. I have no interest in that. Shot a displeased glare at Lin Yichen, feeling as though she were the fish on the chopping block. Reluctantly, she extended her hand for him to bind. This time, you've misinterpreted my intentions, Lin Yichen sighed, slightly shrugging. I genuinely intended to bring you some 4-joy meatballs from the imperial kitchen. Get lost. Roland's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Let us argue about this after we're done. As Lin Yichen held Roland's delicate form, inhaling the fragrance that emanated from her, he nearly lost his resolve. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly confined Roland within the wardrobe. I must endure. There is another who has been poisoned awaiting my antidote. As for Roland, they were together every day, so there was no rush. With determination, Lin Yichen exited the room and turned his gaze towards a Z in the courtyard. You truly are audacious, daring to hide a woman in the dormitory. And a rogue assassin at that. A Z glared fiercely at Lin Yichen, snorting coldly, if this gets out, even His Majesty cannot protect you. You are nothing but a genuine false eunuch. I admit, I am indeed a false eunuch. Once he confirmed that no one was eavesdropping. Lin Yichen responded candidly to a Z. You guessed correctly, as did the Empress Dowager. You're quite bold to admit that. A Z scoffed. Are you not afraid I'll reveal this? You would meet a most dreadful end. I'll tell you, should I disclose this? It wouldn't take the Empress Dowager or the chief eunuch to execute you. His Majesty would be the first to silence you. Of course, I was once fearful. Lin Yichen looked directly at a Z with sincerity. But now, I genuinely have no fear. Huh. A Z's face turned crimson, her body radiating increasing heat as she glared at Lin Yichen. You will die? I know you want to speak of it. Lin Yichen regarded a Z with amusement. Because soon you will become my woman. Should you divulge this, it would be akin to committing fratricide. Would you truly dare to kill me? How could I not? I could very well do it right now. With a cold snort, a Z lunged forward, her sword aimed directly at Lin Yichen. However, with a swift motion. Lin Yichen deflected her blade aside. As her legs weakened, she found herself drawn closer to him. Such a delightful fragrance, he mused. Inhaling the intoxicating scent of her maidenly allure and feeling her soft form against him, his heart soaring with joy. Let me go, you scoundrel. A Z shouted, a mixture of shame and anger in her voice as she struggled to break free. I'm not stopping you. You could leave if you wished, Lin Yichen waved dismissively. You. A Z's legs trembled, her complexion shifting as she strained to escape. However, as the poison coursed through her, her limbs grew ever weaker, inhibiting her ability to stand, let alone flee. She found herself increasingly close to Lin Yichen, their intimacy undeniable. See, this is not my fault, is it? Lin Yichen smiled faintly, watching with keen interest as a Z's cheeks flushed crimson, her demeanor irresistibly charming. He pondered how significantly his prowess would elevate upon obtaining a Z, now at the pinnacle of mastery. Is it possible to ascend directly to the master level? Shortly thereafter, a Z, feeling as though she were being gnawed upon by countless ants, could no longer endure. With her forehead beaded with fine droplets of sweat, she gazed up at Lin Yichen with a complex expression, her teeth clenched tightly. As the last vestige of her clarity and resolve dissipated in her mind, she succumbed. Chapter 56. Suspecting Lin Yichen. While Lin Yichen was preoccupied with detoxifying AZ, within the Qin Wangfu, Zhao Guang, the military commander of the first 5 cities, who had taken refuge there, encountered Shun Zhao, the protector Shun, Zhao Guang, who had recently suffered a raid on his home and seen his wife and daughter exiled to the imperial brothel, appeared to have aged a decade overnight. His expression was fraught with complexity as he grasped Shun Zhao's hand firmly. I entrust my wife and daughter to you, Protector Shun. Please help rescue them. Rest assured, Lord Zhao, I shall discreetly send someone to rescue them, ensuring they do not fall into the hands of villains. Shun Zhao, aware that his own predicament led him to this juncture, felt little inclination to refuse. I will arrange for their safety at an estate in the outskirts. With the protection of those under my command from the Qilin Holy Land, they will be kept safe. Excellent, truly excellent. With your assurance, I can finally breathe easy. Zhao Guang exhaled deeply, patting the back of Shun Zhao's hand. I currently possess nothing to repay your kindness, and I hope you can forgive me for that. However, once His Majesty ascends to the throne and I am restored to my former position, I shall certainly repay you handsomely. We are all brethren. It is but a duty. Shun Zhao smiled nonchalantly, though his eyes gleamed with intensity as he regarded Zhao Guang with a serious demeanor. Earlier, you mentioned that Lin Yichen, who raided your home, indeed resembles the person I seek? Very much so. Zhao Guang nodded vigorously. I have investigated his background. He was originally a minor eunuch in the Imperial Horse Department, of no particular talent. Yet, during the days you sensed the Qilin aura, Lin Yichen suddenly gained the Emperor's favor and was directly promoted to the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department. Hiss. Just then, as Zhao Guang conversed with Shun Zhao, a small serpent on Shun Zhao's hand raised itself, extending its tongue toward the direction of the palace, its visage fierce and menacing. Another leak of Qilin aura. Shun Zhao's expression hardened as he observed the serpent, then shifted his gaze toward the palace. This remnant must be concealed within the Forbidden City. Thus, my deductions were not mistaken. Zhao Guang spoke coldly. This Lin Yichen is undoubtedly the person you seek, Protector Shun. Yet, he is a eunuch. Shun Zhao still harbored doubts. A remnant possessing Qilin blood cannot be a eunuch, for they cannot awaken such a lineage. Could he be masquerading as an imperial guard? Protector. Though his title is that of a eunuch, is he truly one? Zhao Guang scoffed. What if he killed the original Lin Yichen, then assumed his identity and struck a deal with the emperor? Subsequently, The emperor permits him to hide within the palace as a eunuch? Zhao Guang clenched his fists. This is highly plausible. There is some merit to that reasoning. Shun Zhao nodded slightly. Yet he still believed that this remnant must be disguised as an imperial guard rather than a eunuch. Regardless, Protector Shen, you should find a way to meet him. Then the truth will be revealed. Zhao Guang spoke again, stating that if he could let this serpent encounter the person he was seeking face to face, the truth would become abundantly clear. This notion held merit. Shen Zhao smiled and nodded, adding that the previous encounter with the Plum Blossom Sword sect had been rather disappointing, making it inconvenient for him to personally investigate the palace. One can lure the serpent from its den. Zhao Guang's expression turned serious as he suggested, Shen Protector, you might deliberately leak some information regarding the Plum Blossom Sword sect stronghold in Chang'an. Once the palace becomes aware of this, they will undoubtedly dispatch Lin Yichen and his men from the Xichang to eliminate the threat. At that point, you can observe from the shadows, and the truth will be revealed. Indeed, that is a wise plan. Shen Zhao exclaimed with delight, immediately giving Zhao Guang a thumbs up. Let us proceed as you suggest. I shall dispatch someone to subtly leak information to the Xichang agents to entice them into investigation. I will also set up a meticulous trap. And if this Lin Yichen is truly the remnant I seek, he shall find no refuge. Excellent. Remembering the bitterness of having his family raided by Lin Yichen, Zhao Guang was filled with excitement, nodding vigorously. I wish to witness the moment that scoundrel's head is severed. That is certainly feasible. With a wave of his hand to Zhao Guang, Shen Zhao was led by a servant of the prince to meet Prince Qin in the Grand Hall. Curiously, the black-clad monk who had been accompanying Prince Qin was nowhere to be seen this time. Your Highness, Prince Qin, Shen Zhao greeted. Please rise, Protector Shen. Prince Qin immediately assisted the bowing Shen Zhao, his expression filled with concern. I have learned of your situation. This remnant truly deserves to be punished. I had not anticipated he would seek refuge within the palace. This matter is indeed delicate, as the palace is under the authority of His Majesty and the Empress Dowager. His Majesty may be lenient, but I must show some respect to Li Zhong, who stands close to the Empress Dowager. Understood. Shen Zhao nodded promptly. Your Highness, your assistance has been more than generous. We at the Qilin Sacred Land are immensely grateful. Actually, there is a way to investigate. Once I ascend to the throne and relocate from the prince's residence to the Forbidden City, Prince Qin replied with a smile at that time. You may conduct your inquiries as you wish, and I shall ensure my people cooperate with you. I eagerly await your ascension, Your Highness. Shen Zhao continued. Might I inquire when the Sacred Lord could depart from the Sacred Land to assist you in claiming the throne? Prince Qin's expression grew grave. His Majesty possesses the Imperial Dragon Seal, his combat prowess rivaling that of a Grand Master. Li Zhong's strength is also formidable, undoubtedly on par with a Grand Master. I can contend with one, but I will require the Sacred Lord's assistance against the other. Observing the expectant look on Prince Qin's face, Shen Zhao contemplated briefly. I shall send someone back to the Sacred Land to report to the Sacred Lord and ensure it is done swiftly. Excellent. Prince Qin nodded emphatically. It must be done quickly. Otherwise, if the King of Longnan arrives in Yanjing, the situation could worsen. Rest assured, Your Highness. The Qilin Sacred Land stands firmly in support of His Majesty. Shen Zhao nodded with a smile. The Holy Lord has long declared that within the imperial family of Defeng, he recognizes only you, Prince Qin, as his friend. Excellent. Excellent. Prince Qin replied, his excitement evident as he nodded vigorously. As Prince Qin hosted a banquet in honor of Shen Zhao, the two, along with Zhao Guang and the cloaked monk, exchanged knowing glances and concealed thoughts amidst their clinking goblets. At that moment, Lin Yichen and Aziz, who had just completed their detoxification and had fallen into a deep slumber, finally awakened. You scoundrel! Aziz, the first to regain consciousness, glared at Lin Yichen, who was still obliviously taking advantage of her in his sleep, her anger reaching a boiling point. Particularly, upon noticing the blossoming plum blossoms on the bed linens, her embarrassment and fury surged, prompting her to draw her treasured sword and thrust it directly towards Lin Yichen's throat. Chapter 57. Just kill me. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as the delicate skin of his throat was pierced, releasing a trickle of crimson blood from the capillaries. Lin Yichen, who had been in a deep slumber, was jolted awake in an instant. Yet, upon opening his eyes, he was utterly petrified. Before him stood Aziz, her face a tempest of rage and shame, brandishing a gleaming sword with its tip pressed menacingly against his throat. Clearly, with the slightest exertion, she could plunge the blade into his neck, transforming him into a lifeless corpse in an instant. Is this truly necessary? Lin Yichen exclaimed, taking a deep breath to quell the shock that surged within him. His expression turned grave as he regarded Aziz. We can discuss this rationally. There is no need for such violence. Wouldn't you agree? We bear no deep-seated enmity towards one another. Nor do we harbor a vendetta over a slain father or a stolen love. So why resort to such bloody measures? He attempted to maintain his composure, urging himself to remain calm. You shameless scoundrel, you vile lecher. Aziz retorted, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Lin Yichen. You have tarnished my purity, and for that, I shall end your life. Surely, you must be mistaken, Lin Yichen replied, casting a casual glance at the plum blossoms blooming on the bed. This situation arose from a mere twist of fate. Ultimately, you sought to poison me, only to have the wind turn upon you, resulting in your own poisoning. It was, in essence, self-inflicted. Moreover, he continued, you were the one who lunged at me, pleading for an antidote. I had no choice but to oblige, lest you succumb to the toxin and perish right here. With a serious demeanor, he gently shifted the sword's point. It is one thing to be ungrateful, it is quite another to repay kindness with malice. Surely, this is excessive. Silence. Aziz's expression stiffened, her glare fixed upon the evasive Lin Yichen, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Deep down, she yearned to slay Lin Yichen, to obliterate the evidence of this incident so that no one would ever know. Yet, she hesitated, for a woman never forgets her first love. If you wish to kill, then do it. Lin Yichen's eyes glimmered with the faint depth of feeling as he gazed at Aziz. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was irrevocably drawn to you, deeply enamored. How laughable. Aziz scoffed, her resolve momentarily shaken. She pressed the sword's tip against Lin Yichen's neck, reopening a fresh wound. Who would believe your words? Yet the truth remains, Lin Yichen maintained his composure. Every glance, every smile, every movement of yours captivates my attention, ensnaring my heart. At this moment, your blade is but a mere millimeter from my throat. A slight movement, and I shall meet my demise here. However, it matters not. To perish by your hand, to share a single night as your spouse, I deem it worthwhile. Lin Yichen gazed gravely at Az. Now, I wish to utter the final 3 words of my life. Speak. Az's expression was a tapestry of complexity as she looked at Lin Yichen, her body trembling slightly. I love you. You. Az's delicate face momentarily froze. Her hand, which held the sword, came to an abrupt halt. If I were to assign a time limit to this love, I would wish for it to be. Lin Yichen's eyes were filled with solemnity as he gazed deeply at Az, slowly continuing, 10,000 years. You and I. Clang. The precious sword in Az's grasp ultimately clattered to the ground, her expression a whirlwind of emotions as she stared at Lin Yichen, biting her lip in turmoil. This matter. I wish for no one to know. Forget what transpired yesterday, or I shall truly kill you. Whoosh. As her words fell, Az vanished in an instant. She herself was uncertain of her own thoughts at that moment. However, the thought of killing Lin Yichen was beyond her resolve. Indeed, since time immemorial, unrequited love breeds only lingering resentment, a torment that endures without end. Seeing that he had, by employing the masterful techniques of Xingyi, managed to temporarily placate the innocent Az, Lin Yichen allowed himself a breath of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, his safety was momentarily assured. Just wait. Once I become a true master, I shall subdue you. Yet, having acquired you, my strength should surely advance, no? After all, Az is a formidable expert at the first level of the master realm, particularly as she possesses a rare and complete purity. With eagerness, Lin Yichen opened the system, opting to review his attributes. Host, Lin Yichen. Realm, Peak Martial Master, Innate Stage. Position, Chief Eunuch of the Horse Monitoring Bureau, Deputy Chief Eunuch of Sinang Palace. Cultivation Method, 9 Yang True Scripture, Intermediate Completion. Martial Skills, Thunder Sword Technique, Intermediate Completion, Attribute Exploration. Items, Wind Thunder Spirit Sword, 1 P1 Pill. At last, he had reached the pinnacle of martial mastery, on the brink of entering the Master Realm. Observing the word pinnacle in his realm status, Lin Yichen's eyes shimmered with intense brilliance. Once he leaps into the Master Realm, he would not only be able to easily defeat Hyo and Az, but at the very least, he would no longer be subjected to their whims or threats of death. Though he may not stand against the Grand Master Realm figures like Li Zhong and King Qin, as long as he avoids confrontation, he could evade them, ensuring his own safety. Yet, how can I enter the Master Realm? Looking at his attributes, Lin Yichen felt a headache coming on. Acquiring Hyo might allow him to ascend directly to the Master Realm, but would she permit such a thing? The hope seemed exceedingly slim. Lin Yichen shook his head, realizing that his encounter with Az was merely a twist of fate. Had Az not foolishly miscalculated her actions, he would not have found himself in this predicament. As for Hyo, with her aloof demeanor, how could she allow Lin Yichen to easily gain her? If Hyo remains unattainable, then the only option left is to obtain the National Dragon Seal. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen's expression grew increasingly grave. Upon acquiring the National Dragon Seal, I would be rewarded with 30 years of cultivation, making the ascent to the Master Realm a rather effortless endeavor. However, this object is not easily obtained. Recalling the last encounter where he was used as bait to deliberately lure the Empress Dowager, Lin Yichen could only feel a sense of exasperation. After all, should he truly fall into the trap without reservation, the momentary pleasure would be overshadowed by an overwhelming amount of trouble. The Empress Dowager and the Empress are not comparable. In the end, would Lin Yichen be assisting the Dowager or the Empress? It simply feels amiss. Perhaps I should contemplate alternative strategies. Wrapping his forehead, Lin Yichen was now thoroughly vexed. Suddenly, a loud crash and cries erupted from within the wardrobe. Chapter 58. Discovering clues about the Plum Blossom Sword Sect. I nearly forgot about you. Hearing the commotion emanating from the wardrobe, Lin Yichen suddenly remembered that Luo Lan had been bound within it. He hurriedly approached the wardrobe and awkwardly opened it for her, apologizing. I'm sorry, I completely forgot to let you out. Upon opening the wardrobe, Lin Yichen caught a whiff of an unexpected scent, and his eyes widened in surprise as he observed the flustered and indignant Luo Lan. What is that smell? You shameless cat. Luo Lan's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot a fierce glare at Lin Yichen before hastily darting into the nearby restroom. This is quite understandable. After all, we are adults. Watching Luo Lan's hurried retreat, Lin Yichen shrugged nonchalantly, pondering, isn't it rather normal to have such thoughts during a live encounter like this? It would be strange not to. With a playful smile, Lin Yichen stretched lazily and summoned a young eunuch from outside, instructing him to fetch some food from the imperial kitchen. All set? Lin Yichen smiled subtly at the emerging Luo Lan. If you make a request of me, I can certainly dispel your idle fantasies. Ugh, disgusting. I have no need for that. Luo Lan glared at him fiercely. I have absolutely no interest in a shameless person like you. Such words were rather amusing. Your body has already betrayed you, so there's no need to pretend otherwise. Observing Luo Lan's fury, Lin Yichen reached out to grasp her small hand, stating resolutely, I am far more aware of the truth than anyone else. Don't touch me. Luo Lan evaded his grasp, glaring at him with indignation. Aren't you fond of that AZ? Go seek her out, and don't lay a finger on me again. If you are so deeply enamored with her, then pursue her instead. Are you perhaps feeling jealous? Lin Yichen chuckled at Luo Lan's words, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded her mix of embarrassment and rage. However, you have truly misunderstood me. The one I have always loved is you. Bah. Luo Lan shot him a venomous look. Who would believe such nonsense? This is nothing but the unvarnished truth. Lin Yichen met her gaze with serene confidence. What I said to her earlier was entirely out of necessity. I had no other choice. After all, she had a sword at my throat. If I hadn't spoken that way, she would have killed me. You wouldn't want to witness my demise, would you? Moreover, her killing me would only lead to your own demise as well. Therefore, while I may be willing to die, I absolutely refuse to allow you to suffer because of me. Lin Yichen gazed at Luo Lan with utmost seriousness, cautiously holding her tightly clenched fist without letting go. For this reason, I had to engage in a facade with her. Really? Luo Lan regarded Lin Yichen with a mix of complexity. You're not deceiving me, are you? Of course not. Lin Yichen was acutely aware of the universal expressions and gestures of women when they were angry. He understood that regardless of how many women he might have, when alone with one, he must declare her as his absolute favorite, the sole object of his affection. Regardless of whom one associates with, one should always extol their beauty and profess affection. That is an infallible approach. Everything I do is for our safety. Once you regain your strength and I have dealt with the traitorous sovereign of the Xinjiao and the Qilan sacred land, we shall soar together, becoming a pair of exquisite mandarin ducks. My love for you is profoundly sincere. With that, Lin Yichen effortlessly laid the languid Luo Lan upon the couch. Eat well and rest properly. Half an hour later, after placing the meal delivered by the young eunuch on the table, Lin Yichen addressed the languorous Luo Lan before departing the small courtyard. Rascal, Luo Lan muttered to herself, gazing at Lin Yichen's retreating figure, recalling his earlier mischievous antics. Despite the meal before her appearing delectable, her appetite had waned. Master Lin, Li Qing, a respectful attendant from the Horse Monitoring Bureau, approached Lin Yichen. Our spies from the Western Factory have uncovered the location of the Plum Blossom Sword Sect's base in Yanjing. It is this gambling house. Pointing to the establishment on the map, Li Qing's expression turned grave as he continued. Our people witnessed the female assassin who failed to kill you earlier frequenting this gambling house yesterday. I also inquired at a nearby apothecary, and indeed, someone purchased wound medicine and restorative herbal soup. Thus, their hideout must be here. Li Qing, with unwavering determination, looked to Lin Yichen. Shall I send men to eliminate them at once? Not yet. We must avoid alarming the snake. Lin Yichen shook his head, sensing something amiss. Though he could not articulate it, he felt the potential presence of a master. Acting recklessly could lead to disaster. What does it matter? We have masters as well. Li Qing, undaunted, reminded him that several masters among Qiu's senior disciples had been dispatched by the empress to support Lin Yichen. Are they reliable? Lin Yichen cast a serious glance at Li Qing, his expression heavy with concern. Entrusting one's life to others is the folly of a fool. Li Qing was momentarily silenced, unsure of the reliability of those masters. Very well. I shall seek the emperor's command to mobilize troops and procure some crossbows and large yellow crossbows from the armory. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with intensity. With these weapons, even if they have a master present, they will be riddled with bolts. A splendid plan. Li Qing admired Lin Yichen's insight, acknowledging that aside from matching masters in skill, employing formidable weapons like crossbows was the most effective means to confront such high-level adversaries. Of course, this was contingent upon the master not fleeing. If they were forewarned and escaped, the cumbersome crossbows would be useless against a master capable of swift movement. Even briefly leaving the ground. Prepare yourself. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yichen, resolute in his strategy, made his way toward the Qianqing palace. At this moment, after a refreshing bath that restored her composure, Aji entered the Xinang palace, where she found the Empress Dowager savoring a bowl of tremella soup. Have you resolved the matter? The Empress Dowager inquired, lifting a spoonful of the delicacy and casting a glance at Ozzy. Instinctively sensing something amiss, the Empress Dowager noted a slight unease in Ozzy. Yet due to Aji's mastery and her adept concealment of her true state, the ordinary Empress Dowager failed to perceive any discrepancies. Had she been an ordinary person, the seasoned Empress Dowager would have immediately recognized that Aji had transitioned from girlhood into womanhood. No, Aji replied, lowering her gaze, her expression a tapestry of complexity. There were some unforeseen complications. Although he was poisoned, the affliction is not severe. Chapter 59. A gift from Hyo not serious? The Empress Dowager's brow furrowed instantly, her hand holding the spoon halting reflexively. Az bit her crimson lip, her delicate face flushing with embarrassment, as if lost in thought. It was indeed peculiar. The Hehuan San was a gift from Li Zhong to the grieving family, and by all accounts, it should have been highly effective. How could it have had such a shallow effect? Casting a glance at Az, who was bowing her head, the Empress Dowager pondered further. Perhaps it was true. Last time, the emperor had inadvertently fallen victim to the Hehuan San, but ultimately was cured. Might he have developed defenses against it and taught her some preventative measures? Perhaps. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the Empress Dowager, Az lowered her head further, daring not to meet the Empress Dowager's eyes. Leave. This matter requires careful deliberation. The Empress Dowager found herself at an impasse. Since Lin Yichen was impervious to her charms, and the Hehuan San could not bewitch him, she was left with no recourse for the time being. After all, her goal was to control Lin Yichen, not to expose him. Deposing the Empress would bring her no advantage at this moment. Yes, Your Majesty. Az nodded, her cheeks aflame, and hastily departed the Empress Dowager's chamber. Recollecting the events of the previous night, when she had been ensnared in a haze and had engaged in those actions with Lin Yichen, Az felt a pang of guilt towards the Empress Dowager. That damned Lin Yichen, how dare you humiliate me like this? Just wait. Biting her lip, she left the Empress Dowager's palace with a cold huff. I shall see to it that you are castrated. Achoo. At that moment, having just exited the Empress's chamber, Lin Yichen sneezed, murmuring in confusion, who is thinking of me? Is it Luo Lan, the Empress, or perhaps Hyo? It shouldn't be, we just met. He then turned to Hyo, who walked beside him. Sister Hyo, if you wish to see me, you may speak freely. If you desire something, do not hesitate to tell me directly. I can accommodate you. There is no need for shyness. We are all adults. Such needs are quite natural and do not require concealment. Lin Yichen, eager to attain the master realm, found himself captivated by Hyo, who possessed both stunning looks and formidable strength, especially as she had reached the pinnacle of the innate martial artist level. Shall we go to your chamber? In an instant. As Lin Yichen's words fell, a gleaming flash accompanied by a surge of cold inner strength erupted from Hyo's sword, slicing through Lin Yichen's attire and aiming directly at his vital points. This scene caused Lin Yichen, nearly castrated, to gasp in shock, retreating 3 steps while his inner energy surged around him. I implore you, Sister Hyo, do not act impulsively. Let us converse calmly. You have reached the pinnacle of the innate martial artist realm. While Lin Yichen trembled in fright, Hyo gazed at him in astonishment. It was only half a month ago that he had been a mere inner energy martial artist, though she was exceptionally gifted. It had taken her years of rigorous training and numerous elixirs to reach the pinnacle at the age of 18. Indeed, she has been hailed as a rare genius of the sect in a century. Yet, Lin Yichen's cultivation speed, how can it be merely compared? Indeed, Lin Yichen shrugged slightly. To be frank, Sister Hyo, I possess extraordinary talent and a rather unique constitution. Therefore, As long as I diligently cultivate and have access to ample elixirs and techniques, my strength can advance swiftly. Together, we would undoubtedly be an unparalleled duo, a match made in heaven. Speak another word, and I shall silence you. Hio's delicate brows furrowed as she shot an incredulous glare at Lin Yichen. As a senior cultivator, despite being a woman, she occasionally felt a twinge of curiosity about such matters. However, being surrounded solely by women in the palace, she seldom encountered such discussions and managed to maintain control over her thoughts. Unlike when she was merely 16 or 17 in the sect, where she often overheard peculiar sounds from fellow disciples forming bonds, leaving her with a sense of anticipation. For this reason, she had little desire for such things now. Given your commendable talent, you ought to devote yourself to rigorous cultivation, thus better assisting His Majesty. It is exceedingly challenging for him to govern the great Feng alone. Reflecting on the capable yet politically entangled empress, who barely managed to break through to the innate realm, Hio sighed. Your success would enable me to repay His Majesty more effectively. Glancing at the graceful Hio, Lin Yichen murmured, perhaps I could directly ascend to the master realm. What are you muttering about? Lin Yichen's suggestive gaze irked the sensitive Hio, who turned and glared fiercely at him. If you continue to prattle, even with His Majesty's protection, I shall still silence you. No, Sister Hio, you misunderstand, Lin Yichen hastily clarified. I was contemplating how to expedite my breakthrough into the master realm to better serve His Majesty. Recently, my informants in the West Factory received news that those who conspired to assassinate His Majesty have gathered at an inn in the South City. I intend to eradicate them. Avenging His Majesty? Well, that is somewhat acceptable. I shall concede you a measure of loyalty. Just then, with a whoosh, Hio vanished from sight. Had I known, I should have asked AZ for some harmony powder. Otherwise, if I had sprinkled it on her, it would have been to my advantage. Breathing in the lingering fragrance left by Hio, Lin Yichen murmured softly, this is for you. Shortly thereafter, Hio reappeared, tossing a jade box and a technique manual to Lin Yichen. These will aid your cultivation breakthrough. Thank you, Sister Hio. Lin Yichen exclaimed with excitement, gazing at her. Sister Hio, I have many questions regarding my cultivation that I wish to consult you about. Would you accompany me into the courtyard for a more in-depth discussion? Unnecessary. Hio's brows knitted in suspicion, sensing something amiss in Lin Yichen's words, yet unable to pinpoint evidence. After shooting him an irritated glare, she vanished once more. Just wait. I shall make you bleed in due time. Watching Hio's retreating figure, Lin Yichen inhaled deeply the lingering fragrance before promptly entering the small courtyard. This is the foundation pill. Consuming one can enhance one's cultivation by a decade. It is an essential elixir for martial artists in this world when they strive to transcend to the master realm, rendering it exceedingly precious. The heavenly mechanism Qi induction technique is a mid-tier earth-grade auxiliary cultivation method, also indispensable for martial artists aiming to break through to the master level. However, I possess a technique granted by the system, rendering this Qi induction technique futile for me. System, it can be recycled, correct? It can be exchanged for 5 years of cultivation. Very well, I shall proceed with the recycling. Lin Yichen's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. With this augmentation of 15 years of cultivation, I should be able to directly enter the master realm, shouldn't I? Chapter 60. A deliberate scheme system. May I inquire if this is feasible? Lin Yichen, who had previously acquired a Z yet inadvertently failed to attain the master realm, now approached the system with utmost caution. After 15 years of cultivation, surely entering the master realm should be a straightforward endeavor, correct? Negative, the system replied with unwavering clarity. The host must elevate both the cultivation method and martial skills to the grand completion stage before ascending to the master realm. Without fulfilling this requirement, a direct elevation of realm is unattainable. Such stipulations? Lin Yichen felt a profound sense of resignation upon hearing the system's pronouncement. However, he had no alternative but to allocate his 15 years of cultivation towards enhancing his cultivation method and martial skills. Host, Lin Yichen. Realm, peak of martial master level 10, innate realm. Position, Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, Deputy Chief Eunuch of the Sinang Palace. Cultivation method, 9 Yang True Scripture, grand completion. Martial skill, Thunder Sword technique, medium completion, attribute detection. Items, Wind and Thunder Spiritual Sword, 1 Pei Yuan Pill. The 13 years devoted to the 9 Yang True Scripture had indeed propelled it to the grand completion stage. Yet the 2 years conferred upon the Thunder Sword technique still left it at merely medium completion. There was no recourse but to rely on a Chio or perhaps eliminate some practitioners from the Plum Blossom Sword sect and the Qilin Sacred Land. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen strode into the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau and, accompanied by his trusted aides Li Qing and Xiao Jinji, marched with formidable spirit towards the Western Depot, gathering troops along the way. Brothers, the time has come to serve His Majesty. Lin Yichen declared emphatically to the assembled men at the Western Depot. As long as you execute your tasks well for His Majesty, promotions and wealth shall be within reach. We serve His Majesty, they proclaimed in unison. We are willing to obey Chief Eunuch Lin's command. Upon Lin Yichen's words, the diverse assembly of subordinates, some formidable martial masters of the innate realm, others merely ordinary inner strength practitioners, enthusiastically cheered, expressing their loyalty to Lin Yichen. After all, the Western Depot was not lacking in funds, with ample compensation. They were more than willing to pledge their allegiance to Lin Yichen. Chief Eunuch Lin, a 1,000-man officer from the Tiger Band Guard, seeks an audience. Let us proceed to greet him. Lin Yichen responded without hesitation, leading his cadre of experts out of the Western Depot's gates. His gaze fixed upon the armored 1,000-man officer. Under the command of the commanding officer, I am Lin Liang from the Tiger Band Guard. Paying my respects to Chief Eunuch Lin. A member of my own clan. General Lin, please, Lin Yichen said with a warm smile, linking arms with Lin Liang. With your assistance, I trust we can swiftly vanquish these rebels. Such praise is unwarranted, Lin Liang replied coolly, reluctant to engage too closely with the eunuch. I am but a mere 1,000-man officer, unworthy of the title of general. What does it matter? Lin Yichen chuckled at the response. If this task is executed successfully, I shall petition His Majesty to grant you the title of guerrilla general. Then I am most grateful to you, Chief Eunuch Lin. Although initially uninterested in Lin Yichen, the eunuch, Lin Liang, respectfully clasped his fist in salute after the enticing prospect of promotion was presented. Haha, we were family 500 years ago, why the formalities? Lin Yichen chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Soon, I shall require General Lin to lead the troops for me. Rest assured, Master Lin, Lin Liang promptly nodded, at your command. I can unleash a volley of arrows. Excellent, Lin Yichen remarked, surveying the arrows and crossbows, which were roughly the size of a child's arm, and nodded in satisfaction. Then I shall rely on you, General Lin. Let us depart. Grasping Lin Liang's hand, as Lin Yichen's words fell, a grand procession surged forth from the Western Depot, swiftly encircling the Yute Inn, home to the Plum Blossom Sword sect. Esteemed eunuch, may I inquire your intentions? Are you lodging here, or merely passing through? The innkeeper approached Lin Yichen, trembling and bowing low. If my humble establishment has offended you in any way, please let me know, and I shall make amends. My inn is also friendly with Chief Li of the 5 Cities Military Command. A mere chief of the 5 Cities Military Command. Do you think to use him to intimidate me, the chief eunuch? Lin Yichen laughed heartily. Let me inform you. Even the commandant of the 5 Cities Military Command is not beyond my reach. As for what your establishment has done, I believe you are well aware. My lord, please temper your anger. There seems to be a misunderstanding. The innkeeper cautiously produced a stack of silver notes, discreetly signaling to Xiao Jinzi and Li Cheng before carefully offering them to Lin Yichen. We can discuss this matter amicably. The innkeeper, who had seemed a frail old man, suddenly revealed his true strength, intermediate in martial prowess, as he drew a dagger from the silver notes and lunged towards Lin Yichen's throat. Master, be careful. Damn it. Xiao Jinzi and Li Cheng panicked at the sudden assassination attempt on Lin Yichen. If Lin Yichen were to perish, they would surely meet the same fate. How ruthless. As the dagger aimed for his throat, Lin Yichen's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly brought his sword down with force. The sound of flesh parting echoed as the innkeeper's arm was severed. Blood sprang forth. Finish him. With a thud, the innkeeper collapsed, only to be mercilessly slaughtered by the advancing guards from the Western Depot. Lin Yichen felt a pang of despair. This was a potential boon to his cultivation, lost in an instant. Yet, the guards were merely acting in haste to protect him, and he could not voice his grievances. He gestured heavily toward the inn, commanding, onward. Capture them alive if possible. Those who resist, show no mercy. Understood. Attack. As Lin Yichen's voice fell, the agents of the Shichong rushed in eagerly, each one filled with exhilaration at the prospect of entering the inn. After all, the assassins within the establishment represented tangible opportunities for them, either positions of authority or treasures of gold and silver, a veritable merit to be earned. Meanwhile, in a private room of a nearby tea house, Zhao Guang gazed through the window at the chaotic scene unfolding in the inn, turning to the figure beside him, Shen Zhao, with a look of inquiry. I surmise I am not mistaken. This Lin Yichen must indeed be the very remnant you were seeking? Hiss. Observing the small, menacing serpent that had coiled upon his hand, its scarlet tongue flickering, Shen Zhao's expression grew somber as he slightly nodded. Indeed, it is he. Chapter 61. The fatal blow. Then you must kill him. Upon realizing his assumption was correct, Shen Zhao's target was indeed the detested Lin Yichen. Zhao Guang immediately clenched his fists and resolutely looked at Shen Zhao, vowing to ensure he meets a fate worse than death. Is that even a question? Shen Zhao's expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yichen, coldly signaling the elite members of the Qilin's sacred ground behind him to prepare. Rest assured, I shall avenge this grudge. I will not allow you to suffer in silence. Patting Zhao Guang on the shoulder, Shen Zhao said with a smile, once Prince Qin ascends the throne, as a contributor to his rise, you will naturally receive his favor. As for your wife and children, there is no need for concern. Once you attain a high position, what kind of woman would you not be able to find? Shen Zhao scoffed dismissively. Forget about the past. Children may be lost, but new ones can always be born. Why fret? Zhao Guang understood, albeit feeling uneasy, unlike Shen Zhao. He could not bear the thought of his beloved wife and daughter becoming someone else's playthings. Yet, as a wanted man now, with no place to call his own, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. Just wait and see. When he, brimming with pride, believes he has extinguished the Plum Blossom Sword sect as stronghold and returns to claim his accolades. Watching Lin Yichen swagger into the inn, Shen Zhao smiled sinisterly. That will be his demise. I shall await that moment. Zhao Guang nodded vigorously, eagerly anticipating Lin Yichen's downfall. Meanwhile, unaware of Zhao Guang and Shen Zhao's discussion about him, Lin Yichen, covered in blood, whether from genuine combat or merely a fade, entered the inn after the men from the Western Depot had taken control of the situation. Master Lin. Having blood smeared across him, Li Cheng stepped forward and bowed deeply to Lin Yichen. I have not failed you, Master Lin. Within the inn, there were 30 hidden members of the Plum Blossom Sword sect. 5 of them fought fiercely and were killed on the spot, while the remaining 25 are here for your inspection. Excellent. Lin Yichen slightly nodded, casting a cold glance over the assassins from the Plum Blossom Sword sect before finally addressing his would-be assassin, Luo Lan. What is your name? Humph. The sister raised her head and glared at Lin Yichen defiantly. I would rather die than tell you, you scoundrel. Little girl, am I being too lenient with you? Lin Yichen was immediately provoked by the sister's response. He coldly snorted and lifted her chin. It seems you are still quite untouched. If so, I shall let you experience the utmost pleasures of this world. Ha, you pathetic eunuch. The sister laughed derisively at Lin Yichen, looking at him with utter disdain. Even if I were to nod in agreement without resistance, do you possess the capability? What a laughable eunuch you are. You dare insult Master Lin. Li Qing, also a eunuch, suddenly erupted in anger. This was a wound that none of them could bear to have exposed, a forbidden topic. Do not panic. Lin Yichen intercepted the furious Li Qing, contemplating that were it not for the presence of many onlookers at that moment, he would have already demonstrated to this senior sister just how formidable he truly was. Although the chief steward was, without a doubt, a eunuch, one must not underestimate the eunuchs. Lin Yichen, however, wore a chilling smile. Do you think this chief steward lacks alternative methods to torment you? To make your existence a living hell? Haha. Chief Steward Lin truly knows how to have fun. How cultured. Indeed, shortly, I shall dispatch someone to confine this girl in the independent cell of the Western Factory, allowing you, Chief Steward Lin, to interrogate her at your leisure. We understand your intent, Chief Steward. After Lin Yichen's words fell, the eunuchs, in tacit understanding, all gave him a thumbs up. In reality, some influential eunuchs within the palace often acquired properties abroad and purchased women. After all, despite being eunuchs, there are occasions when they exhibit more masculinity than actual men. How shameless. The senior sister's expression changed drastically as she recalled some unsettling thoughts and immediately glared at Lin Yichen in fury. If you dare, just kill me. You're so beautiful. How could I bear to kill you? Lin Yichen teased as he pinched the senior sister's cheek. Did you not wish to meet Luo Lan? I can fulfill that for you. You scoundrel, let we go. At that moment, a male warrior from the Plum Blossom Sword sect could no longer contain himself. Witnessing Lin Yichen's lewd behavior towards Lin Huihui, he shouted in rage, his eyes ablaze. You, eunuch. Ah, such audacity. With a swift motion, Lin Yichen turned and plunged his sword directly into the heart of the male warrior. You dare to kill me? The male warrior, eyes filled with disbelief, glanced down at the wind and thunder spirit sword embedded in his heart, and then, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he collapsed lifelessly. Foolish creature. Who do you think you are that I would fear killing you? With a cold sneer, Lin Yichen withdrew the sword from his heart and wiped the blood upon his garments. Ding dong. Post detected the slaying of a 7th level innate martial artist. Reward, 6 months of cultivation. Regrettably, there were no masters among this group. Hearing the system's notification in his mind and observing the captured warriors of the Plum Blossom Sword sect, Lin Yichen sighed in exasperation. If only there were a few masters present, he would have greatly profited from this encounter. With a few kills, he could have directly ascended to the master realm. Senior brother. You killed my senior brother. You shall pay. Lin Huihui, her eyes brimming with tears, stared at Lin Yichen with immense fury. For her senior brother had always treated her kindly and had expressed his affection on several occasions. Although she had rejected him on the grounds of not marrying below the master rank, she still harbored some feelings. So there are feelings involved? Lin Yichen observed the anxious Lin Huihui, now smiling even more. Then it is even more justified that I killed him. Daring to vie for a woman with me is truly courting death. You are shameless. Lin Huihui's glare at Lin Yichen intensified with rage. Do not fret, soon. I shall ensure you wish for nothing more than death. Recalling the initial fervor with which he had vowed to slay him, Lin Yichen could only smile at Luo Lan, who now readily complied with a mere gesture from him. Ah, women, ever so contradictory in their words and actions. No matter how vehemently they may protest at first, once someone truly captures their heart, they inevitably become more docile and obedient. Otherwise, why would ancient nomadic tribes choose to eliminate adult men and boys taller than a wheel? Sparing women and children? It is because a single subdued woman would naturally conform to the household. Take her away. With a haughty wave to the guards of the Western factory, Lin Yichen strode confidently out of the inn. Yet, as he crossed the threshold, an unforeseen calamity struck. Remnants perish. Chapter 62. Lin Yichen severely injured with a sharp whoosh, several formidable sword energies sliced through the air as 8 or more innate martial masters, ranging from the 7th to the pinnacle levels, emerged from the shadows, all charging directly at Lin Yichen. Their fierce intent was palpable. They seemed utterly unconcerned for their own safety or that of the Western factory guards, vowing to slay Lin Yichen on the spot. Excellent. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yichen's heart swelled with clarity, realizing that his scheme had borne fruit. The people from the Qilin sacred land could no longer restrain themselves and had come forth to assassinate him. This time, he was determined to ensure that none of them would escape unscathed. However, it was peculiar that all these attackers were innate martial masters, with not a single grandmaster among them. How could the Qilin sacred land be so feeble, failing to dispatch a grandmaster to confront him? Kill them. Protect Chief Lin. Kill. Given that these assailants lacked formidable grandmasters, their attempt to encircle Lin Yichen was nothing short of delusional. Thus, after a brief moment of shock, the guards from the Western factory swiftly regained their composure and charged toward the Qilin sacred land experts. Aside from a few guards who were caught off guard and slain initially, the remaining guards, emboldened by their numbers, quickly surrounded and overwhelmed the Qilin masters. Truly, they were a reckless and foolish rabble. Li Qing, standing beside Lin Yichen, smiled proudly. To dare attempt to assassinate Chief Lin is truly to court death. Indeed. Lin Yichen nodded slightly, a disdainful expression on his face as he regarded the assassins from the Qilin sacred land. Yet, an unsettling sensation crept over him, and he felt a prickle of dread. Die. Just as the 8 assassins from the Qilin sacred land found themselves in dire straits, on the verge of annihilation, the guards from the Western factory began to distance themselves from Lin Yichen, creating an opening. Suddenly, a brilliant sword energy surged forth as Shun Zhao thrust his sword directly at Lin Yichen's throat. Damn! Lin Yichen, who had initially dismissed the threat, felt his expression shift drastically as the force of the incoming strike sent chills down his spine, heralding a sense of impending doom. Thunderous sword technique. Thunder slash. In that critical moment, Lin Yichen summoned every ounce of inner strength and countered the incoming strike with a fierce blow. Swoosh, thrust. Shun Zhao's sword, upon being struck by Lin Yichen, faltered slightly before ultimately piercing Lin Yichen's chest. Damn it, you seek death. At that moment, 2 grandmasters who had been covertly guarding Lin Yichen finally reacted, attacking Shun Zhao from either side. You bastard. Having initially aimed to strike Lin Yichen again, Shun Zhao, now faced with 2 grandmasters, was forced to withdraw his sword from Lin Yichen's body and engage in a serious battle against his assailants. Gush. Wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, Lin Yichen cast a probing glance at Shun Zhao. Name, Shun Zhao. Age, 35. Occupation, Guardian of the Qilin Sacred Land. Strength, 6th level Grandmaster Martial Arts, Celestial Serpent Technique, Spiritual Serpent Swordplay. Factions, Qilin Sacred Land. Plum Blossom Sword Sect, Qin Wang Lineage. To think he has reached the 6th level of mastery. Observing Shun Zhao's formidable prowess, Lin Yichen felt a sharp twitch at the corners of his mouth. At last, he comprehended that the earlier innate martial artists were mere bait, while the true lethal strike lay in Shun Zhao's deadly blow. Had it not been for his own pinnacle achievement in innate martial arts, and a remarkable performance at the critical moment, bringing him perilously close to mastery, he would likely have met his demise by now. Yet even so, Lin Yichen felt a tempest raging within him, suspecting that his internal organs had suffered various grievous injuries. Director Lin, you must endure. Witnessing Lin Yichen's pale visage, drenched in blood, Li Qing was utterly alarmed. If Lin Yichen were to perish, would the wrathful emperor not dismember him in retaliation, offering him as a sacrifice alongside Lin Yichen? After all, Lin Yichen held the emperor's utmost trust. He was indeed the emperor's confidant. surround that tea house and apprehend all suspicious persons. Steeling himself, Lin Yichen gestured towards the tea house where Xin Zhao had emerged, issuing commands amidst his pain. Gritting his teeth, he locked his gaze onto the besieged Xin Zhao, vowing, "Once I attain mastery, I shall surely slay you." Retreat. Realizing that Lin Yichen had endured and was unlikely to perish immediately from his strike, Xin Zhao ultimately signaled to his remaining subordinates with a wave of his hand, and swiftly made his exit. After all, besieged by two masters, he had no further opportunity to end Lin Yichen's life on the spot. Moreover, if reinforcements from the western or eastern factory, or even the imperial guards arrived, he would find himself in dire straits. Withdraw. With a swift stroke of his sword, he repelled the two masters, simultaneously rescuing several experts from the Plum Blossom Sword sect. In an instant, he vanished among the countless low houses lining the street. The markets of the capital were already thronged with people, making it exceedingly difficult for Xin Zhao and his companions to be located once they changed their attire. Escort this director back to the palace. Thud. The moment those words were uttered, Lin Yichen, having lost copious blood and suffering from various internal injuries, collapsed, his vision darkening. Director Lin. Li Cheng rushed to Lin Yichen's side, and upon finding him unconscious with closed eyes, he quickly checked for breath at Lin Yichen's nose. Thankfully, Lin Yichen was not dead, he still had breath. Imprison them in the Western Factory's dungeon. And you all accompany me to hastily return Director Lin to the Imperial Horse Monitor, informing His Majesty to summon the Imperial Physician for his treatment. After issuing orders to the Western Factory guards, Li Cheng promptly led the entourage, bearing the unconscious Lin Yichen towards the Imperial Palace. Upon receiving the news, the Empress immediately dispatched a Qiu and the Imperial Physician to attend to Lin Yichen. A Qiu. The Empress, watching a Qiu emerge from the chamber, wore an expression of grave concern. What is his condition? Your Majesty. Akia gazed at the Empress with a hint of astonishment, as it was her first encounter witnessing the Empress so concerned and anxious for another. However, upon reflection, it seemed only natural. The Empress was, after all, a woman of sharp words yet a tender heart. Though she incessantly proclaimed her desire to castrate Lin Yichen, it was evident that she could not bear the thought of his demise, given their marital bond. Do not regard me in such a manner. His life or death is of no consequence to me. The Empress, flushed under Akia's curious gaze, hastily clarified. It is merely that the Empress Dowager and several noblewomen have previously hinted through palace maids that they wish to conceal my identity, hence he cannot perish at this moment. Otherwise, his fate would be of little import to me. With a dismissive snort, the Empress asserted, I truly do not care. Chapter 63. It was indeed His Majesty who was thinking. Observing the anxious expression on the face of the Empress, a Qiu involuntarily let out a soft hum. I am not. The Empress's face instantly flushed crimson, and she shot at Qiu an irritated glare. It's merely because he is still of use to me that I find myself a bit anxious. Otherwise, a mere little eunuch, whether he lives or dies, is of no concern to me. Your Majesty speaks the truth. A Qiu merely smiled and remained silent. Although their relationship was ostensibly that of sovereign and subject, in reality, they shared a close bond akin to that of intimate friends. Thus, a Qiu understood perfectly well that the Empress had been quite spirited of late, often tossing and turning in bed at night, unable to find rest, due to her recent visit to Kuei Shui. While a Qiu may not have experienced such matters firsthand, she was certainly aware of the implications. It is indeed true. I am currently focused solely on seizing power and eliminating that detestable Prince Qin. I have no interest in anything else. With a huff of annoyance, the Empress took a deep breath, biting her ruby lips to suppress her embarrassment. Select some healing elixirs from the inner treasury and go visit him to offer encouragement on my behalf. As you command. Seeing the Empress's cheeks flushed, a Qiu smiled radiantly. I shall certainly convey to him how much His Majesty cares for him. Do refrain from speaking so much. Bang. The Empress pushed a Qiu out of the bedroom with irritation and slammed the door shut. For her, it was only when she was alone with a Qiu that she revealed such a youthful demeanor. At this moment, as a Qiu went to visit the severely injured and unconscious Lin Yichen, within the Prince Qin's residence, Xin Zhao was grimly binding his wounds. Though he had managed to fend off two masters due to his formidable combat prowess, he inevitably sustained injuries in the 2-on-1 confrontation. Amitba. A monk clad in black approached Xin Zhao, chanting a Buddhist prayer while presenting a high-quality wound ointment. This is a secret remedy of mine, highly beneficial for recovery. Thank you, master. Hiss. As Xin Zhao poured the ointment onto his wound, white smoke began to rise from his shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. However, despite the discomfort, the ointment proved remarkably effective, rapidly healing and scabbing over the injury on his shoulder. Excellent medicine. After enduring the momentary pain, Xin Zhao looked at his healing shoulder and smiled, giving a thumbs up to the monk. Master, your wisdom and medical skills are indeed extraordinary. It's merely a trifle. The monk humbly shook his head, remaining composed. If your highness wishes to achieve great things, assistance from the skilled experts of your Qilin sacred land is essential. Fear not. I have already sent a request to the sacred land. Xin Zhao scoffed coldly. This time, I was careless. I had anticipated that your detestable emperor would secretly send someone to protect him, causing my plans to fall short. But it matters not. Once the new batch of experts from the Qilin sacred land arrives, he will undoubtedly meet his demise. Xin Zhao let out a sinister laugh, stating that the Holy Lord had just transcended his realm and required the assistance of the Qilin blood pool in the Qilin sacred land to consolidate his power. Otherwise, if he were to personally visit, regardless of emperors or high-ranking eunuchs, a mere slap from him would reduce them to mere dust. Amitabha. The cloaked monk merely smiled and chanted a Buddhist invocation, neither affirming nor denying Xin Zhao's words. While it was true that the Qilin Holy Lord possessed formidable strength, the Qilin sacred land was protected by Qilins, and the great Feng Empire, too, had its own guardian true dragon and imperial dragon aura. Thus, even if the Qilin Holy Lord were to arrive, the overwhelming dragon aura of the great Feng Empire would temper his power significantly. Although His Highness the Qin Wang required the expertise of the Qilin sacred land, he generally preferred that the Qilin Holy Lord did not come in person. After all, his aim was to usurp power and ascend as the new emperor of the great Feng, not to bring about its ruin. Should the Qilin Holy Lord obliterate the great Feng's dragon vein and annihilate its guardian true dragon, it would be a considerable loss for the Qin Wang himself. Rest assured, Master, even if the Holy Lord cannot attend, several elders will be dispatched, Xin Zhao said, casting a glance at the solemn-faced monk, then smirking with pride. They will assist His Highness the Qin Wang in initiating a coup, storming the imperial palace, slaying the emperor and his remnants, and then heralding His Highness's ascension. That will suffice. Excellent indeed, the monk replied, his hands pressed together in satisfaction upon receiving Xin Zhao's precise assurance. Then, Shun Guardian, do take your rest. Should anything arise, feel free to seek me out. Very well. After watching the cloaked monk depart, Xin Zhao, his expression twisted with rage, struck the wall with a heavy fist. Bang! Damn it! Observing the deep imprint of his fist in the wall, he became even more agitated. He had intended to claim all the credit, stepping over Lin Yichen's corpse to ascend to the position of elder in the Qilin sacred land. Yet now, his efforts had come to naught. Not only had he failed to eliminate Lin Yichen, but he had also inadvertently alerted him, resulting in his own injury. It is but a minor wound. And Lin Yichen is merely a martial artist of innate level. I still have a chance to slay him. As his mind whirled, Xin Zhao calculated. They will likely take a week to arrive in the capital, so if I seize this opportunity, I can surely eliminate Lin Yichen directly. Thus, I can claim all the glory and be promoted to elder. I must devise a clever plan to lure the severely injured Lin Yichen out for his demise. Xin Zhao understood that the likelihood of storming the palace to kill Lin Yichen was slim. After all, if he were to offend the enigmatic and powerful chief steward Li Zhong, even the Qin Wang would be unable to save him. You lot, go and handle a matter for me. With a gleam in his eye, Xin Zhao whispered instructions to several trusted subordinates. Understood. Do not worry, Xin Guardian. We will ensure this task is completed. The few surviving subordinates of Xin Zhao were also unwilling to accept their fate for having exerted their efforts and lost comrades. If their credit were to be snatched away by the newly appointed elder, they would return to the Qilin sacred land as nothing more than a laughingstock. Thus, their interests aligned with Xin Zhao, and naturally, they were determined to eliminate Lin Yichen at any cost. Very well, proceed. With a slight nod to a few subordinates, Xin Zhao's eyes sparkled with intense brilliance. Lin Yichen, this time I shall lay an intricate trap, eagerly awaiting your folly. If you foolishly fall for it once more, your demise is inevitable. I refuse to believe that you are indifferent to the secrets of your lineage. You will not be able to resist the temptation. Xin Zhao smiled ominously. This time, your death is assured. Chapter 64. The Empress Dowager's Decision. How did you come to be here? Outside the Imperial Horse Agency, Qiao encountered Aziz, her brows furrowing in evident suspicion. Aziz's presence was disconcerting, particularly because the Empress and the Dowager Empress were at odds. And Lin Yichen was a staunch confidant of the Empress. In that moment, Qiao instinctively presumed that Aziz had come with malicious intent toward Lin Yichen, wishing to expedite his demise. Is that any of your concern? Aziz retorted coldly, her indifference palpable as she confronted Qiao. She had been sent by the Dowager Empress to inquire after Lin Yichen, and her own heart was genuinely invested in his well-being. I warn you, should you dare to harm Lin Yichen, do not expect my leniency, Qiao threatened, her voice sharp. In an instant, Aziz unsheathed her sword, aiming it directly at Qiao. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. Qiao, equally fiery in temperament, drew her own blade, ready to engage in combat with Aziz. Dear ladies, please, temper your anger. Li Cheng interjected, sensing the escalating tension. The imperial physician has declared that Lin Gongong's condition is precarious, requiring tranquility for recovery. I implore you both to refrain from any conflict here. Humph. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, I would teach you a lesson. With that, Zi and Achio exchanged fierce glares before parting ways. One entering and the other exiting. Lin Gongong is indeed formidable. Despite being a eunuch, he has managed to incite jealousy in both Zi and Achio, the esteemed female guards. What skill eludes me? Though a eunuch, Li Cheng could not help but feel envy for Lin Yichen, surrounded by such striking women. How is Lin Yichen's recovery progressing? Upon entering the Imperial Horse Agency, Achio's expression turned grave as she inquired of the Imperial physician, glancing at Lin Yichen, whose chest was swathed in blood-soaked white gauze. It is difficult to ascertain. While the injuries are not fatal, it appears Lin Gongong has suffered an inexplicable shock to his mind, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. The physician replied, shaking his head. Now, it is contingent upon Lin Gongong himself. What do you mean by that? Achio's brows knitted tightly at his words. Lin Gongong is of utmost importance to the emperor. Whatever means necessary must be employed to ensure his recovery. It hinges on Lin Gongong's will to survive, the physician stated. Achio's expression darkened as she scrutinized Lin Yichen's condition, aware that the physician might already have discerned the truth of Lin Yichen's identity. In this precarious situation, to safeguard the secrets of Lin Yichen and the empress, the physician could not be permitted to remain at liberty. Keep a close watch on him until Lin Yichen awakens. He must not leave the Imperial Horse Agency. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. After issuing orders to Li Cheng beside him and leaving behind some healing elixirs, Achio immediately made his way to the Qianqing Palace to report this news to the empress. In that moment, Lin Yichen found himself in a surreal vision. Encountering a radiant Qilin shimmering with golden light, the creature remained motionless, as if in a deep slumber, eyes closed and poised like a resting tiger. What is this? Am I dead? With a sense of bewilderment, Lin Yichen approached the Qilin and reached out to touch it. Suddenly, the dormant Qilin opened its eyes, and a brilliant beam of golden light shot forth from its gaze, piercing Lin Yichen's own eyes, rendering his vision dazzlingly bright. The golden light then surged into Lin Yichen's mind, causing his body to tremble as he felt a gentle warmth enveloping his limbs and torso, prompting him to snap his eyes wide open. What is this? Hiss. Attempting to sit up, Lin Yichen winced in pain from his arm, causing him to grimace in agony. Master Lin, you are awake, exclaimed Xiao Jin, who was attending to him, bubbling with excitement. I knew your fortune was great. You would surely recover. How long have I been unconscious? Lin Yichen inquired, struggling to rise as he gazed out at the darkened sky. Did Shen Zhao escape? Master Lin, you have been in a coma for a day and a night, Xiao Jin replied hastily. After Shen Zhao's assassination attempt failed, he fled immediately. We then captured Zhao Guang at the tea house. He confessed without hesitation, claiming he incited Shen Zhao to kill you, merely seeking death as a result. We did not execute him, waiting for your judgment. Let him be executed by slow slicing for treason, Lin Yichen said coldly, recalling the harrowing experience that nearly cost him his life. That wretched scoundrel nearly brought about my demise. Understood, Xiao Jin nodded promptly, gesturing to 2 elixirs nearby. These were sent by Sister Az and Sister Achio during the day. They waited for a while but left when they saw you were still unconscious. They said nothing? Nothing at all. Very well. Lin Yichen picked up the healing and restorative elixirs, feeling utterly drained, and consumed them. Have someone inform them by tomorrow morning that I have awakened. Of course. You should also rest, Xiao Jin replied. After taking the elixirs, Lin Yichen felt an overwhelming fatigue and soon lost consciousness again. Meanwhile, in the Xinang Palace, Azi relayed the details of Lin Yichen's injuries to the Empress Dowager. Your Highness, this is how it transpired. He is now in a deep coma, his life uncertain. The Empress Dowager nodded slightly, then turned to Li Zhong beside her. Are you certain Shen Zhao is from the Qilin sacred land, and that the Qin king has reached an accord with them? Indeed, Li Zhong replied grimly. With the rapid success of the Longnan prince in quelling the rebellion, His Majesty the Qin king must be feeling the pressure. After all, if the Longnan prince were to lead troops into the capital, the chance for him to stage a coup and seize the throne would diminish considerably. Thus, the assassination of Lin Yichen by Shen Zhao should be regarded as a harbinger of the Qin king's rebellion. After all, Lin Yichen is a trusted confidant of His Majesty and commands the West Factory, which serves as His Majesty's eyes and ears. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, the Empress Dowager ultimately concurred with Li Zhong's speculation. The Qin king's usurpation would bring me no advantage. On the contrary, the return of the king of Longnan after quelling the rebellion would render the capital's waters increasingly murky, which would be to my benefit. Therefore, once Lin Yichen regains consciousness, have him come to see me. It appears that the dragon seal of the state should be entrusted to His Majesty. The Empress Dowager delicately lifted her teacup with her long nails. Only in this manner will the Qin king be wary of overstepping. But once His Majesty possesses it, what then for us? Upon hearing this, Li Zhong furrowed his brow. Despite his formidable strength, he too harbored a measure of trepidation regarding the dragon seal of the state. The advantages outweigh the disadvantages. The Empress Dowager, however, spoke with resolute conviction. Thus, it is worth the gamble. Chapter 65. Lin Yichen's fortuitous misfortune. After yet another bout of unconsciousness, Lin Yichen finally regained consciousness at 10:30 the following morning. Master Lin, you are awake. Upon seeing Lin Yichen rouse from his slumber, Li Qing hurriedly approached with a bowl of snow fungus and lotus seed soup. Please eat something. Do you require more medicine later? Very well. Feeling somewhat famished, Lin Yichen consumed a bowl of the lotus seed soup and shot a glance at Li Qing. Is there any news from the Qin Wang side? Not at the moment, Li Cheng promptly replied. I must apologize, Master Lin. It was my oversight in preparation. I did not foresee that the people from the Plum Blossom Sword sect were merely bait, while the true threat lay in ambush. Do not blame yourself. Lin Yichen waved his hand dismissively. They are masters. Even with precautions, it would have been futile. The crossbows and great yellow bows can indeed target masters, but only if they remain stationary, becoming their targets. Against a hidden master who can strike at any moment, such weapons are merely decorative. Taking a deep breath, feeling invigorated, Lin Yichen's eyes shimmered with brilliance. Moreover, in a way, I have turned misfortune into fortune. What? Li Cheng was utterly bewildered by Lin Yichen's cryptic statement. After being nearly mortally wounded by Shen Zhao, how could he claim to have benefited from such a calamity? You wouldn't comprehend, Lin Yichen waved dismissively. Unwilling to elaborate to Li Cheng, the attack from Shen Zhao had awakened the Qilin bloodline within him. Thus, in addition to the system's reward of the 9 Yang scriptures, he had also inherited the Qilin divine art. This Qilin divine art is a top-tier heavenly technique, one of the most exalted forms of martial practice. Where are Zhao Guang and the people from the Plum Blossom Sword sect? They haven't been executed, have they? I must interrogate them. Not yet. They are in the Western Bureau's prison, Li Qing replied respectfully. I shall bring them to you at once. No need, I will go myself. Having consumed a medicinal pill and refined some Qilin essence, Lin Yichen was now thoroughly restored. He cast a glance at Li Qing before leaping directly to the Western Bureau's prison. You are still alive. Zhao Guang, with eyes bulging in fury, glared at Lin Yichen. After receiving the order for Lin Yichen's execution, Zhao Guang's hatred for him had intensified immensely. Zhao Guang, conspiring against me, do you dare to argue? Lin Yichen sneered, lifting Zhao Guang's chin with the tip of his sword. Speak. Where does Shen Zhao usually hide, and how do you communicate with him? Reveal it, and I shall grant you a swift death, sparing you from the torturous fate of being sliced to pieces. Bah. Zhao Guang spat a thick phlegm toward Lin Yichen. I know nothing. Go ahead and kill me. I will not divulge anything. Do not rejoice too soon. Casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yichen, Zhao Guang coldly laughed. I will be waiting for you below. It won't be long before you join me. Daring to curse Chief Lin, you seek death. Slap. Li Qing, standing nearby, instantly erupted in fury, delivering a sharp blow to Zhao Guang. You wretched creature, answered Chief Lin's inquiries obediently. How arrogant. After all, having once held the esteemed title of General of the 5 cities, the proud Zhao Guang looked down upon Lin Yichen and Li Cheng, the eunuchs, castrated rascals. Infuriated by the insult, Li Qing's rage boiled over, desiring nothing less than to slay Zhao Guang. However, Lin Yichen intervened. Gazing at Zhao Guang with a hint of amusement, your wife and daughters are presently in my custody, dispatched to the brothel to entertain guests. Your daughter, being young, is merely being cared for now. Her future as a courtesan or a respectable match remains uncertain. As for your wife and concubines, they have long since been ravaged. Having seen countless patrons, Lin Yichen regarded Zhao Guang with a playful glint. If you answer me truthfully, I might consider arranging a suitable match for your daughter. Otherwise, Lin Yichen shook his head, letting out a deep sigh. You are shameless. Zhao Guang's eyes turned crimson upon hearing this. His fury directed at Lin Yichen. To threaten me with my wife and daughters, what sort of hero are you? Did you not just label us as lewd rascals? Lin Yichen merely chuckled. Isn't this a common tactic of the castrated rascals? Haha, indeed. Observing the furious Zhao Guang, Li Qing's eyes sparkled with mischief. Chief Lin, I'll arrange for his wife and daughters to be sent to the border for military labor. Once in the hands of those fierce men, I doubt they will survive for long. Li Cheng lamented, shaking his head. What a pity, although his daughter is young. She has blossomed into quite a beauty. Yet this delicate lotus shall soon be trampled by swine. You scoundrels! Zhao Guang's face turned pale, fist clenched, eyes filled with fury as he glared at Lin Yichen. When you conspired to kill me and betrayed the emperor, You should have considered this. Lin Yichen sneered. Do not think the king of Qin will save you. He has long since abandoned you. Enough of this banter. Prepare yourself for a slow death. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yichen commanded Li Cheng, let us visit the brothel to see his wife and daughters. Of course, Chief Lin. Li Cheng cast a mischievous glance at Zhao Guang, quickly following Lin Yichen. If you are interested, you may wish to sample their charms first. Return to me. Zhao Guang could no longer contain himself, fixating on the retreating figures of Lin Yichen and Li Cheng. If I speak, will you spare my wife and daughters? Your wife and concubines are beyond redemption, having already been sullied. However, I can ensure your daughters, once grown, are married off to respectable families as legitimate wives. Lin Yichen replied with a smile, they remain pure for now, not yet exposed to the world. As for you, I could grant you a swift end. This is your own proclamation. Zhao Guang grasped the iron railing tightly, glaring fiercely at Lin Yichen. If you dare to deceive me, I will haunt you even in death. Rest assured, we, the powerless, possess far more integrity than your kind. Li Qing observed Zhao Guang with a cold gaze. What we have promised, we shall fulfill. Xin Zhao, who typically resided within the Qin Wang's palace, had secured an alliance with the Qilin's sacred land, which was poised to assist the Qin Wang in seizing the throne. It was said that the lord of the Qilin's sacred land was currently in a pivotal stage of cultivation and could not come in person. Zhao Guang fixed his stare on Lin Yichen. Once he arrives in the capital, the Qin Wang will act decisively to eliminate the emperor and ascend to the throne. Chapter 66. A back massage for the Empress Dowager. With a resounding thud, Li Cheng's legs gave way beneath him, causing him to collapse to the ground as Zhao Guang's words echoed ominously. The weight of the statement was undeniably devastating. Li Cheng was acutely aware that should the king of Qin usurp the throne, the loyal confidants of the Empress Dowager would be the first to face extermination. And their demise was all but guaranteed. Zhao Guang cast a disdainful glance at Li Cheng, his eyes brimming with derision. What shall we do, Chief Lin? Li Cheng trembled uncontrollably, his fear palpable as he turned to Lin Yichen. The king of Qin is already an unparalleled master, and with the support of the lord of the Qilin's sacred land, our situation appears dire. If the Empress Dowager and Chief Li were to support his majesty, it would be one thing. However, their current ambiguous stance raises suspicions. In this case, even if his majesty possessed the imperial dragon seal, I fear for his throne. Indeed, it is precisely for this reason. Zhao Guang laughed triumphantly. Once the king of Qin ascends the throne, it shall be your turn to face dismemberment. A sinister expression clouded Zhao Guang's face as he glared at Lin Yichen and Li Cheng. But you shall not survive for long either. Why the panic? Though Lin Yichen felt a flutter of anxiety in his heart, he maintained a facade of calm as he scanned Li Cheng. We shall meet force with force and obstacles with obstacles. The king of Qin may have the support of the Qilin's sacred land. But does his majesty lack the backing of other sacred lands and masters? Lin Yichen sneered. Once the Duke of Longnan returns from quelling the rebellion, a single decree from his majesty will suffice to mobilize the 300,000 border troops under his command against the king of Qin. When these troops form ranks to confront the enemy, even the lord of the Qilin's sacred land, no matter how formidable, would think twice before courting death. Lin Yichen waved his hand dismissively, fully aware that the elite soldiers in this martial world typically possess some level of cultivation, even if their cultivation was modest. Tens of thousands of soldiers forming a battle array could easily overpower a master. How absurd. Zhao Guang scoffed, unimpressed. Do you truly believe the Duke of Longnan will be wholeheartedly loyal to the emperor? He may very well have ambitions for the throne himself upon his arrival in the capital. This is not for you to worry about. You may as well perish. Lin Yichen responded with a cold laugh, drawing his sword and aiming directly for Zhao Guang's throat. With a sickening squelch and a spray of blood, Zhao Guang clutched his gushing throat, his pupils dilating as he stared blankly at Lin Yichen. Do not celebrate too soon. I shall await you in the netherworld. With a swift kick, Lin Yichen sent Zhao Guang's lifeless body sprawling. His expression darkened as he glanced at Li Cheng. As for his wife and concubines, let them be. Arrange for his daughter to be sent away to marry elsewhere. There is no need to deceive a corpse. Understood. Although panic lingered in his heart, Li Cheng immediately nodded in respectful compliance. Chief Lin, the Empress Dowager summons you. At this moment, the anxious Jinzi rushed into the West Factory, hurrying to Lin Yichen's side. I'm not quite certain about the details, but the Empress Dowager has sent someone to summon you to Xinang Palace. Recalling the enchanting figure of the Empress Dowager, Lin Yichen felt a surge of warmth within him. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to suppress the fiery turmoil in his abdomen. To be honest, he was rather reluctant to visit Xinang Palace. The Empress Dowager was a woman of intricate thoughts, and Lin Yichen found her somewhat inscrutable. Furthermore, both Qiu and Li Zhong were exceptional experts. A moment's carelessness could plunge him into peril. It was akin to the previous instance when Aziz had poisoned him. Had it not been for a sudden shift in the wind, catching a Z off guard, she might have succeeded. At this moment, with incriminating evidence in the Empress Dowager's hands, Lin Yichen would undoubtedly have become her puppet. Yet, despite his myriad of reservations, he had no choice but to comply. After all, he concurrently held the position of Deputy Chief Eunuch of Xinang Palace, and when summoned by the Empress Dowager, attendance was mandatory. Ensure that these individuals from the Plum Blossom Sword sect are securely detained. No one is to be disturbed, and provisions must be provided until my return for interrogation. After instructing Li Qing, Lin Yichen hastened to Xinang Palace. Sister Az. Upon arriving at the entrance of Xinang Palace, Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with admiration at the sight of the tall Az. After receiving his nurturing, her figure had become increasingly alluring, her skin more supple, and her charm even more radiant. Indeed, this woman resembled a flower that needed regular watering. When nurtured, she blossomed gloriously, yet when neglected, she withered. Do not speak to me. Az glared fiercely at Lin Yichen, her heart filled with grievances over their previous embarrassing encounter. She had been wholly devoted to her cultivation, disinterested in such matters, and had no intention of engaging in them for the rest of her life. However, due to the unfortunate influence of Lin Yichen, she found herself losing the most precious aspect of her existence. After all, we share a bond as husband and wife. Why must we be so distant? Lin Yichen, with remarkable audacity, reached for Az's delicate hand. After all, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. We should embrace each other more. Do not touch me, you repulsive man. Az forcefully swatted Lin Yichen's hand away, glaring daggers at him. I warn you, do not speak of that incident to anyone. Let it be as if it never occurred. If you dare to utter a word. Az drew her sword, pressing it against Lin Yichen's neck. I will kill you. Yet, the event had transpired. How could it be dismissed as if it had never happened? Lin Yichen feigned innocence. In my heart, I hold deep affection for you, Sister Az. If you are willing, I can whisk you away from here at any moment. We can elope. Lin Yichen gazed at Az earnestly. From this day forth, we shall soar to distant lands, becoming celestial lovers. Be silent. Az's expression hardened. I have said it did not happen, and it will not happen again. Now, leave. Such matters could only exist as either non-existent or infinitely recurring. Lin Yichen gazed at the increasingly irritable Az, understanding that this young lady required a gradual approach to be appeased. With a smile, he entered the sleeping quarters of the Xinang Palace, announcing, I, Lin Yichen, pay my respects to Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager. Come in. Came the sultry voice of the Empress Dowager, a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. As he parted the curtains and stepped into the chamber, he beheld the Empress Dowager bathing in a tub adorned with rose petals, her alabaster shoulders and cascading black hair captivating his attention, igniting a surge of frustration within him. Come here, he urged, yet the Empress Dowager paid no heed to his agitation. Instead, with a playful smile, she beckoned him with a finger, saying, Rub my back. Chapter 67. Lin Yichen's compromise with the Empress Dowager. Your servant obeys, Lin Yichen murmured. In the presence of the extraordinarily alluring Empress Dowager, within such an intimate setting, what could he possibly articulate? Unable to refuse her, he inhaled deeply, suppressing the fervor within, and cautiously approached her from behind, preparing to massage her back with a white towel. Put some strength into it. Are you a man who hasn't dined this evening? Why are you so gentle? Like a woman? With a soft huff, the Empress Dowager cast a glance at Lin Yichen, unabashedly arching her back, revealing her smooth, elegant curves without reservation. Particularly as she sat in the tub, surrounded by floating rose petals, Lin Yichen found himself captivated, his gaze drawn to the tantalizing beauty that emerged before him. He had to maintain composure, keeping his heart serene and unperturbed by the overwhelming allure. Despite the intense temptation orchestrated by the Empress Dowager, Lin Yichen gritted his teeth, determined not to fall into her snare. He was acutely aware of the trap she had laid. He would not foolishly err. Unlike the Empress, should the Dowager obtain evidence against him, his fate would be dire. How does this figure fare in your eyes, Lin Yichen? Despite his greatest efforts to endure, the Empress Dowager provocatively teased, though I have aged, I have employed secret methods to maintain my physique. Surely, it remains satisfactory? Your figure is truly magnificent. Lin Yichen promptly replied, Your skin is as pure as that of a maiden, utterly enchanting. Humph, I am over 30, and you expect me to believe such flattery? The Empress Dowager scoffed, casting an irritated glance at him. No wonder His Majesty favors you. Your tongue is indeed sweet. I only speak the truth, Lin Yichen asserted sincerely, admiring her flawless, youthful back. Despite being in her 30s, her diligent upkeep rendered her skin remarkable. In this world, women married at a young age, making those in their 30s perceived as elderly, with some even becoming grandmothers by that age. However, in Lin Yichen's former life, many women remained unmarried well into their 30s, still embodying youthful allure. Thus, he held no biases against women of that age, especially one as captivating as the Empress Dowager. "I shall afford you this one instance of belief," she declared, turning her back to him and leaning over the edge of the bathtub. "Come now. Give me a proper wash." Lin Yichen was momentarily taken aback by her enticing pose, though the rose petals provided some modesty. The sight of her half-exposed form left him spellbound, unable to tear his gaze away. "Hurry up." However, the Empress Dowager paid no heed to Lin Yichen's embarrassment. Instead, she deliberately splashed the water, drenching him. "Serve me as you would the Emperor," she commanded. Lin Yichen replied, "Your Majesty, I do not usually assist the Emperor during bathing." Taking a deep breath to suppress the impulse to reprimand the Dowager, he lowered his gaze, stating, "The Emperor typically bathes alone or is attended by Sister Hyo. My duties involve managing affairs for the Emperor and overseeing the Western Depot, so I am not skilled in the art of serving during baths," he cautiously suggested. "Perhaps Your Majesty could summon a few maidservants instead? What? Do you disdain me and refuse to serve?" Despite Lin Yichen's logical explanation, the Dowager suddenly huffed coldly. "Are you deliberately unwilling to assist me?" "I would not dare." Lin Yichen quickly bowed. "It is merely that I am truly not adept at attending to others. I fear I might inadvertently cause you discomfort and displease you." "I do not mind." The Dowager retorted dismissively. "Do you think I am less beautiful than the Emperor? Or that my figure pales in comparison? Or is it that my age renders me less charming than the youthful allure of the Emperor?" Witnessing the Dowager's jealousy towards the Empress, akin to any irate woman, Lin Yichen felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. After all, he could not possibly declare which was superior, the Dowager or the Empress. Although Lin Yichen had come to a clear understanding that the Dowager was evidently aware of the Empress's true identity, he could never admit such a truth. After all, the Emperor is a man. How could one compare that to the Dowager? He awkwardly deflected, "Your Majesty, you are stunningly beautiful, with a graceful figure, fair skin, and an enchanting fragrance. You must be the dream of every man. I find it hard to tear my gaze away from you." "Humph." The Dowager in the bath huffed lightly, a smile curling at her lips. "You are quite the deceiver. Even now, you think I am unaware of the Emperor's true nature?" "I do not know," Lin Yichen muttered, keeping his head bowed, refusing to acknowledge the truth. "Do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to what has transpired between you and the Emperor. Rest assured, I shall not speak of it." The Dowager continued. "Here, it is just the two of us. No one will know what we discuss or what we do. Now hurry, or I shall have someone restrain you and expose you entirely." "Yes, Your Majesty," with no other choice under the Dowager's insistence. Lin Yichen reluctantly approached the bath with a towel in hand, standing behind the Dowager who leaned over the edge of the tub, preparing to scrub her back. Though his heart was a whirlwind of reluctance, in this situation, Lin Yichen found himself devoid of alternatives. He knew that should the Dowager truly unleash her wrath, with a mere command, either Az or Li Zhong could swiftly bind him, stripping him of his dignity like a sheep being sheared. At that moment, would Lin Yichen not be completely finished? Despite his inadequate strength, an unsettling anxiety stirred within him, yet he could only contemplate that without venturing into the tiger's den, one cannot hope to capture the tiger's cub. He vaguely sensed that although the Empress Dowager behaved rather audaciously, she did not seem to genuinely harbor any intentions to harm him. Was she merely toying with him? How delightful. A few minutes later, the Empress Dowager, her complexion flushed, stretched languidly. However, as she turned her back to Lin Yichen, her foot slipped, and she unexpectedly plopped down onto him. Chapter 68. Obtaining the Imperial Dragon Seal an hour later, Lin Yichen sat slumped in a chair, his expression vacant and weary. His gaze fell upon the Empress Dowager, who lay languidly on the couch beside him, equally exhausted and breathing heavily. Indeed, he had ultimately capitulated to her, allowing the Empress Dowager, who had so deliberately tested him, to succeed in her endeavors. Though Lin Yichen had exerted every effort to endure, he could not withstand the repeated temptations posed by the Empress Dowager. Despite his remarkable self-discipline, the relentless provocations from her had finally led him to a moment of impulsive submission. This was not entirely his fault. Observing the disheveled garments and bedding of the Empress Dowager, Lin Yichen felt a sense of helplessness. To have resisted such a stunning beauty for so long was already an extraordinary feat any ordinary man would have likely thrown caution to the wind, prioritizing immediate gratification over concerns of consequence. Truth be told, Lin Yichen had shown considerable endurance. However, the Empress Dowager was not a martial artist, and thus, unlike his previous encounters with Az and Luo Lan, this union did not enhance his prowess. Yet, the emotional experience was unparalleled. After all, this was the formidable Empress Dowager. Just moments ago, she had shed her typically dignified demeanor, revealing an entirely different side of herself before him. Lin Yichen was filled with exhilaration and relief, realizing that he alone had the privilege of witnessing this hidden aspect of her character. Reflecting on the empress, he mused that she seemed far less audacious compared to the empress dowager, perhaps due to her modesty or youth. He pondered whether both factors played a role. As older women often became bolder with age, even the most demure of young maidens could transform into fervent beings as time passed. Lin Yichen softly murmured to himself, "Women are all like this. 30 is akin to something, and 50 is akin to something else." He considered how the usually commanding empress might, in time, mirror the empress dowager's newfound abandon, should she age and gain more life experience. Stealing a glance at the empress dowager, whose alluring figure was accentuated by her position, Lin Yichen could only shake his head in wry amusement. The harem was indeed teeming with women, were it not for his unique talents. The formidable Qilin divine skill and the 9 yang true scripture, which were both potent and invigorating, he would likely be overwhelmed by the demands of the empress dowager, the empress. The 2 noble consorts, as well as Luo Lan and Azi. Achio, I must not overlook you. You are the only one yet to be won over. The thought of Achio, clad in her yellow garments, strikingly beautiful and well-proportioned, filled Lin Yichen's eyes with a vibrant gleam. He had always relished in stirring the waters, turning clarity into murkiness. How could he allow Achio to remain unscathed in the harem? I must devise a means to possess you, to allow you to partake in the intoxicating pleasures that lie within. Otherwise, as a woman, if you have not experienced this, wouldn't you feel quite deprived? The thought of Achio's delicate waist stirred Lin Yichen's appetite even more. Unable to attain Achio for the time being, Lin Yichen turned his attention back to the empress dowager. I cannot endure any longer. Just moments ago, the empress dowager was filled with urgency, yet now, upon meeting Lin Yichen's scorching gaze, she was taken aback. You are truly formidable. Compared to you, the late emperor seems like a mere child. Perhaps it is best you seek his majesty, she muttered in a state of panic, glancing nervously at Lin Yichen. Another day, for I am truly unable right now. His majesty is not as accommodating as you, empress dowager. Lin Yichen replied with a dismissive scoff, playfully massaging her legs. I wish to, but his majesty does not consent. I shall not concern myself with that. I am in great pain, so go seek someone else. The empress dowager shot him an annoyed look. You are but a beast. I am still young. Lin Yichen shrugged innocently, gazing at the empress. I am powerless to change this. It is beyond my control. That will not do. If you persist, I may not be able to attend court tomorrow. She glared at him. If anyone discovers this, it would be disastrous. Observing the empress dowager's difficulty in rising, Lin Yichen was left speechless. Here, take this and deliver it to his majesty. Fearing further advances from Lin Yichen, the empress dowager quickly tossed the state seal of the dragon toward him. Present this to his majesty. Surely, he will be pleased and grant you a few requests, allowing you to succeed. After all, possessing this means she owes you a tremendous favor. With a huff, the empress dowager added, she must repay you. Is this truly the state seal of the dragon? Lin Yichen pondered the seal in his hand, finding nothing particularly extraordinary about it. This was likely due to his Qilin bloodline and the seal being imbued with true dragon energy. Thus, only the empress with dragon energy could wield it. Go now. Make haste. The empress, anxious to avoid any further entanglement, urged Lin Yichen. I must rest. Then, until next time, empress dowager. Yes, yes. The empress nodded vigorously, hastily ushering the fearful Lin Yichen out of the Sinang palace. Lin Yichen, you have accomplished a great feat. Indeed, this is splendid. The empress, now brimming with excitement upon receiving the state seal of the dragon, felt a surge of exhilaration. With the seal, she finally possessed the means for self-preservation. Regardless of the current turmoil within the great Feng Empire, which left her with insufficient dragon energy and pressure, she would no longer fear Li Zhong or Prince Qin within the palace. She could now rest assured, no longer anxious about the possibility of a coup akin to the events of the Forbidden City. Now that the king of Qin dares to approach, even if she cannot vanquish him, she can still repel him and summon the vassal kings and local officials to rally in defense of the throne. Such fortune is bestowed upon your majesty. Lin Yichen remarked with a smile. I am merely fortunate to be under your majesty's grace, hence my fortunate gain. This is your merit. There is no need to flatter me, for I would never usurp your achievements. The empress chuckled as she cast a glance at Lin Yichen. Speak. What reward do you desire? I seek nothing further. As he gazed at the empress's delicate, snow-white calves and her exquisite, jewel-like feet, Lin Yichen's lips curled into a smile. I only wish for your majesty to grant me the honor of your company tonight. Chapter 69, Lin Yichen. Do you dare to toy with me? Crash. The exquisite official kiln blue and white porcelain teacup in the empress's hand shattered upon impact with the ground, instantly fracturing into countless pieces. How unfortunate. As Lin Yichen gazed at the broken porcelain, a wave of sorrow washed over him. This was no ordinary cup. It was a fine piece of imperial porcelain, worth at least $1 million in the 21st century. A mere teacup could be exchanged for an entire house. However, at this moment, the empress was indifferent to the loss of such a trivial item. As the de facto ruler of the vast daxia, commanding billions of subjects, she was not lacking in daily porcelain wares, even if she had been sidelined by the king of Qin and the empress dowager. She was engulfed in a mix of shame and fury, glaring at Lin Yichen. I did not quite catch what you said earlier. I shall grant you another opportunity to articulate your thoughts. Now, tell me, what exactly do you desire? In response, Lin Yichen, ever candid, looked at the empress's delicate jade-like feet and spoke again. I wish to serve you in your chambers, and I hope your majesty will consent. Impudent. With a resounding bang, the empress slammed her palm on the table, splintering the fine enamel into fragments. Her face was a tempest of indignation as she glared at Lin Yichen. I am the sovereign, revered as the 9-5, ruling the realm. How dare you treat me so lightly? Do you have the audacity to challenge me? Believe me, I could have you castrated on the spot. Your majesty is simply too beautiful, Lin Yichen remarked, unfazed by her threats. He understood that she would never carry out such a drastic action against him. Instead, he found himself entranced by her graceful form. Last time, I was somewhat disoriented and have little recollection. Hence, I desire it now. In truth, this would be no detriment to your majesty. Rather, it would rejuvenate you, your skin becoming smoother and more radiant due to the nourishment. Moreover, your majesty has already granted me such a privilege. We are not strangers, nor is this our first encounter. Therefore, there is no need for embarrassment. Lin Yichen gazed at her earnestly. I implore you to grant me this wish, so that we may both find joy in it. Silence. I have no need for such things, and I am not interested. The empress shot him a fierce glare, her face flushed with a mixture of shame and anger. I am not as shameless as you. I have no interest in such matters. If you wish, I can arrange for you to meet the empress or the favored concubine. Your majesty misunderstands me. I hold no interest in them, Lin Yichen replied nonchalantly. Humph. The empress snorted coldly, casting a sidelong glance at him. Such deceit could be deemed treason against the throne. I speak only the truth, from the depths of my heart, with absolute sincerity. Lin Yichen gazed steadfastly at the empress. My heart belongs solely to you. The reason I engage with him is merely to conceal your identity. If not for that, I would never partake in such actions. The one I love is none other than you. You. The corners of the empress's mouth twitched in frustration, struggling to refute Lin Yichen's claims. Yet, she found herself at a loss, for it was indeed her command that led him to the empress and the favored concubine, leaving her unable to label him as merely lecherous, although she was acutely aware that Lin Yichen was far from the noble figure he pretended to be. Professing genuine affection for her, she found herself lacking the grounds to contest his assertions. Let us not speak of this matter again. I shall not entertain it a second time, the empress asserted. Do you not wish to? Lin Yichen replied with a playful glint in his eyes. We are both in our 20s, and it is only natural to require a change of attire upon waking. Therefore, your majesty, do you not have certain thoughts during your menstrual cycle? I have none. My sole desire is to revitalize the great Feng. The empress shot Lin Yichen a glare, exasperated. Be silent. I have no interest in discussing such matters with you. There is no need for your modest denial, for we are well acquainted. And there is no reason for embarrassment. Lin Yichen murmured again. Moreover, enduring such discomfort is not beneficial for your health. That is none of your concern. The empress retorted sharply, casting Lin Yichen a fierce look. I shall manage this myself. You should remain quiet. Oh, Lin Yichen drawled, eyeing the empress's delicate fingers. Begone. Of course, the empress was well aware of Lin Yichen's implications. Stifling her impulse to emasculate him on the spot, she inquired, how did you procure the national dragon seal from the empress dowager? I have requested it from her countless times, only to be met with evasion. Gazing at the national dragon seal in her hand, the empress, her imperial aura intensifying under its influence, regarded Lin Yichen with astonishment. I truly did not expect you to obtain it. It was through the art of seduction, sacrificing my own body to thoroughly enchant the dowager. To secure it for your majesty, Lin Yichen confessed candidly. I must admit, it was quite exhausting. What do you mean? The empress momentarily faltered, her brows knitting together. You merely spoke a few words, and the dowager granted it to you? Not merely words. Lin Yichen regarded her with an insightful gaze. The dowager is advanced in age. Unlike your majesty, she is quite straightforward. You are incorrigible. The empress quickly grasped Lin Yichen's meaning. Although she had anticipated this, it did not quell her anger as she shot him an indignant look. After all, the dowager, regardless of her role as a stepmother, had been appointed by the late emperor himself. Lin Yichen's actions effectively rendered him a father figure to her, which displeased the empress immensely. It seemed that not only had she invested her own efforts, but also her empress and concubines had been involved, and even the dowager had been drawn into this entanglement. Lin Yichen, this shameless scoundrel, truly was a source of trouble. Fortunately, Achio had not fallen victim to your schemes. Otherwise, the palace would be rife with your traces. Taking a deep breath, though the urge to castrate Lin Yichen lingered in her heart, the empress chose to exercise restraint. Considering the opinions of the dowager and her own consorts, let this matter conclude here. Do not speak of it to anyone in the future. I am not unjust in my rewards and punishments. Henceforth, I shall bestow upon you the title of Duke of Linchuan, along with a grant of 100 taels of gold, 1,000 taels of silver, and 10 bolts of silk. As she spoke, the empress waved her hand at Lin Yichen, saying, "Go, express your gratitude for the decree." Yet, what significance does it hold? Lin Yichen shrugged slightly, feeling utterly indifferent to the title bestowed upon him. "I humbly thank your majesty for your grace. Long live your majesty." After a monotonous bow to the empress, Lin Yichen departed with a sense of disinterest. After all, a mere title of account held no value for him. His true aspiration lay in seizing the sacred land of Qilin, to become the true sovereign of the Great Feng, to completely subjugate the empress and make her his own. Observing Lin Yichen's dissatisfaction, the empress, seated upon her dragon throne, finally spoke with a flushed face, her crimson lips parting gently. "If you could assist me in dealing with the king of Qin or the empress dowager, then perhaps I might grant you one favor." Chapter 70, Interrogating the Female Assassin. Your Majesty, are you certain? You cannot be jesting. Lin Yichen, who was initially filled with regret and ready to depart, felt a tremor of excitement course through him upon hearing the empress's words. He turned to gaze at her with uncontainable enthusiasm, utterly astonished that she would bestow such a remarkable boon upon him at his moment of greatest despair. The empress, though her cheeks burned with embarrassment, understood that Lin Yichen held no interest in titles or wealth. To win his unwavering loyalty against the empress dowager and King Qin, she had no choice but to employ her charms as a means of persuasion. Otherwise, should the empress dowager succeed in winning him over, Lin Yichen might, in a fit of anger, fully align himself with her, depriving the empress of a crucial ally. Despite the inherent shame of such tactics, the empress instinctively resorted to her feminine allure, aware that a beautiful woman could easily find men eager to serve her, provided she wished for it. Very well. It is settled. Lin Yichen, recalling the exquisite experience from their last encounter, could hardly contain his eagerness. "I shall assist you in dealing with King Qin and the Empress Dowager. Then it shall depend on your skill," she replied, her lips biting down in shyness as she watched him stride away with purpose. As Lin Yichen exited the palace of heavenly purity, a buoyant mood enveloped him. He recognized that, with the advancement of his own power, the Empress would increasingly find herself reliant on him. His ambition was to ultimately subdue her entirely, compelling her to kneel before him in submission. In due time, he believed, the entire Feng Empire would be within his grasp. After all, such is the nature of women. When a man thoroughly conquers a woman, she will obediently comply with his every command. From the shadows, Lin Yichen envisioned orchestrating the empire through the Empress, utilizing her influence to eliminate the traitorous Holy Master and reclaim the Qilin sacred land. "Oh, Empress, your figure is indeed magnificent," he mused, not only admiring her physique but also her royal stature. The thought of having a ruler of her caliber kneel to serve him filled him with an exhilarating delight. In his eyes, when comparing figures and beauty, the Empress was on par with Aziz, the Queen, and the two esteemed concubines, or even Luolan from his quarters. They were all breathtaking women, differing only in type and temperament. Yet, in terms of status, the Empress eclipsed them all. It was akin to the phenomenon in the 21st century, where many women invest in their appearances to become internet celebrities, transforming what was once a fleeting attraction into something infinitely more valuable. For men, the allure of a woman's beauty only increases in worth when combined with high status. The thrill of conquest, after all, is unparalleled. King Qin, the Empress Dowager. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With a piercing glint in her eyes, Lin Yichen strode directly towards the prison of the Western Depot. Since the King of Qin has allied with the Qilin Holy Land, his demise is inevitable. However, the Empress Dowager has had her moments of intimacy. So if she behaves sensibly in the future, Lin Yichen would not mind sparing her. Ding dong. The system detected that the host has become the Empress and obtained the National Dragon Seal, completing the task and earning 30 years of cultivation. Delightful. Hearing the system notification echo in her mind, Lin Yichen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Manager Lin. I have the honor of meeting Manager Lin. Upon Lin Yichen's arrival at the Western Depot prison, Li Qing, along with a group of young eunuchs, bowed deeply, each one gazing at Lin Yichen with utmost respect. There's no need for such formality. We are all from the palace. Lin Yichen waved her hand, and under Li Qing's guidance, she stepped into the prison. Are the captured assassins still compliant? They are securely detained, Li Qing immediately replied with respect. 3 of the captured female assassins have been placed in separate cells, receiving the best treatment. The 5 male assassins are confined together, awaiting your interrogation. I will first interrogate these 3 female assassins and then decide on the next steps. Lin Yichen said, her eyes narrowing as she glanced at Li Cheng. Remember, do not allow anyone to disturb me. Rest assured. Li Cheng nodded respectfully. I will personally ensure that no one interrupts your interests outside the cell. Haha, you are a clever man. Very good. I like you. Lin Yichen chuckled as she patted Li Cheng on the shoulder, leisurely stepping into one of the female assassin's cells. Soon, the cell was filled with the sounds of the female assassin's shouts and screams. What is it? Li Gongong, a young eunuch, listening to the obviously distressing cries from the female assassin, turned to Li Cheng with suspicion in his eyes. Is Manager Lin? You haven't heard anything, understand? Li Cheng's cold gaze swept over the young eunuch, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. If you wish to live, play the deaf. Gulp. Understood, I understand. I haven't heard anything. Under Li Cheng's stern gaze, the young eunuch hurriedly nodded, feigning ignorance as if he had heard nothing. Yet, doubts lingered in his mind, pondering whether Lin Yichen was truly castrated. Otherwise, how could she elicit such cries for mercy from these female assassins? Logically, it should not be the case. For as a eunuch, Lin Yichen should not possess such capabilities, unless she had employed special torture devices, but that seemed unlikely. It is known that eunuchs seldom resort to bizarre instruments due to their perceived indignity. Such implements are more commonly found in the dungeons of the Ministry of Punishment and the Jinyui's prison. Manager Lin is truly formidable. With great caution, he cast a glance at Li Cheng, who sat silently with his eyes closed, as if he had heard nothing. The young eunuch could only feign ignorance, remaining obediently unaware. At that moment, within the confines of the prison cell, Lin Yichen regarded Luo Lan's senior sister with a smile. Now, may I inquire why you sought to assassinate me? Shameless. The disheveled senior sister curled up at the head of the bed, her hair in disarray and her eyes filled with indignation, glaring fiercely at Lin Yichen. I will not speak. I would rather die than divulge the truth to you. Chapter 71. Breaking through the Master Realm, why must it be so? I have no intention of killing you. Lin Yichen stretched languidly, gazing at his enchanting senior sister who had bestowed upon him half a year's worth of cultivation. You certainly weren't saying that just now, were you? Get lost. The senior sister, whose face suddenly flushed crimson, glared fiercely at Lin Yichen. You are shameless and utterly despicable. Was my consent ever given? You forced me into this. With a mixture of shyness and indignation, the senior sister shot daggers at Lin Yichen. You are nothing but a lecherous scoundrel. Regardless of your excuses, I have already succeeded. You are mine now. Lin Yichen shrugged nonchalantly, feigning innocence as he regarded her. Thus, it would be prudent for you to cooperate with me. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Imagine if I were to send you to the men's prison. What do you suppose would transpire? A delicate beauty like yourself, surrounded by men who have not seen a woman in years, or who might even be enamored by a mere mosquito, how do you think they would treat you? He shook his head. After all, we are somewhat acquainted, so I would prefer not to resort to such drastic measures unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, I implore you to cooperate and divulge everything. I can assure you your release. Lin Yichen looked at her with utmost seriousness. I can guarantee your safety and freedom. You vile pretender, how shameless. I would never betray my fellow disciples. The senior sister clenched her small fists, her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at Lin Yichen. I remember nothing. I was bitten by a dog just now. Ah, you are quite amusing, Lin Yichen chuckled, clearly entertained. It seems I may need to resort to more rigorous interrogation methods. Get lost. I do not require that. The senior sister understood Lin Yichen's intentions for his so-called interrogation. Yet her injuries rendered her incapable of resistance, leaving her no choice but to glare at him in impotent rage. By the way, I must inform you that I did not murder Luo Lan. She is right beside me. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yichen maintained a serious demeanor as he addressed her. Moreover, I can clarify that there has been a misunderstanding between us. It was Xinjiao, in the Qilin sacred land, who deceived you. From the beginning, I have held no animosity towards your Plum Blossom Sword sect. If we can resolve our differences, we can coexist peacefully. After all, you are now mine. Why persist in this futile resistance? Lin Yichen shrugged with nonchalance. A day as husband and wife brings 100 days of kindness. Silence. Even if I were to marry a dog in the future, I would never wed you. Very well, but I suggest you reconsider. Observing the senior sister's obstinate demeanor, Lin Yichen decided to temporarily relent. I shall grant you a few days to ponder this. Let me know your decision. Should you choose not to cooperate, I regret to inform you that I must send you to the communal male prison next door. By then, should you find yourself with child, you may not even know who the father is. What a predicament that would be. I will not bear your child. The senior sister shot a venomous glare at Lin Yichen, coldly huffing. I would rather throw it into a chamber pot to drown. Huh, are you trying to intimidate me? Do you really think I am easily frightened? Lin Yichen chuckled instantly, gazing at his senior sister with great amusement. Do as you will. If you truly end up pregnant and are unperturbed enough to proceed, I have no objections. It's as if this child belongs solely to me and not to you. Even if I were to give birth to puppies, I would never bear your child. With a slight shrug, dismissing the senior sister's fierce demeanor, Lin Yichen decided to leave the Western factory prison for the time being. It seemed that the grievances between him and the Meiwa sword sect would need to be resolved through Luo Lan. After all, he was already quite familiar with her. Whereas the senior sister exhibited a rather unpleasant attitude. Given that Luo Lan had laid a solid foundation, she should be able to handle matters well. Lin Yichen murmured to himself, I must think of a way to persuade her. Ultimately, it is still Luo Lan who is more agreeable. Recalling Luo Lan, with whom he shared a deep connection, a faint smile crossed Lin Yichen's lips as he cast a glance at Li Cheng, who approached. Ensure their safety, without my permission. No one is to interrogate or torture them. Understood. Li Cheng, oblivious to the private engagement between Lin Yichen and the senior sister, simply nodded in compliance with Lin Yichen's command. Excellent, you shall achieve greatness. Satisfied, Lin Yichen patted Li Cheng on the shoulder and then returned to his small courtyard. I heard discussions that you captured my senior sister? In the courtyard, Luo Lan, who had regained her martial master level, fixed a complex gaze upon Lin Yichen. What have you done to them? Nothing much, just gave them a lesson. Lin Yichen shrugged lightly, giving Luo Lan a gentle pat. As long as you behave, I won't harm them. You can be assured. You, humph. Luo Lan shot Lin Yichen an exasperated glance, but ultimately yielded and went to fetch him some water. See, you are obedient. After tormenting Luo Lan for a while, Lin Yichen, brimming with energy from his cultivation of the formidable Qilin divine art and the Zhuyang true scripture, finally reclined comfortably on the couch, one arm behind his head, while he embraced Luo Lan's petite waist, drawing her close to him. Humph. Luo Lan huffed lightly, her delicate fingers tracing circles on Lin Yichen's chest. If you continue this way, I might actually become pregnant. What is there to fear? Lin Yichen laughed, casting a playful glance at Luo Lan. Then let us welcome the child. I am certainly able to provide for it. Of course, if you wish to avoid pregnancy, I can certainly accommodate that too. Oh. Luo Lan's face flushed crimson as realization dawned upon her. I'll keep quiet. You are too wicked. Haha. A man must be a little bad for a woman to love him. After a spirited laugh, Lin Yichen directly accessed the system to check his attributes. Host, Lin Yichen. Realm, Martial Master Level 10 Peak, Innate Realm. Position, Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office, Deputy Chief Eunuch of the Sinang Palace. Cultivation Techniques, Zhuyang True Scripture, Major Achievement, Qilin Divine Art, Minor Achievement. Martial Skill, Thunder Sword Technique, Intermediate Completion, Attribute Exploration. Items, Wind Thunder Spirit Sword, 1p1 pill. 33 years of cultivation. After awakening the Qilin bloodline, this divine Qilin technique surprisingly reached the stage of minor completion, which was no small feat observing his foundational attributes. Lin Yichen sighed softly. With 33 years of cultivation invested in the Thunder Sword technique and the Qilin divine skill, they should both attain major completion. Consequently, my realm could correspondingly ascend to the master level? Contemplating this, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lin Yichen's eyes as he instinctively clenched his fist. I shall finally possess the power of self-defense. Ouch, be gentle. Luo Lan, nestled in Lin Yichen's embrace, pinched him with annoyance. That hurts. Chapter 72, The Design to Kill Shinjiao. Feeling pain? Then go wash up. Look at you. Making the bed uninhabitable. Lin Yichen shifted his legs slightly, preparing to enhance his cultivation, when he cast a glance at Luo Lan in his arms. Go on. A wash would do wonders for your health. Oh, I won't bother with you anymore. Luo Lan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot Lin Yichen an irritated glare. Is this my fault? If you hadn't insisted, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Humph. With that, she turned away from him, presenting her flawless, pale back to Lin Yichen. However, Lin Yichen was unperturbed. In fact, it made it all the more convenient for him to indulge in mischief. First, he focused on enhancing his cultivation, aiming to perfect the Thunder Sword technique and the Qilin divine art, before channeling all his energy into elevating his realm. While teasing Luo Lan, he simultaneously boosted his own powers within the system. After infusing 5 years of cultivation into the Thunder Sword technique, it successfully reached perfection. Then, after an additional 15 years dedicated to the Qilin divine art, bolstered by the Qilin bloodline, it too attained a state of mastery. With 13 years of cultivation remaining, he hoped to ascend to the master realm. Seeing his techniques and martial skills reach perfection, Lin Yichen, as per the system's prior indications, believed he could now break through to a higher realm. Thus, he allocated the remaining 13 years entirely to his realm. In an instant, a rich aura descended from the heavens, enveloping him from head to toe, causing every pore in his body to open, and he couldn't help but moan in pleasure. Surely, I must have broken through my realm. Sensing the abundant inner strength within him, Lin Yichen promptly accessed the system to review his foundational attributes. Host, Lin Yichen Realm, Master Level 1, Minor Master. Position, Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department, Deputy Chief Eunuch of Sinang Palace Cultivation Techniques. Nine Yang True Scripture, Perfection. Qilin Divine Art, Perfection. Martial Skills, Thunder Sword Technique, Perfection. Attribute Detection Items, Wind Thunder Spirit Sword, 1 Cultivation Pill. Indeed, he had entered the Master Realm. Observing his realm, Lin Yichen felt immense joy. He understood that within the classification of the Master Realm, the levels below 5 were considered minor masters. Levels 5 to 8 were termed regular masters, and levels 8 to peak were regarded as grand masters. Thus, standing as a minor master at the first level, he was the weakest among them. However, even a minor master was still a master, far surpassing the innate martial artist he had been previously. It was evident that while he was once no match for a Qiu and a Z in his former state, now, though he might still struggle against their 3rd and 4th levels, they would find it exceedingly difficult to defeat him effortlessly. If it came to a life-and-death struggle, it was possible that one of them could be gravely injured or even killed. Yet, without such dire stakes, while Lin Yichen might not be able to best them, he possessed sufficient strength to defend himself. At the very least, should he wish to escape, they would find it impossible to hinder him. Even when they were injured or underestimated him, Lin Yichen seized the opportunity to completely subdue them. Qiu. At this moment, Lin Yichen felt the rich inner strength coursing through his body. His fists clenched in excitement. I must possess you and discern how you differ from the Empress and a Z. Glancing at the leftover steamed buns beside him and the dancing butterflies outside the window, Lin Yichen smiled faintly at the thought of the Empress and a Z. I wonder if you share their traits, or if you, like your character, are as sharp and imposing as a canyon split by a sword? How intriguing. With an insatiable curiosity, Lin Yichen cast a sidelong glance at Luo Lan. Of course, this merely distinguishes types, without regard to victory or defeat. Though you differ from them, I find you equally captivating. You have become a grandmaster? At that moment, Luo Lan was too astonished to pay heed to Lin Yichen's frivolous remarks, her eyes wide in disbelief as she gazed at him. She never anticipated that Lin Yichen could ascend from an innate martial artist to a grandmaster in the blink of an eye. To put it in perspective, her own elevation from the pinnacle of innate martial artist to grandmaster had taken her 3 months of seclusion. Even then, she was hailed as a rare talent in the sect for a century. Yet Lin Yichen, he had achieved this monumental leap in a mere 10 minutes. Was this not unfathomably astonishing? Indeed, I am now a grandmaster, Lin Yichen exclaimed, pulling Luo Lan into his embrace, reveling in the tender warmth of her presence. Breathing in her fragrant hair, he toyed with it playfully. To me, being a mere grandmaster is trivial, exceedingly simple. Mark my words, it won't be long before I become a grandmaster of grandmasters. To be my woman is a privilege. Lin Yichen chuckled softly, feeling the delicate tremor of Luo Lan in his arms. As long as you follow me diligently, I shall promote you too, enabling you to ascend to the status of a renowned grandmaster. Hearing Lin Yichen's words, Luo Lan could not help but gasp in disbelief. Although her instincts urged her to retort, deeming his confidence excessive and fanciful, the words caught in her throat. After all, when she first met Lin Yichen, he was merely a feeble martial artist at the inner strength stage, yet in just over a month, he had transformed into a grandmaster. The pace of his progress was beyond description. While it is true that ordinary martial artists may remain stuck at the grandmaster level throughout their lives, unable to advance to the grandmaster of grandmasters, could Lin Yichen truly be compared to the average practitioner? You are impressive. After some contemplation, Luo Lan finally murmured, her lips parting slightly. It is worth noting that not only was Lin Yichen formidable, but his abilities were equally remarkable. Despite her vocal dissent over the past few days, she had absorbed considerable knowledge from him, leading to a significant enhancement in her own strength. What ordinary man possesses such prowess? Haha, of course, I am impressive. Listening to Luo Lan's praises, Lin Yichen felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Just wait, when I ascend to the rank of grandmaster, I shall certainly march upon the Qilin sacred land and behead the traitorous lord of the sacred land. To wish for my demise is truly courting death. Merely being a grandmaster will not suffice. As Lin Yichen shouted in excitement, Luo Lan murmured, the lord of the Qilin sacred land reached the pinnacle of grandmaster 5 years ago during the last martial arts gathering. Any ordinary grandmaster who confronts him would meet a most tragic fate. Chapter 73. Becoming the grandmaster. Alas, how could he be so powerful? Lin Yichen, who was initially basking in the glory of his breakthrough to the master realm, was abruptly doused with cold water by Luo Lan. In comparison to the traitorous holy master, whose strength reached the pinnacle of the grandmaster realm, or even the saint realm, Lin Yichen, at this moment confined to the master realm, appeared as a pitiable novice. With just a single finger, his life would be in peril. This was indisputable. It seems I must ascend to the Grandmaster level to attain a semblance of self-preservation. A flicker of determination ignited in Lin Yichen's eyes. Although the Master Realm is formidable, allowing one to contend with ordinary warriors without losing ground, it does not instill fear in the likes of a Qiu, a Zi, or Xin Zhao, even when facing Qin Wang and Li Zhong. While I may not be able to defeat them, perhaps I could at least secure the means to escape. Yet against this traitorous Holy Master, I stand no chance. I must hasten my ascension to Grandmaster. Otherwise, should this traitorous Holy Master come to seek me personally, under the Emperor's imperial aura, I would have no place to hide even if I feigned death. Lin Yichen's lips twitched in frustration with his strength. He could easily turn the Forbidden City upside down in search of me. Is my demise then inevitable? He understood all too well that, under ordinary circumstances, even a powerful Holy Master from the Qilin Sacred Land would not dare to provoke the capital of the Feng Empire, the Forbidden City. After all, with thousands of Imperial Guards and Tiger Guards forming a military formation, or even 100,000 Imperial troops encircling the city, the traitorous Holy Master, despite his extraordinary combat prowess, would be in peril once targeted by such military might, particularly when faced with the Empress wielding the might of the Imperial Dragon and the State Seal. Though he is a top-tier expert, he would likely face grave danger in such a siege. Even if he survived, he would undoubtedly emerge severely injured. However, the present situation is markedly different. Owing to the presence of Qin Wang, the Imperial troops would not obstruct the traitorous Holy Master. In this context, with the threat of military formations eliminated, even the Empress, armed with the State Seal, would find it challenging to vanquish this traitorous Holy Master. I must proceed with caution. With this thought, Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with renewed vigilance. That damned traitorous Holy Master from the Qilin Sacred Land, when my strength is sufficiently formidable, I shall ensure he pays for his transgressions. Although I have traversed here from another realm, I have nonetheless occupied this body. Initially indifferent to the matter, I find myself compelled to avenge the original owner of this body. Do you think the Grandmaster realm is as simple as slicing through vegetables? The path to breakthrough is far from facile. In the midst of Lin Yichen's musings, Luo Lan cast him a sidelong glance. Many exceptionally talented warriors stagnate after entering the Master Realm, unable to progress further. Although you broke through with relative speed, it is not without precedent. After all, prior to reaching the Master Realm, one could forcibly enhance their cultivation through the consumption of medicinal pills. Luo Lan lightly snorted, however. After reaching the Master Realm, elixirs serve merely as auxiliary aids. One must rely on personal comprehension and diligent practice for cultivation. Both the understanding of realms and steadfast cultivation are indispensable. She gazed at Lin Yichen, asserting, if one cannot grasp the essence of the realm, no matter how many elixirs one consumes, advancement in the Master Realm remains impossible. I have been in the Master Realm for 3 years, and have only just ascended to the 2nd tier. You are you, and I am I. Can they possibly be the same? Amidst Luo Lan's mutterings, Lin Yichen simply laughed. Let me tell you, I am not like ordinary individuals. My capabilities far surpass those of the common folk. While you ordinary practitioners find it exceedingly difficult to progress after entering the Master Realm, for me, when the opportunity arises, enhancing my strength is as effortless as a daily routine. He waved his hand dismissively at Luo Lan. Just wait and see. You are truly overconfident. Luo Lan rolled her eyes at Lin Yichen, utterly disbelieving his words. One of our Plum Blossom Sword sect's masters was exceptionally gifted in his youth, hailed as a rare genius of a century. Yet, after entering the Master Realm at 18, he only managed to ascend to the 7th level by the time he passed away at 98. For a whole 80 years, he practiced diligently without a single day of rest, yet he could never break through that boundary. Sighing, Luo Lan continued, instances like his abound in the martial world. Countless prodigies have faltered at the Master Realm. It is said that among 10,000 martial artists, only 200 can reach the innate realm, and merely 10 can attain the Master Realm. She looked at Lin Yichen and added, yet, among 1,000 masters, only one may ascend to the Grand Master Realm. Typically, a master is the backbone of a large or medium-sized sect, and may even establish a small sect recognized by the martial world. Luo Lan parted her crimson lips. Upon reaching the Grand Master Realm, even if there is only one, that individual, upon founding a sect, can be regarded as a large sect. This is the might of the Grand Master. Lin Yichen pondered. Does that imply that the Holy Lands possess masters of the sacred realm? He regarded Luo Lan with a look of skepticism. The 4 Holy Lands of the martial world, do they each harbor masters of the sacred realm? Indeed, Luo Lan affirmed. A sect can be termed a Holy Land if it is overseen by a sacred realm master or has had one emerge in the last century. She nodded emphatically. Once a century passes without a sacred realm master making a public appearance, that Holy Land's title will be revoked, reducing it to an ordinary major sect. Is there such a thing as a divine land? Lin Yichen murmured, isn't it said that above the sacred realm lies the divine realm? In the annals of martial lore, several locations where divine realm practitioners were rumored to have appeared are known as divine ruins and secret realms. However, no one has ever witnessed a divine realm practitioner firsthand. And even those claiming to have seen one lack credible evidence to gain universal belief. Thus, these remain mere legends. I understand. Lin Yichen nodded slightly, gazing at Luo Lan. Just wait and see. It won't be long before I become a Grand Master, a master of the sacred realm. When the time comes, if you ensure my utmost comfort, what would it matter if I were to grant you the title of matriarch of the Qilin sacred land? Go ahead and pretend. Luo Lan cast a dismissive glance at Lin Yichen, utterly unconvinced by her words. We shall see. However, Lin Yichen remained steadfast in her confidence, gazing at Luo Lan's long, snow-white, perfectly straight legs. As long as there are more women like you, who are both skilled and impeccably virtuous for me, transcending realms would be as simple as a game. Chapter 74. The Puppet Emperor, you shameless scoundrel. Upon noticing Lin Yichen's unwavering gaze fixed upon her legs, Luo Lan immediately draped the quilt over her elegantly curved limbs, shooting him a fierce glare. You're truly a despicable bastard. Why be embarrassed? We are, after all, an old married couple. What is there to feel shy about? Lin Yichen shrugged lightly in response. It's not like we've never seen or endured such things before. Get lost. Luo Lan glared at him with even more irritation, turning her back and lying down. I refuse to deal with you anymore. I will never give in to you again. That posture is rather appealing. How come I find it so delightful? With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Lin Yichen lay down beside Luo Lan without further ado, leading to yet another round of their familiar, spirited exchanges. You are utterly shameless, ugh. After a particularly nauseating bout, Luo Lan spat in disgust, glaring at Lin Yichen once more. I've never encountered anyone as revolting as you. Weren't you just claiming you would never relent to me again? Lin Yichen stretched lazily, his gaze playful as he regarded her. Who was it that kept singing in a soprano just now? That was your coercion, not my willing participation. It doesn't count. With a blush creeping onto her cheeks, Luo Lan turned away to ignore him. Given the choice, I would rather be touched by a dog than by you. What woof? Are you calling me a dog? Lin Yichen retorted, a playful glimmer in his eyes. How can you be so thick-skinned? Luo Lan shot him an exasperated look. Haha. If I were a male dog, then wouldn't that make you? Shut your mouth. Luo Lan was rendered speechless, glaring intently at the utterly shameless Lin Yichen. I have nothing to say to someone as audacious as you. Haha. Lin Yichen couldn't contain his laughter at the sight of the flustered and adorable Luo Lan. Despite her fierce words, her body betrayed her sincerity. On a serious note, what grievance does your Plum Blossom Sword sect hold against me? Why do you persist in attempting to assassinate me? Cradling Luo Lan's petite waist, Lin Yichen mused. I have merely been residing in the palace. I haven't wronged you in any way. Our Plum Blossom Sword sect was annihilated by your father. Luo Lan shot him a piercing glare. We were once a prominent sect, under the protection of a Grandmaster. However, your father killed our Grandmaster and obliterated 7 of our branches, leaving only my Master's branch to narrowly escape the slaughter. Therefore, it is only natural that we seek your life. What have I to do with any of this? I am truly cursed. Curling up, Luo Lan's expression turned complex as she recalled her sorrow, quietly sobbing. Despite the blood feud that loomed between them, she found herself ensnared by Lin Yichen. What began as coercion had morphed into a reluctant acceptance, her words protesting while her body acquiesced. At that moment, she felt utterly despicable, betraying her master and the Plum Blossom Sword sect. What does this have to do with me? Lin Yichen, feeling utterly innocent, exclaimed, Your Plum Blossom Sword sect is doomed. Yet I am not the one who caused its demise. My estranged father has long since passed away, has he not? In this way, has your sect not avenged its great enmity? He was immensely displeased, adding, If you have grievances, seek out the current Qilin Holy Land and confront that traitorous sovereign for retribution. Why come after me? I am equally a victim of circumstance. Lin Yichen's lips twitched violently, convinced that he was suffering an undeserved misfortune, truly too innocent to bear. After all, who could blame him for being his father's son, his veins coursing with that blood? Luo Lan turned and shot Lin Yichen a fierce glare, declaring, Thus, you must perish. Only by extinguishing your life can our Plum Blossom Sword sect find justice for its vengeance. In retort, Lin Yichen thought, Well then, before you end me, I shall ensure to voice my grievances. I will seek my own revenge first. With that, he ensnared Luo Lan once more within the covers. Meanwhile, in the Sinaying Palace of the Forbidden City, Li Zhong anxiously sought out the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, I have heard from Miss AZ that you have entrusted the National Dragon Seal to His Majesty. Li Zhong gazed gravely at the Dowager. Have you perhaps acted without due consideration? The King of Qin is eyeing His Majesty with hostility. Only with the national dragon seal in the Empress's possession can His Majesty temper his aggression. Of course, the Dowager would not divulge that it was for Lin Yichen's allure that she had relinquished the national dragon seal. Thus, she regarded Li Zhong with a stern expression, stating, "Otherwise, should the King of Qin make a move, His Majesty would stand defenseless." Li Zhong furrowed his brow, "Yet if the national dragon seal falls into His Majesty's hands, not only the King of Qin will feel threatened, but we shall too. If His Majesty chooses to wield the national dragon seal against me, I cannot guarantee your safety." "Your Majesty, that is of no concern," the Dowager waved dismissively. "I have no intention of usurping power. There is no substantive conflict between me and His Majesty. In our great nation, where filial piety governs, would His Majesty dare to act against me lightly?" Though internally dissatisfied, Li Zhong found himself at a loss for words. Unless the Dowager were to truly rebel and commit treason, the Empress could not strike the first blow against her. This is a predicament we are in, after all. We cannot openly assist His Majesty, nor can you aid His Majesty against the King of Qin in a straightforward manner. The Dowager regarded Li Zhong. Thus, entrusting the national dragon seal to His Majesty is the most prudent course of action. Moreover, you need not be excessively concerned. While the national dragon seal can indeed summon the dragon's fortune for our nation, it carries significant repercussions. Should it be overused, not only will His Majesty's health suffer, but the destiny of our nation will also be adversely affected. The Dowager smiled. Therefore, while the national dragon seal is formidable, it serves more as a deterrent than a tool for direct confrontation. She delicately lifted a teacup with her alabaster fingers and took a sip, adding, "Thus, I merely place a lock upon the King of Qin." "Now I understand," Li Zhong replied, acknowledging the Dowager's unwavering confidence. Though he felt discontent, he resigned himself to the reality that had unfolded. "Your loyalty is well acknowledged, and rest assured, once I achieve my ambitions, you shall not be deprived of your rewards." The Empress Dowager smiled as she turned her gaze towards Li Zhong. "Keep a vigilant watch over His Majesty and the Prince of Qin in secret. Incite them to vie against each other, ideally to the point of mutual destruction. This way, I may seize the opportunity as a bystander. Ultimately, it would be the Prince of Qin who slays the Empress, only to be gravely wounded himself. And then you shall bring forth the masters of the clan to execute him." The Empress Dowager's smile took on a sinister edge. "Thus, I can adopt a young child from among the masters and place him under His Majesty's name, establishing him as the new emperor of our great Feng." A sharp intake of breath escaped Li Zhong as his eyes gleamed with understanding. "Indeed, Your Majesty. A puppet emperor would serve our interests far better than a sovereign who governs in his own right." Chapter 75. The reluctant widow. The old servant comprehended the situation. Faced with the unwavering confidence of the Empress Dowager, he felt that entrusting the imperial dragon seal to the Empress was akin to nurturing a tiger, fraught with endless potential peril. However, the die had been cast. Li Zhong, who lacked the authority to reprimand the Dowager, could only nod respectfully and declare, "I shall keep a vigilant eye on Your Majesty and the Prince of Qin. Should any circumstances arise, I will promptly exacerbate the discord between them." "Excellent." The Empress Dowager exhaled in relief upon noticing that Li Zhong did not intend to resist her outright. "You shall handle this matter. Currently, it is likely that Your Majesty will continue to feign weakness, so do assist her as much as possible. I suspect the Prince of Qin may soon reach his breaking point." After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of keen insight sparkled in the depths of the Dowager's eyes. Once the King of Longnan triumphantly returns to the capital, the waters of this city will become even murkier. Though the 100,000 imperial guards are formidable, the 30,000 border troops of the King of Longnan are equally formidable. The Dowager murmured, "Moreover, the 100,000 imperial guards are not entirely beholden to him. If he seeks to usurp the throne, once Your Majesty makes a public appearance or sends a decree, there will certainly be some among the imperial guards who, while not willing to die for her, may choose to remain neutral. At that moment, how could he still hope to seize power in the face of the King of Longnan's loyal troops?" Shaking her head, the Dowager continued, "Perhaps he was initially unhurried. But as the King of Longnan draws nearer, he will undoubtedly become increasingly anxious and unable to restrain himself." This indeed held significant probability. Under the Dowager's grave gaze, Li Zhong promptly nodded. "There are several captains within the Imperial Guards who are on good terms with me and are willing to serve Your Majesty. Let them monitor the Prince of Qin's movements within the Imperial Guards, and we can rally some familiar soldiers to ensure mutual non-interference." The Dowager chuckled lightly. "As I have always said, it is most advantageous for us if the Prince of Qin and Your Majesty are both severely weakened or one is dead while the other is gravely injured." "Understood." Li Zhong quickly acquiesced. "Your Majesty, the late emperor had only one heir, while the lineage of Emperor Renzong boasts multiple princes. However, the sons of these princes are all rather aged, the youngest being at least 15. Would that not be inappropriate?" "Absolutely not. We cannot afford to replace one usurper with another. The dowager's expression darkened as she spoke to Li Zhong without reserve. Since there are no suitable candidates among the descendants of Emperor Renzong, we shall select from other royal branches, such as those of Emperor Xingzong or Shenzong. They must be no older than 3, or at the very least, under 5. At that time, I shall issue a decree to adopt them under the imperial lineage and secure the throne for them. Then I shall proceed to make a careful selection. Understanding that the dowager still intended to find a puppet emperor to govern behind the curtain, Li Zhong respectfully accepted his orders before slowly departing. Your Majesty, the Lady of Jiankong seeks an audience. Admit her. Sister. With the scent of incense wafting through the air, the dowager's younger sister, Zhao Huiyuan, gracefully entered the Xinang palace. It has been half a month since we last met, and sister, you appear to be in much better spirits and your complexion has improved significantly. Ah. Observing the radiant demeanor of the Empress Dowager, the seasoned Zhao Huiyuan's eyes glimmered with mischief. Sister, have you been indulged? What nonsense are you spouting? The Empress Dowager's cheeks flushed crimson. Although she was acutely aware that her newfound brilliance was indeed the result of Lin Yichen's influence, she would never concede such a truth aloud. Sister, I can see it clearly. Despite the dowager's denial, Zhao Huiyuan's eyes darted playfully. I'm no stranger to such matters. How could I not discern it? This is undoubtedly a joyous occasion for you. Otherwise, how could you appear so enchanting? Oh, sister. Is there something scandalous happening in the palace? As she spoke, Zhao Huiyuan's eyes flitted around, surveying her surroundings. Sister, if you have any delightful servants, do not keep them all to yourself. Allow them to attend to me as well. You little imp, is your man not sufficient to satisfy you? The Empress Dowager lightly tapped Zhao Huiyuan's forehead, a teasing huff escaping her lips. You wish to come here and feast on my bounty? He is incapable. Zhao Huiyuan promptly shook her head. His health is too frail. I can only feign joy to appease him. Yet in truth, being with him brings me little satisfaction. That does indeed put you in a difficult position. Having wed the ailing former emperor, the Empress Dowager found herself at a loss for words. Yet with so many eligible men outside, you could easily find a devoted attendant. Sister, you know well that I am strictly monitored at the residence of the Duke of Jiankong, and I have no access to ordinary men, Zhao Huiyuan replied, her expression one of bitterness. He is acutely aware of his limitations, and for the sake of his pride, he is ever watchful over me. Although I hold a high status at the Duke's estate, I am essentially deprived of contact with other men. It feels as though I am mourning a living death. Zhao Huiyuan's face contorted with frustration. Though it appears I have a man, what difference does it make? Indeed, it is quite a predicament for you. The Empress Dowager gazed at Zhao Huiyuan with a complex expression, understanding that her sister's innate allure far exceeded her current needs. Having been wed to such a counterfeit man for years, this truly was a hardship for her. So, sister, if you experience any good fortune, you must not forget me. Looking at the Empress Dowager, Zhao Huiyuan clung to her arm with a sense of grievance. I had been contemplating bringing a few attendants along to share in our merriment. After all, when I come to visit you, my deceased husband cannot monitor my every move, nor would he dare enter. Aren't you concerned he might investigate? The Empress Dowager lightly poked Zhao Huiyuan, letting out a huff. If he were to discover such a thing, wouldn't you be in dire straits? Should he unearth evidence, he could publicly cast you aside. Even as your elder sister, I would be powerless to oppose it, as it would violate propriety. That is of no consequence. Let him investigate as he pleases, Zhao Huiyuan replied nonchalantly with a huff. As long as I do not conceive with another, he will surely find no incriminating evidence. Even if he harbors doubts, what can he truly do to me in the absence of evidence? Zhao Huiyuan let out a cold snort, saying, Sister, you will not let him off the hook, and father certainly will not spare him either. Therefore, he can only suppress his feelings. Indeed, the Empress Dowager nodded slightly, stating, should he dare to bully you without any evidence, I shall impose punishment upon him directly and strip him of his title. Quite right. Zhao Huiyuan then gazed at the Empress Dowager with immense anticipation, asking, so, sister, is it true that there is indeed something entertaining here? Chapter 76. Scheming against Shun Zhao. Absolutely not. You are overthinking this. How could there possibly be a man in my palace? The Empress Dowager, reflecting on the necessity of concealing any potential evidence linking her to Lin Yichen, decisively dismissed Zhao Huiyuan's inquiries. I simply happen to be in good spirits lately, which accounts for my somewhat elevated demeanor. Do not indulge in baseless speculation. Endure a little longer. Once our grand plan is executed, I shall devise a method to assign your husband a perilous mission that will lead to his demise. The Empress Dowager let out a brief scoff. Once he is gone, you will be free to pursue whatever you desire, whether it be remarriage or entertaining a few servants at your leisure. So long as you do not cause a public spectacle, I shall ensure your affairs are managed discreetly. She gently patted Zhao Huiyuan's hand. We are at a crucial juncture concerning life and death. Your patience is essential. If the Prince of Qin ascends, my position as Empress Dowager will not be secure, nor will it be for those who rely on me. Very well, though unwilling. Zhao Huiwan found herself powerless in the face of the Empress Dowager's reluctance to elaborate. But sister, do you truly have confidence in dealing with the Prince of Qin? I have heard my father and father-in-law mention that he has recently formed alliances with the legendary Qilin Sanctum from the martial world, seemingly gathering skilled fighters to expedite his coup. Such is to be expected, but it is not of great concern. The Emperor is not easily subdued. The Empress Dowager smiled softly. You need not worry about that. Simply convey a message to your father and your father-in-law on my behalf. Her expression turned serious as she gazed at Zhao Huiwan. Inform them to maintain a firm grasp on their military power and to cultivate a cadre of loyal fighters from the martial realm. When the time comes, I shall have use for them. Understood. Zhao Huiwan, disinterested in the matter, merely huffed in response. However, as the messenger, she found herself yearning to borrow the Empress Dowager's toys for her own amusement. Achoo! In the small courtyard, Lin Yichen could not suppress a sneeze. Who the devil is thinking of me? After mumbling this, he turned to the visibly distressed Luo Lan beside him. I have captured several of your senior sisters and brothers, while others have fled. Please spare them. Luo Lan exclaimed anxiously, clutching Lin Yichen's arm tightly. I beg of you. That will depend on your performance. Lin Yichen remarked with a teasing glance at Luo Lan. If you behave well, I may consider letting your brother go. As for your senior sisters, I'm afraid they are beyond saving. How shameless. Luo Lan glared furiously at Lin Yichen, fully aware of his character. You dare to bully them, you scoundrel. Please. They were the ones who attempted to assassinate me first. Lin Yichen shrugged, exasperated. If they wish to take my life, why should I not retaliate? Did they expect to attack me without consequence? Lin Yichen let out a cold snort. What kind of logic is that? If anyone is to be blamed, it is them. If they had attempted to assassinate me and fallen into my hands, would I have gone out of my way to seek them out? This cannot be attributed to me. My actions are, in fact, quite merciful towards them. Lin Yichen cast a sidelong glance at Luo Lan. Do you wish for me to eliminate them? Absolutely not. Luo Lan's expression froze instantly, left speechless by Lin Yichen's retort. Isn't my presence enough for you? Must you insist on this? Lin Yichen chuckled, facing the flustered Luo Lan. Men, after all, are always drawn to the new. You are utterly shameless. Luo Lan glared at Lin Yichen in frustration. Her lips pursed as her irritation grew. This is an unavoidable reality. All men in the world share this preference for 18-year-old maidens. Yet, Lin Yichen candidly smiled. From 18 to 80, my devotion remains unwavering. Leave. Luo Lan huffed, turning her back to him. Put this on. I will take you to see them. Observing Luo Lan's puffed-up demeanor, Lin Yichen tossed her a set of little eunuch garments. I always keep my word. As long as you serve me well, I shall not harm their lives. Get out. What for? I need to change. Luo Lan clutched the clothes to her chest, glaring at Lin Yichen with indignation. Out. What is the big deal? I've seen it all before. That still doesn't matter. The blushing Luo Lan shot Lin Yichen a fierce look before pushing him out of the room. Humph, keep pretending. Lin Yichen shrugged nonchalantly, for he had seen all that needed to be seen and truly did not mind. Master Lin, outside the women's prison. Several little eunuchs bowed respectfully to Lin Yichen. Although they were unfamiliar with the delicate-looking eunuch by Lin Yichen's side, they dared not inquire in the presence of the chief eunuch. Guard the gate well. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter the women's prison. Understood. Rest assured. Master Lin. These little eunuchs were well aware of Lin Yichen's habits, and after offering him a respectful smile, they promptly secured the entrance to the women's prison. Senior sister. Upon reaching the first cell, Luo Lan immediately rushed towards her senior sister, who recoiled in fright at the sight of Lin Yichen. Xiaolan, you are alive? Her senior sister looked at the approaching Luo Lan with immense surprise and delight. I was gravely injured and couldn't escape, Luo Lan quickly explained. Are you all right? Are you all well? I am fine. The senior sister scoffed lightly, eyeing Lin Yichen who had brought Luo Lan in. Little junior sister. You were brought here by this scoundrel, did he? Senior sister, let us not discuss that. In an instant. Luo Lan's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head, unable to confront the embarrassing topic and choosing instead to deliberately avert her gaze. After all, at that moment, she had entirely become Lin Yichen's shape. You scoundrel, how dare you bully my junior sister? I shall not tolerate this. The senior sister, already brimming with ire towards Lin Yichen, was filled with uncontainable rage upon witnessing Luo Lan falling prey to his antics, and she immediately lunged at him. You have brought this upon yourself. I shall not be courteous. Faced with the advancing senior sister and glancing at the delicate and charming Luo Lan beside her, Lin Yichen felt a sudden surge of appetite and was naturally prepared to assist the two sisters in their cultivation right then and there. Chapter 77. Lin Yichen visits Lichuan courtyard an hour later. Having successfully assisted Luo Lan and her senior sister with their training, Lin Yichen stretched lazily, glancing at the bite marks and claw prints on his shoulder. You two really are like cats, aren't you? That was quite a bit of force. Scratching and clawing. I must admit, I'm quite impressed. Before him, Luo Lan and her senior sister glared at him with a mix of indignation and fury. Lin Yichen shrugged helplessly. I'm merely looking out for you both. After all, you are sisters in the same sect, so what is there to be embarrassed about? Get lost. Luo Lan shot back angrily, her eyes blazing. You shameless scoundrel. Her senior sister, curled up at the edge of the bed, murmured in an aggrieved tone. I assure you, my intentions are purely for your benefit. Despite their reprimands, Lin Yichen remained unfazed, shrugging once more. Since we are now essentially family, I shall speak plainly. I harbor no deep-seated enmity toward your Plum Blossom Sword sect. My only desire is to eliminate Shen Zhao, who has persistently plotted against me. Lin Yichen gazed at Luo Lan and her senior sister. I can offer your sect a chance. If you cease to act as his accomplices, I shall spare you. Otherwise, do not blame me for lacking mercy. With a cold snort, he emphasized his point with a heavy wave of his hand directed at Luo Lan. If it comes to that, all of your senior brothers outside the Plum Blossom Sword sect will meet their end alongside Shen Zhao. Conversely, if you divulge their whereabouts, I shall ensure their safety by capturing them unharmed. He gestured towards the prison cells of the West Factory. At the very least, in these confines, they may have lost their freedom, but they will gain security. Furthermore, if you perform well, I shall grant you your freedom in due time. You are despicable. The senior sister, still curled up, glared at Lin Yichen, utterly unconvinced by his words. Our stronghold in the West City is Lichuan Courtyard. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Lan's expression turned grave as she fixated on Lin Yichen. The inn you mentioned earlier is merely a backup location. Junior sister. Why did you disclose this information to him? Hearing Luo Lan's words, the senior sister became agitated. You're betraying your fellow disciples. You cannot do this. Calm down. Senior sister, please listen to me, Luo Lan urged, biting her lip anxiously. This situation may indeed be a trap. We have been deceived by Shen Zhao. Though he is despicable, he is not affiliated with the Qilin Sacred Land. It is Shen Zhao who belongs to that realm. Yet, it is his father who seeks to annihilate our Plum Blossom Sword sect. Fixating on Lin Yichen, the senior sister growled with a fierce expression. A son must repay his father's debts. He deserves to die. His father is one thing, but he is another, Luo Lan interjected, her demeanor serious. Moreover, in comparison to him, our true adversary should be the Qilin Sacred Land. After all, members of the Qilin Sacred Land were present at that time, and it is very likely that Shen Zhao was among them. At present, we do not seek to settle accounts with the Qilin Sacred Land, yet under Shen Zhao's persuasion, we find ourselves fixated on assassinating one who has been expelled from that very place. Senior sister, I believe this is a misguided endeavor. Under Luo Lan's counsel, the senior sister's countenance instantly stiffened, rendering her at a loss for words. Luo Lan's reasoning was sound and compelling. It seemed that they had indeed targeted the wrong individual for vengeance. You speak truthfully. This matter has no bearing on me. I am an innocent victim of circumstance. Upon Luo Lan's declaration, Lin Yichen, with an air of innocence, slightly shrugged his shoulders. When I was but 3 or 5 years old, the enemy you speak of, my rather unremarkable father, had already met his demise. Subsequently, I was relentlessly pursued by the Qilin Sacred Land, and in a bid to conceal my identity, I even resorted to entering the palace as a eunuch. Lin Yichen wore a face of resignation. Thus, if you seek retribution, it should be directed at the Qilin Sacred Land, not at me. After all, it is well known in the martial world that it was the Qilin Sacred Land which extinguished the Plum Blossom Sword sect, not I, Lin Yichen. He gazed at Luo Lan and the senior sister. To be so easily provoked into attempting my assassination only serves to shield the true culprits. Why engage in such folly? The people of the Qilin Sacred Land deserve their fate, and you too shall face consequences. The senior sister, still harboring deep-seated animosity towards Lin Yichen, shot him a fierce glare, her displeasure evident. I have said all I needed to say. Meanwhile, Luo Lan, her brow furrowed, regarded Lin Yichen with a complex expression. Do not inflict further harm upon them. Rest assured, as long as they remain docile, I shall not take any drastic measures against them. Now, go and keep your senior sister company. Lin Yichen shrugged lightly. I shall pay a visit to this Lichuan Courtyard. I will accompany you. With a determined bite of her lip, Luo Lan called out to Lin Yichen. Accompany me? Lin Yichen was taken aback, regarding Luo Lan with playful incredulity. Are you certain you wish to venture to such a place with me? As a woman, is it appropriate for you to visit Lichuan Courtyard? What impropriety is there? Luo Lan retorted with an unceremonious huff. You, a eunuch, do not fear embarrassment. What have I to be ashamed of? I am not a true eunuch. Lin Yichen winked at Luo Lan. Thus, I possess the ability and confidence. You are a false eunuch. I too am a false man. Luolan scoffed. I merely intend to ensure their safety. I have no desire to seek anything out. However, if you insist on me seeking someone, do provide me with a handsome scholar. Luolan regarded Lin Yichen with a mischievous glint in her eyes. I would not object to that. Impossible. Lin Yichen promptly rejected Luolan's suggestion without hesitation. What nonsense. How could I possibly procure a man for you? Am I mad enough to don the green hat myself? Very well. Then you shall masquerade as my attendant and accompany me on this excursion to Lichuan courtyard. You had better keep your word and refrain from harming my people. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Luolan shot Lin Yichen a fierce glare. In her quest to protect her fellow disciples, she found herself reluctantly sacrificing her own comfort. As long as you are sufficiently obedient, I am not a merciless fiend who revels in bloodshed. Why would I harm you? Lin Yichen playfully lifted his senior sister's chin, proclaiming, I possess a tender heart. Get lost. His senior sister retorted, her words laced with venom. Haha. Lin Yichen responded with untroubled mirth, and then, accompanied by Luolan, he departed from the Western Bureau's prison. After gathering a cadre of skilled subordinates, Lin Yichen instructed them to lie in wait near the Lichuan courtyard. He boldly took on the role of bait, leading Luolan into the Lichuan courtyard before the astonished gaze of countless onlookers, unabashedly entering the establishment. Chapter 78. The courtesan is that not a eunuch from the palace? Mother, what should we do? As Lin Yichen entered the bustling Lichuan courtyard with an air of authority, the lively atmosphere, once filled with numerous beauties beckoning patrons from outside, suddenly turned still. The welcoming ladies and attendants, gazing at Lin Yichen and Luolan, were at a loss for how to respond. What is happening? Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Yichen surveyed the enchanting women within the courtyard with keen interest before directing his gaze towards the madam. Do you mean to say that you do not welcome your esteemed supervisor? Oh, dear eunuch, how could we not welcome you? Although astonished internally, the madam waved a silk handkerchief and signaled to those around her. Then approached Lin Yichen with a bright smile. We simply did not expect your presence in our establishment. You truly are a rare guest, instantly elevating our humble abode. Ah. As long as I am welcomed, Lin Yichen replied, standing with his hands behind his back, taking the opportunity to explore this unique entertainment venue with unreserved curiosity. In truth, the Lichuan courtyard bears little distinction from some of the grand entertainment venues of later times. The latter typically features a dance floor in the main hall, with private rooms for dance performances and fashion shows on the upper levels, while the top floor offers resting quarters. In contrast, the uppermost level of the Lichuan courtyard serves as resting quarters for the ladies and their patrons. The main hall also boasts a stage where various beauties showcase their talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Meanwhile, the Lichuan courtyard substitutes the karaoke rooms of later times with elegant parlors for dining and conversation. How intriguing. After a leisurely tour of the Lichuan courtyard, Lin Yichen settled at a table in a second-floor parlor, observing several ladies playing the piano on the stage across from him. It is worth noting that establishments like the Lichuan courtyard are remarkably upscale, unlike the superficial venues of later generations that have become trendy through marketing. The beauties within the Lichuan courtyard are well-versed in the arts. In contrast, the modern equivalent would resemble a group of female idols who can merely sing and dance. Those who come solely for services are found in brothels or hidden parlors, which are considered low-tier establishments, frequented by the lower echelons of society. To draw a parallel, it is akin to the difference between streetwalkers and salons, as opposed to the luxurious venues like yachts and high-end clubs such as Royal One. Indeed, one might ponder how much sorrow resides in the heart, akin to a group of eunuchs visiting a flower house. It is indeed a rare sight to see eunuchs in such a place. What could they be doing here? What abilities do they possess? Observing Lin Yichen seated alongside Luolan, many onlookers engaged in hushed discussions, speculating about Lin Yichen and Luolan. Due to Luolan's disguise as a eunuch and her makeup, many within the Lichuan courtyard failed to recognize her. Mother, what should we do? A beauty approached the madam, secretly scrutinizing Lin Yichen. He seems to be the Lin Yichen that Protector Shin is searching for. Immediately send someone to inform Guardian Shin, and I will find a way to stall him. A flicker of intense cold light suddenly flashed in the brothel keeper's eyes, and he coldly snorted. Since he has willingly sought death, I shall certainly oblige him. Under the brothel keeper's watchful gaze, the beauty gracefully turned to one side and quietly slipped into the back courtyard of the Lichuan courtyard. What exactly do you intend to do? Aren't you embarrassed? At this moment, Luolan, sitting opposite Lin Yichen, glared at him with a flushed face. So many people are staring at us, thinking there is something wrong with us. What is there to be ashamed of? I neither steal nor rob. I am here openly to seek pleasure, and is that not acceptable? Lin Yichen retorted with a cold snort. Does the entrance of Lichuan courtyard have a sign that says no eunuchs or dogs allowed? I am not paying. So why can't I come? You are being unreasonable. Luo Lan shot Lin Yichen an exasperated glare. People think we are real eunuchs. So what is the use of our presence? We can only watch, not partake. And what if we were real eunuchs? Lin Yichen laughed. As long as we spend money. Even if we are merely spectators at her solo performance, it is still entirely justified. With a resounding thud, Lin Yichen slammed a handful of silver onto the table. As long as the money is sufficient, everything is permissible. Luo Lan was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by Lin Yichen's audacity. This eunuch is indeed fortunate today. Our establishment is hosting a grand event. At this moment, in order to buy time. The brothel keeper smiled and brought a pot of wine upstairs. With your esteemed skills, I trust you can secure the prime position. Oh, this piqued Lin Yichen's interest. And he looked at the brothel keeper with curiosity. What event is taking place? Do enlighten me. Today marks the day of our Lichun courtyard's renowned courtesan, Yuang, making her debut. Her first guest will be chosen today. If you, esteemed eunuch, are interested, you may place a bid. Should you wish to take her as a concubine, you may redeem her from her current status. Yuang? Lin Yichen's interest was instantly piqued. Now this sounds intriguing. How beautiful must a courtesan be? Remembering the famed beauties of his previous life, such as Su Xiaoxiao and Li Shishir, Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with excitement. You shall meet her shortly, the brothel keeper teased. Rest assured, esteemed eunuch, Yu Ying's beauty will not disappoint you. She is not only stunning in appearance and enchanting in figure, but also excels in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her guzheng playing is truly mesmerizing, honed under the guidance of a master. Oh, Lin Yichen was genuinely intrigued by these words. So, this courtesan is indeed quite renowned? Absolutely. Miss Yu Ying is celebrated as one of the 3 great courtesans of the capital and the only courtesan yet to debut this year. Pointing to the brothel that has hosted countless noble gentlemen, the brothel keeper chuckled. Countless princes and nobles in the capital yearn to catch a glimpse of her true visage. Tonight, even the son of the prime minister shall make his appearance. In light of this, I, the esteemed official, must indeed partake. Hiss. Initially intent on securing a certain Lin Yichen, I felt a sharp pang in my waist, prompting an immediate change of heart. I shall merely observe her exquisite visage. Please hold on for a moment, esteemed Lin. Casting a dubious glance at the seemingly demure Luo Lan beside me, the old matron simply smiled in silence. The illustrious Moonshadow has arrived. Half an hour later, heralded by the call of the Turtle Master, the renowned courtesan, Moonshadow, finally graced the gathering with her delayed presence. Chapter 79. Discussing money is mundane. Is this the allure of the lute, half concealed? Gazing through a veil of translucent fabric. Adorned with a mask and clad in a delicate pink gauze gown, the enchanting courtesan, Yu Ying, revealed a figure that was truly captivating. Lin Yichen found himself somewhat astonished. In both his past and present lives, to be frank, this was his first encounter with a courtesan making her debut, though in his previous life, he had encountered numerous beauties in the periphery, models and celebrities who, with a touch of makeup and embellishment, could easily be deemed as exceptional beauties. Akin to courtesans, Lin Yichen had been impoverished, lacking both the means and the privilege to engage with such illustrious figures. Even the ordinary flight attendants and university models remained beyond his reach. As for the more common salon attendants and street beauties, their quality was rather mediocre, scarcely worthy of the title of courtesan. Thus, upon witnessing the alluring silhouette of the courtesan, Lin Yichen's appetite was undeniably stirred, and he felt a surge of excitement. What are you staring at? Hiss. While Lin Yichen was entranced by the courtesan, Luo Lan, seated beside him, shot him a disapproving glare and pinched him hard at his waist. Ouch, that hurts. Could you be gentler? Lin Yichen grimaced, clutching his side as he looked at Luo Lan with exasperation. I was merely glancing. Was it necessary to pinch me so harshly? Am I not appealing enough? Luo Lan glared at him with annoyance. You should be looking at me instead. Hey, that's different. You simply don't comprehend the male perspective. Lin Yichen shrugged slightly. To a man, wildflowers are always more fragrant than the flowers of home. What remains unattainable is invariably deemed more desirable than what is already possessed. It is not just me. Observe everyone else as well. He gestured toward the men in the hall who were similarly entranced by the courtesan. Smiling as he spoke to Luo Lan, those present here are undoubtedly dignitaries and wealthy merchants of the capital. While they may not have a harem of wives and concubines, they at least possess a spouse, perhaps a couple of concubines, and a few maidservants as well. Yet, even so, they are not excessively enamored with the courtesan, are they? This phenomenon is simply a shared male inclination. All possess an innate appreciation for beauty. It is universal. Lin Yichen raised his glass, smiling at Luo Lan. When women see handsome men, they too are unable to move. That is not the same. We merely admire, whereas your minds are filled with all sorts of indecent thoughts. Disgusting. Luo Lan shot him a sharp look. Once you have had your fill, you will soon seek out new conquests, devoid of conscience. Haha, such is human nature. Lin Yichen shrugged, appearing quite nonchalant. When men acquire wealth, they often indulge in vice. Conversely, when women indulge in vice, they tend to acquire wealth. It is a timeless adage. That gentleman possesses quite a way with words. Indeed, once one has wealth, how could one not relish the pleasures of life? Rather than allowing riches to languish in a vault, rusting away to be squandered by future generations, it is far better to spend it oneself. As Lin Yichen concluded his remarks, the distinguished guests present naturally raised their thumbs in approval, lauding Lin Yichen, the esteemed eunuch, with admiration. Those sweet words may be spoken. Deep within the hearts of the onlookers lies a profound disdain for Lin Yichen. They ponder why someone of his stature, a eunuch, would venture into a brothel. Incapable as he is of fulfilling any purpose, should he lavishly acquire the esteemed courtesan, Moonshadow? It would merely serve to irritate the crowd, like occupying a latrine without the intent to relieve oneself. Yet, due to Lin Yichen's position as the chief eunuch in the palace, they dare not act against him. Ultimately, they would be left to endure the sight of Lin Yichen, the eunuch, becoming the first guest of the courtesan, Moonshadow. How revolting. A shameless excuse for his own lust. In response to the crowd's praise of Lin Yichen, Luo Lan's delicate visage was marred by fury as she coldly huffed. Not one of you men is worth a dime. Do not expect to lay a finger on me again. I shall never yield to you. Look at your temper. Lin Yichen chuckled as he brazenly placed his hand upon Luo Lan's thigh, caressing it gently. What's the rush? I am not like them. My heart holds space for you. Don't touch me, you creep. How disgusting. I speak only the truth, Lin Yichen replied, grinning as he continued. I simply possess a generous heart, capable of accommodating you and others alike. Leave me be. Luo Lan, rendered speechless, could only blush furiously as she forcefully removed Lin Yichen's hand from her thigh and crossed her legs, resolutely guarding herself against any further contact. Amused by Luo Lan's embarrassment and anger, Lin Yichen couldn't help but laugh heartily. It must be said, Luo Lan's figure rivaled that of the courtesan, Moonshadow. Her skin was smooth and her form exquisitely supple. Esteemed guests, I shall bid 1,000 taels of silver for the privilege of being the first to enter the embrace of Moonshadow tonight. At that moment, a portly middle-aged man rose, brandishing a thick stack of silver notes. I implore you all to grant me this favor. Tonight's libations are on me. Masterly displayed commendable generosity. Yet to think that a mere 1,000 taels would suffice to secure the honor of being Moonshadow's first guest was rather miserly. Indeed, masterly. Your hospitality is beyond my means. Thus, I shall offer 3,000 taels. I shall raise the bid to 5,000. 10,000 taels. Tonight, Moonshadow shall be mine alone. Following the initial bid of the middle-aged gentleman, the crowd erupted in offers. The highest bid came from a young man, the son of a high-ranking official, who, without a hint of hesitation, proclaimed a bid of 10,000 taels. Such a sum is no trifling matter. It is worth noting that a decent residence in the capital might fetch a similar price. To offer 10,000 taels for a mere first visit to Moonshadow is indeed an extravagant display of wealth. Truly affluent. It seems I must concoct a scheme to relieve you of your fortune. Lin Yichen, holding his wine cup, cast a glance at the wealthy youth, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. One must remember, 10,000 taels of silver in this era equates to at least 100 million RMB in the future. Which model or socialite in the modern world could command such a price for a single encounter? This is not merely price inflation. It is a severe disruption of the market equilibrium. Ladies and gentlemen, since you are unwilling to bid more than my offered price, I shall graciously concede today. As the crowd stands in astonishment at the exorbitant sum of 10,000 taels of silver, this charming young gentleman smiles while gracefully waving his feather fan. He then bows to the assembly, declaring, I shall be the first esteemed guest to welcome the enchanting Miss Yueying. Rest assured, I shall treat her gently, ensuring that she feels neither pain nor sorrow. Under the envious and ireful gazes of the onlookers, the young gentleman, filled with excitement, eagerly intends to escort the courtesan Yueying to the garden to enjoy the moonlight and indulge in merriment together. Chapter 80. The Script of a Dog's Crawl. Sir Lin. Why have you remained silent? As Lin Yichen continued to maintain his silence, the old brothel keeper could no longer bear it. With a swift glance, she cautiously approached Lin Yichen's side. Though we are separated by a veil, I assure you that our Miss Moonshadow possesses both an exquisite figure and unparalleled beauty. Moreover, she has been trained by esteemed masters since childhood, excelling in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and the performing arts. Now, at the tender age of 18, she stands as one of the most stunning courtesans in all of Yanjing. The old matron looked at Lin Yichen. Whoever becomes her first esteemed guest shall undoubtedly be the envy of all. Ahem. Hearing the old keeper's deliberate attempts to entice, Luo Lan shot her a fierce glare, her face etched with indignation. What nonsense! She would never allow Lin Yichen to consort with another woman. You, young sir, if you desire, I can arrange something for you as well. Not recognizing Luo Lan, who was disguised as a woman, the old keeper casually remarked, while I may not have a courtesan like Miss Moonshadow, you may choose from any ordinary girls. I have no need for that. Enough of your prattle. However, Lin Yichen interjected, preventing Luo Lan from retorting against the old matron. He then regarded the old keeper with a playful expression. To be honest, I am indeed interested in Miss Moonshadow, yet regrettably, my purse is rather light. A full 10,000 taels of silver is beyond my means. With a resigned sigh, Lin Yichen continued, thus, I find myself compelled to relinquish this opportunity. Faced with Lin Yichen's candor, the old matron was rendered speechless. She could hardly chastise him for his poverty or suggest he borrow money, could she? To borrow 10,000 taels for a courtesan's debut would be sheer folly. After a moment's hesitation, despite lamenting the thousands of taels she had already invested in Miss Moonshadow, and recognizing that this could have been a lucrative endeavor, the old keeper, for the sake of her grand plan, devised a new strategy. Leaving a note on the chair, she bid Lin Yichen farewell and departed. Humph. Seizing the moment while Lin Yichen was distracted, Luo Lan stealthily grasped the note in her small hand. My apologies, esteemed guests, the old matron announced. Miss Moonshadow has declared that today is a momentous occasion for her, and thus, discussing matters of money would be rather pedestrian. Before the noble gentleman could unveil the courtesan's veil, the old keeper suddenly interjected, for women, a day such as this occurs but once in a lifetime. Hence, Miss Moonshadow has decreed that today we shall speak not of gold, but of talent. Suppressing her bleeding heart, the old matron addressed the assembly. I invite each of you to compose a poem. The one whose verses resonate with Miss Moonshadow shall be granted the honor of becoming her esteemed guest today. Just one poem, and not a single coin shall be spent. The brothel keeper chuckled, of course, we shall publicly announce the poem chosen by Miss Moonshadow today. And I invite everyone to offer their judgments. Only when the majority finds no objection will Miss Moonshadow select the author of this poem. Since all of you are talented individuals, please submit your poems anonymously after composing them, and we shall unveil 5 selected candidates on the spot. The audience will then vote for the first place, alongside Miss Moonshadow's own selection. The brothel keeper gazed at the crowd. Once the top choice is determined by both the audience and Miss Moonshadow, we shall reveal the identities of the authors, granting the winner the privilege of Miss Moonshadow's company. Paper and brush are at your service, esteemed poets. What nonsense is this? Hearing the brothel keeper's words, a wealthy gentleman who had already offered 1,000 taels of silver, confident of winning Miss Moonshadow's affection today, was suddenly enraged. I have already paid to secure victory, and now you present this farce? Calm your anger, young masterly. The brothel keeper pleaded. Miss Moonshadow has cherished poetry since childhood, and as her mother, I am concerned for her well-being. After all, a young lady has but one opportunity in her lifetime to choose her beloved, and I cannot refuse her wishes. However, rest assured, by tomorrow evening, Miss Moonshadow will surely dedicate her time to you. The brothel keeper wore an apologetic expression. If you wish to find another lady tonight, our establishment will grant you complimentary services. What do you think? Is young Masterly unable to compose poetry? Laughed the crowd. Today, everyone shall showcase their talents. Young Masterly, being the son of the Chancellor, cannot even craft a single poem and can only rely on his family's influence? Indeed. I recall that the Chancellor was once the top scholar, renowned for his poetry and literary skills in Jiangnan during his youth. It is quite astonishing that his youngest son cannot even compose a poem, which is truly disheartening. You speak nonsense. Faced with the implications regarding his father's reputation, and surrounded by sons of noble families, young Masterly felt powerless despite being the son of the Chancellor. Reluctantly, he shot a fierce glare at a few of them. Is it merely a poem? I shall compose one for you to see. Then let us all write a poem befitting this occasion. Upon seeing young Master Li's anger subside, the brothel keeper, though pained by the loss of 1,000 taels, could only grit her teeth and endure. Are you still intent on writing poetry? Observing Lin Yichen pick up the brush, Luo Lan snorted disdainfully. Can you even do that? Of course I can. Lin Yichen replied with a smile. Unfazed by Luo Lan's mockery. Do not underestimate me. I am proficient in all forms of arts. Pa. Lin Yichen's declaration only amused Luo Lan further, and she shot him a dismissive glance. Who would believe that? You can barely manage a tick or a cross. Ha ha. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. With a twinkle in his eye, Lin Yichen began to write a line on the rice paper. After allowing the ink to dry, he anonymously submitted it to the attendant nearby. Such poor handwriting. Luo Lan merely cast a casual glance. Without reading it, her face contorted in disdain. This is not my fault. Lin Yichen shrugged slightly, having been accustomed to the keyboard in his past life. He had inherited some muscle memory from his former self in this life. However, his previous incarnation was merely a minor eunuch. What level of calligraphy could one expect? He could manage to write traditional Chinese characters, albeit in a manner akin to a dog's scratchings, yet that was no small feat. Subsequently, after perusing the poems composed by the others in the adjacent room, upon observing Lin Yichen's ungraceful script, though the writing was quite unsightly, the content of the poem left the courtesan, Moonshadow, utterly astonished. The poem in question was none other than Chapter 81, Once the Colorful Clouds Returned in the Dim Light of the Dreamlike Tower. The curtains hung low after a night of revelry. Last year's spring sorrows returned, as fallen blossoms bore witness to one standing alone, while swallows danced in the gentle rain. I recall the first sight of the moon's reflection, adorned in a double heart-patterned robe. The pipa strings spoke of longing, as the bright moon shone above, once illuminating the colorful clouds' return. Suddenly, as I read this poem, the fingers of the moon shadow paused in their graceful dance upon the zither, and the music came to an abrupt halt. What could have transpired? Whose verses could have so profoundly moved the young lady that she lost her composure? Unable to continue playing? Surely it must be the work of a talented scholar like myself. My poetry must have captured her heart. Yet, what power could a humble scholar possess? Indeed, my elder brother, a disciple of the renowned Confucian Meng Shuigong, must surely be the one whose poetry has enchanted the moon shadow. As the young lady faltered in her playing, the patrons of the Lichuan pavilion began to murmur amongst themselves. After all, in the realm of literature, there is no first without a second. And each felt compelled to believe that it was their own poetry that had touched her. Gentlemen, behold the poem I have selected. As Moonshadow hesitated, unsure of the initial verses the matron had insisted upon, she ultimately decided to display the words transcribed by Lin Yichen. This line, "The fallen blossoms stand alone. Swallows flying in the gentle rain," is truly exquisite. The concluding lines, "The bright moon was once above, illuminating the colorful clouds' return," are utterly remarkable. Which noble gentleman penned this masterpiece? I am deeply impressed and wish to celebrate with a toast and converse further. With this single composition, this gentleman has certainly secured a place in the literary circles of our great Feng. Undoubtedly, any future chronicler of the great Feng's literary history will not be able to overlook this poem or the esteemed author behind it. Among the gathered aristocrats, a few possessed genuine literary talent, and upon seeing Lin Yichen's transcription, they were instantly astonished. They recognized that this poem would resonate through the ages, ensuring the author's inclusion in future anthologies of great Feng poetry, perhaps even in the annals of its literary history, though they had composed numerous verses themselves. When compared to this work, their own creations seemed laughably insignificant. Even those proud souls, who typically believed themselves superior to all, had no choice but to concede in the face of such a timeless piece. After all, no matter how thick-skinned they were, they dared not claim their verses surpassed this celebrated poem, whose meaning, context, and phrasing were all executed to perfection. Can you compose poetry? Beside them, Luo Lan, who had witnessed Lin Yichen penning the poem, gazed at him with a complex expression. She had initially thought she had intercepted the matron's notes meant for Lin Yichen, anticipating his downfall. Little did she know, it had backfired spectacularly. "It is not my composition. It belongs to Yin Jidao. I merely borrowed it," Lin Yichen shrugged, observing the astonished nobleman below with indifference. After all, this Lin Jiangxian is a celebrated piece that has been recited from the Song dynasty to the present day. Do not underestimate the literary scholars. Even an ordinary person, unversed in literature, would likely have encountered the lines "The fallen blossoms stand alone, while the swallows dance in the misty rain," or be familiar with the timeless couplet, "On that moonlit night of yore, it once illuminated the return of the colorful clouds." It is only natural for such individuals to be taken aback by the revelation of this exquisite verse. Yet, the disbelieving remarks of Luo Lan, directed at Lin Yichen, were tinged with irritation. "What of Yin Jidao? It is merely a pseudonym of yours, a figment of imagination. I speak only the truth." Lin Yichen replied with an innocent shrug. Indeed, this lyric was penned by Yin Jidao, and he was not fabricating tales. Ladies and gentlemen, since you all acknowledge this verse as the finest of today, I implore Miss Yueying to unveil the anonymity and confirm the authorship. Though perplexed by Yueying's choice not to present the poem she had originally prepared, the beleaguered brothel madam felt compelled to acquiesce under pressure, albeit reluctantly opting for this particular verse. She was acutely aware that she had no choice but to comply, lest she risk confronting these proud young gentlemen who dared not voice dissent regarding the poem. What more could she possibly say? Evidently, this piece and the persona of Yueying were destined to etch their names in history, becoming paragons of the literary world. After all, the tales of talented scholars and beautiful maidens have captivated audiences from antiquity to the present. To avoid being cast as the villain in such a legendary narrative, akin to one who disrupts love or embodies the role of a duplicitous crone, the madam dared not obstruct or deny the truth. She could only lament her predicament, akin to lifting a stone only to crush her own foot, and begrudgingly concede. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that to the truly discerning, the value of this verse transcended a mere 10,000 taels of silver. The prospect of being immortalized in history, recounted and revered by countless future generations, is a treasure that wealth cannot procure. How many esteemed nobles and ministers have slipped into obscurity, forgotten by time. Yet this verse, without a doubt, would be frequently recalled and cherished. Ladies and gentlemen, the author of this verse is none other than Yin Jidao. As Wei Yin gazed at the name before her, surprise washed over her. She had never heard of such a gifted nobleman, Yin Jidao, in the capital. Yin Jidao? Who is this gentleman? I am unaware of any prominent family bearing the Yin surname in the capital. The assembly of noble gentlemen, too, was taken aback by Wei Ying's words. For Yin Jidao was indeed an obscure figure, and there was no illustrious household of the Yin lineage in the city. Who, then, was this enigmatic Yin Jidao? As whispers filled the air, not only were the young nobles puzzled, but Wei Ying, too, cast a bewildered glance at the madam. Among the throng of distinguished gentlemen, not a single soul stepped forward to claim association with this mysterious figure, which struck her as quite peculiar. Could it be that she possessed no allure? Was this esteemed Yin Jidao merely a poet, uninterested in her exquisite form? Though merely a courtesan, Wei Ying found herself in a state of profound melancholy. For a woman of her standing, her beauty and physique were her greatest assets. Moreover, having been educated in various disciplines since her youth, she did not harbor the typical fears of an ordinary woman regarding such matters. Instead, she felt a profound sense of anticipation. At this moment, being rejected by someone naturally left her feeling quite despondent. It is not just her. Any woman in her position could choose to withhold herself from a man. Yet to find herself in the same bed only to be disregarded, even on their wedding night when he turns away to sleep, would undoubtedly leave her feeling deeply unsettled and exceedingly unhappy. Ultimately, while they may reserve the right to refuse, men must never claim to be disinterested or indifferent. Chapter 82. The moonlit dance of swords. Amidst the bewildered murmurs of the noble youths, the moonlit shadow herself wore an expression of perplexity, turning to the matron before her, eagerly awaiting an explanation. The matron, equally confounded, was at a loss regarding the identity of this Yin Jidao. After a moment's hesitation, she glanced towards the old turtle who had collected the poem, hoping he would recall from whence this piece of rice paper had originated. It had come from eunuch Lin. Under the matron's inquiring gaze, the turtle, possessing a commendable memory, provided an answer that left all present in disbelief. What nonsense! Eunuch Lin, are you implying that this verse, destined for eternal fame, was penned by a eunuch? How could that be? How could a eunuch compose poetry? The turtle's revelation sparked a wave of astonishment among the assembly, each individual utterly shocked. They could scarcely fathom how a eunuch like Lin Yichen could produce such exquisite poetry. Yet, the truth remained undeniable. Despite the fervent discussions among the noble youths, the turtle remained steadfast. This poem was indeed authored by eunuch Lin. With a gulp, the matron, suppressing her elation, turned to Lin Yichen and remarked, I never anticipated that eunuch Lin possessed such literary talent. Undoubtedly, the victor of today's contest is eunuch Lin. With a beaming smile, she gestured for Lin Yichen to enter, granting him the privilege of the moonlit shadow's favor. Everyone is mistaken. This poem is not my own. It was written by an old acquaintance, Yin Jidao. Lin Yichen confessed with a slight shrug. I merely borrowed it for the occasion. Eunuch Lin, you are truly modest. Yin Jidao is merely a pseudonym for you. Do not presume we are unaware of this, someone interjected. It was understandable. After all, being a eunuch. Eunuch Lin preferred to conceal his true identity, which was quite normal. Very well, henceforth, we shall refrain from calling him Eunuch Lin, and instead address him as young Master Yin. Though Lin Yichen attempted to decline, the noble youths regarded him with admiration. Even the son of the chancellor, who had previously offered 1,000 taels, now allowed Lin Yichen to claim the moonlit shadow. This was not solely because of Lin Yichen's remarkable poetry. They were astute enough to recognize its destined legacy. They were unwilling to become the antagonists of the tale, condemned to infamy throughout the ages. Moreover, they were well aware of Lin Yichen's status as a eunuch, rendering his acquisition of the moonlit shadow's favor inconsequential to them. After all, what could a mere eunuch do to the moonlit shadow? At most, he could engage in trivialities, unable to accomplish anything of substance. In this context, they were utterly indifferent. After this night, they would each showcase their own prowess to win the moonlit shadow's true favor. Chief Lin, according to our prior agreement, the moonlit shadow now belongs to you. Before Lin Yichen stood the brothel keeper, who wore a smile that belied her intentions. I implore you, Master Lin, do not refuse. lest you hurt our Moonshadow's heart. Lin Yichen felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. His purpose for coming was to entice Xinzhao into the fray, not to seek the company of a courtesan. If Xinzhao failed to appear today, would his elaborate plans be rendered futile? Li Qing and Xiao Jinzi, accompanied by dozens of skilled men from the Xichang, were lurking in the shadows around the Lichuan courtyard, poised to act. Does Master Lin find our young lady unappealing? As Lin Yichen hesitated, a melodious voice, reminiscent of a golden oriole, pierced the air. Moonshadow, with an air of grace, unveiled the curtain and stepped into view. Ah, Lady Moonshadow. The sight of her delicate features veiled by a sheer fabric, her fragrance enveloping the air, and her snow-white skin accentuating her curvaceous form momentarily dazed Lin Yichen. It was undeniable. She was indeed a renowned courtesan, her beauty and figure of the finest caliber. The intoxicating aroma she exuded was incredibly alluring. I hope, Master Lin, that you might show some compassion towards me. Meeting Lin Yichen's gaze, Moonshadow performed a slight bow, her demeanor poised. Your poem has resonated deeply with me, Master Lin. One might say you are truly my confidant. Though she was puzzled by Lin Yichen's reluctance to reveal his true name, she expressed her willingness to perform the poem through song and sword dance for his entertainment. Very well, Moonshadow's sword dance shall indeed be a spectacle. Lin Yichen found himself captivated by the prospect of witnessing such artistry. To his delight, the onlookers erupted into applause, eager to see Moonshadow's performance. Master Lin. Lady Moonshadow harbors only good intentions, the brothel keeper remarked with a grin. Our Moonshadow is not only skilled in the arts of music and literature, but her martial prowess with the spirit snake sword is nothing short of transcendent. In our esteemed de Feng, we hold both culture and martial skill in high regard. Thus, our courtesans must occasionally engage in vigorous performances to honor our generals. Lin Yichen nodded slightly, understanding that many of de Feng's generals were robust and imposing, in stark contrast to the delicate and refined scholars. Without regular training, these courtesans would struggle to cater to the demands of such rugged warriors. Failing to please a scholar might only result in some bitter poetry or a tarnished reputation, as they seldom took to overt retaliation. However, the warriors were a different breed altogether. If displeased, they would not hesitate to draw their blades. There were instances where courtesans had met grim fates for merely flinching from the advances of a general. With that in mind, Lin Yichen graciously requested, Then I humbly ask Lady Moonshadow to grace me with a sword dance. Under the gaze of eager onlookers and at the behest of the brothel madam, Lin Yichen found it difficult to decline. After all, he had just recited a poem by Yanji Dao, so a touch of elegance was indeed expected of him. Moreover, with Shun Zhao yet to make an appearance, Lin Yichen had to buy time, awaiting Shun Zhao's arrival to confront him. Thank you, Lord Xie. Once Lin Yichen resumed his seat, Yu Ying, now clad in male attire, brandished a sharp sword and began a captivating sword dance before the audience. Her slender figure lent an air of grace to the performance, her petite waist and alluring curves mesmerizing all who watched. Just as the crowd was entranced, Yu Ying unexpectedly lunged, thrusting her sword toward Lin Yichen's throat. Chapter 83. Accompanying you to death, what on earth is happening? Why does Lady Wei Ying intend to assassinate Eunuch Lin? This is a grave situation. We must retreat to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Come with me to protect Eunuch Lin. This is an opportunity to foster a good relationship with him and draw closer to His Majesty. As Yu Ying unexpectedly thrusts her sword towards Lin Yichen, the reactions among the numerous noble youths in the hall vary greatly. Some, fearful of the situation, hurriedly flee in disarray, while others, paralyzed by shock, remain rooted to the spot. A few astute individuals, upon realizing the gravity of the moment, adopt a detached stance, either observing the unfolding drama with interest or remaining under the protection of their guards. There are also opportunists who, aware of the Empress's momentary vulnerability, nonetheless recognize that she remains the legitimate sovereign of the great Feng Empire, wielding undeniable authority. Lin Yichen, on the other hand, is well known as the Empress's trusted sycophant, holding a position second only to the Grand Eunuch Li Zhong within the palace. Consequently, these individuals rush to Lin Yichen's aid, hoping to curry favor with him and the Empress, thus securing their own advancement. Alas, before they could reach Lin Yichen, he had already unsheathed his Thunder Spirit sword, effortlessly intercepting Yu Ying's attack and positioning the blade against her neck. Cursed be this situation. Enraged and suppressed by Lin Yichen, Yu Ying's expression is one of fury. Her alabaster shoulders and neck twist slightly as she attempts to escape and retaliate, yet her insufficient strength renders her powerless to do so. Kill the traitor. Avenge us. Boom. Observing Yu Ying's failed assassination attempt, the senior sister of the Plum Blossom Sword sect, hidden in the shadows, finally gives the order. This commanding figure, dressed in male attire, swiftly lunges forward with her sword aimed directly at Lin Yichen, intending to catch him off guard. Senior sister, please do not act impulsively. At this moment, Luo Lan could no longer contain herself. As she stepped forward to confront the attacking senior sister, she swiftly released her hair, revealing her feminine form to obstruct her. Senior sister, there may be a misunderstanding. Lin Yichen is not our enemy. You're alive, Xiaolan. Upon seeing Luo Lan emerge, the senior sister's initial expression of joy quickly transformed into anger. Step aside. How dare you speak in favor of this villain? Are you no longer one of us in the Plum Blossom Sword sect? His father destroyed our sect, and he has slain many of our kin. Such matters cannot simply be overlooked. The senior sister, sword in hand, gazes fiercely at Luo Lan. Today we shall kill him. Senior sister, it is not as simple as that. Even though his father harbored enmity towards our sect, Lin Yichen was but a child then, and he had no part in those events. Luo Lan hurriedly explained. Moreover, during the upheaval at the Qilin Holy Land, he fled in desperation, pursued to this very moment. The individuals who annihilated our sect included not only Shen Zhao, but also the current lord of the Qilin Holy Land. Luo Lan's expression was grave. If we are truly to seek vengeance, then we must confront this holy lord, rather than him, for he too is a victim. Moreover, all of this has been orchestrated by Shen Zhao, who wishes to eliminate him without sullying his own hands, instead inciting our Plum Blossom Sword sect to act against him. Luo Lan gazed urgently at the senior sister. Senior sister, you are the leader of our Plum Blossom Sword sect. You must comprehend this point and not become a pawn for the Qilin Holy Land. Why waste time with her? Just kill them. At that moment, with a disdainful snort, Shen Zhao finally appeared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Let us not mince words. Your Plum Blossom Sword sect has suffered at his hands. With no fewer than 30, if not 50, lives lost due to him. Is this not a deep-seated blood feud? So why dither? I see that Luo Lan has already been swayed by him. She ought to be eliminated as well. Shen Zhao grinned wickedly. Once they are slain, the Qilin Holy Land will undoubtedly support your Plum Blossom Sword sect in its resurrection, restoring its former glory. Shen Zhao, you are shameless. Upon hearing his words, Luo Lan glared at him in fury. You are sowing discord, exploiting our Plum Blossom Holy Land. I shall fight you. Ridiculous. With a swift motion, Shen Zhao intercepted Luo Lan with a strike, his gaze icy as he addressed the senior sister. Immediately eradicate them. Or do not blame the Qilin Holy Land for withdrawing its support in your quest to rebuild the sect. You must consider this carefully, without our assistance. Your Plum Blossom Sword sect will never reclaim its past prominence. Lin Yichen, with a cold snort. Shen Zhao cast a dark glare at Lin Yichen. You truly are a fool, walking the path of heaven when it is offered, and barging into hell when there is no door. I tell you, today shall be your last. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Kill. Luo Lan. Step aside. After a moment's hesitation, the senior sister turned her cold gaze upon Luo Lan. I care not for what transpired between you and him, nor for your actions. After all, we are sisters. If you step aside now, I can spare your life. You will, however, be expelled from the Plum Blossom Sword sect, forced to wander the rivers and lakes. Otherwise, do not expect me to show mercy for our sisterly bond. Senior sister, you have truly been deceived by Shen Zhao. Luo Lan implored desperately. This is all a manipulation by Shen Zhao. His honeyed words are but a fade. Even if we assist him in killing Lin Yichen, he will not fulfill his promise to restore our sect. The only ones who can help us regain our sect are ourselves. Luo Lan clenched her fists. Only if someone among us reaches the Grandmaster realm can we revive our sect. Perhaps the true ally we seek is not Shen Zhao, but Lin Yichen. Enough. Do not utter another word. It is clear you have been thoroughly ensnared by him. The senior sister scoffed, her expression grave as she raised her hand decisively. Kill them. Eliminate him. Truly obstinate and unyielding. As I observed my senior sister launching another attack towards me, I cast a glance at Shen Zhao, who was merely spectating. I deftly evaded my senior sister's lethal strike and turned my gaze to Luo Lan. Since she seeks her own demise, I must oblige her, I mused. To remain idle is not in my nature. Bring forth the attack. With a wave of my hand, I signaled the group of Western Factory enforcers surrounding Lichuan Courtyard to engage. As several Grandmasters intervened to block my senior sister from the Plum Blossom Sword sect and her fellow Grandmasters, I swiftly incapacitated the courtesan, Yuing, with a single stroke of my sword. Then, accompanied by Luo Lan, I confronted Shen Zhao directly. Shen Zhao, you have plotted against me time and again. Today, the tides have turned, and you have fallen into my trap. It is now my turn to end your life. Chapter 84. Fierce Battle Ha. Lin Yichen, you remnant. You truly possess an audacity that is both amusing and shameless. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Shen Zhao responded with a proud smile, his eyes gleaming with a fierce coldness as he glared at Lin Yichen. Do you believe you have the qualifications to kill me? Let me inform you today. It is you who shall perish. Then let us see the true skill beneath our hands. With a cold sneer, Lin Yichen, disinterested in further verbal exchange with Shen Zhao, launched a fierce attack aimed at taking his life. Kill. As a fellow master, Shen Zhao naturally would not show leniency towards Lin Yichen. In response to Lin Yichen's assault, he immediately retaliated, seizing the opportunity presented by the full force of the Plum Blossom Sword sect confronting the Western factory to eliminate Lin Yichen. Should he succeed in killing Lin Yichen today, he would fulfill the command of the Lord of the Qilin Sacred Land and return to be rewarded with a promotion from Protector to Elder. Although such an act might incite the wrath of the Empress, he deemed it inconsequential. Even if he were to be hunted by the Empress, he could temporarily evade capture within the capital, taking refuge in the Prince of Qin's residence. With the prince's protection, no one in the capital would dare to lay a hand on him, nor would anyone risk searching the prince's abode. Furthermore, because the prince required the aid of the Lord of the Qilin, he would never betray Shen Zhao. Lin Dog, meet your demise. With this thought, Shen Zhao, fully aware that killing Lin Yichen today posed no danger and would earn him substantial merit, felt exhilarated. Although Lin Yichen was also a master, Shen Zhao boasted a long-standing reputation and was 3 minor realms above Lin Yichen in strength. Thus, he showed no restraint, directly overpowering Lin Yichen in their confrontation. Be careful. Observing Lin Yichen being suppressed, Luo Lan swiftly repelled the senior sister and sought to assist Lin Yichen by attacking Shen Zhao. Your opponent is me. A sword intercepted Luo Lan. Despite beads of sweat dotting her forehead, the senior sister resolutely glared at Luo Lan. Today, he is undoubtedly doomed. Senior sister, do not force my hand against you. I wish to avoid this. Luo Lan's expression was grave as she faced the senior sister. I do not deceive you. Lin Yichen bears no enmity towards our Plum Blossom Sword sect. You have been misled by Shen Zhao. Only by aiding Lin Yichen can we rejuvenate the Plum Blossom Sword sect. You traitor, it is you who has been deceived. The senior sister showed no mercy, disregarding Luo Lan's earnest explanations, as she fiercely attacked Luo Lan in a fierce struggle. No one can save you. With a swift motion, Shen Zhao easily overpowered Lin Yichen, given his superior strength. As he tore Lin Yichen's clothing with a blade, he let out a triumphant sneer. Remnant, today marks your end. Your strength is formidable. Lin Yichen glanced sideways, struggling against Shen Zhao's relentless onslaught while casting a complex look at him. It seems today I am indeed fated to meet my demise. You do possess a degree of self-awareness. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhao laughed even more arrogantly. Indeed, today marks your demise. However, before I meet my end, I demand a clear explanation. Adopting a deliberately feeble stance, Lin Yichen appeared to be on the brink of defeat, gazing at Shen Zhao with intensity. What truly transpired back then? Why did my father perish? Why have you relentlessly pursued me for over 2 decades? Lin Yichen looked at Shen Zhao with grave seriousness. You should know that throughout these 20 years, I have never sought revenge against you, rather. It has been you who has ceaselessly hunted me down. Shen Zhao shook his head. The truth about your father's death eludes me as well. After your father attended a gathering of martial artists with the Holy Lord, he returned gravely injured, appearing in a precarious state. However, because of you, he refused to pass the position of Holy Lord of the Qilin Sacred Land to our current Holy Lord, instead intending to bequeath it to you. With the current Holy Lord and several elders supporting you as your guardians, this angered the Holy Lord, prompting him to initiate a purge, killing the severely wounded Holy Lord and ambushing loyal elders, while forcing the 2nd and 3rd elders into submission. Only the 4th elder and a few loyalists managed to escape with you in a disheveled retreat. Shen Zhao looked at Lin Yichen. Then the Holy Lord dispatched assassins to hunt you down. And it was only 5 years ago, after I broke through to the Master Realm and became a protector, that I received the task to investigate your pursuit. At the time of those events, I was merely a young martial artist in my teens. Unaware of the intricate details, Shen Zhao sighed bitterly. All of this I have learned from others. He has pursued me relentlessly for 20 years just to silence me. Lin Yichen regarded Shen Zhao with skepticism that seems implausible. Throughout these 2 decades, I posed no threat to him. Why would he cling to me so tenaciously? This leads to the secrets of the Qilin Sacred Land, which seemingly harbors treasures that could aid one in transcending to the Saint Realm, or even the elusive Divine Realm. However, this treasure can only be wielded by those of the Qilin bloodline. Others cannot access it. Shen Zhao's expression grew serious. Yet upon your death, the Qilin bloodline will cease with your line, transferring to the current Holy Lord, thereby granting him the ability to utilize this treasure. The specifics elude me. All of this is merely hearsay. Shen Zhao shrugged slightly. My status and power within the Qilin Sacred Land are not substantial. Hence I lack the qualifications to know the intricate details of these secrets. Nevertheless, none of this matters now, as you are destined to perish today. Shen Zhao coldly regarded Lin Yichen. I have divulged all I know. Should you not consider taking your own life now? In light of your past as the young lord of the Qilin Sacred Land, should you choose to end your life, I might grant you the courtesy of a complete corpse. Haha, splendid. Hearing this, Lin Yichen burst into laughter, his gaze icy as he regarded Shun Zhao before him. For that remark, I shall ensure your demise is swift and, if fortune allows, leave you with a complete corpse. How audacious of you to persist in your defiance. Courting death. Lin Yichen's words ignited a furious response from Shun Zhao, who let out a cold sneer and unleashed his ultimate technique. This is of your own making. The Qilin sword technique. Qilin swallows the sky. Prepare to perish. With a swift thrust of his sword, a dark Qilin apparition materialized behind him, lunging ferociously towards Lin Yichen. The menacing visage of the Qilin, with its bared fangs and claws, appeared intent on devouring Lin Yichen whole. Chapter 85. Lin Yichen is struck by a sword to kill me. You are not worthy. In the face of Shun Zhao's ferocious onslaught, Lin Yichen roared and unleashed a formidable sword strike. Provoked by the dark unicorn of Shun Zhao, the golden unicorn manifested a sinister phantom simultaneously. With a thunderous roar, a majestic golden unicorn materialized behind Lin Yichen. As this golden unicorn let out a bellow, the previously aggressive black unicorn of Shun Zhao immediately lowered its head, curling its body in terror, fixating its alarmed gaze on the golden unicorn behind Lin Yichen. Despite both being unicorns, the golden unicorn exerted a natural bloodline dominance over the inferior black unicorn. What are you afraid of? Its strength is far inferior to ours. We must slay him and seize his true unicorn bloodline. Though the phantom behind Lin Yichen instilled fear in Shun Zhao, he remained undeterred. After all, Lin Yichen was merely at the first level of mastery, while he himself was a formidable third-level master. In this situation, he had to leverage his two-level advantage to relentlessly strike down Lin Yichen. Die, he bellowed, charging forward. As expected, with Shun Zhao's fierce assault. When his sword lunged towards Lin Yichen's throat, the phantom behind him also summoned its courage, lunging wildly at Lin Yichen's unicorn phantom. Thus, in a matter of moments, the battle between Lin Yichen and Shun Zhao escalated to a fever pitch, with the two unicorn phantoms clashing amidst a tumultuous spectacle. His strength was inferior to that of Guardian Shin. His demise was inevitable. Casting a glance at her sister, who was entangled with Luo Lan, the senior sister smiled excitedly at her. Little junior sister, it is not too late for you to withdraw now. I will intercede with Guardian Shin on your behalf, so that the unicorn's sacred grounds will not hold it against you. Otherwise, should Lin Yichen perish, you shall accompany him in death. He is our enemy in the Plum Blossom Sword sect. Do not bring ruin upon yourself. Senior sister, it is you who has been deceived. Shun Zhao is the true culprit. Observing the aggressive demeanor of her senior sister, Luo Lan's expression grew increasingly complex. I know Lin Yichen's character well. He has always adhered to the principle of not harming others unless provoked. If we had not attempted to assassinate him repeatedly, he would not have turned against our Plum Blossom Sword sect. It was Shun Zhao who initially sought us out, slaughtered our people, and coerced us into serving him. Desperately, Luo Lan implored her senior sister. Senior sister, Lin Yichen is also a victim, not a malicious fiend. You must understand. Stubborn and unrepentant. You betray our Plum Blossom Sword sect. You deserve punishment. Upon hearing Luo Lan's defense of Lin Yichen, the furious senior sister let out a sharp rebuke and intensified her assault on Luo Lan, disregarding her explanations. Senior sister, all of this is Shun Zhao's conspiracy. You must clear your mind. With no other choice, Luo Lan was forced to engage in battle, I tell you. The several senior sisters and brothers who were captured are alive. Lin Yichen has not harmed them. He merely refrained from acting against them to deceive you. The senior sister coldly scoffed. Once he has completely subdued you and dealt with us, and with Shin Hufa gone, just watch how he acts. Moreover, have you succumbed to him? You truly are a disgrace to our Plum Blossom Sword sect, submitting to our enemy. She glared fiercely at Luo Lan. If I were you, I would take my own life to atone to our master. Luo Lan, who indeed had surrendered to Lin Yichen, felt an overwhelming embarrassment at that moment. Unsure of how to explain herself to the senior sister. Yet, she could not entirely blame her. It was all Lin Yichen's coercion. Go die. Suddenly, amidst the struggle between Luo Lan and the senior sister, a furious roar erupted. Shun Zhao, seizing Lin Yichen's moment of vulnerability, lunged forward, thrusting his sword straight into Lin Yichen's shoulder blade. Although Lin Yichen managed to evade in time, blood gushed from his shoulder, inflicting a grievous wound. Haha, Lin Yichen. Your strength is laughable. A mere novice in the master realm daring to contend with me is sheer folly. With his bloodied sword in hand, Shun Zhao glared ominously at Lin Yichen. Do not think that just because you possess the Qilin bloodline, you can suppress me or defeat me. It is utterly ridiculous. I tell you, until your Qilin bloodline is activated in the blood pool, it remains a mere half-finished product without true Qilin pressure. Shun Zhao regarded Lin Yichen with a mocking glint in his eye. However, it is unfortunate for you. as you will never have the chance to activate your Qilin bloodline. Today, you shall meet your end here. What does the Qilin blood pool and activation mean? Lin Yichen furrowed his brows, looking at Shun Zhao with suspicion. Could you clarify your words? Do you not know? Have those around you not informed you? Shun Zhao observed Lin Yichen with astonishment. Very well. Since you are on the brink of death, I shall generously enlighten you. Every practitioner in our Qilin sacred land, upon reaching the internal energy stage, receives the Qilin's blessing. Upon reaching the martial master realm, one can attain a trace of Qilin aura. Upon achieving the master realm, one may enter the secret realm of the Qilin sacred land and locate the Qilin blood pool to activate their Qilin bloodline. Of course, since we lack the innate inheritance of the Qilin bloodline, what we acquire is merely a pseudo-Qilin bloodline. It is akin to my black Qilin. While others may activate fire Qilin, water Qilin, earth Qilin, and various other Qilin auras, Shun Zhao continued, as the true heir of the Qilin bloodline. Once you enter the Qilin blood pool, you would obtain the genuine Qilin, the King Qilin's bloodline inheritance and its pressure. But alas, at this moment, your Qilin bloodline is nothing but a fade. You shall never have the opportunity to activate it in your lifetime. With a sinister grin, Shun Zhao intensified his assault. Lin Yichen, you may as well die now. I will use your head to secure my position as an elder. Perhaps the Holy Master will grant me a drop of Qilin blood, purifying my black Qilin bloodline and allowing me to ascend directly to the 5th layer of the Master Realm. After all, only those at the 5th level of mastery can ascend to the rank of elder within the Qilin sacred land. Therefore, perish. You must lend me your head for a moment. With eyes ablaze, Shun Zhao fixed a fervent glare upon Lin Yichen, and in his exhilaration, he intensified his assault, intent on swiftly claiming Lin Yichen's life. Damn it. Lin Yichen, after all, was somewhat inferior in strength compared to Shun Zhao, as he faced the latter's frenzied onslaught. He found himself in a precarious and desperate situation. Chapter 86. The True Strength of Luo Lan. Haha. Lin Yichen, your time is up. Observing the beleaguered Lin Yichen, Shun Zhao was filled with an exhilarating excitement, intensifying his assault on Lin Yichen, eager to swiftly eliminate him. Damn it. Witnessing Lin Yichen on the brink of collapse, injured and increasingly unable to resist, Luo Lan, who was entangled with the senior sister, could no longer contain herself. Although she had previously called for Lin Yichen's demise daily, she found herself unable to bear the thought of watching him perish. Senior sister, I cannot stand by and watch him die. Do not force my hand. With no other option, Luo Lan, her heart a tumult of emotions, gravely beseeched her senior sister. It is still not too late for you to withdraw. The one who should retreat is you. He is our enemy, and yet you choose to confront me for the sake of our adversary. The senior sister glared at Luo Lan with fury. Your actions are a betrayal to our Plum Blossom Sword sect, aiding the enemy. He is not our enemy. I have long stated that this is a misunderstanding. You have been deceived by Shun Zhao. Given her past intimate connection with Lin Yichen, Luo Lan, unable to bear the thought of his death, gritted her teeth and summoned her power once more. Boom. With a single stroke, she effortlessly cleaved through the sword thrust by her senior sister, her expression grave. Senior sister, it is still not too late for you to step aside. 4th level of the Master Realm. How is this possible? The senior sister, utterly astonished by Luo Lan's formidable strength, was forced back by her strike. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Luo Lan. How can you be at the 4th level of the Master Realm? Did you not just recently enter the Master Realm? In just a few months, you have progressed to the 4th level. Staring at Luo Lan, the senior sister was filled with a profound incredulity. She had spent 5 years in the Master Realm and had only reached the 2nd level, while Luo Lan had exceeded her so swiftly. I have encountered fortuitous circumstances, but I cannot disclose the details. In response to her senior sister's inquiry, Luo Lan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unable to articulate an explanation. After all, revealing this would be exceedingly awkward and humiliating. Who could have anticipated that Lin Yicheng's unique attributes would aid her cultivation and elevate her realm? Had it not been for this, she would have fled at the outset. She had hesitated to leave Lin Yichen, seemingly resisting while subtly allowing him to prevail. Ultimately, aside from Luo Lan's own infatuation with that sensation and her growing belief in Lin Yicheng's words, that he bore no enmity towards the Plum Blossom Sword sect, there was a crucial reason. This path promised rapid enhancement of her strength. In ordinary circumstances, ascending a level could take years, yet now, she could rise a level in mere instances. Under such conditions, how could Luo Lan possibly refuse? Not only was she unable to decline, but she mused that if her senior sister were to discover the truth, that Lin Yichen had forcibly taken her first time, she would likely find herself unable to resist thereafter. After all, her senior sister had painstakingly advanced only 1 level in 5 years, which was an arduous endeavor. No female cultivator could possibly refuse such assistance, could she? The initial reluctance is understandable, yet once the first instance has occurred, it becomes inconsequential. After all, in such matters, there exist only 0 occurrences or countless ones. What extraordinary encounter have you stumbled upon? As expected, confronted with Luo Lan's fierce onslaught, the senior sister had no inclination to consider Lin Yichen's affairs. Her gaze fixated anxiously on Luo Lan. Having struggled for 5 years to ascend a single level, she was at her wit's end. I cannot divulge that to you. Luo Lan's fair visage flushed suddenly, but recalling Lin Yichen's lecherous nature, she softly clarified, perhaps in due time, you shall discover it for yourself. What? The senior sister furrowed her brow, regarding Luo Lan with profound skepticism. What do you truly mean? If you are unwilling to speak, simply admit it. I can comprehend that. How absurd. Senior sister, it is not my reluctance to share. Rather, if you wish to know, it shall come at a cost. Luo Lan's face turned crimson. No more of this. Initially, it will be quite vexing and awkward. I must go rescue him. With a sudden surge of power, Luo Lan unleashed a fierce assault. Leveraging her superior strength over the senior sister, who was caught off guard and momentarily stunned. Within less than 10 strikes, Luo Lan seized her opportunity and struck the senior sister on the back of the head with her sword, rendering her unconscious on the spot. Ensure the senior sister is secure. Do not harm her. Just bind her. After issuing commands to the nearby guards, Luo Lan swiftly turned to rescue Lin Yichen. Clad in eunuch attire and closely associated with Lin Yichen, the guards promptly complied with Luo Lan's directive, binding the senior sister. Scoundrel, release me. The enraged senior sister, awakening to find herself restrained, struggled against her bindings, glaring furiously at Luo Lan and Lin Yichen. Suddenly, with a swift and unexpected strike, Luo Lan pierced Shun Zhao's defenses from behind, inflicting a deep wound on his arm, leaving a grotesque scar on his shoulder. Damn it! Shun Zhao, seeing his arm sliced and blood gushing forth, turned in furious indignation towards Luo Lan. You vile creature, you dare to attack me? You seek death. The one deserving of scorn is you. Luo Lan retorted coldly, standing with her sword drawn, casting a glance at the weakened Lin Yichen. Are you unharmed? It appears your strength has returned. Yet Lin Yichen regarded Luo Lan with a complex expression, recalling how she had previously been bound and mistreated by him, leaving him in a state of considerable embarrassment. Had all of that been a ruse on Luo Lan's part? After all, she had already regained her strength. Feigning vulnerability just to be subjected to his assistance? That matter could be addressed later. Luo Lan, perceiving Lin Yichen's thoughts, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. And she muttered irritably, let us deal with him first. Agreed. Lin Yichen was not a pedantic individual, since Luo Lan was willing to assist him. There was nothing more to discuss. The immediate priority was undoubtedly to eliminate the mastermind, Shun Zhao. Moreover, this was advantageous for him, as it signified that Luo Lan had been thoroughly subdued by him. Otherwise, a restored Luo Lan could have easily taken advantage of his moments of vulnerability, much like before, and swiftly dispatched him with a dagger. He could evade the weakened Luo Lan, but he could not escape the formidable Luo Lan of the present. You are also a member of the Plum Blossom Sword sect. Shun Zhao, clutching his bleeding arm and filled with indignation, glared furiously at Luo Lan. How dare you betray the Plum Blossom Sword sect and launch an attack on me? Have you lost your mind? Chapter 87. Only I can kill him. I must inform you that the one responsible for the annihilation of the Plum Blossom Sword sect years ago was none other than his father. He mercilessly took the lives of your esteemed ancestor and numerous senior brothers and sisters, transforming the Plum Blossom Sword sect from a prestigious sect into its current state. Your antagonism towards me is nothing but a manifestation of familial affection intertwined with enmity, rather than avenging your sect by targeting the son of your nemesis. You seek to harm me, the one who reveals the truth and aids you in your quest for vengeance. Shun Zhao glared at Luo Lan with palpable disdain, questioning her loyalty to the countless ancestors of the Plum Blossom Sword sect who have perished. Can you truly justify your actions against the memory of those who have died? What of those who were slain or captured at his behest? With a look of frustration, Shun Zhao admonished, you must not deceive yourself. Your current assault on me is merely an act of self-destruction, influenced by his deception. He must be the one you target. Otherwise, you shall regret it for the rest of your days. Silence. I do not require your guidance. In response to Shun Zhao's fervent accusations and pleas, Luo Lan coldly scoffed and continued her relentless assault with her sharp sword. As for the truth of the matter, whether it aligns with your words or his, I shall investigate. Foolish. Shun Zhao retorted vehemently, it is a well-known fact that it was his father who decimated our Plum Blossom Sword sect. This is not a fabrication on my part. I acknowledge that the one who destroyed our sect was indeed his father. Luo Lan, wielding her sword, replied with a scoff. However, it was not solely his father. There were others from the Qilin Holy Land involved. Thus, our vendetta extends beyond him alone. We must also seek retribution against the Qilin Holy Land. He perished 20 years ago, having been cast out and wandering aimlessly. What connection does this hold for him? The true culprits are the others from your Qilin Holy Land. Luo Lan fixed her cold gaze upon Shen Zhao. Were you involved when his father laid waste to her sect? I was not. Shen Zhao vehemently shook his head. Indeed. There were some from the Qilin Holy Land who followed his father to destroy the Plum Blossom Sword sect. But those individuals were subsequently dealt with once the current Holy Lord ascended to power. Consider it a form of indirect vengeance for your sect. Shen Zhao fervently explained. Thus, your only remaining adversary is him. Do not be swayed by his deceit. He is the one you ought to kill, not me. I shall certainly discern the truth of this matter. Should he bear any responsibility, I will not hesitate to eliminate him. Luo Lan retorted with another cold scoff. He will die, but only at my hands. I shall not permit you to slay him. Are you completely out of your mind? Observing Luo Lan, the woman subdued by Lin Yichen, Shen Zhao found himself at a loss for words. He now comprehended the ancient adage, a woman is indeed close to whom she shares her bed. Had he known this beforehand, he would have sought to conquer Luo Lan fully. You should counsel your junior sister. With no other option, clutching her bleeding arm, Shen Zhao could only look at her senior sister in exasperation. The wretched culprit is Lin Yichen, not me. Junior sister. Her senior sister immediately turned her gaze towards Luo Lan. Do not be deceived by that scoundrel Lin Yichen. Regardless of his charm, he is the son of the former holy master of the Qilin Sacred Land, and he deserves to perish. If the current holy master of the Qilin Sacred Land and others were involved in the annihilation of our Plum Blossom Sword sect back then we shall eliminate another batch. The senior sister huffed coldly. If it comes to that, you should first eliminate Lin Yichen, and then deal with Shen Zhao. But senior sister, Lin Yichen has enmity with the current holy master of the Qilin Sacred Land. Luo Lan retorted, if we ascertain that this matter has nothing to do with him, we would not only lack enmity but could also cooperate due to our common adversary. What a foolish woman. Realizing that she could not kill Lin Yichen today, Shen Zhao, in a fit of rage, could only bellow and make a frantic escape. You cannot escape. With a swift motion, despite conversing with her senior sister, Luo Lan had been attentively watching Shen Zhao. Thus, when Shen Zhao attempted to leave, Luo Lan wasted no time and thrust her sword fiercely towards Shen Zhao, unreservedly blocking her path. Do not kill him outright. Leave one alive. Observing Luo Lan hinder Shen Zhao's escape, Lin Yichen remained vigilant against the senior sister while joining Luo Lan in their assault on Shen Zhao. After all, Shen Zhao was a master of the 4th level, an excellent opportunity for experience. Once they vanquished Shen Zhao, how much cultivation reward could he possibly acquire? Moreover, Lin Yichen had inquiries for Shen Zhao, although he had gathered some information about the Qilin Sacred Land through the West Factory these past few days. The knowledge imparted by Elder Dong was from 20 years ago, far too distant. The data collected by the West Factory was merely superficial. Thus, it was imperative for Lin Yichen to interrogate Shen Zhao to uncover the current state of the Qilin Sacred Land, as well as the truth behind his father's demise. As the distinguished holy master of the Qilin Sacred Land, could it be that his unworthy father was caught unawares and slain so easily? Such a formidable figure perishing without a trace was utterly absurd. Damn you both, you despicable scoundrels. Faced with the coordinated assault of Lin Yichen and Luo Lan, a couple attuned to each other's thoughts, Shen Zhao, already injured, found herself in a dire situation. After sustaining 3 sword wounds from Luo Lan and having a finger severed by Lin Yichen, she was drenched in blood and utterly disheveled. You are the scoundrel. Furious at being called a scoundrel, Luo Lan intensified her attacks. Seeking death, Lin Yichen, hidden behind Luo Lan, remained wary of the senior sister while waiting for an opportunity to stealthily strike at Shen Zhao, aiming to render her incapacitated. You are both scoundrels. The Holy Master will not spare you. In a moment of dire urgency, the fearsome Shen Zhao was compelled to retreat from the sacred land of Qilin, brazenly attempting to intimidate Lin Yichen and Luo Lan. To hell with you, he declared. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Lan unsheathed her sword and, without a hint of mercy, lunged directly at Shen Zhao's throat. Damn it, Shen Zhao exclaimed, rendered helpless by his earlier haste and the resulting miscalculation. As he witnessed the blade aimed at his vital spot, he found himself unable to mount a defense. It was evident that if Luo Lan's strike landed true, his demise would be inevitable. Show mercy. Do not kill him. Chapter 88, Capturing Shen Zhao in unison. 2 voices called out, one belonging to Lin Yichen, the other unmistakably that of the senior sister. How fortuitous. We truly share a deep connection. Upon hearing this, Lin Yichen turned around, casting a playful glance at the senior sister. Shameless. However, it was evident that the senior sister had long perceived Lin Yichen's lecherous nature. After giving him a fierce glare, she urgently directed her attention to Luo Lan. It is Lin Yichen who has wronged us, not him. Senior sister, do not remain obstinately stubborn. Bang. Ultimately, Luo Lan adhered to Lin Yichen's command and refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Xun Zhao. Instead, as the blade approached Xun Zhao's neck, she deftly angled it, striking him on the head with the flat of the sword, rendering him unconscious. Thud. The dazed Xun Zhao collapsed to the ground, swiftly bound by several guards from the Western factory. Well done. After giving Luo Lan a thumbs up, Lin Yichen turned to the serious-faced senior sister. For Luo Lan's sake, I shall not impede your departure. You seek death. Faced with the lifeline Lin Yichen offered, the senior sister exhibited no gratitude whatsoever. Instead, she lunged at him in a fit of rage, intent on teaching him a bloody lesson, overestimating herself, having long since conserved his strength. Lin Yichen scoffed dismissively at the senior sister's sudden assault. Without further ado, he thrust his sword fiercely toward her. Do not kill my senior sister. Witnessing Lin Yichen's fierce attack, Luo Lan cried out in alarm. Fear not, I shall certainly heed my wife's words. Lin Yichen turned back to Luo Lan with a faint smile, yet after effortlessly knocking the senior sister's sword aside, he closed the distance and seized her by the throat. Damn it! The senior sister, now in Lin Yichen's grasp, seethed with fury, struggling violently. You bastard, if you dare, kill me. I would never kill you. But I cannot allow you to pose a threat to me. Bang! With a swift strike to the back of her head, Lin Yichen rendered her unconscious, handing her over to a few guards from the Western factory. He then surveyed the chaotic battlefield. Aside from a few fortunate experts from the Plum Blossom Sword sect who had managed to escape, the remaining members of the sect and hired thugs lay scattered, either dead or injured. Have all the survivors escorted to the Western factory's prison and tend to the wounded. In consideration of Luo Lan, Lin Yichen commanded the guards, bury the dead in a mass grave, dig a deep pit and lay them to rest, granting them peace. Understood. Li Cheng, who bore an injury on his arm, stepped forward respectfully, bowing to Lin Yichen. Manager Lin, I shall make the arrangements immediately. Thank you for your efforts. After patting Li Cheng on the shoulder, Lin Yichen turned to the formidable Luo Lan. I am truly grateful to you. Had you not intervened so unexpectedly, capturing Xun Zhao and your senior sister would not have been so easily achieved, nor would we have attained final victory. You need not thank me. The expression on Luo Lan's face was intricate as she regarded Lin Yichen before finally allowing a smile to grace her lips. I shall take my leave. Wait. Lin Yichen immediately grasped Luo Lan's hand. His eyes filled with urgency as he implored. Where are you going? That is none of your concern. Luo Lan scoffed, casting a sharp glare at Lin Yichen. Now that I have regained my strength, it is only natural that I depart. Shall I remain here to be bullied by you? Ah, that certainly is not the case. Observing Luo Lan's furious demeanor, Lin Yichen quickly responded with a smile. What I mean is, if you leave now, I can handle Xun Zhao, but how am I to deal with the members of the Plum Blossom Sword sect? Moreover, I will thoroughly investigate the matters concerning your sect and provide you with a definitive answer. Lin Yichen gazed at Luo Lan with utmost seriousness. I have always been a person who distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. I repay enmity with enmity, but I also reciprocate kindness. Since you have rendered me such significant assistance today, I shall certainly ensure that the matters are resolved, avenging you in the process. I can even leverage my authority and the resources of the Great Feng to help you rebuild the Plum Blossom Sword sect. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Luo Lan, who had initially been reluctant to depart, regarded him with a complex expression. Deep down, she relished the idea of being cherished by Lin Yichen, even if she feigned disinterest. She also eagerly wished to exploit Lin Yichen for her cultivation. After all, without Lin Yichen's influence, even with an additional 7 or 8 years of training, she would likely not have reached the 4th level of mastery so swiftly. Are you not afraid that I might kill you? She regarded Lin Yichen with a cold stare. Though her heart throbbed with both reluctance and joy at his plea to stay, still, she maintained an icy demeanor, resolutely unyielding. Of course I am afraid. However, if you truly desire to kill me, you could easily do so right now. Lin Yichen boldly exposed his neck, unwavering as he met Luo Lan's gaze. You saved my life. Should you wish to take it, I would not hesitate to oblige. I only hope that after my departure, you will treat our child with kindness. Shut up. Luo Lan exclaimed, her face turning crimson. I am not pregnant. Perhaps the last time was secretly fruitful, though yet to be revealed, Lin Yichen muttered. Besides, as the saying goes, 1 day of marriage equates to 100 days of affection. After all, we have been married for a month. How could you bear to harm me? You are shameless. Luo Lan shot Lin Yichen a fierce glare. Very well, I shall temporarily remain until you have clarified the situation. If you dare to deceive me or engage in any wrongdoing, or if you bully me again, I shall not hesitate to kill you. That will certainly not happen. Lin Yichen chuckled. I will never proactively bully you again. Only when you desire it will I act. I do not wish for that. Luo Lan glared irritably at Lin Yichen. Do you think everyone is as shameless as you? Ah, indeed. Confronted by the resolute expression of Luo Lan, Lin Yichen found the situation rather amusing and remained entirely unconcerned. Women, after all, have always been this way, a sentiment he could easily comprehend. What they think in their hearts and what they articulate with their lips are invariably at odds. In truth, those who appear most obstinate in their words often reveal, when faced with action, a ferocity that can surpass even that of their counterparts. Let us proceed to confine them in the Western Factory's prison. My lady, we shall return to the palace. Humph. With a huff of annoyance, Luo Lan shot Lin Yichen a glance before gracefully mounting the white steed, her alluring figure captivating. With a hearty laugh, Lin Yichen swiftly followed suit, riding alongside Luo Lan as they triumphantly made their way back to the palace. Chapter 89. The Empress's Council. Master Lin. Her Majesty requests your presence in the Qianqing Palace. Upon Lin Yichen's return to the Forbidden City, after settling Luo Lan in his quarters, a young eunuch hastily knocked on the door, conveying the Empress's summons. Why does Her Majesty wish to see me? What could be the matter? Lin Yichen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded. Very well, I shall change my attire and attend to Her Majesty shortly. Please wait a moment. With that, Lin Yichen stepped into his chamber, where he found Luo Lan, now adorned in women's attire, reclining gracefully against the head of the bed. Her figure was exquisitely alluring, showcasing her captivating curves. Frankly, the pose she struck accentuated her elegant lines so strikingly that it stirred a fierce desire within Lin Yichen. Had it not been for the urgency of the Empress's summons, he might have been tempted to pounce on this mischievous feline, Luo Lan, and teach her a lesson. What do you intend to do with my senior sister and brother? Luo Lan, blissfully unaware of the allure she presented, stretched languidly before propping herself on the bed, her small legs swinging playfully as she regarded Lin Yichen with a complex expression. If you dare to harm them, I will not let you off easily. I will kill you. Why is your mind so consumed with violence? Lin Yichen lamented, changing into fresh garments while gently tapping her forehead. Am I the sort who delights in senseless killing? You, a beautiful young woman, could certainly adopt a gentler and more charming demeanor. Leave. Luo Lan shot up, glaring at him. I am not that kind of woman. If you're seeking one, look elsewhere. Do not come to me. Is it really necessary to get so upset over a few words? Lin Yichen chuckled wryly as he fastened his clothing. Rest assured, since you have aided me, I have no intention of harming your senior brothers and sisters. I shall appeal to their emotions and reason with them, laying bare the truth behind Xinjiao's deceptions. Once they comprehend that they have been misled by Xinjiao, I shall naturally grant them their freedom. Lin Yichen regarded Luo Lan earnestly. Although they may endure some hardships in the prison for the time being, I assure you of their safety. That may not be so easily achieved, Luo Lan replied, her brow furrowed in concern. After all, it was your father who annihilated the Plum Blossom Sword sect. They will undoubtedly harbor thoughts of vengeance against you. I understand that all of this is not your fault. You too are a victim, coerced into bearing the blame. The true mastermind behind this is Xinjiao, alongside the newly appointed patriarch of the Qilin sacred land. Luo Lan's expression was laden with complexity as she scrutinized Lin Yichen. Yet they will not believe that. That is of little consequence. If it comes to that, I can simply keep them confined for an extended period, perhaps a year or two, Lin Yichen replied with a smile. Once my strength has ascended to the high-level master realm, or when I attain the Grand Master status, I shall release them. At that moment, their thoughts became inconsequential. Even if they harbored intentions to assassinate me, they lacked the capability to do so. Lin Yichen gazed at Luo Lan with a smile. Are you satisfied now? Luo Lan found herself at a loss for words, merely nodding slightly. I will endeavor to persuade them. Then, with fervor, she declared, I must kill Xinjiao, eradicate the newly appointed sovereign of the Qilin sacred land, to avenge the Plum Blossom Sword sect. She fixed her determined gaze upon Lin Yichen. And you promised me you will assist in the reconstruction of the Plum Blossom Sword sect. This cannot be a mere empty promise. Otherwise, I shall take your life. I am a person of my word. I do not deceive. Lin Yichen responded with a chuckle, looking at Luo Lan. Rest assured, once I have dealt with the king of Qin and seized control, I shall instruct the local authorities to construct the mountain gate of the Plum Blossom Sword sect for you. Furthermore, I will aid you in swiftly attaining the rank of Senior Master, or even Grand Master, positioning you as the next leader of the Plum Blossom Sword sect, the face of the new sect. Leave. Luo Lan's cheeks flushed suddenly as she recalled something and rolled her eyes at Lin Yichen. I do not desire that. You may go now, for I wish not to see you. Puzzled by Luo Lan's sudden embarrassment, Lin Yichen contemplated her thoughts. He had mentioned using elixirs to enhance her strength, forcibly elevating her to Grand Master. What could possibly be unappealing about that? Your minister pays respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. 10 minutes later, upon being summoned by the empress in the Qianqing palace, Lin Yichen knelt, unable to resist swallowing hard as he gazed at the empress's delicate, fair feet. He mused that given her fondness for pampering, indulging in milk and rose baths daily, her exquisite feet must surely not bear any unpleasant odor. Lin Yichen, I have heard that you eradicated a stronghold of the king of Qin and captured several of his associates. The empress, unaware of Lin Yichen's reverie, inquired with a grave expression, what relation do these individuals have to those who previously conspired to assassinate me? Your Majesty. Among them are some who share the same master as those who attempted your assassination, Lin Yichen promptly replied. The king of Qin seeks to conspire with the Qilin's sacred land against you. Hence I must act swiftly to extinguish the king's influence. Excellent. Your loyalty is commendable. The empress acknowledged with a nod, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. In that case, bring all these captured individuals to the marketplace and execute them by slow slicing as a warning. I shall use this to convey to the king of Qin that I can eliminate his subordinates and him as well. Should he dare to target me, I will ensure he meets a torturous demise for the sake of the realm. Your Majesty, I implore you. Lin Yichen, having just agreed to Luo Lan's request, trembled slightly and regarded the empress with utmost seriousness. You must not execute them in such a manner. What? Do you dare to oppose me? The empress was instantly enraged. Her gaze fixed upon Lin Yichen. Lin Yichen, even you would dare to betray me? Your Majesty is overthinking, Lin Yichen replied, momentarily rendered speechless. Observing the empress before him, who occasionally displayed jealousy and suspicion like an ordinary woman, he felt utterly at a loss for words. My heart holds only you, Your Majesty. I am willing to stand beneath you, yet above all others. How could I possibly betray you? Lin Yichen said with utmost reverence, his eyes filled with sincerity. I am ever ready to serve you, to dedicate my life in your service. Chapter 90. Senior sister, I have arrived. Silence. The empress's beautiful eyes narrowed in fury as she glared at Lin Yichen upon hearing his words. Feeling somewhat unwell today, she found herself irritated by Lin Yichen's presence. Whether looking at him from the left or the right, in essence, the mere sight of his face filled her with annoyance, inciting an irrational desire to strike him. Lin Yichen, who had been fervently expressing his loyalty to the empress, was momentarily taken aback. Observing the empress's explosive anger, he was filled with suspicion. Unable to fathom the cause of her sudden wrath, he had done nothing to provoke her nor uttered any inappropriate remarks, so why was she so enraged? You scoundrel! Immediately close that foul mouth of yours. If you dare utter another word of nonsense, I shall have you castrated. The empress, recalling some painful memories, clenched her fists and intensified her glare at Lin Yichen. Lin Yichen, I see no trace of loyalty in you. By heaven and earth, Your Majesty, you have gravely wronged me. Although bewildered by the empress's unexpected fury, Lin Yichen hastily explained, my loyalty to Your Majesty is unwavering, devoid of any treachery. My plea on behalf of them is ultimately for the greater good of Your Majesty's grand undertaking, with no selfish motives whatsoever. My fidelity is as evident as the sun and moon in the sky, steadfast and true. Enough of these futile words. Loyalty is demonstrated through actions, not mere declarations. The empress retorted with a cold snort, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yichen. Anyone can claim loyalty with their lips. Even the most insincere eunuch could do better than you. Now, provide me with a reason not to execute them. Taking a deep breath, the empress gritted her teeth, suppressing her inner tumult, and refrained from immediately putting Lin Yichen to death. She regarded him with a grave expression, aware that despite her fury, she must maintain her dignity as empress. It would be improper to strike him without just cause, as it would undermine her authority and dishearten her loyal subordinates, leading them to question their allegiance. Thus, although the desire to unleash her pent-up frustration upon Lin Yichen was strong, she resolved to endure, contemplating how to seize upon his flaws for a proper reprimand. Your irritable demeanor suggests something is amiss, Lin Yichen pondered quietly, then respectfully said. I intend to persuade them to yield and pledge their loyalty to Your Majesty. Severing one of King Qin's arms would indeed be advantageous. However, rather than simply inflicting harm, it would be more beneficial to augment Your Majesty's own strength. Lin Yichen smiled. This way, Your Majesty can showcase your magnanimity, allowing many of King Qin's misguided followers to find their way back and recommit to Your Majesty. Moreover, this would enable a gradual shift in power dynamics, allowing Your Majesty's influence to surpass that of King Qin. Lin Yichen gazed at the empress with utmost respect. Otherwise, should you truly execute them, the elite forces under King Qin, as well as other martial experts, would surely lament their fate, believing that surrendering to Your Majesty holds no promise of a better outcome. In uncertain circumstances where the oppressed may ultimately prevail, one might find themselves resolutely loyal to the King of Qin, opposing the emperor with unwavering fervor. Thus, it is unnecessary for His Majesty to drive them entirely to the side of the king. Rather, demonstrating your magnanimity is of utmost importance. There is some merit to this argument. The Empress nodded slightly, her countenance grave as she pondered. But are you certain that if I spare them, they will pledge their loyalty to me, and subsequently, others under the king's command will betray him? This is unlikely for the time being, as the king of Qin currently holds the advantage over your majesty, and they will naturally continue to rally around him. Lin Yichen replied with a smile, yet this is but a seed. When the king finds himself in a disadvantaged position, this seed will take root and flourish, yielding unforeseen results. After all, executing them brings no benefit to your majesty. It would be wiser to detain them for now, keeping them as a contingency. Lin Yichen looked at the empress. If they prove useless, then your majesty may execute them at a later time. Of course, it is essential to execute some to instill a sense of deterrence. Very well. Feeling somewhat unwell, the empress was no longer inclined to dwell on these matters. She casually waved her hand at Lin Yichen. Go ahead, I entrust this matter entirely to you. I thank your majesty for your gracious favor. I take my leave. Cursed be you. If it weren't for you, I would not have acted as I did in the past. As she watched Lin Yichen depart, the empress, her face flushed, hurried into her chamber, not wishing to appear foolish before him. Indeed, my silver tongue has proven effective. I can still persuade others. Just wait. I will eventually allow you to experience the true power of my eloquence, making you aware of what it means to engage in a battle of wits. Remembering the empress's delicate, translucent feet, Lin Yichen felt a surge of appetite and chose not to seek out Luo Lan, instead heading directly to the Western Factory's prison. Are the prisoners secured and compliant? In response to Chief Steward Lin's inquiry, all individuals had been shackled and confined in a specialized cell, ensuring none could escape. Furthermore, according to your orders, no one is permitted near them except during meal delivery. The little golden boy looked at Lin Yichen with utmost respect. These meal-delivering eunuchs were hastily assigned from the palace, and their loyalty is uncertain. Therefore, even if someone attempts to bribe them to relay messages, they remain oblivious to which eunuchs are on duty today. I have randomly drawn lots, so even I, the one issuing orders, do not know who will deliver the meals, let alone those with ulterior motives wishing to convey messages. Haha, excellent. Lin Yichen, thoroughly satisfied, patted the little golden boy's shoulder and then, with hands clasped behind his back, boldly entered the cell where his senior sister was held. Get out. You are not welcome here. Inside the cell, his senior sister, bound in heavy shackles, lifted her head and glared at Lin Yichen with anger. Haha. It won't be long before you are calling out for me to visit you every day, longing for my presence. Lin Yichen smiled slightly, gazing at his senior sister, who still retained her pristine composure, his eyes gleaming with vitality. He pondered how many years of cultivation he would gain after acquiring her. After all, this senior sister was a formidable expert at the 3rd level of mastery. Impossible. The senior sister snorted coldly, turning her head away. You can stay there. I shall not utter a word. No worries, I am not insisting that you speak now. There's no rush for you to confess. We shall. With a playful smile, Lin Yichen's fingers danced as he gazed at the senior sister with cascading long hair. Let us engage in a delightful game first. Chapter 91. The complicated senior sister. After a lengthy hour, Lin Yichen, feeling utterly satisfied and rejuvenated, stretched comfortably. Observing the substantial reward of cultivation bestowed upon him by the system, he felt a profound sense of contentment. Indeed, this senior sister was a masterful expert, hence, acquiring her naturally brought Lin Yichen considerable rewards from the system. Are you still in pain? Lin Yichen inquired, glancing at the senior sister, who was curled up at the head of the bed, tears still glistening on her cheeks. I shall have someone bring you some millet porridge and fruit to nourish your body. If you happen to be pregnant, rest assured, I will take full responsibility. Get lost. The senior sister retorted, raising her head, her eyes filled with profound indignation as she glared at Lin Yichen. I will not become pregnant, absolutely not. What we say does not matter. It depends on whether you are in a safe or dangerous period. Lin Yichen shrugged nonchalantly. You needn't overthink it. Every woman eventually faces this day. Your junior sister, Luo Lan, was initially just like you, resolutely refusing. After I succeeded, she was in a fit of rage, weeping uncontrollably, declaring there would be no second time, expressing her utter disdain for me. And now? Lin Yichen chuckled heartily. She can sometimes be even more proactive than I am. Unable to bear being apart from me. You are utterly shameless. The senior sister shot him a fierce glare, her fists clenched. At this moment, she finally comprehended why Luo Lan had spoken on Lin Yichen's behalf. It was apparent that Luo Lan had succumbed to his charms, thus blindly aiding him without boundaries. I had no alternative. It was necessary to subdue you. I did it for your own good. Lin Yichen feigned innocence. Only by doing so can we foster a bond akin to a married couple, enabling you to trust my explanations and ultimately stand steadfastly by my side. This is my way of cherishing you. Lin Yichen shrugged lightly. Otherwise, I would be left with no choice but to take drastic measures against you. I would rather die. The senior sister glared at Lin Yichen in utter frustration, feeling completely outraged. She had never anticipated that Lin Yichen would resort to such coercive tactics. Had she known, she would have drawn her sword and ended her life at the outset, sparing herself from such indignity. Bah! The senior sister's anger only intensified as she reflected on her current state, feeling utterly sullied. Thinking too much is futile. It is better to endure life than to seek a noble death, Lin Yichen remarked with a wry smile, shaking his head. It seems discussing reason with you is pointless now. In that case, take some time to calm down and rest well. If you desire anything, simply inform the attendant outside, and I shall ensure they accommodate you. When you yearn for me, you may subtly request them to summon me. I will certainly fulfill your wishes. Lin Yichen gazed at the senior sister. I will always be at your service. Get lost. That will never happen again. Upon hearing this, the senior sister glared at Lin Yichen with a mix of shame and fury, exclaiming, I was bitten by a dog just now. Why do you women always say such things? Lin Yichen chuckled in response. Rest assured about the Plum Blossom Sword sect. I have promised Luolan that I will assist in its reconstruction, allowing you to reclaim your former glory. Reflect on my words carefully. You were manipulated by Shenxiao. And your true enemy is the current holy master of the Qilin, not me, the persecuted young master. You have persistently sought my demise. But you have indeed targeted the wrong individual. You despicable scoundrel. The senior sister's brows furrowed in ire as she glared at Lin Yichen, her anger palpable. I wish to tear you apart limb from limb. The likelihood of such a brutal act occurring was slim. Yet I could offer you the opportunity to exact revenge by slaying some of my descendants, if that would satisfy you. Lin Yichen winked playfully. Why not give it a try next time? Get lost. The senior sister, despite being shackled, understood Lin Yichen's insinuation and could only glare furiously at him. Huh. Observing the senior sister's flustered and enraged demeanor, Lin Yichen erupted into laughter before promptly exiting the cell. Why has my cultivation suddenly advanced? The senior sister pondered, astonished and skeptical as she felt a surge in her own power after Lin Yichen's departure. Although she had not consented earlier, she had observed all of Lin Yichen's actions. Initially, she sensed nothing amiss, but during the volcanic eruption, her cultivation had inexplicably reached a breakthrough. No wonder the junior sister progressed from a novice to the 4th level of master in just over a month. It must be due to her absorbing an excess of something. What a shameless individual. The senior sister's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. After years of arduous training, her progress had been painstakingly slow, yet in just a few minutes with Lin Yichen, her advancement equaled the effort of several years of toil. I must maintain control. I cannot allow myself to be ensnared by this. Gritting her teeth, the senior sister clenched her fists, her expression grave. I would rather my strength stagnate forever than be subjected to his tyranny. I refuse to tarnish my body. With a deep breath, the frustrated senior sister stormed into the bathing area of the high-security cell. As for Shenxiao, he remained oblivious to the complexities of the senior sister's thoughts, believing himself to be the sole beneficiary of this situation. Meanwhile, Lin Yichen, who could aid female warriors in advancing their cultivation, was in the adjacent cell, observing Shenxiao, who was bound tightly to a wooden frame. At that moment, Shenxiao was crucified, his disheveled hair framing a face marred by numerous whip scars. Manager Lin. Upon witnessing Lin Yichen enter the cell, Li Qing promptly extended the whip towards him, stating, "This fellow is quite obstinate. He refuses to confess, adamantly denying that he was sent by King Qin to assassinate you and his majesty. Why even bother questioning him?" Lin Yichen cast a frosty glare at the presumptuous Li Qing and replied, "Some matters are best left unspoken, as we all understand the truth. There is no need for unnecessary inquiries." This? Li Qing, who had intended to curry favor with Lin Yichen and the Empress, found himself momentarily dumbfounded after being reprimanded. "I have already informed you that all those captured must be securely detained. Aside from myself, no one is permitted to engage in the interrogation. Have my words fallen on deaf ears?" Lin Yichen suddenly snorted coldly. "How did you manage to accomplish that?" Chapter 92. How do you wish to meet your end? With a resounding thud, Li Qing found himself in a state of utter disarray, trembling with trepidation. "Master Lin, I have erred. I dared not take liberties," he stammered. The haunting memory of the former eunuch overseer Wang Zhen's demise loomed over him, amplifying his anxiety to an almost palpable level. Upon receiving a fierce glare from Lin Yichen, Li Qing immediately fell to his knees, bowing his head in abject remorse. It is only human to seek the favor of one's superior, to aspire for advancement. Yet one must exercise caution and refrain from dancing on the edge of a blade, avoiding actions that are ill-advised. Lin Yichen cast a cold glance at Li Qing before dismissively waving his hand. "This time, I shall let it pass, considering it your first transgression and your prior commendable conduct. However, let it be known that there is no room for repetition, should you err again. I will not hesitate to be unkind." "I understand. I assure you, this will not happen again, Master Lin. You need not worry," Li Qing fervently proclaimed, repeatedly bowing his head in contrition. Depart, Lin Yichen commanded, his gaze briefly flicking to the bloodied forehead of Li Cheng before turning his attention to Xin Zhao, who had endured the lash. I apologize for subjecting you to such an unjust beating. How ludicrous. What pretense is this? Xin Zhao scoffed, lifting his heavy eyelids to cast a disdainful look at Lin Yichen. It was evident he believed this entire scenario was orchestrated by Lin Yichen, that he had deliberately allowed Li Cheng to vent his frustrations upon him. This was not my design, Lin Yichen replied with a resigned shrug. He acted entirely on his own accord. Enough of these futile exchanges, Xin Zhao interjected with a cold huff, fixing Lin Yichen with a piercing stare. Since I have fallen into your hands, there is little left to discuss. Do as you will, kill me or torment me, the choice is yours. In any case, it will not be long before you join me in death. I shall await you in hell, he exclaimed with a derisive laugh, his expression dripping with contempt. Lin Yichen, do not revel too much in your triumph. I am but a minor guardian of the Qilin's sacred land, merely a mid-level figure within its hierarchy. Upon my demise, the sacred land will dispatch more formidable experts to hunt you down. Do you truly believe you can escape? The aura of the Qilin within you has already been betrayed. No matter where you flee, they shall pursue you to the ends of the earth, and your death is inevitable. Xin Zhao's glare was icy as he declared. Your end will be 100 times more gruesome than mine. When I meet my end is a matter shrouded in uncertainty. However, you shall not witness it. Lin Yichen retorted, a bemused expression on his face. But rest assured, your demise is a certainty I can guarantee. Do you think I fear death? Xin Zhao laughed derisively, a cold huff escaping his lips. Come now, if you have the courage, end my life right here and now. Not just yet, Lin Yichen replied with a subtle smile, pouring a cup of wine for Xin Zhao. Answer me a few questions honestly, and should you comply, I may grant you a swift end, leaving your remains intact. If you dare to play tricks on me, I shall ensure you endure a torment most exquisite, be it through slow slicing or being torn asunder, leaving you a mere remnant of your former self. Lin Yichen regarded Xin Zhao with an amused expression, pouring him a cup of wine. Choose one. Will you speak or not? With a resounding crack, a whip struck Xin Zhao with ferocity, and upon witnessing his mangled chest, Lin Yichen seized a bowl of salt water and splashed it over him. The salt water seeping into his wounds twisted Xin Zhao's face in agony, eliciting a sharp wail. Still silent, Xin Zhao merely howled in pain. Lin Yichen frowned, unleashing another brutal lash while simultaneously applying a searing branding iron. Speak. You seem quite obstinate. Do you wish to experience further torment? Glaring at Lin Yichen with a visage contorted by pain, Xin Zhao spat venomously. Lin Yichen, you bastard. I curse the day I didn't personally eliminate you. Crack. Lin Yichen struck Xin Zhao across the face, leaving him bloodied and bruised. Still not speaking? Why don't you ask? Xin Zhao, gritting his teeth in agony, shot an infuriated glare at Lin Yichen. You don't ask. How am I to know what to say? Oh, I forgot to inquire. Lin Yichen suddenly realized, looking at the pitiful state of Xin Zhao. My apologies. It seems I neglected that detail. Shall I apply some medicine for your wounds? He shook his head dismissively. But then again, you're destined to die, so I shan't waste my precious medicine. Lin Yichen scrutinized the increasingly exasperated Xin Zhao. How did my father meet his demise? Why does the new holy master seek to harm him? I have already stated. It is for the sake of power. The specifics elude me, as my status is too lowly to partake in such matters. Xin Zhao gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he glared at Lin Yichen. The holy master will not spare you. Your demise is certain. And what of the Qirin Holy Land? Do they have any rivals? The 4 Holy Lands are seldom amicable. The Zhuge Holy Land stands in opposition to the Qirin Holy Land. Xin Zhao replied truthfully. The other 2 Holy Lands maintain a tenuous peace with the Qirin Holy Land. Zhuge Holy Land? Lin Yichen etched the name into his mind, casting a cold glance at Xin Zhao. Does the new Holy Master of the Qirin Holy Land possess any fatal weaknesses? I'm not entirely certain, but it seems he has not fully mastered the Qirin blood pool due to your continued existence. Thus he cannot remain away from the Qirin Holy Land for long. Xin Zhao's expression grew grave. To my recollection, he can only be absent for a day or 2 before he hastens back to the Qirin Holy Land. This is precisely why he seeks to eradicate you entirely. Otherwise, how could a mere remnant like you pose a threat? Indeed. Lin Yichen nodded slightly. Have the masters of the Qilin's sacred land been completely subdued by him? Is it possible that there are still some righteous individuals who remember my father's kindness and remain loyal to me? Yes, but the exact number and their identities remain unknown to me. Xin Zhao shook his head. After all, the new holy master possesses formidable strength, and on the surface, no one dares to oppose him. The fact that you have not been discovered or captured over the years might indeed be related to the covert protection from these individuals. That is also a possibility. Lin Yichen nodded slightly. I have no further questions. You may meet your demise now. Indeed, how would you prefer to die? Chapter 93. Gentle Massage. I wish to die alongside you. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Shen Zhao glared fiercely at him, her eyes reddened with fury, and with a disdainful scoff, she retorted, "That is impossible. I will not perish. It is only you who will meet your end." Lin Yichen shrugged nonchalantly. In truth, there is nothing to fear about death. You need not express such terror with your faltering words. It is merely a matter of closing one's eyes and not opening them again. Life will simply pass by, quite effortlessly. Furthermore, death may not be so bad. An early demise could lead to a better reincarnation. Perhaps in your next life, you could be reborn as a wealthy heir or a powerful official's offspring, living a life of luxury and ease. With a slight smile, Lin Yichen raised his sword, the Wind Thunder Spirit blade, to Shen Zhao's neck. Thus, in light of your candid responses, if you have any final words, speak them now, for I am about to act. I am willing to surrender. With a determined bite of her lip, Shen Zhao looked at Lin Yichen with pleading eyes, then fell to her knees before him with a thud. It was not easy for me to cultivate to the master realm. I do not wish to die so easily. Spare me, and I shall serve you faithfully. Like a loyal dog, obeying your every command. Why resort to such humiliation? Why not face death with honesty? Observing the abject state of Shen Zhao, devoid of any prior heroism, Lin Yichen shook his head in resignation. Though you are in a pitiful position, I am afraid I cannot spare you. You are no different from a servant of 3 surnames, akin to El Fengxian. If I were to keep you around, I would live in constant fear of betrayal. Forgive me. With a cold huff, Lin Yichen thrust his sword forward. Since you have no final words, then perish. With a swift motion, the blade pierced Shen Zhao's throat, blood gushing forth, marking her end. Lin Yichen, you shall not die peacefully. The Holy Lord will avenge me. I shall await you below, for your time is limited. How tedious. With a dismissive scoff, Lin Yichen plunged the sword into her chest, viciously shattering her heart. Though Shen Zhao was a master realm expert, severing her carotid artery and destroying her heart proved fatal. I will wait for you. With her eyes wide open in death, Shen Zhao collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Ding. Host has slain a master realm level 6 expert. Reward, 25 years of cultivation. Elated. Hearing the system's reward echo in his mind, Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Rather than harbor an unreliable element like Shen Zhao, who could betray him at any moment, it was far more advantageous to eliminate her and enhance his own strength. After all, one's own power is the most reliable support, while a traitor like Shen Zhao could strike at any moment, delivering a fatal blow. Drag his corpse outside and feed it to the dogs. After summoning Li Cheng for an explanation, Lin Yichen leisurely strolled out of the Western Factory prison with his hands clasped behind his back. What should be done with those from the Plum Blossom Sword sect? Master Lin, Li Cheng inquired respectfully, following closely behind. Shall we dispose of them all? Silence. Do not offer such foolish suggestions. Lin Yichen cast a stern glance at the imprudent Li Cheng, exasperated. Keep them detained. They still serve a purpose. Understood. Li Cheng nodded dutifully, not daring to defy Lin Yichen's orders. Conduct your duties well. Once I gain strength, you shall be rewarded, Lin Yichen encouraged, patting Li Cheng's shoulder. When I ascend further, you could become the chief or deputy eunuch of the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office. Li Cheng gasped in astonishment, feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of reaching the pinnacle of his life. He wondered if perhaps the Empress intended to confront the Empress Dowager and Lin Yichen was poised to become the Grand Chief. Do not let your imagination run wild. Focus on your duties, Lin Yichen admonished, casting a disapproving glance at Li Cheng, reluctant to divulge certain matters. For Lin Yichen, the ambition was not merely to become a Grand Chief. After all, a Grand Chief, regardless of strength, was still a eunuch. His true ambition was to become the Grand General of the Great Feng, commanding both the officials in court and the imperial army outside the city, enjoying the company of the Empress, the Queen, and the many favored concubines. That was the true zenith of life, immersed in the embrace of a beauty, wielding power over the realm. You have killed Shen Zhao? Upon returning to the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office, a Cho regarded Lin Yichen with a complex expression. He is the protector of the Qilin Sacred Land. Are you not concerned about offending them? The Qilin Sacred Land ranks among the most powerful of the 4 great sacred lands, and its sovereign is known for harboring a vengeful disposition. A Cho's expression grew grave. You slay Shen Zhao, and they will not let you off easily. The King of Qin will also not spare you. Haha. Your warning is tantamount to saying nothing at all. Lin Yichen responded with a dismissive smile, as if refraining from killing him would prevent the King of Qin from harboring deep-seated hatred toward me or the Qilin Sacred Land from aiding him. In the grand scheme of things, Shen Zhao was merely a pawn, at best a trifling piece in the game. With a scoff, Lin Yichen unabashedly met a Chio's gaze. Whether I kill him or not, the King of Qin will still scheme for power, and the Qilin Sacred Land will support him. This is an unchangeable fact. Lin Yichen looked intently at Qiu. This situation will not alter based on my actions regarding Xinjiao. Since that is the case, there is nothing more to discuss. Qiu shook her head. Her expression a mixture of concern and complexity as she regarded Lin Yichen. In the eyes of the king of Qin, you must now appear as a thorn in his side. I advise you to exercise caution in the near future and refrain from leaving the palace unaccompanied. Sister Qiu is truly concerned about me? Upon hearing this, Lin Yichen couldn't help but smile. He reached out to grasp Qiu's delicate hand, reassuring her, rest assured. Sister Qiu, with your words, I shall certainly take good care of myself and will not allow you to suffer the pangs of widowhood at such a tender age. By the way, Sister Qiu, I have recently mastered a remarkable technique of gentle massage that promotes circulation, invigorates vital energy, and enhances beauty. How about we retire to your room now, and I shall treat you to a session. As he spoke, Lin Yichen contemplated wrapping his arms around Qiu's slender waist, accentuated by her light yellow belt, exclaiming, it would be utterly delightful. Chapter 94, 31 Years of Cultivation Get Lost. With a sharp slap, Qiu struck Lin Yichen's hand that had presumptuously encircled her slender waist. Her eyes, brimming with indignation, bore into him as she declared, if you dare to lay your hands on me again, I shall render you impotent. Why the urgency, my dear? I did not intend any offense. I merely wish to offer you a massage to relieve your burdens, Lin Yichen replied with unyielding innocence. After all, you toiled daily in the service of His Majesty. You deserve moments of respite. That is unnecessary. Mind your own affairs. Qiu retorted, feeling the warmth radiating from her waist. She shot him a fierce glare before striding away. Truth be told, Lin Yichen's touch had ignited a warmth within her, causing her legs to tremble slightly, as if her balance was compromised. Whenever you require my services, do not hesitate to seek me. My massage techniques are unparalleled, he called out, his gaze lingering on her graceful silhouette. You may inquire with His Majesty, the Empress, or a Z. They can attest to my skill. Silence. Qiu stumbled slightly, turning back to glare at him in a mix of embarrassment and fury. With a swift motion, she harnessed her inner strength and soared away. She was no fool. She understood precisely what Lin Yichen meant by massage. Could it be a legitimate massage? Certainly not. Given Lin Yichen's character, such a notion was utterly implausible. Just wait. I shall have my way with you, and you will be mine, she thought, a sense of ambition igniting within her. Acquiring you could grant me several years of cultivation. As Lin Yichen inhaled the lingering fragrance of Qiu, his spirits soared. Men are inherently drawn to the allure of the new over the old, perpetually intrigued by novelty. Particularly, the cultivation techniques he practiced possessed a reciprocal nature, allowing him to elevate his own prowess through the essence of others. In this context, he found himself irresistibly drawn to these advanced female cultivators. If they were to appear grotesque, akin to a tank or a dinosaur, perhaps his curiosity might wane. He would rather exert himself to eliminate another adversary than relinquish his own essence. Yet, the enhancement of appearance and physique through cultivation made it evident that even those who were less than comely at birth could transform into exquisite beings. Indeed, while their innate beauty might not drastically change, they would become stunningly attractive, and the average would elevate to beauty. This reality left Lin Yichen utterly captivated. The prospect of beautiful women, the potential for cultivation enhancement, and his inherent curiosity combined, all without the burden of responsibility, how could he resist? Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen endeavored to quell the fervor ignited within him for Qiu. Although she presented herself as aloof and unapproachable, seemingly disinclined to allow his touch, he remained undeterred. However, it matters not. Just as Lin Yichen had previously dealt with Aji, she too cannot escape the grasp of Lin Yichen. Unless she has already sought another man to whom she could offer herself, denying Lin Yichen the opportunity, otherwise, she is inevitably his. How could she possibly find another man? Upon this thought, even Lin Yichen himself chuckled, for in this palace, he is the sole man. Thus, who else could it be but me? In an exceptionally jovial mood, Lin Yichen settled into his official chair and promptly accessed the system to review his attributes. Host, Lin Yichen. Realm, first layer of mastery, minor master. Position, Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau, Deputy Chief Eunuch of Xinjiang Palace. Cultivation method, Nine Suns True Cannon, great accomplishment. Qilin Divine Skill, great accomplishment. Martial Technique, Thunder Sword Technique, great accomplishment. Attribute Probe. Items, Wind Thunder Spirit Sword, 1P1 Pill, 31 years of cultivation. 31 years of cultivation, how delightful. Gazing at the rewards bestowed by the system, Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with excitement. With such cultivation, his strength should ascend several levels, should it not? Let us allocate points. Suppressing his inner exhilaration, Lin Yichen transferred all 31 years of cultivation into his realm and commenced his training. Meanwhile, within the Qin Wangfu, the atmosphere was tense. Master, The intelligence has been verified. Protector Shun is indeed dead. The Qin Wang's face bore a grave expression as he regarded the cloaked monk. He was first captured by Lin Yichen and then slain by him. Whether he divulged our collaboration with the Qilin sacred land remains unknown. That accursed Lin Yichen has repeatedly thwarted my plans. I yearn to crush him with a mere swipe of my hand. Crack. With a surge of anger, the Qin Wang shattered a fine nama table, sending valuable porcelain scattering across the floor. Your Highness need not be so enraged, for whether Protector Shun spoke or not. Both the Empress Dowager and His Majesty are already aware of your ambitions for usurpation, the cloaked monk remarked with a smile. Shin's demise is fortuitous. The Qilin sacred land will undoubtedly dispatch more experts, perhaps even the Saint Lord himself, to assist you in your coup. As for Emir Lin Yichen, he is hardly worth your personal involvement. Why employ a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? The cloaked monk scoffed, his eyes glinting coldly at the Qin Wang. I have a plan. Eliminating Lin Yichen will be as easy as dispatching a dog. Oh? The Qin Wang's spirits lifted at these words. He gazed eagerly at the cloaked monk. Pray, speak freely. It is quite simple. The monk lowered his voice and whispered to the Qin Wang. This is a strategy that achieves two goals. It not only eliminates Lin Yichen but also sows discord between the Empress Dowager and His Majesty, inciting them to turn on one another. Thus, when the Empress Dowager and His Majesty are at odds, Your Highness can seize the opportunity to gain control over the external imperial guards and incite the Nine Gates Guard army in the capital. Once support from the Qilin sacred land arrives, Your Highness can command them to open the city gates, leading troops directly into the Forbidden City to slay the Empress and ascend the throne. A splendid plan. After a moment of contemplation, the King of Qin raised his thumb in approval towards the dark-clad monk, exclaiming, "What a brilliant stratagem of deception! Li Zhong's strength was unfathomable. Even I, the king, find him difficult to contend with. Thus, should he unleash his wrath with a mere slap, that cur, Lin Yichen, would undoubtedly meet his demise. To dare to repeatedly thwart my plans, if he remains alive, I shall find no peace nor rest." With a sinister smile, the King of Qin turned his gaze towards the monk, stating, "Master, I entrust this matter to you, as you are well acquainted with the sects near the capital. In pursuit of this goal, feel free to make use of the treasures within my royal treasury. This time, Lin Yichen must certainly perish." Chapter 95, The Sacred Lord of the Qilin. Your Highness the Qin Wang. Rest assured, this humble monk knows precisely how to proceed. Amitabha. After performing a respectful bow with his hands clasped together, the monk in black gazed solemnly at the Qin Wang. "I shall ensure that he receives the punishment he rightfully deserves." Excellent. The Qin Wang nodded vigorously, his mood lightened by the monk's astute strategy. He turned to the monk. "As a practitioner of the faith, do you not find the act of killing to be disconcerting?" Namo Yaoshur Fo. In response to the Qin Wang's scrutiny, the black-clad monk answered with unwavering honesty, "If he does not descend into hell, who shall? For the grand enterprise of Your Highness, he is indeed deserving of death." Indeed. Well said. If he does not descend into hell, who shall? The Qin Wang expressed his satisfaction with a firm nod. The treacherous emperor, Lin Yichen, the Empress Dowager, and Li Zhong, along with the King of Longnan. Those who oppose me must all perish. Rest assured, once I ascend the throne, I shall construct the most magnificent temple in the capital for you, allowing you to enjoy an abundance of incense both in life and after. Amitabha. The black monk bowed once more. "I shall send word to the Qilin sacred land, ensuring they dispatch new experts to assist Your Highness in your grand endeavors. It would be ideal for the sacred lord to make an appearance, given Li Zhong's ambiguous stance." The Qin Wang inhaled deeply. "Once I acquire the imperial dragon seal, it will be challenging to contend with both Li Zhong and the emperor simultaneously." Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements. After bowing respectfully to the Qin Wang once more, the black monk entered the Baozhong temple, adjacent to the Qin Wang's residence, and instructed several young monks within. Upon receiving the monk's directives, the young monks promptly departed the temple in the guise of itinerant monks, each heading in different directions. 5 days later, in the Qilin sacred land located in the northern region of the Feng Empire. What? Guardian Shin is dead. The Qilin sacred lord, with a hawk-like nose and a sunken visage, was immediately startled upright upon receiving the report from an elder subordinate. He is a master at the 6th level, soon to be elevated to elder status. How could he have perished so easily? With the Qin Wang's protection, how could anyone in the capital have slain him? According to the report from the Qin Wang's envoy, Guardian Shin fell victim to an enemy's treachery, defeated in a battle of attrition. The elder responded respectfully. It seems Guardian Shin discovered the remnants of the enemy and, in his urgency to eliminate them, fell for their cunning trap. Previously, he had sent word that this remnant was hiding within the imperial palace, disguised as a eunuch and trusted by the Emperor of Defeng. The elder looked at the Qilin sacred lord. With the Emperor's protection, it is indeed challenging for us to eliminate him. Therefore, Sacred Lord, I believe the best course of action is to support the Qin Wang in his usurpation." The elder chuckled sinisterly, saying, "Once King Qin ascends to the throne, we shall seize the opportunity to cleanse the palace, eliminating this remnant with the ease of slaughtering a mere chicken or dog. Let a few capable individuals undertake this task personally." Casting a sidelong glance at his trusted confidant, Elder Gao, the Kirin sovereign's eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. "Whether you lure the snake from its hole, invade the palace, or assist King Qin in usurping the throne is of no concern to me. However, you must eradicate this remnant within a month." The Kirin sovereign regarded Elder Gao with utmost seriousness. "If you can deal with him appropriately, upon your return, I shall bestow upon you a drop of Kirin blood, elevating you instantly to the Grand Master realm, and making you one of the esteemed elders of our Kirin sanctum. I am willing to serve the sovereign to the death, and I shall surely eliminate this remnant." Lin Yichen. Upon hearing the Kirin sovereign's generous offer, Elder Gao was instantly filled with exhilaration. Trapped at the pinnacle of the Master Realm for 10 long years, he had been unable to make any progress, despite his arduous cultivation. Breaking through to the Grand Master level had eluded him. However, with the Kirin blood, he could ascend to that esteemed rank and join the ranks of the Kirin sanctum's elders. "Go forth," the Kirin sovereign said with a cold smile, waving his hand dismissively. "A mere remnant dares to oppose the Kirin sanctum? Truly a foolhardy endeavor. Were it not for my cultivation reaching a critical juncture, preventing me from leaving the sanctum, I could personally deal with him with a mere slap." With a sinister grin, the Kirin sovereign fixed a serious gaze on Elder Gao, hastened to kill him. "Do not afford him the luxury of time to grow stronger. He possesses Kirin blood. Should he obtain Kirin blood in essence, his advancement will be rapid. It would then require considerable effort even for me to eliminate him. Rest assured, Sovereign, I will not underestimate him, and will exert my utmost effort to slay him." Elder Gao nodded vigorously, confident in his ability to vanquish Lin Yichen as a peak master. "However, Sovereign, it is said that the Emperor of the Great Feng possesses extraordinary skills and can withstand a Grand Master if necessary. Additionally, the Grand Chief of the internal court of the Great Feng Empire is a mysterious and formidable expert. Facing these two threats alone may prove to be overwhelming for him. Thus, I hope you might intervene personally to resolve one of his troubles. Otherwise, he fears complications during his usurpation." Elder Gao looked at the Kirin sovereign. "What do you suggest I reply to him? His concerns held merit, as without your supreme martial support, he indeed would hesitate to make a direct move for the throne." "Fool," the Kirin sovereign scoffed disdainfully. "If you truly wish to fight, how could that Grand Chief, not being aligned with the young Emperor, possibly assist him in his desperate struggle? He is simply cowardly." With a serious expression, the Kirin sovereign turned to Elder Gao. "I cannot ascertain when I might emerge from seclusion in the sanctum. It could take a month, a year, or even 3. Should I not command the other elders to undertake a visit?" Elder Gao gazed cautiously at the Qilin Saint Master. "If you few were to make a trip, you should easily be able to deal with the Grand Minister of the Inner Court. There is no need for such complications. Take my token and go to the capital of the Great Feng. The Master Li of the Pure Yang Temple nearby owes me a favor in times of necessity. You may seek him out, and he will undoubtedly grant you assistance in a matter." After tossing a golden Qilin token to Elder Gao, the Qilin Saint Master let out a cold snort. "Alternatively, once I emerge from seclusion, a mere flick of my finger would suffice to crush them." Chapter 96. The Reversal of Roles by Luo Lan. "Your Holiness, it would be a trivial matter for you to eliminate the remnant Lin Yichen," remarked the venerable elder, his tone laden with flattery as he observed the Saint Lord's grim demeanor. "A mere remnant like Lin Yichen is hardly worthy of even polishing your shoes." However, despite the bravado of his words, one must not underestimate the situation. Otherwise, one might meet the same fate as Shen Zhao. The Kirin Saint Lord, satisfied with a sip of tea, maintained a serious expression as he addressed the elder. "Lin Yichen, after all, possesses a genuine Kirin bloodline and may harbor some hidden trump card unknown to us. Thus, when confronting him, do not engage in idle chatter. Strike him down with a single decisive blow." "I comprehend this," the elder responded respectfully under the scrutiny of the Kirin Saint Lord. "I shall remain in the shadows, and once I ascertain his identity, I will act swiftly to take his life. I will not grant him the luxury of time. Indeed, that is the way." The Kirin Saint Lord nodded slightly. Shen Zhao was likely delayed by him, ultimately falling victim to his cunning schemes. "You must heed this lesson and ensure that you do not share the same fate as Shen Zhao at the hands of that wretched Lin Yichen. I have no further instructions for you," the Saint Lord continued. "In dire circumstances, seek refuge with Master Li at Pure Yang Palace for your safety." "Your Holiness, may I request Master Li to personally eliminate Lin Yichen?" the elder inquired, a clever smile illuminating his face. "As a Grand Master, his intervention would undoubtedly seal Lin Yichen's fate. That is not permissible. He will not act against Lin Yichen, The Kirin Saint Lord replied, shaking his head. Years ago, when he owed me a favor, Lin Yichen's father was still alive. I was tasked by Lin Yichen's father to rescue him from a perilous encounter with a magical beast within a secret realm. Thus, he owes me a debt of gratitude, as well as a debt to the Kirin Sanctuary. However, since I was the principal, you may request him to deal with the chief steward or the young emperor of the Great Feng, and that would be acceptable. But to compel him to slay Lin Yichen, he will not acquiesce. I see, the elder murmured upon hearing the Kirin Saint Lord's words. The matter ultimately rests upon myself and King Qin. Master Li is reluctant to kill him, but King Qin can do so without moral reservations. That is inconsequential. As long as Lin Yichen is slain, it matters not who delivers the blow. The Kirin Saint Lord waved his hand dismissively at the elder. Go now. The sooner you depart, the sooner you shall return. Your command is my duty. I take my leave. The elder bowed deeply in response to the Kirin Saint Lord's words. I shall not fail your trust, and will ensure Lin Yichen's demise, presenting his head as a token of my success. With that, the elder strode confidently from the grand hall, rallying his forces to descend the mountain and pursue Lin Yichen. Achoo! At that moment, Lin Yichen, within the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, could not suppress a sneeze. Who was thinking of me? Rubbing his nose, Lin Yichen crossed his legs. Was it the Empress? Or the two esteemed concubines? Or perhaps the female emperor alongside Luo Lan and Ichio Azi? Indeed, being extraordinarily handsome and the sole man in the palace brings its own troubles. These women, it seems, are always coveting this handsome figure, eager to drain him of his vitality. Shaking his head, Lin Yichen felt quite helpless. Were they all reincarnated juice extractors from their past lives? Alas, how arduous this existence is. Lin Gongong, please eat. Amidst Lin Yichen's self-pitying murmurs, a delicate voice chimed in, as a slender, ivory hand presented him with a peeled boiled egg. Good. As Lin Yichen reached out to accept the egg, he felt a gentle scratch on his palm. Turning his head, he discovered a palace-maid dressed in a chest-high RU skirt, her hair styled in two buns, shyly winking at him. Hiss. Lin Yichen couldn't help but gasp in surprise, yet he ultimately gritted his teeth, suppressing the impulse to reprimand her on the spot. Indeed, being excessively handsome brings forth a myriad of troubles. The sensation of being scrutinized by countless women is a privilege that most could never hope to experience in their lifetimes. He decided to focus on nourishment instead. Placing the egg in his mouth, he observed the obedient maid who was gently massaging his legs. And he reached out to pat her back. He recalled reading an article in his previous life, stating that consuming eggs could bolster one's kidney energy. Thus, Lin Yichen had resolutely committed to consuming 3 eggs daily. Otherwise, wouldn't he the Empress, the 2 concubines, the Dowager Empress, Azi, the female emperor, Ichio, and the senior sister end up in a fierce rivalry, fighting tooth and nail over him? Lin Yichen had no desire to witness a reenactment of Zhenhuanzhuan. At present, his strength should be firmly established at the 3rd level of mastery, right? Previously, Lin Yichen had used 31 years of cultivation to enhance his own training. While enjoying the soft massage from the maid's delicate hands, he opened the system to review his attributes. Host, Lin Yichen. Realm, 3rd level of mastery, minor master. Position, Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department, Deputy Chief Eunuch of Xinang Palace. Cultivation technique, 9 Yang True Scripture, great accomplishment. Qilin Divine Art, great accomplishment. Martial skills, Thunder Sword technique, great accomplishment. Attribute exploration. Items, Wind Thunder Spirit Sword, Pei Yuan Dan, 1. Indeed, he had firmly stabilized at the 3rd level of mastery. Observing his attributes, Lin Yichen was filled with excitement. Yet at this moment, he remained a minor master, and he needed to strive diligently to ascend to the rank of master or even grandmaster. He must ensure he maintains superiority over Luo Lan. Recalling the unfortunate incident from a few days prior when Luo Lan had overpowered him, turning the tables and bullying him, Lin Yichen felt utterly speechless. Due to his inferior strength compared to Luo Lan and the constraints of palace life, he could not afford to retaliate openly, leaving him at the mercy of Luo Lan's whims. Although Lin Yichen suffered no significant loss for a man, especially one as prideful as him, regaining his dignity was of utmost importance. One cannot assert that Luo Lan will always maintain the upper hand. The pursuit of cultivation must persist. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yichen, relishing the ministrations of the palace maid as she kneads his legs, closed his eyes and commenced the arduous task of consolidating his strength. He must swiftly enhance his prowess to overpower Luo Lan, rendering her, who had taken the initiative, bashful once more, transforming her into a delicate figure deserving of protection. At that moment, while Lin Yichen was immersed in his meditative practice, a frantic Xiao Jinji burst into the imperial horse stable, breathless and in disarray. Lin Gongong, it's terrible. Something significant has occurred. What on earth is happening? A perplexed Lin Yichen abruptly opened his eyes. Has His Majesty been attacked again? Chapter 97. The Assassination of the Empress Kill. Execute the Empress. Under the orders of Eunuch Lin, the plot to eliminate the Empress unfolded, aiding His Majesty in seizing power. His Majesty and Eunuch Lin decreed that those who assassinate the Empress would be appointed as the deputy supervisor of the imperial horse stable. At this moment, as Lin Yichen was taken aback by the news delivered by Shao Jinzi, a shocking assassination was occurring within the Xinang Palace of the Forbidden City. A group of over 30 cloaked assassins shouted Lin Yichen's name as they surged towards the Xinang Palace, faces contorted with malice, wielding blades and swords, demanding the Empress's execution. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, dozens of palace maids and eunuchs tragically fell victim on the spot. In the end, Aziz sheltered the Empress. Retreating to the inner sanctum of the Xinang Palace, confronting the black-clad assassins with a dozen skilled bodyguards. Stand down, and I promise not to harm you. The leading assassin glared at Aziz, swinging his cleaver without hesitation. We are here solely to kill the Empress, as long as you do not interfere. We will not harm the innocent. As long as I am here, you shall not harm the Empress. Aziz firmly declared, gripping her sword. Her expression grave as she fixed her gaze upon the assassin. You can still escape. It is not too late. Otherwise, once the inner palace guards and eunuchly arrive, your demise is inevitable. You are courting death, girl. Seeing Aziz's refusal to budge, the leading assassin waved his hand decisively. Kill them all. Execute the Empress. Today is the day for us to establish our legacy. Those who slay the Empress shall be granted titles of nobility. As Aziz resolutely countered. The assassins behind the leader frenziedly charged at Aziz's guards and eunuchs, quickly engaging in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, the leading assassin faced Aziz directly. Who sent you? Aziz, parrying a strike from the assassin, looked gravely at him. Do you not fear the annihilation of your entire clan for daring to assassinate the Empress? We are known by our names, and we serve Eunuch Lin Yichen of the imperial horse stable. The leading assassin bellowed without hesitation. Eunuch Lin proclaimed that the Empress has long oppressed His Majesty, continuing to govern even after His Majesty came of age, showing no intention of restoring power to him. She seeks to usurp the throne. Thus, for the great cause of His Majesty, Eunuch Lin sent us to assassinate the Empress and seize power. The assassin sneered coldly. Once the Empress is dead, the Forbidden City will be completely under His Majesty's control. We will be valued by His Majesty and Eunuch Lin. And we shall be granted titles and lands. So, girl, you still have time to leave, he taunted. Of course. If you wish to ally with His Majesty and Eunuch Lin, turning against the Empress to aid us, I might speak favorably of you before Eunuch Lin. In that case, perhaps he will spare your life. You are not truly servants of Lin Yichen. After extracting such words from the lips of the cloaked assassin, Az swiftly comprehended that someone had deliberately framed Lin Yichen. What a jest! Lin Yichen had shared an intimate bond with her. Therefore, even if the Empress and Lin Yichen were to plot against the Empress Dowager, Lin Yichen would never allow anyone to harm her. Preposterous. With a cold huff, Az fiercely thrust her sword towards the black-clad assassin once more. Although she harbored resentment towards Lin Yichen due to her previous misstep, she was acutely aware that Lin Yichen was a man of both carnal desire and moral integrity. Even those from the Plum Blossom Sword sect who had repeatedly attempted to assassinate him, he had refrained from killing out of respect for Luo Lan. Thus, how could Lin Yichen possibly send someone to kill her? Stubbornly foolish, courting death, the black-clad assassin, a master in his own right, let out a cold snort and intensified his assault on Az. His strikes were vicious, indicating a willingness to perish alongside Az to fulfill his mission. However, Az, distracted by the need to protect the Empress Dowager, soon found herself wounded by several of his blades, her arms becoming a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Protect the Empress Dowager. I shall eradicate them all. Die. At that moment, reinforcements finally arrived at Xinang Palace. Although Li Zhong was absent due to a covert mission, his deputy, the chief steward of the inner palace, had brought numerous capable fighters to urgently safeguard the Empress Dowager. Encircled by them, it was evident that unless a Grandmaster-level expert intervened personally, no further attempts on the Empress Dowager's life would succeed. In truth, these assassins had no intention of actually killing the Empress Dowager. Unbeknownst to themselves, they believed they were indeed tasked with her assassination, having been hired by Lin Yichen. In reality, they were mere pawns. Only the leader among the black-clad figures understood that their true objective was to sow discord, making everyone believe that Lin Yichen intended to assassinate the Empress Dowager, prompting both her and Li Zhong to eliminate Lin Yichen. Witnessing the plan unfold successfully, the leader of the black-clad assassins waved his hand. Everyone, heed my command. Withdraw, and return another day to slay the wretched Empress Dowager. You shall not escape. With a cold huff, Hyo swiftly positioned herself on either side of the black-clad assassin, trapping him within the crowd. Stand aside. The leader of the black-clad assassins unwilling to succumb passively, sought to evade Hio's attack while simultaneously attempting to flee. Yet, regrettably, he found no opportunity to escape amidst the onslaught from Hio and the chief steward. With a piercing thrust, Hio's sword struck the assassin's shoulder, followed by a resounding crack as the chief steward shattered his leg with a blow. Now, reveal the true mastermind behind your actions, and I shall spare your life. Pointing her sword menacingly at the assassin's neck, Hio fixed her fierce gaze upon him. Speak another word in folly, and I shall end you. I have long proclaimed that my mastermind is Lin Yichen, sent by Lord Lin to assassinate the Empress and usurp power for his majesty. This black-clad assassin, a man of death, gazed at Hio with a playful expression, fully aware of his impending demise. What do you mean by questioning me? Are you doubting my loyalty to Lord Lin? Oh, no. Could it be that you are also in league with Lord Lin, seeking to absolve him of his crimes? The black-clad assassin chuckled at this notion. However, if that were the case, you should be even less inclined to impede my attempt on the Empress's life. Silence. With a swift thrust, another blade pierced the shoulder of the black-clad assassin, prompting Aziz to sternly declare, if you do not speak the truth, I shall truly end your life. Chapter 98. Capturing Lin Yichen. Young man, if you wish to avoid a most gruesome demise, you shall promptly answer Lady Aziz's inquiries. The ominous expression of the deputy chief of the Imperial Guard was accompanied by a chilling smile directed at the cloaked assassin. Otherwise, I shall ensure you experience the tortures of the Eastern Bureau's 10 most heinous punishments: nail extraction, sky lanterns, wooden donkeys, kite flying, boiling in a cauldron, and iron vat cooking. In short, I shall subject you to a torment so profound that death would seem a mercy. With a sinister grin, the deputy chief continued. Once you enter our Eastern Bureau, you will regret the very act of living. I swear, as long as you spare my life, I shall divulge everything. The black-clad assassin, evidently intimidated by the deputy chief, hastily began to confess. I will reveal the entire truth. Just let me go. Speak. Az interjected with a cold scoff. Who sent you? Reveal it, and I may report to Her Majesty and grant you clemency. It was Lin Yichen, the chief of the Imperial Horse Office. The assassin blurted out. He promised that if I killed the Empress Dowager, I would be appointed as the deputy chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Office and granted the title of Marquis. Do you dare to argue? Aziz's fury ignited as she pointed her sword at the assassin. You are no eunuch. How can you claim to be the deputy chief of the Imperial Horse Office? It matters not what you say. I am indeed in league with Lin Yichen. The assassin's laughter was cut short by a sudden spasm, blood oozing from his lips as his skin turned a ghastly shade of purple, collapsing into a contorted heap. He had poisoned himself. Examining the corpse, the deputy chief's expression grew grave. This man was a death soldier. He concealed a poison pouch within his mouth. Report to the deputy chief, Lady Az, that apart from those we dispatched, the remaining fleeing assassins chose to take their own lives when surrounded. At that moment, the leader of the pursuing guards approached, looking exasperated as he addressed the deputy chief and Az. We were unable to intervene. They all concealed poison pouches in their mouths. Each one a death soldier. Damn it. Az shouted in anger, her eyes blazing with fury. Had I known sooner, I would have shattered their teeth. It is too late to lament now. I have already sent word for Eunuch Li to return swiftly. The deputy chief inhaled deeply, his expression serious as he turned to Az. Please continue to protect the Empress Dowager closely. I shall take a team to apprehend the true culprit, Lin Yichen. You cannot capture Lin Yichen. He is innocent. Az retorted anxiously upon hearing the deputy chief's words. These individuals clearly have ulterior motives to frame Lin Yichen. What folly is this? If they were truly his men, would they openly declare his name? If they were indeed in his employ, they would remain silent about him. Even under duress, Az's expression grew grave. Their incessant cries of Lin Yichen only served to highlight their deceit. They're undoubtedly being manipulated, deliberately framing Lin Yichen. Az anxiously gazed at the deputy chief. We must not fall into their trap and commit acts that would bring pain to our allies and joy to our enemies. We cannot allow the true mastermind behind this to use us as a means to mock us. Az, I fully comprehend your sentiments. And I am aware that this matter should have no connection to Lin Yichen, the deputy chief said with a wry smile. However, they have incessantly called out Lin Yichen's name. Everyone has heard it. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, I must apprehend Lin Yichen and deliver him to the Empress Dowager and chiefly for their judgment. As for identifying the true mastermind behind this assassination attempt, that shall naturally be determined by Lin Gonggong. The deputy chief slightly cupped his fists, gazing sternly at Az. Thus, my apologies, Az. You few must protect the Empress Dowager, while the rest shall accompany me to capture Lin Yichen. With a cold snort and a wave of his hand, the deputy chief immediately led a dozen elite guards towards the horse monitoring bureau to seize Lin Yichen. Damn it. Are you deliberately trying to escalate the situation and intensify the conflict between the Empress Dowager and the Emperor? Watching the headstrong deputy chief, Z stomped her foot heavily. Her eyes filled with deep concern. She was not only worried about Lin Yichen's safety, but also feared that in her rage, the Empress might recklessly confront the Empress Dowager with the National Dragon Seal. Lin Yichen is the Empress's trusted confidant. In light of this apparent trap, the deputy chief's frantic pursuit of Lin Yichen clearly demonstrates a lack of faith in the Empress and a slap in her face. Empress Dowager, with no other choice, Z could only hasten towards Xinang Palace, hoping to plead with the Empress Dowager on Lin Yichen's behalf to elucidate the situation. At this moment, Lin Yichen, who was originally preparing to rescue the Empress Dowager, had already been summoned to the Hall of Mental Cultivation in Qianqing Palace by Qiu and the Empress. Do you know under what pretense these assassins attempted to kill the Empress Dowager? Sitting in her chair, the Empress, her expression cold, gazed sternly at Lin Yichen. If you go to Xinang Palace now, it will not be an explanation, but rather a provocation, a self-inflicted trap. What pretense? Lin Yichen looked at the slender, jade-like feet wrapped in white stockings, swallowing hard. Surely it cannot be said that it is done in my name? Indeed, it is done in your name. The Empress ignored Lin Yichen's lecherous gaze and spoke coldly. They claim to act on your orders, under my directive, to assassinate the Empress Dowager. The underlying motive is to usurp my power. This is utterly ludicrous. Lin Yichen couldn't help but chuckle. Such absurdity is clearly a malicious slander. How could anyone believe it? Who would announce their assassination plans? Eager for others to know their involvement? Lin Yichen's eyes flickered. This is evidently a scheme by Prince Qin, attempting to sow discord between you and the Empress Dowager. I certainly understand this logic. The Empress snorted coldly. However, reasoning is one thing, and facts are another. Whether they choose to believe it is their concern. Even if they know it to be false, they will treat it as truth and hold me accountable. What can you do about it? What a remarkable spectacle of calling a stag a horse. Lin Yichen's expression grew solemn. For individuals with ulterior motives, no explanation suffices. Thus, this matter has become quite troublesome. The Empress inhaled deeply, her countenance increasingly grave. Your Majesty, the Deputy Chief of the Inner Court has arrived at the Palace of Heavenly Purity, requesting Lin Yichen to accompany him to meet the Empress Dowager. Qiu approached with measured steps, casting a worried glance at Lin Yichen. The atmosphere was fierce and foreboding. I shall not permit it. The Empress shot a glance at Lin Yichen, her expression extremely serious. I refuse to believe that he dares to intrude upon my Palace of Heavenly Purity to forcibly seize someone. Chapter 99. A lifetime in the Palace of Heavenly Purity. Observing the fiercely protective Empress, Qiu fell momentarily silent. She was acutely aware that if the Empress were to risk everything to defend Lin Yichen, the individuals under the Empress Dowager would undoubtedly hesitate to invade the Empress's chambers to seize Lin Yichen. However, while the Empress's actions appeared to shield Lin Yichen, they were, in truth, exacerbating the conflict. This not only failed to protect Lin Yichen but also intensified the animosity felt by the Dowager towards both Lin Yichen and the Empress. Surely, Lin Yichen could not reside in the Empress's Palace of Heavenly Purity for eternity. Your Majesty, I must meet with the Dowager. Under Qiu's astonished gaze, Lin Yichen hesitated briefly before fixing his serious expression upon the Empress. This matter requires a prudent resolution, otherwise it will only bring anguish to our allies and jubilation to our foes, allowing the true mastermind behind this scheme to revel in their success. We must not permit this hidden villain to escape justice, nor allow them to sow discord between your Majesty and the Dowager. Are you out of your mind? In response to Lin Yichen's resolute demeanor, the concerned yet flustered Empress shot him a fierce glare. They intend to kill you. Venturing outside now would be tantamount to courting death. The Dowager was nearly assassinated, and these assassins accused you of orchestrating the attack. With Li Zhong's prowess, it would be trivial for him to take your life. The Empress continued to glare at Lin Yichen. Within my Palace of Heavenly Purity, Li Zhong would not dare to harm you. Yet, once you step outside, your demise is assured. That is an exaggeration. There is no need for such alarm. Under the watchful eyes of the Empress and Qiu, Lin Yichen smiled. Your Majesty, the Dowager is not a fool. She may have temporarily lost her reason in her fury. If I appeal to her emotions and reason, I believe she will come to understand the truth. Who would hire assassins and instruct them to announce their own name during an attack? Lin Yichen shrugged innocently. If I had indeed hired these assassins, I would have instructed them to remain silent, rather than repeatedly proclaiming my name. That would be sheer folly, wouldn't it? This is merely a case of raising suspicion unnecessarily. Who, then, is behind these assassins? The Empress was undoubtedly aware that Lin Yichen was not responsible for this incident. She had never issued such orders, nor did Lin Yichen possess the motive. Though she felt disappointed that the assassins had failed to eliminate the Dowager, she would not allow this sentiment to surface. It must be related to the Prince of Qin. Qiu spoke slowly. After all, the greater the conflict between your Majesty and the Dowager, the more advantageous it becomes for the Prince of Qin. providing him the opportunity to cultivate alliances with officials and nobility. Only he would engage in such despicable acts. Lin Yichen understood that this was likely the Prince of Qin's revenge for his having killed Xin Zhao. Therefore, he gazed solemnly at the Empress. "Your Majesty, rest assured. I will clarify the situation with the Dowager and will not jeopardize your alliance with her in the fight against the Prince of Qin. Since the Empress Dowager was previously willing to entrust the State Dragon Seal to you, it demonstrates that she harbors no significant malice towards you and that an alliance is conceivable. However, should the Empress Dowager or Li Zhong become exceedingly enraged, your venture outside could endanger your life." The Empress bit her lip. Her expression tinged with complexity as she gazed at Lin Yichen. "This undertaking is fraught with peril and could easily lead to demise. If I do not descend into hell, who will?" Yet, Lin Yichen stood tall, a grave expression upon his face as he addressed the Empress. "For the sake of your Majesty's grand ambitions, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life. You. The Empress was profoundly moved by Lin Yichen's words, her eyes brimming with tears in an instant. "Then I shall permit you to meet the Empress Dowager." "Very well, I take my leave." After respectfully cupping his hands in salute to the Empress, Lin Yichen strode purposefully towards the entrance of the Yangxin Hall. "You must return alive." Just as Lin Yichen's foot was about to cross the threshold, the Empress's urgent voice reached his ears. Of course. Lin Yichen turned back, observing the Empress's delicate foot. "Ensconced in white silk, I await your Majesty to fulfill your promise." "You, shameless." The Empress's face flushed crimson, and she shot Lin Yichen an exasperated glare. Even at such a critical juncture, Lin Yichen still harbored thoughts of that matter. It was indeed infuriating. "It is not my shamelessness. Rather, it is the nature of men to seek pleasure even before death." With a slight shrug at the Empress's grumbling, Lin Yichen strode out of the Qianqing Palace, where he encountered a Z and a group of Eastern Depot agents awaiting him at the palace gates. "Surround him and bind him." The sinister-faced deputy chief of the palace roared upon seeing Lin Yichen emerge from the Qianqing Palace, gesturing furiously to the Eastern Depot agents. "Who dares?" Lin Yichen immediately exuded the formidable aura of a master, his cold gaze sweeping over the approaching Eastern Depot agents. "Are you courting death?" "Lin Yichen, it is you who seeks death." The deputy chief was no pushover, being a master himself. He glared back at Lin Yichen with equal intensity, daring to send assassins after the Empress Dowager and refusing to surrender. "You are courting death. It is not that I refuse to surrender, but rather that you lack the authority to apprehend me." Lin Yichen cast a disdainful glance at the deputy chief. "I am the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department, and you are the deputy chief of the palace. We are of equal standing. If you wish to apprehend me, let chiefly come to do so. You sent assassins after the Empress. It is only right that I, the deputy chief, apprehend you. Naturally, I shall meet the Empress Dowager. Whether I live or die is a matter for her to decide, not for you to condemn me." Lin Yichen snorted, his imposing presence unwavering as he confronted the deputy chief with no intention of compromise. "Enough, cease your quarrel." At this moment, a Z, who had been holding her sword with a complex expression, finally spoke. "How this matter is handled shall be determined by the Empress Dowager. Lin Yichen, come with me." "Sister Az, I shall certainly heed your words." With that, Lin Yichen smiled as he reached for Az's hand. "Do not touch me." Az irritably shook off Lin Yichen, creating distance between them. Lin Yichen, with a playful smile, followed closely behind Az as he gazed at the bouncing object in her hand. "Surround him." Though the deputy chief of the inner court looked down upon Lin Yichen, he still afforded Az the respect she deserved. With a cold snort, he gestured for a group of Eastern factory guards to encircle Lin Yichen and Az. "Your servant pays respects to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager." Upon entering the Xinang Palace, Lin Yichen immediately bowed to the Empress Dowager. "I have prepared 3 gifts for you. Lin Yichen, choose one for yourself." With a wave of her hand, 3 maidens approached, each carrying a tray covered with red cloth, presenting them before Lin Yichen. As he unveiled one of the red coverings, Lin Yichen was instantly taken aback. "What is this?" Chapter 100. A shared maternity leave a foot of white silk? Lin Yichen's lips twitched in profound discomfort as he gazed at the white satin ribbons laid upon the tray. Raising his head, he cast a glance at the Empress Dowager, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. He pondered her true intentions. Was she suggesting that he take his own life by hanging? "If you are dissatisfied, you may consider the second and third options," the Empress Dowager remarked leisurely, sipping her tea while regarding Lin Yichen with a playful glint in her eyes. "Surely, one of them will suffice to please you." With great difficulty, Lin Yichen swallowed hard, his expression a blend of anxiety and resignation as he unveiled the red cloth covering the second and third trays. To his astonishment, they revealed a gleaming dagger and a vial labeled Crane Top Red, a poison. It was evident that the Empress Dowager intended for him to choose his manner of demise as an act of contrition. He could hang himself, slit his throat, or poison himself. "Your Majesty, this." Aji, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, looked at the Empress Dowager with a troubled expression. Unwilling to witness Lin Yichen's death, the Empress Dowager merely cast a fleeting glance at Aji, offering no further comment. Lin Yichen, make your choice. The deputy chief of the palace glared menacingly at Lin Yichen, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. The Empress Dowager has graciously afforded you a chance to preserve your corpse intact. Why do you not kneel and express your gratitude? Otherwise, I would suggest a more gruesome fate, death by 1,000 cuts or dismemberment. To dare to orchestrate an assassination against the Empress Dowager is to court one's own demise. You are not only foolish but wicked. Casting a dismissive glance at the deputy chief, Lin Yichen turned his gaze back to the Empress Dowager, his expression resolute. I choose a fourth option. The fourth option? What do you mean? The deputy chief's countenance stiffened, his eyes narrowing with intensity. There are only 3 choices here. What nonsense is this? Do not bring about your own ruin. You shall never comprehend what the fourth option entails, you fool. Lin Yichen smirked, a derisive smile playing upon his lips as he regarded the deputy chief. Some truths are better left undiscovered, lest you find yourself regretting them too late and in unbearable anguish. How dare you mock me? I will kill you. Enraged by Lin Yichen's taunt, the deputy chief roared, preparing to strike him down with a powerful blow. Enough. At that moment, the Empress Dowager, seated regally upon her phoenix chair, waved her hand dismissively at both the deputy chief and Aji. I shall personally interrogate him. Your Majesty? The deputy chief immediately looked alarmed, concern etched across his face. He is a master martial artist. Should he become desperate and seek to endanger your life, it could pose a grave threat to your safety. I am well aware of my own capabilities, the Empress Dowager replied coolly, casting a discerning glance at the deputy chief before resolutely gesturing for him to leave. Depart at once. As you command. The timid deputy chief of the inner court, naturally obedient, led a group of Eastern Depot guards to exit. I shall wait outside. Your Majesty, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall certainly slay that scoundrel Lin Yichen for you. Lin Yichen, after receiving a signal from the Empress Dowager, Azi cast a lingering glance at Lin Yichen before stepping out of the Sinaying Palace, closing the palace door behind her. What is your fourth choice? The Empress Dowager, crossing her legs, regarded Lin Yichen with keen interest, her expression playful. Speak to me. There is no need for words. Only actions matter. Lin Yichen replied with a faint smile, directly lunging towards the enticingly poised Empress Dowager. An hour later, disheveled and with hair cascading about her shoulders, the Empress Dowager lay languidly on the couch, her forehead and neck glistening with beads of perspiration. She cast a weary glance at Lin Yichen. You are going to kill me. Ah, I am merely wishing for death, Lin Yichen responded innocently, gazing at her. The manner of my demise is precisely to have you take my life, to exhaust me to death, to render me lifeless. What do you think? Shall I continue? Begone. The Empress Dowager retorted sharply, her legs too weak to rise, feeling an intense sting throughout her body. If this continues, I shall be the first to perish. Alas, what can I do? Lin Yichen shrugged helplessly. Since you cannot bear my death, I shall simply continue to survive. After all, if I were to die, who would you have left to kill in the future? Shameless. Bah. The Empress Dowager, filled with ire, took a sip from her teacup. If I were to become pregnant, just see how the Emperor deals with you. Your end would be quite tragic. What of it? A smile spread across Lin Yichen's face as he recalled the infamous Lao AI. You could share a month of confinement with the Emperor, bear children together, and then enjoy maternity leave. Wouldn't that be splendid? You are utterly shameless. The Empress Dowager glared at him, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Yet, faced with someone as infuriating yet endearing as Lin Yichen, she found herself at a loss, truly reluctant to bring harm to him. After all, the palace was often devoid of amusement. It was only during Lin Yichen's visits to Sinaying Palace that she found some semblance of comfort and joy. I am merely loyal, wishing to serve your Majesty. Seeing the Empress Dowager roll her eyes, Lin Yichen knew his life was secure, and he reached out to tickle her delicate feet. Do not touch me. The Empress Dowager playfully kicked at him with her small foot, taking a deep breath. What was the true nature of the assailants? They truly startled me. At first, I thought you were going to retaliate against me on the Emperor's behalf. You ungrateful wretch. As she spoke, the Empress Dowager kicked him again in frustration. How could I treat you so well, and yet you seem to have your own agenda? What do you want? I am willing to listen to you. Can that little girl of the Emperor's be so obedient as to heed your arrangements? Certainly not. Lin Yichen immediately shook his head. In comparison to the fully matured Empress Dowager, the female emperor was quite bashful. After all, from the very beginning until now, aside from the occasion of antidote, the female emperor had not only thwarted Lin Yichen's advances, but had not even allowed him to hold her hand. These assassins must be in league with the Prince of Qin, under the watchful gaze of the Empress Dowager. Lin Yichen slowly began to speak. I previously eliminated the formidable expert Shen Zhao, summoned by the Prince of Qin. In retaliation, the prince orchestrated this scheme of using others to do his bidding. However, he remains oblivious to my relationship with you, Empress Dowager, thus rendering his plan a clumsy failure. It is both foolish and laughable. Chapter 101. The Empress Dowager reluctantly spares her minister. The Empress Dowager, with an air of irritation, cast an exasperated glance at Lin Yichen. You are but a eunuch, while I am the Empress Dowager. Our relationship is merely that of master and servant. Should I wish to end your life, it would be but a matter of mere words. Yet the Empress Dowager is loath to execute her minister. Lin Yichen, seizing her ankle, playfully scratched her delicate foot, his expression radiant with mirth. After all, I have been unwaveringly loyal to you, your majesty, and we have engaged in profound exchanges. Thus, you are most aware of the sincerity of my devotion. Silence. The Empress Dowager glared at Lin Yichen, exasperated by his increasingly absurd remarks. This incident is indeed shrouded in suspicion. These assassins have been meticulously trained as lethal agents. After their attempt on my life failed, they chose to poison themselves rather than face capture and interrogation by AZ. You have only recently assumed the role of chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department. What could you possibly know of their training? The Empress Dowager scoffed. As for our emperor, she lacks the capability. This was, in fact, a truthful assertion. Lin Yichen nodded solemnly. To cultivate a cadre of elite assassins is no trivial task. Thus, they must belong to the Prince of Qin. The Empress Dowager let out a chilling laugh, her enchanting eyes suddenly glinting with a menacing light. In truth, these individuals did not genuinely wish to take my life. I discerned this early on. When they initially attacked and caught both me and AZ off guard, it presented the perfect opportunity to eliminate me. However, they failed to seize it, opting instead to divert their efforts to detaining Achia while recklessly attempting to slay me. They scattered instead, ruthlessly pursuing and slaughtering the eunuchs and palace maids in my court, all while proclaiming they acted on your orders, Lin Yichen. The Empress Dowager regarded Lin Yichen with a knowing smile. Do they truly believe I am oblivious to their ulterior motives? Indeed, they are not foolish. Lin Yichen replied with a wry smile. Given the long-standing discord between you and the emperor, as well as my apparent position as her confidant, their actions were calculated. They aimed to exploit our visible connections. Regardless of whether you discern the truth, they sought to utilize this opportunity to eliminate me, thereby consolidating your power within the palace. After all, their strategy provides you with a pretext to execute me, leaving the emperor with no grounds for protest. Lin Yichen chuckled. Regardless of the truth of the matter, once they uttered those words, you could justify my demise for your own safety, even if it meant mistakenly taking my life. And while the emperor may wish to protect me, she must adhere to her filial duties and would not dare oppose you, ultimately leading to my tragic end. Lin Yichen clenched his fists, a cold snort escaping his lips. Their scheme is indeed remarkably astute. Yet, the one oversight lies in their ignorance of the bond we share, one that transcends mere camaraderie. This miscalculation ultimately thwarted their machinations, allowing me to escape this peril. After listening to Lin Yichen's analysis, the Empress Dowager could not help but slightly nod in agreement, acknowledging the reasonableness of his words. After all, had she not had any dealings with Lin Yichen, he would serve little purpose to her. To curb the influence of the Empress, ensuring she remained a compliant puppet, maintaining her authoritative presence behind the curtains, the Dowager could have easily dispatched Li Zhong to execute Lin Yichen, presenting the severed head to the Empress as a warning. At this juncture, I could let you off the hook, but many in the Sinang Palace will likely harbor grievances against you. The Dowager's expression turned serious as she regarded Lin Yichen. Especially the deputy chief steward of the inner court, he would harbor a deep resentment towards you. He is envious of me. Lin Yichen chuckled, gazing at the alluring and provocatively dressed Empress Dowager. After all, he lacks the capabilities I possess to serve you, leaving him to pine from afar. Enough of that. The Dowager kicked Lin Yichen playfully. I am not some wanton woman to be desired by just anyone. Ah, I certainly understand that, Lin Yichen replied with a grin. Only a dashing and charismatic gentleman like myself could capture your interest. Such self-praise. How shameless. The Dowager rolled her eyes at him. Let us discuss serious matters. How do you intend to resolve this situation? Of course, I will meet force with force and water with earth. Lin Yichen's eyes glinted with determination as he looked at the Dowager. Since the king of Qin is so intent on my demise, I shall retaliate, making it clear that I am not so easily slain. The king of Qin's prowess is formidable, the Dowager cautioned, shaking her head. Do not act impulsively. A rash attack will only lead to your own downfall. I may not be able to kill him, but he is not alone in his estate. Lin Yichen retorted with a cold smirk. I can certainly eliminate a few of his friends and loyal subordinates. To exercise caution, the Dowager waved her delicate hand. I am weary and wish to rest. As Lin Yichen observed the flushed cheeks of the mature and alluring dowager, a smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. Despite her forceful push, he was like a tiger pouncing on its prey, rendering her utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, within the Qianqing palace, the empress regarded Qiu with a complex expression, her heart racing with apprehension. Do you think he will be in danger? Although this is a conspiracy apparent to all, it remains an insurmountable challenge. My relationship with the dowager is already strained, and Lin Yichen is one of my trusted subordinates. To suppress my influence, she could very well choose to execute him. The empress clenched her fists. The mastermind behind this has recognized this dynamic. Aware of the power struggle between the dowager and me, and knowing my intention to cultivate Lin Yichen as the new chief steward of the inner court, thus providing the dowager with an opportunity to eliminate him. Indeed, that is the case. Qiu slightly nodded. However, Your Majesty, there is no need for excessive worry. After all, fortunate individuals possess celestial protection. Lin Yichen is no ordinary person. I believe he will find a way to navigate through this adversity and will not truly meet his demise. One can only hope. The empress, her expression a tapestry of complexity, nodded in agreement, contemplating the possibility that if circumstances became dire, she would have no choice but to humble herself before the empress dowager, in hopes of securing leniency for Lin Yichen. After all, she found Lin Yichen to be quite adept, and thus was reluctant to see him perish. At that moment, a eunuch respectfully entered the Qianqing palace, announcing, "A dispatch from the front lines has arrived, covering 800 li, and requests your perusal." Chapter 102, Should I Kill You? The empress rose immediately as Qiu presented the urgent memorial, which she promptly unsealed. Excellent news. Upon reading the document, the empress turned to Qiu, her eyes gleaming with fervent brilliance. The king of Longnan has triumphed in quelling the rebellion, with most of the insurgents annihilated. The leaders have either been killed or captured, and the rest have surrendered. According to our previous discussions, he is prepared to bring the captured rebel leaders to the capital for me to execute publicly. The empress smiled, adding, "Then, he will hasten here with 3,000 elite soldiers, becoming a formidable blade in my hand." This truly was splendid news. Hearing the empress's words, Qiu nodded with a smile. With the king of Longnan and his 3,000 soldiers as protection, it will be exceedingly challenging for the king of Qin to attempt an assassination against your majesty. I shall appoint the king of Longnan to command the imperial guards as the general of the left camp, overseeing 50,000 soldiers. The empress's eyes sparkled with intensity as she regarded Qiu. As long as the king of Longnan commands half of the imperial guards, the king of Qin will no longer be able to utilize the 100,000 troops to threaten the palace. Once I have amassed sufficient strength, I can directly seize him and execute him publicly. Clenching her fist, the empress's gaze was filled with fierce determination. The threat posed by the king of Qin was not solely due to his formidable prowess in the numerous factions within the court. More crucially, it stemmed from the fact that 100,000 imperial guards were under his command. At his command, the 50,000 troops stationed at the Lintian camp and the 50,000 in Weinan could storm Chang'an, seizing control of the city. As for the garrison and patrolling soldiers within Chang'an, while their individual skills might be commendable, they could not withstand the disciplined advance of 100,000 imperial guards. Furthermore, among these soldiers, many had likely been bribed by the king of Qin, and many others were loyal to the empress dowager. The true allegiance of those loyal to her was likely no more than 1/10 or 1/12. Thus, if the king of Longnan could command the left camp of the imperial guards, even if his loyalty was questionable, it would still serve to restrain the king of Qin, creating a mutual check on power. This would afford the empress ample time to cleanse the court and fortify the 2nd Regiment of the imperial guards, cultivating her trusted allies in the process, ultimately replacing both the king of Qin and the king of Longnan. Your Majesty, the king of Qin may not easily relinquish command of the left camp. Qiu observed the empress with a grave expression. The 2 regiments of the imperial guards have always been under his control. As their commander, he has firmly maintained his grip on military power. And the commander of the right camp is none other than his eldest son. Then let us offer him titles and promotions. The empress inhaled deeply, her expression serious as she looked at Qiu. Bestow upon the king of Qin the title of general of chariots and cavalry, and grant his son the title of prince, while he retains command of the right camp. With such promotions, what reason could he have to refuse my request for the king of Longnan to command the left camp? The empress let out a cold snort, unless he wishes to rebel outright. How could a dignified general of chariots and cavalry cling to the position of commandant of the imperial guards? After a moment of hesitation, Qiu could only nod with a complex expression. We shall have to try this approach. Arrange for a few individuals to convey my rewards and suggestions to Li Zhong and the other lords, instructing them to draft a specific proposal. The king of Longnan will arrive in the capital in approximately 3 days. Have Lin Yichen greet him at the Zhuke gate on my behalf. Understood. Achille immediately bowed and complied, making the necessary arrangements as instructed by the empress. Your Majesty, please take care to rest. I shall take my leave now. At this moment, within the Xinang palace, Lin Yichen, now dressed, gazed at the empress, who lay languidly on the couch, too exhausted to move even a finger. And a faint smile crossed his lips. Let us go. The empress weakly waved her hand at Lin Yichen, her voice barely above a whisper. You are exhausting me. It is my fault. Lin Yichen chuckled lightly, stepping out of the Xinang palace. However, as he attempted to take her hand under a ZS indifferent gaze, he was rebuffed, leaving him to depart with a playful wink amidst the envious and jealous stares of the deputy chief steward. Yet, as Lin Yichen reached the threshold of the Xinang palace, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A palpable pressure, as if capable of causing harm, enveloped Lin Yichen, binding him firmly in place. Despite his mastery at the grandmaster level, he found himself utterly immobilized in that instant. A grandmaster. In a heartbeat. Lin Yichen understood that a grandmaster had set their sights on him. Otherwise, such oppressive force would not have rendered him motionless. Lin Yichen. As he struggled under the weight of the pressure, it suddenly eased, and the ominous visage of the elderly eunuch descended before him. This eunuch was none other than the chief eunuch Li Zhong. Lordly, faced with the foremost eunuch, Lin Yichen, being either the second or third in rank, immediately bowed respectfully to the esteemed elder. Do you realize that you are dancing on the edge of a sword, committing a crime punishable by the annihilation of 9 clans? Li Zhong stood with his hands clasped behind him, a grave expression upon his face as he regarded Lin Yichen. As servants, how can we assume the role of hosts? I do not comprehend your words. Lin Yichen trembled inwardly, fearing that Li Zhong had uncovered his dealings with the empress and the emperor. You do understand. Li Zhong snorted coldly, his countenance darkening as he scrutinized Lin Yichen. Causing such a scandal, whether it be the Prince of Qin ascending or the sovereign consolidating power. Do you believe they will spare someone like you, who knows everything, once their positions are secure? If this matter were to leak, how many would find themselves utterly disgraced? In an instant, Lin Yichen fell silent, his expression one of profound complexity as he regarded Li Zhong. Even the thousands of eunuchs within the Forbidden City could face execution to silence them due to your actions. Li Zhong cast a dark and brooding gaze upon Lin Yichen, exclaiming, they are all innocent. Why must you bring about their demise? Lin Yichen, appearing exceedingly innocent, replied, I harbor no such intentions. I do not wish to harm anyone. Yet, Li Zhong retorted with fervor, your actions are tantamount to wishing death upon countless individuals, forcing all eunuchs to bear the repercussions of your personal deeds. As the chief steward of the inner court, I bear responsibility for all eunuchs. Therefore, I ask you, do you think I should take your life today? Chapter 103, Li Zhong's reminder masterly. You truly worry too much. Lin Yichen's lips twitched as he gazed at Li Zhong, the esteemed head of the eunuchs in the palace. Ultimately, he spoke with unwavering determination. I shall not allow the Prince of Qin to prevail. His Majesty will undoubtedly secure his throne and restore the grandeur of the great Feng. The future heir will certainly be His Majesty's child. Regretting that the Empress had not conceived previously, Lin Yichen looked steadfastly at Li Zhong. When the time comes, I will educate this child to honor us, the eunuchs. You need not fret about this. Humph. Li Zhong scoffed contemptuously, his expression icy as he regarded Lin Yichen. Do you believe the Prince of Qin is so easily dealt with? With your meager skills, do you truly think you stand a chance against him? I admit I am currently no match for the prince, Lin Yichen candidly nodded. However, as the saying goes, one should not underestimate a person after a mere 3 days. It won't be long before I can stand over the Prince of Qin and strike down the holy monarch, decisively suppressing the court and aiding His Majesty in stabilizing his reign while commanding the martial world. Just watch, masterly. Lin Yichen smiled with pride. If I fail to achieve this, then when the time comes, you may do as you wish with me. I shall submit without resistance. You've made a bold statement. Young man, when that time arrives, do not blame me for lacking regard for Master Dong. After a moment's hesitation, Li Zhong regarded Lin Yichen with a grave expression. Many years ago, Master Dong saved my life, and I owe him a debt of gratitude. Therefore, I have chosen to overlook your recent disruptions in the palace. However, tread carefully, for some matters are not to be trifled with. If the Empress truly becomes pregnant, how will you address this? It would be a scandal of disgrace for the great Feng. Li Zhong snorted coldly. Do not think you can conceal such news. The truth will eventually surface. Moreover, you cannot expect this child to remain hidden in the depths of the palace for a lifetime or to be cast aside at birth. Lin Yichen was momentarily rendered speechless, for he had indeed been scheming to induce the Empress's pregnancy. You not only jeopardize yourself, but also endanger the Empress and His Majesty, Li Zhong reiterated solemnly. His Majesty will not permit such a scandal to tarnish the great Feng. Thus, you must be mindful of your actions going forward. Li Zhong's formidable presence enveloped Lin Yichen. his demeanor serious. Otherwise, do not blame me for transforming you into a true eunuch. With that, as the pressure dissipated, Li Zhong swiftly departed. Gulping. Lin Yichen watched Li Zhong's retreating figure, struggling to swallow as he wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. Truth be told, had Li Zhong been intent on killing him at that moment, Lin Yichen would have been utterly defenseless. Although his strength had significantly improved to the second level of the Grandmaster realm, he could not guarantee his safety against a Z and a Qiu. However, against a Grandmaster like Li Zhong, he was still lacking. It is imperative that he hasten the enhancement of his power and attain the Grandmaster realm. For only then could he possess true self-preservation within the imperial palace of the Great Feng, living freely and without fear. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen clenched his fists with increasing urgency. In the Grand Palace of Feng, I shall come and go as I please. Even the Empress cannot deter me. Whether it be the Empress herself, the Empress Dowager, the Queen, or even a Qiu and a Z, these exquisite beauties shall be at my beck and call. It is utterly stifling to have to seek permission for my desires. With a fist striking the wall in frustration, Lin Yichen lamented. How can I maintain my masculine vigor when I can hardly stand tall before them? I have utterly lost face as a man, especially with you, a Qiu. And the Empress, one has not succeeded, while the other cannot seem to find success again. The agony of yearning for what I cannot have is truly unbearable. Recalling a Qiu's perfect figure and the Empress's delicate feet, Lin Yichen felt an overwhelming surge of desire. I must cultivate diligently. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to strive for a brighter future. You're still alive. Upon his return to the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, Lin Yichen was met with a rather surprised glance from a Qiu, who stood beneath the jujube tree, her expression cool and aloof. The Empress Dowager is indeed soft-hearted. Had it been me, you would have long been separated from your head. A Qiu, you jest. How could I dare to perish before experiencing your warmth? Lin Yichen gazed at a Qiu's exquisite form, excitement bubbling within him. Even in death, I would wish to find solace in your embrace. Silence. With a sharp exhale, a Qiu's face stiffened at Lin Yichen's teasing remark, and she swiftly lunged at him with her sword. Bang! As the Wind Thunder Spirit sword was drawn, Lin Yichen effortlessly parried a Qiu's strike. A Qiu, your temper is quite fiery. It seems I must cool your ardor. Rest assured, if you cooperate with me, I shall ensure you enjoy a refreshing summer. Begone, shameless rogue. Despite being astonished by Lin Yichen's rapid advancement in strength, a Qiu gritted her teeth and continued her relentless assault. I speak nothing but the truth. Lin Yichen shrugged innocently, deftly defending against the Qiu's attacks. His excitement growing as he admired her agile form in the midst of their playful duel. After all, a Qiu's splendid figure would eventually be his to claim. You scoundrel. After more than 10 minutes of futile attempts to deliver a decisive blow without resorting to her ultimate technique, a Qiu begrudgingly retracted her sword and shot Lin Yichen a fierce glare. Your breath is quite melodious and charming. As he lowered his sword, Lin Yichen crossed his arms, playfully observing a Qiu. In a different setting, I must admit I would be utterly defenseless against such a lure. Within mere moments, I would surely surrender. Get lost. Akyu, who possesses an intimate understanding of Lin Yichen, naturally recognizes that he is incapable of offering anything of value. She clenched her teeth and shot him a fierce glare, declaring, When King Qin seeks to end your life, I shall provide you with no assistance. Instead, I will applaud your demise. She was perplexed as to why the Empress had not instructed Li Zhong to eliminate him this time. Frustrated by Lin Yichen's fervent gaze, which seemed to devour her, Akyu continued, His Majesty has commanded you to go to Zhuke Gate in 3 days to welcome the Prince of Longnan into the capital. Furthermore, you are to assist the prince in assuming the position of General of the Left Camp of the Imperial Guards, commanding 50,000 elite troops. Chapter 104. A new mission, 50,000 elite troops. Upon hearing that he could wield military authority, Lin Yichen's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. After all, what young man has not harbored ambitions of commanding vast armies to vanquish foes and achieve great deeds? But in what capacity would he assist the king of Longnan? After careful contemplation, Lin Yichen cast a complex gaze at a Qiu. Surely, he could not assume the role of the eunuch supervisor of the imperial stables. For neither the king of Longnan nor the elite troops would recognize such an identity. Military supervisor. A Qiu responded without hesitation. In due time, His Majesty will issue a decree appointing you as the eunuch military supervisor, allowing you to assist the king of Longnan in seizing control of the elite troops. That sounds feasible. Although Lin Yichen yearned to be a general, he understood that, as a eunuch, he lacked the qualifications for such a position. Hence, the identity of a eunuch military supervisor, representing imperial authority, was indeed most fitting. However, the elite troops had always been the exclusive domain of the king of Qin. Would he readily permit the king of Longnan to assume command? His Majesty will elevate the king of Qin to the rank of Grand General, promote the crown prince. and confer titles upon the king's second son, thereby silencing the king of Qin, Achio elaborated slowly. Moreover, the king of Longnan did not come alone. He brought 3,000 elite soldiers with him. He will use these 3,000 troops as the backbone to assert control over the elite forces. Additionally, His Majesty will station the king of Longnan's 20,000 loyal troops at Tongguan, temporarily aiding in its defense. I understand. Lin Yichen swiftly grasped the Empress's stratagem. She aimed to usurp the power of the king of Qin while simultaneously guarding against the king of Longnan, seeking to undermine his command over the 20,000 loyal troops. Furthermore, she intended to sow discord between the king of Longnan and the king of Qin, inciting a fierce conflict over the elite troops. Truly, a plan that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Ding dong. The system detected that the host is facing a significant challenge. Please complete the task of taking command of the king of Longnan's 3,000 elite troops within 1 month. Upon successful completion, you will receive a reward of 40 years of cultivation and a top-tier celestial martial art. Ah, this task and its reward. This is simply a daunting challenge. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yichen, who had initially dismissed the matter, was left utterly bewildered and awkward. The task was not only difficult but exceedingly so. After the Empress lured the tiger from its mountain lair, perhaps it would have been easier to take command of the 20,000 loyal troops left at Tongguan. However, to win over and command the 3,000 elite troops right under the king of Longnan's nose, what kind of jest was the system playing? Those 3,000 elite troops brought to the capital by the king of Longnan were undoubtedly his most loyal confidants. How could they be swayed so easily? System, you have truly gone too far. Lin Yichen's lips twitched violently, and he felt a profound sense of despair. While the reward was indeed splendid, accomplishing this task seemed insurmountably difficult. Unfortunately, the system offered no response to Lin Yichen's lamentations. Clearly, he had no choice but to accept the challenge with no room for dissent. Do you have any further questions? Embracing his sword, he cast a fleeting glance at Achio, saying, in the coming days, prepare yourself diligently. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek help from me or His Majesty. Kindly provide me with some blank decrees. While the treasury of Qianqi Factory is abundant, positions of authority must still be bestowed. Lin Yichen, feeling utterly exasperated, replied, it is only through the elevation of ranks that we can hope to win over those individuals. Certainly. Achio, under the impression that Lin Yichen aimed to court the officers of the left camp of the Imperial Guard on behalf of the Prince of Longnan, readily nodded in agreement. I shall dispatch someone to deliver them to you shortly. With that, Achio swiftly departed, leaving Lin Yichen enveloped in a lingering fragrance. I will eventually have you completely under my control. Breathing in the remnants of Achio's scent, Lin Yichen's heart burned with fervor as he clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Meanwhile, in the Qin Wang's residence, as Lin Yichen pondered how to accomplish his mission, the master spoke. Your strategy has failed, my lord. It is unclear what Lin Yichen discussed with the Empress Dowager, for though she summoned him to the Xining Palace, she did not execute him. The Qin Wang, looking at the monk clad in black, sighed in resignation. Though Li Zhong eventually showed up and issued threats, he too did not kill him. Your scheme has utterly miscarried. Amitabha. Under the Qin Wang's gaze, the black-clad monk bowed respectfully. While unexpected, it was also anticipated. Oh, what do you mean, master? The Qin Wang furrowed his brow, regarding the monk with suspicion. Your foresight is remarkable. Your Highness, this incident reveals a grave truth. The monk stated solemnly. You may be in imminent peril. Huh, how could that be? Upon hearing the monk's words, the Qin Wang erupted into laughter. Do not indulge in alarmist rhetoric, master. I harbor no ill will towards you. I recognize that Lin Yichen is not easily dispatched, nor did I place much hope in this method of his elimination. Fear not, for I shall send a formidable expert. Eliminating him will be as easy as slaying a dog. I assure you, I am not jesting, your highness. The black-clad monk maintained his grave demeanor. The Empress Dowager has refrained from executing Lin Yichen, and now His Majesty has conferred titles upon you and the heir. This clearly indicates a clandestine agreement between them, aimed at plotting against you, your highness. Thus, I must heed your warning. The Qin Wang inhaled sharply, contemplating the monk's words, feeling an unsettling truth resonate within him. Are you suggesting they conspire together to harm me? The Empress Dowager has completely sided with His Majesty, and Li Zhong is poised to support him as well? While it may not be an absolute betrayal, they have undoubtedly forged some form of accord, the monk replied, his expression grave. Otherwise, the opportunity to eliminate His Majesty's trusted aides and seize control of the Forbidden City would be too precious for the Empress Dowager to relinquish. What course of action should I take? The King of Qin took a deep breath, gazing gravely at the cloaked monk. Sitting idly by is not in my nature. I shall summon 100,000 elite troops and confront him. Should His Majesty meet his end amidst the chaos of war, or perhaps perish in a palace fire, It would be a plausible narrative. The king let out a cold snort. If the Empress Dowager and Li Zhong dare to obstruct me, I shall send them to join His Majesty in death. This would cleanse the palace, allowing me to ascend the throne directly. Clenching his fists, the king continued. As for the regional princes, once His Majesty is deceased, they will have no grounds to deny my claim to the throne, being the closest royal relative by blood. If necessary, I shall offer them certain benefits, elevating their ranks to that of local sovereigns. In due course, I can devise ways to gradually diminish their power. Chapter 105. Public revelation of the Empress's identity. One should only resort to such measures when absolutely necessary, for even if successful, the repercussions would be endless. Gazing at the Qin king before him, the monk in black wore a grave expression. Dismantling the fiefs is no simple task. Our esteemed predecessors faced insurrections from various feudal lords and powerful ministers due to such actions, ultimately meeting untimely and mysterious ends. It was only because Emperor Wuzong broke through to the sacred realm that he was able to employ a decapitation strategy, personally eliminating several rebellious lords and ministers, which forcibly subdued the others, compelling them to relinquish power and dissolve their fiefs. The monk, twisting the beads in his hand, continued. As for the previous dynasty and other enemy nations, the emperor's dismantling of fiefs often led to rebellions, resulting in his being rendered a puppet or even assassinated. Such instances are countless. Though your highness commands the loyalty of 100,000 elite troops, it is still a formidable challenge to completely intimidate the other feudal lords into submission without the fear of rebellion. The monk regarded the Qin king solemnly. Unless your highness can ascend to the sacred realm. If that were the case, not only would dismantling the fiefs be feasible, but should your highness wish to ascend the throne directly, I believe both the emperor and the Empress Dowager would readily acquiesce. Our sovereign and the various feudal lords, no matter how furious, would have no choice but to graciously step down, relinquishing their authority and retreating to the capital for a life of leisure. It is not that I lack the desire, but rather that breaking through to the sacred realm is exceedingly difficult. Casting a sidelong glance at the monk, the Qin king furrowed his brow. I have not let a single day pass without diligence over the years, yet after reaching the Grand Master level, my progress has been painfully slow. Perhaps after ascending the throne, I might harness the dragon energy of our great dynasty to propel myself forward, or seize an opportunity to leap forth and breach the sacred realm. In dire circumstances, I shall have no choice but to take that gamble. The monk sighed deeply. Although the 100,000 elite troops are formidable, they are still insufficient compared to the stationed and border armies. I am well aware of this. Yet what can be done when my eldest son lacks the necessary capability? The Qin king lamented. Otherwise, I could have dispatched him to the borders under the pretext of combating enemy nations, thereby gaining control over a portion of the border troops as my external support. The heir is humble, courteous, and benevolent, embodying the virtues of a scholar. The monk felt at a loss for words. Awkwardly acknowledging the Qin king's statement, he possesses certain skills in gaining favor and is indeed a worthy successor. But what use is that? In turbulent times, without sufficient strength and combat prowess, these qualities are mere illusions, utterly ineffective. The Qin king scoffed disdainfully. He pales in comparison to Lin Yichen, a mere eunuch who has already attained the Grand Master level, while my son, after squandering so many resources, is still merely at the innate stage. However, Su Heir resembles me quite a bit. Having already reached the 3rd level of Grand Master, his combat capability is sufficiently formidable. Bah. The monk could only awkwardly chant a Buddhist phrase, unable to engage further with the Qin king's remarks. After all, this touched upon the heir's position, and the Qin king has never held a fondness for him. There is no need for discretion. I am aware that this is not the time for such discussions. The king of Qin nonchalantly waved his hand, stating that should he achieve great deeds and ascend to the throne, naming an heir would be a mere formality. Conversely, if he were to fail, appointing a successor would hold no significance. Given the temperament of the young emperor, it was certain that he would execute the entire royal family without exception. Taking a deep breath, the king of Qin earnestly gazed at the cloaked monk. There are also reports from the palace that His Majesty intends to appoint the king of Longnan as the general of the left guard of the imperial army, attempting to usurp my military power. What is your take on this? The 100,000 imperial troops are essential to my existence. Anyone who dares to infringe upon my authority would be courting death. This is merely a whimsical thought of His Majesty. Your Highness need not be angered. Observing the furious king of Qin, the cloaked monk chuckled. The entirety of the left guard consists of your loyal men, and the 3rd young master serves as the deputy general, effectively commanding 1,000 troops of the left guard's Tiger Guards. The other 4 deputy generals are also your former subordinates. They would not heed the king of Longnan's orders. With a dismissive snort, the monk continued. Once the king of Longnan arrives at the left guard, he will discover that aside from his 3,000 old followers, he will find it impossible to command anyone else. At that point, he will merely hold the title of general. You need only assign someone to monitor him closely. When the time comes for significant action, we can compel him to align with us, or we could directly confront him and eliminate him, absorbing his soldiers. The cloaked monk, twirling his prayer beads, added, however, his 20,000 troops stationed at Tongguan must be treated with caution. If the regional lords and officials of the East were to rebel under the pretense of supporting the throne against you, Tongguan would serve as the gateway to the heartland. That is of no concern. Both the military commander and the governor of Tongguan are loyal to me. I shall compose a letter instructing them to guard the city diligently, allowing only the 20,000 troops of the king of Longnan to camp outside. The king of Qin let out a cold, contemplative snort. Once I dethrone his majesty and formally take the throne, I can deploy the imperial troops from both sides to strike decisively, especially when the logistics are entirely under my control after half a month. Those 20,000 frontier soldiers will have no choice but to surrender and be integrated into my forces. Indeed, I shall extend my congratulations in advance for your forthcoming mighty army. The cloaked monk nodded with a smile. However, the optimal strategy remains to uncover a flaw in His Majesty's defenses, compelling him to abdicate voluntarily, thereby silencing the murmurs of the various regional lords and officials. Make the necessary arrangements. We must be prepared on both fronts, for I can no longer wait. A fierce glint flashed in the king of Qin's eyes. If I can ascend and directly enter the sacred realm, then everything will fall into place. Let us hope for that, the cloaked monk sighed bitterly, still preoccupied with the inability to reveal whether His Majesty was truly a woman. After all, should they forcefully act, the odds of success for the king of Qin would be 50-50. However, if the identity of the female emperor could indeed be exposed, the king of Qin would ascend to the throne legitimately, leaving the regional lords and officials with no choice but to acquiesce. In his eyes gleamed a chilling intensity, directed towards Lin Yichen, who had repeatedly thwarted his plans. The cloaked monk seethed with fury, contemplating a scheme to capture him alive. Once it was confirmed that he was indeed a false eunuch, the king of Qin could publicly expose his true identity in the court, thereby compelling the empress to prove her innocence. Whether through a direct examination or by dispatching palace maids for inspection, should Her Majesty hesitate, her femininity would be irrefutably established. The monk grinned ominously, envisioning a future where the throne would undoubtedly belong to His Highness, the King of Qin. Chapter 106. Dealing with the courtesan, Yueying Achu, who was murmuring my name, longing for me. After resting in the official quarters of the Horse Monitoring Bureau until dusk, Lin Yichen, weary to the point of needing support from the walls to walk within the Sinang Palace, has now returned to a state of normalcy. Being extraordinarily handsome does indeed bring its own set of troubles. Shaking his head and contemplating briefly, Lin Yichen chose not to return to his small courtyard to seek out Luo Lan, but instead made his way directly to the Western Factory's prison, where the courtesan Yueying was being held captive. Your servant pays respects to the esteemed lord. Upon seeing Lin Yichen enter the cell, Yueying, fully aware that her fate rested entirely in his hands, immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, bowing deeply. Adorned in palace attire, she deliberately lowered her neckline, presenting an astonishing view without restraint as she bowed before Lin Yichen. What do you call me, lord? Lin Yichen casually plopped himself onto a chair, crossing his legs. Call me father. What? Yueying was momentarily taken aback, her expression filled with embarrassment as she gazed at Lin Yichen. In a critical moment, she might have been unable to resist his peculiar request, but in her current clear-minded state, she would not acquiesce to such odd demands. Your servant feels shy. Left with no choice, Yueying cautiously approached Lin Yichen and obediently crouched beside him, gently massaging his legs. You certainly have a keen perception. Lin Yichen's gaze swept over Yueying's alluring figure, and he swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in his throat. It must be said, Yueying, in her youthful prime, possessed an exquisite physique. Her skin was as white and tender as snow, and she emanated an intoxicating fragrance that made one yearn to explore further. I learned the art of servitude from my mother since childhood, but there are still some methods I have yet to experiment with. Blushing profusely, Yueying winked at Lin Yichen playfully. I haven't had the chance to try them out yet. Haha, are you trying to entice this chief steward? Lin Yichen, invigorated by her suggestive words, lifted his head with excitement. It was his first encounter with such a forward and alluring beauty. After all, during this era, most women were still quite reserved, much like the Empress, Azi, or even Luo Lan and the Empress Dowager. Though they might harbor desires within, they seldom voiced them or took the initiative. Are you not afraid that this chief steward might take drastic measures against you? Lin Yichen playfully lifted Yueying's chin, a teasing glint in his eyes. Are you not afraid I might render you helpless, unable to survive or perish. I am already yours, esteemed lord. Under Lin Yichen's gaze, Yueying lowered her head in shyness. Whatever you wish to do, I shall not dare to resist. I will only comply. Haha, you truly are a clever and delightful person. While Lin Yichen felt a surge of excitement at Yueying's enchanting figure, he nonetheless restrained his impulses. Although Yueying's physique and beauty were commendable, she fell just short of the allure possessed by a Qiu, a Zi, and Luolan. However, her delicate charm and manipulative skills, particularly her ability to seduce men, far surpassed those of women like Luolan. Even the battle-hardened Lin Yichen finds himself somewhat entranced in her presence. It is no wonder that many emperors meet an untimely end or are reluctant to attend court. Day after day, being lured by a seductress like her, even the most diligent ruler, if lacking in self-control, would likely succumb to indulgence and become a foolish monarch. Shaking his head, Lin Yichen bit his tongue, managing to suppress the impulse to punish Yueying on the spot. After all, Yueying is merely an ordinary person, and punishing her would yield no substantial benefit. It would only provide a fleeting moment of physical pleasure. Had this been in his previous life, or during the early days of his arrival in this world, he would have undoubtedly been unable to resist the allure of a beauty like Yueying. However, now, with no shortage of women at his disposal, and having unlocked the charms of several virtuous ladies, Yueying no longer holds the same appeal. Were you a high-ranking cultivator? Perhaps I would have succumbed to temptation and dealt with you directly. Lin Yichen lifted Yueying's chin with a light laugh, saying, but for now, cease your seductive arts. They are futile. I assure you, I shall not lay a hand on you. At this, Yueying was taken aback. As a courtesan of exceptional beauty, she had no desire to spend her life in this dismal cell, wasting her youth. She yearned to cling to Lin Yichen's side and become a woman of status. Lord Lin, grant me a chance. I will serve you well. Just give it a try. After a soft hum as she bit her crimson lip, Yueying reached out to grasp Lin Yichen. Rest assured, a beauty such as yourself will not be wasted on me. Lin Yichen swiftly captured Yueying's delicate hand, denying her the chance to touch him. After all, with her cunning ways, should she succeed in making contact, he worried he might lose his senses and jeopardize significant matters. I have a task for you, Lin Yichen stated, gazing intently into Yueying's eyes, which sparkled with intelligence. You are a clever individual, and thus I can offer you a chance for redemption. Should you successfully carry out this task for me, I will petition the emperor to appoint you as a lady-in-waiting, granting you an official status. From then on, you shall be an officer, no longer a servant. Others will attend to you, and you will no longer need to serve anyone else. Lin Yichen smiled. In short, if you fulfill this task for me, I shall ensure you are rewarded handsomely. At this, Yueying, still under the impression that Lin Yichen was merely a eunuch and thus uninterested in her, looked at him in astonishment. What do you wish for me to do? I need you to serve someone, Lin Yichen replied, his expression serious. You are astute, so while attending to him, ensure that you report all his actions to me subtly. Whenever I require your assistance, I expect you to provide me with the necessary insights. As long as this matter is resolved, should you desire to marry thereafter, I could arrange for you to be adopted as a daughter by a high-ranking eunuch within the palace, allowing you to wed a wealthy man and secure a life of comfort. Conversely, if marriage does not appeal to you, I could also secure a position for you in the Western Depot, enabling His Majesty to bestow upon you an official title, allowing you to serve as a female official. Lin Yichen chuckled, remarking that it merely involved using your beauty to accompany someone on my behalf. Lin Gonggong, with a determined expression, gazed at Lin Yichen with a complex demeanor, inquiring about the identity of the person you wish to arrange for me to accompany. Chapter 107. The Three Requests of Moonshadow. The renowned member of the royal family, the Prince of Longnan, has just returned from quelling unrest at the front lines. Under the watchful and skeptical gaze of Moonshadow, Lin Yichen slowly began to speak. He will arrive in the capital tomorrow, and I will serve as His Majesty's special envoy to welcome him. Upon his appointment as the general of the left guard, I will also assign him the role of the imperial censor. Are you asking me to accompany a mere soldier? Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Moonshadow's expression stiffened, and she regarded him with visible displeasure. Are you not afraid you will torment me to death? That should not be the case, Lin Yichen replied, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his embarrassment as he looked at Moonshadow. Is it not normal for men and women to engage in such matters? Besides, a soldier is still a human being. He is unlikely to differ significantly from an ordinary man. As long as you treat him with kindness, he should not subject you to undue hardship. Could you not find someone else? Moonshadow bit her lip, her eyes filled with grievance as she looked at Lin Yichen. Why must you send me to him? Do you not desire me for yourself? Because others are mere decorative pieces, while you possess the intellect to serve as a suitable spy. Lin Yichen regarded Moonshadow with utmost seriousness. By the way, you are still a paragon of virtue, correct? Of course. Moonshadow rolled her eyes at Lin Yichen with exasperation. While I may be taught various skills in the brothel, I will not have any real opportunities for practical experience until after my marriage. After all, for you men, is that not of great significance? It is indeed quite important. Lin Yichen conceded, nodding slightly, as this enhances a man's sense of conquest. After all, would you prefer a whole peach or one that has been bitten into and spat out? Unless one is utterly desperate, few would choose the bitten peach. This will make it easier for you to gain the trust of the Prince of Longnan. Lin Yichen regarded Moonshadow earnestly. I do not ask you to take extreme measures against him, such as assassinating him in bed. All I require is for you to earn his trust and relay useful information to me. When I need specific news, I will send someone to inform you, and you will assist me in gathering intelligence. Rest assured, should you accomplish this task well, I shall ensure you are amply rewarded. Can you truly not find someone else? Moonshadow clenched her small fists, her expression complex as she gazed at Lin Yichen. A woman skilled in arts and culture, she had envisioned a handsome prince. Not a brutish soldier. She yearned to surrender herself to a gentle scholar, not a rough general. I cannot. Lin Yichen shook his head firmly. No one under my command is more suitable than you. Are you willing to so easily give me to him? Lin Yichen merely smiled without replying. For he had many women at his side, having indulged in pleasures numerous times. Thus Moonshadow held little allure for him now. Moreover, her background as a courtesan rendered her position particularly unique. Lin Yichen did not wish to keep such a ticking time bomb by his side, lest it ignite a conflagration. Although it was somewhat regrettable, after all, for any man, the presence of beautiful women is always a welcome abundance. One must sacrifice something to gain something else. If one's life is lost, what value do additional women hold? Lin Yichen resolved to live on, with Luo Lan, the Empress, and Aji, as well as the yet-to-be-conquered Xiao, all would eventually be his to cherish, providing him with daily variety. Should he fall to the sword of King Qin, those beauties would merely become the spoils of another. Thus, sacrificing one Yuing now, with the prospect of eventually subduing King Qin and Lord Longnan, and aiding the Empress in seizing power, would ultimately yield the entirety of the Great Feng's 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines for him. Therefore, there was nothing to lament. For the sake of His Majesty's grand enterprise, any sacrifice was indeed worthwhile. Though these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lin Yichen maintained an outward facade of unwavering loyalty. For your Majesty, I am willing to sacrifice even myself. Such foolish loyalty. The corners of Yu Ying's mouth twitched as she shot him a fierce glare. After a long silence, she finally spoke again. I am willing to accompany Lord Longnan as you arrange, but I have 3 conditions. Speak. Lin Yichen exclaimed, elated by her words. As long as it is within my power, I shall fulfill it. Firstly, I hail from a family of criminals. My father was once the Minister of Justice. But after his transgressions, our family was exiled to Lingnan, while the women were consigned to the court of music. My mother and several aunts perished there. And I have heard that my father also met his end in Lingnan. However, I still have a younger brother, aged 17, who is living there. You must rescue him from Lingnan and provide him with a promising future. That is certainly feasible. Lin Yichen nodded immediately. I shall dispatch someone to grant him a special pardon and then send him to the Imperial Academy to study, paving his path to an official position. Secondly, my father was wrongfully executed, and the puppet master behind it was King Qin. Therefore, you must vindicate my father, restore his honor, and bestow upon him a commendable posthumous title. Certainly, Lin Yichen agreed without hesitation. However, King Qin wields considerable power at present, and I cannot confront him just yet. Nevertheless, I will ensure that the Western Bureau retrieves your father's records. Once I have dealt with King Qin, I shall promptly rectify your father's name and posthumously elevate his rank. Indeed, after biting her crimson lip, Yuing regarded Lin Yichen with a complex expression. The third condition is that I do not wish to give my best self to a mere soldier. Come here. With a beckoning gesture, Yuing reclined gracefully. Please, show me kindness. This gurgle. As Lin Yichen beheld the soft and fragrant form of Yuing lying before him, his expression became exceedingly complicated, leaving him at a loss for words. Was her third request not utterly bizarre? How was he to respond? After all, Yuing was the woman he was about to send away. How could he bear to part with her after having gained her? Although it is said that great achievers do not concern themselves with trifles, such a situation was still undeniably awkward. Was it not? This was rather inappropriate, was it not? Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Yichen could only gaze with a complex expression at the alluring silhouette of Wei Ying, who lay before him. Her slender waist and elongated legs were indeed captivating, leaving one spellbound. After all, as a courtesan cultivated in the brothels, Wei Ying's every movement exuded a charm that starkly contrasted with the dignified demeanor of a queen, the haughty presence of an empress, the bashfulness of Luo Lan, and the icy allure of a Z. She possessed an allure that stirred the blood and quickened the heartbeat of any man. Do you disdain me? Yue Ying suddenly lifted her head, her expression cold as she regarded Lin Yichen. If you do not agree to my request, then you may as well end my life. I will not perform such an act for you. Chapter 108. Welcoming the King of Longnan at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the second day. Outside the Zhuge Gate in Chang'an, Lin Yichen sat leisurely in a chair within the gate. Shaded by a group of eunuchs wielding parasols and surrounded by guards in fine attire. Sipping tea and enjoying fragrant melons, he appeared utterly at ease. To his left stood an immobile golden figure, cradling a wooden box containing a decree, while to his right was the officer in charge of guarding the Zhuge Gate, who wore a broad smile, flattering Lin Yichen and fanning him with a handheld fan. This officer, recently appointed and personally promoted by Lin Yichen, was acutely aware of his tenuous position in court. His predecessor, Zhao Guang, had met his end at Lin Yichen's hands, and the former officer had been a loyal confidant of Zhao Guang, who had favored him. Thus, his demeanor towards Lin Yichen had been decidedly hostile. This provocation did not go unnoticed by Lin Yichen, who, without hesitation, drew the imperial sword granted by the empress and swiftly executed the gate officer. In his stead, Lin Yichen elevated a previously overlooked 100-man officer to become the new gate commander. After a moment of contemplation, he assigned several trusted subordinates from the Xichang to serve as 100-man leaders and sergeants, ensuring the Zhuge Gate remained firmly under his control. With the political climate in Chang'an growing increasingly tense, especially with the imminent arrival of the King of Longnan, the Empress, the King of Qin, and the Empress Dowager all poised for confrontation, Lin Yichen understood the necessity of securing his escape route. With control over the Zhuge Gate, he would be able to make a quick exit should the situation demand it. His subordinates acknowledged his orders, pledging their loyalty. The newly promoted officers from the Xichang were, of course, exhilarated. Despite the lower status of gate guards compared to their former roles, their new posts conferred official rank and promised lucrative opportunities. Remember, Lin Yichen instructed, once I have welcomed the King of Longnan and taken my leave, those soldiers who disrespect me shall be dealt with accordingly. And control of the Zhuge Gate must remain firmly in my grasp. Do you understand? Understood, they replied in unison, under the watchful eyes of the formidable Xichang officers. The new gate commander, Chen Tao, nodded vigorously, fully aware that Lin Yichen's decision to leave these officers at the gate was a clear indication of his mistrust. Should he fail to comply with Lin Yichen's directives, it would undoubtedly be these very officers who would first turn against him. Rest assured, Lin Yichen assured him. If you perform your duties well, I shall be generous with my rewards. Lin Yichen cast a fleeting glance at Chen Tao, regardless of whether he takes a position at the Western Factory, is promoted to a guerrilla commander in the 5 cities military, or serves as a captain in the Imperial Guards, it is merely a matter of words. Young man, your future is boundless. I vow to serve Chief Lin with unwavering loyalty, even to the point of sacrificing my life. Haha. I sincerely hope you can live up to your words. As he spoke, Lin Yichen noticed a cloud of dust rising in the distance, signaling the arrival of the King of Longnan. He exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Jinzi and immediately rose to his feet, adopting a serious demeanor to welcome the king. With a resonant neigh, moments later, the King of Longnan, mounted on a magnificent black steed accompanied by over 30 elite guards, came to a halt before Lin Yichen. He remained on his horse, imperiously brandishing his whip towards Lin Yichen. Clear the way for me. Chen Tao, eager to impress Lin Yichen, unsheathed his sword without hesitation. Simultaneously, the 30-odd fierce guards behind the king also drew their blades. In an instant, an overwhelming aura surged toward Lin Yichen. Individually, these guards possessed merely innate strength. Yet when arrayed together, they could unleash the might of a grandmaster, capable not only of withstanding grandmasters but even of slaying them. It is crucial to understand that unless one is a master of the sacred realm, even a typical grandmaster, let alone a great master, would face certain death when trapped within such a formation. These elite soldiers, numbering in the thousands, could easily fell a grandmaster with a single stroke. In reality, only a master of the sacred realm could rely on stealth to assassinate a general in the midst of an army. However, once an army formed a battle array, encircled by tens of thousands of soldiers, even a sacred realm master, despite their prowess, would ultimately succumb to exhaustion and death. The King of Longnan indeed possesses an intriguing demeanor. Observing the robust and burly figure of the king, with a chest adorned in a thick mane of hair, Lin Yichen's pupils contracted slightly, although his strength did not rival that of King Qin. The king's long-standing experience in border warfare imbued him with a more formidable aura compared to the sinister nature of King Qin. The King of Longnan. I present the imperial decree, Lin Yichen declared as he took the royal edict from Xiao Jinzi, symbolizing imperial authority. I, Ji Rome, the King of Longnan, accept the decree. Under Lin Yichen's unwavering gaze, despite his imposing presence, the king of Longnan had no choice but to dismount and kneel. His 30-odd armored guards followed suit, kneeling in unison. The imperial edict and the power of the throne still held considerable sway. Gazing at the obediently kneeling king of Longnan, a faint smile flickered at the corner of Lin Yichen's mouth. As a modern individual, he held little reverence for the imperial edict, having experienced the gentleness of the empress, which diminished any sense of awe or loyalty he might have felt. However, for the ordinary people of this era, it bore the same weight as the city gate sentinel from days past, though he was a formidable being at the pinnacle of innate strength. Upon Lin Yichen's invocation of the sacred sword, he found himself compelled to kneel submissively, without Lin Yichen needing to showcase his mastery. Such is the might of imperial authority. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the king of Longnan has quelled the insurrection in Shu, which brings great solace to my heart. Therefore, I decree that the 3 provinces and 6 ministries convene to confer an additional 1,000 households to the king of Longnan as fief. And I hereby appoint him as the general of the imperial guard, overseeing the left camp of the elite troops. Upon receiving this decree, the king of Longnan need not journey to the capital to pay respects. He shall proceed directly to the left camp of the imperial guard to assume command. I shall soon visit to conduct an inspection. Thus it is decreed. Lin Yichen gazed at the kneeling king of Longnan. Your Highness, please accept the decree and express your gratitude. Minister Ji Rong. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the king of Longnan was nonetheless elated at being elevated to the position of general and entrusted with the command of the imperial guard's left camp. I accept the decree with profound gratitude. Long live our emperor, long live, long live. Chapter 109. The left camp of the imperial guards. Congratulations, Your Highness. After the Wang of Longnan respectfully accepted the imperial edict, Lin Yichen promptly assisted him to his feet and presented the completed decree. His Majesty holds you in high regard, continuously expressing that you are the pillar of the nation, a rare and trustworthy minister among the royal family, a loyal and courageous subject. The left camp of the imperial guards is crucial for safeguarding the capital and ensuring His Majesty's safety. Lin Yichen gazed solemnly at the Wang of Longnan. Thus, His Majesty is willing to entrust this left camp to you, which underscores the immense trust he places in you. Grasping the Wang's hand firmly, he continued. Our great Feng is currently beset by storms, with treacherous officials within and hostile nations eyeing us from without. Only someone like you, who is willing to risk everything for loyalty and righteousness, can alleviate His Majesty's plight. I, as a minister of the royal family, shall dedicate myself entirely to serving His Majesty and great Feng until my last breath. The Wang of Longnan, with a stern countenance and serious demeanor, replied to Lin Yichen. I shall swiftly take command of the left camp and protect His Majesty. With your assurance, I can confidently report to His Majesty. Lin Yichen patted the Wang's hand earnestly, lowering his voice. Although I have been appointed as the military supervisor, the capital is fraught with turmoil, and I will hardly be able to visit the Blue Sky camp. Therefore, you need not concern yourself with my presence. You should act as you see fit in the left camp. Should any issues arise, I shall explain them to His Majesty and vigorously defend you in the court. Thank you, Master Lin. Despite harboring a certain disdain for the eunuch, the Wang of Longnan understood that the dynamics of court life differed greatly from those on the frontier. As a trusted confidant of the Empress, Lin Yichen deserved a measure of respect to avoid any potential conflicts. It was well known that eunuchs were often petty and vindictive. Several generals from the border had suffered dire consequences after underestimating them, having been slandered and subsequently exiled or executed by the late emperor. After all, we are all part of the same family. Lin Yichen chuckled. In the future, I shall rely on you even more, Your Highness. Of course. While inwardly thinking that he was not family with a mere eunuch, the Wang of Longnan nonetheless smiled and nodded outwardly. Master Lin, I shall now express my gratitude to His Majesty in person. No need, Lin Yichen replied seriously. His Majesty has stated that after you receive the edict, you may take your personal guards and 3,000 elite soldiers directly to the Blue Sky camp. I will ensure that the logistical matters are managed, overseeing the county magistrate of Lantian and the treasury of Chang'an to guarantee the timely supply of provisions and military rations for the soldiers. Why must I not personally express my gratitude and report to His Majesty? The Wang of Longnan's expression turned cold, and he fixed a fierce glare at Lin Yichen. Having just returned victorious from quelling a rebellion, the palpable aura of violence surrounding him startled Lin Yichen, sending shivers down his spine. The situation in the capital was indeed precarious at this moment. Lin Yichen lowered his voice, his expression grave as he gazed intently at the king of Longnan. Your Majesty fears that once His Highness enters the capital, he may find it impossible to depart. His Highness is also aware that the Imperial Guards have long been under the command of the Prince of Qin. Although Your Majesty has elevated him to the position of General of Chariots and Cavalry, the Prince of Qin seems dissatisfied and unwilling to relinquish control of the left army. Should His Highness detach from the 3,000 elite troops entering the capital, there is a possibility that the Prince of Qin may detain him. He dares to do so. The King of Longnan was instantly filled with rage. The Great Phone belongs to your majesty, and so does the military authority. Whoever your majesty appoints to command the troops shall hold the position of general of the left army. Does the Prince of Qin truly consider the imperial guards to be his personal soldiers? Your Highness, please exercise caution. Lin Yichen immediately lowered his voice and glanced around. The Prince of Qin has been in power for over a decade, and his influence is pervasive within and outside the capital. His ill intentions to usurp the throne are well known. Therefore, I beseech your Highness to exercise patience. Very well. Reluctantly, the King of Longnan nodded solemnly. Rest assured, your majesty. I shall swiftly take command of the Imperial Guard's left army. As long as I am present, he shall never succeed in his ambitions. Your Highness's loyalty and valor are, of course, greatly trusted by your majesty. Lin Yichen smiled and nodded. I have already arranged for a residence for your Highness in Lantian County. I wish your Highness smooth sailing ahead. The two then distributed rewards that had been meticulously prepared by the chief steward. Each man received a bolt of silk and a piece of silver. As Lin Yichen instructed the young eunuchs to bestow the abundant silks and coins upon the 3,000 elite soldiers brought by the King of Longnan, the initially indifferent soldiers began to soften their demeanor, nodding respectfully towards Lin Yichen, the military supervisor. After all, one does not strike a smiling face, especially when it is one that brings gifts. Your Highness must take care and be cautious. You must remain of use. Grasping the King of Longnan's hand, Lin Yichen reiterated, with your Highness in the Lantian camp, both your majesty and I can sleep soundly. Otherwise, we would truly have to keep one eye open even while resting. I had not anticipated that the situation in the capital would escalate to such a degree. The King of Longnan mounted his horse decisively. Rest assured, with me here, no one dares to harm your majesty. Hu Wei, heed my command. Accompany me to the Lantian camp and take command of the military authority. With the King of Longnan's words, the 3,000 elite soldiers simultaneously turned their horses and followed him towards the left army of the Imperial Guards. Urged the magistrate of Lantian County and the Minister of Revenue to ensure the supplies for the Lantian camp. And it would be best to send some wine and meat to reward the troops, Lin Yichen said, his eyes glinting as he turned to the young assistant beside him. Have you prepared the ample coins and silks I requested? All is ready, the assistant affirmed eagerly. These are from the previous confiscations. Let us take them along and also purchase some chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep from the farmers, and proceed to Tongguan to reward the troops. Lin Yichen took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with intense brilliance. The 20,000 elite frontier troops that had come to quell the rebellion represented a formidable military force. If they could be placed under the command of this governor, the safety of his majesty would be further assured. Lin Yichen was acutely aware that, despite lavish rewards, these 20,000 troops might initially remain loyal to their former commander, the King of Longnan, whose reputation soared among them due to his victories. However, this was of little concern. The King of Longnan had already been reassigned. After Lin Yichen's repeated generous offerings and the strategic placement of his confidants, he would inevitably gain control over these 20,000 men. Chapter 110, Promotion or Return to Farming Chief Lin. Greetings to Chief Lin. 3 days later, as Lin Yichen arrived at Tongguan with numerous Western factory guards and young eunuchs, escorting dozens of carts laden with silk and coins, the governor of Tongguan, Du Ming, and the deputy commander of the 20,000 border troops, Gao Jinda, respectfully paid their respects to Lin Yichen. Please, both of you, rise. You are the pillars of our great Feng. On behalf of His Majesty, I have come to reward the troops, and I must rely on your loyal support. Lin Yichen smiled as he assisted Governor Du Ming and Deputy Commander Gao Jinda to their feet, addressing them warmly. His Majesty has decreed that the 20,000 border troops, having quelled the rebellion, have worked hard and achieved great merit, which brings great comfort to me. Thus, each soldier is specially granted 2 bolts of cloth, a string of coins, and a generous supply of wine and meat. On behalf of the 20,000 men, I thank His Majesty for his graciousness. Gao Jinda immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully cupping his fist towards the direction of Chang'an in gratitude to the Empress. Shortly thereafter, he requested the general to send someone to guide them, so that Lin Yichen's entourage could personally distribute the rewards from the Empress. After Gao Jinda stood, Lin Yichen smiled and said, "It is essential that every soldier feels the maternal benevolence of the Empress." Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Gao Jinda's expression stiffened, and he hesitated gravely. As a trusted confidant of the Prince of Longnan, he had received orders from the prince before leaving Tongguan to safeguard these 20,000 border troops. After all, they were the prince's true assets, though he publicly proclaimed loyalty to the nation. He was reluctant to allow his subordinates to be swayed by the Empress and Lin Yichen. What, General Gao, are you unwilling to allow everyone to receive their rewards? Lin Yichen immediately discerned Gao Jinda's hesitation and smiled, saying, "If the men do not wish to accept the rewards bestowed by His Majesty, then I shall have no choice but to depart immediately." "Of course not." Gao Jinda quickly shook his head, thinking it absurd. If the 20,000 soldiers learned that he had refused their rewards, they would not care whether he was a deputy commander or a trusted aide. They would simply eliminate him for obstructing their financial gain and elect a new deputy commander. The camp is somewhat chaotic, and my subordinates worry that the soldiers may act rashly and offend you, Master Lin, Gao Jinda explained with a wry smile. It would be better if Master Lin first deposited the rewards into the Tongguan treasury, and then they could be distributed by designated personnel. Not at all. I have always been quite interested in the military camp. I shall directly enter the camp to distribute the rewards. Lin Yichen's gaze turned cold as he regarded Gao Jinda. His Highness the Prince of Longnan has already taken command of the left camp of the Imperial Guards in Lantian. Therefore, this 20,000 men are currently directly under my supervision as the military supervisor. There are some matters I shall speak plainly about, General Gao. Do you aspire to further advancement, or do you wish to lay down your armor and return home to farm? Gulping, upon hearing Lin Yichen's blunt words, Governor Du Ming's face turned pale as he stepped back, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. For a moment's carelessness could lead to a military coup. He had no desire to perish alongside this reckless youth. What does Master Lin mean by this? Gao Jinda's expression hardened, his eyes glimmering with brilliance and coldness as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Yichen. The 20,000 border troops are the former subordinates of the King of Longnan. Just after the King of Longnan has returned victorious, His Majesty intends to strip him of his military power. Does he not fear the reproach of the world, that he may be accused of harming loyal subjects? The general's words were incomprehensible to the steward, for the notion of within the four seas, all are the king's land holds true. The very shores of the land are also the king's ministers. The King of Longnan is a subject of His Majesty, thus, these 20,000 border troops are undoubtedly part of His Majesty's army. Lin Yichen replied with a smile, His Majesty has bestowed rewards and has them stationed at Tongguan. What objection can there be? Do you have any further opinions, General Gao? He demanded, raising his voice to demonstrate his mastery of power. General Gao, I carry the seal of the commander of Tongguan with me. Do you wish for promotion, or would you prefer to return home to till the fields? Answer me now. Gulp. Mastery. After Lin Yichen displayed his formidable prowess, Du Ming, a practitioner of innate strength, exchanged a glance with Gao Jinda, both eyes wide with astonishment. They had never anticipated that the seemingly effeminate Lin Yichen was, in fact, a eunuch of masterful caliber. I thank your Majesty for your great kindness. Left with little choice under Lin Yichen's coercion and lacking the support of the King of Longnan, Gao Jinda reluctantly nodded. I am willing to serve His Majesty and heed the arrangements of Steward Lin. Precisely. Lin Yichen promptly handed the commander's seal to Gao Jinda. The King of Longnan is a loyal subject to your Majesty, and so is General Gao. His Majesty has never intended to usurp power or incite General Gao to rebel against the King of Longnan. As long as General Gao is willing to heed His Majesty's words, everything shall be agreeable. I understand. Gao Jinda, left with no retort, could not resist the allure of promotion, ultimately siding with Lin Yichen and the Empress. After all, the Empress wielded righteousness, and aligning with her could hardly be deemed a betrayal of the King of Longnan. The king himself was to accept the Empress's appointment and lead the Imperial Guard's left division, was he not? Very well, then please lead the way, General Gao. I shall distribute rewards to the soldiers forthwith. Your Excellency, please. Having resolved to align with the Empress, Gao Jinda recognized Lin Yichen's esteemed position in her court. And as his immediate superior, he naturally treated Lin Yichen with great respect. Ha! General Gao is indeed a wise man. Your future prospects are truly limitless. Observing Gao Jinda's swift change in attitude, Lin Yichen couldn't help but smile with delight. He understood that neither Gao Jinda nor the 20,000 border troops could be fully trusted at present. Should the King of Longnan return, they would undoubtedly heed his commands. However, Lin Yichen was unperturbed. He knew that there was no corner of the world that could not be swayed. The riches and positions that the King of Longnan could not provide, both he and the Empress could readily offer. Thus, it would not be long before they naturally became Lin Yichen's loyal supporters. After all, it is akin to a company offering a salary of 3,000 a month while another offers 10,000. Although the former has bestowed upon you the favor of training, it is only natural for an individual to select the latter company. My gratitude extends to your Majesty and Lord Lin. Indeed. Upon the announcement of rewards by Lin Yichen at the point of deployment, these soldiers instantly erupted in exuberant cheers. They cared not for the identities of those above them. As long as they were granted rewards and allowed to indulge in feasting and revelry, they would gladly follow any commander. Only a handful of The low-ranking officers were engaged in hushed discussions, casting wary yet hopeful glances at Lin Yichen. Meanwhile, at this moment, as Lin Yichen endeavored to win over the remnants of the Longnan king's former forces within the walls of the Qin Wangfu in Chang'an, the Qin king, in a fit of exasperation, glared at the cloaked monk. "What shall we do now, master? If this continues, the Imperial Guard's left camp will truly fall under his command." Chapter 111. The poisonous scheme of the black-clad monk. Your Highness, do not panic. I possess a strategy that will effortlessly undermine the attempts of the King of Longnan to coerce you, allowing you to maintain control over the former troops of the left guard. Observing the exasperated expression on King Qin's face, the black-clad monk's eyes glimmered with cunning as he whispered into the king's ear, "It is as simple as this. If your Highness commands your men to act accordingly, the King of Longnan will undoubtedly retreat in disgrace." The left guard boasts an impressive force of 50,000 troops, comprised of elite soldiers dispatched from various regions and distinguished young men from the capital and the heart of the Central Plains, all renowned for their exceptional equestrian and archery skills. Furthermore, your Highness has held command over the Imperial Guards for an extended period. The officers within the left guard remain loyal solely to you, disregarding the Emperor and his ministers. Thus, even if the King of Longnan possesses the Emperor's decree, it would be utterly impossible for him to easily compel these officers to obey his orders. With a cold chuckle, the black-clad monk continued, "Only you, your Highness, can subdue them and earn their loyalty." This assertion was indeed indisputable. Having commanded the Imperial Guards for a decade, these 100,000 troops had effectively become an extension of the king's personal army. King Qin replied with pride. However, the King of Longnan has brought along 3,000 elite border troops. If he were to use these soldiers as the backbone and assign them as mid-level officers throughout the various ranks, would that not endanger the Imperial Guards? The monk's eyes sparkled with mischief as he retorted, "Fear not, your Highness. The King of Longnan would not dare to pursue such a course of action, nor does he possess the courage to do so. If he were to attempt it, the displaced mid-level officers from the left guard would surely harbor resentment. In such a case, they would seek you out for justice. And would the rank-and-file soldiers of the left guard be willing to accept commands from newcomers from Longnan?" The monk's laughter echoed. If the King of Longnan were to proceed with such folly, it would be tantamount to courting his own demise. Indeed, while he might gain control over the left guard, such a move carries inherent risks. King Qin reflected on the monk's words, acknowledging their validity. "Let us proceed with your plan. I shall assign my third brother to keep a close watch on the King of Longnan. Should the need arise, I will not hesitate to act decisively." "Ahmedba, splendid, splendid." The black-clad monk smiled and bowed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he regarded King Qin. "By the way, your Highness, the newly appointed elder from the Qilin sacred land has arrived in Yinjing." "Just an elder?" Upon hearing this, King Qin's brows furrowed in displeasure as he cast a reproachful glance at the monk. "Why did the Lord of Qilin not come in person? Is he truly willing to assist me?" The Empress Dowager and Li Zhong's attitudes are ambiguous at best. With your Highness wielding the national dragon seal, it is not so simple to confront them. Given my own strength, if the Empress Dowager were to assist you, I would be unable to lead my men to forcibly breach the Forbidden City. Should the situation drag on, and other feudal lords and officials come to the aid of the throne, would that not place me in peril?" King Qin exclaimed in frustration. Only his personal intervention would effectively resolve matters with the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. "Once I ascend the throne, I shall undoubtedly establish the Qilin Holy Land as the state religion, and I shall rule alongside the Qilin Holy Master." "Ahmedba, your Highness, there is no need for haste." The monk in black intoned another Buddhist chant. "This esteemed elder possesses the prowess of a peak master, just a step away from becoming a grand master, and is indeed formidable. But what use is that?" The Qin Wang scoffed disdainfully. "Can he contend with your Majesty, or withstand Li Zhong? Without reaching the realm of Grand Master, he cannot possibly hold back Li Zhong, nor endure a strike from the National Dragon Seal." The Qin Wang's expression grew grave. Below the Grand Master level, a mere command from the little Emperor with the National Dragon Seal would ensure certain death. Only a Grand Master can withstand the assault of the National Dragon Seal. The Qin Wang's countenance was serious. Li Zhong is no ordinary Grand Master. Hence, a peak master facing him is tantamount to courting death. "Your Highness, the true purpose of this esteemed elder's visit to Chang'an is to eliminate Lin Yichen." Observing the furious Qin Wang, the black-clad monk hastily clarified, "The Qilin Holy Master dispatched him, but did not specify that he was to assist you in your ascension. Therefore, when you are truly ready to undertake significant matters, the Qilin Holy Master will likely intervene personally or send a Grand Master Elder to aid you." "To slay Lin Yichen?" The Qin Wang found himself perplexed by the monk's words, casting a skeptical glance at him. "Lin Yichen is merely the chief eunuch of the Royal Horse Department, and at most, he has slain the guardian Shun Zhao of the Qilin Holy Land. Is it truly necessary for the Qilin Holy Master to mobilize such resources to eliminate him? If he merely informs me, I could handle the matter myself. I am not entirely privy to the details, but it seems to pertain to certain secrets of the Qilin Holy Land, the black-clad monk slowly replied. Thus, the Qilin Holy Master has deemed Lin Yichen a target for elimination. Moreover, the reason he has not come in person appears to be related to a critical juncture in his cultivation, rendering him unable to depart the Qilin Holy Land. Very well. If this esteemed elder wishes to eliminate Lin Yichen, let him proceed with his task. After a moment of contemplation, the Qin Wang waved his hand nonchalantly. Have our men cooperate with him, endeavoring to assist in the demise of Lin Yichen. After all, Lin Yichen is aligned with the little emperor, and I have long harbored displeasure towards his incessant presence. He truly deserves his fate. Bah, it is as it should be. The black-clad monk replied with a smile. The pressing matter at hand remains to thwart the incursion of the king of Longnan. It is imperative to ensure the left camp of the imperial guards remains under your highness's control. Ultimately, only by mobilizing both camps can you thoroughly cleanse Chang'an and ascend the throne. The black-clad monk's expression was exceedingly grave. Otherwise, with only the right camp engaged, should the left camp and the Imperial Forest Army launch a flanking assault, while the 30,000 patrolling city defense troops fortify the capital, your position may become perilous. I am well aware of this. The Qin Wang coldly snorted and nodded emphatically. Military power is paramount. Without it, those in the court who support me may rebel at any moment, and several chancellors would seek to eliminate me. In these past years, their compliant demeanor, aside from their doubts regarding the identity of the Empress, can be attributed to the fact that I wield military power capable of annihilating their entire lineage at any moment. Now, I shall pay a visit to the third prince and divulge the plan to him. With a cold smirk, the king of Qin strode purposefully out of the door. Those who dare to usurp my military authority shall meet a singular fate. Death. Chapter 112. The schemes of the Elder Gao. Elder Gao had already acquired the necessary intelligence. Within a certain inn in the bustling market of Chang'an, a protector at the first level of the Qilin sacred land hastily approached Elder Gao, bowing respectfully. Unlike Shen Zhao, who preferred to use brothels and taverns as his strongholds, Elder Gao, as a traditional elder, favored inns for such purposes. Due to his advanced age, he had little interest in the establishments frequented by women of ill repute. What can be said? Elder Gao set aside the pastry in his hand, his expression grave as he regarded his subordinate protector. Where exactly is Lin Yichen hiding? At this moment, Lin was not in Chang'an but rather 300 miles away in Tongguan, reportedly training over 20,000 troops from Longnan. Protector Pei looked up at Elder Gao with utmost respect. Previously, Shen Zhao was captured in a brothel, beset by Lin Yichen and numerous experts from the Western Bureau. He was subsequently imprisoned in the Western Bureau's dungeon and ultimately executed by Lin Yichen himself. In truth, Lin Yichen had laid a trap, leading Protector Shen to believe he could achieve victory through a reckless assault, only to be ensnared in Lin's carefully crafted scheme. Despite Protector Shen's formidable strength, he was ultimately overwhelmed by a group of 3 to 5 masters and met a tragic end. It is difficult to say he did not deserve this fate. Elder Gao nodded slightly, his expression still serious as he continued to gaze at Protector Pei. However, what business does a mere eunuch like Lin Yichen have interfering in military matters? He is meddling in affairs that do not concern him. After a cold snort, Elder Gao's eyes narrowed. What does Prince Qin say? Is he willing to assist us in eliminating Lin Yichen? His Highness the Prince has expressed strong discontent regarding the absence of the Holy Master. Protector Pei quickly replied. Moreover, he has stated that he is about to undertake a significant endeavor, thus requiring the Holy Master's presence, or at the very least, the dispatch of several grand elders to aid him. Should he fail in his undertaking or succeed without the assistance of the Qilin sacred land, both the young emperor and he himself would undoubtedly seek revenge against our sect. He has left this matter for the Holy Master to decide, urging us to await the outcome. Preposterous. He dares to threaten the Qilin sacred land and the Holy Master? Elder Gao was instantly incensed. The Holy Master is not someone he can command. This is truly courting death. However, I have no authority to decide this matter myself, he conceded. Protector Pei continued with deference. Nevertheless, the prince has indicated his willingness to assist us in eliminating Lin Yichen. Coincidentally, a shipment of provisions is being sent from the Chang'an treasury to Tongguan today, intended to sustain the 20,000 border troops for a month. The logistics officer overseeing this transport happens to be one of Prince Qin's men. Protector Pei looked at Elder Gao. Thus, His Highness the Prince has proposed that we conceal our men among the soldiers delivering the supplies. When the provisions arrive in Tongguan, Lin Yichen, as the supervising eunuch, will undoubtedly need to personally inspect and accept the shipment. At that moment, our men can launch a surprise attack, and surely, we can easily eliminate Lin Yichen. After all, Lin Yichen's personal strength is rather limited. His previous victory over Shinzhao was achieved through a collective ambush. Pei Hufa chuckled, remarking that during this mission to Tongguan, Lin did not surround himself with formidable allies. Thus, once we execute our surprise attack, his demise is assured. Very well, you shall seek Elderly. After a moment of hesitation, Elder Gao instructed Pei Hufa directly. Let him and his men approach Lin Yichen disguised as a supply convoy and eliminate him. This, aware of the strained relationship between Elder Gao and Elderly, who accompanied him as his deputy. Pei Hufa regarded Elder Gao with suspicion. If they indeed succeed in slaying Lin Yichen, the credit will rightfully belong to them. Won't it? Lin Yichen is not so easily dispatched, and even if they do manage to kill him, the accolades will not solely belong to them. A portion will still be ours. Elder Gao scoffed. Our efforts in the capital to delay reinforcements and hinder other rescuers from the Western Depot also constitute significant merit, do they not? Go now, and ensure Elderly accomplishes this task. Understood. Faced with Elder Gao's unwavering attitude, Pei Hufa dared not utter further objections and respectfully accepted the command. 3 days later, having garnered the loyalty of nearly 20,000 soldiers from Longnan through a blend of benevolence and authority, Lin Yichen awaited the arrival of the supply convoy outside the Tongguan military camp, accompanied by Du Ming and Gao Jinda. Regardless of the army, provisions are the most precious and morale-boosting resources. As long as the food supply is adequate, soldiers can fill their bellies, which naturally elevates their spirit and sustains their daily labor. Conversely, if they are starved, even the most distinguished general leading the troops will encounter plummeting morale, potentially leading to their downfall on the battlefield. After all, who would fight fiercely when their stomachs are empty? Even those who wish to fight would lack the strength to do so. However, mere sustenance is insufficient. While adequate provisions can maintain the minimum morale and combat effectiveness of an army, cultivating a force of seasoned warriors requires superior weapons and armor, along with ample gold, silver, and silks as rewards. Furthermore, the presence of a formidable general is essential, preferably one who has achieved multiple victories and can boast a contingent of experienced veterans. Lin Yichen remarked, such an army embodies a distinct spirit, truly an elite force. Manager Lin reflected on the caliber of their 20,000 Longnan soldiers. Observing Lin Yichen's analysis, Gao Jinda inquired with a smile, can they be regarded as a strong army? Certainly, they can be categorized as such, though not at the highest tier. If we were to classify soldiers into 4 ranks, A, B, C, and D, they would fall into the B category of strong armies. Lin Yichen replied with a smile, having returned from quelling rebellions, their morale is high, their orders are followed, and their skills are commendable. These are all advantages. However, due to the outstanding experts and officers being taken by the king of Longnan, their arms and armor are considerably inferior to those of the imperial guards, and their financial rewards are similarly lacking in comparison to the standards of the imperial guards. Therefore, they still fall short in some respects. And what of the 100,000 imperial guards? Do you consider them an A-tier strong army? Beside him, Du Ming could not help but interject, inquiring of Lin Yichen. To speak candidly, although the battles are infrequent, their treatment is far superior to that of the border troops. Lin Yichen replied with a smile. While they may not lack for resources, rewards, or armaments, and are composed of the finest soldiers and nobility selected from various regions, their excessive arrogance and the indulgence of King Qin have led them to disregard military orders, leaving them somewhat lacking in true martial prowess. Should they engage in a few battles, they might indeed cultivate themselves into first-rate troops. In a tone tinged with indignation, Gao Jinda, breathing heavily, gravely asked Lin Yichen, which of our great Feng's forces could be deemed first-rate? Lin Yichen responded with a smile, I may not know about others, but there are indeed 2 regiments of first-rate troops in the vicinity of the capital. Chapter 113, the value of Lin Yichen's had the 3,000 elite troops taken by the king of Longnan, under the watchful gaze of Gao Jinda and Du Ming. Lin Yichen slowly began to speak. Additionally, there are the 10,000 core elite imperial guards under the command of the king of Qin. Specifically the 10,000 elite divine strategy army he personally leads. He continued, as for the left camp Tiger Guard and the right camp Tiger Ben army, while each of these regiments is at full strength with 10,000 men, they are not merely a collection of the old, weak, and sick. Each soldier possesses commendable combat capabilities. Lin Yichen shook his head, however, due to the soldiers' unruly nature. They not only fail to obey orders but also frequently cause disturbances in pursuit of rewards. Thus, although they may fight fiercely, they can only be regarded as a second-rate military force, falling short of the true first-rate armies. Lin Yichen's expression turned grave. In the face of genuine first-rate troops, they may initially hold their ground, but when it comes to life and death struggles, they are likely to falter. For instance, First-rate forces can endure a 30% casualty rate and still maintain a degree of combat effectiveness, even willing to fight to the end. In contrast, these second-rate forces may be invincible in favorable conditions, but during a bloody battle, a mere 20% casualty rate could lead them to collapse. As he spoke, Lin Yichen cast a glance at Gao Jinda. How much of a casualty rate can the 20,000 border troops you command withstand? If the king of Longnan were to lead them personally, a 30% rate would pose no issue. Gao Jinda hesitated slightly. However, in the absence of the king of Longnan, your and my prestige in their eyes is insufficient, so a 20% rate is likely the utmost limit. You underestimate the 3,000 elite troops taken by the king of Longnan. Gao Jinda inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with intensity. If the king of Longnan were to disperse them among the 50,000 left camp imperial guards, it would be inconsequential. Yet, if he were to concentrate their use, as long as he remains alive, even a 50% casualty rate would not break their resolve. Over the years, the king of Longnan had treated them with a blend of kindness and authority, personally leading them to numerous victories. Thus, the esteem the commander holds among the soldiers is not something that can be earned overnight. It's akin to the efforts you and your subordinates have made to win hearts recently, but in reality, only a handful of discerning officers have chosen to align with us. Gao Jinda regarded Lin Yichen with a complex expression. For the majority of lower-ranking officers and soldiers, as long as we are clear with rewards and punishments, they may not harbor animosity towards us, yet neither do they possess any loyalty. To put it plainly, if the king of Longnan were to return and issue a command, among those 20,000 border troops, Gao Jinda's lips tightened. At least 18 or 19,000 would follow him. Lin Yichen understood and nodded with a smile, fully aware of the situation. After all, the king of Longnan had led them in numerous campaigns, establishing immense prestige. A few days of rewards and favors would merely ensure their compliance with Lin Yichen's commands, as they were not like the commanders who could be subdued through titles and the emperor's authority. Chief Steward, I comprehend that the elite troops under the king of Qin and the king of Longnan are indeed first-rate forces. Beside him, Du Ming cast a suspicious glance at Lin Yichen. But what of His Majesty's imperial guards? And what can be said of the imperial army and the Jinui? Du Ming's expression turned grave. As His Majesty's personal troops, their treatment, morale, and combat effectiveness must surely be exceptional, correct? Such thoughts are misplaced. Lin Yichen replied with a slight shrug, glancing at Du Ming. The imperial guards and the feathered forest guards are merely for show. Their armor gleams brightly and their banners flutter proudly, yet in reality, they lack substantial combat experience. When a real battle ensues, one cannot fathom how many would soil themselves in terror. Individually, they may exhibit strength, as most possess some degree of cultivation. However, when it comes to organized formations and combat strategies, they fall significantly short. Lin Yichen chuckled ruefully as he continued, as for the Jinui and the Eastern Factory operatives, not to mention my own Western Factory agents, they are a different breed altogether. While they are indeed elite, our primary responsibilities revolve around specialized tasks, distinct from conventional military duties. We apprehend and interrogate, track down assassins, gather intelligence, and bribe enemy forces. Observing the laborers escorting food supplies along with officials from the Ministry of Revenue in Chang'an, Lin Yichen addressed General Gao. The shipment of provisions will suffice for your sustenance for 3 months. I must return to the capital shortly, so during this period, you are to station your men at Tongguan and ensure regular training for the soldiers. The rations will be ample, with occasional indulgences in wine and meat, along with rewards during festivals. Lin Yichen fixed a serious gaze upon Gao Jinda. You must remember this. Without the orders from His Majesty or myself, no one is permitted to mobilize these 20,000 border troops without authorization. What if His Highness of Longnan issues a command? Gao Jinda inquired, his expression shifting to one of complexity as he looked at Lin Yichen. What should I do? Disobey? Lin Yichen's demeanor remained serious. He currently serves as the general of the left camp of the Imperial Guards, commanding 50,000 troops, and he no longer holds authority over your 20,000 border forces. At this moment, you are directly governed by His Majesty and myself. The military pay and supplies are dispensed solely through our commands. His influence is irrelevant, as is Longnan's. Lin Yichen smiled, adding, let me share a secret with you. Provided you perform exceptionally well, His Majesty could elevate your contingent to the ranks of the Imperial Guards and command the Prince of Longnan to send their families here, bestowing upon them resettlement funds. You must understand, the household registration in the capital holds far greater value than that of Longnan. The benefits of serving in the Imperial Guards are such that the funds allocated for one Imperial Guard could support 3 to 5 soldiers in Longnan. You may communicate this clearly to everyone. As long as you heed the commands of His Majesty and myself, your future prospects are boundless. With a gulp, Gao Jinda exclaimed. Understood. Listening to Lin Yichen's encouragement, He opened his eyes wide, filled with excitement. After all, throughout history, possessing a household registration in the capital has always been immensely valuable, with direct officials and troops enjoying substantial benefits. Compared to the border troops, the imperial guards are akin to beggars. Work diligently. I have high hopes for you. And your future is limitless, Lin Yichen said with a smile, patting Gao Jinda on the shoulder. As he faced the official from the Ministry of Revenue presenting the account books, Lin Yichen decided to personally inspect the provisions being delivered, examine whether it is aged grain, inferior quality masquerading as good, or tainted provisions mixed with sand. It is essential to acknowledge that the soldiers of this era possess a commendable attitude. Yet they are also quite defiant, unlike the inept soldiers of the subsequent Song and Ming dynasties. Should they find themselves poorly fed and deprived of their military pay, they may indeed incite rebellion against their superiors. They cry for the demise of Lin Yichen. Lin Yichen, the treacherous traitor, deserves his fate. Comrades, it is this treacherous eunuch Lin Yichen who has seized our provisions and caused us suffering. Therefore, the decree from King Qin states that those who slay Lin Yichen shall be granted nobility and rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. Chapter 114. Lin Yichen transforms into a turtle to slay Lin Yichen and claim his head, to secure the title of Inner Marquis. The wretched minions of the court have seized our grain, causing untold suffering as many go hungry. Let us rid ourselves of this frustration by eliminating him. Join me in vanquishing the eunuch. Amidst the fervent cries of outrage, a group of over a dozen innate realm experts, led by a master, surged towards Lin Yichen, shouting their intent to execute him. Disguised as grain transporters, they revealed concealed machetes and swords from their grain sacks, surrounding Lin Yichen with malice. Clearly having prepared for this encounter. How audacious! These eunuchs dare to insult us. How can they so brazenly mock our kin? Provoked by the taunts of these assassins, Lin Yichen wasted no time, unleashing his mastery as a master-level practitioner. He delivered a swift kick to the nearest innate assassin attempting to strike him, with a resounding thud. The assassin's head was crushed as if it were a rotten watermelon, splattering crimson brain matter and white blood across the ground. Protect Supervisor Lin. Everyone, heed my command. Surround these grain transporters and ensure the safety of our provisions while we extinguish this threat and shield Supervisor Lin. As the deputy commander of 20,000 border troops, Gao Jinda promptly gestured to the soldiers, issuing orders. All laborers, listen closely. This matter does not concern you. Take cover and do not resist. Those who comply and refrain from fleeing will be released after we ascertain the situation. Anyone who attempts to flee or retaliate will be deemed a traitor and dealt with ruthlessly. Commanding the soldiers to swiftly encircle the grain convoy, Gao Jinda directed those with shields and spears to gradually compress towards the center. He then turned his attention to Lin Yichen, who was entangled with a master-level assassin. Supervisor Lin, be cautious. Please seek refuge within our formation for a moment. Rest assured, as long as we maintain our formation, no harm shall come to you. Fear not, he is merely a novice master. Does he truly believe he can eliminate me? Lin Yichen chuckled nonchalantly, continuing to wield his Wind Thunder Spirit Sword with ferocity against the initial stage master assassin. In this moment, Lin Yichen perceived this opportunity as a gift awaiting his grasp. Curse it, you are at the third level of mastery. Faced with the formidable prowess of Lin Yichen, the assassin's expression shifted dramatically, steadily losing ground against Lin. The numerous innate experts beside him were entangled with the forces of the Western Depot and military elites, rendering them incapable of assisting him. The strength of this supervisor is indeed beyond your imagination. With a swift thrust, Lin Yichen's sword pierced the shoulder of the master assassin, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. If my deductions are correct, you must belong to the Qilin sacred land. I offer you a chance. Kneel and surrender now. And it may not be too late. To hell with you. Naturally, the master assassin dismissed Lin Yichen's entreaty, gritting his teeth and launching a desperate assault once more. Seeking death. With a swift motion, Lin Yichen responded, seizing the perfect opportunity after the master assassin's strike missed its mark. Lin Yichen plunged his sword directly into the assassin's heart, decisively ending his life. A notification chimed. Host has slain a beginner-tier master assassin, rewarding 10 years of cultivation. 10 years was indeed commendable. Hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yichen nodded in satisfaction, although this was considerably less than the initial rewards of 20 or 30 years. His strength had significantly improved since then, making a lesser reward quite reasonable. Moreover, this was the first master he had slain using his own prowess, lending it a sense of commemorative significance. Die, you wretched eunuch. With that, just as Lin Yichen believed he had secured control of the situation and had let his guard down, a furious shout suddenly erupted. From the ground, a master of the 8th tier, disguised as a common laborer and previously overlooked by the patrolling soldiers, bellowed with wrath, launching a fierce sword strike at Lin Yichen. This formidable figure was none other than elderly, the deputy of the assassination squad sent by the Qilin Holy Land, whose strength was only a notch below that of Elder Gao. As he revealed himself, the 8th-tier master unleashed an overwhelming force. The brilliant sword light that sliced through the sky was dazzling enough to blind an ordinary person with a mere glance. Damn it! Lin Yichen had never anticipated that an 8th-tier master could so insidiously conceal himself and employ a junior master as bait for an assassination attempt. Faced with this formidable opponent, he had no time to evade and could only channel all his internal energy into a powerful strike with the Wind Thunder Spirit Sword. Crack! Regrettably, despite the Wind Thunder Spirit Sword being a top-tier celestial artifact, the disparity in strength was insurmountable, and Elder Li cleaved through it with ease. His blade then descended towards Lin Yichen's crown, intending to split him in two on the spot. Manager Lin, be careful. We must protect Manager Lin. Observing Lin Yichen's imminent peril, Gao Jianda and Du Ming were utterly frantic. Should Lin Yichen perish at Tongguan, their fates would be equally grim. The Empress would not spare them, and the future Qin King would likely seek to eliminate them to avoid any potential leaks about his ascension. After all, the ascending Qin King would undoubtedly strive to legitimize his claim to the throne and would seek to silence all who were privy to the truth. However, a curious turn of events unfolded. Just as Elder Li's blade was about to cleave Lin Yichen in half, a phantom of a Qilin suddenly materialized around him. This ethereal guardian perfectly intercepted Elder Li's attack, preventing him from making any progress. This was the Qilin guardian inherent to the Qilin body. Damn it! Elder Li's face froze in disbelief as he witnessed Lin Yichen withstand his lethal assault. As a member of the Qilin Holy Land, he was well aware that those who awakened their Qilin bloodline and garnered the Qilin's recognition could invoke the Qilin guardian in critical moments to shield themselves from fatal strikes. However, the extent of recognition varied among individuals. Thus, there are individuals who, despite being able to summon the guardian Qilin, find it of little consequence. It is akin to being merely a shadow of oneself. In contrast, Lin Yichen possesses a genuine trump card for survival. Lord Lin. As Lin Yichen successfully blocked Elder Li's strike, he fell from the sky, his countenance fading into unconsciousness. Gao Jianda swiftly ascended to catch Lin Yichen, enduring a brutal blow from Elder Li that left his back bloodied and mangled. With a decisive gesture, he commanded, "Archers, advance. Turn him into a porcupine." Chapter 115. The Hedgehog Formation. With a sharp command from Gao Jianda, hundreds of soldiers surrounding him simultaneously drew their bows, unleashing a volley of arrows towards the sudden assailant. Elder Li, merely a display of skill. Elder Li scoffed disdainfully at the oncoming arrows, effortlessly deflecting them with a sweep of his blade infused with internal energy. Though the arrows were indeed sharp, they posed no threat to the formidable Elder Li. Form a circular formation. Ensure his capture. Gao Jianda, eyes narrowed with gravity, rallied his troops once more from atop his steed. The seasoned veterans of the Longnan border army, though somewhat intimidated by Elder Li's prowess, understood that their best chance for survival lay in unity. They all recognized that only by banding together could they hope to contend with a master like Elder Li. To scatter would invite inevitable pursuit and annihilation at his hands. While Elder Li was not their intended target, their survival instinct kicked in. However, they were acutely aware that their provisions and riches would be left vulnerable to plundering. After all, what drove them to serve but the promise of wealth? Therefore, out of a desire to protect their assets, they resolved to confront Elder Li. Impressive, Lin Yichen remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he observed the soldiers, who, despite their fear, quickly formed ranks. He couldn't help but commend Gao Jianda, who had orchestrated the assembly of their forces in a mere span of minutes. With several hundred archers successfully distracting Elder Li, the remaining 20,000 troops formed into a cohesive unit. 5,000 shield bearers stood resolutely in a circular formation, their shields raised high. Behind them, 15,000 spear wielders positioned themselves, thrusting their weapons through the gaps between the shields, creating a formidable hedgehog of defense and offense. Another 5,000 archers took their place behind the spear bearers, relentlessly raining arrows upon Elder Li and his skilled allies, while 3,000 vanguard axe wielders stood ready for combat. The final 2,000 cavalry circled protectively around Lin Yichen and Gao Jianda, poised for either attack or retreat. Rest assured, Lord Lin, as long as I am here, your safety is guaranteed. Gao Jianda proclaimed confidently, his hand slicing through the air as he summoned the collective strength of his men. A shimmering circle of azure light enveloped the formation, a testament to their unified internal energies. Though most of the soldiers were at the early stages of internal cultivation, with only a few officers possessing advanced skills or innate abilities, the combined force of their internal energies was not to be underestimated. Indeed, Vice General Gao exhibited the demeanor of a true commander. Originally wounded by the treacherous assault of Elder Li, Lin Yichen, who believed he might meet his demise today, now felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as he gave a thumbs up to Elderly, protected by the Grand Formation. He felt as though he had retreated into a turtle's shell, providing him with an abundance of security. This was all due to the soldier's swift reactions. I merely raised my hand to issue commands, which hardly qualifies me as a great general. Gao Jianda immediately smiled and humbly remarked, "It is still your formidable strength, Lord Lin, that instills fearlessness in the face of danger. Were it not for your decisive strike against a master-level foe, followed by your steadfast resistance against the senior master's assault, we would not have had the precious time to react." Gao Jianda sighed. "In fact, I had no time to arrange the formation. Truly, they are elite soldiers." Lin Yichen nodded in satisfaction, stating, "As long as the equipment is upgraded. If all soldiers were to become internal energy practitioners, this would undoubtedly be a first-rate army." He understood that the sole drawback of these 20,000 troops from Longnan compared to the Imperial Guard was their insufficient number of martial artists. Among 10 ordinary soldiers, only 1 or 2 might be internal energy practitioners, whereas in the Imperial Guard, every ordinary soldier is an internal energy practitioner. Even the most basic level of internal energy is still considered a martial artist. Those without internal energy have no chance of entering the Imperial Guard. Because of this, a formation of 100,000 martial artists would ensure that even ordinary grandmasters would certainly perish in battle. The veterans displayed remarkable responsiveness. In response to Lin Yichen's praise, Gao Jianda chuckled. They understand that if they flee in panic, they will become a rout, mercilessly pursued and beaten down like a drowning rat. At that point, life and death hinge on fate. A martial artist fleeing in a frenzied panic might easily be slain by an ordinary person. Gao Jianda laughed. Thus, even if they feel fear in their hearts, their muscle memory from training and combat compels them to form ranks. In contrast, new recruits in such situations, despite extensive training, can become paralyzed with fear at the sight of masters and bloody bodies, forgetting everything they learned in their training. They might very well collapse and scatter in disarray. Indeed, Lin Yichen nodded with a sense of profound acknowledgement, considering the formidable presence of Elderly. Despite being besieged by hundreds of archers, he had successfully slain dozens within mere minutes. Had these archers not swiftly retreated into the formation, he would have needed only to kill a few more before the hundreds of archers would have crumbled. "Lin Yichen, you shameless wretch." At this moment, Elderly, standing before the spiked formation, observed that any attack from any direction would be thwarted by shields and spears, while arrows rained down upon him mercilessly. He sharply proclaimed, "If you are a man, step forth and engage me in a one-on-one battle. Let us duel. Life and death shall be determined by fate, and fortune by providence. Do not hide like a cowardly turtle or a pitiful dog. It is utterly laughable." Glaring at Lin Yichen, who was mounted in the grand formation, Elderly soared into the air, his voice laden with fury as he bellowed, "Lin Yichen, do you still consider yourself a man? Stop hiding like a coward." Regrettably, despite Elderly's vehement outburst, the formation remained utterly unyielding, its defenses bristling like a porcupine against any assault. "Elderly, what shall we do?" The remaining assassins from the Qilin sacred ground, encircling Elderly, were significantly weaker than him, having sustained injuries during the recent ambush and arrows onslaught. They gazed at Elderly with a mixture of concern and uncertainty. "Here, take this and deliver it to that cur, Lin Yichen." With a swift motion, Elderly hurled a cloth pouch towards the formation. Chapter 116. Lin Yichen in women's attire. General Gao, Eunuch Lin, Governor Du. This is the item that Elderly sent to Eunuch Lin. Shortly thereafter, a messenger respectfully presented a cloth bundle to Lin Yichen and Gao Jianda. "Eunuch Lin, I believe it would be best to refuse this gift and dispose of it immediately," Gao Jianda remarked, his expression complex as he anticipated a troubling outcome upon seeing the floral bundle. "As long as we maintain our formation, there is no way he can harm you today." "There's no harm in opening it," Lin Yichen replied, displaying a curious interest and gesturing for the messenger to unveil the package sent by Elderly. Gasp. As the messenger revealed the contents, a collective intake of breath echoed throughout the room, for nestled within the bundle was an unmistakable piece of women's clothing, a pink dress. Damn it. Gao Jianda's countenance shifted dramatically, realizing that Elderly had resorted to such a provocative tactic to incite Lin Yichen. Fearing that Lin Yichen might impulsively rush out to confront Elderly, he exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Toss that aside at once. This is utterly disgraceful." Simultaneously, he cast a pleading glance at Du Ming, acutely aware that should Lin Yichen succumb to humiliation and engage in a blood feud with Elderly, the 8th-level master could easily eliminate him, leading to Gao Jianda's own demise. The emperor would not tolerate the death of his trusted confidant within his ranks. While ordinary soldiers and officers might escape unscathed, Gao Jianda, as a deputy general, would surely face execution. "Eunuch Lin, this is merely a provocation. Please do not act rashly." Du Ming cautioned, sharing Gao Jinda's concerns. Let us disregard it. It is of no consequence and does not bring shame. Ah, how amusing, truly amusing, Lin Yichen responded, undeterred by the worries of Gao Jinda and Du Ming. Instead, he erupted into laughter, eagerly taking the dress from the messenger and, to the astonishment of Gao Jinda and Du Ming, donned it right then and there. What? Eunuch Lin, what are you doing? Gao Jinda and Du Ming stood in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend the bizarre turn of events. After all, what respectable man would wear women's clothing? Could a man dressed as a woman truly be considered a man? One must reciprocate gifts, since Elder Li has bestowed a present upon me. It is only fitting that I return the courtesy. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Lin Yichen picked up a long spear that had fallen to the ground, pierced some horse manure, and handed it to the messenger. Tell Elder Li that his cowardly ambush is as filthy and repugnant as this excrement. Understood. The messenger, thoroughly impressed by Lin Yichen's audacity, took the spear adorned with manure and dashed toward the edge of the prickly formation. Ding dong. Upon the host's first donning of feminine attire, a special reward mechanism is triggered, granting the host a decade's worth of cultivation. At this moment, after the messenger's departure, the system notification resounded perfectly within Lin Yichen's interface. To his astonishment, a reward? Hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yichen was instantly filled with a delightful surprise. Such generosity from the system, bestowing upon him such a remarkable reward at this moment. What might this special reward mechanism entail? Is it that for my inaugural venture into any endeavor, I am entitled to a reward? Yet, that seems unlikely, as I received no such reward upon my first tasting of various delicacies. Lin Yichen pondered with suspicion. It must be that I have performed some unexpected and extraordinary act, thus triggering this special reward mechanism. After all, consuming food is a commonplace occurrence, so it cannot be deemed special. Conversely, a man adorning women's garments is indeed a rare spectacle. With this thought, Lin Yichen glanced at the manure strewn upon the ground. He mused whether indulging in horse dung for the first time might also warrant a reward. Ugh, how revolting. Embarrassed, he bit his lip, contemplating whether forcing someone to consume horse dung or drink horse urine, or even partake in other unsavory acts, could be considered an extraordinary first as well. Lin Yichen, you scoundrel. At this moment, Elder Li, wielding the spear festooned with filth that Lin Yichen had provided, was incensed upon hearing the messenger convey Lin Yichen's insults. As a venerable elder of the Qilin Holy Land, a master of high rank, he possessed his own dignity. Since you have resolved to cower, I shall charge in and slay you. With fury boiling within him, Elder Li clenched his teeth and launched himself skyward, thrusting his spear towards the azure barrier formed by the grand formation. Crack! Boom! The spear shattered upon impact, sending ripples across the defensive shield. To be frank, as a master at the 8th level, Elder Li's enraged strike could typically shatter an innate realm warrior or a novice master into pieces or leave them gravely injured. Regrettably, this formidable attack was dispersed among over 20,000 soldiers, leaving only a handful of already wounded soldiers feeling slightly discomfort, while the others remained entirely unperturbed. After all, when the range of damage is expanded, even the mightiest of strikes loses its potency. It is akin to a blade that can easily sever 1 or 10 chopsticks. Yet when faced with 100 towering trees, the blade dulls, rendering it incapable of cutting through even one tree. Seeking death. Attack. In response to Elder Li's audacity in assaulting the grand formation, Gao Jinda bellowed fiercely, raising his hand to signal the others. Kill. Whoosh. As the roar of the crowd erupted, 5,000 archers simultaneously drew their bows, launching a retaliatory barrage against Elder Li. Utterly foolish, how laughable. Observing the arrows arcing towards him from the 5,000 archers, Elder Li regarded them with disdain. For among those 5,000 arrows, only a mere 100 would stand a chance of striking him. With a mere flick of his internal energy, the arrows would be effortlessly deflected, causing him not a scratch. However, to his dismay, although Elder Li was exceedingly arrogant, his laughter was soon silenced. The arrows shot from the formidable formation were an entirely different matter compared to those that had previously been launched at him without any formation. How could this be possible? In a flash, as he witnessed a piece of his garment being whisked away by an arrow, the once boastful Elder Li's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 117. A swarm of ants, damn it. How can you wretched swarm of ants inflict harm upon me? Faced with a barrage of arrows that successfully breached his protective inner strength and pierced through his garments, Elder Li's countenance transformed with rage and disbelief. His intention to lie in ambush was to catch Lin Yichen off guard, claiming the monumental achievement for himself. He was well aware that Elder Gao's directive to bring men along was laced with ulterior motives, testing him and considering him expendable. If Lin Yichen proved to be exceedingly formidable, his demise would be inevitable. Upon his death, Elder Gao would undoubtedly retreat into the shadows, seeking clandestine means to eliminate Lin Yichen. Alternatively, he might flee back to the Qilin's sacred land, confessing to the Qilin sovereign that he was no match for Lin Yichen, imploring the sovereign to dispatch the Grand Elder or take matters into his own hands. Though perilous, Elderly recognized that should he succeed in slaying Lin Yichen, he would instantly garner the Qilin sovereign's favor, reaping the rewards of his solitary triumph. Perhaps he could even outpace Elder Gao and ascend directly to the Grandmaster realm, becoming the Grand Elder of the Qilin sacred land. After all, danger and opportunity often walk hand in hand. The greater the peril, the more significant the opportunity. You contemptible creature. Regrettably, as he watched Lin Yichen evade his lethal strike and seek refuge within the formation, Elder Li's fury reached its zenith. Despite his overwhelming anger, reason cautioned him against rashly charging into the military formation. The long-range assaults could easily dismantle his defenses should he plunge into their ranks. He might indeed slay Lin Yichen and a few soldiers, yet the likelihood of being overwhelmed and killed by the soldiers was equally high. His desire to eliminate Lin Yichen was undeniable, but it hinged upon ensuring his own safety. He had no intention of engaging in a life-or-death struggle, where one life would be exchanged for another, yielding no benefit to him. After all, the deceased would not receive the Qilin sovereign's rewards. In such a scenario, he would merely serve as a pawn for another, while Elder Gao could present Lin Yichen's head to the Qilin sovereign, securing the accolades for himself. Release the arrows. Swoosh. Despite Elder Li's furious bellowing, Zhou Jinda within the formation showed no mercy, issuing another command with a wave of his hand. Thwack. As hundreds of arrows were unleashed upon Elder Li, he struggled to counter them, yet several arrows managed to breach his defenses, striking his arm and leg. With a grunt, he yanked an arrow from his leg and hurled it with great force towards Lin Yichen amidst the formation. Bang! The azure protective barrier of the formation rippled. And although Elder Li's assault was fierce, it failed to injure Lin Yichen. Lin Yichen, you cowardly turtle, if you possess any courage, step forth and engage me in a one-on-one bloodbath. Glaring at Lin Yichen, who remained sheltered within the formation, Elder Li bellowed again, if you're a man, come out and face me. You foolish, cowardly wretch, unworthy of the title of man. In the military formation, Lin Yichen scoffed disdainfully. Only a fool would challenge him to a duel at this moment. Casting a cold glance at the furious Elder Li, he then surveyed the 7 or 8 lower-level masters and innate realm experts behind him. Lin Yichen leaned in to whisper to Gao Jinda, understanding immediately. Gao Jinda pointed at Elder Li's subordinates. All archers, take your positions and fire. With the command given, 5,000 arrows surged forth in 2 waves, disregarding Elder Li entirely as they targeted his subordinates. These subordinates lacked the formidable prowess of Elder Li. While he could evade the oncoming arrows, they could not. In a matter of moments, several unfortunate souls among them were struck, blood spurting forth as arrows pierced through them. Retreat. Fall back beyond the archer's range. The remaining experts, filled with trepidation, exchanged terrified glances and began to flee. Second row, 1,000 spearmen, ready your javelins. Gao Jinda was not about to let them escape unscathed. As the archers released their arrows, he issued another command. With a resounding whoosh, over 1,000 sharp javelins were hurled, instantly piercing through the few remaining experts, leaving them chilled to the core. After all, bolstered by the military formation, these javelins posed a significant threat even to Elder Li, who was at the 8th level of mastery. Not to mention that their own strength was merely at the innate realm or the initial stage of mastery. Given the overwhelming pressure of the military formation, especially after their previous encounter with Lin Yichen's formidable Western factory experts, they were in no condition to withstand such an assault. Indeed, after the volley of javelins, they lay strewn across the ground, either dead from heart or head wounds or gravely injured, clinging desperately to life. Damn it! Witnessing the annihilation of his subordinates, Elder Li was consumed with rage. His bloodshot eyes bore into Lin Yichen, filled with a deep-seated desire to tear him apart. At this moment, he found himself trapped between 2 dire choices. To retreat now, with so many casualties and yet failing to eliminate Lin Yichen, would be utterly humiliating. Upon returning, he could only imagine the ridicule from Elder Gao, who might derisively call him a foolish dog. Yet staying meant he would still be unable to slay Lin Yichen. Moreover, if this battle dragged on, he risked exhausting his internal energy and facing his own demise. After all, while Lin Yichen might appear cowardly, he was nonetheless a masterful opponent. If Elder Li were to deplete his strength, the likelihood of being countered by Lin Yichen was a very real threat. Lin Yichen, do not rejoice too soon. With a fierce glare, Elder Li vowed, I will kill you one day. With that, he vanished in a flash. Phew, it's finally over. In the midst of the military formation, Du Ming exhaled deeply, for he had truly been frightened moments before. After all, if Lin Yichen were to perish, his own fate would not be much brighter. Master Lin, it is safe now. Gao Jinda also breathed a sigh of relief as he gazed at Lin Yichen. I shall have the men clear the battlefield immediately and dispatch a contingent of soldiers to escort you back to the capital. Alternatively, you may send a swift rider to the capital to request the emperor to send skilled warriors to fetch you. Yes, both options are feasible. But let us first attend to the battlefield, Lin Yichen replied, surveying the experts of the Qilin sacred land who had been pierced by arrows and spears. Gather all those who still draw breath. I shall personally administer the final blow. Chapter 118. The female master act according to the arrangements of Lord Lin. Although Gao Jianda was uncertain as to why Lin Yichen insisted on delivering the final blow personally, he was not inclined to oppose Lin Yichen over such a trivial matter. With a chuckle, he promptly ordered a squad of loyal soldiers to drag over the severely injured subordinates of Elder Li who had not yet succumbed to their wounds. How many of you have come this time? Lin Yichen inquired, sweeping his gaze over two unconscious innate-level experts before resting his eyes upon the critically wounded masters. Answer my question, and I may grant you a complete corpse and ensure a peaceful burial. Bah! A robust male master roared, glaring fiercely at Lin Yichen. You wretched boy. You will eventually meet your demise as well. What arrogance is this? I will await you in the underworld, ready to surround and beat you down. You coward. Hiding like a turtle. The male master sneered disdainfully at Lin Yichen. Bah, disgusting. Seeking death. Upon hearing this man's contemptuous remarks, Gao Jianda erupted in fury, drawing his saber with a flourish. To insult Lord Lin is an act of treason. Allow me. With a mere cold snort, Lin Yichen swiftly struck the male master's neck with a single decisive blow, severing his head from his body. However, due to the man's already critical state, Lin Yichen's action yielded only a modest reward of 1 year's worth of cultivation. Yet, even the smallest morsel is better than toiling for an entire year in vain. Muttering to himself, Lin Yichen then cast a cold glance at the remaining master. Please, don't kill me. The long-haired female master, her eyes wide with terror, pleaded as she lay wounded, an arrow piercing her abdomen and draining her of blood, leaving her pallid. I beg you, spare my life. A woman? This revelation piqued Lin Yichen's interest instantaneously. He drew his wind and thunder spirit sword and deftly swept aside her long hair with the blade's tip. The female master appeared to be in her late 20s, strikingly beautiful with an admirable figure. Her heart-shaped face and willow-like brows, though pale, lent her an unusual allure. Spare me. Under Lin Yichen's scrutinizing gaze, the female master was filled with dread. As long as you do not kill me, I will reveal everything. We hail from the Qilin sacred land, and this time we were led by 2 elders to execute a special mission. The specifics of this task are known only to the 2 elders. The elder Li you encountered earlier is our direct elder, possessing the strength of an 8th-level master. The other, Elder Gao, is the team leader, at the pinnacle of mastery. The female master glanced at Lin Yichen, her expression earnest. Elder Li's subordinates are all here, annihilated by you. Elder Gao has over 20 subordinates remaining, among whom 5 are masters. You are quite candid, Lin Yichen remarked with a smile, nodding slightly. Now, I shall pose one final question. Answer correctly, and I may spare your life. Please, ask, the female master responded, her eyes sparkling with hope, for she was desperate to survive. Are you still a maiden? Lin Yichen sheathed the wind thunder sword and casually inquired of the female master. Yes, she replied, biting her lip, feeling a touch of embarrassment in front of the crowd. Yet awkwardly confessed to Lin Yichen, but I cannot engage in such matters with you. I have a fiancé. Silence. Gao Jianda erupted in fury upon hearing this, thrusting his blade against the female master's shoulder. Lord Lin is a eunuch. Speaking such words to him is an affront to his dignity. My apologies. The female master suddenly recalled Lin Yichen's status as a eunuch. Though she was puzzled by his strange question, she felt a sense of relief. After all, as long as she could preserve her life and maintain her purity, she would yield to Lin Yichen, even if it meant betraying the Qilin sacred land. She was confined and taken, along with her injuries, to the Western Factory's prison. Rather than permitting Gao Jianda to execute her, Lin Yichen gestured to several guards behind him. Killing her would yield only a year's worth of cultivation rewards, but possessing her could potentially grant him a 5-year advantage. While such an action seemed morally dubious, considering she harbored intentions to kill Lin Yichen, what need was there for moral discourse? It was absurd to discuss ethics with someone who sought to take his life. Lin Yichen was not so naive. Lord Lin, among these 2 innate experts, one is female, Gao Jianda remarked, bemused by the notion of a eunuch desiring a woman. Shall we inquire further? Eliminate her, Lin Yichen said dismissively, glancing at the stout woman. To him, the death of an innate expert would yield at most a few days' worth of cultivation, making it hardly worth the effort to soil his hands. Understood. After signaling to a few trusted soldiers, Gao Jianda instructed others to escort the provisions back to the camp, turning his serious gaze to Lin Yichen. Lord Lin, I fear they may return. There's no need. The more people there are, the larger the target becomes. Lin Yichen shot a glance at Gao Jinda. Moreover, unless those 3,000 soldiers are all at the pinnacle of inner strength or innate experts, regular soldiers and ordinary martial artists, even in formation, cannot withstand the onslaught of a peak master. Gao Jinda was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure how to respond to Lin Yichen. Rest assured, even if he discovers my whereabouts and attempts to pursue me, I possess my own means of dealing with it. Under Gao Jinda's skeptical gaze, Lin Yichen returned directly to his tent within the military camp, eagerly accessing the system to review his attributes. Host, Lin Yichen. Realm, Master Level 3, Minor Master. Position, Chief Eunuch of the Horse Monitoring Bureau, Deputy Chief Eunuch of Xinang Palace, Military Supervisor of Longnan Army and Imperial Guards. Cultivation Techniques, 9 Yang True Scripture, Great Accomplishment. Qilin Divine Art, Great Accomplishment. Martial Skills, Thunder Sword Technique, Great Accomplishment, Attribute Detection. Item, Wind Thunder Spirit Sword, 1P1 Pill, 21 years of cultivation. All techniques have reached a perfected state, thus requiring no further attention. Observing his foundational attributes, Lin Yichen mused, it is likely that upon achieving the status of Grandmaster, all martial arts and techniques must attain their pinnacle. At that moment, he could simply allocate points as needed. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Yichen decisively allocated all 21 years of cultivation to enhancing his realm. Just how formidable is my strength now? After half a day's practice with a sense of exhilaration, Lin Yichen felt the surging internal energy within him and promptly reopened the system to review his attributes. Chapter 119, Breakthrough. Mastery of the 6th level host, Lin Yichen Realm, Mastery of the 6th level Master, Position, Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. Deputy Chief Eunuch of the Xinang Palace, Military Supervisor of the Longnan Army and Imperial Guards. Cultivation Techniques, 9 Yang Scripture, Achieved, Qilin Divine Art, Achieved. Martial Skills, Thunder Sword Technique, Achieved, Attribute Detection. Items, Wind Thunder Spirit Sword, 1 Peiyuan Pill. Mastery of the 6th level. Indeed, the heavens do not forsake the diligent. Observing his ascension by 3 levels to reach the realm of mastery of the 6th level, Lin Yichen was naturally filled with elation. However, he understood that this seemingly rapid rise from the 3rd to the 6th level in merely 21 years was, in reality, a mere 2.5 levels. For at this moment, his 6th level mastery was merely a recent breakthrough, not yet stable. Previously, when he was at the 3rd level, his body resembled a cup brimming with water, ready to overflow at any moment. Thus, after 21 years of cultivation, he swiftly ascended to the 4th level. Then the 5th level. Now, entering the 6th level felt akin to an empty cup, possessing only its form with barely enough water to cover the base. In this state, Lin Yichen at the 6th level was not significantly stronger than at the 5th level. Nevertheless, it was still the 6th level. Lin Yichen murmured with excitement. If I invest another 10 years into my cultivation, I should reach the pinnacle of the 6th level and strive for the 7th level, officially crossing the threshold into true mastery. Determined, gritting his teeth, he reflected on how he had managed to win over Gao Jinda and a portion of the Longnan army officers, which he believed constituted half of his task. He turned to Gao Jinda. There are no other matters. Ensure the defense of Tongguan and remain ready to heed my and the Emperor's commands. When necessary, I will have you lead the troops to protect the throne. Would any subordinate dare to defy? Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Gao Jinda immediately clasped his fists and bowed respectfully. However, Master Lin, there is one matter I am uncertain whether to mention. There are no outsiders here. Feel free to speak your mind. Lin Yichen cast a glance at the hesitant Gao Jinda and, unabashedly, urged him, from now on, speak candidly to me, without the need for formality or hesitation. Master Lin, the matter is somewhat delicate. Yet, to prevent any regrettable occurrences, I must bring it to your attention. Gao Jinda lowered his voice. If you and the Emperor issue commands against King Qin or other princes and their armies, or in suppressing other dignitaries and noble ministers, we shall naturally serve the Emperor and Master Lin with utmost loyalty. However, if it concerns dealing with King Longnan, it would be wise for you and the Emperor to refrain from sending me to protect the throne. Gao Jinda appeared quite embarrassed. Though I am loyal to the Emperor and Master Lin, the sentiments of the soldiers and lower-ranking officers are not so easily assured. The Wang of Longnan enjoys immense prestige among the 20,000 troops stationed at the Longnan border. I understand your intentions. You need not shy away from discussing this matter. Your unwavering loyalty is evident, and I am quite pleased. I shall convey this to His Majesty. Lin Yichen is fully aware that with a mere gesture from the Wang of Longnan, the possibility of defection among these veterans looms large. This matter shall be observed with great vigilance by me. Rest assured, my subordinate, Gao Jinda said, bowing deeply to Lin Yichen once more. Lord Lin, must you not allow me to escort you with troops? Unnecessary. I am hardly a weakling, Lin Yichen replied with an icy scoff. Having already suffered severe injuries. Should he dare attempt another assassination, I shall eliminate him. A mere wounded master of the 8th tier, seeking to strike at me repeatedly, is courting death. Follow me. With that, under Gao Jinda's watchful gaze, Lin Yichen proceeded, accompanied by over 10 guards from the Shichang, escorting the injured female master directly to the capital. Lord Lin is indeed a loyal minister of His Majesty, dedicating himself tirelessly and unreservedly. Observing Lin Yichen's departing figure, Gao Jinda could not help but remark to his companion Du Ming, moreover, Lord Lin is remarkably reasonable and easy to work with. Unlike some officials who are arrogant and dismissive of us soldiers, I often wish to see such officials met with a swift end. Having Lord Lin oversee us is indeed a stroke of fortune. Du Ming nodded slightly, casting a deep look at Gao Jinda. Guarding Tongguan is a relatively easy task. Although many princes and local lords outside the pass may harbor intentions, it is unlikely they would dare to breach the pass at this juncture. After all, with the delicate balance maintained between the Qin Wang, His Majesty, and the Empress Dowager, who would risk being the first to invade Tongguan and face the wrath of the collective? We, the troops of Longnan, are entering Tongguan, are we not? Gao Jinda instinctively glanced at Du Ming. Is this not a matter of concern? Certainly not, Du Ming replied, chuckling lightly. Your Longnan forces have been dispatched on orders. And upon receiving His Majesty's command, the Wang of Longnan promptly led 3,000 elite troops to report to the capital. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for the 20,000 Longnan troops to be stationed at Tongguan. Had the Wang disregarded the summons and occupied Tongguan instead, that would indeed be insubordination. Drawing the ire of His Majesty, the Qin Wang, and the Empress Dowager jointly. Why is that? As a purely military man, Gao Jinda appeared perplexed, gazing at Du Ming. Have they not long been at odds, poised for conflict at any moment? Why would they unite? After all, His Majesty has come of age and has long desired to assume power, Du Ming explained. Yet the Empress Dowager and the Qin Wang persist in withholding authority from him, wielding power as regents. Indeed, it is a matter of court authority, Du Ming continued. Although the three parties are in fierce opposition, their shared ambition to control the Chang'an court makes the authority of the court paramount. A court devoid of authority, incapable of issuing edicts beyond Chang'an, serves no benefit to the three of them. Thus, those who dare to challenge the authority of the court at this moment are simultaneously undermining the interests of all three. Du Ming cast a profound glance at Gao Jinda and remarked, it is akin to a situation in the military where some refuse to obey orders. When you command them to rest, but they deliberately cause a ruckus, what would you do? The military law is stringent, and surely, one would execute them as a deterrent. Indeed, the laws of the nation are equally severe. Du Ming patted Gao Jinda on the shoulder, a smile lingering on his lips as he hesitated to speak further. Thus, the court at this juncture is not so easily navigated. General Gao, one must survive. You must survive. Chapter 120. Assassination encounter. Only by surviving can one accomplish great deeds. After firmly patting Gao Jinda on the shoulder and casting a meaningful glance in his direction, Du Ming simply turned and departed. Although Gao Jinda was filled with questions, Du Ming had no intention of offering further explanations. After all, some truths, once spoken, could lead to dire consequences. It was precisely because Gao Jinda had promptly dispatched someone to protect him during the assassination attempt that Du Ming expressed his gratitude with those words. Otherwise, he would have remained silent. In truth, the factions of King Qin, the Empress Dowager, and His Majesty were all fraught with treachery, and Gao Jinda was perilously entangled in their conflicts. A single misstep could lead to annihilation. Although Du Ming held the title of prefect of Tongguan, he was neither inclined to meddle in their affairs nor to immerse himself in their schemes. He preferred to comfortably assume his role as a prefect. As long as he maintained his position, regardless of who ultimately seized power, they would inevitably require his governance over the provinces. To survive? At that moment, Gao Jinda gazed at Du Ming's retreating figure, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, unsure of how to respond. As a man of the military, he lacked the keen political instinct to decipher the underlying implications of Du Ming's words. While Gao Jinda remained mired in suspicion, Lin Yichen, accompanied by a dozen agents from the Western Depot, had already galloped over 50 miles. They had traversed from Tongguan to Huazhou. Upon entering the local government, they were warmly welcomed by the prefect of Huazhou. However, to avoid complications, Lin Yichen opted to travel light, planning merely to find an inn outside the city for a meal before circumventing Huazhou city entirely. Are you hungry? Lin Yichen inquired with a smile. Glancing at the restrained Master Yu, who had been jostled throughout the journey, he offered her a steamed bun. Would you like some? Let me go. Yu, bound and struggling against her restraints, retorted angrily, I can feed myself without your insincere charity. You see, I am doing this for your own good, Lin Yichen replied, taking a bite of the bun and pickles. We are on the move, and I don't have time for your protests. Eat it, or you may miss your chance. Once we reach the capital and I place you in the Western Depot's prison, I will naturally release your bindings. He chuckled, adding, moreover, if you behave, I might arrange for you a private cell with better conditions. You are aware of the Plum Blossom Sword sect, aren't you? Lin Yichen continued, observing the furious Yu. I have captured numerous members of the Plum Blossom Sword sect and detained them in the Western Depot's cells, including several women. Those who comply have been granted individual accommodations, ensuring they receive basic human rights. Conversely, those who defy orders must endure the squalor of overcrowded cells surrounded by filth and stench. Lin Yichen shook his head. Living in such cramped quarters is far from comfortable. Not only is it filthy and foul-smelling, but it also invites pests, snakes, insects, and rodents. You won't sleep well at all. And you might even end up disfigured. If your neighbor were a men's prison, what would transpire? What unsightly scenes might unfold before your eyes? Lin Yichen observed Yu with a playful glint, remarking on the fate of certain heinous women incarcerated within mixed-gender cells. The phrase better off dead scarcely encapsulates their plight, as the identity of their children may remain a mystery even to them. As he spoke, Lin Yichen offered a bun to Yu once more, saying, choose a cell. The decision is yours. You shameless fiend. Yu, pale-faced, struggled to avert her gaze from Lin Yichen, her teeth clenched tightly, tears of grievance brimming in her eyes. If you refuse to eat, then starve, he retorted indifferently, consuming the bun himself. He then turned to the group of Western factory guards, urging them, let us hasten our pace. We must switch horses at the next relay station and travel through the night. We aim to reach the capital by tomorrow morning. Understood. We shall comply with your command, Chief Lin. The guards responded with respectful salutes, though the journey would be arduous. Yet, as martial artists, the 300 miles were a challenge they could endure. Are you rushing to your own demise? Yu glared at Lin Yichen, her anger palpable as she struggled against the restraints of her position. The capital is no place for the faint-hearted. You, woman, are utterly naive. Lin Yichen quipped, casting a knowing glance at Yu. I eagerly anticipate your return to the capital, where you shall witness bloodshed. Bloodshed? Yu momentarily froze, initially believing Lin Yichen intended to kill her. However, upon catching the fervent gaze he cast upon her, she swiftly grasped the double entendre of his words. How despicable! Her expression hardened, and she shot Lin Yichen a fierce glare. I would rather die than submit to you. Huh. You may not have a choice in the matter then. Lin Yichen chuckled at her defiance. Women like you are merely stubborn. When faced with true combat, you will surely relent. Enough of this banter. Let us resume our journey. With her spirit entertained, Lin Yichen waved to the group, and they mounted their steeds once more, galloping into the night. As dusk fell, while the company changed horses at the weigh-in and relay station, an unforeseen calamity struck. With a resounding neigh, one of the scouts from the Western factory lost his footing and fell into a ditch, landing in a disheveled state. Fortunately, being a master of innate abilities, he sustained injuries but avoided immediate death. Everyone be cautious. Form a defensive formation. Protect Chief Lin. Upon witnessing their comrades fall, the remaining guards swiftly halted and encircled Lin Yichen, readying themselves for any threat. Lin Yichen, now I shall see where you attempt to flee. At that moment, under the vigilant gazes of the crowd, Elderly, who had previously fled in a disheveled manner, suddenly reappeared, standing resolutely with his sword in the middle of the road. Though he stood alone, the overwhelming aura emanating from his 8th-level Grandmaster status caused the dozen or so mounted experts beside Lin Yichen to change their expressions drastically. Deterred from charging forward, the 8th-level Grandmaster was not to be trifled with. It could be said that a single punch from Elderly could effortlessly slay a magnificent steed. With a whimper, the obstructing Elderly prompted Yu, whose mouth was silenced, to emit a sound of distress, casting a pleading gaze toward him. Seeking death, Lin Yichen scoffed derisively and spurred his horse forward, declaring, "Do you think I could fail to anticipate that you would attempt to block my path?" Chapter 121. One-on-one with Elderly. What of your guess? Did you truly believe I would be oblivious to your preparations? Elderly merely scoffed, his expression darkening as he glared menacingly at Lin Yichen. Regrettably, the disparity in our strengths is undeniable. Thus your foreseen outcome is but death. Without the protection of your turtle shell, do you still believe you can withstand my assault? Folding his arms, Elderly disdainfully let out a cold snort, declaring, "How laughable. I tell you, today marks your demise. If you wish to slay me, you must first ascertain whether you possess the capability." In the face of Elderly's threats, Lin Yichen resolutely raised his middle finger. "Previously, you could not kill me at Tongguan, and you shall not succeed now. With a challenge," he added, "let us see. Prepare to meet your end." With a furious roar, Elderly summoned a brilliant sword of light that soared through the air in a dramatic arc, hurtling towards Lin Yichen's heart with thunderous force. "Protect Lin Yichen." as they witnessed Elder Li's ferocious assault. Several guards from the Western factory paled and rushed forward to shield Lin Yichen. No need, just observe from behind. Lin Yichen waved dismissively at the guards. With a cold smile, he drew the Wind and Thunder Spirit Sword and delivered a fierce strike. Crack! As the Wind and Thunder Spirit Sword descended, a bolt of visible lightning materialized, striking directly at Elder Li. Boom! With a clash of swords, sparks erupted as the lightning struck Elder Li squarely. Uffed! Caught off guard by Lin Yichen's sudden surge in strength, Elder Li, unprepared, felt the numbing impact of the lightning and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn! What is happening? How have you grown so powerful? Realizing the dire situation, Elder Li swiftly retreated, gripping his sword tightly. His gaze filled with a mix of gravity and astonishment. What on earth is going on? Isn't it simple? My strength has advanced. Lin Yichen replied with a cold smile, tauntingly observing Elder Li. Am I to remain stagnant at a lower realm while you ascend to a higher level? That makes no sense. That is impossible. Despite Lin Yichen's explanation, Elder Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Just days prior, Lin Yichen had barely been at the low level of a master. Now, in the span of mere days, he had skyrocketed to a high level of mastery. That is far too rapid. Even a prodigy would hesitate to claim such a meteoric rise in strength within 2 short days. There is nothing impossible, merely your lack of vision. Now perish. Lin Yichen would not waste time with Elder Li, having just broken through to the 6th level of master. He was eager to find an opponent to test his newfound prowess. Elder Li was, undoubtedly, the perfect litmus test, although his realm had reached the 8th level of mastery. Due to injuries sustained in the military formation, his current prowess was merely between the 5th and 6th levels of mastery. In this scenario, he and Lin Yichen were indeed evenly matched, like chess pieces encountering worthy opponents. Gush, are you out of your mind? After a fierce struggle lasting over 10 minutes, Lin Yichen managed to slice a considerable amount of flesh from the elder's thigh with a single strike. In return, he also pierced Lin Yichen's shoulder blade, leaving the elder, who had once been full of confidence, now pale and with a malevolent glare fixed upon Lin Yichen. The earlier attack from Lin Yichen had been reckless, a life-for-life gambit. Although the elder was formidable, he was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yichen's desperate onslaught. He had no desire to perish alongside Lin Yichen in this desolate wilderness. Aren't you the one who keeps shouting about wanting to kill me? Lin Yichen paid no heed to the elder's accusations, instead responding with a cold smirk. Then I shall grant you this opportunity to slay me. Now that we are both wounded, let us engage in a fair battle. If I am indeed inferior, I shall accept my fate at your hands. Lin Yichen chuckled indifferently. You may present my head to that traitorous Kirin sovereign as proof of your deed. Go to hell. With the words barely spoken, a tempest roared to life as Lin Yichen thrust his sword fiercely towards the elder once more. In that moment, he appeared utterly unyielding, willing to embrace annihilation. You are truly mad. Faced with Lin Yichen's reckless approach, the elder could only evade desperately, unwilling to engage in a head-on clash. What a joke. His intent to kill Lin Yichen hinged upon his ability to overpower him, not to perish alongside him. Dying with Lin Yichen might fulfill his mission, but it would yield him no advantage whatsoever. It would merely allow Elder Gao to reap the benefits, reporting Lin Yichen's demise to the Kirin sovereign, subsequently stepping over his corpse to acquire Kirin blood, thereby leaping to the status of Grand Master and ascending to the position of Elder in the Kirin sacred land. What a farce! Was he truly insane enough to become a pawn for Elder Gao? You are equally shameless, knowing I am injured and yet calling for a fight. After narrowly avoiding another of Lin Yichen's strikes, the elder gazed at Lin Yichen, who resembled a frenzied demon. If you are so audacious, why did you hide in your shell at Tongguan, refusing to face me in single combat? You are nothing but a coward. Lin Yichen was momentarily amused by the elder's taunts. A fair duel requires equal strength. In a scenario where you're stronger, I would be a fool to step forward for a one-on-one confrontation. Only a simpleton like you would utter such foolish words. You shall meet your end. With a narrow escape from another of Lin Yichen's strikes aimed at his shoulder, the elder, despite their comparable strength, found himself increasingly cornered. His fighting spirit waning as he fell into a precarious situation. You wait, I will not let you go. You shall meet a most tragic end. With a resounding crash. Disregarding his injuries, he unleashed the formidable strength of a master at the 8th level. Subsequently, he executed several desperate attacks, compelling Elder Li, who was defending with his sword against Lin Yichen, to roar in fury before he mounted a nearby steed and galloped away in haste. Cursed be the situation. Lin, the steward, let us pursue him. Upon witnessing Elder Li's flight, several agents of the Western Bureau hastily mounted their horses, preparing to chase after him. No need for that. Lin Yichen promptly raised his hand to halt these agents. You are no match for him. Do not seek your own demise. Count the supplies and follow me back to the palace. Chapter 122. Sister Hyo, save me, the minister humbly greets your majesty. Long live the emperor. Upon returning to the palace, the first thing that happened was that Lin Yichen was summoned by the empress. Kneeling before her, he gazed at the empress seated upon the dragon throne, her petite feet swaying playfully, igniting a wave of envy within him. Despite her typically cold and indifferent demeanor, the empress possessed an exquisite figure and remarkable beauty. Particularly captivating were her translucent jade-like feet, which, in the absence of shoes before Lin Yichen, appeared dainty and enticing. As a wicked thought involuntarily crept into Lin Yichen's mind, he shivered slightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He understood that the time was drawing near. With his advancement to the 6th level of mastery, he was closing the gap to the Grand Master level. Once he attained that status, whether confronting the King of Qin or contending with the Empress Dowager, the current Empress would undoubtedly rely on him, recognizing him as her foremost general. At this moment, how could the Empress continue to maintain her aloofness, offering Lin Yichen no rewards? It was absurd to think that he would risk his life to assist her without some form of benefit. A sycophant's existence bore no future. Thus, the Empress would have to sacrifice some of her own advantages to gain Lin Yichen's allegiance, ensuring his assistance in stabilizing her reign against the King of Qin and the Dowager Empress. Watching the Empress's delicate feet, Lin Yichen smiled with a glimmer in his eyes, thinking that soon it would be her who would kneel before him. Lin Yichen, what are you thinking? The Empress, having noticed the inappropriate glint in his gaze, retracted her feet and shot him a stern look. Do not gaze so shamelessly. Your Majesty is simply too beautiful. I could not help myself, Lin Yichen replied without hesitation. Your figure has become increasingly alluring, and your skin more radiant, possessing an irresistible charm over me. I wish I could serve you every day. Begone. The Empress immediately detected the double entendre in his words and glared at him in annoyance. Your mind is filled with nonsense. You possess no seriousness whatsoever. Do you not realize the urgency of the moment? The King of Qin is stirring, and yet you still indulge in such thoughts? The Empress's anger was palpable as she continued. If the King of Qin succeeds, we shall both perish. Do you still have the energy for frivolities? Your Majesty is correct. Lin Yichen conceded, though he secretly thought that if death were imminent, he would prefer to relish in some pleasures first. He feigned a look of understanding. I comprehend that the immediate priority is to deal with the King of Qin. Once he is resolved, your Majesty will undoubtedly allow me to pursue my desires. Silence. I have never uttered such words. The Empress shot a fierce glare at Lin Yichen, declaring, I have no interest in such matters. Do not dare to approach me again. Lin Yichen smirked knowingly, for the Empress, having recently experienced her monthly cycle, was now in her ovulation period, and her physical state was far from the calm facade she projected. Silence. Speak further nonsense, and I shall have you castrated. The Empress, unable to suppress her irritation, shot daggers at Lin Yichen, adding, You handled the matter at Tongwan excellently. I am quite pleased. The 20,000 troops at Longnan may serve as a pivotal opportunity to alter the current situation. I have heard you were injured during the ambush at Tongwan. You should return and recuperate. I will send Hyo with some healing elixirs shortly. The Empress felt overwhelmed by Lin Yichen's intense gaze, as if a fire were consuming her. Her speech quickened. Recover swiftly, for I have further tasks for you. She fixed her serious gaze upon him. The King of Qin is not merely toying with us. I have received classified intelligence that he will take action within 3 months. Should we fail, we shall both perish. I can comprehend your apprehensions, she continued, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Yet to bolster Lin Yichen's resolve, she bit her lip and said, If you can assist me in dealing with the King of Qin, I shall grant you a request, one that will not leave you disappointed. Any request? Lin Yichen pondered as he beheld the Empress's crimson lips and her delicate, rounded feet. Momentarily hesitating, the Empress would fulfill only one of his desires. Which should he choose? It was indeed a perplexing dilemma. Indeed, the Empress clenched her small fist, emitting a promise from her throat before rising, her face flushed, and making her way to the bathing chamber. Feeling an overwhelming heat, she needed a cold wash. I shall certainly assist your Majesty in dealing with the King of Qin. Lin Yichen felt a surge of excitement as he admired the Empress's curvaceous silhouette. This charming young woman was becoming ever more endearing. Lin Yichen understood her current reaction well. Much like men awakening with vigor in the morning, women often find themselves restless after their monthly cycle. Those who have cohabited with girlfriends would grasp this sentiment. He was acutely aware that despite the Empress's stoic expression, the tumult of emotions within her likely surpassed his own mundane thoughts. Yet, women are skilled at concealing their true feelings, making it hard to discern from their outward demeanor. This is the healing and cultivation elixirs that Her Majesty has instructed me to deliver to you. Moments later, Hyo, clad in yellow robes, entered Lin Yichen's courtyard with several vials of elixirs. Hyo. Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled as he took in Hyo's slender waist and the enticing glimpse of her fair skin peeking from her collar. At that moment, his heart raced with excitement. Achio was a master at the 5th level, the one tier below him. Her prowess was undeniable. If he were to obtain Achio's words, he would undoubtedly break through to the 7th level of the Grandmaster realm, or perhaps even the 8th level. Is there anything else you require? Achio turned her head, casting a skeptical glance at Lin Yichen. She held Lin Yichen, who was infatuated with carnal pleasures, in great disdain. Firstly, she was not particularly interested in men or such matters, and secondly, she was somewhat aware of Lin Yichen's romantic escapades within the palace in the Western factory. Due to this, she naturally wished to avoid any interaction with him. Sister Achio, I suddenly feel a sharp pain in my chest. Could you take a look for me? Lin Yichen exclaimed, grimacing in agony as he slumped onto the stone bench. Sister Achio, save me. Chapter 123, The Wall Push What Troubles You? Observing Lin Yichen, who suddenly clutched her heart and collapsed, Achio furrowed her brow. Although suspicion lingered, her allegiance to the Empress compelled her to approach Lin Yichen with a grave expression. After all, if she were to abandon someone in distress, it would be an untenable situation with the Empress. It hurts. Pointing to her chest, Lin Yichen looked at Achio with a pained expression. Sister Achio, could you please massage it for me? It truly aches. Here? Without much thought, Achio leaned closer to Lin Yichen and placed her hand on her chest. However, upon sensing Lin Yichen's warmth and robust heartbeat, she found no anomaly, prompting her to gaze at Lin Yichen with increased suspicion. There seems to be nothing wrong? Much better now. Lin Yichen instantly beamed at Achio. Initially, I felt quite unwell, but your touch has made it instantly comfortable. Especially with the delightful fragrance that surrounds you. I feel rejuvenated and invigorated. Surely, this must be your unique ability, dear Sister Achio? As she spoke, the audacious Lin Yichen shamelessly grasped Achio's delicate hand. What are you doing? Are you still unwell? Should I call for the physician? Initially oblivious to any mischief, Achio thought Lin Yichen was merely experiencing more discomfort upon feeling her hand being held. How enchanting. Sitting in front of Achio, Lin Yichen gazed at the lotus flower embroidery on her attire, inhaling deeply, her eyes lighting up with an infantile impulse. You scoundrel. At that moment, Achio realized something was amiss. Lin Yichen was not in distress, but rather taking advantage of her. Though clad in court attire that concealed her skin, Achio's cheeks flushed crimson under Lin Yichen's gaze, her shyness palpable. Rascal. With indignation, Achio attempted to slap Lin Yichen. Thud. Lin Yichen innocently caught Achio's arm. Sister Achio, what has come over you? Why strike me? Release me. Achio glared at Lin Yichen, her brows furrowed in fury. The Empress was right about you. You are indeed a lecher. Sister Achio, you are unjust. It is merely that your beauty overwhelms me, and I find myself unable to resist. I deeply apologize. As she spoke, Lin Yichen hastily released Achio's soft hand. Though calloused from years of martial training, her palm remained remarkably soft and tender, distinct from a man's touch. Begone. Achio shot Lin Yichen a fierce glare, resolving that should such a situation arise again, she would not fall for Lin Yichen's antics. This Lin Yichen was truly infuriating. Oh dear. Just as the indignant Achio prepared to leave, Lin Yichen suddenly slipped and lunged toward her. What do you intend to do? Thud. Before Achio could react, Lin Yichen pressed her against the wall, delivering a bold wall slam. This scene undoubtedly startled Achio. Sister Achio, Lin Yichen said, gripping her hand with one hand while the other effortlessly encircled her slender waist. With his eyes sparkling, he gazed intently into Achio's eyes, intentionally adopting a lovesick demeanor as he breathed softly against her earlobe. Sister Achio, you are truly beautiful. Why you? Let go of me. Achio, caught off guard by Lin Yichen's audacity, had never experienced such a situation before. With his breath tickling her earlobe, she turned her head away, her cheeks flushed as if they could drip with water. After all, she was not only untouched but had also never even been in a romantic relationship, having no prior contact with men. While she could be ruthless in a fight, facing the proximity of Lin Yichen left her utterly embarrassed, her mind blank and unsure of how to respond. Relax, do not be tense. Observing Achio's flushed face, Lin Yichen wore a gentle smile. His hand on her waist began to move restlessly. Don't move. Sensitively aware of the shift, Achio's face deepened in color, and she instinctively grasped Lin Yichen's hand tightly. Don't touch me. Don't rush, relax. Lin Yichen took her hand in his, still smiling. Just relax both your body and mind, and you will feel a sense of comfort, as if you're soaring. Trust me, relax, just relax. As Achio gradually loosened her grip under his coaxing, Lin Yichen's excitement was palpable. He understood that a woman might initially feel discomfort not from physical pain, but from fear and tension causing her muscles to tighten. With sufficient relaxation, there would be no issues. What do you want to do? Achio's face was crimson, feeling warmth radiating throughout her body as she bit her lip, her cheeks reddening as if they might bleed. Nothing, just relax. Stop it. As Lin Yichen attempted to advance further, Achio suddenly realized the unusualness of the situation and her face flushed again, tightly gripping his hand. "Let go of me. Hey, why are you nervous again?" Seeing Achio suddenly block him, Lin Yichen could only look at her with gentle eyes once more. "Haven't I told you not to be afraid or flustered? Relax. You must try to relax as much as possible. Be quiet." At this moment, Achio understood Lin Yichen's intentions, regaining a rare moment of clarity. She glared at him in anger. "I warn you, let me go immediately. Really, just relax. My patience has its limits." Achio bit her lip and lifted her head to stare directly at Lin Yichen. "Let go. You, Gazing upon Achio's elegant, oval face, Lin Yichen contemplated the adage that one must venture into the tiger's den to seize the tiger's cubs. At this moment, he resolutely decided to embrace the thrill of adventure. He mused that this daring endeavor might very well lead him to a breakthrough, allowing him to ascend to the 7th tier of mastery. For the sake of enhancing his strength, Lin Yichen deemed such a risk worthwhile. How enticing! As he spoke, his eyes fell upon Achio's crimson lips, prompting him to lower his head directly. How infuriating! Observing that Lin Yichen not only failed to retreat, but sought to press forward, Achio, her fair face flushed with embarrassment, let out a cold huff before launching an assault on him. A howl erupted from Lin Yichen, resonating through the courtyard as if he were a pig being slaughtered. Chapter 124. Your Majesty, you truly are ruthless. Clutching his little mourning companion, Lin Yichen grimaced in pain. Hopping on one leg as he gazed at Achio before him, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Indeed, Achio was not just fierce. She was excessively so. Just moments ago, her knee strike nearly rendered Lin Yichen incapable of fathering offspring, effectively positioning him to inherit the esteemed position of chief minister under Li Zhong. You deserve this. Achio bit her crimson lip, glaring fiercely at Lin Yichen. You brought this upon yourself. Aren't you afraid that His Majesty will seek retribution? With an exasperated roll of his eyes, Lin Yichen replied, If I were to be completely incapacitated, His Majesty would not let you off the hook. While you may not require it now, His Majesty certainly cannot do without it. He would only applaud your efforts. Achio huffed with irritation. If you dare to act recklessly again, I shall truly incapacitate you. With that, she swiftly darted out of Lin Yichen's courtyard. However, she did not immediately seek the Empress. Instead, her cheeks flushed, she hurried back to her own chamber. In that moment, she comprehended why the Empress would rush into the bath after being with Lin Yichen. She found herself experiencing the same urgency. Alas, it was truly unfortunate to have missed the opportunity to break through to the 7th level of master. Watching Achio's departing figure and inhaling the lingering fragrance in the air, Lin Yichen felt a profound sense of loss. Her strength had evidently advanced. And though part of this was due to his earlier distraction, it was still no small feat for an ordinary master to strike him so decisively before he could react. Could she have already reached the 6th level of master? A sharp intake of breath escaped Lin Yichen at this thought. It seemed that his initial encounter with Aziz had been sheer luck. After all, both Aziz and Achio possessed remarkable talent. Had it not been for the poison, Aziz might have easily emasculated him as Achio had today. Lin Yichen had long sensed Achio's blossoming affection through the fragrance she emanated. Even when her heart wavered, she managed to muster the clarity to resist, a testament to her formidable strength. Conversely, Aziz had succumbed to the poison affecting her mind. Otherwise, she might have reacted with the same fury as Achio, potentially leading to his undoing. Yet, it mattered little. One could evade the first challenge, but not the 15th. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen, undeterred by his recent setback, remained resolutely motivated. After all, he was the only man in the palace, surrounded by adults, who among them could be devoid of everyday desires. All he needed was to stir Achio's curiosity thoroughly. Apart from seeking him out, who else could she turn to? A smile broke across Lin Yichen's face. For such inclinations were entirely natural. Unless one were a stone woman, curiosity was inevitable. Just wait, he vowed. I shall win you over in due time. With a firm fist, Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with determination. He understood that women could sometimes be more vigorous than men, but they had a knack for concealing it, leaving others oblivious. In his previous life, while perusing a certain platform, he encountered a survey revealing that nearly 90% of females had watched films typically favored by males. However, they often presented themselves with a solemn demeanor, leading others to believe they had never seen such films or held no interest in them. A vial of cultivation-enhancing elixir and a bottle of healing potion were of little consequence. The purple cloud elixir, however, proved to be somewhat beneficial. A single grain could augment one's cultivation by 2 years, and with 3 grains at hand, it amounted to 6 years. After inspecting the elixirs sent by Achio, Lin Yichen nonchalantly stowed away the cultivation and healing potions before consuming the relatively useful purple cloud elixir and commencing his cultivation. Meanwhile, at an inn in the capital, the disheveled elderly having made a hasty retreat, encountered the Protector Pei in the inn's lobby. "Where's Elder Gao?" he demanded, furiously wiping the blood from his forehead. Glaring at Protector Pei. "Elderly, what has happened to you?" Protector Pei was taken aback at the sight of Elderly, whose disheveled appearance and dust-laden hair bore no resemblance to a master of the 8th layer of cultivation. To an unknowing observer, he could easily be mistaken for a beggar. "Do not ask so many questions. It is of no benefit to you." Elderly, aware of his disgraceful appearance, overlooked it in his fury and shouted at Protector Pei. "I want to see Elder Gao. Elder Gao has been summoned by the King of Qin. Perhaps you should first find a room to freshen up and change into clean clothes?" Protector Pei awkwardly suggested. "You can meet him when he returns." "Very well." With no other option, Elderly stormed into the guest room in a fit of anger. "Oldly, what transpired? Did you fail to eliminate Lin Yichen?" A half hour later, Elder Gao entered the room with a smile. "Rest assured, I shall petition the saint for your merit, ensuring that you are rewarded with a drop of Qilin blood essence. This will give you the chance to ascend to the rank of Grand Elder." Elder Gao chuckled. "At that time, you can assist me as well. Congratulations." "I failed to kill him." As Elder Gao expressed his congratulations, Elderly emerged from the room, fuming. "That fellow is a coward, initially hiding within the army formation. I sustained injuries while forcefully breaching their ranks. When I later ambushed him, I was blindsided to discover he had already attained the 6th layer of mastery." Elderly seethed. "Despite my relentless assaults, regrettably, I could not vanquish him, and I ended up injured myself. A 6th layer master, yet a coward?" Hearing Elderly's words, Elder Gao's expression hardened. If that is the case, he is indeed formidable. A 6th layer master is not insurmountable. With our combined strength, we could engage him in a war of attrition. However, if he retreats into the army formation, only a Grand Master or the Saint can confront him. Otherwise, none shall prevail. I must eliminate him. Otherwise, I shall not be able to swallow this indignation." Elderly, infuriated by the countless lives lost among his subordinates, glared fiercely at Elder Gao. "As long as he draws breath, I shall never find peace. Rest assured, Oldly, I possess a method to compel him into a duel with us, where we can surround and annihilate him." With a cunning glint in his eye, Elder Gao whispered to Elderly, "Prepare yourself and restore your strength. Thus, let us choose a propitious day to embark together on the quest to slay Lin Yichen." Chapter 125. Subduing Shun Lian outside the prison cells of the Western Factory. A guard clad in a flying fish attire respectfully bowed to Chief Lin Yichen with his hands clasped in a salute. "Rise." Lin Yichen gestured slightly with his hand, his gaze lingering on the guard, who appeared somewhat familiar. "Your prowess is commendable. You are at the pinnacle of the innate realm, correct? I recall your valiant efforts during the battle at Tongguan, where you stood protectively before me on several occasions." Lin Yichen regarded the guard with admiration. "Very well. Your loyalty is commendable, and I am quite satisfied with you. What is your current position?" Responding to Chief Lin, the guard understood that this was his opportunity. He realized that his desperate defense of Lin Yichen during the previous battle had not gone unnoticed. After all, a high-ranking eunuch like Lin Yichen would hardly remember a mere guard from the Western Factory otherwise. "I am Shen Lian, currently serving as the captain of the 2nd team in the Western Factory." "Shen Lian, you say?" Lin Yichen's expression turned curious as he scrutinized him. "Do you happen to have 2 sworn brothers named Lu Jianxing and Jin Yichuan?" "Nay, I do not," Shen Lian replied, bewildered, looking at Lin Yichen with a confused expression. "I am unfamiliar with anyone by those names. Do you have any sworn brothers?" "None," Shen Lian hastily answered. "I have only an elder brother, who does not practice martial arts but works as a bookkeeper in the city, named Xinsheng." "Very well. It seems I have made an error in my recollection," Lin Yichen said, slightly disheartened. However, recognizing Shun Lian's perceptiveness and commendable skills, he hesitated briefly before tossing him 3 nourishing pills that he had received from a Chiu but had no use for. "This is your reward. Go and cultivate diligently. Strive to break through to the Master Realm swiftly. Once you achieve that, I shall promote you." Lin Yichen pondered for a moment. "Perhaps a position as a 1000-house officer in the Western Factory would suit you, overseeing these guards on my behalf. Your command is my duty. I shall serve you to the utmost." Upon hearing Lin Yichen's promise of promotion, Shen Lian's heart soared with joy. He immediately knelt on one knee, looking up at Lin Yichen. "From this day forth, should you have any orders, I shall dedicate myself wholly to your service. You are indeed a clever individual." Lin Yichen nodded in satisfaction at Shun Lian's words. "I have a fondness for astute minds like yours. Go now and focus on your training. Should your abilities rise, your future will be boundless. The position I occupy will eventually be yours." Swallowing hard, Shen Lian, though reluctant to face castration, forced himself to express gratitude. "Thank you, Chief Lin. I shall certainly strive to improve." "Excellent." With a slight nod, Lin Yichen followed the guide, Little Jean, as they stepped into the prison cell of the captured female master of the Qilin sacred land. Due to Lin Yichen's deliberate care, this prison cell, though situated in the fearsome Western factory prison, is equipped with all the necessities, resembling an ordinary young lady's boudoir. The wooden flooring is impeccably clean, and it even boasts a bathroom and toilet. One could hardly believe they were in a cell where lives are extinguished daily. Were it not for the restrictions on movement and the inability to leave, one might truly think they were on vacation rather than imprisoned. What are the conditions of this cell? Upon entering, Lin Yichen beheld the enchanting female master, clad in a strapless garment and a flowing outer layer. Her alabaster shoulders and slender back subtly revealed, exuding an irresistible allure. She nodded slightly, clearly intrigued. However, despite her satisfaction with the surroundings, the female master retorted sharply. Lin Dog, what is the meaning of confining me here? If you intend to kill me, do it swiftly and spare me the delay. Of course, I could never bear to kill you. Your beauty is far too precious to waste, Lin Yichen replied, chuckling at her defiance. My intentions are quite simple, and I believe you understand, as all men are essentially the same. He continued, if you submit to me willingly, I shall certainly spare you. If you earn my trust, not only will you be released, but you will also enjoy a modest residence in the capital and secure a respectable official position. Lin Yichen gazed at the female master, assuring her, as long as you comply, I will ensure you are well taken care of. You wishful thinker. The female master shot back, glaring at him. I have a fiancé. If you dare lay a hand on me, he will not let you off easily. Huh? Lin Yichen laughed at her declaration. What nonsense about a fiancé? Should he dare to trouble me, I shall eliminate him. You would do well to submit to me, lest you wish to face my wrath. Observing the stunningly voluptuous form of the female master seated on the bed, Lin Yichen felt an insatiable hunger. Having consumed the herbal elixir from the mountains, his strength had barely reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of mastery. After all, the stronger one becomes, the slower the rate of cultivation, a dilemma without resolution. Now, acquiring you should allow me to break through to the 7th level, he mused, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Stepping forward, he grasped her chin, saying, you would do well to cooperate. It will spare you some pain. If you scream in agony, do not blame me for not forewarning you. Release me. The female master, her power shackled, could only glare at Lin Yichen in fury and fear, akin to an ordinary girl. She crossed her arms tightly over her chest and declared, do not touch me, you scoundrel. My fiancé is from the Xuanwu sacred land, and he will not let you off. Huh, I care not for what he is. Lin Yichen retorted dismissively. Since the moment you fell into my grasp, your fate has been irrevocably sealed. Lin Yichen exerted force, pinning the resisting female master beneath him. My decision not to end your life is already the greatest mercy I could offer you. You would do well to comply, for I possess 100 methods to render your existence a living hell. Lin Yichen regarded the female master with a playful demeanor. Your intent to kill me is a heinous crime, one that warrants certain death. Yet now, by submitting to me, I can grant you absolution for your sins. This is an act of mercy towards you. Chapter 126. The female master's compromise. You will never succeed. I would rather die than submit. Pinned down by Lin Yichen, the female master, despite her formidable mastery at the grandmaster level, found herself utterly powerless to harness any internal energy. She struggled in vain, akin to an ordinary woman, feeling utterly humiliated. Let me go, you scoundrel. You have no choice. Observing the female master's futile writhing, Lin Yichen smiled slightly. Your actions will not compel me to release you. Rather, they only serve to heighten my excitement. You shameless fiend. Though the female master remained untouched, she was no stranger to the ways of the world. At this moment, she understood the implications of Lin Yichen's words all too well. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she pressed her lips tightly together, glaring at him in fury. Release me, or my fiancé will kill you. Ha, more empty threats. Lin Yichen chuckled. I shall not waste time with you. From the moment you failed to assassinate me and fell into my grasp, you became mine. Whatever I choose to do with you is entirely justified. Should you dare to resist again, I will send you directly to the male prison, where you will experience a fate worse than death. I may be gentle with you, but they will not be. With a cold snort, Lin Yichen continued, for those who have languished in dungeons for years, even a sow or a female mosquito can provoke immense excitement. He regarded the female master with a mischievous glint in his eye. So, would you like to experience this? Do you wish to discover how popular you truly are? Silence. The female master's expression stiffened. Her resistance visibly waned as she glared at Lin Yichen with fury. You are utterly shameless. If you have the courage, kill me now. Of course. Lin Yichen's smile widened. Attempting to assassinate a chief like me is a grave crime. I could easily sentence you to death by 1,000 cuts. Do you know what that entails? He gazed at the female master with a wicked glimmer. The agents of the West Factory would first reduce you to an infantile state, then make you ride a wooden horse as they escort you to the marketplace. In full view of thousands, they would proceed to carve you into a skeletal figure with 600 cuts, as if performing an autopsy. You must understand. As a resilient grandmaster, you would find it impossible to die, all the while witnessing the transformation into a mere skeleton. Lin Yichen lifted her chin, a smirk playing on his lips. If you truly wish to escape my grasp, all you need do is declare your acceptance of the death by 1,000 cuts. I am a man who respects the wishes of others. I shall fulfill your desire. You despicable wretch. Faced with Lin Yichen's menacing threats, the female master could no longer muster the courage to resist. She bit her lip in frustration, glaring at him with indignation. Even if I agree, what can you possibly do? You impotent eunuch. Ha. If you agree, you will soon discover just how capable I am. Seeing that the female master no longer resisted, Lin Yichen chuckled, naturally eager to demonstrate his prowess. A few minutes later, a single crystalline tear slipped from the corner of the female master's eye. At that moment, as Lin Yichen compelled the female master to comply, within the confines of the Qin Wangfu, the Qin king was receiving a weary messenger in a secret chamber. Very well. I understand. Upon hearing the news conveyed by the messenger, the Qin king's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he nodded with a smile. Return and inform your master that I am profoundly grateful for his kindness and deeply moved. Rest assured, once I ascend to the throne, I shall bestow upon him a hereditary title that will endure alongside the nation. Moreover, he will have the privilege to govern a territory, with succession guaranteed. The Qin king spoke with solemnity. Though lacking the formal title of a vassal, the reality will be one of de facto sovereignty. Your Majesty, do you speak truly? The messenger's excitement was palpable as he regarded the Qin king. You truly do not intend to diminish the fiefs? Certainly not. The Qin king replied, nodding with enthusiasm. Not only do I intend to preserve the fiefs, but I shall also reward my loyal subjects with their own domains, granting each a clear official identity, thereby establishing a system of vassal states. As long as they and their descendants remain eternally loyal to the royal house, they shall bask in enduring prosperity. The Qin king added with a smile, I will establish a set of 3 principles with them. Should they or their descendants dare to show disrespect or rebel, they shall bring about their own demise, and all vassals will unite to quell any insurrection and establish a new vassal state. This is only natural. The messenger nodded vigorously. My master has also stated that, in name, they are all subjects of the great Feng, obedient to the imperial family, and will annually offer tribute. Any vassal openly rebelling against the imperial house shall become an enemy to all vassals, and we shall collectively eradicate them. That suffices. The Qin king replied with a slight nod. Unlike his majesty, who is fixated on diminishing the fiefs, unwilling even now to acknowledge the status of the regional lords and governors, yearning instead to bring them directly under central authority, I find such matters trivial. I can assure everyone that upon my ascension, I will not diminish the fiefs. The Qin king is indeed a benevolent ruler, a true dragon among men. The messenger immediately bowed deeply, stating, I shall return to express your goodwill to my master. I am confident he will support your ascension to the throne. Furthermore, my master will certainly seek to rally some favorable governors and lords to simultaneously support your majesty. Excellent. Your efforts are appreciated, the Qin king said, promptly assisting the messenger to his feet. I have arranged accommodations with hot water and meals for you. You may rest and refresh yourself. I have also prepared 3 swift steeds for your departure tomorrow, should you wish. Thank you for your kindness, your majesty. The messenger, indeed fatigued from his arduous journey, respectfully saluted the Qin king and was guided into the guest chamber by the royal attendants. Master, what are your thoughts? After the messenger departed, the Qin king immediately cast his gaze toward the shadowy entrance of the great hall. Amitabha, the cloaked monk, who had been shrouded in shadows, stepped forward and respectfully clasped his hands in salute to the Qin king. The dismantling of the feudal lords is imperative, otherwise, your highness's throne shall remain precarious. While your highness is alive, order may be maintained, and these regional lords may exhibit a semblance of obedience. However, the monk continued with grave solemnity, after your majesty's passing, it remains uncertain whether they will heed your descendants. The feudal lords are the root of chaos and must be eradicated. The Qin king, with a serious countenance, cast a glance at the monk. I am well aware of this, yet the task of their removal is far from simple, especially at this moment. As I aspire to ascend to the throne, I require their support. Chapter 127. The local fiefdoms at present. It is imperative that the various fiefdoms provide military support or assistance. Under the grave gaze of the Qin Wang, the cloaked monk reluctantly nodded. However, in securing their support, your highness must also be vigilant. Otherwise, once your highness ascends to the throne, you may find yourself constrained, becoming a puppet emperor propped up by them. At that juncture, your commands would likely hold sway only in Guangzhou. Beyond the Tongguan Pass, the fiefdoms of the East and Hebei would undoubtedly treat your majesty's orders as mere trifles. As for the regions of Ganlong and Liangzhou in the west, the border troops have long been unruly. Yet, due to the vastness and sparse population of these western provinces, they require the court to transport substantial amounts of grain and wealth annually, thus rendering them somewhat obedient. The cloaked monk clasped his hands. This is also the reason behind your majesty's mobilization of the Wang of Longnan, who will heed the call to quell rebellions and take up official positions in the capital. Otherwise, should your majesty cease the flow of gold and silver to Longnan, these formidable soldiers would not concern themselves with whether their leader bears the surname Ji or Zhao. Without financial incentives, they would resort to violence. The monk's demeanor grew serious, however. Should your majesty choose to mobilize the Wang of Yin or the Wangs of Qi and Lu to pacify the chaos in Sichuan and subsequently assume official roles in the capital, the prospects appear rather bleak. Even if they verbally acquiesce, their actions would likely be lackluster. The fragmentation of the fiefdoms has already solidified, with the only missing element being the central authority's acknowledgement. The monk fixed his solemn gaze upon the Qin Wang. Once the central authority grants its recognition, the internal succession within the fiefdoms would no longer require formal sanction. It would automatically devolve to hereditary succession or self-elected governors and military commissioners. In such a scenario, the fiefdoms would heed commands selectively, responding to directives while ignoring proclamations. Annually, they might offer a portion of their wealth and provisions as a sign of respect towards the central authority. However, the chances of military mobilization, acceptance of official appointments, or compliance with central oversight would be exceedingly slim. I am indeed aware of this. Under the penetrating gaze of the cloaked monk, the Qin Wang inhaled deeply, mirroring the gravity of the situation. He understood that once the fragmentation of the fiefdoms was legitimized, each fiefdom would effectively become an independent kingdom, possessing the rights to appoint officials, levy taxes, and enact laws. At that point, the central authority's influence over the fiefdoms would diminish, ultimately leading to turmoil and a relinquishing of power. Your Highness, the cloaked monk regarded the Qin Wang with a serious expression. Although the various fiefdom commanders are currently domineering, they are, in legal terms, merely appointed for a term of 3 or 5 years, without the possibility of long-term tenure or hereditary succession. Moreover, some fiefdoms would still accept the central authority's directives. Yet, should legal recognition be granted, it is likely that all fiefdoms would follow the precedent set by the Weibo commander, who once caused significant unrest. Even with the rotation of commanders, if those appointed by the court fail to represent local interests, they would likely be ousted. The fiefdoms would then select their own commanders and, without the court's endorsement, compel the central authority to acquiesce. The monk gazed earnestly at the Qin Wang. Should such events transpire, the central authority would lose its prestige, and a ripple effect would ensue across the land. Your Highness, while you remain, they can undoubtedly be subdued. However, once you depart, your descendants will inevitably find themselves dancing on the edge of a knife. I shall diminish the feudal lords. The king of Qin's expression grew grave as he cast a glance at the cloaked monk. This moment is merely a temporary measure. Should I refuse their demands and they choose to support his majesty, my fate would be perilous indeed. If I fail to conquer Guangzhou, how could I possibly hope to dominate the entire nation? Yet, if I succeed in securing Guangzhou to sustain an army of 100,000, reducing the feudal lords will be a trivial task. Thus, it must be so, in light of the king's words. Despite the knowledge that such actions would sow trouble for the future, the cloaked monk could only awkwardly nod in agreement. After all, if the king of Qin's coup were to fail, issues of feudal divisions and rebellions would no longer concern him. Conversely, should his coup succeed, these matters could indeed become quite troublesome. Although the king spoke of diminishing the lords with ease, the monk understood the complexity of the task. The regional governors and feudal lords are no fools. Should the king extinguish one lord, they might deem it a self-inflicted demise. If he were to eliminate 2, they might find it justifiable. However, if the king were to prepare for a third, the dozens of feudal lords across the nation would likely unite in immediate opposition against him. Amitabha. After some contemplation, aside from joining his hands in prayer, even the astute cloaked monk found himself at a loss. The trend of feudal division had begun during the reign of the late emperor, and now, over 2 decades later, it had taken deep root. When the empress first ascended the throne, it would have been an opportune moment to diminish the lords. However, at that time, the young empress was still inexperienced, and the king of Qin and the empress dowager were too preoccupied with mutual suspicion to attend to matters of state, thereby missing the prime opportunity. Now, unless the founding monarch were to return, it seems that no other ruler possesses the capability or the courage to reduce the lords. Amid the furrowed brows of the king of Qin and the cloaked monk, Lin Yichen was brimming with excitement, unable to contain a loud exclamation. Shameless! Hearing Lin Yichen's outburst, the tearful master Zhang Yin, curled up at the edge of the bed, gazed vacantly at the red plum blossom on the sheets and shot a glare at Lin Yichen. feeling quite vexed. Despite her efforts to resist, she ultimately fell victim to Lin Yichen, the so-called eunuch. She truly did not anticipate that the shameless eunuch was, in fact, a false one, possessing considerable strength and depth of skill. Earlier, when you were joyfully singing, you did not express such sentiments. Hearing Zhang Yan's words, Lin Yichen winked at her. You were quite pleased then. Naturally, I couldn't very well be crying with a glum face during that moment, could I? Zhang Yan shot him a disapproving look. Regardless, you are utterly shameless. There will be no second time. Ha ha. At this, Lin Yichen could only laugh, pondering whether all women were the same. After all, Luo Lan had once declared that there would be no second time either. Yet, in reality, Luo Lan was even more proactive than he. Women are merely stubborn in words. In truth, there are only 0 instances and countless instances. What difference is there between 1 and 2? You are quite remarkable, a true beauty, and I am deeply enamored. Gazing at Zhang Yan, with her long hair cascading around her, Lin Yichen could not help but feel a surge of desire. You should be silent. Zhang Yan's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment as she shot Lin Yichen an irritated glare, mistakenly believing he was mocking her for lacking certain experiences. However, one cannot entirely fault her. After all, it is simply her nature, is it not? Haha. Witnessing Zhang Yan's overwhelming shyness only heightened Lin Yichen's excitement. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door. Mr. Lin, there has been an incident. His Majesty has been assassinated. Chapter 128. The Empress is once again assassinated. What nonsense. The Empress has been assassinated? Lin Yichen, who had just been preparing to sing joyfully, turned around in astonishment upon hearing the shout from the young attendant outside the door. Are you certain? Do you jest with me? The commander of the Imperial Guards has already been replaced with someone loyal to Her Majesty. How could anyone dare to assassinate her so brazenly? How could I possibly deceive you, Chief Steward Lin? The young attendant hurriedly replied with utmost respect. I assure you, every word is true. Assassins have indeed infiltrated the palace to strike at Her Majesty. Very well, summon the experts from the Western Depot at once. I shall go to her aid. Lin Yichen waved his hand to the young attendant, reluctantly donning his garments. Though he yearned to indulge in merriment once more, he had to suppress that desire for the time being. Understood. The young attendant, keeping his head lowered and not daring to glance at the disheveled Zhang Yan and the flower-adorned sheets, swiftly turned and fled. What a pity. I had hoped to hear another song from you, but it seems that must be postponed. Looking at Zhang Yan before him, Lin Yichen smiled and said, however, there is no need for you to fret. You are indeed unlike any other woman. I find myself quite enamored with you. Rest assured, it will not be long before I return to seek your favor once more. You are shameless and vile. I do not want this. It is all your coercion. Zhang Yan shot him a fierce glare, her voice low but filled with anger and embarrassment. I hope those assassins succeed in killing you. Oh, that is indeed a curse of murder against one's husband. Besides, if I were to perish, wouldn't you be left a widow? How does that benefit you? Lin Yichen chuckled at Zhang Yan's vexed expression. Of course, such a scenario is destined to remain unrealized. After all, how could I ever consider death before you have borne me an heir? Never. Zhang Yan glared at him once more, a mixture of shame and fury in her eyes. I would rather bear offspring for a dog than for you. Haha, who knows? Perhaps you are already with child from our earlier encounter. Lin Yichen winked playfully at the adorably indignant Zhang Yan before striding out of the cell. Take care, and once I have resolved this predicament, I shall enlighten you about the sacred land of Qilin. Do not harbor fantasies of escape or resistance. You are irrevocably mine. You are despicable. Zhang Yan, curled up with her knees hugged to her chest, was even more incensed. Acquiring Zhang Yan, would my strength improve? As Lin Yichen rushed towards Qianqing Palace with a contingent of the Western Depot guards, he divided his focus, directly accessing the system to review his attributes. Host, Lin Yichen. Realm, 7th layer of Master. Official position, Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, Deputy Chief Eunuch of Xining Palace. Military Supervisor of the Longnan Army and Imperial Guards. Cultivation Technique, 9 Yang True Scripture, Major Completion. Qilin Divine Skill, Major Completion. Martial Arts, Thunder Sword Technique, Major Completion. Attribute Exploration. Items, Wind Thunder Spirit Sword, 1 Peiyuan Pill. What a delight. I have indeed reached the 7th layer of Master. It feels utterly satisfying. Observing the elevation of his own realm, Lin Yichen was naturally filled with exhilaration. For him, such an enhancement of power was far more effortless than completing tasks or taking lives, as it provided a dual pleasure for both body and spirit. Moreover, this newfound strength would manifest in a significant enhancement of his capabilities. It could be described as achieving 3 objectives with a single arrow. Master Lin, what shall we do now? While Lin Yichen was lost in thought, the others had already surged towards the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Witnessing over 30 masked black-clad masters besieging the imperial guards led by Tong Yangzheng, Lin Yichen's expression instantly turned serious. These black-clad assailants were evidently not the disciples of the Plum Blossom Sword sect, as they had already been subdued and imprisoned by Lin Yichen. Regardless of their identity, the priority remained the protection of the Empress. With a swift glance, Lin Yichen commanded the Western Depot guards behind him. "Why are you all still dawdling? Charge forth and protect Her Majesty. Eliminate every last one of these assassins. As you command. Forward." Upon hearing Lin Yichen's orders, the guards of the Western Depot wasted no time and rushed into battle, coordinating with the Imperial Guards led by Tong Yangzheng to counterattack the assassins. What audacity! Observing the assassins, who had been encircled in a desperate struggle and were evidently doomed to defeat, Lin Yichen strolled leisurely to the Hall of Supreme Harmony, where he found the Empress closely guarded by a Chiao. "I apologize for my tardiness in coming to your rescue, Your Majesty. Clad in armor, I cannot bow formally. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. You arrived just in time." The Empress, her expression grave, cast a glance at Lin Yichen. Dressed as a man, she appeared markedly tense, evidently incensed by the assassins who had intruded upon the Hall of Supreme Harmony. It has been quite a while, yet not a single member of the Imperial Guard, the Feathered Forest Guard, or the brocade-clad guards has arrived. What does this imply? It was clear that these assassins were operating under the direction of the Prince of Qin, with the tacit approval of the Empress Dowager. Otherwise, why would the compassionate Tranquility Palace, situated merely a step away and guarded by Li Zhong along with numerous Eastern Depot guards and skilled brocade-clad guards, fail to send aid? It is worth noting that the Eastern Depot was established prior to the Western Depot, meaning that Li Zhong's forces vastly outnumbered those under Lin Yichen's command. Yet, at this moment, they chose to turn a blind eye, even allowing these assassins to breach the Hall of Supreme Harmony to attempt her assassination. This left the Empress pale and furious. "Rest assured, they shall undoubtedly perish." Lin Yichen disowned her anger and immediately spoke to reassure her. "There is no chance of escape. Those who dare to assault Your Majesty are deserving of death and shall surely meet their end." The Empress shot Lin Yichen a curious glance. I don't count." Lin Yichen felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he too had, in a peculiar manner, once attempted to assassinate the Empress. "Bah, you shameless wretch." The Empress's cheeks flushed as she glared at Lin Yichen with annoyance. "Go to hell." At that moment, accompanied by a furious roar, a master of the 8th level of the sect suddenly struck, aiming a lethal blow at the Empress. Seeking death, he declared, "Kill." Simultaneously, a Chiao and Lin Yichen sprang into action, swiftly intercepting the formidable opponent. Upon realizing that this 8th level master was elderly, Lin Yichen felt a sudden jolt in his right eyelid, instantly gripped by a chilling sense of foreboding. "Perish!" he shouted. Just then, with a piercing cry of rage and amidst the howling winds, a formidable purple sword aura emerged in the air, hurtling directly towards the Empress's heart. As Lin Yichen and a Chiao were led away by elderly. Chapter 129. Lin Yichen blocks the sword. "Damn it, protect the Empress." As a fierce sword light unexpectedly surged forth, piercing towards the Empress while the onlookers were caught off guard, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd, particularly for a Chiao, who had been lured away by this 8th level Grandmaster. Her eyes widened in despair as she yearned to rescue the Empress, but found herself unable to break free. Damn it! The Empress's delicate face also betrayed a hint of panic as she beheld the incoming menacing sword light. As a mere 3rd level innate martial artist, how could she withstand the sudden assault of a peak Grandmaster? "I have made a grave mistake." Initially dismissing the assassination attempt as a farce, much like the previous occasions, the Empress had not brought the National Dragon Seal with her. Now, she was left utterly flustered. Had she possessed the National Dragon Seal? Activating it would have made dispatching these assassins as effortless as slaughtering livestock. But alas, the situation was far from simple now. "Your opponent is me, Your Majesty. Retreat quickly." Just then, with a thunderous roar, as a Chiao was ensnared, Lin Yichen erupted, disregarding his own safety as he swung his sword down upon the peak Grandmaster in an attempt to rescue the Empress. Lin Yichen was acutely aware that the Empress could not perish at this moment. After all, he had yet to ascend to the status of a Grandmaster himself. Should the Empress fall, the consequences would be dire. Both the Qin King and Li Zhong, the 2 Grandmasters, would likely seek his head, leaving him with little hope of escaping the capital. Moreover, even if he managed to flee the capital, the followers of the Qilin sacred land would relentlessly pursue him. Thus, Lin Yichen had no other option but to fight desperately to protect the Empress. Furthermore, from an emotional standpoint, being quite fond of the beautiful Empress, he could not bear the thought of her demise. Crack! With a resounding thud, Lin Yichen's wind and thunder spirit sword collided with the assassin's blade aimed at the Empress. Unfortunately, due to Lin Yichen's slightly inferior strength, he failed to sever the adversary's sword. At this moment, the tip of the assassin's blade was merely inches away from the Empress. You have done your best. The Empress closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering as she surrendered to despair, relinquishing her resistance. With me here, you shall not perish. In a moment of utmost desperation for the Empress, Lin Yichen, having failed to thwart the assassin's strike, suddenly surged forth with unparalleled speed. He rushed to the Empress's side, enveloping her in his embrace and shielding her with his back. Sizzle, thrust. The assassin's blade pierced Lin Yichen's back, and although the Qilin Phantom appeared just in time to mitigate some of the impact, the blade still sank into Lin Yichen's body. Protect the Empress. Attack. Finally, reinforcements arrived, led by the deputy chief of the Imperial Guard and the commander of the Jinui. A contingent of Jinui and Eastern Depot experts surged forth to engage the enemy. Retreat. With a fleeting glance at his back, where he had been grievously wounded, Lin Yichen, knowing that his days were numbered, faced a throng of approaching assassins. Realizing that remaining could lead to his own demise, he signaled for a hasty retreat. Accompanied by his fellow assassins. Are you all right? Summoned the imperial physician. At that moment, the Empress could scarcely regard the fleeing assassins. She looked down at Lin Yichen, who lay in her embrace, his back soaked in blood, his lips stained crimson, his complexion as pale as parchment, trembling with distress. Although Lin Yichen's body was pressed closely against hers, blood staining her garments, the Empress was beyond reproach. She could not bring herself to chastise him. After all, it was for her salvation that Lin Yichen had taken such a perilous risk and sustained such grievous injuries. Were it not for his sacrifice in blocking that lethal strike, she might well have met her end on the spot. It was important to note that Lin Yichen, a master of the 7th tier, had endured that strike and was now gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. How could a mere innate-level warrior like the Empress hope to survive such an assault? Coughing violently, Lin Yichen inhaled deeply, the metallic scent of blood overwhelming him. Weak and unable to move, he could only recline against the Empress. After involuntarily expelling several mouthfuls of blood, he comprehended that the assassin had clearly targeted him, rather than the Empress herself. Had the assassin truly intended to eliminate her? Given his peak mastery and the calculated concealment among the crowd, he could have struck when her guard was down, swiftly ending her life before Lin Yichen could react. Yet, he refrained from such an act, deliberately prolonging the moment, granting Lin Yichen the opportunity to intervene. Evidently, the assassin had lured Lin Yichen into a trap, seeking to eliminate him under the pretense of saving the Empress. Even though the assassin was a master of the highest caliber, he would struggle to vanquish Lin Yichen when the latter was on his guard. For even if Lin Yichen could not defeat him directly, if he chose to flee, the assassin would find it impossible to pursue him. The disparity in combat prowess between a 7th-tier master and a peak master was significant, yet their speed was comparable. To successfully pursue and eliminate a 7th-tier master would typically require the combined efforts of 3 to 5 peak masters or the intervention of a grandmaster. It was likely the work of the Qilin Sacred Land. The elder who had ensnared a Chiyo was elderly, a master of the 8th tier. I have been deceived. The excruciating pain in his back, where Elder Li's blade had pierced him, left Lin Yichen pale and continuously coughing blood. Although lying against the Empress was undeniably a comfort, he was far too preoccupied with his plight to appreciate her tenderness. This was a grave miscalculation, and I have brought trouble upon the Empress. Wiping the blood from his mouth with her garment, Lin Yichen's expression hardened. This vendetta must be avenged. Hold on, you must not succumb to unconsciousness. The Empress could hardly fathom that Lin Yichen, on the verge of death himself, was still contemplating the motives behind the assassination and plotting his revenge. Though the Empress harbored a desire for vengeance, at this moment, her foremost concern was the safety of Lin Yichen. After all, in her eyes, Lin Yichen had sustained grave injuries, teetering on the brink of death, solely to rescue her, despite her own exhaustion and the fright she had endured. The Empress could not allow herself to dwell on her own troubles. She fervently shouted for the imperial physician while calling out to Lin Yichen, desperate to keep him from succumbing to unconsciousness. I am so weary, and my head aches, Lin Yichen murmured softly while nestled in the Empress's embrace. Although he found solace in her presence and could hear her urgent calls, the excessive blood loss ultimately overwhelmed him, and as darkness enveloped his vision, his head fell, resting against the Empress's thigh. Chapter 130. The Fragrance. Lin Yichen. Witnessing Lin Yichen suddenly collapse onto her lap, the Empress cried out in desperation, shaking him in an attempt to rouse him. Alas, Lin Yichen remained in a deep slumber, his eyes tightly shut, utterly lost to unconsciousness. If he were to regain consciousness, he would undoubtedly feel a more profound regret for this moment of fainting than the Empress herself. After all, it was a rare opportunity for him to be so openly nestled against the Empress's legs, intimately experiencing her concern and inhaling the rich fragrance that emanated from her being. This was an endeavor Lin Yichen had long contemplated but had never succeeded in achieving. During their previous, somewhat muddled interaction, He had failed to reach this level of intimacy and had not felt the Empress's earnest care. Your Majesty, do not worry. Lin Yichen is not dead. Hyo, with a grave expression, checked Lin Yichen's carotid artery and confirmed his pulse. The imperial physician has arrived. Timely rescue may still save him. Ensure Lin Yichen is saved and placed in my Yangqing palace. I shall personally attend to him. The Empress commanded, her gaze fixed on the hurriedly arriving elderly physicians. Your Majesty, if I may speak candidly, the deputy chief steward interjected, his expression complex. Lin Yichen is merely a subject. He does not deserve to recuperate in Yangqing palace. Silence. The Empress turned, glaring fiercely at the deputy chief steward. Were it not for Lin Yichen, I would be the one lying dead at this moment. This is my decree, my own palace. If I am unperturbed, what grounds have you for dissent? Hyo cast a disapproving glance at the deputy chief steward, equally perturbed. Do you dare oppose the Empress? I would not presume to do so, the deputy chief steward replied, though begrudgingly, acknowledging their reprimand with an awkward nod. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Lin Yichen will be just fine. After assisting the Empress in carrying Lin Yichen into Yangqing Palace, Hyo felt a surge of urgency. After all, it was her failure to protect the Empress that had led to Lin Yichen risking his life to save her. She should have been at the Empress's side, rather than naively being lured away by Elderly, a master of the 8th level, leaving the Empress vulnerable and providing Elder Gao with the opportunity to strike. Your Majesty, please be assured, we shall exert every effort to rescue Lin Gonggong. Once the Empress and Hyo had settled Lin Yichen in Yangqing Palace, the physicians promptly surrounded him to assess his injuries. Can he truly survive? The Empress gazed at the cluster of physicians surrounding Lin Yichen, her brows furrowed with concern. I noticed a massive wound on his back, inflicted by that assassin's sword piercing into his innards. If his heart is injured, it may prove insurmountable. Your Majesty, rest assured that Lin Yichen is undeniably a master at the 7th level of mastery. Hyo, at a loss for words, could only awkwardly console the Empress, stating that he is unlike ordinary individuals. His recovery capabilities far surpass those of the common man. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Yichen is certain to recover. I sincerely hope so. The Empress took a deep breath, suppressing her inner turmoil, and cast a stern gaze upon the deputy director of the palace and the commander of the imperial guards who had accompanied her. Investigate this matter thoroughly. I demand to uncover the identity of the assassin. Issue a nationwide manhunt. A reward of 1,000 gold pieces for the elimination of an ordinary assassin. Those with official titles shall be promoted by 3 ranks, while those without may directly attain the position of a captain. The Empress declared with grave intensity, a reward of 10,000 taels of gold and the title of Marquis of the Inner Court for the slayers of the 2 leading master assassins. Gulping, the deputy director raised his head, his expression one of utter astonishment as he regarded the Empress. He was acutely aware that titles within the Great Feng Empire are notoriously difficult to obtain. The founder of the Great Feng had established that titles could only be conferred through military merit. Therefore, titles are exceedingly rare in Great Feng. The Empress's proposed rewards were truly extraordinary. It was certain that many martial heroes would be driven to madness in pursuit of these assassins, lured by the promise of 10,000 taels of gold and the title of Marquis. After all, attaining the title of Marquis not only grants a residence in the capital and numerous servants, but also allows one to meet officials without kneeling and provides opportunities for their descendants to enter the officialdom. It is akin to a dramatic transformation from an ordinary citizen to a member of the gentry, and even a middle-ranking noble. One must understand that ordinary grandmasters do not enjoy such privileges. Despite their formidable prowess, their lives may be more comfortable than those of ordinary nobles. And even great nobles must treat them with respect. However, their descendants are not guaranteed such fortune. After all, no one can ensure that their offspring will inherit their remarkable talent for cultivation. Should their successors lack such abilities, their demise could lead to their family being utterly annihilated by vengeful enemies. In contrast, nobles are afforded protection by the empire. As long as their descendants are not excessively foolish or wasteful or guilty of treasonous crimes, they are assured a lasting legacy. Your Majesty, might this reward be overly generous? The deputy director, with a complex expression, cautiously regarded the Empress. I believe the title of Marquis is unnecessary. A reward of gold and silver, or a visible official position, would suffice. I was nearly assassinated, and you claim this reward is too great? The Empress turned her icy gaze upon the deputy director. Do you mean to suggest that only upon my death would this reward be deemed excessive? Inform Li Zhong that this is my decree. The Empress's eyes were filled with a fierce indignation and cold brilliance. If he finds it inappropriate, let him come forth and slay me. Your Majesty, please do not be enraged. Hyo's face paled, and she hurried to placate the Empress. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. It is my fault. I shall convey your command immediately. The deputy director, trembling with trepidation, promptly knelt down, fearful to respond to the empress's words. Although he was not the direct descendant of the empress, as a eunuch, he dared not openly confront her while she remained in power. Then go. The empress glared fiercely at the deputy chief steward of the inner palace, proclaiming, "These individuals must be seen alive or dead. As you command." With a complex expression, he furtively cast a glance at the unconscious Lin Yichen. Perplexed as to why the deputy chief steward, who bore such significance in the eyes of the empress, could only proceed to deliver the order with utmost respect. Chapter 131. Urging the Qin king to act swiftly, are you certain that sword can indeed slay him? After a harrowing retreat, bloodied and disheveled, Elderly gazed solemnly at Elder Gao before him. In truth, had it not been for the intentional leniency of the palace's deputy chief, their escape from the Forbidden City would not have been so facile. After all, the deputy chief possessed formidable prowess, reaching the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level, a match for Elder Gao himself. Furthermore, the commander of the Jinyui boasted a strength equivalent to that of a 9th-tier Grandmaster, perhaps even surpassing Elderly in ferocity. Not to mention the multitude of Grandmasters and innate realm experts from the Eastern Depot and Jinyui, who served as lethal instruments of the emperor within the imperial court, effectively acting as his right and left arms in subduing the officials. Those who ascended to the ranks of Jinyui in the Eastern Depot were invariably of extraordinary talent and supreme strength. Despite being denounced as the emperor's watchdogs in the martial world, the generous rewards offered still drew many skilled practitioners to willingly serve as the emperor's hounds. The Western Depot, led by Lin Yichen, struggled to attract distinguished talents from the martial community due to its recent establishment and the empress's show of weakness. Under normal circumstances, he should be slain, Elder Gao stated, his expression grave. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "My sword pierced directly through his back, wounding his heart and lungs. My inner energy infiltrated his body, disrupting his vital organs. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is undoubtedly destined to perish today. Should there be no unforeseen events, then we must anticipate them," Elderly retorted sharply, a grimace forming at the corners of his mouth. "He is a remnant of the divine Qilin body, endowed with an exceptionally tenacious vitality. When the Holy Lord vanquished the former Holy Lord and proclaimed himself the Qilin Holy Lord, he once ordered his subordinates to hurl him off a cliff, only for him to survive the fall." Elderly furrowed his brow tightly, continuing thus, "While your strike may appear devastating, a mere ordinary martial artist would indeed meet their end. However, Lin Yichen is no ordinary warrior. Unless your sword completely pierces his heart or decapitates him, he shall not succumb. This man is akin to a zombie. Unless his vital points are utterly destroyed, he will rapidly recuperate. Is it truly so fantastical?" Elder Gao's lips twitched in response, at a loss for words. Deep down, he recognized the truth in Elderly's assertions and feared that he had failed to eliminate Lin Yichen. Yet, he hesitated to voice such doubts, unwilling to concede. In reality, he had been taken aback by the sudden assault from the deputy chief and feared that, should the deputy ensnare him, the empress would wield the imperial dragon seal and execute him on the spot. In his panic, he had hastily struck Lin Yichen with his sword before fleeing in disarray. Had he been resolved to perish together, he could have easily severed Lin Yichen's head before engaging in a fierce struggle with the deputy chief. Who would have thought that the deputy chief of the inner court seemed to be aligned with them, merely adopting a posture of attack and pursuit without truly engaging? If only you had exerted yourself a moment longer, a mere effort to sever his head would have resolved everything. Gazing at Elder Gao before him, Elderly let out a bitter sigh. In that case, we could have returned to the Qilin sacred land and reported back to the Holy Master. However, now, if Lin Yichen does not perish, we shall have to remain in the capital to assist the Prince of Qin, seeking ways to eliminate Lin Yichen once more. What is the use of saying such things now? It is merely hindsight. Who could have anticipated that this deputy chief of the inner court might also be an ally of the Prince of Qin? Elder Gao snorted coldly. Now that we are aware of this, with his protection, everything becomes negotiable. If all else fails, we can recuperate for a while and then make another attempt on his life, cannot we? With the experience of our previous failure, another attempt to assassinate Lin Yichen would be as effortless as slaying a dog. Yet it is not so simple. The young emperor, having encountered such peril, will likely keep the national dragon seal close at hand. Elderly sighed in resignation. To forcefully attempt an assassination would indeed be courting death. Furthermore, Lin Yichen, sensing the danger, would retreat to the military camp or simply vanish into thin air. Elderly felt quite helpless. His strength has reached the 7th tier of the Master Realm. If he truly wishes to evade battle, neither you nor I could hinder him. This time, the young emperor is in danger. He can only face the risk himself to shield her from harm. Otherwise, we shall not have the opportunity to slay him. With a complex expression, Elderly slapped his forehead, realizing that the task had become increasingly formidable. After all, Once the Empress is on guard, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate her. Do not fret. If this approach fails, other strategies shall arise. Elder Gao replied with a cold snort. As the leader appointed by the Holy Master of the Qilin sacred land for this assassination plan, his eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Should the assassination prove ineffective, I shall incite the Prince of Qin to hasten his military usurpation. In that eventuality, even with the national dragon seal in her possession, the young emperor would stand no chance against the Grand Master Prince of Qin and his 100,000 elite troops. At that time, Lin Yichen, as the young emperor's confidant, would inevitably meet his end alongside her. What if the Grand Inner Court Chief, Li Zhong, supports the young emperor? Elder Li inquired gravely, looking intently at Elder Gao. Then matters would become troublesome, even if the young emperor is unable to retaliate against the Prince of Qin. She could escape under Li Zhong's protection and summon various feudal lords and regional officials against him. Once the war ensues, should Lin Yichen hide within the military camp, our task of assassinating him would become even more arduous. Elder Li swallowed hard. Possessing the Qilin sacred body, he is exceptionally gifted and cultivates at an astonishing pace. If he were to reach the Grand Master realm, he would undoubtedly turn the tables and seek vengeance upon us. Should he attain the sacred realm, even the Holy Master might find himself in jeopardy. It is impossible, without the assistance of the blood of the Qilin. How could he possibly ascend to the realm of the Grand Master and the Holy State? Elder Gao scoffed, asserting that he could at most reach the pinnacle of the Master realm, after which he would be unable to progress any further. Does he truly believe that the Qilin Holy Lord is akin to his father? Taking a deep breath, Elder Gao, despite his bravado, felt a twinge of anxiety. He resolved to immediately seek out the King of Qin, striving to persuade him to take swift action. If the Holy Lord were to remain within the confines of the Qilin Holy Land, would it not be as effortless as slaying a mere dog to eliminate him? Alas. Chapter 132. Lin Yichen's last wish. Two elders, along with Master Shinduo from the Xuanwu sacred land, have come to visit. Upon hearing this announcement, Elder Li immediately cast a dubious glance at Elder Gao, inquiring about Shinduo's identity. He is the son of the Grand Elder of the Xuanwu sacred land, a distinguished young master among the current generation, standing just a step away from becoming a Grand Master. Under Elder Li's scrutiny, Elder Gao slowly began to speak. It is said that due to the relative youth of the current Xuanwu sacred lord, Shinduo enjoys a close relationship with him and has earned his trust. In the Xuanwu sacred land, he wields considerable influence. Indeed, he is quite a notable figure. Elder Li had heard of Shinduo's reputation, though he was accustomed to referring to him as young Master Shin. Thus, when his full name was mentioned, Li was momentarily taken aback. However, what brings Shinduo to the capital, and why does he seek us? Elder Li remained skeptical. The relationship between the Qilin sacred land and the Xuanwu sacred land has always been rather lukewarm. Although there was a close alliance during the tenure of the former sacred lord, that bond has since become mere pretense. As far as I know, the current young sacred lord of the Xuanwu sacred land holds himself in high regard, aspiring to elevate his domain to the foremost position among the four major sacred lands, surpassing the others. Elder Li chuckled, noting that the Zhuke and Fenghuang sacred lands seem less than impressed with him. That may be so, yet the new sacred lord of the Xuanwu sacred land indeed possesses remarkable talent. Elder Gao nodded in agreement, stating that he is already a sacred realm expert in his 30s, which lends credence to his ambitions. As for why Shinduo has come to seek us, it must pertain to the matter concerning your disciple, Master Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan? Under Elder Gao's piercing gaze, Elder Li's expression turned inquisitive. I am aware of Zhang Yan. She was captured by Lin Yichen. However, she is merely a low-ranking master. What connection could she possibly have with the Xuanwu sacred land or with Shinduo? You are unaware of this. Elder Gao looked at Elder Li with surprise. But then again, it is understandable. You have only recently become an elder and were previously an outer disciple. What is the story? Elder Li, not being a native master of the Qilin sacred land, gazed at Elder Gao with heightened curiosity. What connection does Zhang Yan have with the Xuanwu sacred land? Zhang Yan's father was one of the former grand elders of the Qilin sacred land, and her mother was also an elder there. When the previous sacred lord was still in power, Zhang Yan's father was favored, and, during an alliance meeting, an engagement was arranged between Zhang Yan and Shinduo by their fathers. However, following the sacred lord's usurpation of power and the subsequent deaths of Zhang Yan's parents during a mission, her status within the Qilin sacred land diminished, relegating her to a mere outer disciple, from which she gradually honed her skills. It is her exceptional talent that has allowed her to ascend to the position of protector at the master level. Shinduo's visit to us is likely to inquire about Zhang Yan. Is there truly such a hidden connection? Elder Li's lips twitched violently upon hearing those words. He pondered that Shinduo was a promising young elder from the Xuanwu sacred land, while Zhang Yin was merely an inconsequential protector from the Qilin sacred land. Under such circumstances, the engagement could be disregarded entirely. Why would he even seek out Zhang Yin? Perhaps he should be invited, considering he had come in person. And it would be discourteous not to meet him. After casting a glance at Elder Gao instructed someone to summon Shinduo directly. Esteemed elders, what exactly is happening with my fiancée? Where is she at this very moment? Shinduo entered the room unceremoniously, demanding answers from Elderly and Elder Gao with an air of indignation. Although he held no deep feelings for Zhang Yin, she remained his nominal fiancée. If she were to perish, he would not voice any objections. However, if she were captured and dishonored, that would be intolerable. It would be akin to donning a green hat. As a soon-to-be Grand Master, Shinduo would never permit such an affront. After all, their engagement was well known among the upper echelons of the four sacred lands. If Zhang Yin were truly sullied, it was inevitable that he would be ridiculed for it in the future. She encountered an unforeseen incident and was captured by Lin Yichen, Elderly explained awkwardly, feeling guilty in the face of Shinduo's fury. But rest assured, we will certainly rescue her at the earliest opportunity. You fools! If I had known, I would have taken her with me to the Xuanwu sacred land much earlier. Shinduo's anger flared instantly as he glared contemptuously at Elderly. Elderly's face turned pale. He was furious yet powerless to retaliate. He was no match for Shinduo, and he was indeed in the wrong. Selling off someone as fiancé was a matter that could reach the ears of the Qilin Sacred Lord. Should Shinduo's father and the Xuanwu Sacred Lord exert their influence, he would find it impossible to explain himself. Enough. There's no point in discussing anything further with you two inept individuals. I shall rescue her myself, but she will no longer belong to the Qilin Sacred Land. With a cold snort and a wave of his hand, Shinduo left as swiftly as he had arrived. Youthful exuberance is indeed a double-edged sword, Elderly remarked with a bitter smile, attempting to mask his embarrassment. His impulsiveness might very well serve our interests. Elder Gao, observing Shinduo's departing figure, appeared contemplative. Meanwhile, gravely injured, Lin Yichen, under the meticulous care of the imperial physician, gradually regained consciousness, thanks to the formidable recovery abilities of the Qilin sacred land. You have awakened. How do you feel? Upon receiving the news of Lin Yichen's revival, the Empress rushed into the Yangxin Hall. Rest assured, I have given explicit orders to the imperial physician to spare no effort in ensuring your recovery. Ah, cough, cough. Looking at the Empress, whose beautiful face was etched with concern, Lin Yichen, who had already regained some strength, suddenly coughed up blood, appearing as if on the brink of death. Your Majesty, I fear I may not survive. That sword pierced my heart and lungs, and the internal energy is wreaking havoc within my organs. It seems this may be my last flicker of life. Lin Yichen once again coughed up a mouthful of blood, rendering his complexion exceedingly pale, as if he were on the brink of departing from this world. You shall not perish. I will not permit it, the Empress exclaimed in a state of distress, her voice rising in urgency. This is my fault. I have brought this upon you. Your Majesty, I am willing to lay down my life for you, Lin Yichen replied, his eyes glinting with determination as he grasped the delicate hand of the Empress. There is no need to summon the physician. I am acutely aware of my own condition. My time is limited, and I have but one final wish. I hope your Majesty can. Chapter 133, Avalokiteshvara, you shall not perish. In response to Lin Yichen's words, the Empress gritted her teeth, her eyes ablaze with determination as she gazed at him. Rest assured, no matter the cost, I shall save you and restore your health. You must persevere and not relinquish hope for life. Grasping Lin Yichen's hand tightly, the Empress fervently encouraged him. As long as you hold on, you will surely endure this and emerge victorious. Lin Yichen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Could the Empress not grant him a few moments to express his last wishes? Given the somber atmosphere, it would be rather awkward if he did not perish after all. Cough, cough. With no other recourse, Lin Yichen resorted to a series of dry coughs, considering it a response to the Empress. He was aware that he was unlikely to die, yet after being stabbed by Elder Gao, his internal organs felt as though they were in turmoil, causing him immense pain. Bang. Due to the agonizing ache within, Lin Yichen could hardly engage in conversation with the Empress, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness once more. Lin Yichen, awaken. You must endure. I shall not permit you to die. Clutching his hand and shaking his body, the Empress realized, upon witnessing the increasing blood he coughed up, that her well-intentioned efforts had backfired. Lin Yichen, with his grievously injured insides, could not afford to move carelessly. Imperial physician, summon the imperial physician. With no other option, the Empress called for the physician once again, disregarding any concerns about revealing Lin Yichen's true identity as he was not a genuine eunuch. Her urgency for his treatment outweighed everything else. Your Majesty, the situation regarding Chief Lin is quite peculiar. Ordinarily, an individual sustaining such injuries would be doomed. After an examination, the elderly physician, his hair completely white, looked gravely at the empress. However, there exists a unique force within Chief Lin that continuously repairs his internal injuries, countering the hostile energy that has invaded his body. Thus, the outcome largely depends on Chief Lin himself. Are you implying that you cannot assist him? The empress's fury ignited, her eyes blazing as she scanned the physicians. You would leave him to his fate. Your Majesty, pardon our failure. Chief Lin is an advanced warrior, and we truly lack the means to aid him. His survival hinges upon that special force within him, which may extinguish the hostile energy and restore his internal balance. Useless fools. The empress's countenance darkened suddenly. After glaring at the physicians, she suppressed her wrath, refraining from executing them to accompany Lin Yichen in death. Leave my side at once. Upon hearing her command, the physicians fled in a state of relief, as if granted a reprieve from a grave sentence. Achio. Could the healing elixirs, such as the Yang Yuan pill or the Ziyun pill, restore him? After all, the injuries stem from internal energy, the empress pondered. Turning to Achio. Your Majesty, these healing potions might prove effective under normal circumstances, but only if Lin Yichen remains conscious and can refine the elixirs to mend his body. At this moment, he lay in a state of unconsciousness, rendering any medicinal pill he might consume utterly futile. Achio shook her head, stating, unless it is the miraculous healing elixir, the 9-turn soul-returning pill, but alas, such a treasure is not found within the palace. Where could such a pill possibly exist? The empress, upon hearing this, cast a grave gaze upon Achio. He has transformed into this state to save me. He could have easily evaded danger and left me to fend for myself. Therefore, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, I cannot allow him to perish. The 4 great sacred lands might possess it. Yet such pills are typically regarded as the most precious of treasures, and none would willingly part with them. Achio's expression was complex as she regarded the empress. Perhaps the esteemed pill king may have it. Even if he does not, we could concoct one should we gather sufficient medicinal materials. However, whether we seek aid from the 4 great sacred lands or the pill king, time is not on our side. Casting a glance at Lin Yichen, who lay on the bed, Achio ultimately shook her head with a bitter expression. Lin Yichen's vitality was remarkably resilient, far exceeding her expectations. After all, an ordinary master would likely have perished under such grievous injuries. Yet, even the strongest vitality must eventually wane, leading Achio to believe that Lin Yichen was genuinely on the brink of demise. What surprised her, however, was the empress's uncharacteristic display of emotion due to Lin Yichen's near death. Could it be that Lin Yichen's act of shielding her from danger had stirred genuine feelings within her? Observing the anxious empress, Achio, who was unfamiliar with the nature of love, found herself perplexed. We must search for him. He might still endure. Despite Achio's skepticism, the empress firmly declared, mobilize all resources within the palace and issue a bounty for his search. As long as there is a hint of hope and he yet lives, we shall not relent. Understood, Your Majesty. Faced with the empress's fervent and somewhat irrational urgency, Achio had no choice but to comply and relay the orders. It was not until the midnight hour that Lin Yichen finally roused from another bout of unconsciousness. At this moment, he could distinctly feel that the destructive inner energy left within him by Elder Gao had been suppressed to the periphery of his body, soon to be assimilated and vanquished by the Qilin sacred body. His injured organs were gradually on the mend. What is this? As he shifted his body, Lin Yichen noticed the figure resting at his bedside, none other than the empress herself. She had remained vigil throughout the night, guarding over him. This revelation stirred a wave of emotion within Lin Yichen, prompting him to reflect on his earlier, somewhat shameless thoughts, leading to a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, gazing upon the empress's graceful form, he felt a flutter of attraction. After all, such a sincere display of emotion from her was a rare occurrence. Once he regained his strength, she would likely revert to her lofty demeanor and contemplate ways to subdue him once more. I shielded you from a blade, nearly paying the ultimate price. Surely, a modest return on that debt is not too much to ask? With a mischievous glint in his eye, Lin Yichen feigned weakness and let out a groan. Your Majesty, cough, cough. You are awake? The empress, startled by Lin Yichen's voice, immediately poured him a glass of water. Drink. Cough, cough, phew. Forced to swallow a bowl of water, Lin Yichen, who narrowly escaped death at the hands of Elder Gao, was nearly choked by this unaccustomed empress. He sighed in resignation. Your Majesty, I truly feel that I am at my limit. I will not allow it. Listen to me, he insisted, swiftly grasping the empress's delicate hand, his gaze burning with fervor. To die for Your Majesty is a fate I embrace without regret. I cannot bear the thought of failing to assist you in vanquishing the Qin Wang and ascending to the throne. Do not say such things. You shall not perish. The empress's eyes brimmed with tears. Your Majesty, please allow me to finish. As I stand on the brink of death, I have but one wish. I hope Your Majesty can grant me one more chance. Sensing the empress's body tremble, Lin Yichen tightened his grip on her soft hand. I genuinely love you, Your Majesty. I shall forever cherish that beautiful moment we shared in this lifetime. You. The Empress's cheeks flushed crimson with a mix of anger and embarrassment, yet as she met Lin Yichen's passionate gaze and saw the blood at the corner of his mouth, she found herself unable to utter the word of refusal. After all, Lin Yichen had risked everything for her. If he was willing to die for her, how could she deny his dying wish? However, after a moment of hesitation, lowering her head to avoid his penetrating gaze, the Empress murmured like a whisper, "Is your body capable?" "Of course," Lin Yichen exclaimed with excitement. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I am not in immediate danger." Yet, the physician advised that he must refrain from movement and rest. "That is of no consequence. I cannot move, but you are unharmed." He pulled the Empress's small hand, signaling her with his eyes. The Empress, instinctively following his gaze, beheld a statue of Guanyin seated upon a lotus flower. Chapter 134. The Prince's Poor Health. My son. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Qin Wangfu in the capital, the formidable Qin Wang sat regally upon a tiger-skin chair, gazing at a robust young man, approximately 25 or 26 years of age. This young man bore a striking resemblance to the Qin Wang. He was indeed the Qin Wang's third son, Ji Feng, the commander of the left camp of the Imperial Guards, leading a formidable force of 10,000 soldiers. "Your Majesty," dressed in armor, Ji Feng strode into the hall and immediately clasped his fists in salute, respectfully addressing the Qin Wang. "Long live my father. 1,000 years, 1,000 years, and more. What need have you for such formality, my son?" The Qin Wang chuckled heartily, rising to assist the prostrated Ji Feng, and then unexpectedly delivered a powerful punch aimed at Ji Feng's face. Bang! Anticipating this, Ji Feng swiftly countered with his own fist, meeting the Qin Wang's strike with a resounding impact. Thud, thud, thud. Following the collision, the Qin Wang remained unmoved, while Ji Feng was forced to retreat 3 steps. "Mastery at the 5th level, excellent, quite commendable. You possess the vigor of my youth. Given time, you may indeed become a grand master." Observing Ji Feng, the Qin Wang nodded approvingly, adding, "Remember, cultivation is akin to rowing a boat. If you do not advance, you will fall behind. Therefore, do not grow complacent. Strive diligently to achieve the status of Grand Master. I shall heed my father's teachings." Ji Feng responded with a deep bow, pledging, "I will certainly practice diligently every day and never grow lax. Your determination and patience please me greatly." The Qin Wang, resuming his seat upon the tiger-skin chair, smiled at Ji Feng and said, "The heir's health is poor. You are well aware of this. Thus, once I successfully usurp the throne, after my century-long reign, the throne of the Feng Empire shall undoubtedly belong to you, my son." Gulp. "I am willing to serve my father until death." Upon hearing the Qin Wang's words, Ji Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, his entire being trembling with fervor. It was well known that the heir was naturally portly and possessed a weak aptitude for martial arts. Despite his age, he had not yet reached the innate realm, rendering him a confirmed failure. As for the Qin Wang's second son, Ji Feng's elder brother, he had been taken away by a wandering master in his youth and had not returned to the princely residence for over a decade, thus posing no threat to Ji Feng. It appeared that the future throne of the Feng Empire was destined for him. "I shall assist my father in achieving great things." With thoughts of being the rightful emperor of the Feng Empire, Ji Feng gazed earnestly at the Qin Wang, fervently wishing for his father's early success in usurpation, so that he might be bestowed the title of Crown Prince. "Your filial piety pleases me." The Qin Wang nodded slightly, his expression turning serious as he regarded Ji Feng. "However, since the king of Longnan entered the capital, I have found it difficult to rest. The challenges of usurpation have significantly increased. You must understand that if the king of Longnan gains control over the left camp of the Imperial Guards, along with the support of his 20,000 border troops at Tongguan, although the majority of the capital's defense forces have already aligned with me, the Imperial Guard is under the control of the Chancellor. The Royal Guards and the Jinyue are governed by the Empress Dowager and Li Zhong, while the Palace Guards and the Shichang are under the Emperor's command. In such a precarious situation, should we be besieged by these 3 factions? Even with my firm grip on the right camp of the Imperial Army, the threat of downfall looms large. That wretched emperor, lacking the capability to govern the Great Feng, should have long since abdicated in favor of a more competent ruler." Upon hearing the words of the Prince of Qin, Ji Feng could not contain his fury and shouted vehemently, "If I were him, I would have wisely relinquished the throne to my father, thus securing a comfortable life as a leisurely prince. He is utterly oblivious to his own folly, courting death. Is it truly so simple to achieve great ambitions?" The Prince of Qin chuckled softly, then fixed a determined gaze upon Ji Feng. "My son, we must not allow the king of Longnan to commandeer the left camp of the Imperial Army. Therefore, I intend to recommend you as the commander of the left camp, promoting you to general." What? Ji Feng stared blankly at the Prince of Qin, for at this moment, the commander of the left camp was none other than the king of Longnan. Father, among the 5 armies of the left camp, the Tiger Guard is firmly under my control. Meanwhile, the king of Longnan has enticed the Feixiong army, dispersing 2,000 of his 3,000 elite troops among them. The commanders of the other 3 armies remain indifferent. They neither accept the king of Longnan's troops nor oppose his position as commander of the left camp. As long as he can assure them of their rewards and status, they will not openly defy him. The commander of the Feixiong army, Guo, is utterly incompetent. How foolish of me to entrust him with such an important force. The Prince of Qin's lips curled in disdain, his anger boiling over, wishing to devour Guo alive for squandering such a significant advantage. My son, should we allow the king of Longnan to gradually seize control of the Feixiong army? The commanders of the other 3 armies will stand no chance against him. Sooner or later, they will either be won over or rendered powerless by him. At that point, even if your Tiger Guard is formidable, surrounded by the other 4 armies, surrender will be your only option. At these words, Ji Feng shuddered, his complexion paling. After all, the 10,000 troops of the Tiger Guard were the cornerstone of his existence. Without them, he would be rendered insignificant. Though a master of the 5th level is powerful, in the fierce struggles at the pinnacle of the great Feng Empire, it is but a triviality. Escaping to save oneself might be feasible, but seizing power would be utterly impossible. Thus, we must act decisively. My son, you need only to do this. After whispering his instructions to Ji Feng, the Prince of Qin smirked. Once you succeed, I will promptly recommend you as the commander of the left camp and promote you to general. At that time, with you commanding the left camp and I overseeing the right camp, the throne of the great Feng Empire will be ours to claim. They shook hands firmly, the prince's eyes gleaming with fervor. My son, this opportunity is fleeting. It must not be squandered. I shall heed my father's command. With gritted teeth and a fierce expression, Ji Feng resolved to take the risk. After all, in this matter, either one fights or is left to languish in despair. Yet, to take a chance offers a glimmer of hope for success. Thus, rather than languishing, it is far better to seize the opportunity. For once success is achieved, one is adorned with the mantle of power, ascending to the pinnacle of supremacy. With a determined bite of the teeth, Ji Feng gazed at King Qin, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Life and death are but a fleeting moment. If one does not perish, they may endure for eternity. Indeed, it is evidently the bloodline of Ji Rong. With a hearty pat on Ji Feng's shoulder, Ji Rong beamed with delight. This task is not insurmountable, for the king of Longnan would never anticipate that we would strike at this very moment. Therefore, our sole concern must be to ensure that the king of Longnan does not escape. Chapter 135. The Empress pursues Lin Yichen. The prowess of the king of Longnan, as I surmised, lies somewhere between the 7th and 9th levels of the Grandmaster realm, yet he has not quite reached the pinnacle of mastery. However, even with my current strength, I find myself unable to impede him. Gazing at the king of Qin, Ji Feng's expression grew grave. Although my Tiger Guard possesses 2 Grandmaster experts, they are of a lower tier. Moreover, the commander of the king of Longnan's personal guards is also a Grandmaster, and the Flying Bear army boasts 2 Grandmaster-level generals. Should we engage him directly, resolving the matter would be exceedingly difficult. A surprise attack might yield some opportunity, yet he would undoubtedly be on guard, rendering that chance slim. Ji Feng looked earnestly at the king of Qin. While it is indeed feasible for the Tiger Guard soldiers to form a formation to slay him, the prerequisite is that he must willingly step into the Tiger Guard's ranks. However, the crux of the matter is that the king of Longnan is no fool. Once he perceives the formation of the Tiger Guard, he will undoubtedly retreat to the safety of the Flying Bear army's camp. After all, he is well aware that we might initiate an attack and would not be so foolish as to walk into the Tiger Guard's formation and court death. I understand your concerns. This is indeed a challenging predicament. The king of Qin nodded slightly, his expression somber as he regarded Ji Feng. Thus, I shall dispatch skilled experts to assist you. Shadow, at your service. As the king of Qin's words fell, a figure clad in dark attire, a master of the pinnacle Grandmaster level, emerged slowly from the shadows. This expert was indeed the most formidable of the king of Qin's retinue, commanding the secret reconnaissance unit of the Qin Palace. You shall assist Ji Feng, lying in ambush, and ensure a decisive strike against the king of Longnan. Understood. Shadow, a man of few words yet fierce in demeanor, bowed respectfully upon receiving his orders and then positioned himself behind Ji Feng. Elderly, your highness, the king of Qin. From an obscure entrance, Elderly, who had previously failed in the assassination of Lin Yichen, stepped forth. I must trouble you to take action once more and assist my son in slaying the king of Longnan. The king of Qin smiled as he slightly clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Once I deal with the king of Longnan, I shall proceed to orchestrate the usurpation. When I succeed in seizing power, I will undoubtedly present Lin Yichen's head. I shall obey your command, Your Highness, given that the King of Qin is a formidable grandmaster. Elderly naturally accorded him respect, smiling as he nodded slightly to Ji Feng. Third young master, I shall accompany you. Excellent. With a nod to both Elderly and Shadow, Ji Feng felt an infusion of confidence as he turned to the King of Qin. Father, rest assured. This time I shall surely succeed and claim the head of the King of Longnan. Go forth. The King of Qin smiled and waved his hand. Remember, all actions must be conducted in secrecy. Do not allow the King of Longnan to sense any abnormalities or become wary. If he retreats into the Flying Bear Army's encampment, it would create considerable complications. I understand. After bowing deeply to the King of Qin, Ji Feng, flanked by Shadow and Elderly, strode forth with the majesty of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger, charging out of the Qin palace. King of Longnan, this time I shall ensure that you cannot escape. After watching Ji Feng and his entourage depart, the Qin king, his eyes alight with intensity, let out a cold snort. You must remain in Longnan with utmost sincerity. Once the rebellion is quelled, you shall obediently return to Longnan, and I assure you, I shall not take any harsh measures against you. After my ascension, even if I reduce your fief, you shall be granted the title of a leisurely prince. However, since you have come to the capital seeking peril, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Do you truly believe that navigating the murky waters of the capital is a simple endeavor? With another disdainful snort, the Qin king turned to the black-clad monk beside him. Master, with such arrangements in place, the King of Longnan should find it difficult to escape. Am I correct? Bah. We must retain a backup plan, the monk intoned solemnly, his gaze fixed upon the Qin king. Once we take action, the King of Longnan must not be allowed to flee. Should he escape to the Fei Sheng army, to Tongguan, or even seek refuge within the Forbidden City, it would pose a significant dilemma. Furthermore, if he manages to return to Longnan and rally the various princes and loyal ministers against the royal army, it would be far more troublesome. The monk regarded the Qin king with utmost seriousness. Although most loyal ministers and princes prioritize self-preservation, aspiring to be local emperors, there will always be a faction of misguided loyalists and shrewd ministers who may be swayed by the fleeing King of Longnan, thus jeopardizing your grand designs. Your reasoning is sound. The Qin king nodded emphatically, his expression grave as he looked at the black-clad monk. I shall personally take action. If Ji Feng can slay the King of Longnan, it would be splendid. But should he escape, I shall pursue him and eliminate him myself. You, master, shall temporarily guard the Qin Wangfu for me. The Qin king smiled, adding, Yet, that young emperor would not dare to raid my residence at this juncture. Bah. Your Highness is indeed wise. The monk, delighted to have found a sagacious ruler, smiled and bowed deeply. I suspect the emperor is currently filled with disdain for the Empress Dowager and Li Zhong. He cannot afford to turn his ire towards you. The favorite eunuch, Lin Yichen, must emerge from this ordeal with severe consequences. The root of this predicament lies in the delayed arrival of the Jinui and the Eastern Factory's skilled operatives under the Empress Dowager's command. Given her temperament, she must be seething with anger towards both the Empress Dowager and Li Zhong. This indeed presents an opportunity for me. The Qin king nodded slightly. I have heard that the fiancée of a master from the Xuanwu sacred land was abducted by Lin Yichen, and he has come to rescue her? It might be prudent to establish contact and offer assistance. After all, if I were to gain the support of the Xuanwu sacred land, I would no longer need to tread cautiously, fearing the young emperor's national dragon seal. The Qin king's thoughts turned to the Kirin Saint Lord, who had been uncharacteristically indecisive. Does he not realize that delaying action is akin to nurturing a tiger for future troubles? Does he truly believe breaching the sacred realm is so effortless? I have little faith he can easily enter the sacred realm. Bah, I shall make the necessary arrangements. The monk replied, bowing as he withdrew. Meanwhile, an astonishing scene unfolded within the Qianqing Palace of the Forbidden City. Lin Yichen, you scoundrel! I shall take your life. The once tranquil Qianqing Palace was suddenly pierced by the furious roar of the Empress, her voice breaking with rage. In an instant, this formidable Empress, at the 5th level of the innate realm, unleashed her utmost power, wielding her blade with abandon as though she intended to dismantle the palace itself. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly doomed Lin Yichen emerged, clutching a pile of disheveled garments, his appearance utterly disheveled and in a state of utter chaos. He even had one bare foot, epitomizing his utter disarray. Chapter 136, The Deceived Empress. Lin Yichen, if you have the courage, stand still. You despicable scoundrel! The Empress, wielding a precious blade and limping as she walked, glared at Lin Yichen with eyes ablaze with fury, her voice rising in a tempest of indignation. How foolish would I be to remain motionless? That would be inviting calamity upon myself. Clutching his garments, Lin Yichen evaded the Empress's onslaught with great difficulty. Desperately dodging her attacks, his strength had yet to be restored. Otherwise, he would have swiftly fled by now. Akio, restrain this scoundrel. Frustrated by her inability to capture Lin Yichen, the furious Empress turned to the astonished Akio. Bind him. I shall have him executed in the most excruciating manner. Torn apart by 5 horses. Truly, the heart of a woman can be most venomous. Upon hearing the Empress's words, Lin Yichen could not suppress a shiver. He mused to himself that he merely took the initiative when the Empress was slow to act. Was her wrath truly warranted? Besides, their relationship was one of mutual understanding, and such matters often held no distinction between the rare and the frequent. What shame or anger could she possibly harbor? Ultimately, she would find herself yielding to him in due course. You didn't say so in the Yangxin Palace? Faced with the irate Empress, Lin Yichen could only clumsily evade her, circling a pillar. You must understand, this was your voluntary gift to me, not something I compelled you to do. Silence. I have been deceived by you. The Empress's delicate face flushed crimson. After being tricked by Lin Yichen and now witnessing his audacity, her fury only intensified. Stand still. I shall slay you. This is all your fault. You, the despicable scoundrel, have deceived me. I did not deceive you. Lin Yichen hastily protested. At first, I genuinely believed I was facing death. Yet who would have known I possessed such extraordinary talent, growing stronger with every battle? Furthermore, if you intend to kill me, what will become of the child within you? Are you truly willing to see it born without a father? I shall not bear a child. Perhaps not. But what if today happens to be your fertile period? Lin Yichen cast a glance at the Empress's slender waist. You ought to remain still. Vigorous movements may indeed increase the likelihood of implantation. Be silent. Even if I were to conceive, I would not keep it. The furious Empress shouted, once more charging after Lin Yichen, determined to exact her vengeance. Akio, block him. Akio, save me. At that moment, only Lin Yichen, the Empress, and Akio were present in the Qianqing Palace, and both Lin Yichen and the Empress turned their expectant gazes towards Akio. One implored her to restrain Lin Yichen, while the other demanded she stop the Empress. The usually composed Akio, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. Observing the tumultuous interplay between Lin Yichen and the Empress, she found herself at a loss for how to proceed. A few hours ago, the Empress was still tenderly caring for Lin Yichen, expressing her deep concern and vowing that she would not allow any harm to befall him, no matter the cost. Yet now, she sought to take his life? How infuriating. After pursuing Lin Yichen for a while, the Empress, having exhausted considerable energy in the Yangxin Hall, finally came to a halt, leaning against a pillar, panting heavily while glaring at Lin Yichen, still radiating the intent to slay him. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. I did not act with malice. It was your irresistible charm that left me unable to resist, Lin Yichen said innocently. Had I known you did not wish to conceive, I would never have acted in such a manner. Begone. Silence. The Empress's cheeks flushed crimson with rage as she glared at Lin Yichen. Were it not for her fatigue, she would have relished the thought of tearing him apart. I speak only the truth. Lin Yichen shrugged lightly. Your Majesty, you must calm down. This is not good for the child. Be quiet. With a fierce swing of her blade aimed at Lin Yichen, she missed, her eyes reddening with fury. Had I known, I should have let you perish instead of saving you. Your Majesty would never permit such a thing, Lin Yichen replied playfully. I know you possess a heart softened by love for me, though it may be difficult for you to admit. Be silent. I may enjoy dogs, but I would never favor you. Bah. The Empress, unable to contain herself any longer, turned to Achio. Kill him. I understand, Your Majesty. Hitting is an expression of love, Lin Yichen chuckled. In marriage, it is common to bicker, yet we always reconcile. It is perfectly normal. Perhaps you should say less. Observing the furious Empress, Achio rolled her eyes at Lin Yichen. You should leave. Do not provoke Her Majesty further. Moreover, your injuries have not yet healed. If they reopen, it would be troublesome. Thank you for your concern, Sister Achio. Lin Yichen winked at the Empress. Then I shall take my leave, Your Majesty. Should you require me, do not hesitate to call. My heart is ever devoted to you, and I am always willing to serve. Depart. Feeling the heat surging within her abdomen, the Empress was taken aback by the unexpected surge of her own power. Her eyes widened in astonishment. She had just ascended from the 5th layer of innate realm to the 6th. Not long ago, she had only just broken through to the 5th layer. And she had not consumed any elixirs recently. How could this sudden breakthrough occur? Achieving even a minor advancement had previously been a formidable challenge. What could possibly explain this sudden transformation? Despite her confusion, a breakthrough in cultivation was undoubtedly a fortuitous event. Thus, the Empress, with no time to pursue Lin Yichen any further, was assisted by Achio back inside, where she began to consolidate her newfound strength. At this moment, As Lin Yichen returned to his courtyard, a sweetness surged in his throat, and he could not help but spout a mouthful of fresh blood. Although his injuries had significantly healed due to the formidable self-recovery abilities of the Qilin's sacred body, the fierce battle with the Empress, followed by her relentless pursuit, had nonetheless aggravated his wounds after evading her for a considerable time. "What is the matter?" Luo Lan, who was cultivating within the room, observed Lin Yichen suddenly spitting blood and promptly assisted him back inside. "I'm fine. I merely need to recuperate." Lin Yichen reassured her before promptly assuming a cross-legged position to meditate and mend his injuries. "You." Luo Lan gazed at Lin Yichen, who was now in a meditative state, her expression a mixture of concern and contemplation. After a moment of hesitation, she set down the bundle she had been carrying and chose to sit at the entrance of the room, standing guard over the injured Lin Yichen. Chapter 137. Am I capable of conceiving? At last, the external wounds have healed. Each day has been akin to dancing on the edge of a knife, fraught with the peril of death. After a day, Lin Yichen exhaled deeply, awakening from his silent meditation to open his heavy eyelids. Gazing at the now healed wound on his chest, he finally felt a weight lift from his heart, following the devastating blow from Elder Gao. Lin Yichen bore a substantial gash from his back to his chest, although his Qilin's sacred body possessed remarkable recovery abilities. The lingering internal energy left by Elder Gao continued to wreak havoc within him, making his recovery far from straightforward. Despite 2 days of recuperation and the consumption of numerous elixirs, at this moment, Lin Yichen had merely healed the superficial injuries, providing only a facade of closure to the ghastly wound. In truth, his internal injuries and depleted energy had yet to mend. Thus, even though he currently stood at the 7th level of mastery, the true extent of his capabilities was likely akin to that of a congenital realm. "Are you all right?" Luo Lan, who had been vigilantly stationed outside the door, entered upon hearing Lin Yichen stir. She regarded him, who had concluded his meditation. "What on earth happened? When you returned yesterday, you were drenched in blood, with grotesque wounds on your chest and back. I thought you were on the brink of death. Of course, I wouldn't perish, after all. If I were to die, you would be left a widow," Lin Yichen replied with a grin, seizing Luolan's delicate hand and inviting her to sit upon his lap. "For this reason alone, I must live with unwavering strength, ensuring that no unforeseen mishap befalls me. Otherwise, you would have nothing left to enjoy in the future, would you? I don't need it, nor do I desire it." Luolan shot Lin Yichen an exasperated glare, pinching his arm as he fidgeted. "You are truly incorrigible, even when gravely injured. You still entertain such thoughts. Haha, it is the nature of man," Lin Yichen chuckled in response. "No matter the age or the severity of the injury, even if death is imminent, one must at least revel in the experience before departing." Scandalous. Luolan could only roll her eyes at Lin Yichen's audacity. "You'll end up meeting your demise because of women. Haha, if death is truly unavoidable, I would prefer to meet my end in the company of a woman," Lin Yichen stated candidly, looking at Luolan. "At the very least, such a death would be pleasurable. It is far more agreeable than dying from illness, exhaustion, or the agony of fatal injuries, not to mention the discomfort of drowning, hanging, or burning." "You." Luolan's lips twitched involuntarily. Any words she uttered were futile in the face of Lin Yichen's unconventional mindset. After all, Lin Yichen's thought process diverged significantly from that of an ordinary person, and he could steer any topic into such realms. "Don't touch recklessly." Feeling a sudden jolt, Luolan firmly restrained Lin Yichen's restless hand. "Let go of me, you scoundrel." "Haha, we are already an old married couple. Why are you still shy?" As Lin Yichen gazed at the struggling Roland in his arms, his excitement intensified. Just 2 nights prior, an assassination attempt had unfolded, with dozens of skilled warriors breaching the Qianqing palace to target His Majesty. A master at the pinnacle of his craft had cleverly concealed himself as an ordinary martial artist, lurking in the shadows. Just as it seemed that the situation was under control and both the Emperor and I had let our guard down, he unexpectedly struck, attempting to assassinate His Majesty. While taking advantage of Roland amidst the chaos, Lin Yichen bitterly recounted, "In a critical moment, to protect His Majesty, I endured a sword strike from him, resulting in severe injuries. Fortunately, I am blessed with great fortune. Though gravely wounded, I ultimately survived, unlike other guards who succumbed to their injuries. Otherwise, you would be left crying as a widow." "I would not cry." After struggling for a while, Roland, faced with Lin Yichen's unwavering persistence, eventually surrendered to his antics, declaring, "I shall simply find a new man and completely forget about you." "Ah, you little imp. Just wait and see how I make you cry." With a glint in his eye, Lin Yichen pinned Roland down, preparing to teach her a lesson that would evoke tears. Meanwhile, within the Yangxin Hall of Qianqing Palace, Achio helplessly observed the Empress, who had been soaking in the bath for 3 hours. "Your Majesty, remaining in the water for too long is detrimental to your health. You should emerge now. I feel filthy." The Empress, furious, glared at Achio. Lin Yichen is nothing but a grand deceiver. How could I have placed such trust in him, allowing the imperial physicians to spare no effort in treating him? Had I known he was so detestable, I would have wished for his demise. Should such a situation arise again, I shall instruct the Ministry of Works to select a prime burial site, and have the Ministry of Internal Affairs ensure his coffin is firmly sealed for burial. That scoundrel! If I continue to care for him, I am surely a fool. Your Majesty, surely that is not the case. Witnessing the Empress's emotional turmoil, Achio found herself at a loss for words. She well understood that if another incident occurred, the Empress would likely rush to summon the physicians to save Lin Yichen, rather than allow him to perish. After all, Lin Yichen had sustained his injuries in a bid to save her. He had indeed saved her life. Otherwise, it would have been her who perished last time. I simply feel dirty. I will never allow him to touch me again. The Empress mumbled in a tone of grievance. Have the identities of those assassins been uncovered? They were all from the Qilin sacred land. Achio promptly responded with respect. It appears that Prince Qin has been closely allied with the Qilin sacred land, including the individuals who previously attempted to assassinate Lin Yichen at Tongguan. According to intelligence from our spies, Prince Qin and the Qilin sacred land have already forged a coalition. Fearing the national dragon seal in your possession, he has been urging the lord of the Qilin sacred land to lend him assistance. Damnable Prince Qin. I knew he was the root of all this mischief. The Empress gritted her teeth, her eyes brimming with intense fury. I shall ensure he pays the price, leaving him without a grave. Your Majesty, it is prudent to exercise caution, lest they strike again, Achio remarked gravely, his gaze fixed upon the Empress. The King of Qin is growing increasingly impatient. I suspect he will take action soon. I am aware, the Empress replied, her expression a tapestry of emotions as she nodded slightly. I will prepare sufficiently, with the support of the Lord of Longnan externally. I refuse to believe the chancellors will allow him to usurp the throne. Your Majesty should change and rest early, Achio suggested, bowing slightly as he prepared to step out of the bath chamber. Achio, the Empress called out suddenly, her expression complex as she gazed at his retreating figure. Do you think I might be with child? Chapter 138. The Empress, something major has happened, ah? Achio, who was initially prepared to depart, felt her expression stiffen upon hearing the words. Turning back, she gazed at the Empress with a look of profound complexity. Your Majesty, have you truly allowed him? The Empress, her face tinged with crimson, nodded slightly. I intended to refuse, but there was no time. Logically speaking, it should not happen. Conceiving is not so easily achieved. After a moment of silence, Achio took a deep breath, her expression grave. Your Majesty, rest assured, you did engage in that act last time, yet you did not conceive. However, last time, my monthly cycle had just concluded, so conception was unlikely. The Empress furrowed her brow. Her gaze filled with concern as she looked at Achio, but this time, it has been half a month since my cycle ended, placing me in a perilous period. I fear I may truly become pregnant. What should we do? I have heard that certain elder eunuchs possess unique techniques. After their massage, one can avoid pregnancy. Achio, feeling somewhat helpless, awkwardly suggested to the Empress. Perhaps I should summon a few elder eunuchs to provide you with a massage? No. The Empress immediately shook her head with a grave expression. My true self must not be seen or discovered by others. If this reaches the ears of the Prince of Qin, it would spell disaster. They could be killed immediately after the massage. Achio made a gesture as if to sever a head. Dying for your Majesty would be a worthy demise. That is also unacceptable. I truly cannot allow it. The thought of being exposed to the elder eunuchs or having them gaze upon my body made the Empress feel an overwhelming embarrassment, and she shook her head vigorously. I shall never permit another man to behold my form. Then we can only pray that no pregnancy occurs. Achio, feeling helpless, remarked, if by misfortune you do conceive, your Majesty could still bear the child. No, I absolutely refuse to bear his offspring. The Empress was instantly enraged. Glaring at Achio, if an unexpected pregnancy occurs, I will find a way to abort. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. This child is not only his but yours as well. Achio's eyes gleamed with cunning. If you consider it, suppose you could eliminate the Prince of Qin. To whom would the throne pass after your reign? The Prince of Qin is the closest royal relative. If you truly intend to deal with him, the throne could no longer be inherited by his grandson. Thus, you would have to select a child from a distant branch of the family to adopt, rather than relinquishing the child to another. It would be wiser to secretly give birth and then pass the child to him. Achio smiled. When your pregnancy becomes apparent, I will find a palace maid and claim that you have taken her as a consort, resulting in her pregnancy. She can be brought to your chamber to recuperate. Then, you and she shall remain in the inner chamber, with no one allowed to intrude, while publicly declaring that you are entering seclusion to break through a cultivation barrier. Achio looked earnestly at the Empress. Once you give birth to a prince or princess, we can have the palace maid killed, claiming she died in childbirth. Thus, you entrust the upbringing of the child to the queen, and once you have restored your well-being, you may continue to serve as the emperor of the Feng Empire in your male form, leading to a splendid resolution. Achio chuckled, suggesting that after a century, the throne could be passed down to your biological son. Furthermore, you could keep this information concealed from both him and Lin Yichen. As long as Lin Yichen remains oblivious to your pregnancy, once the matter with Prince Qin is resolved, you could simply dispatch him to the border, ensuring a lifetime of separation. This indeed presents a viable solution. After a moment's hesitation, the Empress, with a complex expression, subtly nodded. However, this plan hinges on the premise that your Majesty will conceive. If you cannot, then there is nothing to worry about. Achio remarked, in truth, conceiving is not so easily achieved. Did not the Queen and the two noble consorts also fail to conceive? I suspect Lin Yichen is incapable, despite being a false eunuch. He likely suffered damage to his kidneys during his castration. Achio's cheeks flushed slightly, adding, there may be a slim chance, but he fundamentally lacks reproductive capabilities. Therefore, your Majesty need not fret excessively. Indeed, the Empress exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. The Queen and the two noble consorts certainly cannot conceive. Otherwise, would the throne of the Feng Empire not fall into the hands of Lin Yichen's descendants? How could I face the ancestors of Feng a century hence? The Empress understood well that should she bear a dragon son or daughter, that child would possess the bloodline of the Feng Empire, eligible to ascend the throne legitimately, receiving the acknowledgement of the national dragon seal and wielding its power to steer the fortunes of Feng. Conversely, children of the Queen and consorts, being of the Ji family and not of royal blood, would not gain the recognition of the national dragon seal. Please, go rest. With a complex expression, the Empress waved her hand at Achio. Though still displeased, she had no choice but to leave the bath. Staying longer would risk damaging her skin. At that moment, as the Empress wiped her body and vented her frustrations about Lin Yichen within the Sinang Palace, the Empress Dowager, dining with her sister, suddenly paled and rushed to the bath, doubling over the wooden basin to vomit. Sister, what is the matter? Lady Zhao Huiyuan, the wife of Duke Jiankong, hurried to her side, gently patting her back. Did you eat something wrong? Perhaps. After a bout of dry heaving, the Empress Dowager took a deep breath, rinsed her mouth with a complex expression, and, supported by Zhao Huiyuan, returned to her chair. Where were we? Has father managed to garner support from a portion of the city defense troops? Sister, if it were not for the late emperor's passing, I would be inclined to congratulate you at this moment. Zhao Huiyuan lightly brushed her hair behind her ear, observing, you look remarkably like someone who might be pregnant. Do not speak such nonsense. The Empress Dowager's complexion shifted immediately at those words. I am the dignified Empress Dowager. The late emperor has long since departed. How could I possibly be with child? Such rumors, once they take root, would not only tarnish my reputation, but also bring shame upon the royal family of the Feng Empire. She placed her hand protectively over her abdomen, her eyes filled with deep concern. I shall never conceive, never. Sister, I see you're anxious. I merely spoke in jest. You have no partner. So how could you possibly be pregnant? Zhao Huiyuan smiled slightly and replied, if anyone were to bear a child, it would indeed be I. Unfortunately, your brother-in-law is quite inept and lacks the capability. Indeed, you would be the one to conceive. Gazing at Zhao Huiyuan, who bore a striking resemblance to herself, the Empress suddenly felt a spark of realization. At that moment, the deputy commander of the Jinui rushed into the palace in a state of urgency. Your Majesty, a grave situation has arisen. What has happened? Speak quickly. Reporting to your Majesty, the Jinui spies have informed us that a rebellion has erupted within the left camp of the Imperial Guard. The Tiger Guard has mutinied. Chapter 139. Is the King of Longnan alive or dead? What is the situation? A mutiny in the left camp. Upon hearing the words of the deputy commander of the Jinui, the Empress, who had been engaged in playful banter with her sister and feeling quite conflicted, was instantly jolted upright, her expression grave as she regarded the deputy commander. Are you certain this information is accurate? I assure you, your Majesty. This was witnessed firsthand by a spy planted within the left camp of the Jinui, who risked his life to relay the message. The deputy commander replied hurriedly. Due to the elite forces of the Tiger Guard sealing off the main camp, many spies have perished in their attempts to convey this news. Generous rewards and double compensations must be granted. The Empress inhaled deeply, her eyes filled with concern as she scrutinized the deputy commander. If I recall correctly, the commander of the Tiger Guard in the left camp is Jifeng, the third son of the King of Qin, and the King of Longnan, upon taking command, has already seized control of the Fei Xiong army. What is the current response from the Fei Xiong army? And how are the other three armies of the left camp reacting? Your Majesty, the Fei Xiong army and the Tiger Guard have already begun to engage in fierce combat. However, owing to the Tiger Guard's prior preparations and the hasty maneuvers of the Fei Xiong army, by the time I received the information, it was clear that the Tiger Guard was gaining the upper hand against the Fei Xiong army. Yet, given that the Fei Xiong army is bolstered by 3,000 elite troops brought by the King of Longnan, it will not be so easy for the Tiger Guard to obliterate them. It is likely that they are in a standoff. Thus, the true victor will depend on the responses of Your Majesty, the King of Qin, and you, my Empress, along with the reactions of the remaining 3 armies of the left camp, he continued. Indeed, after all, the King of Longnan has brought with him 3,000 elite soldiers. Zhao Huiwan interjected, unable to contain her thoughts. It is said that the Fei Xiong army, often regarded as the weakest and comprised of many old, infirm, and sickly soldiers, will see a substantial improvement in combat effectiveness with these 3,000 soldiers as their backbone. Naturally, the Empress nodded slightly. The dynamics of a pack led by a formidable wolf differ vastly from those led by weaker sheep. After a moment of contemplation, the Empress fixed her grave gaze upon the deputy commander. What of the King of Longnan? The most critical point now is whether he can be slain. This remains uncertain. The deputy commander shook his head. However, the spy reported that several foreign experts appeared among the Tiger Guard, who initially launched a surprise attack and managed to injure the King of Longnan. He was subsequently rescued by his loyal guards. Thus, whether he lives or dies, whether he returned to the Fei Xiong army's main camp, fled from the left camp to seek out his old subordinates in Tongguan, journeyed to the capital to seek an audience with Your Majesty, or retreated back to his domain in Longnan, remains unknown. Then he is effectively missing, the Empress remarked, her expression solemn. What is the reaction of the other 3 armies in the left camp? Are they inclined to support the King of Qin or Your Majesty? Thus far, there has been no movement. They are merely defending their own camps, neither assisting the Tiger Guard in their siege nor aiding the Fei Xiong army in their counterattacks. It seems they are preparing to remain neutral, waiting to see which side prevails, the deputy commander explained awkwardly. Your Majesty, what should we do about this situation? Should we send Chief Stewardly to mediate? No need for that. The Empress's eyes gleamed with resolve. I shall assign you 3 critical tasks. First, immediately dispatch someone to report this matter to the Emperor. As for what His Majesty wishes to do, that is his prerogative, and we need not concern ourselves with it. Second, instruct the spies to contact General Wang Yanzhong of the Xinjie Army, who has surrendered to the AI family within the left camp of the Imperial Guard, to ensure that he can assist the Fei Xiong army at a critical juncture. Provided that the safety of the Xinjie army is guaranteed and that there are mutual interests for the Fei Xiong army in this collaboration, the specifics of this arrangement can be assessed and decided by him based on the battlefield situation. Regardless, even if the Tiger Guard can defeat the Fei Xiong army, it must inflict significant losses upon themselves in the process, weakening their combat capability. With a thoughtful expression, the Empress Dowager gazed intently at the deputy commander of the Jinyui. Prepare all Jinyui to safeguard the Xinang Palace, just in case. Your Majesty, are you suggesting that the Prince of Qin might? The deputy commander, upon hearing the Empress Dowager's arrangements, was immediately taken aback, his expression grave. Such a court coup is no trifling matter. Once initiated, it would lead to a significant upheaval, a veritable river of blood. After all, they are all members of the Ji family. Perhaps the common folk of the capital may not be greatly affected. However, the nobility of the capital will likely see a substantial number perish while others are exiled, and undoubtedly, some will rise to prominence as loyal supporters of the new regime. It is uncertain, but being prepared is always prudent. The Empress Dowager's expression was serious. Otherwise, if we are caught unawares when the enemy reaches the Xinang Palace, it will be too late to prepare. I have no desire to be coerced into drinking a cup of poison. I shall obey. The deputy commander, upon hearing her words, immediately bowed deeply. Yes, we must ascertain the whereabouts of the King of Longnan. We must see him alive or dead. The Empress Dowager's expression remained grave, if possible. We should attempt to rescue him. Understood. The deputy commander nodded respectfully and then inquired, what should we convey to the Chancellor and the civil and military officials? The remaining 2 armies in the left camp of the Imperial Guard may not heed the orders of His Majesty or the Empress Dowager, but they might comply with the commands of the Chancellor and the officials. However, if the Prince of Qin personally issues an order, it would be rather awkward for the deputy commander of the Jinyui. It is likely that not only these 2 armies would rally to the Prince of Qin, but General Wang Yanzhong would also struggle to maintain control over the Xinjie army, which might be compelled to side with the Prince of Qin. The reason they currently sit idly by, watching the conflict unfold, is that Ji Feng is not the Prince of Qin, allowing them to act against the Emperor openly. However, Ji Feng is beneath their notice. These ruffians are quite discerning in their loyalties. The Empress Dowager snorted coldly. You may send someone to inform them. But how they choose to act is not for you to dictate. I shall obey. The deputy commander of the Jinhui, upon receiving her orders, promptly withdrew. Soon after, numerous skilled members of the Jinhui and Eastern Depot surrounded the Xinang Palace, standing ready to ensure the safety of the Empress Dowager. Upon receiving this news, Li Zhong hastily made his way to Xianing Palace, taking command of the Eastern Depot and the headquarters of the Jinhui, instructing these agents to thoroughly investigate the situation in the capital. Sister, could it be that the Prince of Qin truly intends to? Zhao Huiwan, gazing at the heavily guarded Xianing Palace, looked at the Empress Dowager with a complex expression. The capital was on the brink of a bloodbath. The Empress Dowager, her expression grave, sighed softly. For the time being, you shall remain in Xianing Palace, although I find myself at the eye of the storm. As long as both His Majesty and the Prince of Qin are aware that I am prepared, they would not dare to launch a direct assault. Thus, for now, my position remains relatively secure. Sister, what do you believe His Majesty will do in response? Chapter 140. The Empress's reaction. It is difficult to say definitively, but she certainly would not remain idle. Casting a glance at Zhao Huiwan, the Empress gently caressed her abdomen. He will undoubtedly dispatch someone to rescue the King of Longnan. Although the King of Longnan and she had previously maintained a tenuous alliance, this incident has irrevocably severed any possibility of reconciliation between him and the King of Qin. Should she succeed in saving the King of Longnan, he may not swear absolute loyalty, but he would undoubtedly be wholeheartedly inclined to assist her in dealing with the King of Qin. Then she need not fear if the King of Longnan were to become the next King of Qin. There is no need to consider that just yet. The Empress chuckled in response. Let us first resolve the situation with the King of Qin before contemplating such matters. It is akin to being without 100 taels of silver and possessing merely a single copper coin. Why fret over how to spend or hide a fortune one does not possess? The Empress shrugged slightly. Is that not merely a torment of one's own making? Indeed. Zhao Huiwan murmured. Who would the Emperor send to rescue the King of Longnan? Her available aides are limited to Qiu and Lin Yichen. However, Lin Yichen sustained grave injuries during the previous assassination attempt. As for Qiu, being her personal guard, should he be dispatched, even a casual encounter with a master would likely spell disaster for him. This is not a matter for us to deliberate. The Empress nonchalantly stroked her abdomen, though her expression stiffened at the mention of Lin Yichen. Your Majesty, this is the situation. At that moment, Qiu, having received notifications from the Jinhui and gathered information through other channels, looked at the Empress with a grave expression. The Tiger Guard launched a surprise attack on the Flying Bear Army, and the fate of the King of Longnan remains uncertain. Damn it! With a sharp motion, she shattered a fine blue and white porcelain teacup, her eyes ablaze with fury. That wretched Ji Feng. The King of Longnan is my personally appointed general of the left camp, and yet one of his subordinates dares to lead an army against him. Does he seek rebellion? And what of the King of Qin? What does he mean by this? Do not tell me he is unaware of the situation. The King of Qin has yet to respond. According to reports from spies, he is engaged in tea and chess with the Chancellor. He is deliberately stalling the Chancellor to prevent him from sending someone to mediate. The Empress's expression turned icy. Without the Chancellor present, other officials, whether of low rank unable to make decisions or those neutralized by the King of Qin's influence, will not act. Even if there are 1 or 2 loyal ministers, their differing ranks prevent them from acting without the Chancellor's orders. What reactions have the Empress Dowager and Li Zhong shown? The Empress furrowed her brow, suppressing the anger within. In the absence of the Chancellor, Li Zhong, as the Grand Minister of the court, could also send eunuchs to mediate. With his status as a Grand Master, would Ji Feng dare to disregard him? The Empress Dowager has merely instructed the Jinhui and the Eastern Factories experts to guard the Xinang Palace, refraining from any further action, clearly choosing to observe the conflict from a distance. Bang! What a pack of rats! Upon hearing Qiu's words, the Empress slammed her palm heavily on the table, her fury towards the Empress Dowager intensifying. They possess the means to assist her, yet they deliberately choose to turn a blind eye. The King of Longnan must be rescued. Otherwise, upon his demise, how will the officials and people of the Great Feng perceive me? The Empress's expression was gravely serious at that moment. How will the 20,000 border troops stationed at Tongwan regard me? However, the situation of the King of Longnan remains uncertain. Perhaps he has already perished. Qiu, with a complex expression, gazed at the Empress. I shall personally lead a contingent to the camp at Lantian for an inspection. You cannot go. It would be futile, as the unruly imperial guards will not acknowledge a woman. The Empress shook her head at Qiu. We must ascertain whether the King of Longnan is alive or dead. As for whether he is deceased or still living, that is of little consequence. I must present a facade of rescuing him. To provide an explanation to the subjects of the realm, that holds paramount importance. The Empress's eyes sparkled with a thought. Summon Lin Yichen. Let him go. In truth, the death of the king of Longnan would be most advantageous, allowing Lin Yichen to seize the opportunity to command the king's 3,000 elite troops and then take control of the Feixiong army. Yet Lin Yichen had sustained grave injuries previously and had yet to recover. Qiu, with a complicated expression, regarded the empress. Can he undertake such a mission? There is no time for hesitation. I have no capable individuals at my disposal, so I must resort to this. The empress waved her hand in resignation. Go, fetch him. Very well. With no other choice, Qiu could only nod slightly, his expression laden with complexity, and proceeded to summon Lin Yichen to the Qianqing palace. Minister Lin Yichen, I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Cautiously stepping into the Qianqing palace, Lin Yichen, still uneasy from his injuries, felt a surge of trepidation upon seeing the empress seated upon the dragon throne. What could this signify? Is she preparing to have Qiu execute her wrath upon me? Lin Yichen, Qiu has briefed you on the mutiny in the left camp of the imperial guards and the disappearance of the king of Longnan, has he not? Lin Yichen was momentarily bewildered, for he had been focused on recuperating and consolidating his strength, and Qiu had not mentioned it during their journey. Inform him. The empress, perceiving Lin Yichen's confusion, subtly gestured to Qiu. The matter unfolds as follows. Qiu immediately proceeded to elucidate the intricacies of the situation to Lin Yichen. This King Qin possesses audacity beyond measure. Ji Feng truly seeks rebellion. Upon hearing this, Lin Yichen's fury ignited. This is a blatant affront to your majesty's authority. I beseech you to execute Ji Feng, to clarify the situation and deter others from following suit. Lin Yichen, I now appoint you to the left camp of the imperial guards to mediate this conflict. The empress regarded Lin Yichen with a grave expression. If the king of Longnan is alive, endeavor to rescue him. Should he have fallen at the hands of Ji Feng, seize the opportunity to avenge him, and thereby command the 3,000 elite soldiers of Longnan and the Feixiong army on my behalf. Should you succeed in this endeavor, I shall overlook your previous transgressions. The empress's face flushed slightly as she shot Lin Yichen a fierce glare. Otherwise, I shall have you castrated, and you shall never again engage in such despicable acts. Gulp. Would I dare to defy your command? Lin Yichen's body trembled, and feeling a chill in his legs, he gazed at the empress. Your majesty, I am willing to go, but I am currently gravely injured and have yet to regain my strength. Thus, my efforts may prove futile. Therefore, in light of your majesty's grand plans, I humbly request your consent. The empress cast a cold glance at Lin Yichen and replied, I can bestow upon you nourishing pills and foundational elixirs to expedite the restoration of your power. That would require time. Yet what both your majesty and I lack most at this moment is precisely that, time. Lin Yichen's eyes darted, taking in the alluring figure of Akayoling. I beseech your majesty to grant me a single opportunity with Sister Akayoling. Chapter 141. The empress who disrupts good deeds, despicable and shameless. You court death. In the very moment Lin Yichen's words fell, Qiu, without any hesitation, thrust her sword forward, fiercely aiming for Lin Yichen's throat, embodying a ruthless intent to take his life. Spare me. Seeing Qiu's readiness to strike without provocation, Lin Yichen trembled in fear and hastily shouted, Do not act impulsively. Remain calm, for your actions are tantamount to seeking your own demise. The sword halted a mere centimeter from Lin Yichen's neck, the sharp blade already slicing through his skin when it finally came to a stop. Qiu, biting her crimson lip, glared at Lin Yichen with a fury that was both grave and intense. If you dare to utter such words again, if you dare to entertain such thoughts, I will surely kill you. Lin Yichen, your behavior is indeed excessive. The empress, after a light cough, regarded Lin Yichen with a serious expression. Qiu is my most trusted attendant. To harbor such intentions toward her is to invite your own demise. If you wish for something. The empress's cheeks flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and complexity as she cast a glance at Lin Yichen. I can arrange for the empress or the favored concubine to serve you. However, Qiu is absolutely off limits. Do not even think about it. The empress bestowed a reassuring glance upon Qiu, signaling her to sheath her sword and refrain from further impulsiveness. After all, Qiu was the empress's most reliable guard, and she would never compel her to attend to Lin Yichen, especially considering that just days prior, Lin Yichen had deceived her into doing something most humiliating. The more the empress pondered, the angrier she became, casting another fierce glare at Lin Yichen. Had it not been for the current precarious situation in the capital and Lin Yichen's utility to her, she would have truly considered castrating him. Your Majesty, both you and Sister Qiu have misunderstood. Under the furious gaze of the empress and Qiu, Lin Yichen awkwardly attempted to explain. The reason I wish for Sister Qiu to assist me is not due to insatiable lust. I am not so despicable. My intentions are solely to better facilitate the rescue of King Longnan and serve your Majesty. Nonsense. Chio's face flushed crimson with indignation as she glared at Lin Yichen. What does this have to do with King Longnan? Because I must negotiate the site selection at the Lantian barracks. I will inevitably be besieged by Ji Feng and the elite of the Tiger Guard. Given my current injuries, I am at great risk, Lin Yichen hastily explained. Moreover, the unique nature of my cultivation requires the pure energy of women, particularly that of advanced warriors, to break through my current limitations. As is well known, regardless of the severity of a warrior's injuries, there exists a chance that when breaking through realms, a vortex of spiritual energy may be triggered, allowing for the absorption of a substantial amount of heavenly and earthly energy, resulting in immediate recovery. Lin Yichen looked earnestly at the Empress and Chio for this reason. To serve your majesty better, I sought Sister Chio's assistance. Otherwise, while the young nourishing pill is effective, recovery is simply too slow. You are truly shameless. Listening to Lin Yichen's twisted reasoning, Chio's face flushed crimson as she glared fiercely at him. How do you know I am still pure? Let me tell you. I am not. What can you do about it? A glance at the vermilion mark on Chio's wrist rendered Lin Yichen silent, a smile playing on his lips despite her fierce gaze. No matter what, I shall not consent to let Chio accompany you. The Empress's expression turned icy as she shot a displeased glare at Lin Yichen. I shall devise other means to ensure your swift recovery. Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager has sent someone to visit. How peculiar. What business does the Dowager have at this hour? The Empress exchanged a suspicious glance with Chio before parting her lips to command, summon her. There was no choice. After all, the Dowager was the Empress's nominal mother. Before severing ties completely, the Empress felt compelled to display some semblance of filial piety, especially in light of the pressing threat posed by the Prince of Qin. Deep down, she sincerely hoped that the Dowager would align herself with her. Your servant pays her respects to your Majesty. Long live the Empress. A lady-in-waiting entered the Qianqing Palace, immediately kneeling in reverence, calling out praises to the Empress. Is my mother well? The Empress gently inquired. Yes, your Majesty. The lady-in-waiting rose and promptly presented an exquisite jade box to the Empress. Your Majesty, this is a gift from the Empress Dowager, stating it is something you urgently require. Oh. The Empress exchanged a knowing glance with Chio. As Chio received the item and handed it to her, the Empress opened it to reveal a rare healing elixir, the famed revitalizing pill. It was a miraculous remedy, capable of curing almost any ailment or injury, provided it was not life-threatening. Please convey my gratitude to the Dowager. In a few days, I shall personally visit the Xining Palace to pay my respects. As you command. Your Majesty. The lady-in-waiting bowed and acknowledged the order. Grant her a bolt of silk. The Empress waved her hand towards a maidservant at the door. After the maid led the lady-in-waiting away, the Empress tossed the pill to Lin Yichen. Here, take this. It will be quite useful in your predicament. Once you consume it, your injuries will heal instantly, and you shall proceed to the Lantian camp as planned. I shall obey. Lin Yichen accepted the revitalizing pill, his expression akin to one who had just swallowed a fly, his mood decidedly sour. Who could have anticipated that the Dowager would send such a precious remedy at such a critical moment? It left him momentarily stunned. He realized that Chio was no longer within his reach today. Be gone. The Empress waved her hand dismissively at Lin Yichen, her irritation palpable. Were it not for his utility, she would have seriously contemplated his castration. Your Majesty, I humbly request you prepare the finances and blank appointment letters. Upon my arrival at the Lantian camp, if the King of Longnan is unharmed, I shall distribute rewards to mediate. If he is in peril, I can simultaneously grant rewards while promoting officers to win their allegiance. Lin Yichen's expression was grave, of course, at the same time. I shall wield a mighty sword to slay several disobedient rebel leaders. Approved. The Empress nodded slightly. I bestow upon you the imperial sword. Given the peculiar circumstances at the Lantian camp, you may act first and report later. I humbly accept the decree, Lin Yichen replied, hastily bowing in deference. Though he recognized that the Empress's imperial sword was but a jest, having it was certainly better than not. I take my leave. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Lin Yichen, filled with exasperation, had no choice but to consume the rejuvenating elixir and await the perilous mission to the Lantian camp, where he would risk everything to rescue the Prince of Longnan. Chapter 142. The Mutiny of the Imperial Guard Master Lin. Are we truly heading to the Lantian barracks? At noon, as Lin Yichen mounted his spirited steed and galloped out of the capital towards the outskirts, a complex expression crossed the face of his companion, Xiao Jinzi. Is there a possibility of danger? Of course we must go. Danger is inevitable, Lin Yichen replied, recognizing the gravity of the situation. After all, a mutiny within the Imperial Guard was no trifling matter. The Lantian barracks, at this moment, could very well be a scene of carnage. Glancing at Xiao Jinzi, Lin Yichen inquired, Are you afraid? Of course not, Xiao Jinzi retorted, though his brow was furrowed with concern. I believe that under your leadership, Master Lin, we shall overcome all obstacles and emerge victorious. Huh. No need for flattery, Lin Yichen chuckled. It's perfectly normal to feel fear. Truth be told, I am also apprehensive. No one yearns for death. Fear is a natural human response. He continued, however, we have no path of retreat, since His Majesty has commanded it. We must brave the perilous road ahead, regardless of the dangers that lie in wait. Understood, Xiao Jinzi replied, steeling himself with a nod, despite the turmoil within. Remember this, when you are afraid, so too is the enemy. Therefore, regardless of the challenges we face, we must fight with all our might and not allow fear to cloud our judgment, Lin Yichen emphasized, his hand firmly resting on Xiao Jinzi's shoulder. In battle, the highest casualties do not occur during the engagement, but rather when one side breaks and the other pursues. When you face your adversary with your weapon drawn, there is a chance for both of you to fall. Yet, in retreat, when you turn your back, it is you who is doomed. Lin Yichen looked intently at Xiao Jinzi, so remember, in such dire moments, you must suppress your fear and fight. After all, the enemy is human. He too experiences fear and possesses but one life. Xiao Jinzi, with determination etched on his face, nodded gravely. Having come this far, whether we face death with courage or cowardice, it is better to die as a hero. Precisely, Lin Yichen replied, nodding in agreement. A man should stand tall even in death. It is unacceptable to perish on one's knees. As they rode forth, Lin Yichen turned to the valiant warrior, Shun Lian, who led the charge. Are you afraid? Everything I possess is bestowed by you, Master Lin. I am willing to lay down my life in your service. Shun Lian responded without hesitation, meeting Lin Yichen's gaze with unwavering resolve. No matter the peril, I shall follow your command. Excellent. Lin Yichen acknowledged, pleased with Shun Lian's boldness. Halt. Who goes there? State your name. Outside the Lantian barracks, a small officer led a contingent of over 30 armored soldiers, blocking the path of Lin Yichen and his company. Lin Yichen pulled the reins, and the warhorse raised its leg high before coming to an abrupt halt. Steward Lin. Beside him, the small golden figure glanced at the arrogant soldiers. They were from the Tiger Guard, evidently having taken control of the entire camp, forbidding outsiders from entering freely. Indeed, Lin Yichen nodded slightly, carefully surveying the blue field camp. Although the cries of battle had subsided, thick smoke still billowed from the center of the camp, indicating that the Tiger Guard and the Flying Bear Army were still locked in confrontation. The other three directions remained tranquil, suggesting that the other three armies were merely spectators of the unfolding conflict. Go announce the decree. Lin Yichen gestured to the small golden figure. Listen closely. I, Lin Yichen, Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office and Superintendent of the West Factory, come at His Majesty's command to mediate. The small golden figure, mounted on his horse, pointed his whip at the young officer. Hurry and make way. Who is Lin Yichen? The leading young officer snorted disdainfully, glaring at the small golden figure. Our general has issued orders. Unless you possess the general's command, no one is allowed to enter or exit the blue field camp. If you know what is good for you, get lost. This is no place for a few eunuchs. Worthless scoundrel, few. The young officer spat, relying on his peak internal strength and the backing of Ji Feng and the Tiger Guard, showing no regard for the small golden figure. Haha. These impotent eunuchs think they can enter the military camp? What a laugh. If they brought a few palace maids, we might consider graciously allowing them in. Haha. You wish to let them in? I see you're the one who wants to enter their domain. Under the young officer's lead, the soldiers wielding spears and shields laughed uproariously, completely disregarding Lin Yichen. Insolent. The small golden figure, infuriated, exclaimed, We carry His Majesty's decree. Ji Feng is merely the commander of the Tiger Guard. Does he dare defy His Majesty's orders? Do you intend to rebel? And if we did? The young officer thrust his spear toward the small golden figure. Let me tell you, without our general's command, not even an ant may enter the blue field camp. Spare me your nonsense about a little emperor. Our general is the true future emperor. You. The small golden figure was so enraged that his face stiffened, unable to utter a word. Excellent. Lin Yichen merely smiled faintly, unfazed. He exchanged a glance with Shun Lian beside him. Death. With a swift motion, Shun Lian, upon receiving Lin Yichen's signal, unsheathed his sword and struck down. With a splatter, the young officer's head fell to the ground. The headless corpse erupted in a fountain of blood, splattering everyone, before stumbling a few steps forward and finally collapsing. Thud. This. Witnessing the young officer beheaded by Shun Lian, the soldiers were instantly left in a state of shock. Stand aside, or perish. Shun Lian commanded coldly, displaying no courtesy. The soldiers instinctively turned their gazes towards the highest-ranking sergeant present, apart from the junior officer. With a gulp, the sergeant, feeling the intense murderous intent emanating from Shun Lian's piercing gaze, dared not to resist any longer. After all, his strength paled in comparison to Shun Lian's. And with their numbers insufficient to form a proper formation, they were at a disadvantage. Let them through. The sergeant, drenched in cold sweat and unwilling to meet the same fate as the junior officer, gestured for the soldiers to clear the barricade and lower the wooden planks. As he watched Lin Yichen and his entourage enter the military camp, he hurriedly made his way to report this grave matter to Ji Feng at the Tiger Guard camp. Chapter 143. A life and death struggle. This moment is fraught with peril and ripe with opportunity. As Lin Yichen gallops into the blue field camp, his eyes sparkle with fervor. Brimming with intensity, he realizes that the chance to fulfill his mission has finally arrived. Due to the influence of Gao Jinda and Du Ming, the 20,000 former troops of the King of Longnan stationed at Tongguan can be managed, as long as the King of Longnan himself does not appear. Thus, the 3,000 elite soldiers of the Feixiong army, along with the existing 7,000 soldiers, represent the second force I am poised to command. At present, the camp likely houses fewer than 10,000 soldiers. Utilizing his status as an imperial envoy, Lin Yichen safely enters the Feixiong army's encampment and swiftly surveys his surroundings, only to be confronted with a significant issue. The morale of the Feixiong soldiers is alarmingly low, although bolstered by the backbone of 3,000 elite troops from Longnan. The original soldiers of the Feixiong army exhibit little desire to engage in combat. Any resistance they display is merely superficial. Should the 3,000 elite soldiers from Longnan suffer severe losses, the collapse of the Feixiong army's camp would be inevitable. It is even conceivable that these soldiers might directly surrender to Ji Feng's Tiger Guard. Theoretically, these individuals are all veterans of the Qin King, and thus, such actions are entirely plausible. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen comprehends that this predicament will not be easily resolved. After all, the weakest among the imperial army, the Feixiong soldiers, have managed to withstand the Tiger Guard's onslaught for this duration solely due to the support of the 3,000 elite troops. A glance across the ranks reveals that nearly 1,000 of these 3,000 elite soldiers have already fallen, and the remainder are all injured. Lin, this situation is becoming quite troublesome, Shun Lian remarks, his expression grave as he lowers his voice, his eyes reflecting a sense of caution as he regards Lin Yichen. The Feixiong army may not hold out much longer. It matters not, Lin Yichen replies with solemnity. As long as we can swiftly seize control of the Feixiong army and issue the emperor's orders, we can bolster their morale and enable them to withstand the Tiger Guard's assaults. There is even the possibility of mounting a counterattack. Lin Yichen snorts derisively, sometimes. The tide of morale can shift in an instant. What appears to be inevitable defeat can hold opportunities for victory. Although the Tiger Guard currently exerts overwhelming pressure on the Feixiong army, their prolonged inability to breach the camp means they too have suffered considerable casualties. Moreover, Ji Feng, confident in his assured victory, will undoubtedly underestimate his adversary. Lin Yichen sneers. This is our opportunity. Overconfident troops are destined to fail. Of course, the prerequisite remains that I must persuade the King of Longnan to grant me command of the Feixiong army and secure the support of his 3,000 elite soldiers. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen strides directly to the front of the central camp. I, Lin Yichen, Chief of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office and Supervisor of the Eastern Bureau, act upon the Emperor's command and bring forth an edict. Lord Lin, a tall and imposing general clad in immaculate golden armor, with a treasured sword at his side, emerges from the camp, slightly cupping his fist in salute towards Lin Yichen. This is General Guotao, the commanding officer of the Feixiong army and the left wing of the Imperial Guard. Beside him, the small Jinzi hurriedly whispered to Lin Yichen, General Guo's ancestors include the renowned Nanshanbo, Guo Sun, who once accompanied our great Emperor Gao in battles across the Four Corners and served as the Emperor's chief bodyguard. General Guotao possesses the strength of a third-tier master and has commanded the Flying Bear Army for 3 years. However, the palace and the court regard him as a mere faade, a figure lacking substance. This assessment held considerable merit. Observing Guotao, whose armor remained pristine amidst the chaos of battle, Lin Yichen couldn't help but be impressed. Despite the state of the Flying Bear Army, Guotao still had the inclination to polish his armor, truly a remarkable individual. It was evident that he was akin to the ineptly Jinglong from Lin Yichen's previous life. Blessed with fortunate circumstances, yet utterly devoid of capability. One could not fathom how the King of Qin chose such a worthless commander to lead the Flying Bear Army. It was no wonder the army's combat effectiveness was dismal. Thus, it was only logical for the King of Longnan to place the first step of his command over the left camp in the Flying Bear Army. Guotao would probably cower at the slightest intimidation. General Guo, Lin Yichen nodded slightly. The King of Longnan is present in the camp. I, the steward, have come at His Majesty's behest to meet with the king. Guotao awkwardly replied, But under Lin Yichen's intense gaze, he did not dare respond directly. Instead, he cautiously glanced at a spirited young man. Indeed, although he was a high-ranking military officer, he appeared to seek counsel from this young man, who was merely a personal guard officer. What a display of utter timidity. Lin Yichen found Guo Tao's behavior amusing and chose to disregard the incompetent man, turning his attention to the young officer. How should I address you, brother? I am Chun Yuqing, the commander of the king of Longnan's personal guards. Brother Chun. Upon hearing this, Lin Yichen dismounted and firmly grasped Chun Yuqing's hand. I am aware that the situation of the Flying Bear army is dire at this moment, so I implore you to grant me an audience with the king of Longnan. You, Brother Chun, are a person of understanding. You know that if Ji Feng leads the Tiger Guard army to breach the Flying Bear army's camp, not only will my loyal subordinate suffer, but Ji Feng will not spare you or the king either. Lin Yichen earnestly tightened his grip on Chun Yuqing's hand. We are all in the same boat. We must unite. Please wait a moment, Steward Lin. Chun Yuqing's expression turned grave as he regarded Lin Yichen, then cast a glance at Guo Tao before entering the main military camp. Lord Guo, what does His Majesty say about this matter? Can we not mediate? Guo Tao observed Lin Yichen with a complex expression. Both His Majesty and the King of Qin are members of the Defeng royal family, and Ji Feng is also of royal lineage. Why must we resort to arms against one another? General Guo, you must understand that this is war, a battle of life and death. Lin Yichen's expression turned serious as he regarded Guo Tao. Ji Feng's actions resemble treason. There is no longer any notion of royal family ties. Hearing Lin Yichen's grave words, Guo Tao's expression grew increasingly complicated. His heart filled with trepidation and uncertainty about how to respond. He harbored no desire for conflict. Instead, he yearned to stroll with birds, play with dogs, and engage in games of hide-and-seek with the 18 concubines in his garden. Master Lin, His Highness requests your presence inside. At that moment, Guo Tao emerged from the central military camp, gesturing for Lin Yichen to enter. Only you are permitted, no weapons allowed. With a knowing glance at Xinlian, Lin Yichen relinquished his weapon and proceeded into the central military camp, where he encountered the king of Longnan. However, upon laying eyes on the king, Lin Yichen was momentarily taken aback, for the king of Longnan had already. Chapter 144. The death of the king of Longnan, pale-faced and motionless. It was evident that he was on the brink of death. What is the meaning of this? Although Lin Yichen felt a surge of joy within, his countenance bore an expression of utmost gravity and indignation. Where is the military doctor? Hurry, summon someone to save the king of Longnan. The king of Longnan was a vital minister of our great Feng, a steadfast pillar for His Majesty, the most loyal defender of our realm. Lin Yichen sternly shouted at Chun Yuqing, no matter the cost, we must ensure the king of Longnan is saved. We cannot allow him to suffer even the slightest mishap. Otherwise, I will have no way to explain myself to His Majesty. The military doctor has already examined him. The prince has sustained severe internal injuries caused by internal force. Under Lin Yicheng's reprimand, Chun Yuqing lowered his head, stating, the prince's injuries are beyond the healing capabilities of an ordinary physician. What exactly transpired? Despite the joy swelling in his heart, Lin Yichen maintained a serious demeanor as he regarded Chun Yuqing. He understood that the death of the king of Longnan would be the most favorable outcome for him. If he could seize the king's legacy, he could fulfill his mission and take command of the 3,000 elite troops and the Flying Bear army. Of course, despite his inner excitement, Lin Yichen recognized that he must not allow it to manifest outwardly. After all, no one could ascertain whether the king of Longnan was merely feigning death to deceive him. Moreover, should the king indeed be dead, Lin Yichen had to project an air of urgency. Only in this manner could he rally the former subordinates of the king and better inherit his legacy. The prince had been ensnared by that despicable Ji Feng under the pretense of discussing military matters. Caught off guard, the prince had been ambushed by Ji Feng and his 2 martial arts masters. In the chaos, although the prince had fought back valiantly, he still sustained grave injuries. Chun Yuqing seethed with rage that Ji Feng is truly despicable and shameless. He deserves to die. Lin Yichen immediately bellowed, if anything happens to the king of Longnan, I will report to His Majesty that Ji Feng deserves the most brutal punishment to avenge the king. He must be eliminated. As Lin Yicheng's words resonated, Chun Yuqing, who had previously been aloof towards him, now regarded Lin Yichen with a newfound warmth. A bond of camaraderie was forming amidst their shared animosity towards a common foe. Cough. Cough. At that moment, the king of Longnan suddenly coughed violently. Your Highness. Chun Yuqing rushed to the bedside, supporting the pale and evidently dying king. Your Highness must take care of yourself. Once you return to the capital, His Majesty will surely dispatch the finest imperial physicians to treat you. Gazing at the king of Longnan, whose life hung by a thread, Lin Yichen felt a surge of relief. The The king had managed to hold on until he arrived at the Lantian camp, not succumbing before his arrival. Otherwise, the situation would have been utterly disastrous. I am fully aware of my own condition. I have been holding on for this moment, waiting for your arrival. The king of Longnan interrupted Lin Yichen, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon him. I know that his majesty will not forsake me. Your highness, you must hold on, Lin Yichen reiterated. You are the emperor's support. If you were to fall, there would be no one to shield his majesty from the treacherous ambitions of the king of Qin. I am already beyond my capabilities. My heart yearns to slay the enemy, yet my strength fails me. The king of Longnan sighed deeply. Lin Yichen, since you are the imperial envoy, I shall entrust you with the military insignia of General Wei and the commander of the left camp of the Imperial Guard. Furthermore, the Feixiong army and my 3,000 loyal guards shall also be under your command. Please ensure their safe passage out of this encirclement. They are valiant warriors I rescued from the blood-soaked mountains of Longnan, capable of aiding his majesty. Yichen, the king of Longnan, glanced at Qin Yichen. From now on, you shall heed the orders of the imperial envoy, Chief Lin. Your majesty, I shall obey, Qin Yichen replied, under the stern gaze of the king of Longnan. Qin Yichen bowed deeply to Lin Yichen, his expression a mixture of complexity and concern. Brother Yichen, this is unnecessary. We are brothers who shall support one another henceforth. Lin Yichen promptly assisted Qin Yichen to his feet and then turned to the king of Longnan. Your highness dedicates himself to the emperor. He is undoubtedly one of the most loyal subjects of our great Feng. I hope Chief Lin will take good care of the 20,000 veterans I have at Tongguan. The king of Longnan added. He then looked back at Lin Yichen. If necessary, please bring them back to Longnan. I have promised them. If I have brought them forth, I must ensure their safe return. Cough, cough, cough. Your highness. Observing the king of Longnan suddenly coughing up blood, Qin Yichen immediately rushed to wipe the blood from his lips. Rest assured, I shall speak to his majesty and ensure they are rewarded for their loyalty before being sent back to Longnan. Lin Yichen nodded earnestly. I will not allow them to suffer injustice or to have made this journey in vain. They shall receive the appropriate rewards and promotions. You, Lin Yichen, are a man of your word. I trust your promise, the king of Longnan replied, his complexion growing paler as he gazed at Lin Yichen. My two sons are still young. I hope his majesty and you, Chief Lin, can offer them your protection. Do not worry, your highness. I will advise his majesty to have the heir succeed the throne, ensuring titles remain unaltered for 3 generations. Lin Yichen affirmed. You sacrifice for the great Feng and for his majesty, he shall agree. In that case, I can rest assured. Should it be possible, please return my remains to Longnan. As he spoke, blood once again trickled from his lips, and despite Qin Yichen's attempts to staunch the flow, the king of Longnan succumbed to his grievous injuries, passing away on the spot. Your highness. Witnessing the lifeless body of the king of Longnan, Qin Yichen knelt upon the ground, crying out in anguish. Brother Yichen, I understand your urgency, but this is not the time for sorrow. Our immediate priority is to swiftly deal with Ji Feng, transport his highness's body to the capital, and safeguard the remaining 2,000 elite soldiers in the Feixiong army. Otherwise, how can we face the spirit of his highness? Lin Yichen urged, lifting Qin Yichen to his feet. I know you are anxious, but we must channel our grief into action. Do you have a plan? Qin Yichen gazed gravely at Lin Yichen, stating, Ji Feng has encircled the Flying Bear army with a superior force and skilled warriors. I can command the remaining 2,000 elite troops from Longnan, but while his highness is present, they may still obey. However, with the news of his highness's demise spreading, they will undoubtedly rebel, perhaps even staging an outright mutiny. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yichen solemnly declared to Lin Yichen, our only course of action now is to gather the remaining 2,000 loyal soldiers, concentrate all the horses and mules in the army, and break through with his highness's body. There exists no alternative. Chapter 145. The weeping soldier shall surely prevail. Absolutely not. As Lin Yichen gazed at Qin Yichen, who was preparing to break through, his expression turned grave, and he immediately dismissed Qin Yichen's proposal with unwavering resolve. To do so would mean utterly abandoning the Flying Bear army and relinquishing the left camp of the Imperial Guard to Ji Feng and the King of Qin. Once we withdraw, the other 3 armies in the left camp will undoubtedly flock to Ji Feng and the King of Qin. This would have a monumental impact on His Majesty's grand ambitions. Lin Yichen looked at Qin Yichen with utmost seriousness. Therefore, under no circumstances should we proceed in this manner. We cannot stand idly by and witness the loss of the left camp of the Imperial Guard. Master Lin, the current situation cannot be disregarded simply because you wish it so, Qin Yichen replied, his countenance equally grave. While his highness was present, the Flying Bear army would heed his command, and the other 3 camps would observe from the sidelines, perhaps even offering covert assistance. However, now that his highness has departed, once this news spreads, let alone engaging Ji Feng and the Tiger Guard, I fear that the Flying Bear army may very well rebel at the mere whiff of this information. At this moment, the only forces I can rely upon with absolute certainty are the remaining 2,000 elite soldiers from Longnan. Chen Yuqing's expression was one of deep concern as he regarded Lin Yichen. To charge at the Tiger Guard's formation with just 2,000 elite troops against their remaining 8 to 9,000 is tantamount to suicide. The only viable course of action is to break through to Tongguan and unite with the bulk of the 20,000 Longnan troops. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yuqing continued, "Then we must invite the young master to take command in the army, succeeding His Highness as the leader. Afterward, whether we rally the vassal kings and local officials to come to the capital for the sake of the emperor, or retreat to Longnan to devise a grand strategy, we can plan with tranquility. I understand your predicament, Brother Yuqing," Lin Yichen acknowledged, taking a deep breath as he observed Chen Yuqing's solemn expression. "We can temporarily conceal the death of His Highness the King of Longnan and summon the Flying Bear army in his name, utilizing 7,000 Flying Bear soldiers as reinforcements. We can then inform the 2,000 elite troops of the king's demise, using them as the spearhead, with you and I as the arrow, charging boldly into the Tiger Guard's formation under the banner of the Weeping Soldier's inevitable victory. Ji Feng would never anticipate that we would dare to launch such a desperate offensive while seemingly feigning weakness." Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with determination as he gazed fervently at Chen Yuqing. "Thus, if we can breach Ji Feng's front line unexpectedly, causing his front ranks to collapse and roll back into the rear, the Tiger Guard will undoubtedly face defeat. In that moment, under the guidance of the 2,000 elite Longnan soldiers, the 7,000 Flying Bear troops will pursue relentlessly, surely leading to a rout of the Tiger Guard and a resounding victory." Lin Yichen gestured emphatically. "Then, we can leverage the momentum of our triumph to suppress the other three armies. Even if we cannot fully command them, we can ensure their continued neutrality, preventing them from aiding the King of Qin. As a result, only 50,000 troops from the Imperial Guard's right camp will remain under the King of Qin's command." And Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with intense brilliance. "In our hands lie the Flying Bear army of Zhuanying and 2,000 elite soldiers, as well as 20,000 Longnan troops at Tongguan, alongside the Imperial Guards and the Yulin army within the capital, not to mention the 30,000 city defense forces. In this interplay of strengths, should His Majesty make a decisive move, the King of Qin will undoubtedly face defeat." Lin Yichen gazed intently at Chen Yuqing. "Once His Majesty vanquishes the King of Qin and assumes full control, I will certainly report your merits to His Majesty on behalf of Brother Yuqing. At that juncture, the heir of the Longnan King can succeed the throne. And Brother Yuqing will, due to his valor in rescuing His Majesty, be directly appointed as the commander of the Imperial Guard, with the prospect of nobility as well. Wealth and honor are sought amidst peril. Brother Yuqing, let us take this gamble together." Under Lin Yichen's persuasion, Chen Yuqing's expression grew tense. "Thus, Brother Yuqing, you shall array your forces and charge alongside me. Should we break through the front lines of the Tiger Guard and catch Ji Feng off guard, we shall penetrate his defenses and slay Ji Feng." Lin Yichen's eyes gleamed with fervor. "Should we fail to breach Ji Feng's front ranks, then you must immediately lead the 2,000 Longnan elite soldiers to break through from the flank, bearing the corpse of the Longnan King. I shall hold off the remaining Tiger Guard to buy you time." "Brother Lin, are you jesting with your life?" Chen Yuqing gazed earnestly at Lin Yichen. "Although your Highness dealt a blow before being gravely injured, injuring a master beside Ji Feng in the process, it is likely that Ji Feng still has 3 to 4 masters by his side. Yet, we are but 2 masters ourselves. While Guotao of the Flying Bear army is indeed a master, do you dare to rely on him?" Chen Yuqing's face bore a bitter expression. "We once had another master among the Longnan elite, but he was killed while protecting your Highness during the retreat, surrounded and slain. Thus, while we may form the tip of the arrow in a spearhead formation, should Ji Feng and his superior masters block us, we may find ourselves without a grave." "Not so." Lin Yichen immediately laughed. "I have another master under my command, which brings us to 3 masters. Though Guotao may be somewhat inept, I can keep him close to monitor him." Lin Yichen's eyes shone with fervent intensity. Even if he is reluctant to fight, he is still a master, representing a formidable force. Hence, Ji Feng's side, even if they look down upon him, must reserve a master or several peak innate experts to keep an eye on him. This time, I will compel him to engage." Lin Yichen regarded Chen Yuqing with a serious expression. "Therefore, I now beseech you, Brother Yuqing, to summon the 2,000 Longnan elite soldiers to form the front-line spearhead, and let Guotao assemble the 7,000 Flying Bear soldiers to array as the rear echelon. Then, we shall break through the encirclement, seeking life amidst death. I am willing to take this gamble with you." With a face flushed with indecision, Chen Yuqing ultimately gritted his teeth. "However, I must lay this out beforehand. These 2,000 elite soldiers are your Highness's trusted confidants, the last bastion of the Longnan army. Should circumstances turn unfavorable, I shall ensure their swift retreat from the battlefield. Agreed. Lin Yichen naturally had no objections, as long as we can penetrate Ji Feng's frontline formation. Embodying the spirit of desperate soldiers striving for survival, victory shall undoubtedly be ours. Let us hope for that. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen gazed intently at Lin Yichen. His expression grave. I must be mad to gamble alongside you, this lunatic. Your Highness, may the spirits above grant us protection. After bowing deeply to the corpse of King Longnan, the armored Lin Yichen strode out of the central military tent. Your Highness, grant us your blessing. With a resounding thump on his chest, Lin Yichen also stepped out, rallying the skilled warriors from the Western workshop he had brought along. Chapter 146. The charge at this moment is Lin Yichen and Lin Yichen prepared to risk their lives outside the camp of the Flying Bear Army. Within the encampment of the Tiger Guard Army, the situation unfolded. Since the Tiger Guard Army was on the offensive while the Flying Bear Army was on the defensive, they were not stationed within their original fortifications, lacking barriers and defensive obstacles. Consequently, the forward troops incessantly assaulted the camp of the Flying Bear Army, the central forces rested, and the rear troops busied themselves with preparing meals and tending to their horses. According to General Ji Feng's orders, once the central army had dined and sufficiently restored their strength, they would immediately replace the front line and launch a fierce assault to breach the camp of the Flying Bear Army, with the objective of capturing King Longnan alive. After all, once they broke through the formation of the 2,000 elite troops of Longnan, the remaining forces of the Flying Bear Army and Guatao would merely be seen as a rabble in Ji Feng's eyes, utterly inconsequential. General, at that moment, an aide approached, whispering urgently to Ji Feng. Oh, Lin Yichen has arrived? Upon hearing this, Ji Feng, who was seated atop the central command platform, sipping wine while awaiting the soldiers' rest, was momentarily taken aback. Truly, he was a fool wandering into hell when there was a path to paradise. If he sought death, wishing to perish alongside King Longnan, then I shall grant his desire. With a disdainful snort, Ji Feng regarded Lin Yichen with utter contempt. Turning to Elderly beside him with a smile, Elderly, has your Qilin sacred land not always yearned to eliminate this Lin Yichen? Allow me to relieve your grievances by taking his head. Ji Feng's eyes sparkled with intensity as he looked at Elderly. Once my father ascends the throne, I hope the Qilin sacred land will support me in becoming the crown prince. That is assured. Elderly immediately nodded in agreement. Our Qilin sacred land has always been clear in matters of favor and enmity. As long as the general accomplishes this task for us, I shall report to the Holy Master. In due time, the Holy Master will undoubtedly dispatch the Grand Elder to assist you and convey the Holy Master's stance to His Highness, the Prince of Qin. With the Holy Master's backing, His Highness will surely recognize the situation and grant you the title of Crown Prince. As for the current heir of the Qin throne, let him inherit the kingship as he wishes. Excellent. With a resounding clap of his thigh, Ji Feng's eyes gleamed with fervor. Rest assured, Elderly, since Lin Yichen has willingly walked into the trap, killing him will be as effortless as slaying a dog. Just wait a moment. Once my men have recuperated, we shall break through the formation and decimate the Flying Bear Army. With determination shining in his eyes as he regarded the Flying Bear Army as mere prey, Ji Feng scanned his aide beside him. Have the rear troops expedite the meal preparations, allowing the central soldiers to rest efficiently. And inform the forward troops to disregard casualties and press hard. We must exhaust the strength of those 2,000 elite Longnan soldiers, rendering them as mere remnants. At your command. The aide immediately set off with several messengers to relay the orders. Ji Feng turned his gaze towards the shadow who had attempted to ambush and assassinate the king of Longnan. Only to be injured by him. There shall be no major battle shortly. You have sustained injuries, thus you shall remain in the rear guard to support the entire army. A mere Lin Yichen, even if he possesses mastery, can be dispatched by this general with the same ease as one might slay a chicken or a dog. Very well. The shadow, pale-faced and nodding slightly, was indeed feeling quite weak after being struck by the king of Longnan, although the king's strength was inferior to his own. The final blow delivered in a moment of desperation was no laughing matter. Lin Yichen is a formidable opponent. We must exercise caution. However, recalling the warnings from King Qin, the shadow spoke with a serious expression. After all, he is a trusted confidant of the young emperor. There may be unforeseen contingencies we are unaware of. Haha. Dear Senior Shadow, fret not. With the protection of 5,000 soldiers from the central army, should Lin Yichen dare to step forward, I shall ensure he meets a fate worse than death. It is best that way. The shadow nodded slightly, feeling optimistic about the current situation, and chose not to elaborate further. At this moment, under Lin Yichen's command, 300 elite soldiers from Longnan remained as a supervisory force while 2,000 troops from the Flying Bear Army advanced to guard the camp amidst the chaos of battle. The remaining nearly 2,000 mounted elite soldiers from Longnan, alongside 5,000 soldiers from the Flying Bear Army, formed ranks within the main camp. Master Lin. Lin Yichen looked at Lin Yichen, his expression grave. This is the entirety of the available strength of the Flying Bear Army. Will the camp's defenses hold? Lin Yichen inquired gravely, observing the replaced Longnan elite soldiers. If the camp were to be breached now, it would be disastrous. The two armies have clashed for a day. The front lines of the Tiger Guard army are already at their limit, and our forces have the camp as a stronghold. Lin Yichen replied confidently, at present. While it appears that both sides are engaged in combat, it is merely a loud standoff. After all, both sides are exhausted and reluctant to continue fighting to the death. Moreover, I have retained 300 supervisory troops who can counterattack if necessary to regain the advantage and buy time. Though the soldiers of the Flying Bear Army may be inept in open field battles, they can still serve a purpose in defending the camp. Lin Yichen gazed at Lin Yichen with a complex expression, provided they remain unaware of nothing. I understand. Lin Yichen instantly grasped Lin Yichen's implication. He first stepped into the ranks of the Flying Bear Army and cast a glance at Guo Jianjun. I will have your experts take command of the Flying Bear Army. You will follow closely by my side as elite combat support. This. Guo appeared momentarily stunned. Was Lin Yichen attempting to seize power? With a swift motion, Shen Lian unsheathed his embroidered spring knife. At your command. Startled by Shen Lian, Guo, typically indecisive, could only nod awkwardly. Now, you few will lead the Flying Bear Army for me, ensuring they follow closely behind the Longnan elite soldiers. They need not engage in direct confrontation. Chasing and exploiting advantageous engagements should suffice. Should anyone dare to stir chaos, they shall be dealt with accordingly. Understood. Comprehended. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, the skilled warriors of the Western Factory immediately bowed in compliance. Esteemed soldiers of the Flying Bear Army, on behalf of His Majesty, I assure you that if you charge forth with us shortly, you shall be richly rewarded. After rallying the spirits of these soldiers with an invigorating gesture, Lin Yichen proceeded to the encampment of the 2,000 troops from Longnan. He distributed half of the 10,000 taels of silver he had brought from the palace, successfully igniting the morale of these impoverished yet elite Longnan soldiers. Subsequently, he conveyed the news of the demise of the king of Longnan and personally draped a white cloth over him. With a heavy wave of his hand, Lin Yichen declared, "Victory shall be ours through sorrowful soldiers. Let us avenge the king of Longnan. Follow me into battle." Chapter 147. The battle against Ji Feng. Master Lin. This is perilous. Observing Lin Yichen, who personally donned mourning garb for the king of Longnan, Lin Yichen felt a profound sense of gratitude, yet wore a grave expression as he addressed him. Though these 2,000 elite troops are cavalry, they have already exhausted considerable strength during the previous defensive skirmish. Lin Yichen's eyes were filled with concern as he gazed at Lin Yichen. This situation is vastly different from what we discussed earlier. If you forcefully charge into the fray and Ji Feng's command center reacts in time, they could encircle us by regrouping their rear forces, leaving us no hope of breaking through. We could face total annihilation. Clenching his fists, Lin Yichen looked at the fervent Lin Yichen. Do not rely on the 7,000 Flying Bear soldiers to be of significant aid. Even with your subordinates leading them, they will not fight with the same desperation. They may handle skirmishes adequately, but in dire straits, no amount of reward will motivate them to fight as fiercely as our soldiers from Longnan, who will risk their lives for a fair wage. Gazing at the furious and determined elite soldiers, Lin Yichen's expression was one of complexity. After all, the 2 taels of silver Lin Yichen had promised each soldier meant little to the Flying Bear troops. As members of the Imperial Guard, their compensation was ample, and most hailed from Chang'an, owning homes and land, thus indifferent to such sums. In contrast, for the impoverished soldiers of Longnan, 2 taels of silver represented a coveted fortune. To these earnest men, Lin Yichen's promise of reward, especially framed as avenging the king of Longnan, was enough to inspire unwavering loyalty. Yet, while the uninformed may act without fear, Lin Yichen, as their commander, was acutely aware of the peril. A single misstep today could spell disaster. Master Lin, it is not too late to reconsider. We can still alter our course of retreat. Lin Yichen implored, his expression grave. Otherwise, we shall all perish, including you and I. A man dies fighting in the charge. Lin Yichen replied resolutely, undeterred by Lin Yichen's warnings. Instead of retreating, he signaled the Flying Bear soldiers to open the camp's barriers and fortifications. Brothers, the time for avenging His Highness the King of Longnan has arrived. It is the moment to achieve glory. For every traitor slain today, 5 taels of silver shall be awarded. For every traitor sergeant, 10 taels. The one who kills Ji Feng shall be ennobled and rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. Wielding the Feng Lei sword, Lin Yichen, under Lin Yichen's complex gaze, led the charge alongside Xiao Jinzi and Shen Lian, brandishing his sword. Brothers, follow me into battle. The time for glory is now. Charge. For His Highness's vengeance. I aim to slay 5 traitors of the Tiger Guard and earn 20 taels of silver, so I may return to Longnan, marry, and start a family. Sister-in-law, once this battle is won, I shall return to marry you. As Lin Yichen's words echoed, he was the first to gallop forth from the camp, leading the charge. Under the impetus of the news regarding Lin Yichen and the demise of the official and the king of Longnan, the 2,000 elite soldiers fiercely urged their horses forward, following Lin Yichen's roar into battle. After all, due to the recent rewards dispensed, they still held a degree of trust in Lin Yichen's credibility. Thus, as long as they secured the heads of the Tiger Guard soldiers, they harbored no fear of Lin Yichen reneging on his promises. After all, Lin Yichen represented the Empress. And could she truly be lacking in funds? Madness, it was utter madness. Chen Yuqing, who stood aside with his horse reined in, observed these soldiers, despite their dwindling stamina. They were resolutely charging forward with Lin Yichen. His expression shifted dramatically. Commander, what shall we do? A nearby personal guard of the king of Longnan, unable to contain his excitement, looked eagerly at Chen Yuqing. Indeed, he too yearned to join the fray, to claim heads for the bounty. Longnan was a destitute region, where ordinary soldiers barely received their meager monthly wages, sometimes even going without pay. Simply having enough to eat was considered fortunate. Although they, as personal guards of the king, enjoyed slightly better treatment, it was still far from lavish. The promise of 5 taels of silver per head was a considerable temptation for them. What could be done? Casting a glance at the restless guard, Chen Yuqing realized that the die was cast. Nothing could alter the course of events. There were only 2 possible outcomes. Either Lin Yichen would successfully breach the Tiger Guard's ranks, shattering their arrogance and invigorating the Flying Bear army, or they would be thwarted and encircled by the Tiger Guard. These 2,000 elite soldiers comprised the foundation of the Longnan forces. Having been entrusted to him by the prince, Chen Yuqing would not allow them to perish so easily. He had to bring them back to Longnan. Otherwise, how could he face the prince? Gritting his teeth, though unwilling, Chen Yuqing resolutely raised his hand. Follow me into battle. Remember, do not concern yourselves with the ordinary soldiers of the Tiger Guard. Target their officers. Understood. Officers bring greater rewards. If you, commander, can slay Ji Feng, you could be directly granted a marquisate. I would be satisfied to take down a few White House officers, or perhaps test my skills against a deputy captain or even a captain. The eyes of a peak innate realm guard gleamed with fervor. Lin Gonggong. How much reward should I expect? Kill. Enticed by the allure of gold and silver, and driven by the fervent spirit of vengeance for the king of Longnan, these 2,000 elite soldiers, having no path of retreat, charged headlong into the ranks of the Tiger Guard, who were poised to intensify their assault and had just formed their lines. What is happening? Have they gone mad? Block them, block them. As Lin Yichen led his men forward, the vice commander of the Tiger Guard, tasked with directing the front lines, turned pale with alarm, his face betraying sheer panic. After all, no one had anticipated that the Flying Bear army, pinned down by the Tiger Guard, would dare to charge. Die. With a swift command, many soldiers of the Tiger Guard began to form ranks to obstruct the advance. Shen Lian immediately broke from his unit, delivering a fierce blow with his sword. Damn it! With a sharp sound, the blade met its target. In an unforeseen turn of events, the commander met his demise at the hands of Shen Lian, who severed his head with the exquisite spring embroidery blade. Damn it! Stop them! Several captains and trial captains immediately stepped forward, intent on directing the panicked soldiers to form a defensive formation. They were acutely aware that should they falter, the consequences would be dire. If they could successfully halt the initial charge of the cavalry, they might turn the tide in their favor. However, Lin Yichen was determined not to grant them the opportunity to regroup, for the essence of a cavalry charge lay in its element of surprise. With that, he unsheathed the Wind Thunder Spirit sword and struck down upon a captain mounted on horseback with a decisive blow. Chapter 148. Decapitation of Lin Yichen. Damn it. As Lin Yichen swung his sword fiercely, the captain of the 7th level of the innate realm exclaimed in horror before immediately raising his blade in defense. However, alas, despite his swift reaction, he was no match for Lin Yichen. The disparity in strength was too great. Without a master to oversee the Tiger Guard's front lines, Lin Yichen effortlessly cleaved him in two from head to tail. In an instant, his body exploded, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. At that moment, the other captains, who attempted to command the frontline soldiers to form defensive formations with their long spears and shields, were also systematically hunted down by the elite of Lin Yichen's West Factory. Run. We cannot win this fight. Retreat to the center. As anticipated, with the deaths of those commanding captains, the remaining soldiers and sergeants immediately fell into disarray. Under the relentless pursuit of the 2,000 elite soldiers from Longnan, they frantically rushed towards the central camp of the Tiger Guard, a mile away. Lin Yichen commanded them to hold steady. instructing them to wait until they broke through the central camp of the Tiger Guard before launching a counterattack. Motioning to a nearby messenger, Lin Yichen's expression turned grave as he turned to Lin Yichen. We must not allow the Tiger Guard's central formation to stabilize. Otherwise, we will be in serious trouble. If absolutely necessary, we shall employ decapitation tactics. His eyes glimmered with intense determination. This is, in essence, treating them with their own medicine. After all, Ji Feng achieved victory over the Flying Bear army by stealthily assassinating the Longnan king. We need only to follow suit, and once we eliminate Ji Feng, raise his head aloft, the Tiger Guard will surely crumble. Such words are easily spoken, yet the execution is exceedingly difficult. Lin Yichen, his expression grave, responded. Ji Feng is a master in his own right, and he is surrounded by numerous other masters. We know? The four of us. He glanced at the seemingly insignificant Guo with disdain. It suffices to hold them off, but to kill Ji Feng is a daunting task. If Ji Feng survives, we shall not emerge victorious today. It will be our end. Lin Yichen's demeanor was somber. I will confront Ji Feng. You must hold off the other masters for me. At all costs, even if it means sacrificing yourselves. You must prevent the other masters of the Tiger Guard from approaching me until I have slain Ji Feng. If the central formation of the Tiger Guard proves to be stable, let our forces disperse in a skirmishing manner, employing light cavalry to harass them with arrows. Then, drive the Flying Bear soldiers to mount an assault on their encampments. Lin Yichen's expression remained serious, after all. These 2,000 elite troops are light cavalry without heavy armor. Charging into a well-prepared formation would be tantamount to seeking death. The soldiers of the Flying Bear army will not be so easily controlled. Listening to Lin Yichen's arrangements, Lin Yichen's expression turned grave. They would not risk their lives to charge into battle, then kill. Lin Yichen's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. If they dare not charge, then form an execution squad and let them perish. Lin Yichen's face stiffened as he cast a glance at Guo, who wore a similarly pale expression. After all, they are soldiers of the Imperial Guard, and their connections in the capital are formidable. Fear not, should anything occur. I will bear the responsibility and will explain to His Majesty. Lin Yichen replied with a nonchalant smile, dismissing the concern entirely. If they failed to defeat Ji Feng this time, even if he survived, he could only escape in disgrace, perhaps fleeing the capital entirely. The Empress had lost the support of the King of Longnan, making it even more difficult to contend with the Prince of Qin. In such a dire situation, with his own life at stake, Lin Yichen could hardly concern himself with their sentiments. Understood. Lin Yichen took a deep breath, his expression somber. Since Lin Yichen had spoken thus, he had no choice but to comply. After all, if something went awry, it would be Lin Yichen who faced the consequences. If it came to the worst, he could always lead his men back to Longnan. Surely, the Empress and the soldiers of the Flying Bear army would not pursue them to Longnan. Report. General. At that moment, amidst the chaos, a trial captain from the fleeing vanguard stumbled into Ji Feng's camp, breathless and panicked. Lin Yichen, leading the rebel forces alongside Lin Yichen and Guo, has suddenly unleashed 2,000 cavalry from Longnan, launching a counterattack against us. 7,000 Flying Bear soldiers are following closely, pressing towards the center. Our deputy commander has been slain by Lin Yichen's elite, and my direct superior has also fallen by his blade. The vanguard is in disarray. Useless fools. Ji Feng slammed his palm down on the table, splintering it into pieces, his expression a mask of rage. A mere 2,000 Longnan light cavalry are already exhausted. Even if they charge, they are but a shadow of their former strength. What can you possibly counter with? Your heads? A bunch of worthless wretches, collapsing at the first strike. How did I end up with such a collection of incompetence? General, it's not that we do not wish to resist, but our officers have all been slain. No one dares to give orders. The trial captain hastily explained, his eyes wide with fear as he looked at Ji Feng. Their masters are leading the charge. We stand no chance. Are you not an officer? Why did you not remain to command, instead of fleeing in the front lines? Ji Feng scoffed coldly, glaring at the speechless trial captain. He waved his hand dismissively. Take him away and execute him. Understood. One of Ji Feng's trusted aides moved without hesitation, dragging the trial captain away as if he were a mere chick. Spare me. General, I cannot withstand them. As a third-tier innate martial artist, how could I withstand the onslaught of masters? I am utterly loyal to you. Spare me. Although the commander of the 1,000 households pleaded for mercy with a loud cry, Ji Feng's trusted aides showed no mercy and swiftly severed his head. He commanded the central army to immediately form ranks and signal for the disbanded frontline soldiers to escape from the sides and regroup with the rear forces. The rear troops were instructed to also form ranks and prepare to distinguish and receive the incoming soldiers. Ji Feng paid no heed to the severed head of the commander, remaining calm and collected as he issued another order. Inform the central army's sword and shield commanders, as well as the archers, that any soldier who dares to charge the central army's formation shall be met with no mercy. After speaking, Ji Feng turned to the elderly. Since Lin Yichen has come to seek his own demise, let us proceed together and witness as I bring down Lin Yichen's head before this multitude. Chapter 149, Lin Yichen. Prepare to meet your demise, it is impossible to break through. Gazing at the formidable formation before him, with iron shields at the forefront, long spears behind, and a tightly knit assembly of swordsmen and archers in the center, Chen Yuqing's expression was one of profound gravity as he turned to Lin Yichen. If our 2,000 cavalry were all heavily armored, we might dare to make a desperate attempt to force a breach. If we could create a gap, and if reinforcements followed closely behind, we could potentially shatter their morale and rout them. Alas, our 2,000 cavalry are merely light cavalry. A reckless charge would only leave us as pincushions to arrows and spears. As for sending the infantry of the Flying Bear Army to charge, Chen Yuqing regarded Lin Yichen with utmost seriousness. Forgive my candor, but they would surely revolt. Even with the light cavalry of the Flying Bear Army supervising from the outside, they would fight desperately to escape. The consequences of such a rebellion would be far graver than a mere stalemate. For if Ji Feng seizes the opportunity and orders the Tiger Guard to charge amidst the chaos, our 2,000 light cavalry would stand no chance against their ferocity. Light cavalry thrive on agility. Once encircled by the Tiger Guard, we would find ourselves mired in a quagmire, becoming nothing more than moving targets. Chen Yuqing's countenance was laden with foreboding as he looked at Lin Yichen. At that point, whether it be arrows, spears, or halberds, once surrounded by the Tiger Guard, we would face total annihilation. We must seize this moment and attempt to break through from another direction. Although the other three armies will not assist us, they are unlikely to overtly support Ji Feng either. They should afford us some consideration and grant us a narrow escape. Tightly gripping the reins of his steed, Chen Yuqing continued, if you believe returning to the palace is a futile endeavor, or that you cannot face his majesty, or that King Qin will never let you go, fret not. You may accompany me to Longnan. I assure you, the heir will ensure your safety. Even if King Qin ascends the throne, he will not dare to recklessly move against the regional princes and generals. The situation has not yet escalated to that point. We still have a chance for victory. Faced with Chen Yuqing's entreaties, Lin Yichen observed the tightly formed Tiger Guard and witnessed a portion of the Flying Bear soldiers, driven like cattle by the elite troops of Longnan, charging into the Tiger Guard's formation only to be swiftly cut down. Lin Yichen realized that relying on these demoralized soldiers of the Flying Bear Army offered no hope of triumph. After all, their spirits were low, and they would not risk their lives for Lin Yichen or any meager rewards. While the 2,000 light cavalry remained spirited and eager to fight, each eager to claim a trophy or two, they had endured a day of battle and were now weary, their combat effectiveness waning. Although most were martial artists with greater endurance, even they had their limits. It must be said that the combat prowess of the Tiger Guard was indeed formidable. As the spears pierced through the shield wall in a dense formation, even though the Flying Bear Army and the light cavalry launched arrows from a distance, they were swiftly shielded by the soldiers of the sword and shield troops. Lin Yichen could not help but sigh heavily. The Tiger Guard army, capable of such rapid formation, was indeed a formidable force far superior to the Flying Bear Army. Had it not been for Lin Yichen's timely execution of a decapitation strategy, eliminating a number of officers, the soldiers of the Flying Bear Army would likely have been unable to breach this military formation, even with the initial front line. Furthermore, despite the demise of most senior officers, some sergeants and squad leaders of the Tiger Guard still maintained battlefield control, managing to form smaller combat units that inflicted significant casualties on the Flying Bear Army and the elite troops of Longnan. Master Lin, this is not the time for such discussions. Observing the serious expression on Lin Yichen's face, Chen Yuqing took a deep breath, his demeanor grave. Retreat. If we do not withdraw now, it will be too late. If I can slay Ji Feng, there remains a glimmer of hope for victory. Lin Yichen cast a sidelong glance at the solemn Chen Yuqing. The head of Ji Feng could force the Tiger Guard army to surrender or even shatter their formation. Master Lin, do not entertain such fanciful thoughts, Chen Yuqing replied, exasperated. The Tiger Guard army has already established a solid formation. Our attempts to implement a decapitation strategy amidst the chaos have long since failed. Ji Feng is not a fool. He will remain within the formation, commanding his troops to encircle us. He has no need to personally engage in battle, as he is merely biding time to consolidate his army as formation. He would not easily emerge to risk his life against us. Chen Yuqing shook his head. Master Lin, we are truly defeated. We must retreat. You do not understand Ji Feng as I do. He will emerge to confront me because he desires my death. Glancing at the conflicted Chen Yuqing, Lin Yichen did not linger in conversation but rather signaled a Western factory soldier with a glance. Deliver the gift I have prepared for Ji Feng. Tell him I am here, waiting for him to engage in a fair battle. If one is a man, they should not falter. Understood. The Western factory soldier. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, shot a glance at the timid Chen Yuqing before hastily making his way towards the Tiger Guard army's camp with the parcel in hand. Cough. Cough. Chen Yuqing's expression darkened, for the soldier's gaze clearly suggested that Lin Yichen, a eunuch, embodied more manliness than he did. Haha, Lin Yichen truly is amusing. Moments later. Within the Tiger Guard army's formation, Ji Feng opened the parcel, revealing a pale pink chest-length dress. He laughed disdainfully. Using women's attire to provoke me? This truly is a desperate maneuver. He ordered, return and inform him that this battle was already mine to win. I shall sever his head and offer it in tribute to my brother, Xinjiao. With a cold snort, Ji Feng turned to Elderly beside him. Elderly, are you willing to join me in battle? What is there to fear? In response to Lin Yichen's mockery, Elderly chuckled. Slaying him is akin to killing a dog. Haha, Elderly, your words resonate with me splendidly. A mere dog named Lin Yichen dares to provoke us with his barking. He truly seeks his own demise. With that, Ji Feng, clad in resplendent silver armor, spurred his steed forward, wielding a horse lance, and surged forth with indomitable spirit from the grand formation. Today, he aims to showcase his valor before the vast army, brazenly slaying Lin Yichen. This act will decisively subjugate and assimilate the Feixiong army, instilling fear in the other 3 legions of the left camp of the Imperial Guard, ensuring that they all look to him, Ji Feng, as their singular leader. With the foundational support of the left camp of the Imperial Guard, how could he possibly fall short against the corpulent and ungainly son of King Qin? Lin Yichen. With that thought, Ji Feng charged to the front lines, brandishing his lance, and boldly pointed at Lin Yichen. Come, meet your end. Chapter 150. The struggle between dragons and tigers. Die, die, die. Upon the utterance of Ji Feng's words, the 5,000 soldiers of the Tiger Guard immediately raised their spears and sabers, exuberantly shouting in support of their general. In stark contrast, the soldiers of the Flying Bear army turned pale, their legs trembling in fear, contemplating a hasty retreat. After all, it was the king of Longnan who had perished at the hands of Ji Feng and Elderly's encirclement, and thus, in the face of Ji Feng's provocation, they harbored little faith in Lin Yichen and Chen Yuqing's ability to withstand Ji Feng's ferocious assault. It was not just them. Even the 2,000 elite soldiers from Longnan found themselves daunted by Ji Feng's imposing presence, their faces wan and uncertain. Gulp. Chen Yuqing struggled to swallow. Confronted by the brazen Ji Feng, who had audaciously stepped out of the formation to seek a one-on-one duel, his expression was exceedingly complex. Despite Lin Yichen's successful plan, Ji Feng's might left an indelible impression upon him. Indeed, Ji Feng was a truly confident and formidable general. Ordinarily, a general who had secured such a significant advantage would opt to wear down the elite troops of Longnan and annihilate him and Lin Yichen within the formation. Ji Feng, however, aimed to completely subjugate them, and thus the most effective strategy was to eliminate both of them and compel the surrender of the Longnan elite. Casting a glance at the solemn Chen Yuqing, Lin Yichen smiled and remarked that in a battle of formations, the 2,000 elite soldiers of Longnan were cavalry, while his Tiger Guard comprised heavily armored infantry. Thus, should they choose to flee, although Ji Feng could conquer the Flying Bear army, he would be unable to resolve their predicament, which would not amount to a significant victory. To slay both of them and utterly subjugate the elite troops of Longnan would be the true triumph, one that would earn him accolades from the king of Qin. Lin Yichen chuckled, noting that for Ji Feng, who aspired to become the crown prince, it was only natural for him to risk everything in pursuit of complete glory. Gulp. After another arduous swallow, Chen Yuqing, with a grave expression, looked at Lin Yichen and asked, "What shall we do?" "Of course, we shall confront the future as it comes. We will meet the flood with a flood." Lin Yichen replied with a cold smile. He seeks to annihilate the elite troops of Longnan and the Flying Bear army. Do we not wish to vanquish him and turn the tides against the Tiger Guard? Do you not desire revenge for the king of Longnan? Ji Feng, the traitor. Today I stand in representation of his majesty to judge you. You shall meet your demise. Ignoring the pale-faced Chen Yuqing, Lin Yichen spurred his horse forward to engage Ji Feng in combat. He recognized that Chen Yuqing was still young. Although he had displayed commendable military skills under the king of Longnan's tutelage, excelling in maneuvers and formations, he lacked a deeper understanding of politics and the hearts of men. Thus, he was suited to be a subordinate rather than a commander. For a commander, beyond tactics, one must also contemplate strategy. Lin Yichen understood that had the king of Longnan been alive, he would have undoubtedly engaged Ji Feng without hesitation. After all, the finest way for a general to command an army is to demonstrate their own valor. This demonstration of valor and the ability to win hearts can be no more vividly illustrated than by the act of beheading generals and seizing flags in battle. The moment Ji Feng made his appearance, the soldiers of the Tiger Guard were instantly invigorated, their faces flushed as they cried out with fervor. The fundamental reason for this enthusiasm lies in Ji Feng's esteemed reputation, which is undeniably fueled by his martial prowess. In the military, no one fails to admire a general who possesses formidable combat skills and has achieved countless victories. If Lin Yichen could decisively defeat Ji Feng, it would not only win over these 2,000 elite soldiers from Longnan, but would at least earn their admiration and trust. As for the Feixiong army, their loyalty would be even more assured. Thus, if a few more battles were fought under such conditions, with the commander dispensing rewards and punishments judiciously, the soldiers would naturally transform into a formidable force. At that point, the elite troops of Longnan would be entirely subjugated by Lin Yichen. Even Qin Yuchen would come to respect and admire Lin Yichen, willingly serving under him. This presents the optimal opportunity for me to accomplish my mission. With his eyes gleaming with intense determination, Lin Yichen charged unhesitatingly towards Ji Feng, ready for a clash of soldiers, a contest of generals. Commander, what are we to do? The elite troops of Longnan, witnessing Lin Yichen confront Ji Feng directly alongside Xin Lian and a cadre of skilled operatives from the Western Bureau, turned their gaze towards Qin Yuchen. Qin Yuchen surveyed the crowd, noting the fervent battle spirit and admiration reflected in their eyes. Clearly, they revered Lin Yichen's bravery and sought to earn the Longnan king's favor. Qin Yuchen understood well that the men of Longnan have always valued boldness and heroism. The Longnan king was able to train such elite troops precisely because of his own formidable valor. If I were to call for a retreat now, they would likely disregard my command. Even if I were to enforce a withdrawal, my reputation in Longnan would be irreparably tarnished, and I would be branded a coward. After all, if Lin Gongong, a eunuch, possesses such fierce spirit, how could I, fearing for my life, hesitate to charge? What is merely a life, after all? A severed head merely leaves a scar the size of a bowl. It is of no great consequence. Gritting his teeth, though uncertain of the outcome, Qin Yuchen solemnly addressed his deputy. I will lead a charge with my men against Lin Gongong. You remain here to oversee the larger strategy. If we emerge victorious and Lin Gongong slays Ji Feng, you must immediately rally the troops to storm the Tiger Guard formation and pursue the advantage. Qin Yuchen took a deep breath. If Lin Gongong proves no match for Ji Feng, then do not concern yourself with my fate. You must retreat with the princess body, ensuring we return to Longnan to safeguard our foundation. At that point, we can support the heir's ascension and seek aid from Longxi. Having said this, Qin Yuchen cast a cold glance at Guo. Commander Guo, since Lin Gongong has taken to the field himself, how can we stand idle? I implore you, while I do not ask you to vanquish them, at the very least, you must delay one of the Tiger Guard's master experts. Otherwise, you will have no explanation to offer His Majesty, and the noble status of your Guo family may well be extinguished with your generation. Understood. Although Guo was extremely reluctant at this moment, fearing that Qin Yuchen would immediately take him down if he shook his head, he had no choice but to follow Qin Yuchen into battle. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had already resolved that in this skirmish, he would merely play a passive role. His only objective was to delay the opponent, not to seek their annihilation. Indeed, there was still a semblance of masculine spirit within him, as he beheld Qin Yuchen charging towards him on horseback. A faint smile graced Lin Yichen's lips as he fixed his gaze upon Ji Feng. Ji Feng, the traitor, today marks your demise. Do not be so arrogant, Lin. It is you who shall meet your end. With that, in the very instant the words left his mouth, Ji Feng thrust his spear with tremendous force directly toward Lin Yichen's heart. Chapter 151. A single move to determine victory. What a splendid encounter. Crack. Boom. As Ji Feng charged towards Lin Yichen with his mace, Lin Yichen swiftly wielded his sword downward, utilizing the Wind Thunder Spirit Sword to parry the forceful blow of Ji Feng's mace. Despite Lin Yichen's lack of combat experience on the battlefield, being a master of the Seventh Realm granted him an edge. Thus, while Ji Feng was formidable, slaying Lin Yichen would not prove to be an easy task. Your true strength is, in fact, at the 8th realm of mastery. Quite impressive. After a probing strike, Lin Yichen fixed a solemn gaze upon Ji Feng, his demeanor gravely serious. He had not anticipated that this young Ji Feng possessed such remarkable prowess. Perhaps it was due to having the esteemed King Qin as a father, bestowing upon him exceptional cultivation genes, or perhaps it was the result of abundant resources from daily alchemical consumption, accelerating his ascension. Who would have thought that you, Lin Yichen, a mere eunuch, would also be a high-level master? While Lin Yichen marveled at Ji Feng's strength, Ji Feng too appeared taken aback, regarding Lin Yichen with a serious expression. It seems that Xin Zhao's demise at your hands was indeed deserved. However, that matters little. No matter how strong you are, you remain no match for me. Today, I shall utilize my mace to deliver you a chilling end." With a flourish of his mace, Ji Feng, mounted upon his steed, cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yichen, declaring, "Today marks your demise, Lin Dog." With a fierce gust of wind accompanying his movements, the spirited Ji Feng charged forward once more, relentlessly attacking Lin Yichen. Seated upon his horse, he effortlessly unleashed the tremendous might of a high-level master, his assault nothing short of ferocious. "Should you wish to battle, then let us engage." Lin Yichen was no pushover, although he was a level below Ji Feng. His determination to overpower Ji Feng and seize control was unwavering. With a grave expression, he clashed with Ji Feng, their duel escalating in intensity. This fierce confrontation captivated the attention of countless soldiers from the Tiger Guard, Longnan Elite, and Flying Bear Army. All were acutely aware that the outcome of this battle would ultimately determine the fate of the Flying Bear Army, Longnan Elite, and the Tiger Guard. Should Ji Feng slay Lin Yichen on the spot, the Tiger Guard could easily capitalize on the moment to launch a devastating assault, leading to the inevitable collapse of the Longnan Elite and Flying Bear Army. Conversely, if Lin Yichen were to prevail, the Tiger Guard, which had previously held the upper hand, would likely suffer a significant defeat as their morale plummeted. Of course, if neither side met their end but were merely wounded, the overall situation would have already been largely determined. After all, a general's courage is the backbone of their troops. Once injured, a general's soldiers would be inclined only toward defense, abandoning their offensive resolve, even if the Tiger Guard enjoyed a numerical advantage. Should Ji Feng and Lin Yichen's battle result in failure, the Tiger Guard would become akin to a turtle retreating into its shell, forced to endure without daring to retaliate. The outcome of this battle remained uncertain. At this moment, as Lin Yichen and Ji Feng clashed, Chen Yuqing found himself engaged with Elderly. Though Chen Yuqing's strength was somewhat lacking, Elderly showed no inclination to fight fiercely against him. After all, both were high-level masters, despite Elderly being slightly stronger. Easily slaying Chen Yuqing was nothing more than a fanciful notion. If Chen Yuqing were truly pushed to his limits, even if he could not retaliate against Elderly, he could still inflict serious harm upon him, leading to a mutual demise or at least one of them severely injured. In such a scenario, Elderly would certainly be reluctant to risk his life for the sake of Ji Feng and the victory of the Tiger Guard army. After all, his sole objective was Lin Yichen. As long as Ji Feng could eliminate Lin Yichen, everything would be resolved satisfactorily, even if Ji Feng failed to kill Lin Yichen. Having eliminated the king of Longnan would still present him with a notable achievement to report back to the Kirin Saint and Elder Gao. Consequently, he had no intention of recklessly engaging in a life-and-death struggle with Chen Yuqing. It should be noted that the shadowy assailants had already sustained severe injuries under the king of Longnan's desperate counterattacks. In light of this, Elderly certainly had no desire to risk his life. Chen Yuqing, aware of this unspoken understanding, was also prepared to flee the moment Lin Yichen met his end. Thus he too refrained from engaging in a life-threatening battle. With a furious roar, Chen Yuqing swung his blade fiercely towards Elderly, declaring that today would determine life or death. With a crack, Elderly intercepted Chen Yuqing's strike with his sword, perceiving that although Chen Yuqing exuded a fierce aura, his actual strength was lacking. In the blink of an eye, after exchanging a glance with Chen Yuqing, he too engaged in a feigned battle that was more show than substance. As for Guo, the commander of the Flying Bear Army, and a master-level deputy commander of the Tiger Guard Army, they too were merely putting on an act. Both were low-level masters, and at that moment, neither was genuinely risking their lives. Their gazes were fixed on the powerful Ji Feng and Lin Yichen, eager to observe and learn, aspiring to become high-level masters themselves. After all, such life-and-death battles between high-level masters were truly rare. It is known that most high-level masters are quite cautious about their lives, even when faced with unpleasant situations. They seldom engage in reckless combat. Who could claim victory among them? After a symbolic exchange of strikes with the deputy commander, Guo, with a look of suspicion, remarked, "Ji Feng is a renowned young expert from our left camp of the Imperial Guard, while Lin Yichen is a trusted confidant of His Majesty, the strongest among the younger generation in the palace. It feels akin to the current king of Qin and the eunuch Li in the palace." Guo muttered, his expression complex. Their futures are truly limitless. Although the title of eunuch Li may not sound as formidable as King Qin, he is nonetheless a figure of significant influence in the capital, capable of shaking the city with a stomp of his foot. This is hard to say. General Ji Feng is undoubtedly formidable, but it appears that eunuch Lin Yichen is not to be underestimated either. The deputy commander, an old friend of Guo, shook his head. Let us simply enjoy the spectacle. Whoever emerges victorious will dictate the narrative. Indeed, Guo nodded in agreement, embodying the archetype of a fence-sitter. At that moment, Ji Feng, who had been locked in combat with Lin Yichen for several exchanges, roared with fervor, His eyes filled with ferocity as he glared at Lin Yichen. As men, let us settle this with one decisive strike. An opportunity he had long desired. Confronted by the frenzied Ji-Feng, Lin Yichen, equally unwilling to squander time, responded with a cold smile. Since you wish to meet your demise sooner, I shall oblige. Aha, the one to perish shall be you. Receive my ultimate move, the celestial annihilation, the extermination of gods, the slaughter of demons, the destruction of Buddhas. The indestructible golden spear, attack. With Ji-Feng's thunderous roar, the spear in his grasp suddenly transformed into a golden dragon, merging with him as one. Amidst the howling winds, it surged forth, roaring violently towards Lin Yichen. Embodied as wind and thunder, a cataclysmic force unleashed, kill. Crack. Lin Yichen swiftly morphed into a bolt of lightning, countering the assault with a fierce strike directed at the golden dragon formed by Ji-Feng. Chapter 152. Life and death in victory and defeat. With a resounding crash and a sharp crackle, the golden dragon and the purple thunderbolt collided, illuminating the scene in a dazzling display of lightning. In that fleeting moment, the victor and the vanquished were decisively determined between Lin Yichen and Ji-Feng. The sound of a thud echoed as Lin Yichen lay sprawled on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and a gaping hole the size of a child's fist in his chest, appearing utterly lifeless. Meanwhile, Ji-Feng, disheveled and battered, with his hair standing on end and his skin marred by patches of flickering electric light, looked exceedingly wretched, having endured a brutal strike from the fierce thunder. He was barely clinging to life. Yet, amidst his turmoil, Ji-Feng relished his victory. He gazed at Lin Yichen, who lay motionless on the ground, seemingly deceased. With his noble steed struck down by the lightning, Ji-Feng was left with no choice but to approach Lin Yichen's body with the intention of severing his head. After all, only by presenting Lin Yichen's head could he trade for the coveted item from Elder Gao. Indeed, Lin Yichen was lifeless. Ji-Feng's lips curled into a smile as he prepared to claim his prize. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. With a sudden movement, Lin Yichen, who had appeared dead, executed a swift roll and sprang to his feet. In an instant, his Wind Thunder Spirit Sword plunged directly into Ji-Feng's heart before he could even react. Blood gushed forth as Ji-Feng glanced down at the sword piercing his heart. Instinctively, he pressed his hand against the wound, feeling the warmth of his life force ebbing away. Raising his gaze, he locked eyes with Lin Yichen, a mix of rage and disbelief flooding his expression. How could this be? Just moments ago, he had been certain of Lin Yichen's demise, having pierced his heart. In that moment, Ji-Feng realized the truth. He had been deceived. Lin Yichen had feigned death, biding his time for this lethal counterattack. Aware that Ji-Feng's strength matched his own, Lin Yichen had resorted to this cunning ruse to lower his opponent's guard and seize the opportune moment. Indeed, his ploy had succeeded, resulting in Ji-Feng's unexpected downfall. However, this act of deception had not come without peril. Ji-Feng's spear had grazed Lin Yichen's heart, embedding itself in his chest and leaving him with a chilling wound. Had he miscalculated even slightly, he would have met his own demise. Moreover, had Ji-Feng possessed a greater sense of vigilance and refrained from taking matters into his own hands, choosing instead to delegate the task of severing another's head to his subordinates, then Lin Yichen's intricate scheming would have ultimately yielded naught. Yet, fortuitously for Lin, the arrogant Ji-Feng fell victim to his own hubris, allowing Lin to execute a stunning counterattack. Though grievously wounded, Lin remained unperturbed due to the extraordinary nature of the Qilin sacred body. Provided that the heart and brain, vital organs, were unharmed, Lin's injuries would mend themselves. With a spurt of blood escaping his lips, Ji-Feng glared at Lin Yichen with palpable resentment. You deceiver, you scoundrel, you despicable wretch. This is a battle of life and death. We regard only the outcome, not the process. Brandishing the Wind Thunder Spirit Sword, Lin Yichen regarded Ji-Feng with disdain. Your lack of intelligence led you into this trap. You have only yourself to blame for your demise. I refuse to accept this. With wide-open eyes, Ji-Feng, his heart shattered, fell lifelessly to the ground, his fading gaze directed skyward. His aspirations of becoming the crown prince, the future emperor of the great Feng, of conquering rival nations and indulging in countless beauties and fine wines, lay in ruin. This was all the consequence of his own folly. Lin Yichen, unyielding, let out a cold laugh before decisively severing Ji-Feng's head, raising it triumphantly as he mounted his steed. With Ji-Feng dead, do you not surrender? Submit now, and the officer's wrath shall be spared. The soldiers shall be forgiven. Should you persist in defiance, not a single one of you shall remain. With Ji-Feng's death, this wretched fool met his end. Elderly, engaged in battle with Lin Yichen, now gazed at the head Lin Yichen held aloft, comprehending that Ji-Feng was truly dead. He could only remain speechless. The man who had vowed to kill Lin Yichen had been so easily dispatched. What a disgraceful spectacle. However, at that moment, Elderly was disinclined to berate Ji-Feng further. Fearing the repercussions of being left to face Lin Yichen and Qin Yuqing together, he swiftly retreated after a single maneuver that forced Qin Yuqing back. Meanwhile, Qin Yuqing, not wishing to embroil the Longnan army with the Qilin's sacred land, deliberately refrained from pursuing elderly, allowing him to escape. As for the vice commander engaged with Guo, after a moment's hesitation given Ji Feng's demise, he bowed deeply to Lin Yichen. Vice Commander Feng Ming of the Tiger Guard Army pays his respects to Lord Lin. We, the Tiger Guard Army, are willing to surrender? Excellent. General Feng, you truly embody righteousness. I am most pleased, Lin Yichen responded, immediately assisting Feng Ming to his feet. Thus, I shall appoint General Fog as the acting commander of the Tiger Guard Army. Upon my return to the capital, I will report this to His Majesty and request a swift decree. How could a subordinate accept a reward without merit? Feng Ming hastily bowed. I hope Lord Lin will appoint another for the role of commander of the Tiger Guard Army. Your rebellion in the face of adversity deserves recognition. Lin Yichen firmly patted Feng Ming on the shoulder. Do not decline, General. We all serve His Majesty. We are loyal subjects of the great Feng. Then, I shall temporarily assume the position of commander of the Tiger Guard, awaiting Your Majesty's appointment of a successor. Aha, splendid. Lin Yichen chuckled softly, nodding slightly. He understood that Feng Ming could not hold the position of Tiger Guard commander for long, given his prior experience of rebellion. However, for the time being, this position undeniably belonged to him. With the demise of Ji Feng in battle, the members of the formerly rebellious Tiger Guard were engulfed in trepidation, necessitating Feng Ming's presence to stabilize the situation and prevent a chaotic retreat. Master Lin, this officer's execution is imperative. Taking a deep breath, Feng Ming gazed at Jin Qin with a complex expression. Might we perhaps delay this slightly? Chapter 153. Task completion. What are we hesitating for? They have followed Ji Feng in rebellion, committing the heinous crime of exterminating families and looting homes. Lin Yichen's gaze swept over Feng Ming. His expression grave. The illustrious capital of Longnan has fallen to their hands. How can I, as the chief steward, spare them? How shall I explain this to His Majesty? Once the Emperor's wrath is ignited, do you think I can withstand it? Lin Yichen stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Regarding Feng Ming with utmost seriousness, this matter is non-negotiable. My actions are not intended to harm them but to protect them. For after the 11 executions, those who remain alive will still be able to fulfill their duties, continuing to serve in the imperial army and receive their rewards. Otherwise, once the Emperor's fury is unleashed, they shall await the total annihilation of their families. Lin Yichen snorted coldly. Do not tell me they were seduced by Ji Feng into rebellion. Ordinary soldiers may claim ignorance, as they are but the lowest rank, bound to follow orders. However, these officers have no such privilege. Thus, those who survive and are willing to pledge loyalty to the Emperor shall have my advocacy before His Majesty, and the matter will be resolved. Lin Yichen's expression remained stern as he looked at Feng Ming. Otherwise, it shall become troublesome. Understood. Faced with Lin Yichen's gravity, Feng Ming, though reluctant, could only awkwardly nod. There was no alternative. After Ji Feng's demise, he had no choice but to comply with Lin Yichen's demands. Otherwise, if pressed too hard, Lin Yichen might command the Feixiong army and the elite troops of Longnan to dig pits and bury the remaining 6,000 Tiger Guards alive. Of course, as the acting commander of the Tiger Guards, I can also exercise my authority to grant you some leniency. Lin Yichen glanced at Feng Ming once more. You may protect 3 officers from the punishment of execution and can either be promoted on the spot or restored to your former position. Thank you, Lord Lin. Hearing this, Feng Ming had no words left and immediately bowed deeply to Lin Yichen. Go ahead. Lin Yichen nodded slightly to Feng Ming, then signaled to Xin Lian to have him supervise Feng Ming with the expertise of the Xichang to prevent any deliberate concealment. Lord Lin is formidable. This scene filled Qin Yuqing with admiration. He immediately gave Lin Yichen a thumbs up. You have slain Ji Feng, and I am impressed. We, the troops of Longnan, are all in awe. Avenge the prince. This is our heartfelt desire. It is premature to speak of vengeance. The true mastermind behind this is the King of Qin. Lin Yichen replied with a smile. Ji Feng was merely a pawn of the King of Qin. By eliminating him, we have merely reclaimed a portion of our interest. However, true vengeance requires the demise of that accursed King of Qin. The King of Qin is not easily slain, for he is a Grand Master. Chen Yuqing regarded Lin Yichen with utmost seriousness. In confronting the King of Qin, any misstep could lead to our demise. What of the Grand Master? Lin Yichen let out a cold snort. His Majesty possesses the Imperial Dragon Seal, and his combat prowess is not inferior to that of a Grand Master. Furthermore, Chief Eunuch Li will not allow Prince Qin to conspire for the throne and force His Majesty to abdicate. This was indeed a valid point. Chen Yuqing nodded thoughtfully. With Chief Eunuch Li's support, Perhaps this matter can be handled more smoothly. At that moment, as they listened to the anguished cries of the officers of the Tiger Guard being slain, Guo cast a complex look at Lin Yichen. Are we being a bit excessive in our actions? Perhaps we should spare them. Excessive? Nonsense. Lin Yichen shot Guo a fierce glare. Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. If I had not defeated Ji Feng, but had been captured instead, do you think he would have spared me or the elite troops of Longnan and the Flying Bear Army? I would likely be hanging at the city gate, executed as a spectacle. Remember, this is a war of survival, not a child's play. Lin Yichen coldly remarked, in the midst of war. Showing mercy and hesitation is the path to demise. If you wish to perish, dig your own grave and do not drag others down with you. Guo, chastised and embarrassed, could only nod awkwardly. It was my mistake. I should not have said that. My apologies, Chief Lin. Reflect on your actions. Lin Yichen continued sternly. I see your command of the Flying Bear Army is nearing its end. Disregarding the timid Guo, Lin Yichen turned his serious gaze to Chen Yuqing. Send someone to visit the commanders of the other 3 armies and inform them that this chief wishes to invite them to a banquet. Understood. Chen Yuqing recognized Lin Yichen's intent to leverage the recent victory and the decisive defeat of Ji Feng to compel the remaining commanders of the left camp to pledge their allegiance to him, fully betraying Prince Chen. However, Chen Yuqing understood that the likelihood of this happening was slim. The commanders of the 3 armies were not so irrational. After all, although Ji Feng was dead, Prince Chen remained unscathed. The battle between Prince Chen and the Empress was only just beginning. Ji Feng was merely a pawn, not the crux of the conflict. Thank you all for your hard work. Ignoring Chen Yuqing's complex expression, Lin Yichen, mounted on his steed, addressed the elite troops of Longnan. The rear camp of the Tiger Guard has prepared a meal. Everyone may partake freely and rest well. I will distribute further rewards promptly and will also report your merits to His Majesty, so await His Majesty's generosity. With a smile, Lin Yichen waved his hand. Thanks to our success in vanquishing Ji Feng and overpowering the Tiger Guard, everyone has made significant contributions. I assure you, those who survive will be richly rewarded, and those who have fallen will receive ample compensation. On my part, I will strive with His Majesty to ensure none of you suffer any loss. Moreover, for this victory, I, Lin Yichen, shall not claim any rewards or spoils of war. All wealth seized from Ji Feng will be bestowed upon you. Long live Chief Lin. Chief Lin is formidable. Kill, kill. Listening to Lin Yichen's words, the elite soldiers from Longnan, having triumphed under his leadership and received abundant rewards, gazed at him with overwhelming excitement, erupting in cheers. This scene rendered Chen Yuqing's expression rigid, for he understood that Lin Yichen's prestige among the Longnan troops had now eclipsed his own. It was likely that from this point forward, these men would heed Lin Yichen's counsel more than his own. After all, he was not the king of Longnan and lacked the authority that came with such a title. As for the heir of the king of Longnan, it was absurd. These soldiers, with their lives on the line, would hardly regard a youth who had never seen battle. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Chapter 154. Seizing Power. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 40 years of cultivation experience. And congratulations for winning a random top-tier martial arts technique from the heavenly realm through the lottery. Hiss, it seems the task has indeed been accomplished. Upon hearing the system's notification and observing the respectful gazes of the soldiers from Longnan, Lin Yichen was naturally overwhelmed with excitement. With the reward of 40 years of cultivation experience, coupled with the 10 years gained from slaying Ji Feng, he estimated that he could ascend to the 8th or 9th level of a master. How exhilarating! Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen suppressed the urge to sit down and cultivate immediately, instead stepping into the ranks of the Flying Bear Army. At this moment, the soldiers of the Flying Bear Army were tasked with guarding the disarmed Tiger Guard soldiers, as well as setting up camp and handling the arduous tasks of auxiliary troops. Do not despair. You still possess foundational combat strength, and your individual martial skills are commendable. With decent reflexes and formation, Lin Yichen encouraged as he rode among the soldiers. The only shortcoming lies in the absence of a capable commander, which causes you to resemble a disorganized mob, scattering at the slightest provocation. The king of Longnan initially favored your Flying Bear Army because he recognized your potential. It is merely that a bear is a bear, and a pack of bears is still a pack. Lin Yichen spoke earnestly. It is Guotao's cowardice that has led to your Flying Bear Army being looked down upon. Had the king of Longnan lived longer and properly guided your army, you could have emerged as a formidable fighting force. With a smile, Lin Yichen continued, therefore, do not belittle yourselves due to past failures. Such self-deprecation is unwise. This time, we have successfully defeated Ji Feng and subdued the Tiger Guard army. And you, the Flying Bear Army, have contributed significantly. Gazing seriously at the crowd, he proclaimed, the funds I brought this time are limited. so I cannot distribute rewards immediately. However, rest assured, I will remember your contributions. I will send the agents from the Western Depot to verify the kills. And according to our previous agreement, once confirmed, the rewards for the kills will be granted to you. For those who did not secure kills, do not worry. I will report to His Majesty and request rewards for you as well. Lin Yichen smiled. In any case, your merits will be duly noted, and rewards will be forthcoming. I urge you all to muster your courage and continue striving to transform the Flying Bear Army into elite soldiers. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Lord Lin. The soldiers of the Flying Bear Army proclaimed, determined to achieve greater glory. The Flying Bear Army is no coward. Listening to Lin Yichen's words of encouragement, the soldiers of the Flying Bear Army were naturally elated at the prospect of rewards. Although they had not received anything yet, they had faith in Lin Yichen's credibility based on recent events. Gulps of anticipation filled the air. However, standing behind Lin Yichen, Hua Tao wore a stiff and pale expression. Lin Yichen's remarks had unceremoniously branded him as worthless. Thus, I shall inherit the legacy of the king of Longnan and appoint Chen Yuqing as the commander of the Feixiong army, responsible for training you all. Lin Yichen turned to Chen Yuqing beside him. I will commend you to His Majesty for your achievements, promoting you to the position of deputy commander, to independently lead the 7,000 soldiers of the Feixiong army. As for the remaining 3,000 vacancies, they shall be filled later, and one of the remaining 2,000 elite soldiers from Longnan. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Chen Yuqing looked gravely at him. Can they be incorporated into the Feixiong army? Certainly not. They serve as mobile cavalry, and I still have great use for them. Lin Yichen smiled and cast a sidelong glance at Shun Lian. Shun Lian, you shall command these 2,000 elite soldiers from Longnan, henceforth known as the Divine Strategy Guard, to serve as my personal troops. Understood. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's command, Shun Lian immediately and respectfully clasped his fists in acknowledgement. As for whether Lin Yichen had the authority to possess 2,000 personal soldiers, or whether the Empress would acquiesce to such a matter, that was beyond his consideration. He would follow Lin Yichen's orders without question. Whatever Lin Yichen instructed him to do, he would dutifully execute. This, Lin's supervisor. Observing Lin Yichen's evident power-sharing arrangement, Chen Yuqing looked solemnly at him. Your arrangement? What will it mean for His Majesty? I shall certainly address that matter with His Majesty. Lin Yichen regarded Chen Yuqing with a serious expression. What? Does Commander Chen harbor objections to my arrangements? Gulp. No. None at all. Under Lin Yichen's intense gaze, Chen Yuqing found it difficult to swallow. The Feixiong army has been disorganized for too long, and there remain over 2,300 elite soldiers from Longnan. I wish to request your permission, Lord Lin, to bring 300 men into the Feixiong army to retrain and take command. Approved. Lin Yichen nodded slightly, then glanced at Feng Ming, who had just approached after slaying dozens of officers. Lord Lin, all matters have been resolved. Accompanied by 3 trusted aides, Feng Ming bowed deeply to Lin Yichen. These 3 are my confidants, loyal to both His Majesty and Lord Lin. I request that you appoint them as deputy commanders of the Tiger Guard, as well as deputy generals and advisors. Approved. Lin Yichen smiled and nodded, knowing that these 3, having been stained with the blood of the Tiger Guard and Jifeng, were utterly devoid of any possibility of rebellion. After all, without the support of Lin Yichen and the Empress, if they were to fall into the hands of King Qin and the soldiers of the Tiger Guard, they would not be spared for their betrayal. Lord Lin. At that moment, Xiao Jinzai hurried over, looking exceedingly respectful as he addressed Lin Yichen. The other 3 armies from the left camp of the Imperial Guard have sent their representatives, but they are not led by the commander himself. Only deputy commanders have come. Indeed a case of two-faced rodents. Upon hearing Xiao Jinzai's words, a glimmer of icy resolve flashed in Lin Yichen's eyes. He understood that these other 3 armies had not yet yielded to him and the Empress. They still wished to sit on the fence during the impending conflict between the Empress and King Qin, or perhaps they remained loyal to King Qin. After all, they were remnants of King Qin's former forces, and although Jifeng had perished, the king of Longnan, who had been the Empress's stronghold, had also met his demise. On the surface, it still appeared that the Qin king held the advantage. Please have them come forward. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen recognized that both the Tiger Guard and the Flying Bear Army were utterly exhausted. Any attempt to act forcefully would only lead to humiliation. He thus took a seat on the grand chair that Jifeng had previously occupied, casting a cold gaze upon the 3 deputy commanders who had come as envoys. Greetings, Lord Lin. The 3 commanders bowed deeply in reverence, acknowledging him as the imperial envoy. I am delighted to have you all here. Therefore, I have prepared a gift for each of you. Lin Yichen smiled and signaled to Xin Lian, who promptly instructed the Eastern Factory guards to present 3 wooden boxes to the deputy commanders. What is this? Upon opening the boxes, The three deputy commanders were left utterly astonished, for inside was Chapter 155, The Subtle Scheme of Division, a decree bearing the grand seal of the Feng Empire. The content of this decree was nothing less than the appointment of the three vice-commanders as the principal commanders of their respective armies, along with the elevation of their ranks to deputy generals. Lord Lin, I confess I am at a loss regarding your intentions. What exactly do you aim to achieve? The three vice-commanders exchanged solemn glances before turning their grave expressions towards Lin Yichen. Certainly, the elevation in rank was a favorable development for them, as their current positions were merely vice-commanders, holding the humble ranks of deputy generals or guerrilla generals. Ascending to the rank of deputy general and commander would open doors for them, and with good fortune, they might soon become the generals overseeing territories, thereby becoming the legitimate sovereigns of their respective domains. Yet, under the present circumstances, such an elevation was far from advantageous. By accepting the edict from the Empress, they would essentially be pledging allegiance to her, opposing Prince Qin. Moreover, what would become of their current commander, who stood above them? Of course, I am offering you all an opportunity. I cannot have you visit me without purpose, Lin Yichen replied with a smile. You are all loyal subjects of the Feng Empire, esteemed by His Majesty for your integrity. Thus, entrusting the other three armies of the Forbidden Army to you is a matter that both His Majesty and I can fully support. Therefore, I kindly encourage you to seize this opportunity and assume command of the Forbidden Army at your earliest convenience. Lord Lin, what do you propose to do regarding our current commander? The vice commander, a master of the 5th level, fixed a serious gaze upon Lin Yichen. His commander, a mere master of the 2nd level, was a privileged noble aligned with Prince Qin, lacking both merit and capability. This individual was known for exerting his influence within the army, participating little in training, and even embezzling soldiers' pay while mistreating his men. Thus, he and the majority of the officers and soldiers harbored long-standing dissatisfaction with this commander. However, due to the latter's connection to Prince Qin, they had been forced to endure his tyranny. Now, with the prospect of support from His Majesty and Lin Yichen, he was tempted to take a risk and reclaim the command that rightfully belonged to him. After all, the previous commander had actively recommended him for the position before retiring, only for it to be usurped by this odious connection. That will depend on how the three of you negotiate. Lin Yichen's eyes glinted with a cold light. If you choose to be loyal to His Majesty, the Empress will certainly provide you with a place in the court, allowing you to enjoy the accompanying honors. Should you earn Her Majesty's trust and assist her in dealing with Prince Qin, then there is no doubt that following her successful resolution of this issue, you shall be rewarded with titles and positions of authority. Lin Yichen continued with a smile. However, should you choose to resist stubbornly, clinging to your commander positions, or conspire to assist Prince Qin in his treachery, then execution shall be your fate. You may deliberate amongst yourselves on whether to send them to the capital to serve in office or to eliminate them outright. I shall not object. As long as the three of them are dealt with, the command of the three armies will undoubtedly fall to these three individuals. Little Jeansy, see our guests off. With that, Lin Yichen cast a lingering glance at the three deputy commanders. Gentlemen, the path to promotion and wealth lies clearly ahead. If you do not seize this opportunity, you shall remain trampled beneath the feet of others for a lifetime. Please, esteemed generals. Little Jeansy, wearing a broad smile, gestured for the three master-level deputy commanders to depart, under the protection of the Western Factory Guards. Lin Gonggong, it's a deal. The deputy commander of the 5th level of the Master Realm took a deep breath. Lured by the allure of official rank and Lin Yichen's persuasion, he promptly rode off with his trusted aides towards his military camp. The position of commander had long been coveted, and aligning with King Qin meant being oppressed by the likes of young aristocrats, leaving no hope for ascension. Thus, he resolved to eliminate the commander and align himself with Lin Yichen and the Empress in a bold gamble. As for whether Lin Yichen and the Empress could stand against King Qin, the aura with which Lin Yichen vanquished Ji Feng today instilled in him a sense of hope for their prospects. Had Lin Yichen not defeated Ji Feng, he would never have taken such a significant risk to align with the Empress and Lin Yichen. Even if appointed officially, he would have submitted the decree unaltered to the current commander, suppressing his ambitions to pledge loyalty. Farewell, Lin Gonggong, you truly are, Sai. Observing the excited departure of that deputy commander, the remaining two deputy commanders exchanged glances, compelled to leave with trepidation, lacking the capability and prestige of their counterpart. Their aspirations for a coup seemed utterly unattainable. However, the circumstances would undoubtedly raise suspicions from the current commander upon their return to their respective military units. Even if they escaped execution, they would surely be scrutinized. Lin Yichen had orchestrated a blatant scheme, ensuring that even their reluctance to comply would lead to troublesome ramifications. Take care. Lin Yichen nodded slightly, smiling as he watched the two deputy commanders depart, knowing his scheme had succeeded. With the 5th-level Master Deputy Commander seizing power, the other 2 commanders would undoubtedly be gripped by fear and heightened vigilance. Should they dare to eliminate these 2 deputy commanders, they would struggle to justify their actions. As the latter had committed no true wrongdoing, they merely received their appointment under duress. To execute them would risk alienating their own subordinates, shattering their loyalty. Yet, failing to act would leave them in constant fear of being overthrown, causing them to live in anxiety, even sleeping with one eye open. The 2 deputy commanders, upon returning to their camps, would face suspicion of usurpation. Initially, they might find it manageable, but over time, grievances would surely fester, potentially leading them to take desperate measures. Lin Gonggong, your cunning strategy is truly remarkable. Chen Yuqing expressed his admiration for Lin Yichen, giving him a thumbs up. With just 3 appointment decrees, you have sown seeds of doubt among what was once a united front, causing their ranks to fracture. Now, even if their hearts still lean toward King Qin, the shadows of betrayal would be cast, diminishing their combat efficacy significantly. Haha, let us hope so. We shall patiently await the outcome. Lin Yichen smiled, astonished by such a coincidence. He had merely acted on a whim, yet to his surprise, the vice commander of the 5th tier had been simmering with discontent, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Had the 3 returned and submitted their respective appointment letters, dutifully continuing their roles as vice commanders, nothing would have transpired, rendering Lin Yichen's machinations nothing more than a farce. However, now that one army had succeeded, it was indeed peculiar that the vice commanders of the other 2 armies were not filled with trepidation. Chapter 156, 50 Years of Cultivation. Master Lin, your ability to manipulate circumstances is truly remarkable. Indeed, with just a subtle maneuver, Master Lin has managed to strip the Qin King of the support of the 3 divisions of the Imperial Guard. Our Master Lin is truly the nemesis of the Qin King. Following Master Lin, one is bound to enjoy a life of luxury and advancement in rank. Haha. It is a shared endeavor to elevate one another. Those seeking promotion and wealth cannot overlook the necessity of collective support for this chief steward. Amidst the throng of admirers, Lin Yichen waved his hand with a smile, instructing, go forth and swiftly take command of the Flying Bear Army and the Tiger Guard. Clear the battlefield, collect the bodies, and tally the military achievements of each division. I shall await your return here. Present me with the compiled list, and I will convey it back to the palace to petition for rewards on your behalf. Lin Yichen cast a glance at his most trusted and capable subordinate. You will lead the Divine Strategy Guard to set up camp nearby and protect this chief steward. At your command. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Lin promptly directed 2 captains of the elite troops from Longnan, ordering them to encircle Lin Yichen and establish a fortified camp, ensuring the safety of their central figure. You 3, take your own white guards and accompany me. Although reluctant, under the pressure of recent triumphs, Chen Yuqing could do nothing but acquiesce to Lin Yichen's orders. He selected 3 of his most trusted 100-man leaders and reluctantly led 300 men to the camp of the Flying Bear Army to take command. Meanwhile, after a series of decisive eliminations, Feng Ming also took his confidants to systematically reorganize the remaining Tiger Guard. Sigh. As for Guitao, who had been stripped of everything by Lin Yichen, he, lacking the courage to resist, could only sigh deeply before retreating into a tent to rest, awaiting the morrow to return to the capital with Lin Yichen. This was indeed a resounding victory. Although the process was perilous, it ultimately resolved the issue with Ji Feng and secured the left division of the Imperial Guard. Lin Yichen remarked, I have not failed the hopes of the Empress. He pondered what reward the Empress might bestow upon him and whether she might be inclined to offer him another opportunity. Recalling that evening when the Empress had shyly yet boldly approached him, a gentle smile graced Lin Yichen's lips. One must admit, the Empress could be remarkably tender at the right moment. After all, Lin Yichen had not anticipated that the Empress would sit by his bedside all night, fretting over him and unable to sleep. The Empress is one of those with a sharp tongue but a kind heart. Lin Yichen chuckled softly to himself. At the very least, she treats me well. However, the pressing matter at hand was not to indulge in frivolous pleasures or to entertain thoughts of fatherhood. Lin Yichen inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with a profound seriousness. Having slain Ji Feng is an unforgivable act in the eyes of the Qin King. Of course, my enmity with the Qin King was already a matter of life and death. With Ji Feng's demise, he will undoubtedly crave my skin and bones even more. Taking another deep breath, Lin Yichen's gaze reflected a grave resolve. And then there is the Qilin sacred land, which has long conspired with the Qin King. Once the esteemed Qilin Saint Lord and the Grand Elder of the Grand Master Realm emerge, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. Despite the Empress wielding the national dragon seal, she would still find herself in peril when besieged by both the Qin King and the Grand Elder of the Master Realm. Thus, it is imperative that I enhance my strength post-haste, even if I cannot confront the Qin King head-on. I must possess the means to retreat when necessary. Survival is paramount. As a person motivated by the heart, Lin Yichen promptly accessed the system to review his attributes. Host, Lin Yichen. Realm, 7th layer of Master. Position, Chief Eunuch of the Horse Supervisory Office, Deputy Chief Eunuch of Xinang Palace, Military Supervisor and Eunuch of the Longnan Army and Imperial Guards. Cultivation Technique, 9 Yang True Scripture, Great Accomplishment. Qilin Divine Skill, Great Accomplishment. Martial Skills, Thunder Sword Technique, Great Accomplishment. Attribute Detection. Items, Wind Thunder Spirit Sword, 1p1 pill. 50 years of cultivation, 1 chance for a lottery draw of heavenly grade martial skills. 50 years of cultivation, gazing at the treasures within his item inventory. Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with fervent brilliance. Indeed, I completed the task of subduing the Longnan army and received a reward of 40 years of cultivation. Subsequently, I eliminated Ji Feng and gained an additional 10 years of cultivation. Regrettably, there was only one Ji Feng. Had I been able to vanquish more masters, I surmise I would have soared to 100 years of cultivation rewards. At that juncture, I might directly ascend to the Grand Master level. However, even now, I should be able to level up a few times, should I not? With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Lin Yichen promptly chose to absorb the 50 years of cultivation. At this moment, as Lin Yichen sat cross-legged, refining his cultivation, Lucien, the vice commander of the Tianxiong army at the 5th layer of Master, had also arrived at the Tianxiong army camp. Lucien, what is the meaning of this? The commander of the Tianxiong army, Zhao Gongling, who had risen through the ranks by aligning with the Qin king, glared furiously at Lucien, who had surrounded the central military tent. Do you dare to rebel? Who gave you the audacity? I tell you, I am the commander appointed directly by His Highness the Qin king. Anyone who disrespects me disrespects the Qin king. With that, Zhao Gongling cast a fierce glare at the lower-ranking officers of the Tianxiong army trailing behind Lucien. Do you dare defy the Qin king? Do you seek death? The lower-ranking officers, intimidated by Zhao Gongling's threats, exchanged apprehensive glances with Lucien. After all, the Qin king's reputation was formidable. They would not dare to confront him lightly. Even though they loathed Zhao Gongling, who abused his power to oppress the soldiers, they dared not act against him. I have received the emperor's order to assume the position of commander of the Tianxiong army, producing the appointment document bearing the imperial seal. Lucien glared darkly at Zhao Gongling. You have 2 choices. Either take your men and leave now, and I shall spare your life, or resist stubbornly, and you shall meet your demise. Ridiculous. What nonsense about the emperor. It must be that eunuch Lin Yichen who has incited you. Zhao Gongling laughed derisively. The imperial guards belong to His Highness the Qin king, not to any so-called emperor or that eunuch Lin Yichen. Therefore, do not waste your breath with me on such trifles. I refuse to acknowledge the absurdity of this so-called emperor and the decrees that have been imposed upon Lin Yichen. If you seek to have me depart, that is certainly possible. Zhao Gongling glared fiercely at Lucien, demanding, bring forth the command from His Highness the Qin Wang. Should His Highness issue an order, I shall immediately relinquish this position of command to you. If you cannot provide it, do not waste my time with your empty words. Zhao Gongling disdainfully snorted and waved his hand. Lucien, you are to vacate my presence at once. You, a useless fool, have trespassed into the central camp, akin to treason. Thus, I hereby strip you of your position as deputy commander. If you wish to preserve your life, you shall immediately go and clean the latrines for me. Chapter 157, Master of the 9th level. How amusing, truly amusing. Upon hearing Zhao Gongling's scolding, particularly the command that sought to demean him to the status of a mere toilet cleaner, the glint in Lucian's eyes intensified with a chilling ferocity. Had Zhao Gongling cooperated, Lucien merely intended to seize the opportunity for ascendance, without any intention of harming him, still wishing to afford him a modicum of respect, and likewise, a measure of dignity to King Qin. However, at this moment, Zhao Gongling's blatant disregard for him provoked his ire directly. Zhao Gongling, do you genuinely believe this is your home, your noble estate? That everyone must indulge and pamper you? With a cold snort, Lucien fixed his piercing gaze upon Zhao Gongling. Do not presume that your allegiance to King Qin grants you license to act with impunity. Even the king's own son, Ji Feng, has perished today. What makes you a defector, so exceptional? What do you mean by that, Lucien? Zhao Gongling seethed, incensed at being compared to Ji Feng. Are you contemplating treachery against King Qin? Let me be clear. The demise of young Master Ji was merely an unfortunate accident. Lin Yichen, that eunuch, would never dare to lead an assault against my Tianxiong army. Once His Majesty comprehends the situation, it will surely be Lin Yichen who meets his end. Pointing an accusatory finger at Lucien, Zhao Gongling shouted arrogantly. Your current intention to side with the young emperor and Lin Yichen is tantamount to seeking your own demise. They are on the brink of total collapse. Do you truly wish to board a sinking ship? I beg to differ. I believe it is King Qin who is nearing his end. With a glimmer of cold malice in his gaze, Lucian offered a wicked smile. It is sheer folly to employ a waste like you. His downfall is but a matter of time. Perish, you fool. As his words fell, Lucian wasted no time in launching a fierce strike towards Zhao Gongling with his sword. You dare raise your hand against me? This is rebellion. Zhao Gongling exclaimed in disbelief. Someone, stop him. Kill him. Never did he anticipate that Lucian would possess such audacity to launch a desperate attack against him. Consequently, after narrowly evading Lucian's assault, he bellowed for his personal guards to restrain Lucian. As a novice in the realm of masters, he stood no chance against the higher-ranked Lucian. Thus, Zhao Gongling, like a lazy donkey rolling away, sought to flee the central tent and seek aid from King Qin. You cannot escape. Fire. With the conflict already ignited, Lucian, without hesitation, signaled decisively. The outside of the central tent had long been surrounded by Lucian's loyal troops, while Zhao Gongling held the nominal position of commander. His days were filled with indulgence and misappropriation of military funds, often oppressing the soldiers and treating common low-ranking officers and soldiers with contempt. Hence, at Lucian's command, these soldiers immediately unleashed specially crafted diamond-tipped arrows upon Zhao Gongling. Though Zhao Gongling was indeed a master of his craft, impervious to death from mere arrows, they nonetheless served their purpose, momentarily halting his escape. Die! With a swift motion, Lucian, who had just arrived, struck at Zhao Gongling, now resembling a hedgehog from the barrage of bolts. You traitor! You shall pay dearly. Prince Qin will not let you escape. With a single stroke, Lucian effortlessly severed Zhao Gongling in two, who had little chance to defend himself against such a formidable opponent. Curse this wretched soul! With a flick of his wrist, Lucian severed Zhao Gongling's head and tossed it to his loyal soldiers, instructing them to display it at the gate, forbidding anyone from the Tianqiang army to leave the camp. Any who dare to create chaos shall be executed without mercy. As you command. Faced with the blood-soaked Lucian, his soldiers dared not voice any dissent. Soon, Zhao Gongling's head was hoisted upon the flagpole. This spectacle swiftly reached the ears of the other two armies within the Imperial Guard's left camp. The two commanding officers trembled with fear, despite their high standing within their respective ranks. The event of Lucian and Zhao Gongling was a stark reminder of the potential for disorder. To mitigate any risks, they promptly reassigned the newly appointed deputy commander and dispatched personnel to monitor the situation closely. Thus, Lin Yichen's scheme bore fruit. Even if the two armies did not descend into chaos like the Tianqiang army, internal conflicts and mutual suspicion would undoubtedly diminish their combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, atop the platform, Lin Yichen, having absorbed the essence of 50 years of cultivation, exhaled deeply. The refinement of this energy had fully restored his body, which had been injured during his confrontation with Ji Feng, and correspondingly enhanced his strength. At that moment, filled with vigor, Lin Yichen opened the system to review his attributes. Host, Lin Yichen. Realm, Master Level 9 Master. Position, Chief Eunuch of the Royal Horse Management, Deputy Chief Eunuch of Xinang Palace, Military Supervisor of Longnan Army and Imperial Guard. Cultivation Technique, 9 Yangtru Scripture, Great Accomplishment, Qilin Divine Art, Great Accomplishment. Martial Skills, Thunder Sword Technique, Great Accomplishment, Attribute Detection. Items, Wind Thunder Spirit Sword. 1 Pei Yuan Pill, 1 chance for top-tier martial skill lottery. Master Level 9. Exhilaration surged within Lin Yichen as he beheld his current realm. To ascend 2 levels to reach Master Level 9 was nothing short of a delightful surprise. Initially, he had expected only to progress to Master Level 8 at best. Given that advancing to higher realms becomes increasingly arduous, it transcends mere years of cultivation, relying instead on innate talent and fortuitous opportunity. Some masters may toil throughout their lives, yet never attain the rank of a high master or break through to become a great master. Lingering just shy of the pinnacle of mastery, poised to challenge the great master realm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen forcefully suppressed the excitement within his heart. Once I enter the realm of the Grand Master, I will truly possess the power of self-preservation. Although King Qin and Li Zhong are Grand Masters with superior strength, it would be a foolish dream for them to easily defeat me. Even if I cannot overpower them, I can still escape when danger arises. Lin Yichen smiled and said, at that time, the greatest threat to me will be the Kirin Saint Lord. However, it seems he cannot leave this Kirin sacred land for the time being, so I need not worry too much. Ah, and there is still a chance for a lottery draw. Lin Yichen's eyes lit up. System, initiate the lottery. Congratulations, host has obtained. Chapter 158. Wrath of the Thunder God and Roar of the Wind. 3 extraordinary martial techniques of the celestial rank are presented. Wrath of the Thunder God, Roar of the Wind, and the Fiery Dragon. The host must choose one. Once again, a choice between 3. I had anticipated receiving them all. Truly, the system is rather cunning. When will it ever display the generosity befitting a man? Upon hearing the system's words and gazing at the 3 celestial rank techniques before him, Lin Yichen swiftly dismissed the option of the fiery dragon. It is not that the technique lacks power. Indeed, upon unleashing the fiery dragon, one can emit a torrent of intense flames, capable of incinerating all in its path, including internal energy. However, the crux of the matter lies in Lin Yichen's cultivated arts, the 9 Sun scripture, and the Qilin divine skill. Furthermore, his physique is that of the Qilin sacred body, characterized by wind and thunder attributes. Thus, to forcibly wield a fire attribute technique, despite the immense power of the fiery dragon, would prove to be a cumbersome endeavor for Lin Yichen. Consequently, the remaining options are the wind attribute technique, roar of the wind, and the thunder attribute technique, wrath of the thunder god. Which shall he choose? With a moment's contemplation, Lin Yichen turned his attention to the descriptions of these 2 techniques. Roar of the wind. A celestial rank wind attribute technique summons a howling tempest upon activation. The strength of the wind varies in accordance with the amount of internal energy infused. At its zenith, it can form a tornado composed of razor-sharp wind blades, serving both offensive and defensive purposes, a quintessential technique for any combatant. On the other hand, Wrath of the Thunder God, a celestial rank thunder attribute technique, enables the summoning of a bolt of lightning. It possesses unparalleled speed and destructive force, capable of obliterating any adversary in its path. The might of this technique is indeed formidable. A single strike of this swift and devastating thunderbolt can leave an opponent severely injured or, at worst, lead to immediate demise. As Lin Yichen perused the description of Wrath of the Thunder God, he could not suppress a sound of admiration. However, it is not without its drawbacks. It is exceedingly taxing on internal energy, and only one bolt of lightning can be summoned at a time. Should he miss his target, or if the target possesses some hidden defense to withstand the attack, he would find himself in quite a predicament. Conversely, Roar of the Wind, while lacking in sheer power, excels in area of effect attacks. Against opponents of equal standing, the wind blades may prove ineffective, yet against lesser warriors, a mere wave of the hand can swiftly dispatch them. Moreover, Roar of the Wind is particularly advantageous for retreating, as it grants the swiftness of a tempest or a tornado, providing a means of cover for a hasty escape. One technique boasts overwhelming offense while the other offers group attack and escape capabilities. Which shall I select? Staring at the 2 options before him, Lin Yichen found himself momentarily torn. Though a part of him yearned for both, the cunning system clearly mandated a single choice. A true man must take risks. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Yichen gritted his teeth and resolutely made his final decision. After all, he already possesses the Wind and Thunder Sword technique, which serves both offensive and supportive purposes. In moments of necessity, he can utilize the acceleration of this technique to flee, rendering the need for the Roar of the Wind unnecessary. However, the Wrath of the Thunder God can unleash immense power at critical junctures. System, I choose the Wrath of the Thunder God. Congratulations, host has acquired the celestial grade martial art. Wrath of the Thunder God. With a sense of relief, Lin Yichen opened his inventory to learn the Wrath of the Thunder God bestowed by the system, then proceeded to examine his attributes. Host, Lin Yichen. Realm, 9th layer of Grandmaster. Position, Chief Eunuch of the Horse Management Bureau, Deputy Chief Eunuch of the Xinang Palace. Military Supervisor of the Longnan Army and Imperial Guard. Techniques, 9 Yang True Scripture, Great Completion. Qilin Divine Art, Great Completion. Martial Arts, Thunder Sword Technique, Great Completion. Wrath of the Thunder God, Medium Completion, Attribute Inspection. Items, Wind and Thunder Spirit Sword, a Yuan Cultivation Pill, 1. As I am currently a Grandmaster at the 9th layer, learning the Wrath of the Thunder God immediately places it at Medium Completion, which is an added benefit. I must swiftly elevate it to Great Completion. With a contemplative glance, Lin Yichen murmured, System, if I wish to advance to the Great Grandmaster, must I cultivate all techniques and martial arts to their pinnacle? No. Host only needs to refine one technique to its peak to enter the Great Grandmaster realm. The system promptly replied to Lin Yichen's doubts. However, upon entering the Great Grandmaster realm, further elevation of one's realm will necessitate corresponding advancements in techniques and martial arts. The 2 are interdependent. Without the enhancement of both, the hostess realm cannot ascend. Oh, understood. Lin Yichen instantly grasped the implication. In other words, if I were to receive 50 more years of cultivation rewards, I could directly elevate either the 9 Yang True Scripture or the Qilin Divine Art to their peak, and subsequently raise my realm to the pinnacle of Grandmaster, thereby attempting to break through to Great Grandmaster. However, I wonder how many years of cultivation it would take to reach the Great Grandmaster. Or perhaps it is not merely a matter of cultivation but rather dependent on opportunity. With lingering doubts, Lin Yichen took a deep breath, suppressing his uncertainties for now. deciding to focus on enhancing his techniques and realm to their utmost before contemplating further. It is time to return to the palace and report back. Otherwise, His Majesty might grow anxious. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yichen stood and addressed Qin Yuqing, Feng Ming, and Xin Lian along with Xiao Jinji and the others. Qin Yuqing, Feng Ming, you two are responsible for commanding the Flying Bear Army and the Tiger Guard, continuing to remain stationed at the Blue Field Camp. You may also maintain communication with the Tianxiang Army, defending against the other two armies while awaiting further orders from me and His Majesty. Xin Lian, take my personal guards, the Divine Strategy Guards, and return with me to the capital. As he spoke, Lin Yichen cast a glance at Guotao. All subordinates will follow Lin Gonggong's arrangements without dissent, with the precedent set by Zhao Gongling, having just seen Guotao at the Tianxiang Army S-Gate. He dared not harbor any thoughts of rebellion at this moment. After Lin Yichen cast a cold glance, he immediately received a respectful bow from Guotao, who was as obedient as a little kitten. Rest assured, I will not treat you harshly. Instead, I shall commend you to His Majesty, ensuring your rise to a prestigious position in the capital. Observing Guotao's deference, Lin Yichen couldn't help but chuckle softly. Although this fellow was somewhat timid, he had displayed commendable conduct during pivotal moments, such as the death of the King of Longnan and the confrontation of the Flying Bear Army and the Divine Strategy Guards against Ji Feng. While he had not achieved any notable deeds, he had certainly endured his share of hardships. Though he lacked remarkable achievements, he also showed no signs of rebellion. Thus, in this context, Lin Yichen would naturally extend him a modicum of respect and refrain from unjustly punishing the innocent. Pack up and march with me. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yichen led 2,000 elite Divine Strategy Guards at a breakneck speed toward the city of Chang'an, under the watchful eyes of Qin Yuqing and Feng Ming. Chapter 159, The Wrath of King Qi, my son. Cursed be that wretched Lin Yichen. I shall flay him alive, dismember him into pieces, and feed his remains to the dogs. The king's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Elderly and the shadowy figure who had hurried back to deliver the news. His fists clenched tightly, his expression a mask of rage. Among his three sons, the second had been taken away by a mysterious master in his youth, leaving only the eldest, Ji Su, and the youngest, Ji Feng, by his side. Unfortunately, the king harbored little affection for Ji Su, who was both overweight and lacking in martial talent. The king could not shake the feeling that Ji Su bore no resemblance to him. He was a towering figure of strength and handsomeness, while Ji Su was a 200-pound portly youth, more inclined towards literature than warfare. This discord only fueled the king's resentment, leading him to suspect that Ji Su might not even be his true son. Nevertheless, due to his deep affection for the late queen, and the fact that Ji Su was indeed her blood, the king refrained from taking action against him. In truth, he preferred Ji Feng, who mirrored the king's own youthful vigor and charm, both being tall and imposing, equally passionate about martial pursuits with commendable talent. The king had envisioned that once he seized the throne, he would allow Ji Su to inherit his title, while elevating Ji Feng to crown prince, designating him as his successor. However, fate had dealt him a cruel blow today, as Ji Feng had met an untimely and tragic end before him. With a resounding crash, the king kicked over a nearby bookshelf, shattering exquisite blue and white porcelain vases. His eyes were wild with rage as he glared at the cloaked monk, Elderly, and the shadowy figure before him. Lin Yichen must pay for this. Assemble my troops at once. I shall storm the palace and execute him in a manner befitting my son's spirit. Your Highness, please temper your fury. The cloaked monk sighed deeply, attempting to pacify the king. Now is not the optimal time for action. Do not act impulsively. How can I possibly refrain from acting? The king bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. My son has been slain. How can I not be enraged? If I do not slay Lin Yichen, how shall I face the world? Do you wish for me to become a laughingstock among my people? With gritted teeth and a voice laced with menace, the king declared, Lin Yichen must die. There is no room for negotiation. Until he is dead, I shall find no peace in sleep or sustenance. He truly deserves to perish. Elderly, sensing the king's fury, eagerly chimed in. The Qilin sacred land is wholly committed to assisting your highness in swiftly vanquishing Lin Yichen and ensuring he meets a fitting end. Excellent. The king nodded emphatically. Go at once to your high elder and summon him to the Qin palace to join forces with me in eliminating Lin Yichen. At your command. Elderly, upon hearing this, was naturally exhilarated and immediately set forth, for by eliminating Lin Yichen, he and Elder Gao could secure the rewards from the Kirin Saint Lord, thus gaining the opportunity to ascend to the Grandmaster level and become the esteemed elder of the Kirin sacred land. Your Highness, you must restrain yourself and temper your fury, the cloaked monk advised, observing the enraged Qin Wang. Indeed, Lin Yichen must be eliminated, and the imperial throne must be seized, but not at this moment. We require a justifiable reason to rally our forces against the court and compel your highness to abdicate. Otherwise, we shall be deemed treacherous rebels, unable to gain the trust of the officials and the populace. The monk's countenance was grave. Even if you were to utilize force to directly slay Lin Yichen and the young emperor to seize the throne, it would be futile. At that point, you would find yourself isolated, with the regional princes and military officials rallying their forces against you, incited by the fleeing officials. With utmost seriousness, the cloaked monk continued, if that time comes, we would indeed find ourselves in dire straits. With the young emperor's demise, I shall be the nearest royal kin. Qin Huang thundered, my ascension is entirely rightful and lawful. However, it hinges on the young emperor's untimely death, wherein he abdicates to you, rather than an unprovoked military coup. The monk reiterated, in such a case, the regional princes and military officials could easily select a puppet from other royal families to assume the role of the new emperor. This would establish a balance among the princes and military officials, governed by this puppet. With an unwavering demeanor, the monk declared, thus, Your Highness, our immediate task is to compel the young emperor into a position where he cannot refute us. We must then rise under the banner of purging the realm, forcing the young emperor to relinquish the throne to you. This way, the regional princes and military officials would have no grounds to oppose you, even if they harbored discontent. They would lack legitimate cause to unite against you. Should any foolhardy souls dare to resist, you may swiftly dispatch troops to quell them. What rationale? The Qin Huang, though seething with rage, inhaled deeply, suppressing his ire as he regarded the cloaked monk. He understood that to realize his ambition, he must endure what ordinary men cannot. Your Highness may publicly declare that the King of Longnan intended a military coup, which was quelled by Ji Feng's forces. Then, question His Majesty as to why he appointed Lin Yichen, a eunuch, to assassinate Ji Feng. What rationale lies behind this? The monk scoffed. Your Highness can direct this inquiry to be disseminated throughout the regions, demanding that His Majesty execute the traitorous eunuch Lin Yichen who has caused turmoil in the court. Only by eliminating Lin Yichen can we appease the realm. With a sinister smile, the monk continued, we must firmly establish that Ji Feng met an unjust demise. Having been loyal to the nation, slain by the treacherous eunuch Lin Yichen, while the king of Longnan was rightfully executed for treason. If His Majesty were to slay Lin Yichen, would we not be undermining our own efforts, losing our pretext? Qin Huang furrowed his brow, casting a serious gaze upon the cloaked monk. At that point, would we not be unable to take action? Ha ha, this is simply splendid. Upon hearing this, the cloaked monk erupted into laughter. If His Majesty truly were to eliminate Lin Yichen, then she should brace herself for a complete betrayal. Should such a scenario unfold, the crown prince would ascend to the throne with the utmost ease. After all, everything Lin Yichen has done has been in service of His Majesty, and at this moment, she stands as His Majesty's foremost aide and most trusted confidant. If she were to foolishly dismantle her own defenses, it would align perfectly with the crown prince's desires. Thus, when the time comes, the crown prince would merely need to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Chapter 160. The castrated thief Lin Yichen is undoubtedly doomed. Yet it is not imperative for His Highness to personally execute him. The cloaked monk spoke again, his tone measured. Your Highness, you are a treasure of the realm. It is unnecessary to jeopardize yourself for the insignificant Lin Yichen. Once he is dead, it will serve as vengeance for young Master Ji Feng, allowing him to rest in peace. Moreover, compelling the little emperor to slay him would be an immense irony for Lin Yichen. We shall observe whether he accepts his fate with resignation or resists with defiance. Should he turn against His Majesty and seek refuge with the Empress Dowager, it may instigate a fierce confrontation between them, ideally culminating in the Empress Dowager accidentally taking His Majesty's life, which would be even more fortuitous. The monk snorted, his eyes gleaming with intensity. In this manner, Your Highness would ascend the throne unimpeded and possess a legitimate pretext to depose the Empress Dowager, achieving 3 objectives in one stroke. Even if the regional princes and ministers harbor dissent and ambition, they lack a valid cause to unite and rebel. The cloaked monk regarded the king of Qin with grave seriousness. Ultimately, such an outcome would implicate the Empress Dowager in His Majesty's demise, absolving you of blame. When the Empress Dowager slays the emperor, it would be deemed rebellion, and as His Majesty's uncle, you could rightfully depose him, ascending the throne as a member of the imperial family. This is entirely reasonable and lawful. Therefore, this conclusion is most advantageous for you, Your Highness. The king of Qin nodded. Unable to suppress his agreement, however, he cautioned, but this is merely your conjecture. What if this little emperor resolutely defends Lin Yichen? Then it would be said that His Majesty has been deceived by treacherous ministers, thus you must fulfill the late emperor's wishes and lead the troops to rescue the throne. The monk replied bluntly. With a disdainful snort, he continued, at that juncture, it would suffice to ignite a fire, consuming both His Majesty and Lin Yichen, claiming it was Lin Yichen's madness that led to their fiery demise. Regarding the Empress Dowager, Should she willingly support you and declare that the late emperor intended to bequeath the throne to you, endorsing your ascension, all would be well. However, if she remains obstinate, let her perish alongside Lin Yichen and the emperor in the flames. The monk gazed sternly at the king of Qin, thus, Your Highness must now unite with the Minister of Rights and the two prime ministers, publicly questioning why His Majesty would allow Lin Yichen to execute the accomplished Ji Feng, the vanquisher of the traitorous king of Longnan. Inquire whether His Majesty is aware of this matter, demanding the execution of the treacherous Lin Yichen. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. The king of Qin nodded enthusiastically. I shall dispatch envoys to summon the Minister of Rights and the two prime ministers, instructing them to compose this declaration of inquiry. Should the little emperor dare to resist, he must not blame me, his uncle, for my harshness. With a serious expression, the king of Qin regarded the cloaked monk. One more matter remains. How should we handle the left camp of the Imperial Guard? My son, Ji Feng, has fallen in battle, and the Tiger Guard has been incorporated by the treacherous Lin Yichen. At this moment, both the Flying Bear Army and the Tiger Guard have become pawns of Lin Yichen. The remaining three armies seem to be coerced by him, and it is likely that they will no longer heed my commands. I am left with merely 50,000 troops from the right camp, which is akin to having one arm severed. Yet, this is not insurmountable. The cloaked monk chuckled, saying, Although the Tiger Guard has been absorbed, the soldiers remain loyal to your highness. With just a little encouragement, they will rally to your side. The other three armies are merely intimidated by Lin Yichen. Should your highness personally lead them, both commanders and soldiers alike will surely follow your lead. It is only the Flying Bear Army, manipulated by the king of Longnan, that may pose some difficulty. However, their combat prowess is rather weak. When the four armies encircle them, surrender will be their only recourse. It is indeed unfortunate that young Master Ji Feng lacked sufficient prestige. Had you been present, the encirclement would have led to the Flying Bear Army's swift demise. It is improbable that the Tiger Guard would ambush the Flying Bear Army, while the other three armies remain passive spectators. Therefore, I must trouble you to make a journey. After a moment of contemplation, King Qin gazed intently at the cloaked monk and commanded, With my decree, instruct the other three armies to comply with my orders, and temporarily encircle the Flying Bear Army and the Tiger Guard, preparing to strike at the opportune moment. Ahmedbah, the monk replied promptly, his hands clasped in prayer. Rest assured. Your Highness, I shall attend to this immediately. Very well. I shall also reach out to the Minister of Rights and the civil and military officials to confront His Majesty. Simultaneously, as King Qin and the cloaked monk conspired and set their plans into motion, Lin Yichen arrived at the capital, flanked by 2,000 elite guards. Since the Imperial Guards were not permitted to enter the capital, Lin Yichen had no choice but to camp them on the outskirts before leading the Western factory officials into the palace. I, Lin Yichen, pay my respects to your Majesty. Long live the Empress. Upon entering the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Lin Yichen knelt on one knee, observing the Empress's delicate, snowy feet swaying gently, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Rise and speak, the Empress remarked, casting a glance at Lin Yichen and raising her hand slightly. At your command. I thank your Majesty, he responded, though reluctant to stand, as kneeling had offered him a glimpse of the Empress's exquisite feet and slender legs akin to lotus stems. He was compelled to rise. I have fulfilled my duty by slaying Ji Feng, the third son of King Qin, compelling the Tiger Guard to submit, and asserting complete control over both the Tiger Guard and the Flying Bear Army, while ensuring the other three armies remain neutral. Regrettably, I arrived a moment too late. The king of Longnan was ambushed by Ji Feng and gravely wounded, ultimately succumbing to his injuries. The king of Longnan was a loyal subject. The Empress sighed deeply, her expression complex. Accio. Convey my decree to hasten the deliberation of the posthumous title and honors for the king of Longnan by the House of Lords and the Ministry of Rights, and ensure that his son inherits the title of the king of Longnan. I recall that according to our great Feng's laws of succession, the current heir will only hold the rank of duke rather than that of a prince. The Empress took a deep breath and commanded, inform the imperial clan court and the Ministry of Rights that in recognition of the loyalty displayed by the Prince of Longnan, the heir shall be permitted to inherit the title of Duke of Longnan, with 3 generations guaranteed to maintain this rank. As you wish, Ho promptly bowed in acknowledgement. Your Majesty, it is time for you to soak your feet. At that moment, a palace maid approached, carrying a basin of water. You may withdraw, today. I shall personally attend to your Majesty's foot bath, Ho asserted. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yichen swiftly dismissed the maid and, before the Empress could react, gently lifted her delicate, snowy foot and placed it into the warm water. As her petite foot submerged, the Empress let out a soft, involuntary sigh of comfort. Your Majesty's skin has truly become increasingly radiant. With tender care, Lin Yichen cradled her foot, delicately wiping it with a soft cloth. while his heart raced at the sight of her translucent, rosy toes, compelling him to lean down and kiss them. Chapter 161. The Deceit of Women. Lin Yichen. The Empress trembled momentarily, caught off guard by Lin Yichen's audacious caress. With a roll of her eyes, she shot him a glare. Though she feigned anger, deep within, the Empress felt a surge of delight. Every woman, in truth, relishes the attention of a man captivated by her form. Much like those elegantly adorned women who stroll through the streets, they may verbally dismiss the notion of desiring the attention of losers or undesirable men. Yet should no one cast a glance in their direction, they are left feeling disheartened, lamenting the blindness of those men. After all, their beauty is a beacon, meant to draw the eyes of onlookers. They may choose to ignore your advances, even rebuke you vocally, but the absence of attention is far more disconcerting. How else could they regale their friends with tales of their allure or complain on social media? Release me, you scoundrel. After playfully kicking Lin Yichen's face with her delicate foot, the Empress smirked. Let me be clear, do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. There shall not be a third time. I will not permit you to touch me again. I dare not, for your beauty is overwhelming. Lin Yichen responded with utmost respect, though he dismissed her warnings about a lack of future encounters as mere rhetoric. For women, such matters often exist in a realm of zero occurrences or an infinite number. Indeed, to believe a woman's words in this regard is folly. In a previous life, Lin Yichen had a friend whose girlfriend insisted on preserving her chastity until marriage. Yet, after depleting his savings, she moved in with a new boyfriend within a fortnight of their breakup. Lin Yichen had often thought his friend naive. Had he only persisted a little longer, he would have secured her affections instead of losing everything. Shaking his head, Lin Yichen glanced at the blushing Empress. He understood that despite her fierce words, her heart was likely brimming with joy. She may very well desire intimacy but was restrained by her imperial status. He recognized that a woman's willingness to share her body signifies a budding affection. Otherwise, her words are merely a ruse, treating you as a mere backup. When she spoke of marriage, it was naive to assume she genuinely wished for such a union. In reality, she only viewed him as a convenient source of financial support. It is only when a woman is truly willing to offer her purity that one might entertain a semblance of trust. After all, most women can never forget their first man throughout their lives. Your Majesty, I have recently acquired some new massage techniques. Lin Yichen chuckled as he playfully grasped the Empress's delicate white calf. I see that you seem rather fatigued lately. Allow me to relieve your weariness with a gentle massage. Leave me be. The Empress retorted sharply, rolling her eyes at Lin Yichen. I do not require your services. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. It is you who seeks comfort, is it not? Your Majesty, such a notion is erroneous. Lin Yichen replied candidly, gazing at the Empress. I have learned these massage techniques from several court physicians, and while I may be the one exerting effort, it is you who shall find solace. Begone, I have no need for it. The Empress huffed lightly, waving her hand dismissively at Lin Yichen. For this matter, your contributions are duly noted. The list of recommendations you provided has been passed on to the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of Personnel. They will expedite their verification and issuance. As for the matter concerning the King of Longnan, I shall ensure that the Ministry of Rights and the Imperial Clan Court address it promptly. The Empress fixed Lin Yichen with a serious gaze. However, the most critical point is to withstand the impending retaliation from the King of Qin. If he succeeds, both you and I shall face dire consequences. With Ji Feng now deceased, we share a blood feud with the King of Qin, leaving no room for compromise. I fear he cannot restrain himself for long. He will likely strike soon. The Empress regarded Lin Yichen gravely. Are you prepared for our final confrontation with him? I am willing to dedicate myself to your Majesty's cause, serving with utmost loyalty until my last breath. Lin Yichen replied with deep respect. Even if I cannot vanquish the King of Qin, I would gladly perish before you, shedding my last drop of blood for your sake. Your sentiment pleases me greatly. The Empress inclined her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she looked at Lin Yichen. Go, make the necessary preparations, and consider visiting the Empress Dowager to garner her support. Then, accompany me to court tomorrow. As she spoke, the Empress rubbed her temples in irritation. The matters concerning the King of Longnan and Ji Feng are bound to incite considerable uproar in tomorrow's court. Especially the King of Qin. He will undoubtedly reveal his true intentions. Will your Majesty be in danger? Lin Yichen's body trembled at the thought, his expression grave as he looked at the Empress. If the King of Qin were to act during court, would that not be perilous? He would not dare. Such an act would lead to mutual destruction. The Empress coldly scoffed. Unless he attains the realm of a saint, to act during court would mean seeking our joint demise. Yet, given his ambition to usurp the throne, how could he possibly wish for such an end? The Empress smiled brightly. The court is the place brimming with dragon energy. I shall carry the national seal with me. Furthermore, the Empress Dowager and Li Zhong will be present, alongside the prime minister and all civil and military officials. The king of Qin may exhibit arrogance and disregard for me, but he lacks the courage to act on impulse in such a setting. Let me reiterate. Unless he becomes a master of the Saint Realm, he can do no more than issue empty threats during court. The empress let out a light hum, stating that if he truly became a master of the sacred realm, there would be no need for such complexities. He could simply display his prowess by traversing the palace, and she would recline here, allowing him to depose her and seize the throne at will. After all, the imperial dragon seal is effective against other masters of the sacred realm, yet it holds no sway over those of royal blood. The empress shook her head, reflecting that if it were to reach that point, although she is the emperor who has ascended to the throne by venerating heaven and the ancestors, he would merely be the king of Qin. However, due to the disparity in power, the dragon energy and fortune of the great Feng Empire might recognize him to a greater extent than herself. Chapter 162. Luo Lan departed. Is there such a perspective? You are the emperor, and he is the king of Qin. How could he possibly usurp your control over the dragon luck of the Defone? Upon hearing the empress's words, Lin Yichen was momentarily taken aback. He had always believed that only a formally recognized emperor, who had inherited the throne of the Feng Empire, possessed the right to wield the national dragon seal and could command the dragon chi acknowledged by it. The empress cast a glance at the astonished Lin Yichen. You must understand that once a martial artist reaches the Saint Realm, according to records, they transcend the human condition, possessing extraordinary abilities that are beyond description. Although a grandmaster is formidable, they still cannot escape the essence of humanity and lack the extraordinary qualities. Therefore, in terms of the dragon luck of the Feng Empire, a Saint Realm royal is undoubtedly more trustworthy than an ordinary martial emperor. After all, the foremost priority of the dragon luck of the Feng Empire is to ensure its legacy. The empress gazed earnestly at Lin Yichen. Who do you think could better sustain the Feng Empire and ensure its continuation, a Saint Realm royal or an ordinary emperor? Certainly, it would be the Saint Realm martial artist. Lin Yichen replied without hesitation to the empress, as long as he does not engage in reckless and chaotic behavior. His mere existence would stabilize the Feng Empire like a mountain. Precisely. The empress nodded lightly. Of course, it is also due to my own weakness. If I were a Grand Master, perhaps I could contend with a Saint Realm royal for control over the dragon luck of the Defone. However, as a martial artist of the innate realm at present, I lack such qualifications. In theory, if the King of Qin truly became a Saint Realm martial artist, he would likely lose interest in the mundane position of the Defone throne. The Empress shook her head. What a Saint Realm martial artist pursues is something ethereal and elusive. The most probable outcome is that he would force me to abdicate and allow his son to inherit the throne. Indeed. Lin Yichen smiled and nodded. It is akin to a Grand Master being made the leader of a third-rate sect. Even if he was born into that sect and once aspired to lead it, once he attains the status of a Grand Master, he would likely no longer be interested in a third-rate sect where the highest level of martial artist is merely of the innate realm. That is the principle. The Empress smiled and nodded. Ultimately, one's position alters one's perspective. Thus, the pursuits of individuals differ accordingly. Nevertheless, he remains merely a Grand Master, eyeing the throne with covetous intent. The Empress regarded Lin Yichen with utmost seriousness. We must never entrust our lives to such intangible matters. Furthermore, even if he were to become a Saint Realm martial artist, he may not personally usurp the throne, but he would seek vengeance for Ji Feng and position his other descendants on the throne. Indeed, we must find a resolution to this. Our struggle against him can only conclude with the demise of one party. Lin Yichen, greatly intrigued by the sacred realm warriors and those beyond, bowed respectfully to the Empress. After stealing a few glances at her pristine, lotus-like calves, he reluctantly took his leave. He felt an overwhelming urge to release his pent-up frustration. It was simply unbearable. Returning to his modest courtyard, still flushed from the Empress's presence, he hastily sought out Luo Lan to alleviate his tension. However, after searching the room and courtyard, he found no trace of her. Where could she have gone? Had she vanished? After a careful examination, Lin Yichen discovered an envelope left on the desk in the study. It read, "I have departed. There is no need to search for me. From henceforth, we part ways, and the road ahead is long." Staring at Luo Lan's words, Lin Yichen was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that she would leave without a word. Did she not wish to rescue the Plum Blossom Sword Sect warriors imprisoned in the West Factory? Why had she chosen to leave? Had he wronged her in some way? With a sigh, clutching the note, and inhaling the lingering fragrance of Luo Lan that still hung in the air, Lin Yichen felt a profound sense of loss. He had grown accustomed to her presence, sharing nightly embraces, and now her absence left him feeling profoundly alone. When Luo Lan was by his side, the courtyard had been vibrant with laughter and song, reminiscent of the sweet melodies of a golden aureole. After a long day, he would return home. eager to jest and frolic with her. Yet now, the courtyard felt desolate, devoid of life. At that moment, Li Yichen entered the courtyard. His expression a mix of complexity as he bowed deeply to Lin Yichen. Chief Lin, there has been a situation at the West Factory. A few days ago, following your orders, I went to Tongguan to make arrangements. Someone possessed a document bearing your signature and released the Plum Blossom Sword Sect rebels held in the West Factory. Upon my return, I discovered that while the seal was authentic, the handwriting was forged. Clearly, someone has counterfeited your orders. And the guards at the West Factory failed to notice. Li Yichen looked at Lin Yichen with utmost respect. I have apprehended all the eunuchs and guards on duty that day. How shall we proceed? Should we notify the Jinhui in the Ministry of Justice to issue a nationwide manhunt for the escaped rebels? Let it be, Lin Yichen replied, a bittersweet expression crossing his face as he waved dismissively. Since I know this was all Luo Lan's doing, a mere token punishment for the guards and eunuchs will suffice. Simply release them. Understood. Though the matter was quite serious, Lin Yichen's nonchalance left Li Cheng feeling perplexed. However, he could only nod in awkward agreement. Take care of the West Factory. A great battle may be imminent. The cells might soon be overflowing. Understood. Li Cheng's body trembled momentarily. Realizing that the Empress and King Qin were on the verge of confrontation, their intentions likely to be revealed imminently. In this precarious situation, although a sense of trepidation gripped his heart, he could only respond with deference and prepare himself for what was to come. He silently hoped for the triumph of the Empress and Lin Yichen, believing that their victory could vanquish King Qin. Otherwise, should King Qin emerge victorious, he, as a trusted confidant nurtured by Lin Yichen, would face dire consequences even if he betrayed Lin Yichen at a critical moment to align with King Qin. He would ultimately fall victim to King Qin's vengeance. After all, no ruler appreciates a double agent like him. Lin Yichen. Shortly after Li Cheng departed, a gentle sigh resonated, accompanied by a captivating fragrance that wafted into Lin Yichen's nostrils. Chapter 163. The ensnared AZ with a delicate sigh. A stunning beauty clad in a flowing violet gown suddenly appeared before Lin Yichen, her presence illuminated by the shimmering fabric of her attire. Sister AZ. Upon seeing AZ unexpectedly enter his courtyard, Lin Yichen's gaze was instantly captivated, particularly by the alluring curve of her exposed collarbone and the graceful silhouette accentuated by her dress. Having just engaged in playful banter with the Empress, Lin Yichen, although stirred by appetite, found himself frustrated. He had intended to seek out Luo Lan for some amusement, but her sudden departure left him feeling quite disheartened. After all, he was a master of the ninth realm, a pinnacle of martial prowess. In this life, surrounded by women in the palace, Lin Yichen harbored no desire to remain humble. Sister AZ, please, come inside and sit, he invited. His eyes fixated on the delicate waist that the belt of her gown so elegantly defined. Previously, he had inadvertently taken advantage of AZ, missing the chance to appreciate her beauty. Now, with AZ voluntarily presenting herself, Lin Yichen could hardly let the opportunity slip away. There's nothing much to do, AZ replied, her gaze sharp as she regarded Lin Yichen, who wore a disarming smile. Yet, AZ remained unyielding, fully aware of Lin Yichen's true nature. She understood that his overtures were not without ulterior motives, a wolf in sheep's clothing, and she remained cautious of his intentions. Come, let us enjoy some tea and converse, Lin Yichen suggested, his demeanor cheerful. It has been far too long since we engaged in a meaningful exchange. He seized AZ's wrist with gentle insistence today. We must have a proper discussion. I have recently learned a new massage technique. Allow me to ease your tension. Sister AZ, you possess such a wonderful figure. Your waist is truly slender, he remarked, as his hand boldly encircled her delicate waist, embracing her openly. In the past, Lin Yichen had refrained from such boldness, fearing AZ's swift retribution. However, now as a master of the ninth realm, he felt liberated, ready to indulge in his desires. Release me, you scoundrel, AZ exclaimed, momentarily stunned by his audacity. Her surprise quickly transformed into anger, and she unsheathed her sword, aiming to deliver a decisive blow to Lin Yichen. You sought a deeper connection. Allow me to pierce your heart today for an authentic exchange. With a swift motion, AZ drew her blade, prepared to deliver a chilling thrust. Sister AZ, you jest. The deeper connection I referred to was not in that context. Bang. With a beaming smile, Lin Yichen unleashed his formidable strength, forcibly restraining AZ's hand and returning her unsheathed sword back into its scabbard. Sister AZ, I merely wish to engage in a candlelit conversation with you and unwind a little. Have you forgotten how joyous you were last time? Your ethereal singing lingers in my mind, an unforgettable melody. Lin Yichen gazed at AZ with genuine sincerity. So, dear sister, could you kindly indulge me and sing once more? You shameless fool. AZ's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes glaring in anger at Lin Yichen. I forgot. Nothing happened last time. So cease your prattle. How could one simply forget? After all, It was a completed fact. Sister Az, when you find yourself sleepless at night. Lin Yichen mischievously winked at her. Do you not think of me? Do you not long to sing? Not at all. Az retorted with a disdainful huff. I am not like you. I possess no such desires. My sole focus is on cultivating my martial skills and elevating my realm. Such matters are best left to others. I have no interest. How can that be? We are but ordinary people, not transcendent beings devoid of emotions and desires. Lin Yichen laughed at her response. I am no monk, and you are no nun. Let us not jest. I am simply disinterested. Is it not acceptable for me to be inherently aloof? Az coldly replied. Release me. I am not warm. What warmth is there? Lin Yichen shrugged nonchalantly, keeping Az pinned against the wall by her slender waist. Sister Az, do not speak nonsense. I understand you well. There is no aloofness. Your words are merely a facade. Your true feelings were quite evident last time, and I remember them clearly. Get lost. Az shot him a fierce glare. That was not my intention. It was due to that potion. Who wouldn't be affected by it? She challenged him. Try placing your hand on your waist for a few minutes, and see if you feel warm. Rolling her eyes at Lin Yichen, she added, do not speak of it. That was not voluntary. But you seemed quite happy at that moment. Lin Yichen chuckled without hesitation, with a smile like a blooming flower, singing joyfully. Silence. Az's face flushed again, her irritation evident as she glared at him. Who would have a cold demeanor in such a situation? Step aside. With that, Az, having ascended to the 5th level of mastery, unleashed her internal energy, struggling fiercely against him. Thus, dear Sister Az, just grant me a smile. I have truly missed you. Lin Yichen smiled softly, unleashing his strength at the 9th level of mastery, continuing to restrain her delicate wrist against the wall, gazing into her eyes. Sister Az, have pity on me. I have slain Ji Feng, and the Qin King may act against me at any moment. I have thought of you for so long. Please, bear with me a little longer, and after half an hour, I shall adhere to all your wishes. Lin Yichen bent down, gently blowing warm breath against Az's earlobe. Whispering seductively, Sister Az, promise me. Let go of me, you scoundrel. Az's face flushed a deep crimson as she struggled. Yet her resistance gradually transformed from fierce defiance to mere symbolic opposition. Very well, I shall release you, Sister Az. Noticing Az's increasingly labored breaths, Lin Yichen swiftly swept her off her feet in a princess carry. Instinctively, Az wrapped her arms around Lin Yichen's neck, with a mischievous grin. Lin Yichen observed Az's bashful gaze as she averted her eyes, prompting him to eagerly step inside the room. Chapter 164. A request to eliminate the castrating scoundrel Lin Yichen. Half an hour later, Lin Yichen stretched languidly, observing Az, who had already donned her purple gown once more. What is the hurry? Take a moment to rest, he urged. Az shot him an annoyed glare, her face paling as she bit her crimson lip tightly. You are truly insufferable. How on earth have you cultivated? In merely 6 months, you have attained the mastery of the 9th layer. Moments ago, Az had been utterly powerless against Lin Yichen's teasing, her embarrassment and fury manifesting in her fierce gaze. With her own strength resting at the 5th layer, she was no match for him. It was worth noting that just a few months prior, Lin Yichen had been a mere innate level novice, trembling under the threat of her sword at his throat. Indeed, your contribution cannot be overlooked. Lin Yichen mused silently, a smile playing on his lips as he shrugged lightly. Perhaps it is simply my extraordinary talent. How self-absorbed. Az rolled her eyes at him. I'm leaving. Don't rush off. Lin Yichen quickly grasped her delicate hand. Without Luo Lan's company to embrace while sleeping, he was left alone in a desolate room, which dampened his spirits significantly. If only Az could be there to hold him each night, his mood would undoubtedly improve. I need to change. Az glared at him, her annoyance palpable. If someone sees you like this, you might as well prepare for castration. You've even sullied my sheets. Be quiet. Az's face flushed a deep crimson as she unsheathed her sword, indignation radiating from her. Are you blaming me? You men are truly scoundrels. This isn't what I desired. It was you who insisted on such antics. If you wish to indulge in such thoughts again, seek another. Don't come to me. Come now, Az. I was merely jesting. Please, don't be upset. Lin Yichen hastily sought to placate her. It was just a harmless joke, nothing serious. Please, don't take offense. Silence. Az shot him a frosty glare before huffing. I have come on behalf of Her Majesty the Empress. She has words for you. Oh? Lin Yichen's eyes brightened at her words, recalling the Empress's well-endowed figure. What does Her Majesty wish to convey? The Empress has instructed that should you find yourself in dire straits, you may seek refuge in Xinang Palace, where she will do her utmost to protect you, Az replied, her tone firm. Even if she cannot ensure your permanent residence in the palace, she will devise a means to facilitate your departure from the capital, thereby securing your safety. Wow, the Empress is truly benevolent towards me. Lin Yichen gazed at Az with heartfelt appreciation, fully aware that the Empress's actions, unaligned with the Empress Dowager, were fraught with peril, potentially inciting the wrath of the Qin Huang. After all, he had slain Ji Feng, making him a target for the Qin Huang's vengeance. The Empress's protection was tantamount to opposing the Qin Huang, who would not let such a slight go unpunished. Please convey my gratitude to the Empress. Lin Yichen let out a bitter smile, realizing that with the Empress Dowager treating him so kindly, he truly could not bring himself to deceive her. After all, he had previously contemplated diverting animosity towards her, inciting the Crown Prince to harbor resentment against the Dowager in order to compel her to side with the Empress. Oh, but had the Dowager not summoned him to meet her? Reflecting upon the enchanting nights spent with her, Lin Yichen cast a dubious glance at Achio. I must see the Dowager and express my gratitude in person. Your ability to articulate such a thought proves you possess a modicum of conscience, Achio responded with a huff, casting a skeptical look at the doubtful Lin Yichen. These are the Dowager's exact words. She expressed satisfaction with your intentions. However, given the current circumstances, she prefers to avoid unnecessary complications. So there is no need for you to see her. What? Lin Yichen was taken aback, gazing at Achio with incredulity. Did the Dowager truly say that? But that seems rather unusual. There are no other men in the palace. As a normal woman, how could she not desire my company? His eyes brimmed with suspicion as he turned to Az. Could it be that the Dowager has found a new affection? Be quiet and refrain from such baseless speculation. Az glared at Lin Yichen, her frustration palpable. If only she were stronger, she would have silenced him for good. Truth be told, she regretted not having dealt with him when he was weaker. Had she done so, she would not be feeling so constrained now. Do you think everyone is like you? Fixated on such sordid thoughts? I assure you, we women are not as vile as you. We lack your boundless energy. Az huffed. If it weren't for your insistence, I would have no interest in such matters. Very well, let this be the end of it. Observing Lin Yichen's hand wandering towards his own leg, Az swiftly sidestepped, exclaiming, I must take my leave. Sister Az, I shall seek you out next time, Lin Yichen called out with a smile, waving goodbye. And do try to bathe later. Get lost. Az stumbled, not daring to glance back at Lin Yichen, fearful that she might succumb to the urge to engage him once more. She hurriedly departed. Alas. Breathing in the lingering scent of Az and glancing at the letter left by Luo Lan, Lin Yichen found himself restless, unable to sleep without the embrace of a woman. Though at his current standing, he could summon several beautiful palace maids with a mere gesture, having savored the tenderness of the Empress and the Dowager. His appetite had been spoiled. In his past life, even a maid of modest beauty would have been beneath his notice, yet now, he would not accept them even if they were offered freely. Sleep, I must. Shaking his head, Lin Yichen forced himself to lie down, counting sheep. At the break of dawn the next day, clad in a crimson flying fish robe, Lin Yichen followed the Empress with a solemn expression into the Taya Hall for the morning court session. Your Majesty has arrived. Mother, long live our Emperor, long live, long live. As the Empress slightly bowed to the Regent Empress Dowager, upon taking her seat upon the dragon throne, the assembled officials of both civil and military ranks promptly knelt to the ground, chanting Long live the Empress. All rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. With a mere wave of her hand, the Empress signaled for them to stand. Among them, the nobleman of highest rank, the Prince of Qin, cast a fierce glare at Lin Yichen, his expression dark and menacing, before quickly returning to a placid demeanor, remaining as still as an ancient tree, as if nothing had transpired. If there are matters to address, please present them. If not, the court is dismissed. Lin Yichen called out with a voice akin to a duck's quack. I, Lin Yitiu, the Minister of Justice, have a matter to present. At that moment, a minister clad in purple stepped forward with great fervor, declaring, I request the execution of the treacherous eunuch Lin Yichen, a scourge upon the nation and a bane to the people. Chapter 165. Please slay the eunuch dog. What is the situation? To slay the treacherous Lin Yichen? Does Lin Yitiu know not that Lin Yichen is the emperor's confidant? Such words strike a blow against the emperor. Upon hearing the words of Lin Yitiu, the chief minister of the Dali Temple, many civil and military officials trembled, their eyes wide with shock as they gazed at him. While it is true that these civil officials inherently harbor animosity towards the eunuchs representing imperial authority, they dared not openly call for the execution of Lin Yichen, who was held in high esteem by the empress. In private gatherings, perhaps after a few drinks, some officials might lament how the emperor is deceived by treacherous individuals, how loyal ministers are overlooked, and how eunuchs run rampant. But such sentiments were never voiced openly. The thought of confronting the eunuch faction in broad daylight filled them with dread. After all, Lin Yichen was no ordinary man. He commanded numerous agents of the Western Depot. As for Li Zhong, it was even more daunting. He controlled the Eastern Depot and the Imperial Guard, and as a Grandmaster, could easily dispatch these officials who were as defenseless as chicks. Only a fool would provoke Lin Yichen or Li Zhong. The underlying conflict in such actions would inevitably offend both the emperor and the empress dowager. Let us not forget, Lin Yichen is a supporter of Prince Qin. What does Prince Qin intend to do? At this moment, prompted by several more astute officials, the multitude of civil and military ministers began to realize that Lin Yichen was merely a vanguard of the Prince Qin faction. His audacious confrontation with Lin Yichen could not have occurred without the backing of Prince Qin, a notion that no one could dismiss lightly. As this realization dawned upon them, a wave of trepidation swept through the assembly, and they cast anxious glances towards Prince Qin. Should Prince Qin openly oppose the empress, the political landscape would undoubtedly undergo a significant upheaval. Should he ascend to power, a purge of the court officials would be inevitable. They would find themselves in grave peril, unable to continue their leisurely existence. Thus, these more neutral ministers exchanged worried looks with the prime ministers. Meanwhile, some loyal officials, noting that Lin Yichen's public ire was directed at Lin Yichen rather than the empress, refrained from rebutting, despite their usual disdain for eunuchs. The prime ministers, however, remained as silent as statues, holding their tablets and standing motionless at the forefront of the civil officials. Lin Yichen. The empress's expression quickly soured. She suppressed her fury and cast a steady glance at Prince Qin before turning her attention to Lin Yichen. Tell me, how has Lin Yichen harmed the nation and its people? What evidence do you possess to prove that he is a scourge? I indeed possess evidence. Lin Yichen replied with a smile, in response to the treacherous intentions of the former commander of the left camp of the imperial guards, the king of Longnan. It was the commander of the Tiger Guard, Ji Feng, who quelled his rebellion and ensured the stability of the left camp, thus safeguarding your majesty. However, Lin Yichen, this eunuch dog, took advantage of the chaos and stealthily assassinated young master Ji Feng, an act of utter treachery. Therefore, I humbly request that the noble Ji Feng be posthumously elevated to the rank of king, and that your majesty orders the execution of Lin Yichen, sacrificing his head in honor of Ji Feng. Lin Yichen, casting a cold gaze upon the empress, remarked, I have also heard that your majesty has instructed the imperial clan court and the Ministry of Rights to deliberate on the posthumous title of the king of Longnan, permitting the heir to inherit the title. I believe this course of action is gravely inappropriate, for the king of Longnan is a traitor. The local authorities should be commanded to escort the entire family of the king of Longnan to the capital for public execution. Surely, all of this is the result of eunuchs deceiving your majesty, leading you to mistake loyalty for treachery and treachery for loyalty. Thus, I beseech your majesty to discern the true nature of Lin Yichen, the eunuch, and not to be further misled by such deceitful scoundrels. I implore your majesty to issue an order. As Lin Yichen's words rang out, likening the noble deer to a horse, and as he observed the cold demeanor of the king of Qin, the empress was left pale with fury, her delicate finger trembling as she pointed at Lin Yichen. Speechless for a long while, her entire being quivered in indignation, nearly driven to madness by Lin Yichen's outrageous fabrications. To slander the loyal king of Longnan as a rebel was indeed a crime deserving of the harshest punishment. Your majesty, please calm your anger. Lin Yichen had anticipated this reaction. After all, if the king of Longnan were just, it would imply that the king of Qin was the villain. Given that Ji Feng was, after all, the son of the king of Qin, under his command, it was indeed curious that the king of Qin remained unresponsive. However, Lin Yichen had not expected the king of Qin to overtly confront the empress in such a brazen manner during the Grand Court Assembly, signaling a complete rupture in their relationship and open defiance. The situation had become quite precarious. Lin Yichen cast a solemn glance at the empress dowager, obscured behind the curtains, and at Li Zhong, who was silent and bowing his head. He thought to himself that, fortunately, the empress possessed the imperial dragon seal. Otherwise, the king of Qin might have acted violently right there in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, striking down both him and the empress with a single blow. With the protection of the imperial dragon seal, the king of Qin would likely restrain himself to mere verbal assaults, unwilling to resort to physical violence. Lin Yichen, withdraw at once. Taking a deep breath to suppress her wrath, the empress turned her cold gaze towards the king of Qin. Uncle, I too am deeply grieved by Ji Feng's rebellion. However, I have already ascertained the facts. It was Ji Feng who instigated the attack on the king of Longnan, not the latter who sought to incite chaos. The empress fixed her serious gaze upon the king of Qin. I implore you, do not act impulsively. I understand your sorrow over the loss of your son, but there are laws of the state and rules of the family to uphold. Thus, whether viewed from the perspective of the great Feng Empire or from that of our royal lineage, Ji Feng deserves his fate. Upon hearing the empress's words, the king of Qin, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. His eyes filled with a chilling glint. Since your majesty chooses to trust this eunuch Lin Yichen over me, then I have nothing more to say. Proceed as you wish. With that, The king of Qin waved his hand dismissively. Forgive my ill health. I shall take my leave now. Should your majesty harbor any grievances against me, feel free to command my execution as well. The treacherous eunuchs have led the nation astray, and I am willing to follow His Highness King Qin in raising arms to purge the court. Upon seeing the king preparing to depart, Lin Yichen shouted fervently and immediately pursued him. As long as the traitor Lin Yichen lives, our great Feng shall remain unsettled. If any of you possess even the slightest shred of conscience and wish to maintain your standing in this court, heed my words. With a piercing gaze, Lin Yichen surveyed the assembled civil and military officials. Today, we shall accompany His Highness King Qin and together reshape the world. Otherwise, you will be deemed rebels. Near Pawns of Lin Yichen. Chapter 166. Escalating conflicts enough. Lin Yichen, with a scornful smile, cast a cold glance over the civil and military ministers as he followed the king of Qin out of the grand hall. Take care of yourselves. This was an open defiance against Her Majesty. A chill ran down many neutral ministers' spines upon hearing Lin Yichen's blatant threat, their faces ashen with apprehension. According to Lin Yichen's earlier remarks, should they choose not to depart alongside the king of Qin today, they would face retribution once he ascended the throne. The consequences could range from demotion and exile from the capital to confiscation of property, or even an execution of their entire families. Your Majesty trusts the eunuchs and considers them worthy of our great empire. I implore you to abdicate in favor of the king of Qin. Your Highness, I am willing to follow you. If your Majesty has any sense, you should abdicate early to avoid a gruesome fate, lest you become a mere figure of ridicule in history as a failed emperor. If you step down now, perhaps you could still retain a title and enjoy a peaceful life. The ministers loyal to the king of Qin, without a moment's hesitation, mocked the empress and then strode out of the grand hall, choosing to follow the king. Scoundrels! The empress, witnessing the exodus of nearly half her ministers, felt the blood drain from her face, her eyes filled with intense fury. Among the officials of the Defeng court, true loyalists were alarmingly scarce. Of those remaining, about a third were allies of the Empress Dowager and Li Zhong, another third were supporters of the prime ministers, and within the final third, there were even some moderates. It seemed there were only a handful of loyal ministers, merely 7 or 8, who were staunch supporters of the imperial cause. Li Xiang, what should we do? The empress, her expression tense, turned to the head of the left prime minister, Li Linfu. Am I truly to abdicate and surrender the throne to the king of Qin? Li Linfu remained silent, his head bowed, neither supporting the empress nor the king, resembling a carved statue. Prime Minister Gao, with no other recourse. The empress turned to the right prime minister, Gao Gong. What do you propose I do? Your Majesty. Gao Gong opened his mouth. But given the rumors surrounding the empress's femininity and the evident might of the king of Qin, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, if the empress truly was a woman, then as the rightful prime minister, he could not condone a woman on the throne, nor allow Defeng to be led astray. Ah, you truly are my esteemed prime ministers. I wonder how the late emperor chose you to be my advisors. Not only are you inept, but you also resemble withered plants. With a cold snort, the empress, infuriated by her prime ministers, turned to the Empress Dowager. Mother, what do you think I should do? Should I issue an edict of abdication and hand the throne to our loyal subject, the king of Qin? I am too old for such matters and shall not involve myself. In a moment of uncontrolled fury, the empress was met with a sigh from the Dowager Empress. Perhaps the king of Qin acted out of anger. Your Majesty should not take it too much to heart. I shall take my leave. With that, the Dowager Empress rose and departed, flanked by a Z. Your Majesty, Li Zhong expressed with a complex expression, clasping his hands in salute to the empress before gesturing for his entourage of ministers loyal to him and the Dowager Empress to follow suit in their exit. We take our leave. Please, Your Majesty, rest assured that the Prince of Qin was merely in a moment of rage. He would not resort to treachery against his own kin. After the Dowager Empress and Li Zhong departed, the left and right chancellors exchanged glances before leading their respective ministers out, maintaining a stance of neutrality and leaving the empress alone in the Taya Hall. Only a handful of ministers remained, and even among them, 7 or 8 hesitated before bowing slightly to the empress and choosing to leave as well. Oh, it seems that the only loyal subjects left to me, aside from Lin Yichen whom they disdainfully refer to as a eunuch, are but a few. I truly am the most unsuccessful emperor of Defeng. I am not a eunuch. Lin Yichen cast a glance at the pale-faced empress. Observing the highest ranking among those who remained, Ji Kuan, the minister of the imperial clan, Zhang Jianglin, the minister of personnel, and the venerable Yang Yanzhao, the imperial teacher and grand scholar. Lin Yichen's demeanor grew serious. He was acutely aware that the only military general willing to remain loyal to the empress was the General Li Xing. Since you have chosen to stay, you are now my last confidants. Therefore, there is little to discuss, given the current crisis. My concerns are not for my personal safety, but for the imperial lineage and the stability of Defeng. If I were to perish, and the people of Defeng could live peacefully, then my death would be justified. Your Majesty, do not speak such nonsense. Hearing the Empress's words, Yang Yanzhao, now aged and white-haired, was moved to tears. I, an old minister, would risk my life to protect your Majesty. I speak no falsehoods. My words are the truth. The Empress replied with a smile. If my life could ensure the eternal peace of Defeng, what fear would I have of death? However, the issue at hand is that our realm is already fragmented, with ambitious lords scattered throughout. As the legitimate sovereign, I hold the authority of my predecessor and ancestors, which deters these lords from open rebellion. Yet, should I die, the usurper king of Qin would not be recognized by the local lords. At that point, the lords may disregard imperial commands, and worse, openly rebel, declaring themselves kings or forming their own states. Our enemies would surely seize the opportunity to invade and plunder during our internal turmoil, encroaching upon our territory. The Empress clenched her small fists upon my death. Chaos would ensue, and the people would suffer greatly. What fear do I have of death? Yet, should I die and see Defeng reduced to such a state? How could I face my ancestors in the afterlife? Your Majesty, it is the incompetence of this old minister. I am deeply indebted to the late Emperor's great kindness. Yet I am unable to protect your Majesty. I deserve death. Tears streaming down his face, Yang Yanzhao knelt upon the ground, overwhelmed with grief yet powerless to change the situation. What does this matter have to do with you, my esteemed mentor? You are a paragon of Confucian virtue, a scholar of great repute. The Empress sighed, lamenting that both the Chancellor and the officials, civil and military alike, possess no sense of loyalty, integrity, or honor. The late Emperor entrusted me to their care, and this is how they treat me today, truly a band of worthless cowards, even inferior to women. With a cold snort, the Empress finally turned to the Minister of Rights, Ji Kuan. Minister, what do you believe I should do? Should I issue an edict of abdication and cede the throne to Prince Qin? Chapter 167. The Dilemma of the Empress, Your Majesty. The old minister believes that His Highness the King of Qin is perhaps merely incensed in the moment and would not truly resort to arms against Your Majesty. Nor would he forcibly compel Your Majesty to abdicate. As a venerable official of the great Feng dynasty, His Highness would never undertake such a cruel act against Qin, and vanquishing enemy nations to restore the glory of great Feng. How foolish. Listening to Ji Kuan's words, the imperial censor Yang Yichen, clad in a purple robe, immediately shouted vehemently. This rugged man, with eyes ablaze, stared intently at Ji Kuan. The king of Qin's ambition is already common knowledge. Here, before the Hall of Supreme Harmony, our only recourse now is to devise a plan to eliminate the king of Qin and uphold Your Majesty's authority. Otherwise, if we cling to any hope, the moment the king of Qin takes action, we shall all find ourselves without a place to rest in death. Yang Jishin's expression was grave. It may be one thing for us to perish, but should anything happen to Your Majesty, the great Feng would be utterly doomed. If it comes to that, how shall we face our ancestors in the afterlife? In the wake of Yang Jishin's admonition, Ji Kuan's complexion paled further. And though he hesitated for a long while, not a word escaped his lips. After all, the situation had progressed to this point. Ji Kuan, despite his reluctance to acknowledge it, could not refute the reality. As a blood relative of the imperial line, perhaps matters had not yet escalated to the brink of warfare. Ji Kuan clenched his teeth. Perhaps we should consider further strategies. It is possible that the king of Qin might relent. Your Highness, do not indulge in fanciful thoughts and deceive yourself. At this moment, a purple-robed minister, the Deputy Minister of Rights, Zhang Juzheng, spoke slowly. The king of Qin has already acted without courtesy, having Ji Feng assassinate the king of Longnan. Were it not for eunuch Lin seizing the opportunity to behead Ji Feng before he could react, and controlling the Imperial Guard's left camp, along with the Flying Bear Army and the Tiger Guard, while ensuring the Tianxiang Army and the other two armies remained neutrally divided in their loyalties. The king of Qin would not merely be threatening Your Majesty in the court, but rather leading 100,000 Imperial Guards into the capital, committing arson, murder, and plunder, compelling Your Majesty to abdicate. To now place Your Majesty's safety in the hands of the king of Qin's mercy is sheer folly. With that, Zhang Juzheng bowed deeply to the Empress. I implore Your Majesty to prepare for an exit from the capital, should circumstances become dire. Please make your way to Luoyang or Bianjing in the Central Plains to summon the loyal armies from various regions, and then return to the Guan area to eliminate the king of Qin and restore our lands. Eunuch Lin. Zhang Juzheng then turned his serious gaze towards Lin Yichen. Can we still trust the 20,000 border troops stationed at Tongguan? Yes, we can. Lin Yichen nodded slightly, responding succinctly to Zhang Juzheng. After all, with the demise of the king of Longnan and the subjugation of Qinyuqing, the possibility of rebellion among the 20,000 border troops at Tongguan was utterly non-existent. with the enmity of the king of Longnan looming before them. Surrendering to the king of Qin was out of the question. As for the governor of Tongguan and the remaining local garrison, they were of little consequence. With these 20,000 troops stationed in Tongguan, even if some among them harbored ulterior motives or were former subordinates of the king of Qin, they would not dare to betray the fortress. This was their only route of retreat. Upon hearing this, Zhang Juzhing let out a sigh of relief, if absolutely necessary. The esteemed eunuch Lin and General Li Shang would lead 2,000 elite guards and 3,000 valiant troops to escort His Majesty out of the city through the Zhuke Gate, making a direct journey to Tongguan in the Central Plains. Although Mr. Zhang's strategy was commendable, it did possess a flaw. At that moment, the last of the seven, the least esteemed green-robed official, the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Justice, Sima Chung, slowly spoke. Should this flaw be seized upon by the local authorities, His Majesty's life could be at stake. Lord Sima, speak plainly without riddles. The hot-tempered Yang Jixing, with a grave expression, fixed a serious gaze upon Sima Chung. This is not the time for displaying cleverness. We must devise a way to assist His Majesty in his predicament. Lord Yang. The youthful and handsome Sima Chung slightly bowed to him. What I mean to say is that the vassals in the Central Plains, such as Zhu Qianzhong of Bianjing and Zhang Hongfan of Luoyang, may not truly be loyal to His Majesty. If they harbor sinister intentions, they might not only fail to assist His Majesty, but could potentially pose a threat as well. Sima Chung took a deep breath. As long as His Majesty remains in Chang'an, he can temporarily stabilize the situation in various regions, allowing them to merely listen in the shadows without openly declaring allegiance. However, once His Majesty departs from Chang'an, the loyalty of the regional vassals and princes, such as the King of Yin and the King of Jin, becomes uncertain. Let us not forget that the last emperor of the previous dynasty, after being ousted from the capital by usurping officials, sought to recruit troops in the Central Plains and the three Jin regions, calling upon various vassals and commanders to rally in support. Yet what was the outcome? Few came to his aid, merely gathering a disorganized force of 50,000, which was swiftly annihilated by the usurper's troops, leading to the last emperor's demise amidst the chaos. Sima Cheng's expression turned solemn. The nearby vassals and commanders merely observed from the sidelines, offering no assistance. If His Majesty remains in the capital, once the King of Qin leads 50,000 elite soldiers to besiege the city, the five-city army might immediately turn to the King of Qin. Zhang Juzhing's demeanor grew exceedingly grave. The Yulin Guard listens to the two chancellors, yet they seem intent on remaining passive observers. The Imperial Forest Army is under the control of the Empress Dowager and Li Zhong. While they may not assist the King of Qin, it is likely they will not aid His Majesty either. At this moment, the forces available to His Majesty are limited to the palace guards, eunuch Lin's elite troops, and General Li Shang's valiant army. Zhang Juzhing shook his head. In total, they number less than 10,000, insufficient even to defend the imperial city, let alone confront the King of Qin directly. It should not end here. This old minister is willing to go to the King of Qin's residence to negotiate. Zhou Jifeng added once more. After all, the King of Qin is His Majesty's uncle. He would not be so ruthless as to take His Majesty's life. All of you are my loyal ministers and subjects of the Great Feng. I am well aware that there is no need for further discord among you. The Empress, her countenance grave, gestured for silence, casting her gaze upon the silent Minister of Personnel. Indeed, aside from the two prime ministers, he is the esteemed and highly regarded heavenly official, Zhang Jianglin, as well as my revered mentor, Yang Yanzhao. Ultimately, her attention turned to Lin Yichen. Lin Yichen, what is your perspective on this matter? What course of action should I take next? Chapter 168. One word, kill. When His Majesty inquired about this matter, I had but a singular response. Under the expectant gaze of the Empress, Lin Yichen cast a sweeping glance over the prominent ministers present, including Zhang Juzhing and Zhang Jianglin. A sardonic smile graced his lips as he coldly articulated, my answer can be encapsulated in a single word, kill. With his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity, Lin Yichen's somber expression scanned the assembly without reservation. To eliminate the Prince of Qin and eradicate his faction? Such a notion was implausible. The Prince of Qin was a master-level expert, and his supporters included numerous adept martial artists, bolstered by the backing of the Qilin Holy Land. We were far from their match. Lin Gongong, do not act impulsively. Such actions would only place His Majesty in peril. The most prudent course would be for His Majesty to enter the Central Plains and rally the regional princes and loyal officials to defend the throne, suggested another minister. Indeed, as long as His Majesty is accompanied by the Divine Strategy Guard, the Tiger Bin Guard, and the 20,000 border troops from Longnan. With the prestige of our great Feng accumulated over the past century, no regional prince or loyal official would dare to lay hands on His Majesty. Moreover, the circumstances of the late dynasty differ vastly from the present. The previous turmoil spanned over 50 years, during which the royal family's authority waned considerably across the regions, leading to betrayal. Upon the conclusion of Lin Yichen's remarks, the ministers were struck with trepidation at the violent solution he proposed. Apart from Li Cheng, a martial general and master who would merely follow orders, the other senior officials such as Zhang Jianglin and Zhang Juzheng wore expressions of grave concern. Their inclination was toward compromise or facilitating the empress's escape, never to confront the Prince of Qin head-on. In truth, they believed that the forces under the empress's command were insufficient to confront the Prince of Qin decisively in Chang'an and Guangzhou. Your Majesty must exercise caution. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Juzheng gazed intently at the empress. The Prince of Qin has been a regent for over a decade in Chang'an and Guangzhou. His influence runs deep, even if there are issues within the left camp of the Imperial Guard, the right camp, along with the garrison soldiers of the 5 cities and the regional governor's troops, are all loyal to the prince. Should your Majesty choose to engage him directly in the capital, the consequences could be dire. Zhang Juzheng looked at the empress with stern seriousness. Your Majesty, do not act rashly. Survival is paramount to achieving great deeds. Hearing the words of Zhang Juzheng and others, Lin Yichen merely smirked in disdain. These civil officials had never clashed with the Prince of Qin. Thus they were intimidated by his formidable reputation and inherently reluctant to confront him. However, for a time traveler like Lin Yichen, who had already engaged in open conflict with the Prince of Qin on multiple occasions, fear was not an option. If a mere Prince of Qin could instill such terror in him, how could he ever hope to reclaim the Qilin Holy Land and counterattack the Qilin Holy Master, who had persistently sought his demise? The Qilin Holy Master was far more powerful than the Prince of Qin. He was a true master of the sacred realm. If even the insignificant Qin king is to be feared, then Lin Yichen should abandon any thoughts of opposing the Kirin Saint Lord and consider taking his own life instead. How did it come to this? The chief minister, Ji Kuan, still pale-faced, incessantly murmured, "There must be a way to reach an understanding. It cannot truly come to arms, which would leave our great Feng royal family in tatters." Do not indulge in such futile hopes, Lin Yichen remarked, casting a glance at the murmuring chief minister. He then turned to the other ministers, contemplating before speaking slowly. Though they appeared somewhat timid before the Qin king, their willingness to remain indicated their loyalty to the empress. And Lin Yichen believed they deserved to be cultivated and entrusted with greater responsibilities. Esteemed colleagues, the empress does not lack for chances of victory, and the Qin king is not infallible. Were the Qin king guaranteed absolute victory, there would be no need for our deliberations. We would simply return home, wash ourselves clean, and await the Qin king's decree. Lin Yichen scoffed. Our current strength may indeed pale in comparison to that of the Qin king. Yet if we can gain the support of the Empress Dowager, the left and right prime ministers, as well as the ever-neutral Jing Zhaoyin, our odds will significantly improve. The Empress Dowager has Li Zhong, a Grand Master, and an abundance of elite experts from the Jinyue and Dongcheng at her disposal, alongside the 10,000 tax inspectors under the command of the Duke of Jiankong and 3,000 imperial guards. The left and right prime ministers command 3,000 Yuan guards, with many former students and officials who have the respect of regional governors and vassal kings, including numerous old subordinates among the governors and county magistrates of Guangzhou. The Jingzhaoyin wields 1,000 elite public security troops. Should we manage to win him over, the Empress's strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Lin Yichen looked solemnly at the assembly. Now, esteemed colleagues, what can each of you do? The Jingzhaoyin is a former subordinate of mine. Zhang Jianglin spoke first. I owe him a debt of gratitude. I will attempt to win him over. I will meet the Qin king. Ji Kuan, still lost in dreams, suggested. I shall persuade him to refrain from impulsive actions and seek reconciliation with the Empress. I will approach the left camp of the Imperial Guard. Zhang Juzheng hesitated. To assist Chen Yuqing and Fang Ming in commanding the Fenghu Wei and Feixiong armies, and to persuade the other 3 armies to remain neutral, at the very least. I will reach out to neutral ministers to compel the left and right prime ministers to side with the Empress. Yang Jishan spoke slowly, applying internal pressure upon them. The venerable teacher, Yang Yinzhao, slowly added, I shall mobilize the esteemed elders in hiding within Guangzhou to write to the regional vassal kings and local officials, urging them to send troops in support of the Empress. I, General Li Qing, began Li Cheng, but Lin Yichen, with a grave expression, interjected suddenly. I will provide you with 1,000 divine strategy guards. First, eliminate the spies planted by the Qin king within the Huban army, as well as any wavering soldiers. Then, swiftly remove the Yulin guards and the imperial guards, with the assistance of the inner palace guards and experts from the Xichang, to expedite the takeover of the imperial city's defenses. From now on, you shall reside within the imperial city, safeguarding this final bastion for his majesty. Li Sheng cast a glance at the empress and, seeing her approval of Lin Yichen's arrangement, immediately bowed deeply. I shall obey the decree. I will defend the imperial city. Should the treacherous rebels wish to enter, they must first tread over my lifeless body. Very well, General Li Shang. Your loyalty shall not be forgotten. The empress slowly rose, personally assisting Li Shang to his feet before addressing the assembly. Each of you must fulfill your duties. My life and the future of the great Feng depend on it. With a gentle bite of her delicate teeth, the empress bowed deeply to all present. I entrust everything to you. Chapter 169. The Empress's Promise. Lin Yichen. Upon returning to the Qianqing Palace, the empress gazed at Lin Yichen with an expression of profound gravity. I fear that this time, the situation is dire, she lamented. If my predictions hold true, the king of Qin will soon make his move to rebel. Should it come to that? She clenched her teeth. Her visage tinged with sorrow as she exhaled a deep sigh. If a Qiu is unwilling to take action, then you must do so, to liberate me. Moreover, please ensure that my body is cremated. I do not wish to fall into the hands of those traitors and endure humiliation. Particularly, I cannot bear the thought of them confirming my femininity through my remains, allowing countless others to gawk at me. Your Majesty, such a fate is utterly impossible. Lin Yichen responded instantly, unwavering under the empress's intense scrutiny. Only I shall behold your form. No one else shall dare to gaze upon or touch you. The king of Qin is merely a trivial opponent. Your Majesty, you shall surely turn the tide, overcoming the king to regain control of the court and the region, systematically reclaiming power from the vassal states and restoring the grandeur of Defeng. As he beheld the empress's enchanting features, her elegant figure, and her alluring curves, Lin Yichen's eyes shimmered with fervent excitement. What a jest it would be! The empress was his beloved, a pure maiden who had entrusted her wholeness to him. Thus, apart from himself, no one else would ever lay eyes upon her, nor dare to touch her. He would not allow it. Silence! The empress shot him a reproachful glare. Feeling somewhat exasperated by Lin Yichen's possessiveness, had he spoken to her this way in the past, she would have struck him down and threatened to castrate him. However, now that calamity loomed, her life hanging by a thread, she found little inclination to chastise him. Besides, Lin Yichen's words held a grain of truth. In her 19 years of life, only he, this unfamiliar man, had seen her body and possessed her. Moreover, she herself had no desire to be seen or claimed by anyone else. This is not a time for frivolity. I am speaking earnestly, she admonished. Her gaze hardening once more as she turned to a Qiu. A Qiu, should it come to pass that we are left with no choice, you must follow my command and grant me a swift end. Both you and Lin Yichen are masters in your own right. I permit you to escape, without the obligation to accompany me in death. With a soft sigh, the empress continued. The king of Qin will be preoccupied with his ascension and likely will not concern himself with you. Therefore, you may seize the opportunity to flee the capital, or live anonymously in the world, or even seek refuge with the king of Yan. The choice is yours. Your Majesty. A Qiu's pallid face tightened as she bit her lip, yet under the empress's serious gaze, she eventually nodded slightly. If it truly comes to that, I shall do as you command. I trust you, the empress replied, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she acknowledged a Qiu's resolve. It is not that I fear death, but if the king of Qin were to breach the imperial city, to be captured alive, or to have my remains fall into his hands would be a fate worse than death. Thus, I would rather choose self-immolation. Your Majesty. Akita lowered her head, her expression marked by bitterness, her eyes filled with a potent mix of resentment and anger. Although she and the empress were ostensibly master and servant, they shared a bond akin to that of close friends. After all, the empress had always regarded her as a companion rather than a mere servant. Akio, thank you, the empress said, offering a slight bow upon seeing Akio's agreement. It's not that serious. We haven't reached that point yet. We still have a chance of victory. Lin Yichen observed the empress, who was entrusting her affairs to him, with a grave expression. Though the king of Qin is formidable, he is not invincible. If we can secure the support of the empress dowager and the chancellor along with the prefect of Jingzhou, we will have ample opportunity to turn the tide. Even if we fail to win them over, I will still lead 1,000 elite troops from Longnan to escort your Majesty to safety. Lin Yichen gazed at the empress with utmost seriousness. At that point, we can adopt Zhang Juzhen's strategy and rally troops from the central plains to urge the local lords and princes to come to our aid. If your Majesty is not at ease, we can always retreat to the southern mountains, lay down our arms, and find a place to live in seclusion, cultivating our skills. Once we have all become Grand Masters, we can return to the capital and confront the King of Qin. Such a course of action is not so simple. The Empress interjected. The King of Qin's target is me. If it comes to that, should I follow you, he will pursue relentlessly. Shaking her head, the Empress continued. Even with 1,000 elite troops from Longnan to guard me, it would be futile if a Grand Master were to pursue. Not only would I be unable to escape, but I would also endanger you all. With a wry smile, the Empress added, Only by remaining behind can I assure that he believes I am dead, which would allow you some respite in your pursuits. Lin Yichen, a ninth-tier master, slammed his fist against a pillar in frustration at the Empress's rebuttal. It was infuriating yet inevitable. After all, the King of Qin was a Grand Master, while he was merely a ninth-tier master. Although the Empress, possessing the dragon seal of the nation, could wield power akin to a Grand Master, her capabilities would only manifest within the confines of the imperial city. If the King of Qin surrounded the city and unleashed a barrage of arrows, even her Grand Master abilities would be rendered ineffective. You need not be overly anxious. There may still be a glimmer of hope. The Empress Dowager, the Chancellor, and the Prefect of Jingzhou may yet be swayed, and we can engage the King of Qin in battle. The Empress smiled faintly before turning her gaze to Lin Yichen. You should keep a close watch on the King of Qin and reach out to the Empress Dowager to see if she can be persuaded to assist me. With the Zhong's backing, our situation would be considerably improved. Understood, Lin Yichen replied, clasping his fists in acknowledgement of the Empress's orders. Akio, you and Tong Yanzhong are to ensure the inner guards are well coordinated, responsible for the defense of the imperial city to prevent any disruptions caused by the King of Qin's men within its walls. The Empress then addressed Akio again. Additionally, assist Li Cheng with the inner guards, ensuring that he, along with the Tiger Ben guards and 1,000 elite troops from Longnan, fortifies the defenses of the imperial city. As for Zhang Zhuzheng, Qin Yuqing, and Fang Ming leading the Tiger Guards and Flying Bear Army, they should effectively hold off the other three armies, preventing the left wing of the Imperial Guard from being utilized by the King of Qin. The 50,000 troops of the Imperial Right Guard may soon be commanded by King Qin to lay siege. Even if we mobilize the 20,000 soldiers from Longnan Station at Tongguan, it is likely to be too late. The shortage of troops is indeed dire. The untimely demise of King Longnan has left us in this predicament. With a bitter shake of her head, the Empress turned her gaze back to Lin Yichen. Rest assured, I shall not let your efforts go unrewarded. Should we reach a point of no return, I will. The Empress bit her crimson lip, her delicate complexion flushing slightly. I shall grant you another chance. Chapter 170, The Heir's Departure to the Town, Your Majesty. Upon hearing the Empress's words and gazing at her enchanting figure, her long, beautiful legs, and her delicate, jade-like feet, Lin Yichen's eyes widened in astonishment. Invigorating his spirit and martial resolve, you shall not come to harm. I shall protect you. Recalling the comfort he felt while embracing the Empress's soft form, Lin Yichen clenched his fists. I will devise a way to eliminate that accursed King of Qin. You need only watch, do not fret, nor panic. From this day forth, I shall hold you in my arms each night as I sleep, and I shall not go back on my word. With that, Lin Yichen strode directly out of the Qianxing Palace, making his way towards the Xinang Palace where the Empress Dowager resided. He understood that with his current strength, he was certainly no match for the King of Qin, necessitating the search for external aid. The Empress Dowager and the Grandmaster Li Zhong represented the best possible allies. What a Navi thought. Observing Lin Yichen's departing figure, the Empress could only let out a soft huff, biting her crimson lip, her cheeks slightly flushed. Although Lin Yichen's previous remarks were rather excessive, she was not angered. Rather, a flicker of joy ignited within her heart. After all, this proved that Lin Yichen genuinely cared for her. Otherwise, he would have long abandoned her in the palace to await her demise while he fled. Even if Lin Yichen, a master at the 9th level, wished to conceal his identity and escape, the King of Qin, despite being a grandmaster, would find it difficult to capture him. The king, occupied with overseeing the capital, could not personally pursue Lin Yichen relentlessly. As for his subordinates, pursuing Lin Yichen would be tantamount to delivering a feast to the enemy. If you could truly assist me in dealing with the King of Qin, then I would be willing to grant you anything daily. With a deep sigh, facing the formidable King of Qin, the Empress felt a lack of confidence. At this moment, while Lin Yichen sought an audience with the Empress Dowager within the King of Qin's residence, Master, I can no longer restrain myself. We must act swiftly. The King of Qin's eyes glinted with fierce intensity as he spoke to the cloaked monk before him. This matter cannot be delayed. Any further postponement may lead to some fatal mishaps and unforeseen variables. Only by acting quickly can I resolve the little emperor's ascension to the throne, which is the righteous path. As for the attitudes of the regional princes and officials, that can be addressed after I ascend the throne. There is no time to concern myself with such matters now. The King of Qin shouted with urgency, my son is dead. And the left division of the Imperial Guards is currently ambiguous in their stance, uncertain if they will heed my command. At this moment, the only forces at my disposal are the 50,000 soldiers of the right division of the Imperial Guards, along with the city defense patrols under the command of the 5 city military offices. However, among these 30,000 men, how many can be resolute enough to rebel alongside me? It remains uncertain. After all, there will always be some who fail to see the larger picture, misguidedly loyal. Perhaps even inclined towards the little emperor's death. The king of Qin scoffed. Yet this is of little concern. The little emperor commands merely the Tiger Bin army and that so-called divine strategy guard, a ragtag group of less than 10,000. As long as the left and right chancellors and the Empress Dowager do not lend their support to him, I, leading 50,000 troops, shall undoubtedly breach the imperial city with ease, compelling her to self-immolate. The eyes of King Qin sparkled with intense brilliance. He declared, I shall ascend the throne directly and forcefully subdue the Empress Dowager and the Chancellor, consolidating their powers under my dominion. Once I reorganize the Imperial Guards, I will possess an army of 100,000 elite troops, complemented by 30,000 city defense soldiers and another 30,000 palace guards. Additionally, with the local militias from various provinces, I can easily summon a force of 200,000 troops in the Guangzhou region. With such a formidable army, even if the feudal lords and ministers from the east and the southern regions harbor treachery, they would think twice before invading Guangzhou. King Qin scoffed coldly. I shall then request the master to employ the strategy of alliances and subjugation as I gradually diminish the power of the feudal lords. Master, I find myself truly cornered. Lin Yichen has already reached the 9th level of mastery. Should this drag on, once he becomes a grand master and gains full control of the Imperial Guards, along with the 2,000 troops from Longnan, it would spell my doom. Thus, time is of the essence. I must seize the opportunity to act swiftly. King Qin inhaled deeply, gripping the hand of the cloaked monk tightly. Master, you must lend me your strength. Ba, the monk intoned, faced with the seemingly frantic King Qin. The cloaked monk nodded. Now, Your Highness, there are 3 tasks you must undertake. Once these are accomplished, it will be the optimal moment to strike. Please, speak, Master. Seeing the monk's agreement to expedite his actions, King Qin was eager to comply. Today, a third of the court officials have accompanied me to the Qin Palace, which attests to my support among the court. As long as I swiftly eliminate the young emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the chancellors, they will have no choice but to yield to me. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of their intentions. They wish for both the young emperor and me to suffer mutual destruction, ultimately supporting a puppet emperor who aligns with their interests. King Qin sneered. But they shall not succeed. The throne of the Great Feng belongs solely to me. Ba, the monk chanted again. First, I ask that your highness sends the heir to the Imperial Guards. Send the heir to the Imperial Guards? King Qin's expression turned skeptical as he looked at the monk in confusion. Master, the Feiyun and Hui troops are currently commanded by the young emperor's loyalists, while the Tianxiong army has also fallen under the control of that rogue, Lu Shichuan. Only the Shanjia and Jindao troops, numbering around 20,000, still heed my orders. But they are more inclined to follow directives rather than proclamations. If I send the heir to them, what if they take him hostage? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on King Qin as he regarded the monk. Master, my son is already dead. Do not fret, your highness. The Feiyun and Hui troops lack combat effectiveness at this moment, and the Tianxiong army is indecisive. At least until the situation clarifies, they will remain within their camps, unwilling to venture forth to support the palace. The cloaked monk gazed at King Qin and remarked, the Divine Swift Army and the Golden Blade Army are indeed invaluable. It would be prudent for the heir to assume command. In critical moments, he could mobilize these 2 forces to support your highness. Furthermore, should your highness achieve victory in the capital, the heir could then lead the Divine Swift Army and the Golden Blade Army, uniting them with the Heavenly Brave Army to forcibly suppress the Flying Bear and Tiger Guard troops. It is imperative to swiftly consolidate power in order to guard against the treachery of various regional princes and vassals. That is a valid point, King Qin conceded. For his presence in the royal palace serves little purpose. He then commanded, summon my orders. Let the heir take command of the left camp of the Imperial Guard, with full authority over it. As he spoke, King Qin's gaze sharpened, turning towards the cloaked monk. May I inquire, Master, how should I proceed with this second strategy? Chapter 171. A flock of fence-sitters. The second course of action is for your majesty to promptly depart the capital and lead the troops of the Imperial Guards in encircling the city to secure the outcome. The black-clad monk, with an expression of utmost gravity, gazed sternly at King Qin. I implore your majesty to set forth immediately, without regard for the many ministers gathered at the Qin Wangfu. What does this imply? Upon hearing the monk's words, King Qin was momentarily taken aback. There is no need for master to be anxious. I have already dispatched a trusted general to the Imperial Guard's right camp to rally the soldiers for an assault on the city. These dozens of civil and military officials are my staunchest allies. With their support, I can uphold the court and secure my succession. King Qin smiled at the black-clad monk. Rest assured, once I ascend the throne, the position of left chancellor shall rightfully belong to you. Ba. I am grateful for your highness's kindness. The black-clad monk joined his hands in prayer and bowed slightly to King Qin. Your highness must understand that your most vital foundation lies in the 50,000 soldiers of the Imperial Guard's right camp. In times of turmoil, nothing surpasses the importance of one's own strength and the troops at hand. As for the ministers within the Qin Wangfu, they are not but a gaggle of fence-sitters. The monk scoffed disdainfully. Should your highness succeed in breaching the imperial city, defeating the empress, and eliminating Lin Yichen, they will naturally chant your praises, eager to be seen as loyal supporters. Conversely, should your highness falter, they will be the first to flee and betray you. The black-clad monk looked intently at King Qin. Thus, there is no need to concern yourself with them. The focus must remain on the Imperial Guard's right camp. Bear in mind that this is indeed a rebellion against the capital, and most officers and soldiers in the right camp are either nobles of the capital or common folk from Chang'an and Guangzhou. They have been nurtured under the grace of the Defeng dynasty since childhood, fostering an ingrained respect for the emperor. Even though your highness holds considerable prestige among the Imperial Guards, inciting rebellion may still instill fear in some, leading to a lack of initiative. Therefore, it is imperative that your highness personally intervenes to command and oversee the Imperial Guard's right camp. The monk spoke with solemnity and informed them that this is not rebellion, but a coup, a transition of power within the throne. Only then can we ensure their fighting spirit, enabling your highness to successfully vanquish the young emperor and ascend the throne. The master speaks wisely. I nearly jeopardized the grand endeavor. Upon hearing the monk's insightful remarks, King Qin became acutely aware and grasped the monk's hand tightly. Displaying a demeanor of humility, I was indeed too complacent. Forgetting that my true pillars of strength lie in my own might and the support of the 100,000 Imperial Guards. Without them, these ministers who have allied with me would surely flee to pledge their loyalty to the young emperor, the left chancellor, or the empress dowager. These fence-sitters are unworthy of my exertions. Gritting his teeth, King Qin solemnly regarded the black-clad monk. Then I shall proceed to the Imperial Guard's right camp at once to oversee the situation. And what is the third matter you mentioned? How should I proceed? Send someone to contact the empress dowager and the two prime ministers, as well as the governor in charge of the security of the capital in Guangzhou. The monk in black hastily remarked, if my predictions are correct, His Majesty must have already dispatched envoys to win them over. Therefore, whether through enticing offers or coercion, your highness must respond. Even if they do not align with your highness, they must not side with His Majesty. They should remain as spectators, watching the unfolding conflict. Once your highness ascends the throne, you can settle accounts with them. It is imperative to win them over at this moment. Otherwise, should they lean towards His Majesty, it would create unforeseen complications for your highness's grand ambitions. The monk in black spoke with utmost seriousness, especially concerning the Empress Dowager's faction, which not only has the formidable Li Zhong, but also the support of the Eastern Depot and the Jinyue, along with the Imperial Guards and tax inspectors. Should they side with His Majesty, the situation would become exceedingly troublesome. I understand, replied Prince Qin, nodding gravely as he gazed intently at the monk. I shall proceed to oversee the right camp of the Imperial Army, and I entrust this third aspect to you, Master. The officials outside, while lacking in many respects, can certainly act as negotiators. You may select freely. Those who dare to disobey shall face death. The power within the capital, including the royal guards and the patrolling soldiers of the 5 city garrisons, shall be under your command, Master. Once I arrive with my troops from Tongwan, we will first secure the outer city before surrounding the imperial city. Shadow, remain and assist the Master, summoning his most trusted and formidable subordinate. Prince Qin's expression turned exceedingly solemn. Whoever dares to defy the Master's orders shall be executed. Understood, replied Shadow, bowing respectfully before taking his place behind the monk in black. Master, I shall depart at once, Prince Qin remarked with a smile directed at the monk. I hope that when we meet again, it is amidst the flames of Chang'an's fall and my ascension to the throne. Ahmedbah, the monk said, pressing his palms together. Your Majesty must ensure military discipline. Upon entering the capital, the soldiers of the right camp must not burn, pillage, or commit acts of violence against women. Your Majesty is the king's army, and Chang'an and Guangzhou are your foundations. The hearts of the people must not be lost. Rest assured, Master. I have already sent provisions to the right camp to bolster morale, Prince Qin replied with a smile. I will establish clear regulations to ensure that upon entering the capital, no harm will befall the people. Those who dare to instigate chaos shall meet with no mercy. Once I ascend, I shall naturally grant amnesty and reward those who have contributed. At that time, even the most stubborn individuals can be dealt with, providing ample rewards for these soldiers. The other officers will be promoted or granted estates, and women as rewards for their merits. If we were to venture elsewhere, I might worry about maintaining discipline. However, Prince Qin chuckled, they are all from Guangzhou or Chang'an. They cannot possibly wish to wreak havoc in their own homeland, awaiting the scorn of their fellow countrymen. Today they may rob others, yet tomorrow their own homes may be plundered, and their wives and daughters may suffer the same fate. Amitabha, indeed, this is the truth. The monk clad in black once again bowed deeply and said, "Then I extend my congratulations to your highness for achieving a triumphant victory and ascending the throne at the earliest opportunity. Master, do await the moment when you shall serve as prime minister." Aha. With that, under the astonished gaze of numerous civil and military officials, the king of Qin galloped forth with a contingent of over 100 personal guards, heading directly towards the grand encampment of the Right Army in Lintong. Meanwhile, the monk in black promptly stepped forward to orchestrate other affairs, skillfully presiding over the affairs of the capital. Chapter 172. Witness my demise as the Qin king and the cloaked monk meticulously orchestrated their rebellion. Lin Yichen, with a grave expression, stepped outside the Xinang palace. At that moment, Aziz, who had previously been forced by Lin Yichen, looked at him with a serious demeanor and said, "You should leave. The Empress Dowager does not wish to see you." "No, I must see the Empress Dowager," Lin Yichen insisted, lowering his voice as he gazed at the cold-faced Az. "Sister Az, there is a matter of utmost importance that concerns all of us, particularly my life. If this is not handled properly, it will lead to monumental upheaval in the capital and in Dafeng. Even the Empress Dowager herself may encounter peril. To put it lightly, my very existence hinges on this matter. That scoundrel, the Qin king, will surely not spare me." As he spoke, Lin Yichen adopted a pitiful expression, looking at Az with an air of grievance and concern. "Sister Az, you cannot simply stand by and watch me perish, can you?" "I can," Az replied without hesitation, despite Lin Yichen's pleading gaze. Lin Yichen was momentarily rendered speechless. Observing Az's graceful figure, his mood soured instantly. After all, they had shared a profound connection just days prior, yet now Az was distancing herself, seemingly eager to see him meet his end. Such capriciousness left Lin Yichen pondering the unpredictability of life. Recalling Az's enchanting dance and melodious singing from that fateful day, he sighed with a bitter smile. "Sister Az, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Get lost." Az shot him an exasperated glare in response to his ill-timed jest. "Was that truly my choice? You coerced me. We share no feelings. We are not husband and wife. But we have shared intimate moments," Lin Yichen muttered. "Regardless, it bears the essence of marriage. Does it matter? I am not a virgin anymore, and what of it?" Az retorted, a light laugh escaping her lips. "Let us pretend nothing ever occurred. That would suffice. You should leave. The Empress Dowager does not wish to see you. Look after yourself and fend for yourself." With that, Az turned and strode back into the Xinang palace. What could this mean? Why has the Empress Dowager suddenly refused to see me? Watching Az's graceful retreat, Lin Yichen yearned for another meaningful exchange. Yet, outside the palace, he refrained from pursuing her, knowing it would be inappropriate to act. With a resigned sigh, he began to make his way back to his residence. The Qin king was poised to strike, and without the Empress Dowager's support, the situation would become exceedingly dire. Although Li Cheng had fortified the 4 gates of the imperial city with the elite troops of the Hubin Guard and 1,000 soldiers from Longnan, having already expelled the Yulin Guard and the Imperial Guard aligned with the Prime Ministers and the Empress Dowager, the few thousand troops would likely not withstand the Qin King's tens of thousands for long. Was I truly destined to make a desperate escape under the cover of the Longnan soldiers? In that case, I may have to bid farewell to the Empress. The thought of her exquisite beauty, her soft form, and her delicate jade-like feet fills Lin Yichen with a sense of melancholy. After all, he has barely begun to savor her tenderness, having only experienced it twice, and he remains unfulfilled. Moreover, he has spent a considerable amount of time within the palace. Despite her frequent threats to castrate him, the Empress has treated him rather well, which has inevitably stirred some emotions within Lin Yichen. After all, one is not made of wood or grass. Who can remain unfeeling? Perhaps it is wise to wait a while longer. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I must strive to save the Empress. With a deep sigh, suppressing the urge to flee immediately, Lin Yichen furrowed his brow and made his way toward his small courtyard. At this moment, he could only hope that Yang Yanzhao, Zhang Jianglin, and Zhang Juzheng would be able to rally the left guard of the Imperial Army, as well as the left and right prime ministers and the Minister of Justice, to align themselves with the Empress. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Xinang Palace, Az turned to the pale-faced Empress Dowager, who was reclining on her bed. Lin Yichen has already left. "Yes, my dear," the Empress Dowager replied. But just as she began to speak, a wave of nausea hit her, followed by a fit of coughing and vomiting. "Your Majesty, you must take care of your health and be wary of disturbing the pregnancy." The old maid hastily rushed to the Empress Dowager's side, gently patting her back. "I am fine," The Empress Dowager gestured with a complex expression, accepting the towel and water offered by the palace maid to cleanse her face and rinse her mouth. Az, with a conflicted expression, opened her mouth but refrained from speaking. She understood that the Empress Dowager's refusal to see Lin Yichen was because she did not want him to know of her pregnancy. The Empress Dowager intended to secretly give birth to this child and have her sister, Li Huiyuan, raise it away from the palace, never to grow up or inform Lin Yichen. This was not a temporary decision, but one she intended to uphold for a lifetime. After all, as a dignified Empress Dowager, to have borne a child for a eunuch would undoubtedly become one of the greatest scandals in the history of the Great Feng dynasty, akin to the infamous affair of Lao Ai and Zhao Ji, which would be condemned for generations. With a sigh of relief, the Empress Dowager managed to quell the discomfort of her pregnancy, feeling slightly better. Thankfully, as a martial artist, she had expelled the discomfort from her body through her internal energy after both incidents. Otherwise, observing the distressed Empress Dowager, Az, now at the 5th level of mastery, felt an even greater fear and aversion toward pregnancy and childbirth. I am aware of Lin Yichen's matters. You need not concern yourself with her. You have also endured much hardship. The Empress Dowager, already aware of Az's entanglement with Lin Yichen, said nothing further. After all, within the vast Forbidden City, amidst thousands of women, there was only one man, Lin Yichen. Hence, the Empress Dowager was not surprised by any encounters between that woman and him. Such desires were not solely confined to men. Women too harbored similar needs. For those unable to leave the palace, seeking out Lin Yichen was quite natural, considering he was the only man in the palace. Li Zhong. After a moment's contemplation, the Empress Dowager initially intended to remain a mere observer, refraining from intervening in the conflict between the Empress and the King of Qin. However, upon caressing her abdomen, her heart softened. What do you believe should be done? Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have already instructed the imperial guards to withdraw to positions outside the royal city, ready to enter at any moment to protect you. Furthermore, the Western Depot and the embroidered uniform guard are steadfastly guarding the Xinang Palace, ensuring your safety. No matter how formidable the King of Qin may be, he would not dare to act against you at this moment. Li Zhong spoke coldly. Even if he were to usurp the throne from His Majesty, he would still require your imperial decree to legitimize his claim of righteousness. Thus, he would remain cautious and would not dare to harm you. After all, you are publicly recognized as the Empress Dowager, his elder and sister-in-law. Chapter 173. The test of Li Zhong. That being said, given his usual manner of conduct, once he ascends the throne, it is likely that I shall be placed under house arrest. The Empress Dowager caressed her abdomen, her expression a complex tapestry as she observed Li Zhong. For the moment, neutrality seems prudent. At the appropriate juncture, I might indeed offer counsel and assistance to His Majesty. The minister comprehended this, dutifully adhering to the Empress Dowager's esteemed will. Under her grave gaze, Li Zhong subtly signaled to a Z beside him to tend to the Empress Dowager's needs. After a moment's hesitation, he swiftly departed from the Xinang Palace. As a formidable grandmaster, despite the royal city being firmly guarded by Li Shang and his elite troops, entering and exiting the Forbidden City and the Xinang Palace was as effortless as child's play for him. Trouble was brewing. Meanwhile, Lin Yichen, having faced a frustrating setback at the Xinang Palace without an audience with the Empress Dowager, found himself in a state of distress. Confronted with the imminent arrival of the Prince of Qin, who was poised to completely encircle the royal city, he felt besieged on all fronts, his hair standing on end. After all, the Prince of Qin had long been amassing power in Chang'an, commanding a multitude of followers. Although the Empress wielded the banner of righteousness, her youth rendered her devoid of capable allies. Despite his efforts to dismantle the prince's influence and attract talent to the Empress's side, time was not on his side. The prince had afforded him too little of it. If only he could have a few more months, until he achieved the status of Grandmaster. Then everything would be negotiable. Even if he could not vanquish the prince, he could gather a cadre of adept warriors to form a standoff, ensuring the Empress's safety. How lamentable it was that matters had reached such a critical juncture. With a deep sigh, Lin Yichen, his brow furrowed in concern, reluctantly pushed open the door to the small courtyard, entering with a sense of aimlessness akin to a headless fly. However, upon stepping into the courtyard, he was startled to discover a figure clad in a red, gold-embroidered Qilin robe, seated on a stone bench beneath the peach blossom tree, leisurely sipping his cherished osmanthus wine. Chief Stewardly. Gazing at the grand inner steward Li Zhong before him, Lin Yichen was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Li Zhong's intentions. Logically, if the Empress Dowager had just refused to see him, it implied a lack of support for the Empress. In such circumstances, what could be the purpose of Li Zhong? The strongest combatant on the Dowager's side, seeking him out? It appeared that, despite his unexpected arrival, Li Zhong harbored no malevolent intentions. He likely did not come to harm him. This wine is exquisite. Li Zhong paid no heed to the astonishment reflected in Lin Yichen's eyes, leisurely pouring himself another glass. His expression one of playful intrigue as he regarded Lin Yichen. Care for a drink? An elder's gift, I cannot refuse. Though it was his own wine. Lin Yichen feigned ignorance, offering a wry smile as he took a seat opposite Li Zhong. Not truly a gift from an elder. After all, this is your wine. I merely borrow flowers to present to the Buddha. Li Zhong chuckled nonchalantly. Lin Yichen, you are a clever man, and a remarkably gifted warrior. Yet, it is a pity that you are not a true eunuch. Sooner or later, you shall depart from the forbidden city. Taking a sip of wine, Li Zhong shook his head with a complex expression. Otherwise, our family wouldn't mind accepting you as our godson, and trusting both the Eastern Depot and the Jinui to you. Sir. You jest, Lin Yichen responded, his body trembling suddenly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he looked at Li Zhong. Since I am in the palace, I must be a eunuch. There is absolutely no possibility of deceit. You need not explain. We are not here to settle accounts with you. Nor do we intend to castrate you at this moment. With a glance at the panicked Lin Yichen, Li Zhong smiled nonchalantly. The left camp of the Imperial Guard remains inactive, although Zhang Juzhen possesses a silver tongue. Qin Yuqing and Feng Ming lack sufficient control over the Flying Bear Army and the Tiger Guard. Should they venture out of the camp and encounter the right camp of Prince Qin's Imperial Guard, they are likely to collapse at the first contact, or even revolt. Therefore, they can only remain vigilant within the camp, unable to send troops for support. The Tianqiong Army's stance is ambiguous. They have accepted envoys from both Zhang Juzhen and Prince Qin, treating both with courtesy before sending them away. Li Zhong regarded Lin Yichen, saying, from our perspective, it is evident that Lu Shixian wishes to observe the conflict from the sidelines, maintaining a neutral stance. Until there is a clear victor between His Majesty and Prince Qin, he will undoubtedly refrain from taking a public position. This kind of fence-sitter will find no favorable outcome, regardless of who wins. Lin Yicheng's expression darkened as he retorted, neither outcome bodes well for him. Indeed, after one side completely assimilates the other's power, they will likely seek to diminish the influence of their former rival. Li Zhong shook his head. As long as Lu Shixian remains wise and is willing to lend his strength during this reduction of fiefdoms, both Prince Qin and His Majesty will likely tolerate him to some extent. After all, acting against him at this juncture would diminish the combat effectiveness of the Tianqiong army, complicating the reduction process. Of course, it is also reasonable to weaken him under the pretext of diminishing his fiefdom, treating the Tianqiong army as expendable. The Tianqiong army is indeed unfortunate to be aligned with him. Lin Yicheng nodded slightly, left without further comment. Are you unaware that the heir of Prince Qin has gone to the left camp of the Imperial Guard? Li Zhong cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yicheng. The Xinjie army and the Jindao army, under the pressure of the prince's heir, now harbor intentions to deploy and support Prince Qin in attacking the Forbidden City. Lin Yicheng gasped, his expression turning grave. He had not anticipated that Prince Qin would send his heir to the left camp of the Imperial Guard, coercing the previously neutral Xinjie army and Jindao army, totaling 20,000 troops. Although the Tianqiong army remained neutral and the Tiger Guard and Flying Bear army temporarily leaned towards the Empress, their inability to provide effective support meant that, with the backing of the Xinjie army and Jindao army, Prince Qin's field army could swell to 70,000. The scales of victory had once again tilted towards Prince Qin, diminishing the Empress's chances of success. Lin Yicheng furrowed his brow, his thoughts tumultuous. He was also astonished by the intelligence capabilities of the Eastern Depot and Jinui. This information had yet to be relayed back by the Western Depot. Indeed, the venerable intelligence organization, with its established prowess in the capital and Guangzhou, surpasses the capabilities of the Western Depot when compared to the Jinui and the Eastern Depot. After all, the Western Depot has yet to fully expand its influence in the capital and Guangzhou, and beyond Guangzhou, it is utterly bereft of personnel. Under the urging of the Prince of Qin, although the commander of the Golden Saber Army harbors loyalty towards the Empress Dowager, it is noteworthy that the grassroots officers of both the Divine Quick Army and the Golden Saber Army are all appointed by the Prince of Qin. Consequently, at least half of their forces will rally in support of the prince. The other half will remain encamped, poised in a standoff with the Flying Bear Army and the Tiger Guard. Thus one should not expect any assistance from the Tiger Guard or the Flying Bear Army. Chapter 174. The Sole Path to Victory. Upon hearing the words of Li Zhong, Lin Yicheng felt a shiver run through his body. His gaze fixated on Li Zhong in astonishment. He had not anticipated the depth of the Empress Dowager's influence. There is no need to conceal this from you. Li Zhong continued. The commander of the Shen's Wang Yanzhong, was once saved by the Empress Dowager, and thus he has long sworn allegiance to her. However, do not expect him to betray her or secretly assist you. Li Zhong shook his head. The Qin Wang served as the Shen's commander in his youth. which means that the junior officers in the Shinzhaijin are primarily his former subordinates. Under the watchful eye of the Qin Wang's heir, they will heed the words of the heir and the Qin Wang himself, rather than those of Wang Yinzhong. Should Wang Yinzhong dare to rebel, he would not even require the heir's command, nor the Qin Wang's intervention. The deputy commander and the junior officers of the Shinzhaijin would swiftly apprehend and execute him. With a wry smile, Li Zhong remarked, "To obey the Qin Wang's orders is to be a competent commander of the Shinzhaijin. To disobey is to become a prisoner of war." The Qin Wang's grip over the Shinzhaijin was indeed formidable. In that moment, Lin Yichen found himself utterly speechless. For Wang Yinzhong, a commander of such stature, could not even control the Shinzhaijin. What could he possibly do? "This all hinges on your capabilities," Li Zhong mused, a knowing glint in his eye as he regarded Lin Yichen. While it is true that they are generally unwaveringly loyal to the Qin Wang in exceptional circumstances, they may consider their own lives. "I understand. Thank you for your insight," Lin Yichen replied with a smile, quickly grasping the underlying implication of Li Zhong's words. Clearly, if he could inflict a significant blow to the Qin Wang, then Wang Yinzhong could rally the discontented within the Shinzhaijin, purging those fiercely loyal to the Qin Wang and ultimately instigating a rebellion within the ranks. Yet, Lin Yichen was acutely aware that this would not be an easy feat. The Qin Wang was a master of immense prowess. How could he be so easily vanquished? Even with the full backing of the Empress Dowager, considering the military forces at their disposal, it would not be a match in open battle against the Qin Wang. With a serious expression, Li Zhong spoke again. "The Qin Wang commands an army of 70,000 elite troops, all well-equipped and ferociously combat-ready. The palace guards in your and the Empress Dowager's possession are merely suited for ceremonial duties and the occasional elimination of assassins. They are hardly sufficient for a battlefield engagement." Li Zhong sighed. "Only the border forces commanded by the King of Yin and the King of Jin are capable of contending with 70,000 elite troops in open combat, alongside the loyal armies of the two vassals in Bianzhou and Luoyang. Perhaps the 30,000 border troops under the King of Longnan could also be tried. But the King of Longnan is now deceased. Even if you were to summon these 30,000 troops from Tongguan, without their commander, they would undoubtedly fall to defeat against the Qin Wang. Perhaps you believe that you possess the requisite skill, that you are a genius of war capable of overcoming greater numbers in the field to annihilate the Qin Wang?" Upon hearing Li Zhong's words, Lin Yichen quickly shook his head. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. It was one thing to speak eloquently about strategy, but quite another to lead troops in actual combat. He lacked that experience. A novice, akin to a mere iron or bronze warrior, was expected to confront the formidable King Qin, a paragon of star diamonds or a king, and to achieve victory against overwhelming odds. Lin Yichen found himself at a loss for words, reflecting that only the resurrection of our esteemed founding emperor could make such a feat plausible. At this moment, the empress's stance, whether to assist the emperor or not, seemed inconsequential. Li Zhong chuckled nonchalantly, stating that while they may not prevail in open battle against King Qin, the Hubin army along with 2,000 elite soldiers from Longnan could certainly hold the imperial city for a week, even with the added strength of the imperial guards, the Eastern Bureau, and the skilled members of the Jinyue. They could only fend off an assault for 10 days to half a month at best before the city would inevitably fall, rendering any defense futile. What then? Once the city succumbs? Lin Yichen's expression grew grave as he regarded Li Zhong, sensing that his visit bore more significance than mere discouragement. The emperor could hasten the drafting of the abdication decree, after which King Qin might bestow upon her a title akin to Marquis of Haiyan, condemning her to a life of confinement. Li Zhong quipped, "Of course, your best outcome would be to expedite your own demise. After all, you harbor a vendetta against King Qin. Unless you find a way to escape, surrendering would only lead to your capture, and should you fall into King Qin's grasp, a fate worse than death awaits you." "I understand," Lin Yichen replied bitterly, nodding. He recognized that Li Zhong was unaware of his enmity with the Qilin sacred land. Should he be captured by King Qin, even if the king spared his life, the sacred land would surely dismember him. However, should you wish to turn the tide, an opportunity does exist, Li Zhong said, his expression serious as he gazed at Lin Yichen. "That is to slay King Qin. If he were to perish, the right camp of the Imperial Guards, the Xinjia army, and the Golden Blade army would collapse without resistance. Although the Crown Prince is intelligent, he lacks the influence of King Qin within the Imperial Guards and would be incapable of commanding these 7 armies. At that juncture, all that is needed is for the emperor to issue a decree to eliminate the principal offender, allowing the rest to surrender. Kill King Qin?" Lin Yichen was rendered speechless by Li Zhong's proposal. "He is a master of the highest order. I am but a mere ant at the 9th level of mastery. What could I possibly use to defeat him? Even if I possessed the fortitude, I would not dare to challenge him openly. King Qin, though formidable, was merely an intermediate master, not invincible. Observing Lin Yichen's demeanor, Li Zhang smiled gently. As I understand it, there exists a dagger within the palace treasury, imbued with dragon's blood. This dagger cuts through iron like mud, and due to its dragon's blood curse, even a grandmaster would find their defenses pierced by its strike. As for the specifics, you must inquire with the emperor. With that, Li Zhong waved his hand and departed, leaving Lin Yichen alone beneath the peach blossom tree in the courtyard, enveloped in confusion. Assassinating the king of Qin is the sole path for both his majesty and myself. Otherwise, I would be compelled to abandon his majesty and attempt to escape the capital alone, concealing my identity to evade the relentless pursuit of both the king of Qin and the Qilin sacred land. However, given the formidable strength of the Qilin sacred land, once I lose the protection of the Empress's true dragon aura, my fate would be all but sealed. Lin Yichen furrowed his brows, contemplating Li Zhang's veiled hints. Yet, even with such an assassination tool at my disposal, how could I ever reach the king of Qin? Considering the king's character, it is improbable that he would allow me to approach him easily. If only I could enlist the aid of a skilled female assassin, who could strike at the opportune moment while sharing the king's bed, perhaps the chances of success would significantly increase. Chapter 175, The Siege at this moment. Where could one procure a stunningly beautiful female assassin, ruthless in her actions, who would willingly sacrifice herself for the empress? It was futile to prepare at this late hour. Lin Yichen, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions, shrugged slightly and swiftly dismissed this impractical notion. He recognized the uniqueness of the current situation. Even if he were to propose this strategy to the empress, there would be insufficient time to cultivate such an elite assassin. Had he prepared years in advance to nurture a master-level female assassin, perhaps sending her to the Qin royal residence could have yielded significant results. However, now, not only was time of the essence, but even if he could find someone, it would be of little use. The Qin king was leading a formidable army on the brink of besieging the imperial city. Any rational man would not entertain the idea of indulging in the company of the women sent by the empress or any other women at such a critical juncture. If all else fails, I shall have to take matters into my own hands. The condition is that I must attain the level of a grand master. Otherwise, victory would be a mere illusion. Lin Yichen furrowed his brow, deep in grave contemplation. I must ascend to the realm of grand masters. Perhaps through a clandestine assassination of the Qin king, I might seize an unexpected opportunity for triumph. Otherwise, as a peak master, even a surprise attack against a grandmaster like the Qin king would likely lead to my downfall. Time to dedicate myself to rigorous training. Helpless after pondering for an extensive period without coming up with a viable solution, Lin Yichen resigned himself to the moment, sitting cross-legged beneath the peach blossom tree, lamentably engaging in his cultivation. Meanwhile, the Qin king strode into the encampment of the right division of the Imperial Guard. We pay our respects to the Qin king. Long live his highness. As the Qin king took his seat firmly at the central command, the 5 commanding officers of the right division knelt on one knee, respectfully saluting him. There is no need for such formalities, the Qin king, clad in silver armor, gestured dismissively. In the military, we shall keep our greetings simple. From now on, when you see me, a mere clasp of the hands and a bow will suffice. Kneeling is unnecessary. We thank the Qin king. Your highness is truly the light of our military. The commanding officers immediately showered him with praise. I trust you have already surmised the purpose of my visit. So I shall speak plainly. The Qin king's gaze sharpened as it swept across the assembly, his expression grave. The young emperor has gone too far. My beloved son, Ji Feng, has been slain by that eunuch Lin Yichen dispatched by the young emperor. Moreover, this young emperor even harbors intentions to eliminate me. Thus, I can no longer endure this affront. It is time for decisive action. With a cold snort, gripping the dragon head of his chair, the Qin king addressed the 5 commanding officers with stern resolve. Therefore, I hereby declare the formal mobilization of troops. I shall lead you to storm the capital, besiege the forbidden city, and eliminate the eunuch Lin Yichen to restore order. With our lives, we shall follow the Qin king. By the Qin king's command, none shall dare defy. We shall charge into the capital and eradicate the eunuch Lin Yichen, eliminate Lin Yichen and the blind little emperor, and seize the throne for his highness the Qin king. Upon hearing the Qin king's command, the 5 trusted commanders, loyal to the Qin king, immediately erupted in fervent exclamations, their eyes ablaze with excitement. They had long awaited this day. For only by following the Qin king in rebellion could they elevate themselves from mere commanders to esteemed contributors in the new regime, securing hereditary titles and becoming the elite of the new dynasty. Otherwise, under the reign of the empress, they would remain as mere commanders, with no hope of advancement. After all, the chancellors had always despised these common soldiers and opposed their entry into the court. Only in times of chaos could these martial men find their worth. Ah, You all possess such noble aspirations. This pleases me greatly, the Qin king proclaimed, laughing heartily as he gazed at the 5 commanders. Rest assured, once I ascend the throne, I shall ensure that we all share in wealth and power. He continued, now, please return to your respective armies, immediately assemble your soldiers, and dispatch your accompanying scholars to follow me to the capital. After surveying the 5 commanders, the Qin king hesitated slightly. Where is Fan He, commander of the Qishui army? I am here, replied a tall, burly man with a bushy beard, dressed in red armor, who rose to salute Lin Yichen. As the commander of the cavalry-dominant Qishui army, Fan He possessed formidable strength, reaching the 7th level of mastery. I appoint you as the vanguard of the anti-rebellion forces, leading 5,000 cavalry from the left flank of the Qishui army to advance towards the capital at once. The right flank of the Qishui army shall serve as my personal troops, alongside the Wu army as the central force. I obey your command. I am at your service. Your Majesty. Fan He, filled with excitement at receiving the position of vanguard and the immense opportunity to achieve merit, felt certain that he would attain a marquee title this time. As for failure, they did not entertain any doubts about the Qin king's victory. The Xixing army would form the left flank, the Baimao army the right, and the Tailan army would serve as the rear guard, responsible for escorting provisions. Prepare meals by the 3rd watch, and we shall march at dawn. With a decisive wave of his hand, the Qin king bellowed, follow me, and cleanse the court of traitors. I obey your command. Long live your highness. The 5 commanders immediately bowed deeply to the Qin king before returning to their respective armies to commence mobilization. Their eyes glistened with determination, each resolved to achieve merit and secure titles for their families. The following morning, amidst the resounding cries of soldiers proclaiming, establishing accomplishments is only for today, the right camp of the Imperial Guards, comprising 50,000 troops, launched a sweeping assault towards Chang'an City. By evening, the Qin king led his mighty army to the gates of Chang'an. The defending forces, overwhelmed, surrendered without a fight, allowing the Qin king to enter the city through the Zhuke Gate and Qinglong Gate, swiftly surrounding the imperial palace of the Forbidden City. However, under the vigilant guard of Li Qing and his elite troops from Longnan, as well as the palace's towering walls and protective moat, Fan He and his men attempted a charge but could not immediately breach the palace. Surround the palace on all sides, the Qin king commanded. Upon receiving the news from the Fanha River, King Qin remained unperturbed. He leisurely commanded, the Qishui army shall position itself in the east, the Xixing army in the north, and the Baimao army in the west. I shall personally lead the Wu army to the south, while the Tailan army will continue to manage logistics and serve as the reserve force. Inform everyone to exercise caution against the Imperial Guard and the Yulin Guard while encircling the royal city. Any lapse in vigilance may necessitate a united assault. As he spoke, King Qin turned to the cloaked monk and requested, Master, I implore you to pen a letter of surrender on my behalf, urging them to abandon their feudal resistance. Chapter 176. The crime lies solely with Lin Yichen, your majesty. This is a letter dispatched by the king of Qin. Half an hour later, a Qiu entered the Qianqing palace, holding a letter bound to an arrow. A letter from the king of Qin? The empress furrowed her brow slightly, casting a glance at Zhang Jianglin and Yang Yinzhao, who had entered the Forbidden City just before the encirclement of the Qin army, as well as at Yang Jixing and Sima Qing, before she slowly opened the letter. Such childish attempts at sowing discord. Do they think I would be deceived? The king of Qin's objective is merely to eliminate the corrupt officials, not to take my life. As she looked at the letter, the empress could not suppress a disdainful smile, finding it utterly laughable. How ridiculous. If I were to believe his words, it would indeed be a folly. Lin Yichen, you may observe, in the eyes of the king of Qin, you are deemed a heinous traitor, a calamity to the nation, and his sworn enemy. The empress tossed the letter towards Lin Yichen with a smile. Judging by the contents, it seems the king of Qin despises you even more than I do. How amusing. I am truly honored. Upon reading the letter, which painted him as a scourge to the nation and a disruptor of peace, while insinuating a possible affair with the empress, Lin Yichen chuckled. This king of Qin is indeed making a needless effort. The crimes of the realm rest solely on the traitorous Lin Yichen. Should your majesty awaken to this reality and execute him, I shall withdraw my troops and continue to honor you as the sovereign. This uprising is purely to eliminate the true culprit, Lin Yichen. All others who surrender shall be granted amnesty. Sima Qing picked up the letter and recited softly. Otherwise, should they resist stubbornly, the day the city falls will bring about mutual destruction. Nonsense. Yang Yinzhao, upon hearing this, was filled with fury, his white hair bristling as he struck the ground with his cane. The true treason lies with the king of Qin. His actions are tantamount to rebellion. What audacity to glorify oneself. Undoubtedly, this letter was penned by that wretched monk. Zhang Jianglin and Yang Jixing were equally incensed. their faces dark with indignation. At this moment, Lin Yichen could be regarded as the foremost expert under the Empress's command. For the Empress to demand the execution of Lin Yichen and surrender to the King of Qin is but a fevered dream. Yet, none of this is of paramount importance. What truly matters is that the King of Qin's 50,000 troops are just outside the city, while the 20,000 troops from Longnan, alongside the Flying Bear Army and the Tiger Guard led by Zhang Jiuzheng, Qin Yuqing, and Feng Ming, have yet to provide any word. Under the watchful gaze of all present, Sima Qing spoke gravely. The attitude of the Empress Dowager, along with the positions of the Prime Ministers and the Minister of Justice, have all chosen to observe the conflict from a distance. Although General Li Sheng is exerting every effort to defend the city, his forces are insufficient to hold out for long. Sima Qing's eyes were filled with deep concern. Once the King of Qin orders a full-scale assault, General Li Sheng may only be able to hold for 5 to 7 days before the imperial city falls. What shall we do then? And what course of action should your majesty take? The entire court of nobles is truly a den of gluttonous rats. Listening to Sima Qing's words, Yang Jixing grew increasingly enraged, particularly towards the commanding officer of the 5 cities garrison and the city patrol censors, whom he deemed utterly inept. 30,000 guards surrendered to King Qin without a single shot fired. Such treachery warranted execution for all. If they had merely focused on defending the capital, the formidable walls of Chang'an would have made it nearly impossible for King Qin's 50,000 troops to breach within at least half a month. During that time, reinforcements from loyal forces across the regions would surely have arrived. These scoundrels bring shame upon the great Feng. Yet, there seemed to be no alternative. Amidst Yang Jixing's furious outburst, Sima Qing could only manage a bitter smile and shake his head. You must understand that King Qin has long held sway over the 5 cities garrison. From the former commander Zhao Guang to the current commander and deputy commander, along with the gate officers of the 9 city gates, all are loyal to King Qin. In such circumstances, expecting the 5 cities garrison to resist King Qin for the emperor is nothing short of a fanciful dream. Damn it! Faced with Sima Qing's stark revelation, Yang Jixing, apart from his exasperation, found himself devoid of any other recourse. Let us not be overly pessimistic. Perhaps King Yan, King Jin, and the loyal subjects from various provinces in the Central Plains or the counties of Guangzhou may yet rally to our cause, Zhang Jianglin suggested slowly. These ministers shall organize loyal forces to rescue His Majesty. Indeed, Yang Yinzhao added thoughtfully. The imperial city is easy to defend but challenging to assault. Though we are few in number, the terrain is advantageous. Even with greater numbers, King Qin cannot launch a full-scale assault at once. He can only employ a piecemeal strategy, sending thousands at a time to besiege the city. As long as we steadfastly hold our ground, we shall endure until reinforcements arrive. Let us hope so, Zhang Jianglin replied. Though Sima Qing, unconvinced by Yang Yinzhao's fervent optimism, shook his head, choosing not to dismantle Yang's delusions. He had already resolved that if the forbidden city were breached, he would take his own life in loyalty to his country. Then let us station ourselves at the 4 gates of the imperial city to assist General Li Sheng in the defense. After issuing orders to Zhang Jianglin, Yang Yinzhao, Sima Qing, and Yang Jixing, the Empress watched them depart before turning to Lin Yichen. 5,000 against 50,000. Our situation is dire indeed. It is likely that King Yan, King Jin, and the local lords of the Central Plains are quite pleased with this turn of events and will refrain from sending aid. Even if they claim they will support us, it is merely for show. Zhang Jiuzheng is of little use. It is fortunate if the imperial guards do not assist King Qin in his siege, let alone come to our aid. As for the 20,000 troops from Longnan, without their king to command them, they will likely just defend the city and be incapable of engaging in open battle. The Empress sighed, shaking her head in despair. After all, the elite forces among them were brought into the imperial city by you. We are now utterly at our wits' end, facing imminent demise. She cast a grave look at Lin Yichen. In dire circumstances, you need not sacrifice your loyalty for me. If possible, escape while you can. My body must be cremated. I do not wish to fall into their hands. The Empress bit her crimson lips, her expression grave as she gazed intently at Lin Yichen, pleading, Your Majesty. The Queen and several esteemed consorts, you two could take action to obliterate the evidence. Otherwise, should we fall into the hands of Prince Qin, it would be a fate worse than death. I refuse to be defiled. Your Majesty, you are overly pessimistic. There remain solutions to our plight. Observing the pale visage of the female deputy, Lin Yichen spoke again, his tone serious. We have not yet reached the point of arranging for our final affairs. There is still hope for victory. Qiu, dear sister, please take good care of His Majesty while I assist General Li Sheng in defending the city. There must be a way to navigate this perilous situation and turn the tide in our favor. With that, Lin Yichen resolutely strode towards the walls of the imperial city. Chapter 177. Urging the citizens to assault the city upon stepping onto the walls of the imperial city, Lin Yichen was greeted with utmost respect by Li Sheng, the officer responsible for guarding the stronghold. Despite the general disdain held by most soldiers towards eunuchs, viewing them as unworthy and even a source of shame, they held Lin Yichen, the head of the Imperial Horse Supervisory, in high esteem. His remarkable achievements in battle had earned him their admiration. Although he was a eunuch, he had avenged the Prince of Longnan by infiltrating the Forbidden Army's left camp, personally slaying Ji Feng and compelling Fang Ming and the Tiger Guard to surrender. For this alone, even ordinary generals could only bow before him. Particularly, Lin Yichen's prowess reached the pinnacle of mastery, rendering him, aside from Li Zhong, undoubtedly the most formidable individual within the imperial city. General Li Sheng, there is no need for such formality. We are in times of war, and such pleasantries can be set aside, Lin Yichen stated as he approached Li Sheng and assisted him to his feet. What is the current situation? Has the king of Qin dispatched troops to attack the city? Li Sheng replied with a serious demeanor. Initially, there were rebellious forces attempting to scale the walls. But after being repelled by my men, they have temporarily retreated. They are likely regrouping, preparing for a possible assault on us. I anticipate that by tomorrow morning at the latest, they will launch a full-scale attack on the city. Capitulation is out of the question. We shall stand firm with the imperial city and his majesty to the end. Lin Yichen's expression bore an unwavering resolve as he ascended the city walls. General Li Sheng, how long do you believe we can hold out? Although the walls of the imperial city are tall and sturdy, fortified by a broad moat, and the palace is well stocked with provisions and equipment, Li Sheng replied with a complex expression, we are outnumbered, and morale is waning. Everyone understands that we are besieged by the king of Qin, cut off from reinforcements in this isolated stronghold. Given the overwhelming strength of the enemy coupled with psychological pressure, our situation is indeed precarious. Taking a deep breath, Li Sheng continued. If the king of Qin is willing to expend his forces and orders all surrounding troops to simultaneously assault the walls, we could withstand no more than 5 days. Possibly even just 3 before the city falls. However, if he attacks only one side of the wall, we might manage to defend for 7 to 10 days. With a serious gaze, Li Sheng implored Lin Yichen, please convey to his majesty that I will steadfastly hold this wall. When the city falls, it will be the moment of my loyalty and sacrifice for my country. Generally, your valor is commendable. Lin Yichen had no words to express his appreciation for Li Sheng's unwavering loyalty. He placed a heavy hand on Li Sheng's shoulder, his countenance grave as he slowly spoke. The situation has not yet reached its most perilous point. We still have a chance to turn the tide. Though the king of Qin is formidable, he is not without his weaknesses. With that, Lin Yichen stood upon the walls of the imperial city, gazing out at the clangor of battle and the smoke rising from the encampments beyond. Due to the requisition of numerous civilian residences, the formidable army of 50,000 led by King Qin has tightly besieged the imperial city from all sides, erecting barriers and stockades. It is evident that their intent is to ensnare the empress, leaving her no avenue of escape. Under normal circumstances, a more balanced encirclement would be employed to lull the defenders into complacency and provide them with an opportunity to flee. The soldiers on this flank are noticeably fewer in number. Upon reaching the eastern side of the imperial city and observing the sparsely populated encampment, Lin Yichen cast a suspicious glance at Li Cheng, who commands the rebels attacking this side. Li Cheng promptly replied, reporting to Lord Lin. It is the vanguard of King Qin's forces, the Qishui army, led by Fan He. Pointing to the mottled bloodstains on the city wall, he continued. Upon arrival at the imperial city, Fan He immediately orchestrated a swarm-like assault, but my men swiftly quelled it. My current concern is whether King Qin's rebels might capture the citizens of Chang'an, compelling these innocent souls to brave the arrows and fill the moat as human shields for their assault. Could he truly be so deranged? Lin Yichen's brow furrowed at the thought. Forcing the common people to serve as shields? Is he capable of such cruelty? I cannot be certain, but it is a possibility. Li Cheng replied grimly, his gaze fixed on Lin Yichen. You have not left the capital, so you may be unaware. In actual warfare along the borders or during local insurrections, it is not uncommon for marauding rebels to conscript villagers, thrusting them into the front lines of assault against fortified positions. What capacity do these frail and helpless citizens have for siege warfare? Lin Yichen frowned, skepticism evident in his expression. To compel them into a siege is tantamount to pushing them to their demise? Precisely, Li Cheng said, his tone laced with bitterness. This tactic serves to deplete the defenders' arrows and stamina, utilizing their corpses to fill the moat and clear a path for the assault. Should the defenders lack resolve, elite soldiers may even mingle among these vulnerable civilians, seizing the opportunity to breach the gates. The fate of these old, weak, and innocent citizens matters little to most rebels and marauders. Li Cheng lowered his voice. In truth, most of the imperial troops are indifferent as well. At times, when they assault cities held by rebels or marauders, they employ similar strategies. Lin Yichen's expression darkened, the brutality of the era surpassing his expectations. Although he had taken many lives, the thought of driving a group of families into battle left him hesitant to issue the order to shoot. I doubt King Qin would resort to such measures, at least for the time being. Shaking his head, Lin Yichen replied solemnly to Li Qing, after all, King Qin is not a mere bandit. Though he is a rebel, he claims to uphold justice and seeks to ascend to the throne. The loyalty of the citizens of Chang'an and Guangzhou constitutes his foundational support. If he were to compel the populace to die in siege, he would be digging his own grave. Lin Yichen shook his head once more. Unless he is driven to the brink, utterly desperate after failing to breach the city, he would not undertake such a course of action. For now, there is no need for concern. Li Cheng nodded slightly, understanding that compassion does not govern military affairs, and thus remained unconcerned. Even if the rebels were to incite the populace to storm the city, he would unhesitatingly issue the command to execute them. Lin Yichen, you pitiful eunuch, how contemptible. An eunuch guarding the city is destined to fail. Lin Yichen, you spineless creature. My commander inquires, do you dare to engage in a fair duel? The soldiers atop the city walls heed this, to not even dare to confront openly, but instead cower within the fortress like timid turtles. What sort of men are you? You might as well emulate Lin Yichen and be castrated to enter the palace. Ha ha. I see that those defending the city are not the valiant Tiger Bin army or the divine secret guard, but rather a band of spineless eunuch soldiers resembling pale dumplings. Chapter 178, The Opportunity for Victory Scoundrels. These wretches, let us fight them to the death. Damned creatures. Hearing the clamorous taunts from beyond the city walls, the faces of the elite troops and the imperial guards turned a shade of dark fury, their anger palpable. Beside Lin Yichen, the agents of the Western workshop were seething, itching to rush out and slay those insolent soldiers of the Qishui army. After all, dishonor to the master brings disgrace to the servants. The insults hurled at Lin Yichen were as if they were directed at them. Do not be hasty. This is merely their tactic to provoke us. There is no need to fall into their trap. Observing his fervent subordinates, Lin Yichen, with a thick skin, merely shook his head, dismissing their ire altogether. Lin Yichen, the eunuch dog, cowardly traitor, too afraid to fight. Surrender now, return home, weak and worthless, a cause for disdain. At that moment, seeing Lin Yichen and Li Cheng unresponsive, the soldiers of the Qishui army began to sing mocking nursery rhymes with renewed vigor. How amusing, Lin Yichen mused, a smile gracing his lips. Under Li Cheng's scrutinizing gaze, he chuckled. I did not expect that Fan he possessed a modicum of wit, crafting such rhymes. Quite entertaining indeed. Master Lin, Li Cheng, his complexion a shade of deep indigo, struggled to contain his frustration. Such humiliation felt akin to receiving slap after slap to Lin Yichen's face. Shall I lead a charge to teach them a lesson? There is no need for that. Such actions would only lead us into a trap, resulting in unnecessary loss of our troops, Lin Yichen replied, shaking his head. Standing atop the city wall, he gazed at the Qishui soldiers, who, beyond the range of arrows, strutted about, mocking him with their gestures. To provoke me in this manner is truly laughable. Do they not realize that I remained unfazed even when elderly sent me women's garments? With a disdainful snort, Lin Yichen declared, do not take it to heart. Our immediate priority is to defend the imperial city. Master Lin, if this continues, it may demoralize our troops, Li Cheng said, his voice low and filled with concern. It is likely they will invent further slanders against you, or even against His Majesty. Indeed, Lin Yichen nodded slightly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Then I shall teach them a lesson. Silence. He stepped forward on the battlements, hands clasped behind his back, addressing the raucous Qishui soldiers. If you have the courage, send Fan He to face me in single combat. If you dare not, then return to your mothers. A bunch of cowards. Cowards. Let Fan He come out and fight. If you lack the bravery for an honorable battle, why do you continue to prattle on? Cowardly Fan He. Perhaps he should change his name to Fan Tub or simply Fan Coward. Under the leadership of Lin Yichen, the guards beside him, along with the valiant Tiger Bin army and the divine strategy soldiers stationed on the city walls, immediately raised their long hair-cutting sabers, cheering exuberantly and hurling mockery at the opposing Qishui army soldiers. Notably, the divine strategy soldiers who had witnessed Lin Yichen's remarkable slaying of Ji Feng were particularly exhilarated, eager to see him replicate his prowess against Fan He. Lin Yichen, if you seek battle, I shall gladly oblige. Amidst the cacophony of ridicule, Fan He, his face pale and bruised from the humiliation, could no longer endure the derision. He charged out from the main camp on horseback, brandishing his spear towards Lin Yichen. Is it not merely a one-on-one duel? Come, I shall sever your dog head and present it to His Highness the Qin Wang as my trophy. Lin Dog, since you have delivered your head as a gift for my accomplishments, I shall not hold back. Fan He's boastful words provoked a hearty laugh from Lin Yichen. As the chief inspector, I grant you this opportunity. Kill. With a swift motion. Lin Yichen drew his wind and thunder spirit sword, suppressing his formidable strength to the 5th tier of Grandmaster, and lunged fiercely at Fan He. Come forth. With a resounding clash, both warriors met with their weapons. In the presence of their respective armies, Fan He thrust his spear at Lin Yichen with equal ferocity. Refusing to evade, the clash of blades resulted in both combatants retreating 3 steps. Fan He, somewhat overconfident, while Lin Yichen deliberately concealed his true strength. 7th tier of Grandmaster. Having gauged Fan He's capabilities, Lin Yichen's eyes glinted with malice. He recognized that the Qin Wang had indeed cultivated a substantial force in the capital, with Grandmaster-level experts far surpassing those of the Empress. After all, it was known that each battalion of the Imperial Guards possessed at least 3 Grandmasters. Typically, the commanding officer is a senior Grandmaster, while the 2 deputy commanders are junior Grandmasters. Furthermore, the commanders and deputy commanders of the 5-city military command were also Grandmasters, as were the leaders and deputy leaders of the Shadow and the Qin Wang's personal guard. Moreover, even without mentioning the Grandmasters from the left wing of the Imperial Guards, the likes of Elder Li and Elder Gao, supported by the Qilin Sacred Land, also contained several Grandmasters. In stark contrast, the Empress's side, aside from Lin Yichen, Qiu, Li Sheng, and Tong Yangzhong, had no other Grandmasters available. After all, Qin Yuqing and Feng Ming were currently trapped in the left wing of the Imperial Guards and could not come to the royal city for aid. Youth, I did not anticipate you possessed such strength. Kill. Upon discerning that Lin Yichen was merely at the 5th tier of Grandmaster, Fan He felt a surge of confidence. Without further ado, he launched another ferocious assault on Lin Yichen, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He was eager to slay Lin Yichen swiftly to garner praise from the Qin Wang. Regrettably, despite Lin Yichen intentionally suppressing his strength, even so, Fan He lacked the qualifications to defeat him. After battling for over 10 minutes, Lin Yichen and Fan He concluded their skirmish and retreated to their respective camps. Master Lin? Upon witnessing Lin Yichen soar to the city walls, Li Sheng hastened to greet him. I am unscathed. Lin Yichen shook his head, gazing at Fan He, who was returning to the camp on horseback, his eyes brimming with intense brilliance. He understood that a glimmer of opportunity had indeed emerged in the battle against King Qin. Rest well, Master Lin, he said. Upon seeing that Lin Yichen was truly unharmed, Li Cheng let out a sigh of relief. Rest assured, I shall safeguard the city walls and will not allow the Qishui army to breach even a single step. Excellent, Lin Yichen replied with a slight nod to Li Cheng, choosing not to elaborate further. He then turned and left the city walls, returning to his modest dwelling. Later that night, at the stroke of midnight, Lin Yichen stealthily made his way to the eastern city wall of the royal city and clandestinely infiltrated Li Cheng's quarters. Chapter 179. Night Raid. Upon seeing the midnight visitor Lin Yichen, clad in armor, Li Sheng immediately sat up in astonishment. Generally, you have worked hard. Observing Li Sheng, who slept in his armor, Lin Yichen felt a wave of emotions wash over him. He thought to himself that Li Sheng was indeed perpetually prepared for battle, even to the extent of not shedding his armor while resting, ever ready to ascend the walls and engage in combat. Such loyalty to the Empress is truly commendable. Lin Gonggong, you flatter me. Serving His Majesty is the duty of us ministers. Without the grace of the late Emperor and His Majesty, I would still be a fugitive or perhaps lost to the winds of fate. Shaking his head, Li Sheng sighed. Thus, my life has long been pledged to His Majesty. General Li's loyalty will be reported to His Majesty, Lin Yichen replied, at a loss for words. He could only pat Li Sheng's shoulder firmly. Once we resolve the issue with King Qin and overcome this adversity, I promise to secure for you the position of commander, allowing you to lead the elite troops, perhaps even as a vice-general of the left or right camp, commanding 50,000 soldiers on behalf of His Majesty. Lin Gonggong, you are too gracious, Li Sheng said with a wry smile, not taking Lin Yichen's words too seriously. After all, with the Empress herself in such peril, he had little faith in the grand promises Lin Yichen was making. Given that he was already prepared to sacrifice his life for the Empress, what did a title matter? True loyalty will be met with true rewards, Lin Yichen stated solemnly. It is in times of crisis that the strength of the loyal is revealed. In this hour of national peril, those ministers who once proclaimed their devotion to the state now hide away like turtles. Only loyal subjects like you, generally, stand out. Please, do not praise me so, Li Sheng replied awkwardly, looking at Lin Yichen. They say you are a calamity to the nation, a treacherous eunuch. Yet in this moment of impending collapse, you strive alone to uphold the edifice and rescue the nation from disaster. You are the true loyal minister of Defeng, a pillar to the Empress. Li Sheng gazed at Lin Yichen with immense respect. Future historians will record your unwavering loyalty to the Empress. Meanwhile, King Qin is but a usurper, and the chancellors and other ministers are a band of shameless sycophants, mere lackeys. Huh. I would rather see history document that we have vanquished King Qin and aided his majesty in unifying the realm, ruling over the 9 provinces. Lin Yichen exclaimed, patting Li Xing's shoulder firmly. Once the empress deals with King Qin, I will ensure you are granted a noble title. After she subdues the feudal lords and conquers rival states, I will secure for you a hereditary dukedom. Prepare to share in the glory of Defeng, with prosperity for your descendants. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yichen halted Li Sheng, who was about to express further modesty. General Li, I have come here to risk my life. Do you dare to join me in this endeavor? Speak, Lin Gongong. Li Sheng immediately bowed to Lin Yichen, pledging his utmost dedication to his majesty, expressing his willingness to sacrifice everything. It is quite evident that continuing to hold our position in this manner would inevitably lead to defeat, as the principle of prolonged defense resulting in loss is well understood by all. Lin Yichen, with a grave expression, shook his head. At present, we are bereft of external reinforcements and lacking in morale. Our situation is indeed dire. If we persist in this manner, the King of Qin, with a mere brief siege, could surround us completely, leading to a potential surrender of a portion of the Divine Strategy Guards and the Tiger Bin army. Thus, our immediate strategy must be to secure a victory, which would diminish the King of Qin's arrogance, while simultaneously bolstering our own morale. Lin Yichen looked sternly at Li Sheng. I have already dispatched agents from the Western Depot to secretly propagate news of the left camp of the Imperial Guard, along with the reinforcements from Longnan and the Central Plains Loyalist Army on their way. If we can hold out for a little longer, we will be able to coordinate with them and obliterate the King of Qin. Lin Yichen smiled, stating this would indeed uplift our spirits. Lord Lin, do you truly believe they will arrive? Li Sheng inhaled deeply, his expression a mixture of hope and apprehension as he gazed at Lin Yichen, understanding that if reinforcements were to materialize, perhaps the Empress would not be doomed after all. I cannot say for certain. Lin Yichen replied with a wry smile and a slight shrug. This assertion is merely to instill belief among the soldiers, to elevate their spirits and encourage them to hold their ground. Otherwise, a solitary defense of a lone city is assuredly a path to defeat and demise. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope for victory, a dawn on the horizon, they may endure a few more days. Perhaps the scales of fortune will shift within a matter of days. Lin Yichen took a deep breath. Besides the rumors of reinforcements, it is crucial that we secure a victory to showcase our genuine combat prowess and prove that we are not merely waiting for death in a besieged fortress. We must convey through this victory that the King of Qin is not invincible, and we are not destined to fail. Lord Lin, are you suggesting? Li Sheng, observing the pitch-black sky outside, wore a grave expression. A night raid? Precisely. Lin Yichen nodded emphatically. The other 3 sides of the walls are occupied by the King of Qin's central army, along with the Baimao army and Xixing army, each possessing a force of 10,000 men, all of whom have not yet engaged in battle, thus their morale and strength remain robust. Therefore, our target for the night raid must be the Qishui army. During the day, the Qishui army's attempt to storm the city ended in failure, leaving behind at least 100 corpses and 200 to 300 injured. Through the observation hole in the room, Lin Yichen noted the flickering lights and tightly guarded Qishui army camp outside the walls. Currently, the Qishui army only numbers 5,000, the smallest force within the encirclement. Moreover, following a day of provocations, first, we dared not engage them directly, and second, Fan He was thoroughly beaten by me. Their morale is both high and precarious. Lin Yichen scoffed. At this moment, leading troops for a night raid could potentially catch Fan He off guard. If we can decisively strike down Fan He, it would significantly undermine the King of Qin's arrogance and elevate our own morale. Lin Yichen gazed at Li Sheng with eyes full of brilliance. I have assembled 1,000 elite cavalrymen from the Divine Strategy Guard. Now, I implore you, General Li, to assist us in launching a nocturnal assault by opening the city gates. Should we emerge victorious, you shall welcome us through the gates. However, if we falter, you must steadfastly defend the city and protect His Majesty. Lin Yichen spoke with utmost seriousness. Remember, do not show any mercy. Even if fleeing soldiers come knocking, you must not open the gates. We must not allow the enemy to exploit our weakness and launch a devastating attack on the city. Chapter 180. The Chaotic Battle, a Brilliant Strategy. After a moment of contemplation, as a seasoned soldier, Li Cheng recognized the viability of Lin Yichen's strategy. He surmised that Lin Yichen's daytime visit to confront the Qishui army was likely a precursor to the night raid plan. After all, overconfident troops are destined for defeat. Lin Yichen aimed to instill in the Qishui army a sense of complacency, making them believe that the Imperial City Guard would not dare to engage in a nighttime battle, thereby lowering their vigilance and compromising their camp's defenses. In this context, seizing the opportunity presented by the Qishui soldiers' arrogance following their earlier defeat at Fana, they could decisively strike and shatter the enemy forces. Lord Lin, you are a loyal minister to His Majesty, a pillar of support. Therefore, allow me to lead the troops in this night raid. After a moment's hesitation, Li Qing gazed respectfully at Lin Yichen. You shall oversee the operation from the city walls. Managing the broader strategy. We must be cautious. Should the Qishui army have set an ambush, the situation could become dire. Li Qing looked earnestly at Lin Yichen. If, during the dusk or daylight, King Qin dispatches reinforcements to support the Qishui army, our night raid would become exceedingly arduous, potentially leading to a counterattack. If any misfortune befalls you, I would have no explanation to offer His Majesty. With a deep bow, Li Qing continued, thus, Lord Lin, please wait here while I lead the charge against the Qishui army and eliminate Fana. It is not that I oppose your request. I would gladly grant you this opportunity for merit. Lin Yichen, with a wry smile, replied, yet, do not forget that the imperial city is not extensive. Its circumference barely spans 10 miles. Our objective for this night raid is to achieve a swift resolution, rapid action, and a quick return. Should we delay? And the forces of Wu Wei, Bai Mao, and Shi Sheng, along with an additional 5,000 from the Qishui army, converge upon us. Those who venture out tonight will surely perish. Moreover, despite Fana's injuries from the daytime skirmish, he remains a master of the seventh realm. Lin Yichen regarded Li Qing seriously. Can you guarantee the elimination of a seventh realm master within the span of a single incense stick's burning? We have limited time for this night raid. We must proceed with utmost caution. Though he had advanced to the battlefield, Li Qing's true strength was merely that of a sixth realm master. Faced with Lin Yichen's scrutiny, he felt a profound embarrassment. Though reluctant to allow Lin Yichen to take such risks, his own inadequacies rendered him incapable of swiftly dispatching Fana. Thus, he conceded. I shall go. You will provide cover for me. Lin Yichen placed a reassuring hand on Li Qing's shoulder. Rest assured, the danger is not as great as it seems, especially under the cover of night. Even if news reaches King Qin swiftly, he will be unable to respond immediately. Furthermore, he will fear that a rout of the Qishui army might disrupt the formations of his other troops, leading to an uncoordinated defeat. Historically, there have been countless instances where a routed army has caused disarray among the enemy, resulting in victories against overwhelming odds. Now, with the numerical advantage on his side, King Qin is likely to disregard the Qishui army's retreat, focusing instead on stabilizing his other three fronts. As daylight approaches, we shall regroup the disheartened soldiers and encircle once more. After all, the 9 gates of the capital remain under the firm control of Prince Qin. As long as he dispatches men to securely seal these gates, even if we manage to defeat the Qishui army, escape from the capital will be impossible. Perhaps Prince Qin even desires for His Majesty and us to flee from the Forbidden City, for this would enable him to ascend the throne directly. Lin Yichen gazed at Li Qing with eyes alight with determination. Rest assured, you shall remain here to defend the city while I lead the night raid. Hearing Lin Yichen's strategy, Li Qing could only take a deep breath, unable to argue. I await your triumphant return. Very well. Lin Yichen firmly patted Li Qing on the shoulder before descending from the city wall. Yet, he had not disclosed an important point. Li Qing was not only incapable of easily slaying Fan He, but he also could not command the 1,000 elite cavalry of the Shin's Guard. Only Lin Yichen, with his formidable combat prowess, could ensure that these valiant soldiers of Longnan would obediently follow him into the night raid. Creak. Shortly after Lin Yichen left the wall at Li Qing's command, the city gates swung open, and the wooden bridge over the moat was lowered. Brave men, Lin Yichen called to the elite soldiers of Longnan as the bridge descended, raising his hand with fervor. Follow me to kill. 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 With Lin Yichen boldly leading the charge from the imperial city, the elite soldiers of Longnan roared in unison, surging forth. However, once they departed the imperial city, Lin Yichen found himself momentarily stunned, fearing he had indeed walked into an ambush. Before him stood a group of soldiers, their horses wrapped in cloth, silently crossing the river without torches. No, this is not an ambush. It is an opportunity. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yichen realized that he and Fan He were of like mind, both contemplating a night raid. Fan He, perish? Without the slightest hesitation, he signaled his deputy to command the 1,000 cavalry to charge forth and crush the Qishui army's camp. Amidst the chaos of battle, Lin Yichen focused directly on Fan He, who was orchestrating the night raid for the Qishui army. Damn it, you audacious eunuch, how dare you show your face here? Fan He was caught off guard by Lin Yichen's boldness. He had not anticipated that Lin Yichen would dare to lead a night raid. As he surveyed the disordered battlefield, with cavalry breaking through the ranks of the night raiders, he could only raise his hand emphatically. Everyone, remain calm. Fight to the death. Leave no survivors. Additionally, Send word to His Highness Prince Qin for assistance, urging him to send men to intercept them. Today is the day to achieve glory. As Fan He gestured decisively. He observed the Qishui soldiers being scattered by the cavalry charge, realizing that executing a counterattack would be exceedingly difficult. Though the 5,000 Qishui soldiers were cavalry, most had opted for foot combat in anticipation of a night raid. Thus, the foot soldiers of the Qishui army were naturally overwhelmed and slaughtered by the cavalry of the Shin's guard. Damn Lin Yichen. Although the Redwater army was numerous, they found themselves precariously threatened by the Divine Strategy Guard. Enraged, Fan He glared furiously at Lin Yichen. He understood the principle of capturing the leader to subdue the followers. He realized that his only chance of turning the tide lay in eliminating Lin Yichen. Otherwise, even if he managed to escape with his life after the defeat of the 5,000 Redwater soldiers, he would still face execution under military law at the hands of His Highness, the King of Qin. After all, he had already led this vanguard of 5,000 Redwater troops to 2 defeats. You treacherous scoundrel, I will fight you to the death. With a furious roar, Fan He abandoned his command over the Redwater army and leaped into the air, brandishing his spear, which he thrust vehemently towards Lin Yichen, who was directing the battle from his horse. Chapter 181. Persuading Lin Yichen to surrender. How fortuitous. In the face of this self-destructive Fan He, Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since Fan He had chosen his own demise, Lin Yichen, with great benevolence, decided to grant him his wish. With a swift motion, he drew the Storm Thunder Spirit Sword and entrusted the entire battalion of 1,000 troops who had stealthily exited the city to his deputy. Without hesitation, he directed a single strike towards Fan He. Although Fan He approached with ferocity, he was merely a 7th-level master. Compared to Lin Yichen, who stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level, nearing the apex of mastery, Fan He was woefully outmatched. With a resounding clash, the Storm Thunder Spirit Sword met Fan He's spear. Lin Yichen emerged unscathed, while Fan He felt his arm go numb and a coppery taste fill his mouth. The Storm Thunder Spirit Sword was imbued with potent lightning, capable of incapacitating its foe, leaving their fate uncertain. Curse be it, what power do you possess? Fan He, not a fool, quickly discerned Lin Yichen's hidden strength through their previous exchanges. You feigned weakness in the daylight, luring me into this confrontation. As the realization dawned upon him, Fan He smirked, understanding Lin Yichen's insidious intent. You scheming dog, do you believe that by slaying me and vanquishing the Redwater army, you can turn defeat into victory and safeguard the Forbidden City? How laughable. Having grasped Lin Yichen's true aim, Fan He chuckled derisively, setting aside whether you can kill me or even rout a portion of the Redwater army. Even if you were to achieve a resounding victory today, your ultimate failure is inevitable. Prince Qin commands overwhelming forces. Even if you defeat my 5,000 men, it will not touch the core of Prince Qin's power. As for inciting chaos among the ranks to breach Prince Qin's camp, that is a mere fantasy. He will ensure the other 3 armies remain vigilant in their encampments, continuing the siege of the Forbidden City, leaving you no chance to escape. Wiping the blood from his lips, Fan He coldly regarded Lin Yichen. Even if you manage to break free amidst the chaos, you will merely escape the Forbidden City. Unable to flee Chang'an, the right wing of the Imperial Guard, comprising 10,000 Iron Forest troops, along with 30,000 city defense forces, have firmly secured the 9 gates of Chang'an, preventing even an ant from passing through. With disdain, Fan He looked upon Lin Yichen. Thus, even if you were to escape, you would only find yourself cornered by Prince Qin in Chang'an, facing certain death. Lin Yichen, you have long since fallen into a futile struggle. Do not seek your own demise any further. I can clearly inform you that regardless of your choices, they all lead to death. With a cold snort, Fan He continued, if you do not flee, tomorrow Prince Qin will gather the remnants of my forces and dispatch another contingent of the Redwater army to assault the eastern wall. At that point, the city will surely fall and blood will flow abundantly. He let out a chilling laugh. Lin Yichen merely scoffed, showing no concern for Fan He's threats. Whether I will die, I cannot say. You shall not witness it. However, today, you, Fan He, are undoubtedly doomed. Fan He gazed at Lin Yichen with grave intensity. You possess exceptional talent, and Prince Qin is a connoisseur of gifted individuals. After all, upon ascending the throne, the prince will require a chief steward, a supervisor of the Eastern Depot, and both the chief and the supervising eunuchs of the Ritual Supervision Office. If you are willing to abandon the dark for the light, I can intercede on your behalf with Prince Qin, ensuring your life is spared and that you are greatly favored. Fan He, with a persuasive glimmer in his eyes, continued. Lin Yichen, though you ended the life of young Master Ji Feng, it was a matter of loyalty to your respective masters, so you bear no blame. Surrender now, and I shall guarantee your survival. I'm sorry, but I have no need for such offers. Prepare to die. With that, Lin Yichen, having gathered his strength, launched a decisive attack against Fan He, intent on ensuring his foe had no place to rest in death. Despicable wretch! Realizing that Lin Yichen was impervious to his enticements, an enraged Fan He let out a roar, compelled to engage in a fierce battle with Lin Yichen once more. As the confrontation escalated, Fan He found himself increasingly overwhelmed, his life hanging by a thread. Though he commanded the formidable Qishui army, their numbers were of little comfort. Caught off guard and primarily engaged in dismounted combat for a surprise assault, they faltered under the relentless charges of the 1,000 cavalrymen from the Divine Strategy Guards. Without Fan He's leadership, disarray began to take hold. While some soldiers, under the guidance of lower-ranking officers, rallied to counterattack, the majority, in the cover of night, abandoned their weapons and armor in a frantic escape. Despite the Qishui army being numerically superior, the soldiers could not ascertain how many Divine Strategy Guards were present. They felt encircled and overwhelmed, leading to their panicked retreat. Before long, news of the Qishui army's assault reached the main camp of Prince Qin outside the southern city wall. Incompetent fool, this Fan He is a quintessential waste. How infuriating! The prince, roused from his slumber by the messenger, was livid, his anger palpable. A mere 1,000 raiders have brought my 5,000 elite troops to chaos. How dare he not meet his end? I shall capture him, execute him, and make an example of his failure. Seething with indignation, Prince Qin turned to the commanding officer of the Wu army and his 2 deputies, along with Song Zhong, who led another contingent of 5,000 Qishui soldiers. Your Highness, I am willing to lead part of the Qishui army, 5,000 strong, to aid Commander Fan. Strive to turn the tide, assist Commander Fan in eliminating the 1,000-strong ambushers from the Divine Strategy Guards, and then execute Lin Yichen. Seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, aiming to breach the Forbidden City, capture the young emperor, and escort His Highness to ascend the throne. Truly, General Song, your loyalty and valor are commendable. I am exceedingly pleased. Upon hearing this, King Qin smiled and nodded slightly. Then, you shall lead 5,000 Redwater troops to support the foolish Fan River. As you command. General Song, please wait. At this moment, a sudden exclamation interrupted Song Zhong, who was about to depart. Your Highness, please heed the words of a humble monk. It is imperative that we do not assist Fan River at this juncture. Chapter 182. The fear of infection. If assistance is not rendered soon, the left wing of the Qishui army is destined for annihilation. As he gazed at the cloaked monk before him, Song Zhong felt a surge of urgency. As the deputy commander of the Qishui army, he harbored no sympathy for Fan He's tactical blunders. Whether Fan He lived or died was of no consequence to him. In fact, his demise would serve Song Zhong's interests well, for it would leave the position of commander vacant, potentially allowing him to ascend to greater power. However, the complete destruction of the left wing would pose significant troubles, for if the King of Qin were to be displeased, he might very well disband the Qishui army altogether and merge the right wing under the command of the Wu army. Such a fate would be catastrophic. Yet intervention was imperative. The monk cast a fierce glare at Song Zhong, turning his serious gaze towards the King of Qin. Your Highness, one must not be careless. We cannot fall into the trap set by that scoundrel Lin Yichen. Master, please do not rush. What precisely do you mean by this? The King of Qin, perceiving the monk's grave demeanor, regarded him with skepticism. Why is it that we cannot rescue the left wing of the Qishui army? What rationale do you possess? Reporting to your Highness, the monk replied with utmost seriousness, the darkness obscures our vision. We do not know how many soldiers that rogue Lin Yichen has deployed, nor whether Fan He and the left wing of the Qishui army are valiantly resisting or have already succumbed to defeat. Should the left wing have been routed, General Song's reckless advance could incite a stampede among the fleeing soldiers, posing a risk of total annihilation for our forces. Fear, after all, is a contagion. One terrified soldier can infect 10, and 10 can infect 100. The monk's piercing gaze met that of the King of Qin. Your Highness, history is replete with instances of the few overcoming the many, often through the element of surprise at night. A scattering of defeated troops can disrupt the morale of reinforcements, leading to widespread panic and eventual collapse. Taking a deep breath, the monk continued with solemnity, in the dark of night. If the advancing troops are met by a panicked contingent, the fear will spread among them, causing those fleeing to drive our main forces into disarray, becoming the vanguard for the enemy. We must not fall for Lin Yichen's ploy. Indeed, the King of Qin was no fool. As a seasoned general, he quickly grasped the validity of the monk's words. He recognized that in his earlier agitation, he had overlooked this crucial point. I was impulsive just now. Li Zhong, ensure that your men guard the encampment. They may accept fleeing soldiers, but they must not engage in battle. At dawn, we shall regroup and proceed to assist the left wing of the Qishui army. Understood. Though apprehensive and anxious, Li Zhong could only bow in acceptance of the king's stern command. Master, Do you think the young emperor might seize this opportunity to flee? After issuing orders to Li Zhong to restrain the soldiers, the king of Qin looked gravely at the cloaked monk. If the young emperor were to lead his troops in a breakout after defeating Fan He, it would indeed spell trouble. Should he manage to escape the Forbidden City, capturing him would become exceedingly difficult. Your Highness, rest assured, I am certain that this young emperor dares not flee, nor can he escape. The black-clad monk remarked with a smile, I have already arranged for the Iron Forest Army to assist the 30,000 city defense troops in securing the 9 gates of the capital. Tonight, no one shall enter or exit. Thus, even if your majesty wishes to launch a surprise attack, he will be obstructed within the gates. When dawn arrives, and your highness coordinates an assault, the emperor will find himself utterly at your mercy. The black-clad monk looked at Prince Qin. Even if we entertain the notion that the emperor truly manages to escape, it would ultimately benefit your highness rather than harm. After all, within the symbolic confines of the Forbidden City, he is the legitimate emperor of the Great Feng, holding an unparalleled status. However, once he departs from the Forbidden City, his position would diminish by at least half. Hence, upon your highness's ascension, you could readily declare him an invalid emperor, relegating him to the status of a commoner. The black-clad monk continued to regard Prince Qin. Moreover, in doing so, your highness would not bear the infamy of regicide. Indeed. Prince Qin nodded slightly, recognizing the weight of such a stain on history, which would echo for a millennium. Yet, would it not pose some complications should the young emperor seek refuge with King Yin, King Jin, and other regional lords, rallying them against me? There may be some difficulties. But there is no need for your highness to fret. The black-clad monk gazed confidently at Prince Qin. King Yin and King Jin may be reluctant to accept the emperor, fearing that this figurehead might usurp their power. I surmise that, in the end, no one would be willing to embrace this young emperor. Much like the king of Chu in bygone days, destined to encounter failure at every turn and perish along the way. A valid point. After a moment of reflection, Prince Qin expressed his satisfaction and patted the black-clad monk on the shoulder. Thankfully, Master has intervened. Otherwise, I might have been misled and fallen into the trap set by that eunuch Lin Yichen, leading to chaos among the troops. Your highness possesses a considerable advantage. As long as you proceed steadily, even a couple of localized losses would be inconsequential. The black-clad monk chuckled nonchalantly. After all, your highness commands a vast army and is not reliant on the mere 5,000 of the Redwater army. Nor will you be troubled by a trivial river like the Fan. The emperor and Lin Yichen are in a different predicament. Your highness can afford to falter on multiple occasions, while they cannot afford a single defeat. Should they falter once, it would spell total annihilation for them, certain death. I understand. And henceforth, I shall proceed with caution. Prince Qin promptly nodded with a smile. This time, it is indeed the foolish Fan River, whose eagerness for merit led to Lin Yichen exploiting the flaw and turning the tide. Truly a display of extreme folly. Now, I invite the master to rest in my tent for a while. Come dawn, we shall tidy up the aftermath and resume our siege. Amitabha. Observing that Prince Qin had regained his composure, the black-clad monk felt a wave of relief wash over him. He knew that should the camp be overrun by panicking troops during the night, it would spell disaster. For fear is contagious, in such circumstances. 1,000 could easily vanquish 10,000 or even 30,000. Moreover, in the chaos of retreat, comrades could turn against one another, resulting in casualties far exceeding those inflicted by the enemy. Although the forces of King Qin were numerous, the black-clad monk was acutely aware that the royal troops lacked the capability for open-field combat and could not maintain their ground in such a scenario. Therefore, the most prudent course of action was undoubtedly to engage in battle once more under the cover of daylight. At this moment, as King Qin heeded the counsel of the black monk and resolved against sending reinforcements, Fan He found himself in a precarious situation, already on the verge of collapse due to Lin Yichen's relentless assault. Cursed be this fate. Observing the increasingly formidable Lin Yichen before him and the retreating soldiers of his own ranks, a profound dread gripped Fan He. To hell with it. I shall fight you to the death. Yet, despite his fierce roar, which seemed to herald an attack, the moment he made his move, Fan He turned and fled in a desperate bid for escape. Chapter 183. The Demise of Fan He. How clever of you to attempt an escape when the situation turns dire. Lin Yichen sneered coldly as he observed Fan He fleeing in panic, his eyes glinting with a fierce resolve. He had anticipated this very moment, thus preparing a formidable surprise for Fan He from the outset. Wrath of the Thunder God, strike. With a thunderous roar, Lin Yichen felt a sudden depletion of his internal energy, losing a third of it in an instant. However, as he siphoned off that energy, a brilliant bolt of lightning, as thick as a thumb and blinding to behold, descended from the heavens. Boom. Crackle. The thunderbolt struck Fan He directly, transforming him into a charred spectacle as he attempted to flee. In mere moments, Fan He's hair stood on end, his armor and garments tattered, while his skin became charred and blackened. Despite his formidable strength, he could not withstand such a ferocious onslaught of lightning. Coughing violently, blood spewed from his mouth, and with eyes wide in disbelief, Fan He gazed at Lin Yichen. How is this possible? How can you command the thunder? Enough with your questions. Lin Yichen huffed dismissively, uninterested in responding to Fan He's incredulity. Yet, he gained a clearer understanding of the resilience of a master warrior's life force. For an ordinary individual, being struck by such a thunderbolt would be tantamount to certain death, often instantaneously so. Yet, despite his grievous injuries, Fan He had somehow survived. Though you have escaped death for now, your fate is sealed. Stepping forward, Lin Yichen pressed his foot firmly upon Fan He, raising his wind thunder spirit sword towards the singed neck of his adversary. To dare oppose me is to invite inevitable demise. No, please don't kill me. Fan He, sensing his imminent end, panicked. I surrender. I pledge my loyalty to your majesty and to you, Lord Lin. Spare my life, I beseech you. Trembling with fear, Fan He implored, if you spare me, I can pacify the 5,000 red water soldiers, ensuring their allegiance to you and to his majesty. Furthermore, I can persuade other armies to abandon the Prince of Qin and pledge their loyalty to you. If only you had made such overtures sooner, perhaps you might have had a chance. But now that death is upon you, I regret to inform you that your opportunities have vanished. Lin Yichen regarded the frantic pleas of Fan He with an air of disdainful laughter. At this juncture, not only would he not accept Fan He as counsel for surrender, but he would also deny any red water soldiers seeking to defect. The confines of the imperial city were already limited, with scant resources of water and provisions. The sudden influx of thousands of newly surrendered soldiers would spell disaster. In urgent need of dividing forces to guard them while also providing food and water, the burden was immense. Especially with the King of Qin lurking outside, there was no time to reorganize them, nor could they dare to rotate the troops for city defense. Thus, the words of Fan He, urging the surrender of the Qishui army, were nothing but a farce to Lin Yichen at this moment. I know I was wrong. Spare my life, and I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. Seeing Lin Yichen's cold smile, Fan He, in a state of panic and desperate to avoid death, implored again, I am willing to accept the fate of being castrated and serve as a eunuch alongside you. Huh, you lack the qualifications. Do you truly believe that anyone can be a eunuch? Lin Yichen scoffed disdainfully at Fan He. You may die? No. With a piercing roar of unwillingness, Fan He met his end as Lin Yichen swiftly severed his head with a single strike. Ding! The system detected the host had slain Fan He, the commander of the Qishui army, who was at the 7th level of mastery, rewarding 30 years of cultivation. It also noted the host's successful defeat of a portion of the Qishui army, thereby demoralizing the forces of the King of Qin, granting an additional 10 years of cultivation. A primary mission was issued, assist the Empress in her escape, rewarding 50 years of cultivation. The host was to slay the King of Qin, rewarding 100 years of cultivation and a surprise lottery opportunity. Hiss. Such rewards. As Lin Yichen beheaded Fan He, he was thrilled by the system's notifications, never expecting that slaying Fan He would yield a total of 40 years of cultivation rewards. However, the primary mission of assisting the Empress and slaying the King of Qin weighed heavily on his mind. After all, aiding the Empress in her escape, while somewhat manageable, still posed challenges. If the Empress were willing to disguise herself, she might yet seize the opportunity to break free amidst the chaos. But to slay the King of Qin was no trivial task. Let us retreat. As dawn broke and the sky lightened, Lin Yichen swiftly commanded the messenger beside him. Sound the horn. Instruct everyone to cease their pursuit and withdraw back to the camp immediately. Go. Lin Yichen was acutely aware that once daylight arrived, the King of Qin would undoubtedly command the other 3 armies and the right flank of the Qishui army to come to the rescue. Should the exhausted Shun Su guards encounter the King of Qin's forces after a night of fighting, their demise would be inevitable. To his command, the messenger immediately sounded the retreat horn. Following the guidance of torches on the city walls, the soldiers of Shinsu mounted their horses and swiftly departed the battlefield. Racing back to the imperial city, Lin Yichen remained at the city gate, ensuring the last soldier of Shinsu had entered the imperial city before he himself rode in. Glancing back at the approaching vanguard of the King of Qin, Master Lin is truly majestic and formidable. I am completely in awe, remarked Li Cheng, admiringly giving a thumbs up to Lin Yichen as he stepped onto the city walls. This battle has brought us a resounding victory, utterly shattering the King of Qin's prestige. This is hardly significant. In the face of the Qin King's 50,000 troops, we have merely achieved a minor victory. Lin Yichen shook his head with a wry smile. Refusing to bask in glory, the Qin King will likely retaliate with an assault on the city, so we must steadfastly defend our stronghold. To the Qin King, Fan He's forces are but a trivial step, inconsequential to his overall strategy. Lin Yichen took a deep breath. Thus, he will not be deterred. We must exercise utmost caution and not underestimate the enemy simply because we have secured one victory. Understood. Li Xing nodded vigorously, signaling several aides to remind the commanders at the city walls to maintain vigilant defense. Chapter 184. Reinforcements arrive. Well done. We must exercise great caution to prevent the wrath of the Qin king from clouding his judgment, leading the entire army into a reckless assault on the city. With a firm pat on Li Cheng's shoulder, Lin Yichen cast a glance at the Qin king's forces steadily arriving outside the city walls, as well as the soldiers engaged in clearing the battlefield. He then turned his gaze to Lin Hu, the deputy commander of his elite guards. Master Lin. Lin Hu stepped forward, bowing deeply before Lin Yichen. Indeed. Lin Yichen nodded slightly, his expression grave as he inquired, "What is the situation?" "After the troops have dined, ensure they rest adequately. There is no need to rush the rewards. I shall report to His Majesty and secure commendations, promotions, and titles for everyone. The men trust in your integrity, Master Lin. They know you will not forget them, and thus they remain unperturbed." Lin Hu replied with a broad smile, responding readily to Lin Yichen's words. He understood that the elite guards were Lin Yichen's, as well as the Empress's, trusted confidants. Therefore, even if others were to miss out on their rewards, the elite guards would not be deprived of theirs. "What of our losses?" Lin Hu respectfully reported. "We deployed 1,000 men, returning with 900, and suffered 100 fatalities. 15 others are severely injured and receiving treatment. The enemy numbered 5,000. We estimate that approximately 1,000 were slain directly by our hands. Additionally, during their rout, the enemy inflicted casualties upon themselves, with countless more lost to trampling. In summary, we achieved a resounding victory." "Excellent." Lin Yichen nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Lin Hu's account. After this surprise attack, he realized that the 5,000 troops of the Qishui army, following Fan He's demise and this defeat, had utterly lost their combat effectiveness. Even if the Qin king were to swiftly regroup the remnants, they would only be capable of supporting roles and could no longer take to the battlefield. "Go and rest well." With a firm pat on Lin Hu's shoulder, he then exchanged a few words with the young attendant, instructing him to convey this good news to His Majesty. With that, Lin Yichen made his way back to his quarters. Nothing is more crucial than swiftly enhancing one's strength. With his eyes gleaming with fervor, Lin Yichen opened the system interface. Eager to review his attributes after vanquishing Fan He and a portion of the Qishui army, thus earning numerous rewards. Host, Lin Yichen. Realm, 9th layer of mastery, Master. Position, Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Administration, Deputy Chief Eunuch of Sinang Palace, Supreme Commander of the Forbidden City Guard. Cultivation, 9 Yang Scripture, Great Accomplishment. Qilin Divine Art, Great Accomplishment. Martial Arts, Thunder Sword Technique, Great Accomplishment. Wrath of the Thunder God, Medium Accomplishment. Attribute Probe. Items, Wind and Thunder Spirit Sword, 1 Peiyuan Pill. 40 years of cultivation. He contemplated adding 10 years from his 40 years of cultivation to the Wrath of the Thunder God, believing it would elevate the technique to great accomplishment. The remaining 30 years could be allocated to his realm, presumably allowing him to reach the pinnacle of mastery, a mere step away from breaking into the Grandmaster tier. Determined, Lin Yichen wasted no time and promptly commenced his cultivation, eager to advance further. At this moment, while Lin Yichen was engaged in training within the imperial city, the king of Qin encountered one of the remaining prefects of the Redwater Army. The prefect, a mere peak innate realm warrior, looked quite embarrassed as he addressed the king. "Your Highness," the situation unfolded as follows. "We initially intended to launch a midnight ambush to catch that treacherous eunuch Lin Yichen off guard and seize the eastern city wall. However, to our dismay, the shameless and despicable Lin Yichen managed to execute a surprise attack on us as well. Given that they were already inside the city, they had ample time to regroup. Meanwhile, we, stationed outside the walls, had to fight on foot to avoid detection by the enemies atop the walls, and thus we dared not light torches. Consequently, when we clashed, I found myself rapidly ensnared in a disorganized retreat, each man fighting for himself." The prefect regarded the king with a sense of helplessness. After all, our foes were cavalry, while our forces were not particularly elite infantry, which exacerbated the disparity. Although Commander Fan made every effort to engage them, he ultimately failed. "Where is Fan He?" the king inquired, his expression stern and severe as he glared at the prefect. "Summon him to see me at once." "Your Highness. Commander Fan has already been slain. We discovered his body on the battlefield." As the king's wrathful reprimands echoed, the vice commander of the Redwater Army, Song Zhong, hastily interjected. "It appears he was killed by Lin Yichen." "Deservedly so." Casting a glance at the mangled corpse of Fan He, the king felt no pity. Instead, his expression darkened with cold fury. "He nearly thwarted my grand designs. His death, is well warranted. Bring him and cast him into the cesspool. His male relatives shall be conscripted, and his female relatives sold into servitude. Your Highness, this is excessive." Upon hearing the king's harsh decree, a monk clad in black immediately shook his head, though Commander Fan made mistakes. He served Your Highness with unwavering loyalty and met his end heroically without surrender. We must prioritize the deceased's honor and hope that Your Highness can pardon Commander Fan's transgressions, granting him some measure of recognition. The monk, glancing at Song Zhong and the other soldiers of the Redwater Army, silently urged the king to refrain from rash actions. "It is I who have acted impulsively." The king, known for his capacity to heed advice, though still unsettled, ultimately nodded with a clenched jaw. Fan He, albeit somewhat inept, was loyal to me and died in my service. He may have lacked merit, but his efforts were not in vain. Thus, we shall retain Fan He's position and provide his family with compensation befitting his rank. Ensuring his remains are returned home for a proper burial, the king resolved firmly, "Let it be arranged as such, as you command." The black-clad monk, initially intending to persuade the king to bestow greater honors upon Fan He as a precedent, now quelled that notion upon witnessing the king's furious countenance. He recognized that the king was truly irate, and the decision to spare Fan He's family was a testament to the king's restraint. As for any accolades, they would have to be reserved for other generals who achieved merit or for heroes who fell in battle, allowing him to propose such recognitions later to uplift the morale of the troops, which had waned due to Fan He's demise and the Redwater Army's disarray. Your Highness, Commander Wang Yinzhang of the Divine Rapid Army has arrived with 10,000 troops to lend assistance. At that moment, as King Qin and the cloaked monk deliberated on how to manage the aftermath, whether to send Song Zhong to reorganize the remnants of the Qishui army and take over Fan He's position to besiege the eastern city wall, a messenger from the Iron Forest Army arrived promptly. He inquired on behalf of the general about how to proceed. "Let the Divine Swift Army enter." King Qin responded with a subtle nod of excitement, thinking to himself that it was indeed fortuitous, like a pillow arriving just as one feels drowsy. Dispatched the Divine Swift Army to the eastern city wall to replace the Qishui Army's main camp and commence the siege of the eastern city wall. Furthermore, summon Wang Yinzhang to meet with me. I shall bestow him with ample rewards. Chapter 185. The War of Attrition. The commander of the Divine Swift Army, Wang Yinzhang, approached His Highness, exclaiming, "Long live Your Highness! I humbly beg for your forgiveness for my late arrival in providing assistance." Shortly thereafter, a tall and imposing general, strikingly handsome, strode directly into the camp of King Qin. Upon seeing the king, he immediately knelt on one knee without hesitation. "What transgression have you committed?" King Qin urged. "General Wang, please rise. In military attire, there is no need for excessive formalities before me." With a smile and a nod, the king gestured for Wang Yinzhang to stand. "Your arrival with reinforcements is akin to a timely gift in winter. I am deeply moved by your efforts. Someone, prepare cattle, sheep, pigs, and chickens to be sent to General Wang's camp as a reward for the entire army." As he spoke, King Qin waved to a subordinate responsible for logistics, commanding, "Additionally, prepare 20,000 taels of silver for me. Each soldier of the Divine Swift Army shall receive 2 taels. Ensure that every officer and every soldier is accounted for." At once, the subordinate, having anticipated the king's generous rewards to win over the logistics officers of the Divine Swift Army, promptly bowed in compliance. The expenditure was of little concern to him, for after seizing the capital, King Qin had taken control of the treasury, with the Iron Forest Army tasked with its protection. In this context, the mere 20,000 taels of silver was but a drop in the ocean of the immense wealth held by King Qin. "On behalf of my men, I express our gratitude for Your Highness's generosity. We are all willing to serve you loyally and support your ascension to the throne." Wang Yinzhang, observing the king's lavishness, bowed deeply once more, declaring, "This great nation belongs to none other than Your Highness." "Haha, splendid, splendid." King Qin responded, pleased by Wang Yinzhang's flattery. Wang Yinzhang regarded the king with utmost respect and refrained from further comments, although his heart leaned towards the Empress Dowager. The current circumstances compelled him to comply respectfully with King Qin's orders. After all, within the Divine Swift Army, his trusted allies consisted of merely one deputy commander and a handful of officers. His support was limited. In times when King Qin appeared vulnerable, he could have leveraged his confidence to sway the soldiers of the Divine Swift Army towards the Empress Dowager. However, amidst the king's significant power, any such attempt would likely result in his own soldiers binding him and presenting him to King Qin for accolades. Thus, for the time being, Wang Yinzhang had no choice but to exhibit unwavering respect towards King Qin, daring not to show the slightest sign of negligence. "Wang Yinzhang, return and inform your officers that although this reward of 2 taels of silver may seem modest, it is merely because the Forbidden City has yet to be captured." King Qin's eyes gleamed with determination. Once I conquer the Forbidden City and formally ascend the throne, all shall receive substantial rewards. I promise you. Those who deserve promotion will be promoted, and those entitled to rewards will receive them. You are all my loyal contributors to this great endeavor. Thus, I shall not treat you poorly. Thank you for your kindness, your highness. Wang Yinzhang dared not contest this, immediately bowing deeply to the king once again. My men understand your dilemmas and will not cause any disturbances. They will follow you into the Forbidden City and assist in your ascension. Furthermore, it is imperative to exert control over your soldiers, ensuring that they refrain from acts of arson, murder, and pillaging both outside the city and following its breach. The king of Qin spoke with gravity. We are a sovereign army, and my aim is solely to eliminate the treacherous eunuch Lin Yichen, who has brought calamity upon the nation without involving the innocent. He paused momentarily, adding, these young eunuchs and palace maids shall be spared, provided they do not resist. We must not inflict unwarranted suffering or bloodshed, especially within the Xinang Palace where the Empress Dowager resides. Whichever faction first enters Xinang Palace must ensure its security, allowing no one to disturb Her Majesty. I shall faithfully obey your highness's command. Wang Yinzhang nodded earnestly, contemplating the seriousness of the king of Qin's resolve, which was markedly different from the reckless looting of mere bandits. This was only natural, considering the king had long served as the de facto ruler, akin to a vice-emperor. Wang Yinzhang mused that in matters of governance and military command, aside from not possessing the legitimacy of the emperor, the king of Qin was undoubtedly more seasoned. The king's current amicable disposition towards the Empress Dowager was indeed a positive sign. I must find an opportunity to convey this intelligence to Her Majesty and Eunuch Li. Unbeknownst to Wang Yinzhang, who was secretly plotting to alert the Empress Dowager, the king of Qin smiled slightly and inquired, what is the situation in the left camp? Reporting to your highness, Zhang Juzheng, Qin Yuqing, and Feng Ming, commanding the Tiger Guard and Flying Bear armies, initially intended to march to the capital to rescue the emperor. However, knowing that your highness leads an army of 100,000 and has already seized Chang'an, the majority of their soldiers are reluctant to march forth to meet their demise. Consequently, the anxious Zhang Juzheng, Qin Yuqing, and Feng Ming have temporarily abandoned their plans to rush to the emperor's aid and are instead trying to pacify their troops to prevent them from defecting to your highness. The Tianqiong army, led by Lu Xian, has maintained a neutral stance, showing no inclination one way or the other. After discussions with my colleagues in the Golden Saber army, we decided to station the Golden Saber army to monitor and guard against the Tianqiong, Tiger Guard, and Flying Bear armies, lest they disrupt our plans at a critical moment. Following this, I led the Shenjijin to come to your highness's assistance. While Wang Yinzhang spoke truthfully, his true intention was not merely to support the king of Qin. His decision to retain the Golden Saber army and volunteer for battle stemmed from the hope of seizing an opportunity amid the chaos. Should the king of Qin continue his victorious advance while the Empress Dowager and the Empress faced utter defeat, he would dutifully serve the king. Conversely, if the king encountered peril and the Empress and Empress Dowager found an opening, he would not hesitate to deliver a surprise betrayal. Very well. It is essential to keep a close watch on those inept commanders. After I ascend the throne, I shall settle the score with them. The king of Qin's eyes glinted with a fierce coldness as he noted the names of the Tianqiong, Tiger Guard, and Flying Bear armies. He coldly remarked, you shall guard the eastern city wall. Remember to act with utmost caution, lest you follow in the foolish footsteps of Fan He. Your command shall be executed. Without uttering a word, Wang Yinzhang respectfully saluted the king of Qin before leading the Divine Swift army to encamp outside the east city wall at the Chishui military camp, commencing the siege of the Forbidden City. Orders were dispatched. Today was a day of rest, but on the morrow, at the third watch, we shall rise in rebellion. And at the fifth watch, we shall advance, engaging in a relentless will battle from all sides. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes as the king of Qin coldly snorted, prepare my personal guard. Once we discern a favorable opportunity in battle, I shall personally lead the charge to breach the city. One strike to conquer the city. Chapter 186. Pinnacle of the Master in a small courtyard within the imperial city. Lin Yichen, immersed in his cultivation and oblivious to the outside world, finally opened his tightly shut eyes at the stroke of midnight. With a sharp exhale, he unleashed a powerful punch into the air, observing the explosive force of his inner energy with great satisfaction. The past 40 years of cultivation had indeed been a fortuitous boon, enhancing his strength and augmenting his capacity for self-preservation. Even if the king of Qin were to breach the city, he felt confident in his ability to either assist the empress in her escape or extricate himself swiftly. Lin Yichen murmured to himself, pondering the extent of his newfound power. How much stronger had he truly become? With that thought, he accessed the system to review his attributes. Host, Lin Yichen Realm, Pinnacle of Master, Official Title, Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Administration, Deputy Chief Eunuch of Sinang Palace. Commander of the Imperial Guard Cultivation Technique. Nine Yang True Scripture, Great Accomplishment. Qilin Divine Art, Great Accomplishment. Martial Skills, Thunder Sword Technique, Great Accomplishment. Wrath of the Thunder God, Great Accomplishment. Attribute Detection Items, Wind and Thunder Spirit Sword. 1 Yuan Cultivation Pill. Having finally reached the pinnacle of Master, he was but a step away from becoming a Grandmaster. Gazing at his attributes, Lin Yichen was overwhelmed with excitement. Attaining the status of Grandmaster would grant him sufficient power for self-defense, even if he could not vanquish the King of Qin. His thoughts turned to the despicable Qilin Holy Master, who had caused his father's demise, forcing him to transform from a life of leisure into a mere pretender. A chill ran down Lin Yichen's spine as he contemplated the looming threat. The Holy Master was like a sword of Damocles, ever suspended above him, inducing a sense of unrest and irritation. First it was Shun Zhao, then this Elder Gao and Elder Li. All of them seemed intent on his destruction. Were it not for some peculiar circumstance that temporarily hindered the Holy Master from departing the Qilin sacred land, he would likely have already descended upon Chang'an to eliminate Lin Yichen personally. With this realization, Lin Yichen's mouth twitched in a grimace. Although he was on the brink of becoming a Grandmaster, the transition from Master to Grandmaster was far from straightforward. Even if he achieved such a status, it would only be beneficial if the Qilin Holy Master remained unable to leave his domain. Otherwise, given the Holy Master's formidable prowess, Lin Yichen feared he would be no match, easily dispatched as if he were mere chaff. A sharp intake of breath signaled the urgency of his situation. Upon becoming a Grandmaster, he would be untroubled by the King of Qin, yet still woefully inadequate against the Qilin Holy Master. Even if he assisted the Empress in solidifying her grip on the Great Feng, the Empress, holding the Imperial Dragon Seal, would similarly find herself in peril against the Holy Master. Lin Yichen's brow furrowed with grave concern. Of course, in terms of restraint, it was likely that the Qilin Holy Master would refrain from assaulting the Empress within the Forbidden City. After all, he and the Empress posed no threat to the Holy Master. However, the fortunes of the Great Feng could still counterbalance his might. Thus, if he remained within the safety of the Forbidden City, perhaps the Qilin Holy Master would find him beyond reach, allowing him to live in peace. Lin Yichen felt a throbbing headache and patted his head. However, I do not wish to live my life like a cowardly turtle. Having traversed to this world, it would be a disservice to my identity as a traveler if I do not fully explore the majestic Defeng and leave my legend in every corner. Furthermore, as long as the Qilin Holy Master is not foolish, he could easily support either the Yin Wang or Jin Wang, or even some local lord, and perhaps even conspire with the emperor of a rival nation to instigate them to attack Defeng and the Empress. Even if the Qin Wang were to be vanquished, the Empress would merely hold sway over Guanzhong. The entire Defeng would still be fraught with hidden dangers and crises. It is indeed a daunting task. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen clenched his teeth. If only I could ascend to the sacred realm swiftly, I would obliterate that detestable Qilin Holy Master with a single punch, seize control of the Qilin sacred land, and then assist the Empress in firmly establishing her rule over Defeng. Thus, I could live a carefree life, embracing the Empress daily and letting her bear my children. Such a life would be the epitome of bliss. In an instant, Lin Yichen envisioned a future of idyllic living. He imagined holding the Empress in his arms, while a Qiu kneaded his left leg, a Zi massaged his right leg, and the Empress Dowager attended to his shoulders. Moreover, he envisioned the Empress serving tea, the favored concubine sweeping the floor, and Luo Lan preparing meals. Ah, this is the true essence of a splendid life. Lin Yichen couldn't help but exclaim. If I were the emperor, living such a life would mean I could leisurely forego morning court sessions and indulge in the delights of being a slothful ruler. How utterly delightful. Rubbing his hands together, Lin Yichen encouraged himself, vowing to become a Grand Master and a formidable expert in the sacred realm swiftly, so he could vanquish the abhorrent Qin Wang and Qilin Holy Master. Let the slaughter begin. The day of the city's fall is today. The command from His Highness the Qin Wang echoed. The first to scale the wall shall be rewarded with 100 taels of gold and promoted 3 ranks. Those who slay Lin Yichen shall receive 10,000 taels of gold and be granted the hereditary title of a marquis with 10,000 households. The opportunity to achieve glory and establish a legacy had arrived. Follow me into battle. Just as Lin Yichen was lost in his musings, a cacophony of cheers and shouts erupted as the numerous troops under the Qin Wang's command launched a full-scale assault on the Forbidden City. My head is worth 10,000 taels of gold? Lin Yichen was taken aback by the shouts outside. 1 tael is 50 grams. So 10,000 taels of gold equates to 50,000 grams, or 1,000 jin. Converted to modern RMB, that amounts to nearly 150 million. My goodness. I am worth so much? He touched his head, and for a moment, Lin Yichen contemplated severing his own head to present to the Qin Wang for the bounty. To be honest, if he could return to the modern world with gold worth 150 million, he would revel in a life of luxury, sailing on yachts with beautiful models and never setting foot on land again. Alas, I possess but one head. Shaking his head in bitter disappointment, Lin Yichen rushed towards the city walls with the little gold and a few loyal guards from the Western Depot to assist in the defense of the city. Master Lin, this time it is rather arduous. If absolutely necessary, you must protect His Majesty's departure while I strive to hold them off. After imparting these words to Lin Yichen, Li Qing rallied the rescue team, exerting every effort to support the walls, repelling wave after wave of soldiers attempting to breach the battlements. Kill. With a single stroke, he severed the head of a warrior at the innate level, and Lin Yichen immediately immersed himself in the defense of the city. All troops, heed my command and follow this prince into battle. Slay them. As the afternoon sun reached 3:30, the weary defenders, having fought tirelessly throughout the day, found themselves facing the formidable Qin Wang, who, with a sweeping gesture, led 1,000 elite guards from the royal palace into a fierce assault on the city. Astonishingly, his target was none other than the section of the wall that Lin Yichen was defending. It was evident that he was intent on confronting Lin Yichen directly. Chapter 187. Blood Battle Against the Qin King. Ah, you audacious Qin King, do you truly believe that I am but a fish upon a chopping block, ripe for your slaughter? As I beheld the Qin King leading his royal guards toward the city, I, Lin Yichen, did not retreat. Instead, I commanded that my banners emblazoned with the character Lin and the title of West Factory Governor be raised upon the city walls. With a resolute gesture, I declared, all personnel, heed my command. We shall block their advance and ensure they do not reach the battlements. Little Jinzi, I called upon my trusted aide, Little Jinzi, tossing him the imperial sword I carried, saying, you shall lead a battalion of 50 from the West Factory as the enforcement team. Me, Governor Lin? Little Jinzi, momentarily taken aback by his unexpected appointment as the commander of the enforcement team, stared at me in bewilderment. After all, his initial thought was to fight alongside me to the death. This sword, bestowed upon me by His Majesty, grants the authority to execute without prior consent. So you need not worry, I said, my expression grave. Remember my words. This time, no one shall falter. Should a soldier retreat, the squad leader shall be executed. If the squad leader retreats, the 100-man commander shall be executed. If the 100-man commander retreats, the 1,000-man commander shall be executed. If the 1,000-man commander retreats, the chief commander shall be executed. If the chief commander retreats, I shall be the one to execute. Casting a cold gaze over the weary soldiers and officers upon the walls, I understood their exhaustion from the arduous battles of the day. Thus, I sought to bolster their morale with a vigorous wave of my hand. If I were to retreat, the enforcement team and all present may execute me. In essence, today, no one is permitted to withdraw. We must suppress the Qin King at the walls and defend the imperial city. Gripping the wind and thunder spirit sword, I gazed down at the Qin King's guards, now advancing toward the city, ready to commence their siege. I am acutely aware that you are all weary from the fight. However, the forces under the Qin King are not in a better state. If we endure, we shall surely triumph today. Now is the time where the brave prevail in a narrow encounter. It is merely a matter of who can sustain their final breath. His Majesty has treated us well. We must remain loyal to him. Follow me, and let us slay. With a sweeping gesture, I directed the soldiers and, seizing the boiling golden liquid prepared for this very moment, poured it down upon the ladders set against the walls. This liquid, a foul concoction, was not only repugnant but lethal, inflicting severe wounds that would inevitably lead to infection and death for any unfortunate soul touched by its heat. Such is the advantage of the defenders. One defender holds the strength of 5 attackers. Just then, the Qin King's guards ascending the ladder were met with the scalding liquid and let out anguished cries, tumbling down like dumplings, writhing in agony upon the ground. Most met their demise from the fall, trampled underfoot, or pierced by arrows raining down upon them. As I led the charge, the other soldiers, emboldened, followed suit. Some poured the noxious liquid, others hurled stones, while yet others loosed arrows or severed the supports of the ladders, causing those climbing to plummet to their doom. The initial wave of assault from the Qin King's personal guards was decisively thwarted by Lin Yichen and his men, resulting in the demise of over 100 soldiers from the Qin King's ranks, who then retreated in disarray. Victory! Victory! Invincibility! As they witnessed the Qin King's guards flee in utter chaos, the soldiers atop the city walls erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating their triumph in defending the fortress. Everyone, be cautious, Lin Yichen warned, observing the fallen soldiers who had met their end due to carelessness during the counterattack. Peering through the lookout hole, his expression turned grave. Shield bearers, raise your shields. Archers, fire. In that very instant, as the command left his lips, a wave of arrows was unleashed by the Qin King's archers, thousands of them raining down upon the defenders on the walls. Despite their swift attempts to shield themselves, the barriers were riddled with arrows, transforming them into mere porcupines. Nevertheless, over 30 unfortunate souls were struck, either through the gaps in their shields or caught unprepared, becoming mere targets for the onslaught. Damn it! 100 house official swiped the blood from his face, his gaze fixed on a comrade who had been pierced through the head by an arrow. Blood and brain matter splattering across him. Lin Yichen's demeanor was grave. The enemy is assaulting the city once more. Hold your ground. Archers, retaliate. After glancing through the lookout, Lin Yichen wiped the blood and remnants of brain matter from his face. Heedless of anything else, he hurled the corpse of a fallen guard, striking down several of the Qin King's personal soldiers. He once again raised the wind and thunder spirit sword, proclaiming loudly, "Remember my words. Today, I am invincible. Only in death may one retreat. If the field battle falters, defend the city. If city defense fails, engage in street combat. If street combat proves futile, take your own life. I vow to protect His Majesty with my life." Attack. With a swift stroke, he dispatched a peak innate level expert wielding a wolf-tooth club who had just felled a number of soldiers, and like a firefighter amidst chaos, Lin Yichen roared defiantly, striking down the Qin King's formidable warriors, staunchly guarding the city walls. Follow Commander Lin into battle. What is a severed head compared to a mere bull-sized scar? Fear not. 18 years hence, one shall emerge a hero anew. I fight for my sovereign who has treated me well, without His Majesty. How would I have the means to marry and raise a family? Hence, I fight. Inspired by Lin Yichen's fervor, the soldiers rallied, gritting their teeth and fiercely following his lead. Under his command, regardless of their internal thoughts, their actions were unified, emboldened, and fiercely resisting. This fervor pushed back the Qin King's guards, who had already scaled the walls under the leadership of a master-level deputy commander. Even this deputy commander, in a moment of hesitation, lost an arm to Lin Yichen's sword. Certainly, amidst the turmoil of battle, despite Lin Yichen's formidable prowess, he endured his fair share of wounds from blades and arrows. However, due to the protection of his internal energy, as long as it remains unexhausted, these assaults are merely superficial wounds for Lin Yichen, incapable of inflicting any true injury upon him, let alone threaten his life. At this moment, seated upon a towering steed and flanked by 100 formidable bodyguards, each at least at the mid-level of internal energy, the King of Qin bore a grave expression, his eyes shimmering with intense brilliance. He had discerned that Lin Yichen and the city's defenders were already at their wits' end, left in a state of disarray from the previous 3 waves of attacks. Everyone, heed my command. The full-scale assault commences. Follow me. The King of Qin brandished his spear, its tip aimed directly at Lin Yichen. Kill. Slay the traitorous dog. Chapter 188. A single strike to kill the castrated dog, Lin Yichen. The moment for accomplishment has arrived. To slay the castrated fiend promises a bounty of 10,000 taels and the title of a marquis. This head of the castrated traitor is already reserved for me. None shall contest it. As King Qin galloped forward to attack, his personal guards and the officers of the Wu army shouted fervently, rallying their courage as they surged behind him, determined to take Lin Yichen's wretched life. Do they dare to challenge me, the chief steward? Hearing the soldiers' fervent cries, Lin Yichen could not help but chuckle. You have come to present me with achievements. All are commanded. Slay the one who dares to oppose King Qin, and receive a reward as meager as a mouthful of excrement. Yet Lin Yichen stood atop the city wall, smiling down at the gathered throng. Such a wretched creature deserves no more than a mere pile of dung as a reward. Indeed, that would be an excessive estimation. Haha. King Qin is beneath even that. Henceforth, he shall no longer be called King Qin. He should adopt the name Ji Dung and claim the title of King Dung. Lin Gong Gong. After we have dispatched the King of Dung, might we be granted a reward of golden excrement? Hearing Lin Yichen's clearly humorous remarks, the soldiers defending the city erupted in laughter, their disdain for King Qin evident as they joined Lin Yichen in ridiculing him. What a pitiful creature. He is but a pile of refuse. How could he possibly be worthy of gold? Lin Yichen laughed heartily at this, addressing the crowd. To slay King Qin is to have the privilege of leaving a pile of dung upon his head. That shall be the reward. Damn it. Upon hearing Lin Yichen liken him to excrement, King Qin was instantly consumed with rage, his expression dark and menacing as he glared at Lin Yichen. Castrated dog. I shall kill you this instant. Your head shall serve as an offering to my son, and your corpse will be buried in the latrine, mingling with filth to become fertilizer. With a cold snort, King Qin waved his hand decisively. Sons, slay them all. Once the city falls, leave no creature alive. All defending soldiers shall be slaughtered, and the palace maids and concubines will be rewarded based on merit. As for the remaining wealth and titles, I shall not be stingy. You are all my loyal followers. I shall share prosperity with you. Kill. With a thunderous roar, King Qin led the charge, howling as he advanced towards Lin Yichen, intent on claiming his wretched life first. He understood that Lin Yichen was the backbone of the city's defense. Once Lin Yichen fell, the fortifications would crumble without resistance. Cursed King Qin. Faced with the enraged monarch charging at him, Lin Yichen, though aware of King Qin's formidable strength, summoned his remaining courage and roared defiantly to confront him. After all, he alone possessed the highest strength on the city walls. If he fled, the others would stand no chance against King Qin. Even when Li Zhong hesitated to assist him, Lin Yichen knew he had no choice but to fight for his life, despite recognizing his own inferiority before King Qin. Castrated traitor, you, a mere peak master, dare to challenge me? Who grants you such audacity? Prepare to perish. With a swift thrust of his spear, King Qin unleashed a ferocious blaze that manifested as a snarling fire dragon, which lunged menacingly towards Lin Yichen. The fire dragon blazed with intense flames, its assault ferocious and evidently imbued with formidable power. Kill. Lin Yichen, his expression grave, did not hesitate, facing the frenzied onslaught of the fire dragon. He wielded his Wind Thunder Spirit sword and struck down with great force. Crack. Whoosh. As the lightning struck the fire dragon, it swayed momentarily before regaining its composure and lunging directly at Lin Yichen, enveloping him in its fiery embrace. Damn it. In an instant, Lin Yichen felt the overwhelming heat, akin to being skewered over a flame, causing his complexion to change drastically as he realized the imminent peril. If the King of Qin continued to roast him like this, he would undoubtedly be cooked to perfection, becoming a piece of charred meat. Lin Dog, this shall be your fate. Faced with the searing flames, despite his hair standing on end from the lightning strike, the King of Qin remained unfazed, chuckling. Didn't you wish to eat shit? Very well. I shall fulfill your desire. I will turn you into roasted meat and feed you to the feral dogs, transforming you into piles of excrement. With this thought, the King of Qin looked at Lin Yichen with increasing excitement. Lin Dog, I hope that after you become dog waste, you will still have the audacity to talk back. You are the excrement, and so is your entire family. Boom. Finally, Lin Yichen, burned by the flames, roared in fury, forcibly dispersing his internal energy to extinguish the searing fire. I will not yield to you. The wrath of the Thunder God, kill. What nonsense is this wrath of the Thunder God? Hearing Lin Yichen's cry, the King of Qin snorted disdainfully and waved his hand. Lin Dog, let me make it clear, the disparity in strength is evident. Until you reach the Grand Master realm, you can never fathom the true might of a Grand Master. I can assure you, in the eyes of a Grand Master, battles at the Master level are mere childish play. With just a finger, I could pin you down and bring about your demise. The King of Qin looked at Lin Yichen with utter contempt. Even though you possess considerable talent and have reached the peak of the Master level, today you shall undoubtedly perish. I shall sever your head to honor my son. Crack. Amidst the King of Qin's derisive snort, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a thumb, descended from the heavens, striking him squarely on the head. The King of Qin struck by lightning? A thunderclap in broad daylight. What transgression had the king committed to invoke such divine wrath? Surely, His Highness wouldn't he be struck dead on the spot? Observing the King of Qin, who had been hit by lightning, the soldiers battling atop the city wall were utterly astonished, exchanging worried glances towards their king. Damn that Lin Dog. The King of Qin, having suffered no serious injury, only his hair standing on end and his garments disheveled, was utterly enraged. With a fierce roar, he chose not to dally with Lin Yichen any longer, but instead unleashed a powerful thrust of his spear. Thud! With a dull thump, the spear plunged into Lin Yichen's shoulder blade, sending him crashing against the city wall, leaving a dent in the shape of a person. Damn you, wretched creature. The disheveled King Qin was utterly enraged, casting a cold glance at Lin Yichen, who was pinned against the wall. With a disdainful snort, he aimed the spear in his hand at Lin Yichen's heart, then launched a fierce thrust from midair. My life is forfeit. As the sharp tip of the spear descended upon him, Lin Yichen, already gravely wounded by the previous strike, could only emit a mournful cry before despairingly closing his eyes. Despite possessing the formidable defensive and restorative powers of the Qilin sacred body, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Lin Yichen was no match for the Grand Master King Qin. In that fleeting moment, the only thought left in Lin Yichen's mind was, would he ever traverse realms once more? Chapter 189, The Fury of the Tigress. Yet, instead of facing demise, Lin Yichen was greeted by an astonishing roar. Suddenly, amidst a brilliant golden light, a fearsome five-clawed golden dragon materialized, soaring majestically above the Forbidden City. This magnificent dragon, composed of the imperial might and dragon energy of the great Feng Empire, spiraled through the air with an imposing presence, its fierce countenance clearly visible. It emanated an overwhelming aura of a grandmaster, directly confronting the King of Qin, who had intended to seize the opportunity to slay Lin Yichen, and firmly positioned itself in front of him. The true dragon has manifested. Bow down and pay homage to the true dragon. Long live the true dragon. With the emergence of the true dragon, the chaotic battlefield surrounding the Forbidden City swiftly transformed into order as all eyes turned to gaze upon this majestic creature. Under the powerful intimidation of the dragon's might, not only did the Empress's forces, including the Tiger Bin army and the Divine Strategy Guards, kneel, but even many of the 60,000 elite troops under the King of Qin found themselves instinctively bowing in fear. Only a handful of martial artists and staunch loyalists of the king remained steadfast, aware that this true dragon did not represent the King of Qin, and thus resisted the overwhelming pressure to kneel. Nevertheless, even they, skilled practitioners of internal energy and innate realms, bore ashen faces. Their expressions grave as they fixated on the dragon, their bodies trembling ever so slightly. Observing the legion of kneeling soldiers, Lin Yichen remained entirely unperturbed. As a grandmaster and a soul of the modern era, he held a profound curiosity towards mythical beings such as dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and vermilion birds. But fear was an emotion he did not entertain. What of the true dragon? Had he not already enjoyed the company of the Empress, a genuine divine beast? This dragon was undoubtedly summoned by the Empress through the national dragon seal, a testament to her efforts to save him, though he felt no trepidation towards the dragon. Lin Yichen was nonetheless touched. In critical moments, it was indeed the woman with whom he shared an intimate bond who chose to aid him. Had he not offended the Empress, had he not mingled his essence with hers, she might have abandoned him long ago. Murmuring softly, Lin Yichen then turned his grave gaze towards the King of Qin, who had intended to kill him. What would be the outcome when the king faced this true dragon? Your Majesty, the King of Qin, casting a dark and brooding look at the fearsome dragon, turned his attention to the Empress, who was slowly ascending the city wall. Adorned in her coronation dragon robe and wielding the national dragon seal, I have come to besiege the imperial city not out of malice towards you, but solely to protect the throne and eliminate Lin Yichen, this scourge upon the nation. If you kill Lin Yichen, I will withdraw my forces and continue to honor you as Empress. The King of Qin spoke earnestly, his expression grave. If you doubt my intentions, let the Empress Dowager bear witness. Do you truly believe me to be a mere child of 3? The Empress retorted coldly, a mocking smile gracing her lips. With her power having reached the 7th tier of the innate realm, she regarded the King of Qin with an icy gaze. Once Lin Yichen is dead, I suspect he will meet his end by drowning or succumbing to illness, don't you think? At that moment, you shall reluctantly ascend the throne after a series of refusals, won't you? The Empress scoffed at the King of Qin. Your intentions are as evident as Sima Zhao's heart, and there's no need for pretense. Let me make it clear, I shall never compromise. If you wish to seize the throne bequeathed to me by the late emperor, you must kill me. Otherwise, I shall never abdicate. You are courting death. The expression on the King of Qin suddenly darkened, and with a stern countenance, he glared at the Empress. Your stubborn resistance will only bring ruin to these innocent lives and to yourself. Out of respect for the late emperor, I initially intended to offer you a way out. Your disgraceful words are beyond belief. Do you think I would accept them? The Empress coldly snorted. Let me tell you, even in dire circumstances, I shall never relinquish my position. I will allow you to kill me, ensuring you are forever remembered in history as a pariah. Regicide and usurpation, killing your own nephew to seize the throne, is the ultimate disgrace. You. The king's face suddenly stiffened. He understood that even the illustriously heir and Zhu Laosi, renowned throughout history, could not escape the infamy of fratricide and usurpation. While they lived, they feared their reputations. In death, they dreaded the accounts written about them. The King of Qin, despite his pride and arrogance, did not believe his future accomplishments could rival theirs. If even they were condemned for millennia, should he slay the Empress, he would be forever tainted. Hence, he concluded that the best course of action would be to follow Cao Pai's example, exiling the Empress to a leisurely princely life, prompting her to willingly abdicate. I had no intention of killing you, but you have brought this upon yourself. At this juncture, even if he wished to avoid it, the King of Qin knew there was no turning back. He had been forced into a corner. Thus, he coldly regarded the Empress. Do you not realize that while the imperial dragon seal can ward off enemies, it will also deplete the dragon's fortune of our great Feng? Should the dragon's fortune diminish excessively, it will lead to the decline of the royal family, sow discord among the princes and ministers, and allow neighboring hostile nations to invade. Your actions are detrimental to our great Feng. The Empress retorted without hesitation. It is not I who endangers great Feng, but you, King of Qin. You act solely for your selfish gain, engaging in schemes of usurpation that bring joy to your enemies and pain to your kin. If you had even an ounce of conscience, you would take your own life in atonement. The late emperor held you in high esteem upon his passing. The former Grand Chancellor warned that you bore a rebellious nature and would surely harm the state. The Empress glared at the King of Qin, her expression grim. Yet, out of brotherly affection, the late emperor not only spared you, but also appointed you as the regent. Throughout these years, I have treated you with utmost respect, granting you numerous opportunities, yet you have succumbed to ambition and arrogance. The Empress coldly scrutinized the King of Qin. Are you worthy of my trust? The trust of the late Emperor and the countless subjects of our great Feng? King of Qin, you are nothing but a treacherous rebel, unfaithful and unfilial, ungrateful and cruel. You, how sharp-tongued you are. Infuriated by the Empress's piercing revelations, the King of Qin could only glare at her with unbridled animosity. Enough of your prattle, he declared. Since you are foolish enough to court your own demise, I shall oblige. Today, I will first slay you, then eliminate that dog of Lin, and ascend the throne as emperor. Once I don the imperial crown, I shall naturally pacify the feudal lords, vanquish hostile nations, unify the realm, and restore the grandeur of our great Feng across the 9 provinces. Only I possess the rightful claim to be the rejuvenator of the great Feng. With that, the King of Qin let out a furious roar, drawing forth his weapon with lethal intent, and launched himself into the air, thrusting his sharp spear menacingly towards the Empress. Chapter 190. The Death of a Master Rebel. In the face of the Qin King's assault, the Empress maintained her icy demeanor. With a disdainful snort, she waved her hand, summoning the celestial dragon to launch an attack against the Qin King. With a thunderous roar, the dragon, materialized from the national seal, lunged fiercely at the Qin King. Though the Qin King was undeniably formidable, a genuine grandmaster, he found himself at a disadvantage against the dragon summoned by the Empress. His strength rendered ineffective and his situation precarious. Indeed, while the national seal could overpower the Qin King, it could not easily extinguish his life. Once a martial artist ascends to the rank of grandmaster, their power experiences a transformative surge, and their vitality is greatly enhanced. Otherwise, a mere grandmaster would succumb to the dragon's wrath with a single strike. Damn it! Amidst their fierce struggle, the Qin King managed to pierce the national seal with his spear, disrupting its defenses and dissipating a portion of its dragon energy. However, he too suffered a grievous wound from the dragon's claw, leaving him in a state of disarray. Retreat, aware that prolonging the battle would inevitably result in severe injury. The Qin King, despite his seething anger, chose to withdraw temporarily. After all, while he held no concerns about Lin Yichen or the Empress, knowing that the shadowy figures like the black-robed monks and other grandmasters could fend off any attacks, he remained wary of the cunning chief steward Li Zhong, hidden away in the Xinang palace like a venomous serpent. He understood that Li Zhong, accompanied by the elite of the Jinhui and Dongchang, appeared indifferent, seemingly neutral. Yet, should he sustain serious injuries, Li Zhong would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike him down, perhaps even framing the Empress for the act. In such a scenario, both he and the Empress would meet their demise, allowing the Dowager Empress to benefit from the chaos, choosing a young puppet emperor to dominate the realm while continuing to exert control from the shadows. The Qin King was no fool. He would not toil in vain to craft a bridal gown for the Dowager Empress. My dear nephew, he mused with a cold smile, do not celebrate too soon. Today's battle is merely an appetizer. After forcing the national seal to retreat, the Qin King gazed at the Empress with disdain. I could besiege cities daily, but can you perpetually summon the national seal to protect the wretched Lin Yichen? Once I seize the opportunity to end his life, what will you have left to oppose me? With utter contempt, the Qin King sneered. Are you relying on the inept Yang Yanzhao and Zhang Zhonglin, or the inexperienced Zhang Jujing and Sima Cheng? I advise you to cease your futile resistance. Obey my arrangements and abdicate. That is your chance for survival. The Qin King regarded the Empress coldly. This way, I might allow you to live as a leisurely prince, indulging in the simple joys of life. Otherwise, I shall reduce you to ashes. The one who shall perish is you. In the face of the Qin King's provocation, the Empress glared fiercely, coldly huffing. One day, I shall take your life. How foolish indeed. Since you seek death, let us await the inevitable. The Qin King snorted dismissively and waved his hand, commanding the retreat. Everyone was instructed to secure the city walls, tend to the wounded, bury the dead, and rest in turns. As the Qin King truly withdrew his forces, Li Qing, his arm wrapped in bloody bandages, immediately stepped forward. We must allocate a portion of our troops for defensive preparations, for the Qin King may return with a surprise attack. Your Majesty, thank you, he added. After the Empress stored away the national dragon seal, Lin Yichen approached her, admiring her slender waist accentuated by her belt. If not for your intervention, I would have faced dire consequences. You serve me. Naturally, I shall save you. The Empress replied without hesitation, dismissing Lin Yichen's lingering gaze. She was well aware of his character, having grown accustomed to his shamelessly lecherous nature. The Qin King will not relent. We must remain vigilant, Lin Yichen said gravely. Understanding the limitations of the national dragon seal, the essence of the dragon diminished with use. Once the dragon energy within the Forbidden City was exhausted, the Empress would struggle to contend with the Qin King, even with the national dragon seal at her disposal. This time, the Qin King is wounded. As long as we hold the city walls, he should lack the strength to launch an attack for the next few days, said Chiu softly. However, our losses in this defense have been considerable, such as the inevitability of war. After all, we only have 5,000 defenders against the 60,000 troops of the Qin king, Lin Yichen lamented. Even with the advantage of the walls, it remains exceedingly difficult. Your Majesty, Lin Gonggong, Li Cheng approached with a solemn expression. Preliminary casualty reports are in. We have lost one high-ranking general, the head of your personal guards, Tong Yangzhe. There are 10 mid-level officers of innate realm and 50 low-level officers of inner strength who have died, with 500 soldiers lost and over 1,000 wounded, 300 of whom are severely injured. The enemy, however, has suffered approximately 3,000 dead and 1,000 wounded. That exchange is relatively fair, considering our defensive position. Lin Yichen nodded slightly. Yet, the death of Tong Yangzhe, a master, is a significant loss for us. Appoint Deputy Commander Good Songzhou to temporarily take charge of the personal guards, while the others maintain their posts. After the battle, we shall discuss merits and rewards and arrange for compensation, the Empress replied with a grave sigh, yet her tone remained serious. Generally, guard the walls vigilantly against night attacks. At your command, Li Cheng replied respectfully, watching as the Empress and Chiu turned to return to Qianqing Palace. Though they were familiar faces, the situation was regrettable. Gazing at the lifeless body of Tong Yangzhe, Lin Yichen sighed softly as he watched the Empress and Chiu depart. He then turned to Li Qing with a solemn expression. Generally, may I have a word with you? Please wait a moment, Master Lin. Summoning Good Songzhou, who stood at the pinnacle of the innate realm, Lin issued a few directives, instructing him to lead a firefighting brigade of 500 men to guard the other two walls, cautioning them to avoid close combat with the commander of the Imperial Guards. Once this was settled, Li Qing and Lin Yichen retreated to a deserted section of the city wall. Master Lin, generally, surveying the bodies strewn across the moat and battlefield, Lin Yichen took a deep breath, his expression grave. Speak to me candidly, given the current state of our forces. How much longer can we sustain our defense? Chapter 191. In dire straits upon hearing Lin Yichen's words and feeling the weight of his intense gaze, Li Qing could only take a deep breath, his expression grave. Since you inquire so directly, I shall speak plainly. If the ferocious assaults continue as they did during the day, the city's defenses will likely collapse within 3 hours. 3 hours? Lin Yichen's countenance tightened at this revelation, for it implied the imminent failure of the city's defenses and the inevitable descent into street battles. The interior of the imperial city was relatively compact, rendering the outcomes of such urban warfare virtually predetermined. Indeed, we are all at the end of our tether, Li Shen continued, having fought relentlessly for an entire day. Our forces are utterly fatigued, both physically and mentally. When the bowstring is drawn to its utmost, it is bound to snap. Li Xing regarded Lin Yichen with utmost seriousness. However, there is no need for excessive concern, for despite the overwhelming numbers under the command of King Qin, the vigor of his troops has been significantly diminished by our earlier victories. It is true that King Qin will not retreat lightly. His more than 50,000 elite soldiers still possess the capacity to fight. Yet, the strain of attacking the city will take a greater toll on them, resulting in higher casualties compared to our defensive efforts, especially since you, esteemed Lin, have already slain Fan He, and His Majesty has bested King Qin today. The morale on his side is considerably lower than ours. Li Xing smiled. King Qin cannot immediately launch another fierce assault. If he attempts to force his elite troops to attack, it is likely to incite rebellion among them. He will have no choice but to order his soldiers to recuperate for a few days, rewarding them with promotions and bounties, while also executing a few underperforming officers to bolster their spirits. Looking at Lin Yichen, he added, this recuperation will likely take 2 to 3 days to restore their strength and some semblance of morale. Even if you were to attack thereafter, it would not reach the intensity of today's confrontation. Li Sheng paused, his expression growing even more solemn. Yet, while we may seize this time to regroup and tend to the wounded, if King Qin is astute, he will not launch a large-scale assault, but will instead send small contingents to harass and wear us down continually. This way, when he eventually commands a formal attack, it may only take a few fierce charges, perhaps a day or two at most, before we can no longer hold our ground. Li Sheng looked intently at Lin Yichen. Thus, we are left with at most 3 to 5 days. Our numbers are far too few, and given the constant battles, every soldier bears wounds, compounded by a lack of essential medicines and aid. Moreover, with the death of Tong Yangzhe, we have lost another master. Is there truly no way to secure victory? Lin Yichen clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intensely on Li Xing. I shall entrust you with 1,000 elite guards and all capable eunuchs, tasking them with patrolling the walls armed with blades. Unless the Western Depot, the Jinui, the Imperial Forest Army, and the Yulin Army, alongside Lord Zhang, Commander Chen Yuqing, and Commander Feng Ming leading the Flying Bear and Tiger Guard troops come to our aid, our defeat is inevitable. Li Shang spoke with a bitter tone. If King Qin were not foolish, he would employ a strategy of attrition, continuously dispatching small units to harass us. They can persist in their disturbances, yet we cannot afford to gamble. For if even once in 10 attempts they strike true, a moment's carelessness on our part could lead to the breach of our defenses. Should they persist with such harassment, our limited numbers will leave us increasingly fatigued. Lowering his voice once more, Li Shang continued, moreover, King Qin can mobilize the garrison and city guards from 5 command posts to besiege us. While these soldiers may lack formidable combat prowess, under the duress of the imperial guards, they can serve as effective meat shields. If thousands of them attack for a day or two, not only will we deplete our stock of arrows, but even our blades will dull in the process. With a grave expression, Li Shang regarded Lin Yichen. In truth, when bandits assault a city, they often unleash a horde of the elderly, women, and able-bodied men. First sending the vulnerable to fill the moat with their bodies, and then arming the stronger to charge forth, exhausting the defender's stamina and arrows with their onslaught of logs, stones, and boiling oil. Ultimately, the seasoned fighters, those ruthless brigands, are unleashed to mount a fierce assault and breach the city. King Qin would not resort to such tactics. Lin Yichen shook his head, not out of belief in King Qin's mercy, but because the king harbored aspirations of ascending the throne. Thus, he lacked the audacity to utilize the citizens of Chang'an as mere fodder, for that would surely alienate the populace. Moreover, there was no need for such cruelty, as a few more vigorous assaults would undoubtedly lead to our defeat. Li Shang's expression turned serious as he looked at Lin Yichen. Master Lin, I will fight until the very last moment. If the situation becomes dire, please ensure that you lead His Majesty to safety. I am well aware of your loyalty, and I shall protect His Majesty, Lin Yichen replied, left with no words to counter. He could only pat Li Shang's shoulder reassuringly, urging him to rest and recuperate. Thereafter, he personally led the guards of the Western Depot around the city walls to bolster the spirits of the defending soldiers. True to Li Shang's words, the situation was indeed dire. After surveying the 4 walls of the imperial city, Lin Yichen shook his head gravely, acknowledging the worsening predicament. While the soldiers still displayed commendable morale, they were utterly exhausted and bore injuries. With the constant harassment from small units dispatched by King Qin, they could scarcely find time to rest, let alone prepare for combat. Prolonging this state of conflict would wear down even the strongest of men. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen turned to the young Jinzi beside him, gather the elite from the Western Depot, and form an emergency squad, ready to assist the city walls at a moment's notice. Understood, Jinzi replied promptly, his strength having reached the 7th level of innate mastery after breaking through. But Master Lin, if I do this, you will be left unprotected. Would that not pose a risk? It matters little if King Qin were to breach our defenses. It would make no difference whether I am alone or accompanied. Lin Yichen waved his hand dismissively, his thoughts drifting to the Western Depot prison outside the imperial city, wondering how Li Qin fared at that moment. Fortunately, Luo Lan had taken the members of the Plum Blossom Sword sect away earlier, or he would truly have found himself in a difficult position with Luo Lan. A solution must be devised to address the predicament posed by King Qin, for the stalemate cannot persist. Otherwise, certain death awaits us all, and my own survival is equally jeopardized. Gazing at the brilliantly illuminated encampment of King Qin outside the city, Lin Yichen's eyes were filled with gravity. He understood that once he fell under the king's scrutiny, or became besieged by elderly and elder Gao from the Qilan sacred land, despite his formidable strength, he could not claim with certainty his ability to escape alive. Li Zhong, a master of the Western Bureau, the Jinyui, and the Imperial Guard. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yichen resolutely made his way towards the Sinang Palace once more. Chapter 192. Have mercy on me, Sister Az. I wish to see Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. Outside the Sinang Palace, Lin Yichen gazed solemnly at Az, who was adorned in a flowing purple gown, her slender waist accentuated by a delicate sash, and her alluring calves peeking out from beneath the hem. You have witnessed the dire state of battle today. I was wounded by the Prince of Qin and narrowly escaped death atop the city walls. If the Empress Dowager continues to remain indifferent, once the city falls, both His Majesty and I will perish. The Prince of Qin will not spare the Empress Dowager either, placing both you and her in peril. Thus, it would mean death for us all. The Empress Dowager has declared that no matter what you say, she will not meet with you, Az replied, shaking her head with a complex expression under Lin Yichen's intense gaze. You may leave now. There is no point in seeking the Empress Dowager. Moreover, even if the Prince of Qin were to breach the city, he would merely restrain the Empress Dowager's influence and would not harm her directly. You underestimate the Prince of Qin's madness, Lin Yichen retorted vehemently. If he dares to commit regicide against His Majesty, how could he possibly spare the Empress Dowager? It is precisely because he dares to threaten His Majesty that he would not dare to act against the Empress Dowager, Aziz replied, her tone remaining cool and unwavering. With the infamy of regicide upon him, he can only ascend the throne with the Empress Dowager's endorsement, thereby gaining some semblance of legitimacy and control over the court and the regents. Otherwise, should he commit regicide against his own kin, he would be utterly disgraced and hunted down by all. Although the Empress Dowager is the consort of the late emperor, she was formally appointed as empress and is recognized by both His Majesty and the court. She possesses the authority to rule from behind the curtain, Aziz asserted, her gaze fixed firmly on Lin Yichen. After the Prince of Qin's usurpation, the regional princes and military leaders may choose to disregard him, but they cannot afford to disrespect the Empress Dowager. Unless they seek to overthrow the great Feng dynasty, they must honor the Empress Dowager, who was appointed by the late emperor and revered by the ancestors. Lin Yichen was momentarily rendered speechless, aware that Aziz spoke the truth without exaggeration. No matter how deranged the Prince of Qin may be, he would not dare to lay a finger on the Empress Dowager unless he was prepared to face ruin. Therefore, you should leave. The Empress Dowager will remain neutral, Aziz concluded. With a resigned sigh, she added, if necessary, you may escape. The Empress Dowager will instruct the Eastern Depot and the Jinui to provide you with certain conveniences. Very well, Lin Yichen said, at a loss for words. He coughed weakly. Sister Aziz, I am weary from my injuries. Please escort me home. You wish for me to accompany you? Aziz frowned at the recollection of Lin Yichen's prior actions towards her. Yet, upon seeing his pale, bloodied visage, she relented with a slight nod. Very well, thank you. Sister Aziz. With Aziz's support, Lin Yichen walked toward his courtyard, his thoughts consumed with how to persuade Aziz to advocate on his behalf with the Empress Dowager. Meanwhile, within the Xinang Palace, in a concealed corner, the Empress Dowager, plagued by intermittent stomach pains and a rising urge to vomit, gazed at Lin Yichen with a countenance fraught with complexity. She tenderly caressed her abdomen, letting out a bitter sigh. It is indeed pitiful, my child, to have lost your father at birth, never to meet your biological parent throughout your life. Do not blame your mother for her heartlessness, for if others were to discover this truth, both of us would face dire consequences. After another sigh, the Empress Dowager turned her attention to Li Zhong, who was dutifully attending to her. Is our current situation truly perilous? Indeed, Li Zhong replied, maintaining his unwavering loyalty without glancing sideways. Today, during the skirmish, His Majesty had to resort to the national dragon seal, barely managing to fend off the attacks from the King of Qin. However, once the king regains his strength, the emperor's fate may become grim. The national dragon seal, although formidable, cannot be wielded at will. He lowered his gaze, avoiding the Empress Dowager's face. Should the King of Qin launch several more fierce assaults, His Majesty may find himself powerless to resist. Rest assured, Your Majesty, he continued, the king has already sent envoys to us, assuring your safety, as well as that of Duke Jiankong and Duke Qing'an. He merely hopes that after the emperor's demise, you will announce the late emperor's dying words regarding the succession and, in the name of the Empress Dowager of Defeng, proclaim the late emperor's edict, thereby legitimizing his ascension to the throne. Li Zhong looked earnestly at the Empress Dowager. He has promised that upon his coronation, you may remain in Xinang Palace, honored as the Empress Dowager of Defeng. As for me, I would only need to relinquish control of the Eastern Depot or the Imperial Guard, stepping down from my position as the Grand Controller of the Inner Palace to serve as the steward of Xinang Palace in retirement. Very well. The Empress Dowager nodded slightly, stroking her abdomen. Inform the king that I can acquiesce to his demands, but he must not unleash a massacre upon entering the palace. The palace maids, the empress, and the favored consorts are innocent. He may confine them to the cold palace, but he must not take their lives. She parted her crimson lips delicately. It is only unfortunate for you. You need not worry, Your Majesty. It was you who saved my life long ago, and this is what I am bound to do. Recalling the moment when the late emperor had intended to take him with him at the time of his passing, filled Li Zhong with trepidation. Had it not been for the Empress Dowager's desperate pleas, the late emperor would have long since made him a sacrificial companion. After all, he had only reached the pinnacle of a master back then, yet to ascend to the Grand Master level. It was through the Empress Dowager's support that he achieved such heights. Had the late emperor still been alive, Defeng would not be embroiled in such chaos today. The Empress Dowager shook her head in bitterness. Although she harbored no fondness for that tyrannical old man, she could not deny that as long as he lived, the scheming King of Qin would have to masquerade as a loyal brother, while the unruly princes and local officials would be swiftly dealt with. I am weary. With a wave of her hand to Li Zhong, the Empress Dowager turned to return to her chambers, attended by several close palace maids. Meanwhile, within Lin Yichen's small courtyard, he observed Aziz, who was bending gracefully to pour him hot water for tea. How delightfully rounded and shapely she appeared, as Lin Yichen beheld Aziz bending down, The alluring silhouette of her skirt accentuated her figure akin to that of a ripe peach, causing his eyes to widen with undeniable desire. Gritting his teeth, he lunged towards her. "What are you doing?" Aziz's body quivered, and she immediately began to struggle fiercely, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, let me go." "Aziz, my dear sister, I implore you." Lin Yichen grasped the hem of Aziz's skirt, declaring, "I am on the brink of death. Grant me this final, pitiful request before I depart." Just as Aziz contemplated resistance, her body trembled, and she bit her lip, her brows furrowing in distress. Her complexion flushed a deep crimson. And after a moment of tension, she ultimately released her tightly clenched fists. Chapter 193, The Advantage is Mine at This Moment. Lin Yichen was savoring the gentle affection brought by Aziz. After a period of recuperation, the somewhat recovered King Qin promptly convened a grand post-war summary meeting within the central military tent, gathering not only himself, but also all commanding officers and their deputies, along with the military officials responsible for the tactical operations on both sides. Cough, cough. Under the watchful gaze of over 40 officers, the King of Qin, clad in a dark yellow robe adorned with 5-clawed dragons, stepped into the central military tent amidst a throng of shadows and cloaked monks, his expression somber. The battle against the imperial empress summoned to wield the national dragon seal had left him with considerable injuries, despite his formidable prowess as a grandmaster. He understood that recovery would not come easily. However, the king recognized the urgency of the situation to rally the troops' morale and breach the imperial city. He had no choice but to hold this summary meeting despite his injuries. "Your Majesty, long live the king. May the king be blessed with longevity and prosperity, uniting the 9 provinces and ruling the world." As the king approached the central dais, the assembled officers in the tent offered their extravagant praises without reservation. There is no need for such formalities. Today is merely a post-war summary meeting. "Please, be seated," the king replied with a gentle smile, nodding slightly before taking his place upon the tiger-skin chair. Although the officers sat down at his behest, they felt a deep sense of trepidation. They were acutely aware that the king's current cheerfulness only signified the gravity of the situation, especially after the previous day's battle. Not only had the king sustained injuries, but the 5 armies besieging the imperial city had also suffered heavy losses without breaching the walls. In this context, it was evident to all that the king's anger was to be expected. Thus, they were filled with anxiety, fearing that the king might seek retribution for their failings, turning them into scapegoats. In yesterday's battle, some displayed remarkable valor, leading the charge against the enemy, while others faltered, prioritizing their own safety over the greater cause. The king, gripping the dragon head of his chair, cast a dark glance across the assembly. "Where is General Wang Yanzhong of the Xinjie army?" "Present," replied Wang Yanzhong, stepping forward from the crowd, clad in armor but with his head wrapped in bandages, having not donned his helmet. "You led the charge valiantly yesterday, repeatedly storming the city walls, yet you were besieged due to poor coordination with your allies. Even so, you fought fiercely until you were gravely injured and carried away by your guards," the king remarked, his eyes filled with admiration for Wang Yanzhong. "I am exceedingly pleased with your loyalty and bravery. Bring forth a reward of 100 taels of gold and 10 pieces of silk for General Wang, and I shall confer upon him the title of Baron of Loyalty and Courage, as well as the position of Deputy Commander of the Left Camp of the Imperial Guards." "Your Majesty, I am unworthy of such honors," Wang Yanzhong responded, taken aback by the king's generosity. In truth, his repeated assaults on the city walls had been driven by a desire to assess the situation at Xining Palace, intending to send word for communication and guidance. As for the injury on his head, it was purely accidental, a consequence of his own negligence, which led to a soldier of the Divine Strategy Army delivering a blow to his back. "General Wang need not be modest. I have always rewarded merit and punished transgressions." King Qin smiled and gestured for a servant to present the imperial seal to Wang Yanzhong. "I am grateful, Your Highness. Long live the prince." Although Wang Yanzhong felt that this imperial seal was akin to a hot potato, he had no choice but to accept it with resolve. "I am willing to serve Your Highness with utmost dedication, even unto death." "Excellent." The King of Qin nodded slightly, indicating for Wang Yanzhong to take a seat, before suddenly adopting a stern countenance. "Where is Du Jianlin, the commander of the Baimao army?" With a gulp, Du Jianlin, a corpulent man with fair skin and a martial prowess at the 5th level of the Grandmaster realm, trembled as he stepped forward, his eyes brimming with profound anxiety. I am here." "You hesitated, disregarded military orders, and lacked the courage to charge into battle. After General Wang ascended the city walls, instead of rallying your troops to assist, you retreated, placing General Wang in peril and repeatedly missing opportunities to breach the city. I appointed you as the commander of the Baimao army not to let you languish in idleness." With trepidation, Du Jianlin gazed at the king, whose expression was as dark as water, and he was thoroughly alarmed. He understood that the king intended to elevate one only to subsequently denounce another as a cautionary tale. Your Highness, spare my life. It is not that I did not assault the city. Their counterattacks were simply too fierce. Du Jianlin stammered in frantic defense. I exerted great effort, and our Baimao army suffered considerable losses, but we genuinely could not advance. Moreover, this is not solely my fault. The other armies have also failed to breach the walls. Du Jianlin, you truly speak with treacherous words. I have charged the city multiple times, only to be repelled. You alone remained at the base, lacking the courage to lead the charge. You slander me. At this moment, the commanders and deputy commanders of the other armies glared at Du Jianlin with rage, berating him vociferously. As for the subordinate officers, they could only remain silent, watching the scene unfold, for they were mere bystanders in this military council, lacking the right to voice their opinions. Listening to the scornful remarks, Du Jianlin's countenance turned ashen. He realized that in his panic, he had misspoken, and while there may have been a chance for sympathy, it was now clear that everyone wished for his demise. Bring this waste away and execute him. The king of Qin snorted coldly, using his inner strength to directly suppress Du Jianlin's realm before gesturing to several guards. Hang his head at the central military gate. Your Highness, spare me. Spare me. With a chilling shriek, Du Jianlin met his end. Li Tong, deputy commander of the Baimao army, you have distinguished yourself by slaying the chief of the imperial guards, Tong Yangzheng, and thus I promote you to commander of the Baimao army. Serve me well. The Baimao army is commendable. It was merely a single rat that spoiled the entire pot of soup. The minister complied with the command, and Li Tong immediately rose, bowing deeply in utmost respect towards the Qin king. Continue your diligent efforts, my esteemed comrades. Your merits and demerits are firmly etched in my heart. The rewards and punishments are well understood by both you and me. The Qin king paused for a moment before continuing. Rest for one more day. Tomorrow at noon, we shall commence the siege. We must ensure the city falls in a single day. There is no cause for concern. They are already utterly exhausted and incapable of further combat. The Qin king smiled and emphatically waved his hand, declaring, 50,000 against 40,000, the advantage lies with us. Victory is undoubtedly assured. Chapter 194, The Method to Assassinate the King of Qin. Feeling a bit fatigued, Lin Yichen inhaled deeply within the confines of his courtyard in the Forbidden City. After a languid stretch, the gracefully curved AZ turned back to gaze at him with a sense of leisure. Let us rest for a while, Lin Yichen replied, his eyes shimmering with a profound brilliance. Just moments ago, an illuminating idea had struck him, presenting a promising solution to eliminate the King of Qin. What are you pondering? AZ observed Lin Yichen's vacant expression with growing suspicion, her brow furrowing delicately. Why are you suddenly lost in thought? Nothing much, Lin Yichen responded, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at AZ's inquiry. However, he was not inclined to divulge his plan to her at this moment. It was not a matter of trust, rather. The fewer individuals privy to this strategy, the better. You are becoming increasingly beautiful, he remarked with a subtle smile, deftly shifting the topic as he reached out to grasp AZ's delicate hand. Get away, don't touch me, AZ retorted, sidestepping Lin Yichen's advances with a huff, casting him an exasperated glance. I wish I could transform you into a true eunuch, then you would be as desireless as I am. I must take my leave. There are matters to attend to with the Empress Dowager. With that, AZ muttered, not allowing Lin Yichen a chance to respond before swiftly departing his courtyard. I could never achieve a state of desirelessness in this lifetime. Inhaling the lingering fragrance of AZ in the air, Lin Yichen stretched contentedly, contemplating his thoughts. Once I ascend to the Grandmaster realm, though this endeavor may bear certain risks, it is not insurmountable. After all, once the King of Qin is dead, his 50,000 imperial guards will no longer feel compelled to serve him. All I need to do is present the Emperor's edict, attributing all sins to the King of Qin and declaring that they were merely following orders. Therefore, if they surrender immediately, they shall not be held accountable for past actions. In this scenario, he surmised, most would likely capitulate. Even those who chose not to surrender would lack the courage to confront him, at worst fleeing with their men. I can assure them on behalf of the Emperor that those willing to surrender will face no repercussions and may retain their positions while pledging loyalty to the Empress. For those unwilling to surrender, they may either return to their farms or be escorted out of the borders, whichever they prefer. Even if a few loyalists of the King of Qin sought vengeance, he merely needed to prepare a few skilled fighters in secrecy to ensure his safety. Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with fervor. Although the King of Qin's eldest son remains alive, he lacks the esteem commanded by his father among the imperial guards. Nor does he possess the Grandmaster's strength. Thus, even if he aspires to inherit the king's legacy and lead an assault, the guards will not heed his commands. This is undoubtedly a splendid strategy for turning the tide. With this exhilarating thought in mind, Lin Yichen dashed out of the courtyard and made his way to the Qianqing Palace to meet the Empress. Do you require something? The Empress, draped in a sheer garment that subtly revealed her alabaster shoulders and slender waist, cast a skeptical glance at Lin Yichen. Due to her injuries sustained in the battle against the Qin king, she bore a wound on her ribcage, making it impossible for her to don any garments at this moment. Thus, she could only remain in this state. Your Majesty, you are becoming increasingly beautiful, Lin Yichen remarked, unable to restrain his admiration as he gazed at the Emperor's subtly exposed skin. The allure of such a demure posture, akin to a lute half concealed, was undeniably captivating. Silence. The Empress shot Lin Yichen an exasperated glare, accustomed as she was to his lascivious gaze and his inability to speak with decorum. Had it not been for their previous intimate encounters, she would not have allowed him to see her skin and take such liberties. Your Majesty, I have come to discuss an important matter, Lin Yichen declared, taking a deep breath as he regarded the Empress with utmost seriousness. I possess a method to slay the Qin king and turn the tide in our favor. What method? Upon hearing this, the Empress's eyes lit up with excitement as she turned to Lin Yichen. However, her eagerness inadvertently tugged at her injury, causing her to gasp in pain. Be cautious. Your Majesty. Lin Yichen stepped forward, seizing the opportunity to gently lift the Empress's delicate, snow-white leg, akin to a lotus root, placing it upon his own thigh to massage it tenderly. Release me, you lecher scoundrel. The Empress huffed in irritation, her small foot aimed at Lin Yichen in a playful kick. Your Majesty, please calm down. Lin Yichen deftly caught her foot and, with a few gentle strokes on her sole, coaxed a laugh from her. He then cradled her exquisite foot in his hands, bringing it close to his nose for a delicate caress. Do not make me laugh. The Empress shot him a disapproving glance, her habitual gesture of resting her legs upon a man causing her to frown slightly. What is this brilliant plan you have to kill the Qin king? Speak quickly. It is quite simple. I will assassinate the Qin king. Under the Empress's skeptical gaze, Lin Yichen replied with a smile. I only need to approach him under the pretense of your Majesty's intent to surrender, accompanied by the edict of abdication. He will undoubtedly agree to meet with me. At that moment, I shall conceal a dagger within the edict, allowing me to execute the plan when the time is ripe. His eyes sparkled with determination as he continued. The Qin king, relying on his prowess as a Grand Master, will likely be off his guard, especially since he was wounded in his previous battle with the imperial dragon seal. This presents the perfect opportunity. Of course, your Majesty will also need to issue some amnesty decrees to ensure that the Qin king's subordinates do not cause chaos after I slay him, preventing them from rampaging through the capital and turning it into a hellish inferno. This is infeasible. The Empress shot Lin Yichen an annoyed look. It is not that I refuse to cooperate, but rather that the Qin king is a Grand Master. Even if everything unfolds according to your plan, he could easily react and strike you down the moment you reveal your dagger. Despite his injuries, he remains a formidable Grand Master, and the gap between your capabilities is simply too vast. Thus, there lies a crucial aspect. Today, I shall ascend to the rank of Grand Master. Lin Yichen gazed gravely at the Empress and continued, then I shall conceal my true strength and pay a visit to King Qin. Naturally, he will underestimate me, granting me a precious opportunity for a decisive strike. The Empress chuckled. Do you truly believe that becoming a Grand Master is as simple as picking a cabbage? You cannot merely declare your ambition and expect it to materialize. Even among 30 peak masters, it is rare to find one who can attain the status of Grand Master. With a disdainful snort, she added, many peak masters remain ensnared at their pinnacle for years, unable to advance an inch. It is no easy feat. Yet I possess a method that could expedite my ascension to Grand Master, allowing me to make a valiant effort. Lin Yichen regarded the Empress with utmost seriousness. Otherwise, King Qin will breach the city within a matter of days, and we shall all perish. What is this method? The Empress furrowed her delicate brows, regarding Lin Yichen with skepticism, uncertain how to facilitate his swift rise to Grand Master. It is quite simple, Lin Yichen replied, somewhat awkwardly. It involves having Sister Hyo accompany me for a night. Chapter 195. A beautiful thought. The Empress, having just taken a sip of tea, suddenly spat it out, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Lin Yichen. Have you lost your mind? Did the Qin king damage your brain yesterday? Or have you simply not woken up yet? How could you utter such a preposterous request? To ask a Chiu to spend a night with you, how dare you speak such words? Your Majesty, Lin Yichen replied, casting a dubious glance towards the palace doors. He had sensed someone approaching earlier, but seeing no one, he dismissed it as merely the wind stirring the door. I have no choice but to brazenly make this request. However, my intentions are not driven by personal desire. Lin Yichen inhaled deeply, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on the Empress. It is only through this means that I can break through to the Grand Master realm and subsequently assassinate the Qin king. Your Majesty, I am currently at the pinnacle of the Master realm, as you are undoubtedly aware. He looked at her with utmost seriousness. Attempting to assassinate the Qin king with my current strength would surely lead to my defeat. However, should I transcend to the Grandmaster realm, I could conceal my true power and launch a deadly strike against the Qin king, which may very well succeed, ensuring his demise. This would allow us to escape peril and ultimately secure victory. Pausing, Lin Yichen continued, I cannot convey this to Sister Hyo directly. So I hope your majesty can relay my request, persuading her to spend the night with me. Only then will I have the opportunity to eliminate the Qin king. Absolutely not. Hyo is pure and innocent. She has accompanied me for many years and is like a sister to me. The empress regarded Lin Yichen with unwavering seriousness. I will never compel Hyo to engage in anything she does not wish to do. Mark my words, Hyo has no interest in such matters. And I shall not speak of this to her. The empress took a deep breath. Hyo possesses her own freedom. If it comes to the utmost necessity, I, as the rightful emperor of Defeng, must be prepared to sacrifice myself for my country, even if it means perishing in the forbidden city at Longzhou Yuan. But you need not share the same fate. You can escape amidst the chaos. Your Majesty, you jest. Lin Yichen chuckled upon hearing this. You are all women. Who doesn't understand the other? Is there truly a woman devoid of desires, completely uninterested in such matters? They merely speak of disinterest. Perhaps out of fear or anticipation due to inexperience. Once they have truly encountered such experiences, they will undoubtedly find great pleasure in it, becoming most willing. Initially, they may seem hesitant, but once they comprehend the delight, they will be the most proactive. Recalling a Z, who professed to be uninterested yet unconsciously complied every time he took the initiative, Lin Yichen couldn't help but chuckle. He understood that women often exhibit this fade of modesty, acting coy while verbally rejecting advances. Even a woman of pristine virtue would only resist with slightly more fervor. In reality, they are all adults, inherently intrigued but perhaps a tad fearful. Be silent. The empress shot a displeased glance at Lin Yichen, asserting, I have stated that it is impossible, thus, there is no need for you to bring it up again. I shall never compel Hyo to accompany you. She has already sacrificed enough for my sake, and I will not allow her to engage in such matters. The empress fixed her gaze on Lin Yichen. If Hyo encounters a man she fancies in the future, what she chooses to do is entirely her prerogative, and I shall support her. Should I still be alive then, I would even prepare a generous dowry for her wedding. However, at this moment, I will not force her. So there is no need for you to speak of such things again. Pausing for a moment, the empress, her cheeks slightly flushed, looked at Lin Yichen and said, If you truly desire that, I might grant you one more opportunity. But beyond that, do not even think about it. Your Majesty, it is not that I am insistent on such matters, Lin Yichen replied, observing the empress, who was blushing profusely, particularly fixating on her delicate, glistening feet, which stirred his appetite. Yet, he took a deep breath. Suppressing the urge to leap forward, I am not so depraved as to seek such indulgence on the brink of death. It is unnecessary. The reason I wish to possess Hyo is due to her unique constitution, which greatly benefits my cultivation. Lin Yichen lowered his voice. She is a paragon of purity and possesses formidable strength. Her Purian energy can aid my training. Only then can I strive for the Grand Master realm and assassinate the King of Qin. Lin Yichen gazed earnestly at the empress. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out, awkwardly expressing such a request. Frankly, Hyo has treated me well. Had it not been for this, I would not have resorted to such desperate measures due to the King of Qin's coercion. Lin Yichen spoke bitterly. Now, I am left with no options. I must take this last gamble, placing myself in a perilous position. He regarded the empress with seriousness. Otherwise, if the city falls, we shall all perish. Hyo would never abandon you to escape alone. That is out of the question. The empress glared at Lin Yichen. I cannot utter such words. I would rather perish than speak of this matter. Hyo has her freedom, and I will not force her. You must understand that for a woman, this is the most precious thing aside from her life. The empress regarded Lin Yichen with a complex expression. A woman may bear several children and experience numerous men in her lifetime, but this can only happen once. Therefore, I have no right to demand such sacrifices from Hyo. The empress looked at Lin Yichen with utmost seriousness. I could offer myself without concern, for I shall never marry. It matters not if the concubines and the empresses of the harem are at your disposal, as they have already wed me. But Hyo is still an untouched maiden. This would ruin the latter half of her life. Without this, how could she ever marry in the future? In that moment, Lin Yichen found himself speechless, fully aware that the current circumstances were vastly different from the modern metropolis of his past life. In the modern urban landscape, it is not uncommon for individuals to eagerly seek even second-hand cars or vehicles that have been involved in fatal accidents. However, within the realm of the great Feng Empire, societal norms place immense significance on a woman's chastity. For the majority of the populace, including nobles and royalty, should a newlywed bride fail to present the telltale signs of her virginity, her husband is entitled to divorce her without hesitation. It is imperative to understand that the status of a legally married wife is considerably elevated compared to that of a concubine. Unless circumstances involve infidelity, disobedience, or lack of heirs, a man cannot easily dissolve his marriage, lest he be deemed a criminal. In contrast, concubines can be dismissed at will. You may leave. There is no need to discuss this further. The empress glared at Lin Yichen, asserting, I would never utter such words to a Qiao. Chapter 196. 10 minutes, Your Majesty. It is imperative that you comprehend this. It represents our final opportunity for victory. Observing the emperor's grave demeanor, Lin Yichen could only respond with a bitter tone. I have inquired with Li Shang, and it appears that our defenders, the Tiger Guard and the Divine Strategy Army, are all wounded and their morale is exceedingly low. Should the King of Qin bolster the spirits of his 50,000 elite troops and launch another relentless assault from all sides, regardless of casualties, the day the city falls will be imminent, perhaps within mere days. Therefore, we must prepare for the eventuality of national sacrifice. The empress did not engage in further debate with Lin Yichen. Instead, she regarded him with a frosty expression and waved her hand. On the day the city falls, I shall naturally sacrifice myself for the country. However, there is no need for you all to perish alongside me. Thus, prepare for escape or surrender. I shall not allow my corpse to fall into the hands of the King of Qin, so arrange for firewood and oil. Your Majesty, why must it come to this? Upon hearing the empress's arrangements for her demise, Lin Yichen's expression hardened, revealing a complex turmoil as he gazed at her. Surely, it has not come to this point? You yourself have stated that the city's fall is imminent. The empress looked at Lin Yichen with an icy gaze. Do you wish for my corpse to be captured by them, subjected to the indignity of being stripped bare? Lin Yichen was momentarily rendered speechless. After all, he had always believed that the empress's form was solely for his admiration and touch. Such possessiveness is a sentiment shared by every man. Thus, there was no room for dissent. We shall proceed according to my wishes, the empress declared with gravity. Of course, I shall take the imperial dragon seal with me. I will not leave it to that treacherous usurper. Alas, faced with the empress's unyielding resolve, Lin Yichen could only let out a complex sigh, feeling utterly helpless. After all, with the empress stating her intentions so clearly, what could he do? It seemed he must devise a plan to forcefully escape with her. In the face of dire circumstances, Lin Yichen, unwilling to relinquish the empress, pondered deeply and mumbled to himself. He was acutely aware that once the King of Qin breached the city, he would undoubtedly seek to capture the empress first, making it increasingly difficult to flee with her. Moreover, the empress was resolute in her stance, determined to sacrifice herself for the nation, equally unwilling to escape, which compounded the predicament. However, upon further reflection, perhaps the King of Qin did not necessarily wish to confront the empress. Rather, he simply desired her death. As she refused to abdicate, Lin Yichen's eyes suddenly brightened. Therefore, it suffices to find a palace made of similar stature to the empress, dress her in the empress's garments, and allow her to perish in the flames. This would effectively serve as a substitute for the empress. The King of Qin would surely be eager to proclaim that this corpse belonged to the empress and would promptly ascend the throne. Lin Yichen mused with a wry smile. After all, once the Forbidden City falls, the political life of the empress will be irrevocably extinguished. Ultimately, whether she lives or dies will scarcely impact the King of Qin. With a bitter sigh, Lin Yichen concluded, when all else fails, this is the only course of action left. Lin Gonggong. As Lin Yichen stepped out of the Qianqing Palace, the respectful Xia Jinzi immediately approached him. I have organized a group of strong eunuchs to take their positions on the city walls under General Li's command. Excellent, Lin Yichen replied with a slight nod. Now, take some men to the imperial kitchen storeroom and transport the prepared timber and oil to the vicinity of the Qianqing Palace, stacking them in the corners outside the halls. You shall remain here, guarding me closely. Lin Yichen gazed intently at Xia Jinzi. When the city falls, ignite the timber and oil, turning this Qianqing Palace to ashes. After that, whether you choose to flee amidst the chaos or surrender to King Qin, it is entirely up to you. Xia Jinzi was taken aback by Lin Yichen's dire instructions. Master Lin, has it truly come to this? Is there no other option? I will not flee or surrender. I stand with you, willing to sacrifice myself for you and His Majesty. Being only at the innate realm, Xia Jinzi understood that once the chaotic forces breached the Forbidden City, his meager strength as a eunuch would leave him no chance of escape. Captured by King Qin's soldiers, he would meet a swift death. As for surrendering as the steward of the Xichang and a trusted aide of Lin Yichen's, he knew too well that King Qin would not spare him, likely subjecting him to a brutal execution. Thus, he thought it better to end his own life, preserving the honor of martyrdom for his country. For someone like him, marked as a confidant of Lin Yichen and the empress, surrender would be a fate far worse than death. At least in death, he could choose his manner of passing, seeking a swifter end. Forgive me. Go make your preparations. Lin Yichen said, patting Zia Jinzi's shoulder with a mix of resignation and resolve as he strode towards his small courtyard. He had no intention of leaving this courtyard to King Qin, planning instead to set it ablaze, leaving only ashes behind. Of course, I am not well acquainted with many palace maids. Those of the Qianqing Palace are usually overseen by the head maid, and although I hold the nominal title of chief eunuch, my authority is merely superficial. It seemed he would have to seek out Sister Hyo, whom he believed would be familiar with the maids serving the empress. Lin Yichen's thoughts swirled. Among these maids, there must be a loyal one. I can have Hyo select one to take the empress's place in death. In truth, their futures are grim. Once King Qin ascends, it is highly unlikely he will retain them. The fortunate may be released from the palace to marry, while the unfortunate will likely fall into the hands of the palace guards, leading to a fate worse than death. Yet, he thought, he could scarcely afford to dwell on such matters. His own peril was paramount. Sister Hyo. As Lin Yichen pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions as she gazed at him. Spare me the trivialities. I am not in the mood to listen. Retorted with a cold smirk, abruptly rising to her feet. Before Lin Yichen could fully comprehend the situation, she swiftly undid her waist belt and, closing her long, fluttering eyelashes tightly, declared, "You have only 10 minutes. Chapter 197. The tenderness of Hyo. With a soft gasp, Hyo's movements unveiled her beauty before Lin Yichen. Unadorned and captivating, although her limbs bore the muscularity of a seasoned martial artist, contrasting the delicate grace of the empress and the concubine. She possessed a different kind of beauty, one that radiated health and vigor. Observing Hyo's striking visage and remarkable poise, Lin Yichen was momentarily spellbound. His gaze fixated on her in astonishment. Her figure and contours were simply exquisite. Gazing greedily at Hyo, Lin Yichen took a deep breath, his expression grave. Sister Hyo, are you truly certain you wish to grant me such freedom? You have but half an instant's worth of time. Hyo stood with her eyes closed, her expression unwavering. You would do well to act swiftly before I change my mind, before time runs out. Otherwise. Her lips, a shade of crimson, tightened as a blush grazed her cheeks. Regardless of your intentions, when the time is up, I shall depart immediately. Sister Hyo, you are remarkably generous. I am deeply moved. With a sudden resolve, Lin Yichen slapped his own face, the sting a stark reminder of reality. Indeed, this is real, he thought. Then let us proceed with haste. His eyes sparkled with fervor as he beheld the enchanting Hyo, the fragrant air enveloping him, inducing a state of delightful reverie. Reflecting on the earlier, exhilarating moment, Lin Yichen's spirit soared. He had not anticipated such fortune. The Hyo he had long desired had come to him so willingly. Had the empress persuaded her? Yet that seemed unlikely, given the empress's character. She had declared she would neither persuade nor coerce Hyo, even preferring her own demise to manipulating her. The empress was a woman of her word, steadfast in her promises. A sudden realization struck Lin Yichen. He recalled the commotion at the entrance of the Qianqing Palace during his conversation with the empress. I initially thought it was merely the wind, he mused, but perhaps Hyo was eavesdropping all along. She must have heard every word, including my plan to assassinate the Qin prince. Her actions reveal her desire to prevent the empress's demise, willing to sacrifice herself for the ultimate victory. Remembering the crystalline tears that had slipped from Hyo's eyes moments ago, Lin Yichen felt assured in his understanding. Indeed, Hyo's character was such that she would go to great lengths for the sake of triumph. Initially, he had thought her feelings for him were the reason she wished to avoid regrets in the face of impending doom, yet it seemed he had misjudged her intentions. After a resigned shrug, the ever-optimistic Lin Yichen relinquished his unrealistic fantasies about love. Whether it be love or indifference, it mattered little. What truly counted was the act of loving. Ultimately, what was the conclusion of love? Was it not rather splendid? With this thought, Lin Yichen felt a wave of happiness wash over him. It was far better than those foolish souls who, consumed by love, sacrificed so much only to remain unfulfilled, playing the role of devoted admirers for years on end, singing for others like jesters. What did it matter? After stretching languidly and inhaling the lingering fragrance in the room, Lin Yichen squinted as he recalled the irresistibly alluring figure of Hyo. He then activated the system to check his attributes. Host, Lin Yichen. Realm, Pinnacle of the Master. Position, Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department, Deputy Chief Eunuch of the Xinang Palace, Commander of the Imperial City Guard. Martial Arts, Nine Yang True Scripture, accomplished. Qilan Divine Art, accomplished. Skills, Thunder Sword Technique, accomplished. Wrath of the Thunder God, accomplished. Attribute Probe. Items, Wind Thunder Spirit Sword. 1 Puan Pill, 30 years of cultivation. By obtaining Hyo's complete purity, I have received a reward of 30 years of cultivation. My current realm has already reached the pinnacle of master. Gazing at his attributes, Lin Yichen clenched his fists in excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervor. If I allocate these 30 years of cultivation points, can I ascend directly to the Grandmaster realm? It should be quite feasible, after all. It is a full 30 years of cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen decisively chose to allocate his points. He could only take this gamble, hoping to directly enter the Grandmaster realm, then conceal his prowess to assassinate King Qin. Otherwise, the imperial city would undoubtedly fall, and he would be left with no choice but to escape in a most undignified manner alongside the empress, risking their very lives. Moreover, within the imperial city, Qiu was the last woman to possess both purity and advanced martial skills. If this endeavor failed, he could forget about gaining any further cultivation rewards through similar means. Although the palace maids in the imperial city were also pure, due to the empress being a woman, these young maids were essentially all in the same state of purity. Yet, because they were ordinary individuals, even if they lined up to support Lin Yichen, it would offer him little assistance. In fact, aside from being a drain on energy, it would not enhance his power in the slightest. If there were no imminent dangers, Lin Yichen would not have minded lending them a hand. However, with King Qin's sword of Damocles hanging over him, Lin Yichen had no time to indulge any longer. After all, this was not a matter of enjoyment, but a fight for survival. At that moment, while Lin Yichen immersed himself in his training, the empress and Qiu stood in the Yangxin Hall of the Qianqing Palace, exchanging silent yet complex glances. Although they gazed at each other within the palace, an air of awkwardness enveloped them, neither daring to break the silence. After a long pause, the empress, her expression a tapestry of emotions, finally spoke, her lips barely moving as she sighed softly. You have borne a great burden. In truth, there is no need for such selfless effort on your part. Chapter 198. He is willing to risk his life, your majesty. What has transpired is already in the past, so there is little point in discussing it now. With a resolute demeanor, Qiu firmly interrupted the empress. He risked his life to assassinate the king of Qin. My sacrifice of a few drops of blood is inconsequential. This matter shall fade from my memory. I have done nothing, neither in the past nor will I ever again. You see, observing Qiu's unwavering conviction, as if she were truly determined to forget that incident, the empress could only offer a bittersweet smile, choosing not to engage further. As someone who has experienced similar turmoil, the empress understood all too well that for a woman, the distinction between having never engaged in such matters and having done so countless times is profound. In her past, upon being poisoned and inadvertently entangled with Lin Yichen, she too had vowed that such an event would never recur. Yet, in the time since, she had been unable to resist yielding to Lin Yichen's charms repeatedly. Sometimes, she found herself yearning for him even without his provocation, her thoughts wandering to him in the stillness of the night. You will understand in due time. The empress could only shake her head in resignation. Discussing this with Qiu was a delicate matter. Despite their close bond, the empress found the topic exceedingly awkward. She recognized that this was a natural instinct. A woman who had never experienced such intimacy might harbor only a fleeting anticipation, devoid of deeper notions. However, once such experiences have been lived, they resurface in thoughts and dreams, becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. After all, the drive to reproduce is an intrinsic aspect of all living beings, akin to the restlessness of animals in springtime, a trait shared by humanity as well. I shall never allow it to happen again, Qiu declared, biting her crimson lip and gazing solemnly at the empress. Those few minutes do not exist for me. They hold no place in my life. Let us hope so. The empress merely shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. She knew that with Lin Yichen's nature, he would not easily relinquish Qiu. It would not be long before Qiu, despite her protestations, found herself succumbing to Lin Yichen's allure, much like the empress had. Meanwhile, in the Xining Palace, not far from the Qianqing Palace, Zhao Huiwan, having entered the Forbidden City through special channels, observed the pale and nauseated Empress Dowager with a complex expression. Sister, are you truly with child? Silence. Upon hearing Zhao Huijuan's words, the Empress Dowager fixed her with an intense gaze. Do not speak of this to anyone. Once the child is born, you shall take it outside the palace and raise it as your own. From this moment on, you must feign pregnancy and frequently visit the palace to accompany me. Do you understand? Sister, whose child is it, truly? Zhao Huijuan's eyes brimmed with suspicion as she regarded the Empress Dowager. There are no men in the palace. When exactly did you conceive? That is of no concern to you. The Empress Dowager naturally would not disclose matters concerning Lin Yichen to Zhao Huijuan. She merely regarded Zhao Huijuan with a grave expression and stated, You need to adhere to my instructions, and that suffices. I understand, Zhao Huijuan replied, her demeanor complex as she absorbed the astonishing news. After a moment of awkward contemplation, she addressed the Empress Dowager, Sister, my husband, father-in-law, and our father all urged me to inquire what course of action we should pursue next. The king of Qin had dispatched envoys repeatedly, seeking to enlist Masterly to coordinate with the Jinui, the Eastern Factory, and the Imperial Forest Army for a concerted effort to breach the city. Furthermore, the king of Qin assured that once the city was taken, should you, as the Empress Dowager, issue an edict in your name, signifying your recognition of him as the legitimate emperor of the Feng Empire, a rightful successor to the former emperor's throne, he would guarantee your safety and status, continuing to revere you as the Empress Dowager. Additionally, he promised the security of our factions and was willing to elevate my husband, father-in-law, and father to higher ranks. So, are my father and your husband implying that I should assist the king of Qin? The Empress Dowager, unperturbed, leisurely sipped her tea, a knowing glint in her eyes as she regarded Zhao Huiwan. Zhao Huiwan was momentarily taken aback, but managed to respond awkwardly. They hold such an inclination. Yet they certainly lack the audacity to pressure you, sister. They merely wish to express their opinions. However, the course of action ultimately rests upon your decision. After all, their current status, their titles, and their power were all bestowed upon them through your protection, and they are well aware of this. Understanding this is paramount. The Empress Dowager scoffed coldly, returned and informed them to remain docile and refrain from engaging in reckless schemes. With their limited intellect, attempting to contend against the king of Qin and Lin Yichen would be tantamount to courting disaster, like being sold and still counting the coins. The Empress Dowager fixed her gaze sternly upon Zhao Huiwan. Convey to them that they must continue to keep their distance from the conflict between His Majesty and the king of Qin, and none shall meddle. Otherwise, should any of them act recklessly and be caught, do not expect me to intervene when trouble arises. As she spoke, the Empress Dowager's eyes were filled with profound intent as she looked at Zhao Huiwan. You too must clear your mind and refrain from foolish actions. Sister, you know I have always heeded your words and remain obedient, Zhao Huiwan hastily assured, her gaze laced with suspicion as she asked, then, sister, who do you believe will ultimately prevail in this contest between the king of Qin and His Majesty? Rumors abound that His Majesty is on the brink of collapse, and the king of Qin is poised to ascend and proclaim himself emperor. Many tailors and common folk are even preparing red cloth for the impending celebration of his coronation. It is not so simple, the Empress Dowager retorted with a dismissive scoff, unconcerned by the whispers circulating outside. She was acutely aware that due to the uniqueness of her status, as long as she refrained from personally intervening to decisively eliminate any adversary, whether it be the king of Qin, the empress, or even the kings of Yin and Jin beyond the borders, as well as the various powerful ministers and generals, they would all be compelled to respectfully address her as either imperial sister or your majesty upon encountering her, provided they did not openly rebel. Furthermore, even if a foreign nation seized the opportunity to overthrow the Great Feng, they would still be obliged to treat her, the former empress of the previous dynasty, with due respect, refraining from excessive oppression. After all, this had been the custom throughout the ages. Any nation bold enough to mistreat her, the Empress Dowager, would lose the hearts of the people of the Great Feng and be condemned to infamy for eternity. Thus, the Empress Dowager felt no urgency in this matter. At that moment, Aziz suddenly entered the grand hall, glanced at Zhao Huiwan, and then slightly bowed to the Empress Dowager, stating that eunuch Li sought an audience, claiming he had important matters to report to her. Chapter 199. Preserving your bloodline, let him come in to see me. The Empress Dowager took a deep breath, her expression grave as she responded to Ozzy, then turned her gaze toward Zhao Huiwan. Sister, this matter ends here. There is no need for further discussion. Once we leave the palace, convey my instructions to your husband, your father-in-law, and our father, should anyone dare to create chaos, aligning themselves with the king of Qin or the fiercely independent Xiang, or even colluding with the kings of Jin and Yin and the local officials. They shall not blame me for my ruthlessness in the aftermath. Our power remains feeble, unless both the king of Qin and His Majesty are mutually destroyed. We have no means to control the court. The Empress Dowager paused, her expression somber. In truth, I would prefer to install a puppet emperor and continue to wield power behind the curtain. However, they would not grant me such an opportunity. Even if something were to befall His Majesty and the king of Qin, the distant kings of Jin and Yin, along with local officials, would seek to ascend the throne themselves, rather than allow me to support a puppet emperor. Sister, upon hearing the Empress Dowager's words, Zhao Huiwan gazed at her with palpable discontent. When the late emperor passed, did you not support the ascension of the current sovereign, thereby rightfully taking power behind the curtain? At that time, your influence was even less than it is now. I recall that Lord Li had not yet fully seized control of the Eastern Depot and the Imperial Guards, and neither father nor my father-in-law had authority over the city guards. My husband had not yet managed to gather a group of officials. Yet, You successfully supported the current emperor and exercised power behind the curtain. Zhao Huiwan expressed her frustration fervently. It was possible then. It is possible now, dear sister. After all, our Zhao family's influence has grown immensely since that time. When the opportunity arises, you could depose the puppet emperor and allow our own to ascend the throne. Is this not your husband's intent, to see your son crowned? The Empress Dowager chuckled, casting a glance at her sister, who had been led astray. She felt a deep sense of helplessness, for they had only each other as children, without a legitimate son. Thus, should the Empress Dowager ever seize power, unless she bore a son, the throne would inevitably pass to Zhao Huijuan's child. Her husband and father-in-law wished to usurp the throne through her, a notion far too fanciful. Sister, we do not harbor such intentions. We would support your ascension. Zhao Huijuan's face stiffened, feeling a bit embarrassed at having her thoughts laid bare. Yet she insisted on explaining. You know that powerful maternal relatives are often viewed with suspicion by a new emperor. If we do not place our own in power, once you depart this world, the new emperor will undoubtedly turn against us. Zhao Huijuan's face reflected panic as she looked at the Empress Dowager. Sister, we do not seek power for ourselves, but rather for our very lives. This concern was not unfounded. The Empress Dowager nodded slightly. However, the circumstances now differ from the past. Even if I desired to support a new emperor and establish a puppet, I no longer possess the qualifications to do so. It is essential to recognize that Her Majesty was the crown prince appointed by the late emperor himself, being his sole offspring. Thus, her ascension to the throne is entirely justifiable. Even though she was of tender age at that time, her claim was both reasonable and lawful, and none dared to voice dissent. However, the current selection of a young emperor from among the masters may invite scrutiny. Shaking her head, the Empress Dowager gestured dismissively to Zhao Huiwan. Let us set this matter aside for now, as the outcome between the King of Qin and His Majesty remains undetermined. Inform them to remain passive spectators, refraining from hastily aligning with the King of Qin, as such actions would bear no significance. Understood, Your Highness. I take my leave. Zhao Huiwan replied. Faced with the stern demeanor of the Empress Dowager, she felt a pang of reluctance but could only depart with a bitter heart. Utilizing the special channels permitted by the King of Qin to exit the besieged Forbidden City, after Zhao Huijuan's departure, Li Zhong entered the warm hall of Xinang Palace and bowed respectfully to the Empress Dowager. Your Excellency, please rise, she said, raising her delicate hand in a gesture of dismissal. What urgent matter brings you here? It has come to my attention that His Highness the King of Qin intends to launch another extensive siege in the coming days. Li Zhong replied with utmost respect. Moreover, the defending troops, the Tiger Ben army and the Divine Strategy, are all severely wounded, their morale at an all-time low. It is likely that the city will fall within days. He continued, the King of Qin has issued a new proclamation, claiming that Lin Yichen is guilty of heinous acts, inciting Your Majesty to oppose his loyal forces. He seeks to eliminate Lin Yichen swiftly, holding him accountable for the conflict's origins. The king demands that Lin Yichen take responsibility for his actions, even calling for the thousands of soldiers who wish to die in battle to commit suicide as an act of atonement. Li Zhong inhaled deeply before adding, Therefore, Your Majesty, it seems we can offer no salvation for Lin Yichen. The King of Qin is resolute in his intent to capture him and execute him in a most brutal manner. He raised his gaze, his expression a blend of concern and complexity. If we attempt to shelter Lin Yichen, we may provoke the wrath of the King of Qin, prompting him to lead his forces against us. Given our present capabilities, should he decide to strike, I would have no choice but to escort you to safety, shielded by a Qiu and the elite of the Jinyui, as we cannot contend with his formidable imperial guards. While we may not fear the King of Qin in terms of elite combat power, a mere squad of imperial guards cannot hope to withstand his 50,000 elite troops. If encircled by such a force, even as a Grand Master, my demise would be inevitable. The Empress Dowager nodded solemnly in response to Li Zhong's caution. If salvation is indeed unattainable, we shall refrain from intervention, allowing them to escape or meet their fate in loyalty to the state. Should they choose to flee, we may offer them some assistance when necessary. She fixed a serious gaze upon Li Zhong, stating, After all, His Majesty is the last bloodline of the late emperor, and I cannot bear the thought of his lineage being extinguished. I understand, Your Highness. I shall take my leave now to organize the soldiers and ensure the security of Xinang Palace, safeguarding Your Majesty's well-being. Go ahead, your efforts are appreciated. It is an honor for this old servant to serve Her Majesty the Empress. After deeply bowing to the Empress and receiving her affirmation, Li Zhong promptly led his men to patrol diligently outside the Xinang Palace, ensuring the safety of the Empress. Meanwhile, at this very moment, the Empress, seated in the grand hall of Xinang Palace, could only caress her slightly rounded belly with a complex expression. Alas, I cannot save you. All I can do is preserve this fleeting trace of your lineage. Chapter 200, The Empress's Surrender. Achu. Who is whispering my name? At this moment, Lin Yichen, who had been meditating in the small courtyard, finally opened his tightly shut eyes. After sneezing, he gazed at the scorching midday sun. Following a delightful stretch in the warm sunlight, he moved his ears and heard the sounds of battle emanating from the city walls. It was evident that the king of Qin had once again commenced his siege. Truly relentless. Once I attain the status of a grandmaster, I shall show you no mercy. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes as Lin Yichen accessed the system to check his attributes. Host, Lin Yichen Realm, Half-Step Grandmaster, Position, Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Department, Deputy Chief Eunuch of Xinang Palace, Commander of the Imperial Guard. Cultivation Technique, Nine Suns True Scripture, Great Accomplishment, Qilin Divine Art, Great Accomplishment. Martial Skills, Thunder Sword Technique, Great Accomplishment, Wrath of the Thunder God, Great Accomplishment, Attribute Detection. Items, Wind and Thunder Spirit Sword, 1 Pei Yuan Pill. What is this? Only a half-step Grandmaster? Staring at the realm section of his attributes, Lin Yichen was momentarily speechless. He never anticipated that after his arduous efforts to obtain a Chiu, he had merely advanced to a half-step Grandmaster, not yet reaching the true Grandmaster level. 40 years of cultivation, and he had only progressed half a step. How disheartening. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Yichen mused, it seems the deeper one delves into cultivation, the more arduous the path to advancement becomes. Fortunately, entering the Grandmaster level does not necessitate further progression in both cultivation techniques and martial skills. Otherwise, even with another 40 years of effort, I would still find myself unable to attain Grandmaster status. Nonetheless, a half-step Grandmaster is akin to being half a Grandmaster, allowing me to contend with novice Grandmasters and dominate all ordinary masters. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen quietly calculated in his mind. He understood that upon reaching the Grandmaster level, the hierarchy differs from the previous realms of innate and master levels, which are divided into 10 stages from 1 to 9 and then to the peak. Instead, it is categorized into 4 tiers: initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak, perhaps with the addition of a half-step. With a bitter smile, Lin Yichen remarked, when I reach the pinnacle of Grandmaster, it is likely I will first enter the half-step Saint realm before officially stepping into the Saint realm. According to the intelligence I previously acquired through attribute detection, the King of Qin should possess strength at the intermediate Grandmaster level. After being injured by the National Dragon Seal in the earlier confrontation with the Empress, he is currently only capable of exerting power at the initial Grandmaster level. With my half-step Grandmaster strength, launching a covert attack on him has a considerable chance of success. With this thought, Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with intense determination. Once I eliminate him, I shall receive decades of cultivation rewards, along with the mysterious surprise of a lottery draw. At that moment, I will undoubtedly ascend directly to the Grandmaster realm. With a firm resolve, Lin Yichen clenched his fists. After all, delaying any further could lead to trouble if the city falls. Even if I become a formidable half-step Grandmaster, being pursued by the King of Qin, Elder Gao, and other high-ranking masters could very well lead to my demise. Even if I manage to escape, the Empress, a Chiu, and the 2 noble consorts would likely fall into the hands of King Qin. If I succeed, I will emerge victorious over the courtesans. If I fail, I shall become one myself. The thought sent a shiver through Lin Yichen's lips. Every man harbors a possessive instinct, and Lin Yichen was no exception. He certainly did not wish for his beloved to become someone else's possession. He had no desire to share a common fate with King Qin, or Elder Gao. King Qin, your demise is inevitable. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yichen rose and made his way towards the Qianqing Palace to seek an audience with the Empress. What is it? The Empress, seated upon her dragon throne, surrounded by an array of wood and oil, cradling the national seal of the dragon, gazed sternly at Lin Yichen. Do you wish to accompany me in death? Your Majesty, such words are unwarranted. We shall not perish. This Dephone remains your Dephone, and I am still your most cherished companion, bringing you untold joy. Lin Yichen exclaimed with a smile. I wish to embrace you in slumber every night, luxuriating in your warmth, so I certainly do not desire to meet a tragic end. Have you become a Grandmaster? A Chiu inquired, her curiosity piqued despite her unease. Not quite. Merely half a step away from being a Grandmaster, Lin Yichen replied with a wry smile. If only I could find a beautiful maiden of perfect virtue at the peak of Grandmaster level, or one at the initial stage of Grandmaster, I could ascend directly. Dream on. The Empress shot Lin Yichen a reproachful glance. Masters in the martial world are scarce, and female experts are even rarer. To seek a high-ranking, young, and beautiful woman of impeccable virtue, such beauties are not plentiful. Perhaps the 4 holy maidens might meet your criteria, but can you even reach them? With an exasperated roll of her eyes, the Empress waved her hand dismissively. You need not accompany me in death. You may leave. I do not wish to force you into martyrdom. Your Majesty, grant me one more chance to save you. Lin Yichen implored earnestly, his gaze unwavering. Perhaps I can deal with King Qin, rescue you, and allow us to share a bed daily, soon welcoming the Dragon Prince into the world. I will not conceive again. The Empress shot Lin Yichen a stern look, though doubt flickered within her. Despite their encounters, she had never fallen pregnant, which puzzled her. Your Majesty, we shall revisit this matter later, Lin Yichen said gravely. Now, I request you to draft a decree of abdication and instruct Li Cheng atop the city walls to raise a white flag. I shall then approach King Qin in the capacity of a special envoy, informing him that you are prepared to accept his terms and abdicate to him. At that moment, I will conceal a dagger within the decree, surprising him with a sudden revelation. Lin Yichen gestured emphatically, eliminate him. Are you certain? The Empress gazed sternly at Lin Yichen, stating, since you have not ascended to the rank of Grand Master, it is highly probable that an assassination attempt would end in failure, leading to your immediate demise. However, if you choose to escape amidst the chaos, there remains a glimmer of hope. Determined, she continued, for His Majesty, for Sister Hyo, and for the future of our children, I must take this perilous gamble. Lin Yichen, his expression grave, met the Empress's stare and replied, there is no room for hesitation. As individuals, we often remain oblivious to our own strength until we are compelled to confront our limits. I have prepared myself for the worst. This time, I shall embrace the notion of rising from the brink of death. Chapter 201. The Imperial Edict of Zen Position Silence. I shall not entertain such notions, the Empress retorted, a hint of bashfulness coloring her expression as she shot a glare at Lin Yichen. I have no interest in children. Perhaps not, Lin Yichen mused. Casting a sidelong glance at the delicate curve of the Empress's waist, a subtle smile gracing his lips, he found himself questioning the nature of their predicament. Was it his inadequacy or her own? Despite their numerous encounters, where the Empress had consistently rebuffed him, he had nonetheless succumbed to temptation and engaged in intimacy with her. Yet, inexplicably, she had not conceived, which left him bewildered. The previous Empress and concubines had not borne children, which was somewhat understandable given his limited interactions with them. The odds of success had indeed been minimal. Lin Yichen pondered bitterly, if by chance we encountered a safe period, then it would be entirely reasonable for there to be no conception. However, after such prolonged contact with the Empress and Luolan, it seems improbable that we would consistently evade the fertile window. What then could be the cause of their continued inability to conceive? Is it my own failing or theirs? As he contemplated, Lin Yichen cast a doubtful glance at Hyo, wondering if she might be pregnant. Although Hyo had vehemently asserted her refusal the previous day, he couldn't help but harbor mischievous thoughts. Don't look at me, Hyo snapped, catching his gaze. I certainly won't be bearing any children. Perhaps not, Lin Yichen replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. As long as we are not in a safe period, the possibility of conception lies beyond your control. I would hope for a child between us, a tangible manifestation of our love. You are overreaching, Hyo retorted with a cold laugh. As female warriors, we possess inner strength. If we do not wish to conceive, we can simply refrain. A sudden realization struck Lin Yichen, illuminating the reason for the Empress, Luolan, and Azi's lack of pregnancy. It dawned on him that these female warriors possessed the remarkable ability to expel any potential conception from their bodies, akin to purging toxins after poisoning. A swift bath would render the act inconsequential. Very well, he conceded to the cool demeanor of Hyo, turning his innocent gaze towards the Empress. Your Majesty, perhaps it would be prudent to avoid using your inner strength during our encounters. Imagine how delightful it would be to have a child, a cherished symbol of our love, destined to inherit the throne of Defeng. Otherwise, if I were to father a child with a concubine, it would be tantamount to usurping power. Lin Yichen offered an awkward smile, continuing, though they may be your children in name, as royal offspring, they bear no true connection to the Ji family. However, should you bear a child with the surname Ji, that lineage would undeniably be of royal blood. After all, Your Majesty, I trust you do not wish to see the throne passed to a distant relative or someone devoid of your bloodline in a century's time. The Empress, who had never intended to conceive, was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yichen's probing words. As the sovereign of Defeng, she was indeed bound by the innate responsibility to perpetuate the royal lineage. Thus, Your Majesty, next time, do heed my counsel and strive for a successful conception. Lin Yichen suggested with a smile. At that point, you could confer with the Queen. I could facilitate a scenario where both you and the Queen are expecting simultaneously, giving birth on similar dates. We could then publicly declare that the Queen is carrying twins, and everything would be splendid, wouldn't it? Once the children reach adulthood, you could bestow the title of Crown Prince upon one of them. Quite advantageous, indeed. Let's navigate through the challenges posed by the Qin Wang first. Though reluctant, The Empress understood that this day was inevitable. After all, she needed to ensure the continuation of the Defeng royal bloodline. I am merely 19 this year. I am not in a hurry. Moreover, the Empress regarded Lin Yichen with a playful glint in her eyes, even if I wish to conceive. What must it be for you? Your Majesty is jesting again. Who else would dare approach you? Lin Yichen shrugged lightly. If anyone had the audacity, I would eliminate them. Furthermore, I am well aware of your sentiments. Aside from me, you have no interest in anyone else. How self-absorbed you are, the Empress retorted. Rolling her eyes at Lin Yichen, her earlier remarks had been a deliberate attempt to unsettle him. Upon ascending as the Emperor of Defeng, she had sworn to herself that she would never be touched by a man, vowing to fulfill her role as a false male emperor. Since fate had inadvertently entwined her with Lin Yichen, she resolved to have him as her sole partner in life. However, she still needed to deliberate on whether to follow Lin Yichen's plan of bearing a child to inherit the throne or to adopt from a master, allowing the adopted son to ascend the throne. After all, true conception would likely attract unwanted attention and complications. I speak only the truth, Lin Yichen declared earnestly, gazing intently at the Empress. In this lifetime, you can have only me as your man. Humph. The Empress shot Lin Yichen a displeased glance and, after consulting with a Chiao, took up her pen to personally draft a decree of abdication. This is for you. If you manage to return alive. Aishi gazed solemnly at Lin Yichen, who was about to risk his life, potentially facing death. The Empress bit her lip, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. At that time, I can promise you one chance, and there will be no need for internal energy thereafter. Whether conception occurs depends on your capability. Very well. Upon hearing the Empress's words and noticing her delicate waist, Lin Yichen turned to a Chiao. Sister Chiao, if you desire a child, that is also possible. Silence. A Chiao shot Lin Yichen a frosty glare, her demeanor cold. Forget what transpired yesterday. We have had nothing between us. There was nothing before. And there will be nothing in the future. In truth, Lin Yichen thought to himself, he quite enjoyed steamed buns. Lamenting the missed opportunity as he beheld a Chiao's stern expression, recalling the pleasures of the previous day, he could only shake his head in resignation. He understood that a Chiao and a Z possessed distinct personalities. With a Z, he could engage in a gentle persuasion. However, should a Chiao be unwilling, she would resolutely oppose Lin Yichen with all her might. Thus, the splendid moment he shared with a Chiao yesterday might have been both a first and a final encounter. Such matters could be addressed later. For now, it was imperative to focus on the task at hand. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen regarded the Empress and a Chiao with a serious demeanor. If I succeed, Your Majesty and a Chiao shall immediately appear upon the city walls to proclaim that this is solely a punishment for the principal offenders, leaving the rest unpunished. Subsequently, we shall promptly reorganize the 50,000 imperial troops on site. Should I fail, then, Sister Chiao, I entrust Your Majesty to you. Chapter 202. The surrender of the white flag. What do you mean? Lin Yichen has sent a white flag to seek an audience, claiming she wishes to surrender? The king of Qin, seated grandly in his tiger-skin chair within the central camp of the Qin army outside the Forbidden City, gazed incredulously at the newly appointed commander of the Baimao army, Li Ting. Given that the previous commander had recently been executed by his own hand, the king found it hard to believe that Li Ting dared to come and deceive him for sport. Your Highness, it is all true, I assure you. I speak not a word of falsehood. Under the king's scrutinizing gaze, Li Ting bowed deeply in deference. While I personally led the assault on the city, after the defending soldiers repelled our initial attack, before I could muster a second wave, a white flag was raised atop the walls. Lin Yichen then stood upon the ramparts and conveyed that Her Majesty had come to a decision. She wishes to abdicate in favor of Your Highness, pleading only for your mercy and a noble title to live out her days in peace. Is this truly the case? Upon hearing the word abdication, the king's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, the act of forcibly taking the throne from a female emperor and her voluntary abdication were two entirely different matters. The former would lead to eternal infamy, while the latter, though still a usurpation, would attract far less scorn. It was akin to the historical Sima Zhao, who was reviled for murdering the emperor of the Chao family, while Chao Pai, who coerced Emperor Xian of Han to abdicate, received comparatively little condemnation for allowing the latter a dignified end. Indeed, Your Highness. Li Ting again bowed deeply before the king. Lin Yichen explicitly stated this, and there were hundreds of soldiers present at the walls who can attest to it. I would never dare to deceive Your Highness in any regard. The king, casting a glance at his trusted aide, signaled discreetly, then turned to the cloaked monk beside him. Master, what is your opinion? Do you suspect any treachery in this matter? Amitabha, the monk replied, pressing his palms together in contemplation. Your Highness has indeed reached a point of desperation. We may breach the city within a day. Thus, it is plausible that in a bid for survival, Her Majesty would choose to abdicate and surrender. Yet, My nephew has consistently maintained a resolute stance against surrender, insisting he would not bear the shame of regicide, the king remarked with a chuckle. Now he suddenly wishes to yield. I find it somewhat unbelievable. Amitba. The monk intoned once more under the king's gaze. In the face of life and death, profound fears arise. To truly understand a person, one must observe them in such dire circumstances. Those who loudly proclaim loyalty and patriotism, willing to die for their sovereign, may very well be the first to kneel and submit when the city falls, eagerly welcoming the new ruler. Conversely, those who remain silent may choose to sacrifice themselves for their country, demonstrating their loyalty through death. The monk shook his head. Human nature is inherently complex. Namalamaba. Indeed. This holds true. The king of Qin chuckled and nodded slightly, saying, take for instance this Lin Yichen, who previously proclaimed he would never surrender. Now he is prepared to come and kneel before me, pleading for mercy. Eminent lord, you must not place your trust in this Lin Yichen, elderly interjected hastily, observing the self-satisfied demeanor of the king. You must understand that Lin Yichen is treacherous and cunning, a truly despicable scoundrel devoid of any credibility. While he may appear ready to surrender now, he could very well harbor sinister motives beneath the surface. Indeed, he might be plotting to use this pretense of capitulation to assassinate you. Elderly gazed earnestly at the king, cautioning, thus, your highness must not underestimate him, lest you fall victim to Lin Yichen's vile schemes. You must proceed with utmost caution. Elder Gao spoke coldly. Whether the emperor lives or dies, or who inherits the throne of the great Feng dynasty, is of no concern to our sovereign. However, the head of Lin Yichen is one that our sovereign must see with his own eyes. This remnant must not be allowed to survive. Haha, rest assured, both of you. I have everything under control, the king replied dismissively, unfazed by the warnings of Elder Gao and elderly. Lin Yichen killed my son, Ji Feng. I have a blood feud with him and would never forgive him. However, I am reluctant to create more bloodshed at this moment, so I will feign compliance, indicating that as long as the young emperor abdicates, I shall let bygones be bygones. With a dark expression, the king snorted coldly, once I ascend the throne, this Lin Yichen will merely be a plaything in my hands. When the time comes to settle accounts, this grasshopper, unable to hop for long, shall perish at my whim. For now, I will allow him to linger a while longer, but when the time is right, I will find an excuse to have him executed in a most brutal manner at the marketplace. His eyes glinting with a chilling light, the king addressed the assembly. I may spare the young emperor, but Lin Yichen will undoubtedly meet his demise. So, rest assured, since I have promised the Kirin sovereign, I shall certainly keep my word. Lin Yichen has but a few days or weeks left to live. There is no need to worry. Thank you, your highness. The sovereign will undoubtedly continue to support you. Elder Gao and elderly nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the king's assurance. Your highness, at that moment, the shadow who had gone to gather intelligence returned, stating, according to corroborated reports, Lin Yichen indeed expressed his intention to surrender just now. A white flag is currently flying atop the city walls, and Lin Yichen stands beneath it, awaiting your response. Good, the king of Qin exclaimed with excitement. Li Ting, go and summon him to me. I wish to discuss the young emperor's surrender with him in person. At once, Li Ting replied respectfully as he exited the camp. Your highness, it would be prudent to exercise caution, came a final word of advice. At this moment, Wang Yanzhong, who had remained silent until now, slowly spoke. It is said that Lin Yichen is cunning and treacherous. If he were to disguise himself under the guise of surrender, seeking to assassinate your majesty, the king of Qin, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Haha, General Wang, you are overly concerned, the king of Qin responded with a hearty laugh, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. I greatly appreciate your loyalty, but rest assured, such an event shall never transpire. In our grand camp, I am the Grand Master, and both Shadow and Elder Gao are at the pinnacle of mastery. Elderly and your 7 or 8 companions are also formidable masters. Lin Yichen is merely a single master, and a wounded one at that. Does he truly believe he could infiltrate the central tent to assassinate me? With a wave of his hand, the king of Qin expressed his disdain. Then he is not here to assassinate, but rather to seek his own demise. Chapter 203. Lin Yichen's humiliation. Indeed, the prince's statement resonates profoundly. The matter stands as such. Upon hearing the words of the king of Qin, Song Zhong, the current commander of the Qishui army, hastily exclaimed with a smile. If that scoundrel Lin Yichen were to harm the prince right here in our grand tent, before all our eyes, then what purpose would our siege serve? Each one of us might as well end our lives immediately. Such is the logic. If Lin Yichen could inflict harm upon the prince amidst our encirclement, we would have lost all dignity, akin to a disgrace taken to one's grandmother's home. However, General Wang's perspective holds some merit. What if Lin Yichen harbors a desperate intent, knowing that our victory is imminent? and thus ventures forth for a gamble? Another commander solemnly remarked, in any case, caution is never misplaced. We must proceed with prudence to avoid unnecessary complications. This was indeed sound advice. When he arrives, we shall deliver a stern warning and observe his reaction. Should he submit meekly, genuinely seeking to surrender for the sake of his life, it may well be true. Conversely, if he exhibits disrespect or harbors intentions of resistance, it would indicate treachery. If he dares to deceive His Highness the King of Qin, he would be courting death. Wang Yinzhong promptly waved his hand decisively at that moment. We shall all rush forth, each wielding a blade, and reduce him to mere pulp, ensuring he finds no resting place. To dare oppose His Highness the King of Qin is an affront that warrants nothing less than merciful death. To demonstrate loyalty to the King of Qin, these masterful experts collectively pronounced Lin Yichen's fate, deeming him too cowardly to attempt an assassination. Your assertions are commendable. I am exceedingly pleased. The King of Qin remarked with a smile, gesturing to the crowd, with such a cadre of brilliant and valiant experts under my command. It is utterly impossible for a mere dog like Lin Yichen to inflict harm upon me. After my ascension, each of you shall receive promotions and rewards, elevating your families and securing your legacies. Thank you, Your Highness, the subordinates replied, pledging their unwavering loyalty. In life, we serve you. In death, we shall become your spirits, dedicated to your service, unrepentant even unto 100 deaths. As the king's words resonated, the masters promptly bowed once more, reaffirming their loyalty and displaying utmost deference towards the king, their expressions rife with flattery. The prince would surely remember their performances. Standing beside the King of Qin, the cloaked monk remarked, "Rest assured, Your Highness shall bestow rewards for any merit earned. Even if this occasion yields fewer accolades, there will be ample opportunities to prove yourselves in the future. You shall sleep soundly while I unify our vast territories, quelling the disobedient vassals and sovereigns, then vanquishing our foes to unite the realm." Envisioning the splendid future, the excited King of Qin waved his hand grandly. At that time, my descendants shall prosper alongside the nation. We are willing to assist Your Highness in pacifying the four seas. I beseech Your Highness to ascend the throne swiftly, to validate your rightful place. In this grand empire, only Your Majesty possesses the qualifications to occupy the imperial seat. Upon hearing the words of the Qin king, the esteemed commanders and masters of various armies naturally indulged in a round of flattery. At this moment, the newly appointed commander of the Baimao army, Li Teng, strode into the main camp, respectfully bowing deeply towards the Qin king. Your Majesty, the special envoy Lin Yichen is waiting outside the main tent, seeking an audience with Your Highness. Let him enter. Sitting confidently upon his chair, the Qin king coldly waved his hand. Summon that scoundrel Lin Yichen to present himself before me. At your command. After the Qin king's words fell, Li Teng unveiled the tent flap, gesturing for the waiting Lin Yichen outside. Lord Lin, please come in. I, Lin Yichen, chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office, commander of the left wing of the Imperial Guard, and guardian of the Forbidden City, pay my respects to His Highness the Qin king. Long live His Highness. Stepping into the central tent, under the scrutinizing gazes of the masterful observers, Lin Yichen understood that he must initially adopt a subservient demeanor to approach the Qin king. Thus he bowed deeply without uttering a word. Quite an impressive title you bear. One of the deputy commanders suddenly scoffed disdainfully at Lin Yichen. What good is it to boast so much? You are still nothing more than a worthless eunuch. Indeed. How true that is. No matter how many titles you possess, it does not alter the fact that you are merely a castrated eunuch. I have heard that eunuchs must squat like women to relieve themselves. Is that true, Lord Lin? I am quite curious if you, who lack manhood, harbor desires akin to those of women. I once heard a rumor that eunuchs, much like many women who have borne children, suffer from incontinence and foul odors daily. Is this the case? Tell me, what happens to eunuchs after they are altered? Lin, I suspect you are concealing something sinister. Do strip off your garments, so we may see. This group of commanders, both principal and deputy, laughed boisterously at the sight of Lin Yichen standing humbly, treating him as if he were a mere spectacle, akin to a panda in a zoo, or perhaps a monkey in a circus. At this moment, under the dark-robed monk's silent urging, Song Zheng bellowed, upon encountering His Highness the Qin king, "Why do you not kneel? I am a man of His Majesty. According to the customs of our grand empire, I am not obliged to kneel before a princely lord." Oh, is that so? Observing Lin Yichen's attempt to retain his last shred of dignity, Song Zheng laughed mockingly. Then you may take your leave and prepare for your demise when that wretched city falls. Since you refuse to kneel, there is nothing more to discuss. Regardless, we shall soon breach the Forbidden City. Your surrender or defiance holds no significance to His Highness. Indeed, it would be wise for you to kneel before His Majesty. You scoundrel, you worthless eunuch, dare you speak back? You are all talk. devoid of any substance. Deputy Commander Shen Ming of the shooting army sneered at Lin Yichen, laughing heartily. You are certainly obstinate where you ought to be humble. Bang. With that, Shen Ming delivered a fierce kick to Lin Yichen's ankle. Thud. Although Lin Yichen felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, knowing that with a mere flick of his hand, he could easily dispatch this Shen Ming, who was only at the 6th or 7th level of the Grandmaster stage. Yet, for the sake of his grand scheme, he found himself compelled to kneel before this Qin Wang. Nonetheless, he shot a fierce glare at Shen Ming, silently vowing that he would soon provide this Shen Ming with a startling surprise, revealing to him what a true powerhouse is and allowing his wife, concubines, and daughters to witness Lin Yichen's formidable prowess. Chapter 204. Forcing Lin Yichen to drink urine. You little rascal, behave. Upon witnessing Lin Yichen obediently kneel, Shen Ming nodded in satisfaction and approached him with a sly grin. He used his toe to lift Lin Yichen's chin, tauntingly stating, Yet you dared to glare at me moments ago. What do you intend? Do you wish to retaliate? Who gave you the audacity, Shen Ming's eyes blazed with fury as he scrutinized Lin Yichen. At this juncture, under the dark monk's insinuation, he sought to ascertain whether Lin Yichen's submission was genuine or merely a facade. He knew that even if Lin Yichen truly surrendered, the ultimate outcome would still be fatal for him. Thus, with nothing left to lose, he felt no trepidation regarding any potential vengeance from Lin Yichen and proceeded to humiliate him without restraint. This not only endeared him to the dark monk, who was the most trusted by King Qin, but also served to curry favor with the king himself. Undoubtedly, for King Qin, who had suffered the loss of his son at Lin Yichen's hands, this humiliation would be a source of grim satisfaction. Even if he wished to maintain appearances and avoid direct confrontation with Lin Yichen merely cast a cold glance at Shen Ming, disregarding his raucous outburst. You dare glare at me? With a swift motion, Shen Ming's hand aimed at Lin Yichen, but he was caught off guard when Lin Yichen evaded, causing Shen Ming to stumble and fall awkwardly to the ground. You dare to dodge? Shen Ming, rising from the ground in a fit of rage, seized Lin Yichen by the collar. If you dare evade me again, I'll ensure you regret it when I breach the city. I will make you pay dearly. Enraged, he commanded, Bring me a cup. I intend to make you drink urine. As he spoke, Shen Ming filled a cup with his own foul-smelling urine and placed it in front of Lin Yichen. Drink it at once or get out. Your Highness Qin, Lin Yichen, uninterested in Shen Ming's absurdity, turned his serious gaze toward King Qin. Is this how you treat your envoy? Is this your acceptance of His Majesty's surrender? He continued. If you are unwilling to accept His Majesty's capitulation, then by all means, continue your siege. Lin Yichen coldly scoffed. I shan't hide the truth from you. Besides the abdication edict, His Majesty has also penned a proclamation against King Qin, as well as an unsigned abdication decree. Should you persist in your assault, we cannot hold our ground. His Majesty's demise is inevitable. With a mocking laugh, Lin Yichen added, however, we still hold Tongpass, and when the chaos ensues, our people will seize the opportunity to flee the capital and seek refuge with King Jin, King Yin, and the other regional lords. I believe they would be more than willing to take the proclamation and abdication edicts to enter the pass and eliminate you, subsequently assuming the throne with legitimacy. Should you wish to kill me, do so directly, Lin Yichen declared, exposing his neck. I stand ready to meet my fate at your hands. However, know this, should you slay me, you will be branded as a usurper, and you can expect the coalition of the Eastern Lords to come for your reckoning. Listening to Lin Yichen's cold and threatening words, Shen Ming, who had the impulse to pour a stream of urine over Lin Yichen's head and forcefully make him drink it, suddenly found his expression stiffening, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, his words were sharp and piercing. Beside them, Elderly let out a disdainful snort, remarking, It appears that you eunuchs, lacking the prowess of men in the palace, can only rely on your tongues to please the Empress and survive. That is still better than you, Lin Yichen retorted, casting a cold glance at Elderly. Do not forget how Shen Zhao met his end. You. Elderly's face immediately paled. Had it not been for the presence of the Qin King, he would have longed to take immediate action against Lin Yichen. Coughing lightly, at the behest of the cloaked monk, the Qin King, aware that it would be ill-advised to let tensions escalate between Lin Yichen and the Empress, intervened to quell the mockery directed at Lin Yichen from his subordinates. He harbored a genuine fear that the Empress might issue a decree against him and an unsigned abdication edict, distributing it throughout the eastern territories. Should that occur, who could say which ambitious figure would rise to seize the opportunity and challenge his authority? Lin Yichen, I am well aware of your intentions. I can accept the Empress's abdication and ensure her safety, along with that of the palace concubines and eunuchs, the Qin King declared, his expression grave. Upon my ascension, I will bestow upon the Empress the title of Princess of Lantian and construct a magnificent palace for her there. As long as she remains in Lantian, I will allow her to live out her days in peace. You are indeed a remarkable talent. and I have always held a deep appreciation for those who possess exceptional skills. The Qin king continued with a smile. You may choose to accompany the empress or remain in the palace as my deputy chief of the inner court. Given time, should you achieve the rank of Grand Master, I could even appoint you to succeed Li Zhong as the chief of the inner court and the supervisor of the Eastern Bureau. I have always been one to embrace talent without prejudice, so you need not worry that I will hold your actions against Ji Feng against you. The Qin king waved dismissively. I have more than one son, so as long as you pledge your loyalty to me, all will be well. Your Highness, I am grateful for your kindness, yet I must remain loyal to the Empress, Lin Yichen replied, bowing deeply to the Qin king, though inwardly he scoffed, thinking what a splendid actor the Qin king was, worthy of Hollywood. Had he not been aware of the king's character and his collusion with the Qilin Holy Land, Lin Yichen might have genuinely fallen for his ruse. Very well, it is as you wish. There will certainly be a place for you here. The Qin king said with a smile, gesturing for Lin Yichen to present the abdication edict and the abdication decree. At your command, Lin Yichen replied, adorned in a resplendent crimson robe, as he approached the Qin king with the exquisite Wang Wali wooden box. Wang Yanzhong intended to stop Lin Yichen and presented himself, but the Qin king waved him off, granting Lin Yichen the chance to draw near. Your Highness, this is the Empress's abdication decree. Lin Yichen carefully lifted the golden-hued edict from the box and slowly opened it before the Qin king. Excellent, excellent. Gazing upon the abdication edict, inscribed in the delicate hand of the Empress, wherein she humbly acknowledges her lack of virtue and inability to uphold the great legacy. Expressing her willingness to bestow the throne upon her uncle, the King of Qin, he trembles with overwhelming emotion, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This day, he has long yearned for. With the Empress's abdication decree, coupled with the Dowager Empress's endorsement and assurance, he is now poised to ascend to the imperial throne in a manner both rightful and legitimate. Splendid! As his eyes fall upon the words by imperial command in the vivid crimson seal of the Emperor of the great Feng Empire, his excitement crescendos, fist clenched, unable to suppress his exclamation. Yet, in that very moment, an unforeseen twist of fate unfolds. To his astonishment, nestled within the depths of the abdication document, gleams a dagger radiating a sinister blue light, evidently laced with a deadly poison, capable of sealing one's fate with a mere scratch. Perish. With a swift motion, Lin Yichen, seizing the concealed dagger, strikes fiercely at the heart of the King of Qin before anyone can react. Chapter 205. The hidden dagger strikes the King of Qin. Dare you attempt to assassinate me, audacious fool? You seek death. The King of Qin, initially exhilarated by the prospect of ascending to the throne with the Empress's decree, found himself momentarily stunned as the dagger of Lin Yichen lunged towards him. His excitement had momentarily dulled his vigilance, and now, faced with the frenzied assault, he was utterly bewildered. How dare you, wretched scoundrel? Do you not fear for your life? In a flash, the King of Qin, a master of the highest caliber, retaliated with a powerful strike aimed directly at Lin Yichen. His intention was to eliminate this threat on the spot, to extinguish the peril before him. However, the arrogant king had underestimated Lin Yichen's resolve. Perish. With unyielding determination, Lin Yichen did not evade the king's strike. Instead, he summoned all his internal energy to endure the blow. The impact reverberated, and Lin Yichen staggered, spitting forth a crimson spray of blood. Yet, in that very moment, the dagger in his grasp found its mark, plunging deep into the heart of the King of Qin. You are a half-step grandmaster? The king clutched his wounded chest, his pallor stark, disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Lin Yichen. Despite having sustained significant injuries in his previous battle against the true dragon summoned by the Empress, his formidable prowess as a mid-tier grandmaster had allowed him to suppress his wounds. Though he had struck lightly, the force behind his palm was immense at such close range. Even a peak master would have succumbed to his might. Yet, tragically, Lin Yichen proved to be a half-step grandmaster, and the king's strike had not delivered the fatal blow. Instead, it had granted Lin Yichen the opportunity to approach and strike him down. Indeed, Lin Yichen replied without hesitation, his expression grave as he regarded the king. Otherwise, I would not dare to risk my life to confront you. With another spurt of blood, the king's eyes brimmed with resentment, his vitality waning as he looked upon Lin Yichen. I underestimated you. I cannot accept this fate. My grand ambitions were within reach, and I was to ascend the throne. I refused to die. Glaring at Lin Yichen, his gaze fixated on the distant forbidden city, the king's heart swelled with bitter regret. In that moment, he envisioned himself breaching the capital, adorned in a golden dragon robe, ascending the throne amid the accolades of officials, becoming the revered sovereign. He had already plotted to eliminate his rivals and install his loyalists, intending to usher in a new era, aptly named martial virtue. Yet now, all that lay before him was a shattered dream, and he found himself bereft of everything. I shall not accept this fate, he gasped, With blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth, King Qin glared furiously at Lin Yichen. If looks could kill, he would have relished the thought of dismembering Lin Yichen and feeding him to the dogs. Save me, save me. Grasping tightly at the hem of Lin Yichen's clothing, King Qin implored desperately, what benefits has the young emperor bestowed upon you for you to serve him so fervently? Save me, and I shall grant you the title of the one-character duke, sharing the world with you. Do you believe you still have a chance? Lin Yichen scoffed coldly. Today, your head shall serve my purpose. Clutching the wound on his heart, King Qin's face turned ghostly pale. He was not foolish. He understood that despite being a formidable mid-tier grandmaster, a critical injury to his heart meant certain death. Although the support of his internal energy prevented him from collapsing immediately as an ordinary person would upon a shattered heart, the gradual dissipating of that energy would herald his demise. Now, with his complexion waning, his internal energy had already begun to fade, life seeping away little by little. Are you not curious why I am so determined to serve His Majesty, working tirelessly on his behalf? Lin Yichen, observing the dying King Qin, seized his hair and pressed a dagger to his throat. In light of your imminent demise, I shall enlighten you, so you may understand your fate. Coughing and gasping, as blood flowed more rapidly from the gaping wound after Lin Yichen withdrew the dagger, King Qin seethed with rage. The dagger had been laced with poison, rendering him incapable of staunching the bleeding with his internal energy. You shall pay for this. King Qin glared venomously at Lin Yichen, wishing nothing more than to drag him, the Empress, and everyone else down with him. I shall reveal the truth. Just before severing King Qin's head, Lin Yichen leaned close, whispering into his ear, Her Majesty is, in fact, my woman. In disbelief and astonishment, King Qin's eyes widened as Lin Yichen's dagger sliced through his throat, decapitating him on the spot. King Qin is dead. Will you still resist? Holding King Qin's bloodied head aloft, Lin Yichen emanated the aura of a half-step grandmaster, coldly surveying the stunned generals in the central tent, who had just begun to rally themselves to attack him. Although Lin Yichen and King Qin had exchanged numerous words, it had all transpired in the blink of an eye, not taking more than a few minutes. The overwhelming aura of grandmasters had momentarily stunned these men, preventing them from aiding King Qin in assailing Lin Yichen. At that moment, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from the city walls, unmistakably the Empress summoning the national dragon through the imperial seal, ready to provide support for Lin Yichen. By the Emperor's decree, the only traitor is King Qin. Only he shall face punishment, while the rest shall not be pursued. Lin Yichen stepped firmly upon the headless body of King Qin, gazing sternly at the assembly of master-level commanders and their deputies. If you awaken to reason and surrender to His Majesty now, you shall serve loyally and diligently under his command and mine, preserving your positions and avoiding death. Conversely, those who stubbornly resist and wish to continue their allegiance to King Qin will undoubtedly face death, with no mercy granted. Lin Yichen proclaimed with utmost gravity, surrender now, and I shall ensure that past transgressions are overlooked and contributions acknowledged. Those who persist in their obstinacy and dare to resist will be executed without exception. Chapter 206. She is my woman. You have merely half an incense stick's time. Choose wisely. Standing atop the corpse of the Qin king, holding his severed head, and splattered with blood, Lin Yichen gazed coldly at the assembled crowd, his expression grave. Despite having sustained severe injuries from the recent battle against the Qin king, he forcefully suppressed his wounds, exuding the imposing aura of a grandmaster to intimidate the elite warriors under the Qin king's command. Lin Yichen was acutely aware that the Qin king had an heir, and among these warriors were many fiercely loyal to him. Should he display any sign of weakness, they would likely converge upon him in a frenzied assault. In such a scenario, Lin Yichen, a wounded half-step grandmaster, would stand little chance against this assembly of masters. Although the Empress had summoned the guardian dragon to ostensibly shield Lin Yichen, he understood that due to the previous confrontation between the guardian dragon and the Qin king, the Empress herself had suffered backlash from the dragon. While she was not in immediate peril, the guardian dragon she called upon now served merely as a deterrent. If it were to engage in battle, it would be a hollow facade of strength. Should these masters under the Qin king attempt to eliminate him or facilitate the ascension of the Qin king's heir to the throne, they would continue their siege. The likely outcome would be the Empress's abrupt intervention, utilizing Li Zhong, a grandmaster, to eliminate both him and the Empress, subsequently dispatching a number of the Qin king's elite. In the end, she could easily reap the benefits, installing a puppet emperor to govern in her stead. Though the Empress had not previously offered assistance, she had also not exhibited overt hostility. Nevertheless, Lin Yichen could not afford to overlook such potential consequences. The allure of power was indeed tempting. Even if the Empress had not initially conceived such ambitions, the opportunity now lay before her, and she might not wish to let it slip away. Furthermore, even if she hesitated, her subordinates, Li Zhong, the Duke of Integrity, the Duke of Favors, and the commander of the Imperial Guard, would surely not sit idly by in the face of such a prime opportunity for usurpation. They might very well compel the empress to act. Should she refuse, they could swiftly replace her with a leader more amenable to their designs. Thus, Lin Yichen understood that he must endure his injuries, leveraging the weight of his grandmaster's presence to compel the Qin king's subordinates to surrender without further conflict. Even if the empress and Li Zhong harbored ulterior motives upon receiving news of the situation, they would be too late to act, ultimately acquiescing to the circumstances. As time dwindled, Lin Yichen's icy gaze swept over the assembled masters, betraying no hint of weakness, as if he had them firmly in his grasp. Though he was gravely injured, a high-level master could easily end his life, yet Lin Yichen maintained his composure, invoking the grandeur of his status to instill fear in those present with the might he had displayed in vanquishing the Qin king. Gulp. After a difficult swallow. Under the silent gaze of the crowd, the previous instructions from Li Zhong and the empress echoed in his mind. Wang Yanzhong stepped forward decisively and bowed deeply to Lin Yichen, declaring, "Your Majesty is the legitimate emperor of Defeng. Previously, we were ensnared by the treacherous Qin Wang, which forced us into rebellion. Now that you, Lord Lin, have demonstrated your formidable power and the Qin Wang has been captured, it is truly a cause for celebration for all. I, Wang Yanzhong, commander of the Xinjua army, am willing to surrender. I implore your Majesty and Lord Lin to deliver justice." "Excellent," Lin Yichen replied, visibly pleased to see someone take the lead. General Wang's ability to turn from darkness to light is commendable. As for the notion of punishment, there is no need to dwell on such absurdity. I have previously stated that the crime of rebellion lies solely with the Qin Wang. Only he shall face retribution. Lin Yichen smiled, adding, "As for the others, if they surrender quickly, they shall be absolved of guilt and rewarded for their loyalty." "I am grateful to Lord Lin for your mercy," Wang Yanzhong responded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, and he bowed deeply once more. "General Wang, I request that you lead the Xinjua army outside the East City Gate to guard against and persuade the Qin Wang's heir to surrender," Lin Yichen instructed. "If the heir yields, escort him back to the capital for the emperor's judgment. Should he dare to continue his rebellion and oppose the emperor, he shall receive no mercy. This is an opportunity to earn merit and title," Lin Yichen continued. "Seize it, and I shall ensure you are granted the title of Earl." "I am thankful for Lord Lin's support," Wang Yanzhong said, excitement evident as he bowed deeply again. The promises made by the Qin Wang had long since turned to empty words with his demise. Yet, Lin Yichen's commitment, whether genuine or feigned, offered hope for stability among the ranks. Since Lin Yichen had made such a public statement, given his connection with the emperor, Wang Yanzhong was convinced that if he could persuade or eliminate the Qin Wang's heir, the title of Earl would undoubtedly be his. "I am willing to surrender. I was compelled by the Qin Wang, but have always remained loyal to the emperor in my heart. I have never actively attacked. I was merely coerced by the Qin Wang. I implore Lord Lin to see the truth." With the emergence of such a prominent leader as Wang Yanzhong, several other commanders of similar stature exchanged glances before stepping forward to bow respectfully to Lin Yichen and surrender. After all, with the Qin Wang dead and his heir lacking both strength and prestige, they believed he could not stand against Lin Yichen. Thus, with Lin Yichen's promise of clemency, surrender seemed the wisest course. "You worthless wretches, you have squandered the grace of His Highness, the Qin Wang, and are nothing but vile, treacherous betrayers," shouted Li Ting, the newly appointed commander of the Baimao army, his fury palpable as he glared at Lin Yichen. "I am a servant of the Qin Wang in life and death. I shall serve him alone in this life. You wretched cur, do you believe I shall submit to you? Dream on, ha ha ha." With that scornful remark, Li Tong, who had just hurled insults at Lin Yichen, chose to end his own life by slitting his throat. Convinced that the young lord could not avenge the king of Qin, he resolved to demonstrate his loyalty through death. Such misguided loyalty, paying no heed to the self-destructive Li Tong. Lin Yichen turned his attention to the true confidants of the king of Qin, namely the peak master Shadow and the cloaked monk. Moreover, there were also the esteemed elders from the Qilin sacred land, Elder Gao and Elder Li. Chapter 207, Fainting in the Empress's Embrace. What to do? Beholding the slain King Qin, lifeless beyond resurrection, alongside the shameless surrender of Wang Yanzhong and the unwavering loyalty of Li Ting, who chose self-immolation, the heart of the shadowy confidant could only be laden with gravity as he turned to the foremost strategist under King Qin, the enigmatic monk clad in black. "Gather trustworthy allies, depart from the main camp, and seek out the heir." The black-robed monk cast a grave glance at Lin Yichen, ultimately gritting his teeth and providing the shadow with an answer that filled him with despair. At this moment, his feelings towards Lin Yichen were a tumultuous blend of admiration and loathing. The admiration stemmed from Lin Yichen's audacious spirit, a true daredevil who risked everything in a gamble of life and death. After all, had Lin Yichen faltered even slightly and failed to deliver a lethal blow to King Qin, The latter's reaction would have surely resulted in Lin Yichen being mercilessly torn to shreds by the combined might of King Qin and the shadowy figures present within the central tent. Lin Yichen's audacity and meticulousness in turning the tide through assassination, managing to deceive both himself and King Qin with the ruse of an abdication edict to approach the king, was undeniably impressive. Conversely, his loathing was directed at Lin Yichen for dismantling a meticulously crafted plan that had spanned over a decade, rendering his years of effort utterly futile. After following and strategizing for King Qin for countless years, just as the king was poised to ascend the throne, he was struck down by Lin Yichen. What a farcical twist of fate. There was no recourse left. The shadow warily regarded Lin Yichen, then, shielding the black-robed monk, surveyed the assembly of various military commanders and their deputies present, those willing to pledge allegiance to King Qin. Follow me to the left camp in Lantian and seek the heir. If we unite our efforts to support the heiress' claim to the throne, victory may still be within our grasp. Withdraw. With that, after casting a cautious glance at Lin Yichen, who showed no signs of immediate aggression, the shadow and the black-robed monk exited the central tent. King Qin has favored me. What is death but a mere toll? My life was already pledged to him. The heir is magnanimous, and aligning with him holds promise for the future. Indeed, the heir commands an army of 10,000 gold-clad soldiers. If we can rally a few more, we shall still possess the strength to fight back. Withdraw. Ultimately, after the shadow and the black-robed monk departed the central tent, 5 master-level commanders and their deputies chose to grit their teeth and pursue, preparing to pledge their loyalty to the heir and continue serving King Qin. What shall we do? Elder Li's lips twitched vehemently as he gazed at the defeated King Qin at this critical juncture, casting a helpless glance at Elder Gao. Though both were high-ranking masters, faced with the overwhelming presence of Lin Yichen, who had just slain King Qin, they lacked the courage to engage. Withdraw. Elder Gao inhaled deeply, casting a wary glance at Lin Yichen before gesturing to Elder Li. Let us first seek refuge with the heir of King Qin. Then expedite the report to the Holy Master and await further orders. To vanquish Lin Yichen, the Holy Master must dispatch several grandmasters of unparalleled prowess. There is simply no other recourse. Upon hearing the words of the High Elder, Elder Li let out a sigh, although he felt a deep sense of reluctance. He could do naught but obediently follow the High Elder's lead. Before long, the shadow and the cloaked monk, accompanied by the 5 grandmasters who had emerged from the central tent, rode forth with their most trusted soldiers and loyalists, approximately 1,000 strong, departing the camp to seek refuge with Prince Jisoo, the heir to the Qin throne. It was not that they wished to abandon the 50,000 imperial guards, but they understood the impracticality of such an endeavor, compounded by the urgency of their situation. After all, with the death of the Qin king, many of the commanders and deputy commanders had surrendered to Lin Yichen and the Empress. Should they delay their departure, allowing Lin Yichen to consolidate these forces and subsequently encircle them, their fate would be sealed. They would find themselves unable to even escape the confines of Chang'an. Thus, it was imperative for them to flee post-haste. We are willing to submit to your majesty. Please convey this message through eunuch Lin. Previously, I was misled by the Qin king. Had I refused to assist him in the siege, my life would have been forfeit. Hence, I had no choice. Now, having seen the light, I shall henceforth serve only your majesty and you, eunuch Lin. Long live your majesty, long live eunuch Lin. Under Lin Yichen's watchful gaze, as the shadow and the monk departed, the remaining commanders and deputy commanders bowed with utmost respect, choosing to submit in humility. All of you are wise individuals. As the saying goes, a discerning bird selects its perch, and a discerning person chooses their master. Therefore, I am pleased that you have chosen to submit to His Majesty and join me in serving him henceforth, Lin Yichen stated with a smile and a slight nod. As I have reiterated, we shall only punish the principal perpetrator, and all others shall be forgiven. Thus, you bear no blame, but rather merit. Now, I ask that you each return to your camps, maintain command over your troops, and prepare to station outside the city, awaiting His Majesty's next orders for reorganization. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yichen turned his gaze to the first to respond, Wang Yanzhang. Wang Yanzhang, I appoint you to temporarily assume command of the right division of the Imperial Guards, responsible for arranging their departure from the city. Additionally, take the body of the Qin king to the left division of the Imperial Guards, the Jin Dao army, and deliver it to Jisoo. Encourage him to surrender swiftly to avoid a grim fate. With that, Lin Yichen, struggling against his injuries, grasped the head of the Qin king, his spirit unwavering as he strode out of the central tent. We shall obey eunuch Lin's orders. Rest assured, eunuch Lin. Wang Yanzhang, exhilarated by his rapid promotion, bowed deeply. I will arrange for the 50,000 Imperial Guards to withdraw from Chang'an, ensuring that no harm comes to the civilians. Excellent. Lin Yichen soared to the battlements. Setting his gaze upon the Empress and Achio, who awaited him atop the city walls. "Your Majesty." Lin Yichen held the severed head of the Qin king, gazing at the approaching empress and at Qiu with swift strides. "I am fortunate not to have failed my mission. I have slain the Qin king." "Excellent, excellent." The empress, upon beholding the bloodied and grotesque visage of the Qin king's head, could not contain her exhilaration and exclaimed with fervor, "You have worked hard, my loyal subject." However, as the empress drew near, Lin Yichen, unable to maintain his composure any longer, suddenly expelled a mouthful of fresh blood onto the empress's chest. His body swayed, and unable to sustain himself, he collapsed into the empress's embrace, resting his head against her softness as he slipped into unconsciousness. Chapter 208. In the Face of Death. Unwavering self-interest. Lin Yichen. Lin Yichen. The empress cried out in panic upon witnessing Lin Yichen, unconscious and on the brink of death, fearing that he might perish. She hastily shook him awake. "Your Majesty, please do not fret," Qiu interjected, casting a glance at Lin Yichen's prone form. Observing his self-serving nature even in a near-fatal state left Qiu utterly speechless as she restrained the anxious empress. "He is merely gravely injured from overexertion of his internal energy, and it is not yet a certainty that he will die. I possess a healing elixir, the revitalizing pill. Once ingested, his injuries will fully mend within half a day's time." With that, Qiu produced a verdant pill brimming with a vibrant life force. "He is remarkably resilient. Akin to a cat with 9 lives, he shall not perish easily." "Excellent." Upon hearing Qiu's reassurances, the empress, relieved to know that Lin Yichen was not in immediate danger, promptly opened his mouth and placed the pill within. As the elixir dissolved, a stream of warm green energy flowed down Lin Yichen's throat. His previously pallid face, marred by blood at the corners of his lips, began to regain its rosy hue. However, due to the severity of his injuries, he remained in a state of unconsciousness, unable to awaken for the time being. "Assist him to my Qianqing Palace's Yangxin Hall for careful tending," the empress commanded her trusted maidservants. Turning her grateful gaze toward Qiu, she remarked, "This pill must be a precious life-saving gift from your master. I shall ensure you are compensated." "It is of no consequence," Qiu replied with a nonchalant smile. Though she harbored some resentment toward Lin Yichen, she could not bear to see him perish. "Your Majesty, we must prioritize addressing the 50,000 imperial guards and securing control over Chang'an," Qiu advised, lowering her voice. "Lin Yichen has laboriously defeated the king of Qin and subdued these 50,000 troops. Your Majesty must seize this opportunity to integrate them into a force that belongs solely to you," she continued. "Collaborate with Zhang Jiujing and Qin Yuqing from the left camp of the imperial guards, supported by the Tiger Guard and Flying Bear Army, to compel the Tianqiang army under Lu Shixian to surrender. Subsequently, eradicate the Golden Knife army led by Ji Su, the son of the king of Qin, along with any remaining loyalists, thereby establishing complete control over Guangzhong and the court. Moreover, there are the Yulin guards under the 2 chancellors, Zhang Jianglin, the minister of personnel, spoke up, as well as the Eastern Depot and Jinyui under the Empress Dowager and the disobedient imperial guards. These cannot be rushed. First, we must absorb the forces of the king of Qin and solidify your Majesty's rule in Guangzhong before proceeding. Qiu promptly interjected, halting the anxious Zhang Jianglin. For if the remnants of the king of Qin were to align with the Empress Dowager or the chancellors, or if they were to be provoked into uniting against your Majesty, perhaps even collaborating with regional princes and officials from outside the capital, it would spell considerable trouble. It was my haste that led to this oversight, Zhang Jianglin acknowledged, realizing the gravity of the situation and immediately rectifying his mistake. Minister Zhang only means well. The empress nodded slightly toward Zhang Jianglin before turning her attention to the little golden figure. "What arrangements did Lin Yichen have prior to his fainting?" "Your Majesty." Before falling into a coma, Master Lin instructed Commander Wang Yanzhang of the Divine Swift Army from the left camp of the Imperial Guards to temporarily take command of the left camp. He arranged for 50,000 troops to depart from Chang'an and set up camp outside the city to guard against the Golden Blade Army and the remnants of King Qin. Furthermore, he requested Wang Yanzhang to send the body of King Qin to the left camp at Landian in an effort to persuade the heir of King Qin to surrender. Young Jinzi glanced at the empress, recalling Master Lin's words that this time only the principal offenders would be punished, while others would not be held accountable, allowing all surrendered commanders and deputy commanders to retain their positions without consequence. Such pronouncements are indeed grand. Upon hearing young Jinzi's remarks, the nearby Zongjingji Kuan erupted in fury. Those who followed King Qin in rebellion are guilty of treason and deserve to have their families exterminated. Even if they surrender, they can escape the death penalty but cannot evade a living punishment. They must be dealt with severely, whether through exile to Ling'an or the revocation of titles and positions. They must not be spared. Silence. The empress shot a stern glare at the ill-conceived Ji Kuan. She understood that Lin Yichen's strategy aimed to swiftly quell the chaos of war, subsequently strengthening her core forces to completely subjugate the 50,000 imperial guards. If Ji Kuan's approach were enacted, the newly surrendered troops would likely rebel at once, turning to the regional princes or the local lords, and even to the Empress Dowager and the chancellors. Though the Empress felt discontent, she recognized that a moment of intolerance could disrupt the grand strategy. With the ambiguous attitudes of the chancellors and the Empress Dowager, the remnants of King Qin poised for a counterattack, and external pressures from local lords and regional princes, she could only utilize these individuals rather than eliminate them. Everything must proceed according to Lin Yichen's plan. Taking a deep breath, the Empress turned her serious gaze upon General Li Qing. General Li, I appoint you to temporarily assume the role of commander of the 5-city army, to oversee the patrols and defenses of Chang'an, ensuring the safety and order of the city. Your command shall be obeyed, Li Cheng replied. Upon the Empress's directive, he promptly gathered the remaining troops of the Tiger Bin Guard to coordinate with the Divine Strategy Guard of the Right Camp and took charge of the 9 gates of Chang'an. Lu Jianxing. With the death of the second chief of the Imperial Guards, Good Songzhou, the Empress turned to the third chief. Lu Jianxing, you shall lead my Imperial Guards to defend the Imperial City. With utmost respect, Lu Jianxing immediately knelt, paying homage to the Empress. Minister Zhang Zongjing, you were tasked with assessing the battle losses, arranging compensations, managing court affairs, stabilizing the situation in the capital, and attending to the sentiments of the populace. Yang Yinzhao. Sima Qing, you were to immediately allocate a sum of gold and treasures as rewards for the Imperial Guards, the Tiger Bin Guard, and the Divine Strategy Guard. The Empress paused, her expression intricate, then prepare another batch to be awarded to the 50,000 Imperial Guards outside the city upon Lin Yichen's awakening. Your command shall be executed with diligence, they replied, bowing deeply in reverence before proceeding to fulfill her orders. I shall remain here on the city walls, overseeing the grand scheme. With that, she gazed at the soldiers of the Imperial Guards, now gathering under Commander Wang Yanzhong, preparing for their departure. The Empress, accompanied by a Chiu, raised the banner befitting a sovereign and personally oversaw their retreat. At that moment, as the Empress made urgent arrangements in response to the chaotic situation based on Lin Yichen's directives, the group comprising of the Shadow and the Cloaked Monks hastened on horseback to the left camp of the Imperial Army in Lantian, where they encountered Prince Jisoo, the heir of the Qin dynasty, who was confronting the Golden Blade Army, the Flying Bear Army, and the Tiger Guard. What are you saying? How can this be possible? Upon hearing the words of the Shadow and the Cloaked Monks, Jisoo's expression changed drastically. It is clearly 50,000 against 5,000. The advantage is mine. Even if they are 50,000 pigs, Lin Yichen would require at least 7 or 8 days to slay them. Ji Kuan tightly grasped the collar of the Cloaked Monk, his voice rising in a fierce roar. Moreover, my father is a grandmaster. How could he possibly be dead? This is absolutely impossible. Chapter 209. The Distressed Crown Prince. My prince, though I am reluctant to admit it, the truth remains. Observing the utterly flustered Jisoo, the Cloaked Monk grasped Jisoo's arm tightly. You are now the new Qin king. You must maintain your composure and safeguard the overall situation. My father. Taking a deep breath, Jisoo looked gravely at the monk. How exactly did my father perish? Was it the Empress Dowager who betrayed him, orchestrating Li Zhong's covert assault, in collusion with the Empress wielding the national dragon seal to bring about his demise? Or did the Yin King, the Jin King, or other feudal lords secretly dispatch skilled assassins to ambush my father in the military? Glaring at the Cloaked Monk and the shadows surrounding him, Jisoo's eyes burned with intense fury and suspicion. In truth, when the Qin King initiated the rebellion, he had contemplated the possibility of failure. However, he had envisioned that the most likely downfall would stem from addressing the Empress's ascension, ultimately being defeated by the coalition of the Yin King, the Jin King, and the Eastern feudal lords, culminating in a tragic death on the battlefield. Yet now, it was not even that. His Highness was slain by Lin Yichen. Under Jisoo's piercing gaze, the Cloaked Monk finally responded with profound bitterness. It was indeed Lin Yichen who assassinated your Highness, leading to his untimely demise. How can this be? Upon hearing the monk's words, Jisoo gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. Lin Yichen is but a mere master, while my father was a formidable grandmaster. How could he possibly be slain by Lin Yichen? With a single strike, my father could crush Lin Yichen like an ant. My prince, Lin Yichen is no mere master. He has attained the status of grandmaster. Observing Jisoo's incredulous expression, the Cloaked Monk could only manage a bitter smile. His power is formidable. He took advantage of the opportunity of feigned surrender to approach your Highness and then launched a surprise attack, resulting in the assassination. He is already a grandmaster? Jisoo gasped, unable to contain his shock. It has only been half a year. I recall Lin Yichen was recently appointed as the Grand Eunuch overseeing the imperial stables, merely a practitioner of the innate realm. In such a short span, he has surged to the level of grandmaster. Is he a beast? Or have you all been deceived by him? The monk pondered Lin Yichen's prior actions, then turned to the shadows with uncertainty. Indeed, Lin Yichen was undoubtedly a Grand Master at that time. Otherwise, he could not have executed your highness. Moreover, he emanated an overwhelming pressure. Yet, after slaying your highness, he refrained from attacking us and allowed us to depart, which raises questions. The black-clad monk gazed solemnly at the shadow. After all, if he were indeed a genuine master, he would have eliminated us, the stubborn resistors, along with his highness, thereby extinguishing any future threats. There would be no need to allow us to escape. There is some truth to this. After a moment of contemplation, the shadow looked gravely at the black-clad monk. Are you suggesting that Lin Yichen's mastery is not particularly solid? Thus, after unexpectedly assassinating the king, he has already suffered a backlash and is gravely injured, unable to deal with us further. He can only feign a truce to intimidate us, ensuring his own safety. It must be so. Indeed, we have all been deceived by him. The corners of the black-clad monk's mouth twitched violently. Had we acted recklessly against him at that moment, it is likely he would have been unable to harm us and would have been slain by our combined efforts. What a pity. The black-clad monk clenched his fists, his face etched with frustration. The one who prided himself on being the most astute strategist under King Qin now felt utterly outwitted by Lin Yichen, like a mere pawn. Elder Gao, elderly. The shadow, equally regretful, took a deep breath and looked gravely at Elders Gao and Li. You, like Lin Yichen, are from the Qilin sacred ground. Therefore, what can you tell us about his situation? Has he truly reached the master level? Or is there some unique method within your Qilin sacred ground that allows a master-level expert to temporarily unleash the power of a grandmaster? Lin Yichen is no ordinary warrior. He possesses the Qilin bloodline, so it is quite natural for his strength to progress rapidly. Observing the shadow, the black-clad monk, and Jisoo before him, Elder Gao slowly spoke. Although Lin Yichen only revealed his capabilities half a year ago, during his silence, it cannot be said that he was devoid of strength. Given his cunning nature, he may have been concealing his true power all along. Elder Gao took a deep breath. Based on my conjecture, he should be at the threshold of grand mastery, yet to fully enter that realm. After all, even with the Qilin sacred body, achieving grand master status is no easy feat for us masters from the Qilin sacred ground. A drop of Qilin essence blood is essential to ascend to grand mastery. Elder Gao said solemnly. Lin Yichen may require the same. However, even if he, due to his Qilin sacred body, does not need Qilin essence blood, it would not be so simple for him to enter grand mastery. Elder Li's lips twitched sharply. Lin Yichen is indeed cunning. He must have taken advantage of our shock after the assassination of King Qin to deceive us all. If his strength is not that of a true grand master, can you work together to set a trap and eliminate him? Jisoo's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as he looked at the black-clad monk and the shadow. I demand his head to honor the spirits of my father and my third brother. Lin Yichen is my family's mortal enemy. There exists a deep, blood-soaked grudge between us. With bloodshot eyes, Jisoo clenched his fists, harboring a desire to devour Lin Yichen alive, to chop him into pieces and serve him to the dogs. He bellowed, if Lin Yichen is not slain, I shall die unfulfilled. Although he was merely a half-step grandmaster, our group of grandmasters could scarcely eliminate him with ease. Elderly spoke bitterly, do not forget. There are numerous grandmasters under his majesty's command, and Wang Yinzhong and others have long since pledged their allegiance to the emperor. When the time comes, Lin Yichen will lead a host of grandmasters against us. It will not be Lin Yichen who perishes, but rather ourselves. Elderly gazed sternly at the assembly, his expression grave as he paused for emphasis. Thus, our immediate priority must be to devise a means of preserving our own lives rather than seeking vengeance. Otherwise, when Lin Yichen arrives with his forces, we shall find ourselves ensnared in a dire predicament, with no escape from certain death. Chapter 210, Jisoo's final struggle. What should I do? In a state of utter disarray, Jisoo turned to the cloaked monk for guidance. As the chief strategist of the Qin king, the monk was Jisoo's last hope in this desperate moment. Report to the heir, the military advisor, and the esteemed generals, said the captain of the personal guards, striding into the main tent of the Golden Blade Army without waiting for the monk's reply. Deputy Minister of Rights, Zhang Juzheng. Request an audience with the heir. Zhang Juzheng, what could he possibly want? Casting a wary glance at both the monk and the shadow, Jisoo observed their silence and hesitated briefly before addressing the captain with gravity. Allow him to meet with me. At your command. Soon. A middle-aged man clad in a green official robe, with a square face and resolute demeanor, entered the tent and greeted the generals. Why does the heir not kneel? The shadow beside Jisoo glared menacingly at the middle-aged man. Hai Feng. Kneel. I, as a minister, shall only kneel before His Majesty, Hai Feng replied, gesturing respectfully toward the direction of the Forbidden City before turning back to Jisoo. Your Excellency, I believe you understand the purpose of my visit. I am here to persuade you to surrender. Prince Qin has perished. The 50,000 troops of the Imperial Guards have been restructured under His Majesty's and Eunuch Lin's command. The Flying Bear and Tiger Guard divisions of the left wing have already come under Master Zhang's leadership. And General Liu Shixian of the Tianxiang army has also personally met with Master Zhang. Thus, the forces you can command are merely the scant 10,000 of the Golden Blade army. Hai Feng shook his head. With 10,000 against 100,000, why should your Excellency throw yourself against a stone with an egg? Master Zhang's intent is for you to recognize the reality and surrender as soon as possible. What terms has Zhang Jujing offered? The cloaked monk regarded Hai Feng with a cold gaze. Does he promise the safety of the air in exchange for surrender? That assurance lies solely with His Majesty. Hai Feng replied promptly. However, Master Zhang can guarantee that the soldiers of the Golden Blade army will not face retribution and that your children, along with those of Ji Feng, will not be punished. They may be reduced to commoners but will retain their lives. As for the generals, while surrendering may not bring glory, it will not lead to severe consequences, and they may preserve their lives, albeit with reassignment away from the capital. Hai Feng glanced at the cloaked monk and the shadow. As for you two, your fates are determined by His Majesty. Master Zhang dares not make promises on your behalf. Ridiculous. That 100,000 strong army is merely a figure on paper, the shadow retorted. To be combat ready after restructuring would take at least a year. With a cold gaze fixed on Hai Feng, the shadow continued. The air has the support of 10,000 Golden Blade troops and can break through the encirclement at any moment to head toward the east. And what of it? Hai Feng replied with a rueful shake of his head. Will the lords and regional governors of the east accept your Excellency? Once the news of King Qin's demise spreads, the families of the 10,000 Golden Blade troops are all situated in Guangzhou. Would they willingly abandon their homes and loved ones to follow His Highness the Young Master to the eastern lands? Hai Feng, with a grave expression, gazed intently at Ji Su and said, Your Highness, should you choose to surrender now, both your son and the children of Ji Feng may yet secure their lives. Should you persist in your stubborn resistance, their fate will likely mirror yours, reduced to mere dust. You dare to threaten the young master. With a swift motion, a sword was drawn and pressed against Hai Feng's throat, the shadow's eyes emanating a fierce and chilling intent. Kneel and apologize to the young master, or I shall take your life this very moment. I speak only the truth, and every word is for your benefit, Your Highness. Ignoring the aggressive shadow, Hai Feng maintained his imposing demeanor, his gaze steadfast upon Ji Su. The precedents set by King Qin and Ji Feng loom large. Your Highness must consider not only your own life, but also that of your entire family. Should you continue to resist, both your children and Ji Feng's will perish, and your wives will be sold into servitude, becoming mere playthings for others. Weigh the gravity of this situation carefully, Your Highness. You shall pay for this insolence. The shadow's voice was filled with fury. Ji Su, with a somber expression, coldly commanded, Let him go. Your Highness, it is of no consequence. In battle, we do not slay envoys. Ji Su then turned his serious gaze towards Hai Feng. Return and inform Zhang Jujing that he lacks the standing to negotiate with me. Have Lin Yichen come personally. I will only negotiate with him. Do not attempt to intimidate me with tales of 100,000 troops. Even if the majority of the Golden Blade soldiers are unwilling to follow me beyond the borders, once I lead my personal guards there, will the princes of Jin and Yin, along with the various regional lords, truly refuse to accept me? Ji Su snorted dismissively. There is nothing more to discuss. If you wish to persuade me to surrender, then let Lin Yichen come to meet me personally. Others are unworthy of this discourse. Then please await my return, Your Highness. Faced with Ji Su's firm demands, Hai Feng found himself at a loss for words. After all, Ji Su was, without a doubt, the son of King Qin, commanding the loyalty of several masters and an army of 10,000. Although Zhang Ju, as the Deputy Minister of Rights, currently commanded the Tiger Guard and Flying Bear troops, having also garnered the strength of the Heavenly Brave army to suppress Ji Su, he was still lesser in status compared to Ji Su. Moreover, he only possessed the Empress's verbal decree, lacking any formal imperial edict. Farewell. After a slight bow to Ji Su, Hai Feng turned and departed. Your Highness, we cannot surrender. After Hai Feng's exit, the shadow, filled with anger and urgency, implored Ji Su, if we can escape to the eastern lands, we will still possess the strength to fight. Seeking vengeance for Your Highness by aligning with King Qin, King Yan, and the regional lords. My decision is made, Ji Su resolutely declared, clenching his teeth. He then bowed deeply to the shadow and the others. I shall use myself as bait to lure Lin Yichen into my grasp. At that time, I implore you all to unite in purpose. When this young lord shatters his cup as a signal, let us jointly assault and eliminate the treacherous Lin Yichen. If we can slay Lin Yichen, our forces may turn the tide of battle. Should we fail to vanquish him, Each of you may choose to surrender or retreat as you see fit. Jisoo took a deep breath, gazing gravely at the assembly. At that juncture, this young lord will also make his own decisions, so please do not worry. Obey the command of the Lord. Let us make one final effort to slay Lin Yichen. As long as this vile creature meets his demise, we shall have the chance to reverse our fortunes and usher in the Lord's ascension. Indeed, these 100,000 imperial guards are loyal to your highness. Once the wretched Lin Yichen perishes, they will undoubtedly return to the fold and support you in reclaiming the throne. Chapter 2:11. Lin Yichen awakens with a long exhale. Lin Yichen, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, finally opened his eyes and regained consciousness. In his previous battle against the Qin king, he had only been a half-step grandmaster, not a true master. Although he had unexpectedly slain the Qin king, he had sustained grievous injuries to his internal organs during the king's retaliation. Were it not for his possession of the Qilin's sacred body, he would have been utterly annihilated alongside the Qin king. The reason for his swift awakening and recovery was the invaluable revitalization pill that a Qio had administered to him. Otherwise, despite the Qilin's sacred body's formidable healing properties, it would have taken him at least 3 days and nights to awaken from his stupor, and full recovery could have required anywhere from 2 weeks to a month. The assassination of the Qin king had been a perilous dance upon the blades. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen recalled the scene within the Qin king's military tent, a chill of cold sweat breaking out on his back. Had the black-clad monk in the shadows been even slightly more rational and not intimidated by his feigned strength, he would now be nothing more than a lifeless corpse, brutally dispatched by their combined might. Even though he had attained the half-step grandmaster realm, he would have been overwhelmed and reduced to mere pulp beneath their blades, without any means of resistance. However, with the Qin king vanquished, why had he not received any rewards? You are awake. Before Lin Yichen could examine his system attributes, Az, who had been waiting in the courtyard, glanced at him with a look of mild relief as she set down the anxiety she had been harboring. Sister Az, what brings you here? Upon hearing Az's words, Lin Yichen momentarily abandoned the notion of probing the system. He stretched lazily, then delightedly admired Az's graceful figure. Inhaling the enchanting fragrance that surrounded her, shouldn't you be at the Xinang Palace, safeguarding Her Majesty the Empress Dowager? The Qin king is dead, and his 50,000 imperial guards have long since withdrawn from Chang'an. The 30,000 patrol troops guarding the city have also been taken over by Li Cheng. Az spoke with calm assurance, her lips parting slightly. Indeed, with the fall of the treacherous Qin king, his forces would naturally disband without further threat. Lin Yichen nodded, tapping his forehead. Now, we must press the advantage and eliminate the Qin king's heir and remnants. With that, the situation in Guangzhou will be firmly established. With all eyes turned towards His Majesty, the remaining internal threats were limited to the Eastern Factory, the Jinui, and the Imperial Forest Army, who had shown reluctance to heed the Emperor's commands. Lin Yichen looked up, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Az. What does Her Majesty wish by having you stationed here? The Empress Dowager's intent is simple. She wishes to ascertain the Emperor's sentiments towards her and how he intends to treat her. Az bit her lip, her expression grave as she gazed at Lin Yichen. To a certain extent, the Empress Dowager is willing to make some concessions. At this moment, I cannot provide you with a definitive answer. I will only understand Her Majesty's stance after meeting with her. Lin Yichen paused, his demeanor somber. However, given his close ties with both the Empress Dowager and Az, he looked at her with a bittersweet expression. I shall do my utmost to speak on behalf of the Empress Dowager and advocate for her to receive sufficient leniency. After all, she is the mother of His Majesty, and considering that she did not partake in the recent rebellion led by the King of Qin, His Majesty should still hold her in gratitude. Very well. Az cast a deep glance at Lin Yichen. I shall await your news. Do not leave. Upon seeing Az attempt to depart, Lin Yichen immediately felt displeased. What a ridiculous notion. How could he let such a valuable opportunity slip away? He was not one to remain indifferent in such matters. What is it that you wish to discuss? Az, who had intended to leave, halted, her expression a mix of emotions as she regarded Lin Yichen. I truly did not anticipate your rapid advancement in strength, achieving the status of a grandmaster. Only a half-step grandmaster, Lin Yichen replied with a smile, shrugging. Moreover, you share in this accomplishment, for which I am quite grateful. My contribution? Az furrowed her brow in confusion, unaware of what merit she possessed. Indeed, this contribution is more felt than articulated. Lin Yichen winked playfully at Az, his gaze drifting to her snow-white ankles beneath her flowing gown, the purple sash accentuating her slender waist, igniting his desire. Awakening from his stupor felt akin to emerging from a deep slumber. He was brimming with vitality and vigor, his body quite impassioned. You are truly peculiar. Az, oblivious to how her untouched form benefited Lin Yichen's cultivation, shot him an exasperated glance, choosing to dismiss him. In truth, Lin Yichen's words left her feeling somewhat awkward. The reason for her meteoric rise from the 3rd to the 7th level of mastery within mere months was indeed thanks to Lin Yichen. Each encounter with him led to an enhancement of her abilities. Initially, as he harbored suspicions, unable to comprehend the source of this phenomenon. It was only upon consulting some seniors that she learned of Lin Yichen's possession of the Qilin Holy Land, whose very blood bore the transformative qualities of Qilin sacred blood that could assist ordinary martial artists in their training. Furthermore, the Qilin essence, far more precious than blood, was worth its weight in tenfold, though it was a rather embarrassing truth, as he recognized that this was the reason for her recent swift progress. Otherwise, for an ordinary martial artist to ascend to the Grand Master level, achieving 4 levels in 6 months would be an extraordinary feat. Even gaining 1 level in a year would be considered remarkable. Many martial artists find themselves stagnating for years, making no progress at all. Take, for instance, Elder Gao and Elder Li, who were so desperate for a drop of Qilin essence that they risked their lives to aid the King of Qin, devising all manner of schemes to eliminate Lin Yichen in hopes of earning the favor of the Qilin Holy Lord and securing a reward of Qilin essence. How absurd, truly. As Lin Yichen spoke, his gaze shifted, and he seized the arm of the somewhat reluctant AZ, firmly pressing her against the peach blossom tree in the courtyard. "Let go of me," AZ exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson at the sudden turn of events. Instinctively, she struggled against his hold, protesting, "Someone might see us. You are shameless. Rest assured, without my command, no one dares to intrude upon my little sanctuary." Lin Yichen offered no opportunity for AZ to resist. A glimmer of intense determination flickered in his eyes as he grasped the flowing hem of AZ's dress. Chapter 212 with a single word. Go. 15 minutes later, Lin Yichen, drenched in sweat and feeling as though he had just completed a 5-kilometer run, exhaled deeply, his spirits lifted and his mood exceedingly cheerful. It must be said, having a woman by one's side is indeed a blessing. Embracing the soft and fragrant AZ, whose supple body and delicate skin exuded the gentle scent of lavender, Lin Yichen felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Truly, no matter how fatigued one might be, the presence of a woman alleviates the burdens of stress. "Az, my sister," he said, gently tucking the damp strands of hair from her forehead behind her ear. "I cannot thank you enough. Enough with your chatter." Az, exhaling softly, regained some strength in her legs that had been weakened from standing. She promptly jumped off Lin Yichen's lap. "There is nothing more to discuss. I shall convey your intentions to Her Majesty and Master Li. I hope you will uphold your end of the bargain and do your utmost to secure favorable terms for the Empress. I can also inform you of Her Majesty's bottom line." After a moment's hesitation, Az looked at Lin Yichen with a serious expression. The Empress can relinquish the Imperial Guard, and Master Li can cede his position as chief of the Inner Palace. However, the Jinhui and Danchang must remain under the Empress's control. The titles and safety of Duke Qingyi and Duke Fengyan require the Emperor's promise of protection, and in return, the Empress is willing to hand over the 10,000 city patrol tax soldiers under her command. Thus, with a swift motion that left a trail of fragrance in her wake, Az departed. "That foolish girl, I haven't even mentioned my conditions. And she has already bartered away the Empress's resources." Watching Az's retreating figure and inhaling the lingering scent she left behind, Lin Yichen shook his head in resignation. He understood that the terms the Empress had offered were already quite favorable, and it was likely that the female sovereign would acquiesce. After all, she would need time to consolidate and digest the power of the King of Qin. And she also had to address the treachery of the Left Chancellor and the Yulin Guards. As for Lin Yichen himself, he held little ambition for the Danchang and Jinhui under Li Zhong's command. He did not particularly covet the grand title of Chief of the Inner Palace either. He recognized that his immediate priority was to ascend to the sacred realm swiftly, to confront the Qilin Saint Lord, who had repeatedly targeted him, and avenge his late father. Otherwise, the Qilin Saint Lord would loom over him like the sword of Damocles, a constant threat hanging above his head. Although the Qilin Saint Lord could not leave the Qilin sacred land for the capital at this moment, once that moment passed, Lin Yichen would find himself in grave peril. Lin Yichen was not a man to sit idly by. He desired to take the initiative to slay the Qilin Saint Lord rather than await his fate like a lamb to the slaughter. As for positions of power and authority, once he entered the sacred realm, those would be within his grasp, given his relationship with the Empress. Even if he were to visit a neighboring kingdom of the Great Feng, the monarch would treat him with utmost respect, bestowing upon him titles and honors. After all, no nation or faction would refuse a master of the sacred realm. In this world of martial prowess and dynasties, power holds significance. Yet personal strength is of even greater importance. Lin Yichen, with a solemn expression, took a deep breath. "If I do not ascend to the Grand Master level, then all of this is in vain. Even if Li Zhong willingly relinquishes the authority of the Grand Minister of the Inner Court, Along with the Eastern Factory and the Jinui, I would not dare to accept it, for I would be unable to maintain control. Conversely, if I can become a master of the Sacred Realm, even without holding the position of Grand Minister, or directly commanding the Jinui and the Eastern Factory, how could Li Zhong, along with the cavalry of the Jinui and Eastern Factory, dare to defy my will? A glint of determination flickered in his eyes as Lin Yichen turned to the young attendant who had just entered his courtyard. What brings you here? Is there something you need? Master Lin, His Majesty has heard of your awakening and requests your presence in the Qianqing Palace. Very well. Upon hearing this, Lin Yichen nodded and rose. As he stepped out of the courtyard, he suddenly turned back, a playful expression crossing his face as he regarded the young attendant. Just now, you didn't hear anything unusual, did you? No, I didn't hear anything at all. Are you certain? Under Lin Yichen's scrutinizing gaze, the young attendant awkwardly confessed. Master Lin, you are indeed formidable. I only have one word to say. Intense. You are quite the perceptive and intelligent one. With a smile, Lin Yichen gave the young attendant a hearty pat on the shoulder. Focus on your training. Once you become a master, the position of Grand Minister of the Imperial Horse Department shall be yours. Thank you for your gracious promotion, Master Lin. The young attendant bowed deeply. Overwhelmed with excitement, I am willing to serve Master Lin until death. Haha, there is no need for that. Just do your job well. With that, Lin Yichen made his way toward the Qianqing Palace while simultaneously accessing the system to review his attributes. Host, Lin Yichen. Realm, Half-Step Grand Master Master. Official title, Grand Minister of the Imperial Horse Department. Deputy Grand Minister of Xinang Palace. Commander of the Imperial Guard. Cultivation Techniques, Zhuyang Jinjing, Great Accomplishment. Qilin Divine Art, Great Accomplishment. Martial Skills, Thunder Sword Technique, Great Accomplishment. Wrath of the Thunder God, Great Accomplishment. Attribute Exploration. Items, Wind and Thunder Spirit Sword, 1 Peiyuan Pill. 40 years of cultivation, 1 random lottery chance. Indeed, the system had rewarded me. It was merely that after assassinating the King of Qin, I was somewhat tense due to the ambush from the shadows and the dark-clad monks, which caused me to overlook it. The system is truly remarkable. Lin Yichen murmured with satisfaction as he contemplated that after meeting the Empress, he would allocate the entirety of his 40 years of cultivation to elevate his realm, thereby allowing him to ascend directly to the Grand Master level and become a true Grand Master. Minister Lin Yichen pays his respects to your Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Upon entering the Yangxin Hall of the Qianqing Palace and seeing the Empress, who was adorned in a delicately youthful pink nightgown and seated comfortably sipping tea, Lin Yichen immediately bowed in respect. Lin Yichen, it brings me immense joy to see you fully recovered. Observing Lin Yichen stride confidently, the Empress finally felt a weight lift from her heart. All of this is due to your Majesty's grace. Lin Yichen rose, a smile adorning his face as he approached the Empress. Without uttering a word, he lifted her leg, resting her calf upon his own, and began to gently massage her. This time, I owe you a debt of gratitude. You risked your life to assassinate King Qin for my sake, and I am deeply moved. The Empress, reclining lazily against the couch, exhaled softly, relishing the sensation as Lin Yichen kneaded her calf. Now, speak your desires. What reward do you seek? Serving your Majesty is my duty, Lin Yichen replied. As he gazed at the Empress's delicate, jade-like feet encased in embroidered shoes, a fleeting impulse surged within him. He removed her shoes and playfully tickled her soles. Oh, stop it. That tickles. The Empress could not contain her laughter, erupting in delightful giggles. Your Majesty grows ever more beautiful. Holding her alluring, porcelain-like foot in his hands, Lin Yichen, overwhelmed with emotion, brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply with eyes filled with intoxication. Chapter 213, The Grand Chancellor Lin Yichen. Suddenly assaulted, the Empress trembled, unable to stifle a soft hum of surprise. Her delicate face flushed crimson as she shot an incredulous glare at Lin Yichen, embodying an exquisite blend of shyness and embarrassment. Amidst the tumult of emotions, she scolded him vehemently, yet her heart betrayed her fierce words. Enough. After a moment of struggle, she bit her lip and restrained her impulses. Reclaiming her snow-white foot from Lin Yichen's grasp, she was determined not to compromise her carefully cultivated persona. She was a stern and unyielding sovereign, not a foolish ruler lost in the throes of passion. Oh, your Majesty, you are increasingly endearing, Lin Yichen remarked, his eyes brimming with adoration. You inquired what I desire. I can now respond. Speak. The Empress, her foot concealed beneath her skirt, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her fair leg, shot him an exasperated look. You scoundrel. I seek nothing but your compassion, your Majesty. Grant me this one favor, and should I perish thereafter, I shall do so without regret. Scoundrel, release me. The Empress, caught off guard by Lin Yichen's sudden boldness, found herself in a state of acute embarrassment, struggling futilely against his grasp. "Let me tell you, Lin Yichen." "You rogue!" A smirk danced at the corners of Lin Yichen's mouth as he beheld the Empress's exquisite form. With a haughty snort, she ultimately relented, falling silent. Half an hour later, the languid Empress reclined on her couch, casting a sulky glance at Lin Yichen, who was dutifully kneading her legs. "I can hardly believe you. You rascal. I shall never allow you to visit the Yangxin Palace again. You will only be summoned to the crowded Qinqing Palace. It is merely that your majesty is too beautiful and alluring. I am unable to restrain myself," Lin Yichen replied softly, continuing to massage her calves. "You must be in your fertile period. I hope this time you may conceive, thus giving us the fruit of our love." "Pa, I shall not bear your child." The Empress rolled her eyes at him. "Let me warn you, if you dare to overstep again, I will have you truly castrated and exiled to Lingnan." "Oh, your majesty. You are quite delightful." Lin Yichen chuckled softly at her remarks, unperturbed. He understood that she had uttered such threats countless times before, yet each time, after a token resistance, she would ultimately capitulate. He recognized that women often express themselves in this manner. Their fierce words are but a fade. Should one take them at face value, one would be a fool only to witness them succumb to another's advances post-separation. Conversely, if one persists, they may become the first man to occupy her heart, forever remembered. With this thought, Lin Yichen sighed, recalling a friend from his past who failed to grasp this truth. During their travels, the girl had willingly shared a room with him. However, he was led to believe the girl's words, which implied that marriage was a prerequisite for their union. He naively interpreted her remarks as a sign of her willingness to marry him, which filled him with joy. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Before long, she ended their relationship and, within a month, had entered into a new romance with another man, even swiftly cohabiting with him. From that point onward, Lin Yichen came to the realization that a woman's words were utterly unreliable. Only the forceful pursuit of desires held any merit. Particularly when they spoke of marriage as a condition, it was nothing more than sheer nonsense, a mere ruse. Just because she mentioned marriage did not mean she intended to marry him. "You think you can surreptitiously scheme against me without consequence?" Lin Yichen mused. Although his thoughts were interrupted by the Empress, who shot him a glare filled with disdain. "Once you leave, humph," she exclaimed, rolling her eyes at him. "I truly do not wish to see you again." Lin Yichen was taken aback by the Empress's unexpected resolve. It was no wonder she had not conceived during this time. Her avoidance was deliberate, not merely coincidental. He recalled that neither the Empress nor her companions, Luo Lan, Zi, Qiu, the Queen, and her two favored concubines, had become pregnant over the span of 6 months, prompting Lin Yichen to question his own virility. Despite his efforts to encourage conception, their continued lack of pregnancy led him to wonder whether he might need to consult an old physician, fearing he might be akin to a true eunuch. "Enough. I shall take my rest." The languid Empress stretched and cast him another disapproving glance. "Henceforth, I appoint you as the Grand Coordinator of Aftermath, with full command over the Tiger Ben Army, the Divine Strategy Guard, and the patrol forces under the 5 cities military command. In addition to the Divine Swift Army, led by Wang Yanzhong and the 50,000 Imperial Guards. First, eliminate the heir of the Qin Prince, Ji Su, who is entrenched in the Blue Field Camp. Then, reorganize the Imperial Guards to secure the numerous checkpoints in Guangzhou, preventing incursions by soldiers from the east and the Lianglong territories. Pausing, the Empress regarded Lin Yichen with a serious expression. "The Empress Dowager and the left and right chancellors need not be disturbed for now. I will maintain order in the court. Once you have dealt with the remnants of the Qin Prince's forces and stabilized our influence in Guangzhou, we will address the matters concerning the left and right chancellors and the Empress Dowager, thus firmly establishing our control over the region. By uniting Guangzhou with an army of 150,000, I shall be poised to diminish the feudal lords and ultimately conquer rival nations, rejuvenating the Great Feng. Your servant humbly accepts the decree." Lin Yichen, having just gained favor, saw no reason to decline the Empress's request. After all, it was all for the future of their son. Though the path ahead might be arduous, the rewards would surely be worthwhile. Lin Yichen understood that as long as he persevered and assisted the Empress in securing Guangzhou, she would likely be inclined to grant him the boon of fatherhood. Chapter 214. The Empress's Desire for Pregnancy Ding Dong. The system has detected the host's intentions and issued a main quest. The host is to publicly reveal the Empress's identity in the court and assist her in subduing the civil and military officials of the Great Feng dynasty, thereby taking control of the realm. Upon successful completion of this task, the host will be rewarded with a century's worth of cultivation, a high-level mysterious surprise draw, and an opportunity for the Empress to conceive. This task. Oh, system, I knew you would present me with a formidable challenge. You intend for me to stand alone against the civil and military officials of the Great Feng court, as well as the numerous vassal kings and regional lords beyond the borders. Lin Yichen, who had just stepped out of the Yangxin Palace, felt a sudden twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing the system's unexpected announcement. This task is not merely difficult, it is exceedingly daunting. Although the rewards are alluring, accomplishing this mission is far from simple. After all, the Great Feng Empire is a traditional feudal dynasty, unlike the constitutional monarchies of the West. While the West boasts queens like Elizabeth and Mary, the East lacks such a tradition. The only officially recognized empress throughout history is Wu Zetian. Thus, if Lin Yichen were to assist the empress in subduing the court while disguised as a man, it would be considerably easier after eliminating the Qin king. Even if the Empress Dowager and the chancellors harbored suspicions about the empress's true identity, as long as Lin Yichen and the empress chose not to disclose it, they would feign ignorance. However, should Lin Yichen publicly announce the empress's true identity, he would undoubtedly provoke an onslaught from the staunch traditionalists within the court, providing the vassal kings and regional lords with ample justification to rebel against the empress and vie for the throne of the Great Feng Empire. Despite the challenges, I shall face them head-on. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yichen clenched his fist. Thankfully, the system's task merely requires the subjugation of the court officials, not the unification of the Great Feng or the complete subjugation of the vassal kings and regional lords to receive the rewards. Otherwise, this mission would be utterly impossible to achieve. Focusing solely on the officials of the court, this task becomes significantly easier, as most of them are like reeds in the wind, lacking any genuine capability. Lin Yichen stretched his neck, even when the Qin king rebelled. They did not dare to openly support the empress, let alone disclose her identity. After all, the empress is the bloodline of the former emperor. Moreover, the future dragon child that the empress bears will also carry the blood of the Great Feng. Even if there are some unwise individuals, it suffices to eliminate a few and win over others. After all, Wu Zetian accomplished such feats. I have no reason to believe I cannot do the same. With this thought, Lin Yichen smiled nonchalantly, realizing that the task may not be as insurmountable as it seemed. Of course, the prerequisite remains that I must first eliminate the remnants of the Qin king and gain complete control over the military forces of the region with a restructured army of 100,000 elite troops and 30,000 patrol soldiers. Once I have successfully dealt with the left and right chancellors, and have resolved the military authority wielded by the Empress Dowager, the ministers in the court shall become nothing more than a flock of feeble sheep awaiting slaughter. I could emulate Zhao Gao, engaging them in a game of misrepresentation, and they would likely lack the courage to oppose me. Lin Yichen chuckled at the thought. Once I eliminate a faction of dissenters and gain complete control over the court, revealing the empress's true identity would pose no significant issue. At that juncture, I could fulfill this task directly and reap considerable rewards. The prospect of a high-level lottery opportunity is enticing, as it could yield genuine treasures, perhaps even elevate me to the sacred realm. With excitement, Lin Yichen mumbled to himself before casting a glance toward the Qianqing Palace. Soon, I shall realize my long-held desire for the empress to bear my child. Not long after, as Lin Yichen prepared to inspect the 50,000 surrendered elite troops, he had just stepped onto the walls of Chang'an at the Zhuge Gate when Li Qing, waiting at the gate, hastily approached him. The Minister of Rites, Zhang Juzhing, along with Qian Yuqing and Feng Ming from the left camp of the Imperial Guards, have sent word that previously, when Zhang Juzhing attempted to persuade the Crown Prince Jisoo to surrender, Jisoo rejected his entreaties, seeking death. Upon hearing this, Lin Yichen furrowed his brow and scoffed. Jisoo commands merely 10,000 golden blade troops. Once I encircle him with my 100,000-strong army, he shall find himself utterly bereft of refuge. To dare to resist is nothing short of courting death. However, it is not that Jisoo refuses to surrender. Rather, he deems Zhang Juzhing, a mere minister of rites, unqualified to negotiate with him, as he only possesses the emperor's edict. Li Qing respectfully informed Lin Yichen. Jisoo insists on meeting you to discuss matters of surrender. Must he meet with me? Lin Yichen expressed surprise, considering he had just slain Jisoo's father, making him the avenger. Indeed, Li Qing nodded promptly. Theoretically, it makes sense. After all, you are now the emperor's appointed general of aftermath, and aside from matters beyond Chang'an, you possess the authority to handle any issues in the Guangzhou region. It is only reasonable for Jisoo to wish to converse with you. Certain conditions may not be settled by Zhang Juzhing, but you could decisively address them. However, we must remain vigilant. Should Jisoo harbor ulterior motives, it could indeed lead to complications. That is a valid point. Lin Yichen slightly inclined his head, observing the vigilant troops under the command of the Tiger Bin Guard and the Divine Strategy Guard, ensuring a robust defense of the 35,000 garrison soldiers. Informed Jisoo that I consent to his request. Tomorrow afternoon at 3:30, I shall personally meet him at the Lantian camp. Be cautious, Master Lin. Rest assured, I have my own methods. Lin Yichen replied with a nonchalant smile. Before proceeding directly into the arrow tower atop the city wall, finding a resting chamber to sit cross-legged. He acceded to Jisu's request without fear of potential traps. For Lin Yichen was acutely aware that by allocating the 40 years of cultivation currently contained within his backpack to his realm, he could undoubtedly ascend to the Grandmaster level. In that eventuality, even in the face of peril as a Grandmaster, he would possess the ability to transform danger into safety. Little Jisu, should you dare to scheme against this chief steward, I shall ensure your execution by 1,000 cuts. A glint of icy resolve flashed in Lin Yichen's eyes as he directly accessed the system, allocating all 40 years of cultivation to his realm. After an hour of intense focus, Lin Yichen eagerly opened the system once more to review his attribute panel, eager to ascertain whether he had indeed reached the Grandmaster realm. Chapter 215. Entering the Grandmaster realm. Host, Lin Yichen realm. Initial stage of Grandmaster position. Chief Eunuch of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office. Deputy Chief Eunuch of the Sinang Palace. Full authority supervisor of Aftermath Cultivation Technique. 9 Suns True Scripture. Major achievement. Qilin Divine Skill. Major achievement. Martial Arts. Thunder Sword Technique. Major achievement. Wrath of the Thunder God. Major achievement. Attribute Detection Items. Wind and Thunder Spirit Sword. 1 Peiyuan Pill. 1 random lottery chance. At last, I have entered the Grandmaster realm. How exhilarating. This marks a complete transformation, endowing me with genuine self-defense capabilities and formidable combat strength. As I revel in the abundant internal energy coursing through my body, my eyes shimmer with a rich brilliance. The sensation of entering the Grandmaster realm is distinctly different from that of being a master. At this moment, every aspect of my being, my auditory and visual acuity, reflexes, mobility, defensive abilities, and most crucially, my combat prowess, has experienced a marked enhancement. Previously, when I was at the half-step Grandmaster stage, even in peak condition, I could only contend with high-level or peak masters. In one-on-one confrontations, while I could manage to slay high-level masters with some effort, the outcome often teetered on the brink of injury or death for either party. However, now I possess the confidence to easily annihilate high-level or peak masters without sustaining any injuries, or at most, suffering minor wounds. Even if several high-level or peak masters were to unite against me, I would still be able to evade their encirclement with ease, and perhaps even eliminate 1 or 2 before retreating, provided they lack a coordinated assault strategy. Otherwise, to challenge me would be tantamount to courting disaster. Nonetheless, for martial artists, the disparity between a master and a grandmaster, while evident, is not insurmountable. Essentially, they still belong to the same tier of master. It is akin to the difference between a 1.5-meter-tall youth and a 1.8-meter-tall adult. Fundamentally, they are both human. Although the taller adult can effortlessly incapacitate the shorter youth, even if several youths were to join forces, the adult could easily escape or retaliate against them. However, should the shorter youth wield a sharp blade while the taller adult remains unarmed, the odds shift dramatically. In such a scenario, if the youths were to fight recklessly, the 1.8-meter adult might find himself overwhelmed in a battle of attrition. Once a martial artist reaches the Saint realm, the dynamics change utterly. As I consolidate the overflowing internal energy within me, I take a deep breath. For martial artists, transitioning from the internal energy stage to the innate stage is a significant hurdle, while the leap from Grandmaster to Saint is an even greater one. Upon reaching the Saint realm, one becomes irrevocably transcendent. While it is said that Saint-level masters cannot achieve the legendary feats of divine masters, such as flying through the heavens or making mountains vanish with a mere gesture, they can nonetheless attain brief moments of levitation. Unlike the Grandmasters, who appear to fly, in reality, they merely leap, relying on strength to gain momentum. Furthermore, upon reaching the sacred realm, martial artists not only exhibit these apparent differences, but also experience a significant extension of life expectancy. Reflecting on the system's introduction in his mind, Lin Yichen's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Although ordinary Grandmasters or Great Masters enjoy a longer lifespan compared to regular individuals, with the average life expectancy of commoners in this era being merely 40 years, it is not uncommon for Grandmasters or Great Masters to live to 80 or even 100 years under normal circumstances. However, those who ascend to the sacred realm can generally expect to live between 100 and 150 years. Some legendary figures, such as the rumored Zhang Zhenren, are said to have lived over 200 years. Yet, there are also whispers that Zhang Zhenren has transcended to the divine realm, possibly becoming an immortal on earth, capable of ascending to the heavens in broad daylight, rendering the rumor of his 2-century lifespan uncertain. Regardless, it is clear that a sacred realm master can easily surpass 100 years of life. Lin Yichen pondered whether the Kirin Lord had truly entered the sacred realm. If he had, then even as a great master, Lin would be in grave danger, necessitating a more cautious approach to avoid being eliminated. He cursed inwardly, resolved to eliminate the Kirin Lord swiftly, Otherwise, even moments of intimacy with the empress would be marred by the anxiety of his potential appearance, ready to strike. With a grimace, Lin Yichen felt a surge of dissatisfaction. He yearned to vanquish the Kirin Lord and claim the title of the new Kirin Lord and martial arts leader. In that scenario, within the grand palace of Defeng, the empress, along with a Qiu, a Zi, the empress dowager, the empress, and the two favored concubines, would all be his. In the martial world, whether it be Luo Lan or the senior sister, or the enchanting beauties of other sects, he aspired to indulge in such pleasures. To wield power over the world and bask in the company of beautiful women, this epitomized true enjoyment for a man. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yichen's eyes sparkled with fervor and expectation. He must achieve this, to become a legend in the world. Although publicly revealing the Empress's identity and defeating the Kirin Lord were formidable tasks, with his abilities and efforts, success was within reach. Once he eliminated the remnants of the Qin royal family and reorganized the 100,000 elite troops to unify Guangzhou, he would expose the Empress's identity in the court, allowing her to grace the throne in elegant dresses. Anyone who dared oppose him would be met with death. With a cold smirk, Lin Yichen's eyes glinted with a chilling light. He knew that such actions might incite disloyalty among the princes and local officials of the eastern territories, possibly leading to rebellion. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. At most, it would require some effort, and he could simply quell them one by one. After all, Wu Meinyang secured her position through military conquests, eliminating her adversaries to establish her rule. Without warfare and bloodshed, the world would never acknowledge a female emperor. He wondered if these princes and officials had beautiful wives and daughters. Indeed, there are also the queens and princesses of rival nations, should the opportunity arise. I would not mind indulging in a change of taste. A faint smile graced Lin Yichen's lips, heightening his excitement. Yet, the infamous Chow thief is not without merit. For within the heart of every man resides a Chow thief. However, many possess the desire without the courage, or lack the means to actualize their ambitions. With a sigh of resolution, Lin Yichen, having fortified his strength, strode out of his humble abode, ready to meet the crown prince of Qin, Jisoo, who had summoned him to discuss matters of surrender. Chapter 216. A Qiu's response. Sister A Qiu, standing before the resplendent red gates of the Forbidden City, observed a Qiu, who donned armor and sported a high ponytail, as she stood guard alongside Lu Jianqing. Lin Yichen immediately greeted her with a cheerful wave. The sight of a Qiu, exuding a striking gracefulness, particularly accentuated by her long, powerful legs, captivated Lin Yichen's gaze, rendering him momentarily spellbound. After all, a Qiu was a true paragon of beauty, remarkably attractive and possessing an enchanting figure. Under Lin Yichen's admiring gaze, a Qiu furrowed her delicate brows, casting an impatient glance his way. Lin Gonggong, Lu Jianqing, the newly appointed leader of the internal guards, bowed deeply to Lin Yichen, maintaining a demeanor of respectful composure. As for Lin Yichen's infatuated stare at a Qiu, Lu Jianqing, as a subordinate, promptly pretended not to notice. In truth, Lin Yichen's notorious lechery was an open secret within the Forbidden City and Chang'an. Those in the know speculated that he had not been entirely castrated, thus exhibiting signs of rejuvenation as his power grew. Meanwhile, those unaware instinctively deemed him a pervert, believing he would employ various peculiar methods to torment women. Yet, Lin Yichen remained unfazed by such perceptions. Even if others were to discover that he was not a genuine eunuch, it would not concern him. After all, as long as he wielded considerable power, who would dare to use such knowledge against him and the Empress? He would not hesitate to eliminate any threat. Moreover, instances of eunuchs regaining vitality were not without precedent. A former chief eunuch had experienced a resurgence upon entering the sacred realm. The sacred realm possessed the capacity to transform individuals entirely, allowing for profound renewal. Therefore, the phenomenon of eunuchs regaining vitality was entirely plausible. It was said that even if one's limbs were severed, they could regrow and return to normal upon entering the sacred realm. Do your best to protect the Empress, Lin Yichen advised, patting Lu Jianqing on the shoulder before turning his gaze back to a Qiu with a beaming smile. Sister A Qiu, I am truly grateful for your assistance in administering the precious rejuvenation elixir to me. I merely obeyed the Empress's command, a Qiu replied coldly, dismissing Lin Yichen's flattery with a disinterested glance. You need not thank me. Why so distant, Sister A Qiu? We have shared our fair share of profound exchanges. Have we not? Despite a Qiu's frigid demeanor, Lin Yichen still smiled as he reached for her delicate hand. In the future, I hope to have the opportunity to have a child with you. If we were to have a daughter, she would inherit your beauty and figure. If a son, he would possess my talents and the divine Kirin physique. Wouldn't that be splendid? Do not touch me. A Qiu's brows knitted tightly, faced with Lin Yichen's unabashed advances. She attempted to shake off his hand. However, she failed miserably. Lin Yichen firmly countered her internal force. not only holding on to her delicate hand, but also pulling her into his embrace from behind. Have you truly become a grandmaster? In the face of futile resistance. Achio's beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment, and she could not help but exclaim, Your progress is astonishingly rapid. It is all thanks to you, Sister Achio. Otherwise, I would not have attained the rank of grandmaster. Lin Yichen, who had embraced Achio's slender waist from behind, pressed closely against her soft form, leaned in to whisper in her ear, causing her hair and earlobes to flutter with his breath. Moreover, Sister Achio, you are no less impressive. The last time I saw you, you were at the 5th level of mastery, yet now you have astonishingly reached the 6th level. Be quiet. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Achio's delicate face instantly flushed crimson. The truth was, her ascension was indeed due to her previous encounter with Lin Yichen. At that moment, Achio suddenly realized why Z, who had once been weaker than her, had inexplicably advanced beyond her in just a few months. She also comprehended why the Empress, who possessed only average cultivation talent, had managed to enter the innate realm after being cured by Lin Yichen, and now stood on the brink of mastery. It dawned on her that all of this was, in fact, attributable to Lin Yichen. Sister Achio, your figure is truly remarkable. Lin Yichen, still embracing Achio from behind, marveled as she leaned over the battlements, her form slightly bending. He promptly closed his eyes, unable to suppress the shivers of excitement. What splendid weather we have today, with the sun shining brightly. Shall we? Let go of me. Achio's face blushed suddenly, feeling an unusual sensation. She bit her lip, struggling against her desires, and fiercely wriggled free from Lin Yichen's embrace. I must go protect His Majesty. Ah, are you feeling shy? Observing Achio, who hurriedly descended the city wall, needing to steady herself against the wall. Lin Yichen's lips curled into a playful smile. Although Achio had struggled vehemently and insisted that there would be no second time, Lin Yichen understood that her heart had already begun to stir. She was merely reluctant to admit it. Women are all the same. Such matters can only occur either once or infinitely. There is no such thing as merely one time. Even if Achio's demeanor was somewhat aloof when the moment arrived, he was certain she would yield to him, albeit with some feigned resistance. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Lin Yichen clenched his fists. Once I resolve the matter with Jisoo, I shall play with you properly. With that, he unleashed the overwhelming aura of a grandmaster and leaped gracefully from the battlements of the Forbidden City, soaring towards the walls of Chang'an's Zhuke Gate. Scoundrel! Lecher! At that moment, beneath the city walls, outside the Qianqing Palace of the Forbidden City, Achio stamped her foot in irritation. Her cheeks flushed as she watched Lin Yichen's azure light vanish into the distance. Rather than hastening to the Yangxin Palace to meet the Empress, she dashed into her quarters, her face still ablaze under the puzzled gazes of several palace maids. Bang! Panting heavily, Achio closed her door and gradually sank down against it, her legs feeling weak. After a considerable moment of recuperation, she finally rose to her feet and retrieved a new outfit from her wardrobe. Master Lin, your subordinate pays respects to Master Lin. Long live Master Lin. At this moment, Lin Yichen, having arrived at the Zhuke Gate, encountered Li Sheng, Wang Yanzhang, and a host of other master-level commanders and deputy commanders from the surrendered Imperial Army's right camp, who had long awaited his arrival. Please rise, Lin Yichen said with a smile, gesturing gracefully. General Wang, how fares the situation in the right camp of the Imperial Army? Is there no inclination towards the King of Qin among the troops? Are we prepared to coordinate with Jisoo in a concerted effort to avenge our fallen comrade by calling for the head of the traitor? Chapter 217. The Rural Chickens and Tile Dogs. Lord Lin, your words are unfounded. Such an occurrence could never transpire within the ranks of the Imperial Guard's right division. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Lin Yichen, the previously intimidated Wang Yanzhang immediately bowed deeply, akin to a mountain collapsing and a pillar falling. From the highest-ranking commanders to the ordinary soldiers and auxiliary troops in the right division, we are all immensely grateful and respectful towards you, Lord Lin. In your benevolence, you have chosen to forgive us despite our previous transgressions, rendering you our savior. Had it not been for your mercy, although we were misled by the Prince of Qin, we nonetheless committed acts of treason, wronging both you and His Majesty. Wang Yanzhang's eyes were filled with reverence as he continued. Had this been a typical high-ranking official, they would likely have reacted with fury, exiling us all, or even imprisoning us for execution. Your great compassion has profoundly moved us, and we are all willing to pledge our utmost loyalty to you and His Majesty. The 50,000 soldiers of the Imperial Guard's right division shall heed only your commands. Lord Lin, with no trace of hesitation or disrespect, we humbly request your discerning judgment. With that, Wang Yanzhang bowed once more, declaring, we are willing to die for you. Lord Lin, excellent, you are indeed a wise individual. Lin Yichen nodded with satisfaction, surveying the other commanders and vice-commanders behind Wang Yanzhang. We are willing to die for you. Lord Lin, we shall serve only your commands and those of His Majesty, dedicating ourselves wholly until our last breath. For you, Lord Lin, for His Majesty. For our great nation, we shall die with honor, and what joy that would bring. The commanders and vice-commanders simultaneously bowed deeply, expressing their utmost respect and compliance. After all, faced with Lin Yichen's formidable combat prowess and his esteemed position as the trusted Grand Coordinator, how could they afford to be arrogant? Should Lin Yichen take offense? With just a flick of his finger, they could be reduced to mere commoners or even exiled to distant lands, perhaps even facing execution in the imperial dungeons. Indeed, after the loyal Tiger Ben army and the Divine Guards were disbanded and reorganized within the right division. As long as Lin Yichen did not excessively slay soldiers or mid-level officers, a rebellion would not be incited again. The Empress would likely focus her wrath on the officials rather than the common soldiers, as history has shown that only a few tyrants have ever slaughtered ordinary soldiers en masse, especially since these soldiers hailed from Guangzhou. With families residing in Chang'an or its surroundings, the Empress would think twice before decimating them, for who would then defend against the princes of Jin and Yan, or the territorial lords of the East? The 30,000 troops stationed at Tongguan were hardly a match for such threats. Excellent. It is evident that you all are astute individuals eager for advancement. I am most satisfied. Observing the seemingly honest commanders and their deputies, Lin Yichen expressed his satisfaction with a nod. He was acutely aware that beneath their outward appearances lay ulterior motives. They might be scheming revenge against the king of Qin or plotting to conspire with the kings of Jin and Yan for a surrender. It was utterly implausible to believe that none among them had connections with the lords of the eastern territories. However, this mattered little. Every individual harbors their own ambitions. As long as my strength remains formidable, I can keep them firmly in check, preventing any upheaval. Once the Empress has fully consolidated her power in Guangzhou, those who are disobedient or harbor dissent can be reassigned to inconsequential positions, allowing them to retire quietly. After musing inwardly, Lin Yichen turned to the assembly with grave intensity. The right division of the Imperial Guards serves as the backbone of our forces, and it is a critical asset that the Empress intends to utilize extensively. Opportunities for meritorious service shall undoubtedly arise for you all, should you serve the Empress diligently. Titles of nobility and rewards for your family shall be within your grasp. Pausing momentarily, he added with solemnity, continue with the reorganization. I grant you 1 month, after which I shall request the Empress to observe your drill atop this city wall. Exceptional units will be rewarded, while those who falter, commanders, captains, and common soldiers alike, should prepare for dismissal and replacement. Li Cheng, I hereby officially appoint you as the Deputy Commander of the Right Division of the Imperial Guards and assign you the vacant post of Commander of the Baimao troops to assist Wang Yanzhang in the reorganization. Understood, Li Cheng responded, bowing deeply to Lin Yichen. Meanwhile, Wang Yanzhang and the other commanders and deputies welcomed Li Cheng with smiles. Knowing well that after the turmoil caused by the king of Qin, Li Cheng had firmly aligned himself with the Empress and Lin Yichen, earning their absolute trust. As long as Li Cheng remains steadfast, his future achievements will be boundless. The position of commander of the right division of the Imperial Guards is undoubtedly destined for him. Even entering the war commander's office to become a general or a cavalry general is not beyond possibility. Very well, continue with your affairs. I must depart for the Lantian encampment to meet with Ji Su and the remnants of the king of Qin's forces, Lin Yichen declared with a smile, standing proudly atop the city wall. Once the left division of the Imperial Guards has completed its reorganization, we shall exchange personnel with the right division to maintain optimal combat readiness. Therefore, prepare yourselves accordingly, as a contingent from one army may be fully reassigned to the left division under its command. Of course, military pay and rewards will be equitable. Lin Gonggong, I shall accompany you. Wang Yanzhang, along with the other commanders and deputies, bowed deeply in compliance. His gaze sharpened as he addressed Lin Yichen. Jisoo commands the Golden Blade Army and has formidable experts like Shadow, Elder Gao, Elder Li, Song Zhang, and Shin Ming under his command. You must exercise utmost caution. I fear they may conspire to lay traps, waiting for you to step into their snare. Wang Yanzhang, filled with vigilance, addressed Lin Yichen. The Tianxiong army at the Mouse's Tail in Zwing is utterly ineffectual. The Feixiong army is quite feeble, and the Tiger Guard consists of the former troops of Ji Feng. Meanwhile, my Xinjie army has been reassigned to the right camp by you. Hence, I fear that if you venture forth recklessly, you may encounter peril. There's no need for alarm. They are merely a rabble, incapable of inflicting harm upon me. Under Wang Yanzhang's concerned gaze, Lin Yichen dismissively waved his hand. After the death of King Qin, this group of individuals is, to my eyes, nothing more than a collection of insignificant beings. Chapter 218. A solo meeting. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's utterly disdainful remark, Wang Yinzhong was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Although some trepidation lingered in his mind, he could not deny that Lin Yichen's arrogance was indeed backed by formidable strength. After all, Lin Yichen was a grand master, capable of directly assassinating the king of Qin within the confines of his war tent, leaving the shadows and the cloaked monks utterly powerless, forced to flee in a state of disarray. In such circumstances, Lin Yichen undoubtedly possessed ample confidence in himself. Master Lin, you must exercise utmost caution. The safety of the great Feng rests upon your shoulders, Wang Yinzhong insisted, bowing deeply once more. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to send word. I will command the imperial guards and stand ready to assist you at a moment's notice. Very well. After casting a penetrating glance at Wang Yinzhong, Lin Yichen refrained from further trivialities and leapt down from the 3-meter-high city wall. Following closely behind were a dozen agents of the Western Bureau, as they swiftly mounted their steeds and galloped towards the camp at Lantian. Master Lin indeed possesses the spirit of a hero. After watching Lin Yichen depart from the city wall, Wang Yinzhong turned to the assembled commanders and deputy commanders with a grave expression. Gentlemen, if the king of Qin were still in his prime, he might not embody the heroic spirit exemplified by Master Lin. In the early years of the late emperor's reign, when the king of Qin was merely 30, he did exhibit such valor. An elderly general, now 50, sighed as he stroked his beard and reflected, however, that was when the king was merely a master, yet to ascend to the rank of Grand Master. Yet, more than a decade had passed since the late emperor's demise, and upon becoming regent and attaining the status of Grand Master, the king had lost that heroic essence. The old general shook his head, lamenting. He has since preferred to command from behind the scenes, often employing rewards and punishments. Although his strength is formidable, he has not engaged in any bold maneuvers, such as charging into battle or riding forth with valor. The spirit of a hero has waned in his later years. No. I believe he has become enraptured by the allure of Chang'an, captivated by beauty, fine wine, and the treachery of courtly intrigue, forgetting that the military is the foundation of his power. Another commander interjected slowly. He is even inferior to Ji Feng, who still possesses a semblance of youthful heroism, daring to lead the charge in times of adversity, finding honor even in death. Had he devoted more time to training the imperial guards these past years, how could the left wing have fallen into such disarray, culminating in only the divine swift army coming to their aid? This commander continued with a cynical smirk. Had he demonstrated his strength and valor more frequently before the troops, or taken part in battles along the borders, the king of Longnan would never have swayed the Tianxiong army. During the contention between Ji Feng and the king of Longnan, the divine swift, golden blade, and Tianxiong armies would not have remained mere spectators. Otherwise, even if the king of Longnan had successfully turned the Tianxiong army, the remaining 4 armies of the left wing would have besieged him simultaneously. In such a scenario, even the Grand Master Lin Yichen would face inevitable defeat. This commander sneered once more. If that were the case, how could 150,000 troops have besieged the Forbidden City for 3 days without breaching its defenses? It is vital to remember that the Forbidden City, at most, boasts a mere 5,000 defenders. Furthermore, an essential point was raised by another vice commander. Although he commanded from the central military camp and had executed a master commander to establish his authority, he merely urged us to besiege the city while remaining an idle observer. Frankly speaking, had he possessed the audacity of Lin Yichen, daring to lead his personal guards in several fierce assaults to bolster morale, the imperial city would have been breached on the very first day. Yet, after being injured by the state dragon seal, he has retreated into the main military tent, failing to make an appearance. How ridiculous. Enough said, the king is dead, and such matters should not be discussed further. Pausing for a moment, Wang Yinzhong waved his hand to quell the discussions. Return and reorganize your subordinates, awaiting the military orders from Lord Lin, and be ready to support him at any moment. Understood. Yes. The crowd, greatly impressed by Lin Yichen, immediately bowed respectfully, choosing to heed Wang Yinzhong's arrangements. Go, he said, gesturing towards them. After casting a glance in the direction of the Lantian camp, Wang Yinzhong turned back to contemplate how to face the Empress Dowager and Li Zhong. He felt a profound gratitude towards Lin Yichen for sparing his life and recognizing his talents by appointing him as the commander of the right division of the Imperial Guards. However, he found himself at a loss regarding the Empress Dowager and Li Zhong. What if they compelled him to incite the right division against Lin Yichen? What should he do then? If such a scenario were to unfold, I doubt I could carry it out. After careful reflection, Wang Yinzhong's expression grew increasingly complex. Even though the Empress Dowager had Li Zhong on her side, it was unlikely these men would surrender to her. After all, Lin Yichen's strength was evident. As long as he remained true to his word, refraining from reckoning after the fact and avoiding the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. They should not betray His Majesty, Lin Yichen. I can only hope that the Empress Dowager and Chief Steward Li can reach an agreement with Lord Lin and His Majesty, achieving a compromise. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yinzhong had unwittingly become a multifaceted spy, feeling quite helpless. Otherwise, I would find myself in a difficult position. Meanwhile, as Wang Yinzhong was lost in thought, Lin Yichen, accompanied by over 10 guards from the Western Depot, galloped swiftly towards the Lantian camp. Lord Lin, we greet you. Lord Lin, long live Lord Lin. Upon Lin Yichen's arrival, Zhang Jujing, Qin Yuqing, and Feng Ming rushed out to welcome him, all displaying utmost respect. Particularly, Feng Ming, with an astonishing lack of modesty, directly extolled Lin Yichen as eternal. Please rise, Lin Yichen said with a smile, waving his hand towards the three. He then turned to Zhang Jujing. Master Zhang, what did Jisoo ultimately say? My subordinate sent someone to meet Jisoo, but he claimed my status was insufficient. Even if I were to attend personally, he stated he would only converse with you. The fully authorized chief steward, Zhang Jujing, replied with a bitter expression. Lord Lin, I suspect there is treachery afoot. Jisoo clearly harbors ill intentions. Feng Ming immediately interjected. Why not gather our forces and directly besiege the Golden Blade Army? Forcing them to surrender? I believe that a discussion is feasible, but we must establish a location where both parties can meet in a balanced manner, ensuring safety to the greatest extent possible. Qin Yuqing spoke slowly. Of course, we must also be prepared for an offensive. If Jisoo does not surrender, we shall concentrate the forces of the Tiger Guards, the Flying Bears, and the Heavenly Bravery, 30,000 soldiers in total, to encircle and eliminate Jisoo. I have no objections. Lu Xian, who had just arrived with the news, bowed deeply to Lin Yichen under his gaze, saying, I shall comply with all of Lord Lin's commands. It is not so complicated. He wishes to meet with this chief steward, so I shall grant him that audience. With a cold laugh, Lin Yichen. The situation is as follows. Lin Yichen has now been appointed by His Majesty as the Grand Commissioner of Post-War Affairs, having transcended to the realm of Grandmaster. He is leading troops to the Lantian camp, intending to compel the Crown Prince, Jisoo, to surrender. Within the Sinang Palace, Aziz gazes at the Empress Dowager, who tenderly caresses her slightly rounded abdomen while leisurely sipping warm water. Aziz's expression is somewhat complex. Deep down, she harbors reservations about the Empress Dowager's intentions for Lin Yichen to bear children. It is not out of jealousy or envy, nor a sense of possessiveness over Lin Yichen. She has no desire for marriage and motherhood. Had it not been for her constant vigilance against Lin Yichen's schemes, she might have already found herself with child. The future she envisions is one of cultivating herself into a Grand Master, becoming a renowned force to be reckoned with. She refuses to lead a mundane life, trailing behind Lin Yichen as a dutiful wife, obediently adhering to his every word, thus relinquishing her dreams of the martial world. His unpredictability always keeps one on their toes. The Empress Dowager, observing Aziz's swift demeanor, radiates maternal affection. This is for the best. This way, His Majesty can unify Guangzhou and firmly secure the throne. My reign as Empress will be far more favorable than that of the Qin King. The Empress Dowager chuckles. In a few days, news of my illness will spread, allowing me to retire behind the curtain and govern without interference. Should His Majesty and Lin Yichen wish to visit, they will be turned away. I shall see no one. Li Zhong, your servant is here. Li Zhong, who had been silently standing by, respectfully bows to the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, you must prioritize your health and refrain from involving yourself in trivial matters. With His Majesty grown and Lin Yichen possessing sufficient capability to support the realm, you need not burden yourself further. The Empress Dowager replies with a smile. Henceforth, let the guards of the Western Factory ensure the security of Sinang Palace. No one is to enter without permission, and my personal maidens are also to remain within. Otherwise, they shall face dire consequences. Understood. Li Zhong, having anticipated such instructions from the Empress Dowager, had already made the necessary arrangements and promptly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the Empress Dowager gives a slight nod, then gently caresses her abdomen once more. She is acutely aware that the news of her pregnancy must remain concealed from the officials, the young emperor, and Lin Yichen. Otherwise, it would become a scandal for the great Feng dynasty. Your Majesty, Lin Yichen has stated that His Majesty's bottom line is to relinquish control of the Imperial Guard and compel the Earls of Cheng'an and Feng'an to surrender the authority over 10,000 city patrol soldiers, thus allowing him to live as a leisurely nobleman. Furthermore, Li Gonggong may continue his role as the Grand Controller of the Inner Court, but only one of the Jinui or Eastern Factory may remain. Akia gazed gravely at the Empress, stating, these are the terms proposed by Lin Yichen.